Chapter 1, What's on the list? Seconds. You see, the village headman's stupid son has gone to shoot at trimming the donkey's hooves again. And I don't know what there is to see in trimming the hooves. Fongjia village. The women sitting at the head of the village couldn't help but spit as they watched Fongzone come out of the farm. I think he didn't do well in the college entrance exams, and the village chief is going to let him help out on the farm. 80% is, see, the people do not even say hello, since childhood is stupid. Look at my son Taiju just after the college entrance exams know to go to the south of the electronics factory to work. 5 or 6,000 a month. As Fongzone got closer and closer, Wang Ma greeted her with a smile. Fong, you went to shoot a video again? Right. Is it fun to fix a donkey's hoof? Hey, it's pretty fun. Seeing Fongzone giggling, the women followed suit and laughed with some abandon. Fongzone didn't care either. Self-conscious, he went home and sat down on his butt in front of the computer, crossing his legs and checking the back-end data. A couple short of 10,000 likes. Before the words left his mouth, he saw the number of likes in the background refreshed and reached 10,000. At the same time, a mechanical sound was heard. The system energy is collected and the likes cashback system is activated. Without waiting for him to react, mechanical sounds rang in his ears one after another. System? Fongzone was ecstatic in his heart. Is it finally here? He himself had just crossed over to this world called Blue Star at a time just before the college entrance exam. After the exam, it was discovered that the world of short video platforms was just emerging. That's what gave rise to the idea of making short videos. Get ready to kill it on the platform called Shake Shack. However, there were still some questions in his heart, and he asked in his mind, System, what is the meaning of the point return? If the host's work is liked, the next day the host will be rewarded 100 times the number of likes. That means that if I get a like, I'll get $100 back the next day? Pair. A burst of ecstasy ran through his heart as he sniffed. Wouldn't this mean that he just had to keep shooting videos? The day of financial freedom is just around the corner. System activated successfully. Please receive the newbie pack. Pick up. Fongzone laughed out loud, not expecting the gold finger to be so humanized, giving himself a gift just after activating it. Newbie packs distributed. Activation system reward, 1 million yuan. Time-limited 3-hour video promotion expense reimbursement card *1. Remaining time, 2 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. The mechanical tone had just ended when a message beep came from his cell phone. He opened it and his heart immediately beat violently twice. Bank card with tail number 0000 arrived with $1. 000. Available balance, $1. 000. 237. 12-inch. It's really in the books. After a few moments, allowing himself to force himself to calm down. System, what does the video promotion expense reimbursement card mean? Within 3 hours, all promotion expenses of the host will be fully reimbursed by the system. Can I get reimbursed repeatedly? There is no limit to the number of times it can be used within 3 hours. Doesn't this mean that one has unlimited wealth in those 3 hours? The urge to buy a luxury car and a luxury house immediately springs to mind. But he then calmed down. It was clear that the system had blocked that path and the fee could only be used to promote the video. The videos that you have made yourself have been getting low airplay and platforms don't recommend them because they are not promoted. Now that you have this opportunity, it's time to take advantage of these 3 hours to promote your video with money power. This will definitely increase the number of likes rapidly. Feel free to use tomorrow's rebate yourself. Time is of the essence and there's no time to think. Promote me. Directly select one of the latest videos and directly choose to spend $1 million on promotion in the promotion screen. 40 million views promoted for 24 hours? Not enough. Not nearly enough. System, reimburse me. As soon as the cell phone beeped, Fongzone immediately invested another $1 million into it. Reimbursement. 3 hours full reimbursement card remaining 2 hours 14 minutes and 32 seconds. With a flurry of operations, all 13 videos were promoted by him for 24 hours according to the 40 million views. With time remaining, he tried to continue to increase the promotion, but reached the cap and there was no way for him to pitch again. Can't even spend the money. After buying the promotion, he didn't know what to do with the remaining money. Fingers unconsciously sliding the video. On the screen a pure face, body is not only very hot, but also very generous female anchor in intense hot dance. Instantly let his inspiration on the line, yes, can be in the number of people in the live room to attract traffic to themselves. Tapping into the live broadcast room, the female anchor whose ID was called a small pill had just finished dancing and was currently reading the pop-ups. Seeing that there were more than 80,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, Fongzone directly sent a pop-up screen. Anchor, have your fans like my video? Hurry! The words were said in a very unkind manner, immediately causing the anchor's fans to take offense. Where did you get that little piece of garbage to play the big head? Why should I like your video? You're so rude. You don't even want to say goddess. Bully, the administrator piggybacking on the live feed, is a longtime fan of a small pill. His account level had reached level 53, which meant that he had given out $3 million worth of gifts for his account level to be this high. Seeing Fong Zong post such a pop-up, he immediately spoke out to mock. Level 2 trumpet still speak so nonchalantly. People are to send gifts and then make requests. You are just moving mouth ah. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to the pop-ups at this point, a small pill saw that List 1 had given another gift, so he spoke out. Everyone, give List 1's big brother some attention. She says it's a tan, I sent gifts to the top one, and the host asked your fans to like my video. Fong Zong didn't even have the heart to look at the pop-ups at this moment. He just wanted to hurry up and brush to the top of the list, so he could go to the next anchor. Dude, Mariko's total List 1 has already given over 10 million gifts. Do you have that power? If you make it to number 1, I'll stand on my head and drink your foot wash. Is someone cheating? Then I'm coming. If you make it to no 1 on the list, I'll drink Maruko's foot wash upside down. Upstairs, don't take it from me. I want some too. Piggyback little bastard couldn't help himself. If you can brush up to number 1 on the overall list, I'll delete my number on the spot. If you can't swipe it, I'll bring my fans to report your video. It's so loaded. Using a little white number to come on the air and pretend is just a way to get a bad rap. A small pill also noticed the strife in the pop-up. Somewhat curious, he clicked on Fong Zong's homepage and was a bit disdainful after seeing that he was repairing donkey hooves. A rural farmer? And you're trying to brush up to number 1 on the list? That's a bit presumptuous. But it wasn't time to play peek yet. She wasn't in a hurry. Today's task is to play PK with a few anchors. And times like this are usually when anchors make the most money. It's because those golden fans are the ones who can't bear to see that lost look on the face of a beautiful anchor woman when she fails in PK. Chapter 2 No. Who comes up here and throws a bomb? But out of curiosity, a small pill clicked on a recent video where the camera was pointed at. Well, a donkey. This donkey hasn't had its hooves trimmed since it was born. And at this point walking is a problem. And the hoof trimmer is ready to give the donkey a hoof trim. A small pill looked at the somewhat stained ground and frowned. In the video, after securing the donkey's hooves, the hooves are repaired with a special spatula. A single cut trimmed some of the outrageously long donkey hooves down by half, and they looked instantly fresh. The bottom of the donkey's hoof becomes neater and shinier as the cuticles are scraped away. By the end of the day, watching the donkey walk down the road with ease gave Mariko a wave of relief. The simple repetitive task of stripping away dirt and useless hoof nails was getting easier and easier to watch. Everyone can check out the video posted by She Said It's a Tan. It's very depressing. A small pill to read, but still came out with a recommendation. After all, the quality of the video was really good, and having tried to find a way to promote it on other people's live streams when she wasn't hot herself, she knew the bitter feeling. Mariko is too kind. I'll check it out too. People are beautiful and kind, and I love them even more. After exiting Fong Zong's video homepage, PK applications were sent over at this time. A small pill corrected his attitude and then connected the PK application. This was an anchor Nuwa carry that their company had poached separately, and this PK was to attract new popularity for this anchor. How do you PK this time? What's the penalty for losing? Nuajirai is also a dance anchor. Doll face, but hot body, dancing with a different kind of seduction. She's not a newbie either, and not only will her company be showering her with gifts for this PK, but she also has some hardcore fans and is very confident about winning this PK. Keep in mind that she had promised several gold masters in order to win the broadcast. Just win and she can date them offline. It's impossible to lose when you've sacrificed so much. As for Fong Zong, who was making efforts to recharge and reimburse at this time, he didn't expect that this anchor would be so knowledgeable even before he had sent a gift. Without saying a word, he stopped recharging and sent out a carnival round. People are doing him favors, and he can't help but understand. Thanks to brother, She Said It Was a Tan for sending the carnival. After a small pill had casually recommended it and was ready to interact with the rest of the audience, a golden special effect suddenly appeared on the screen and slowly rose up. In the spirit of business, a false and enthusiastic thank you. But I didn't want another golden special effect to rise up before a word of thanks was finished. Thanks to. The next thing Mariko saw was a succession of golden special effects appearing on the live broadcast, until they stopped at 666. Thanks to brother, She Said It Was a Tan for the 666 carnivals. Mariko was pleasantly surprised that a carnival, divided among her, would yield $800, and that's 660 carnivals, a full $600,000. The opposite side of Nokari instantly froze. What's going on here? When you play PKs, don't you usually have both sides interacting, each performing their talents and setting some sort of punishment? What kind of gold master comes up and swipes a gift without saying a word? Got a lot of money? It must have used the guild's funds. Otherwise, how could someone swipe so many gifts? That's a full 3 million. It's more money than many people will ever make in their lives. but to swipe so many gifts at the beginning of the day, is that to get a head start? It doesn't scare me. After giving a wink to the operation over here, the operation started giving gifts as well. Soon, the opposite ones also appeared one after another with golden special effects. I wanted to fry the atmosphere slowly, but I didn't want to send it into a climax at the very beginning. It seems to be serious. Someone's ready for a handstand and a foot wash. Zay, get ready to delete your number. Piggyback Bully was a bit vain. Although he had sent out a cumulative total of $3 million, it was spread out over a long period of time. And the fact that this man can give away $3 million in a short period of time shows a lot of power. The strength was already far beyond him, so he just started playing dead and not returning the pop-ups. At this time, the other live rooms, the pop-up screen has been floating over a sentence. She said it was a tanning give the anchor a small pill at carnival. A small pill's eyes had gone a little glazed over by now. Even though she was a big anchor with over 7 million followers, she had never encountered such a situation. The top 1 to top 4 of her live room were all gifts that her own guild had swiped in order to draw traffic to other anchors. She also has to return the money to the guild as it is. There are not that many dirtbags in this world. The opposite side of Nuwa Karika wanted to curse at this point. His own side of the operation had already swiped the $300,000 of company gifts. It would have been so much money that it would have been unbeatable in a live PK. But at this point it's not as much as a fraction of what it is across the street. Not caring that he was on air, he picked up his cell phone and launched a private message to his gold master. Iron Fan. Brother Lonely, Noki Kirikou is going to lose. Cry ki, big cry. Brother Guardian, the opposite side is too powerful. It's better not to give gifts. Just let Nuwa lose. Tears. Dad. It's so humiliating to be bullied by the big anchors at the new company. Aggrieved. Use a variety of different words and send messages to all the gold masters. The result of this PK directly determines one's position in the new company. If you can win, you can get more resources to promote yourself. If you lose, you can only get the scraps of others. Never lose. Families. Nokiri doesn't want to give up yet. Even though I know I won't win, I want to lose with honor. If anyone has a ticket in hand, please support it. Thank you Brother Lonely for the jitterbug one. Thank you brother. Nuwa Kirikiri itself had a fan presence. And the small gifts from these people were not expensive, but they accumulated and more or less saved the day. But there were very few replies to those private messages she had just sent. That's what's normal. The opposite side gave out millions in gifts and is still giving them out at this point. This side needs to give more gifts if they want to win. Taking millions to reward anchors? With so much money, what kind of women can't you find? None of them can be relied on when it counts. Nokiri was annoyed, but she had a way out. Sending a private message to she said it was a Tan. Brother Tanner, please be merciful. I'll give whatever she can. With that, he sent a stream of rubbing photos he had saved on his cell phone. I have everything you want to see. Brother. Fong Zong was in the process of recharging at the moment, and after seeing the private message sent over, he didn't even have the heart to check those photos. At this point any legs are treated like nothing. Just trying to drive traffic to my own videos. How many people are on your live feed? How many fans can I mobilize to like my video? Chapter 3, Husband Powder to the Face NTR. After receiving Fong Zong's private message, Nuwa Chichi immediately said, as long as brother comes to my live room to swipe gifts, I specialize in posting videos and getting fans to go and like your videos. She would do anything to win this godly man over. Fong Zong glanced at a small pill's live room and had already swiped nearly 10 million gifts. The number of people in the live room on Nuwa Kirikiri's side was also quite large, and without saying anything, he directly entered Nuwa Kirikiri's live room. Start swiping gifts inhumanly. What's with the tanning brother leaving? A small pill suddenly saw Fong Zong leave the live broadcast room while the number of gifts on the opposite side grew rapidly. She immediately realized, bitch, how dare you steal from home? In order to win Fong Zong over, he immediately said in the live broadcast, tanning brother, do you want to see any dance? I have a lot more clothes. I wonder if my brother likes black silk. Nwoki Kirikou was furious when he heard that. He has swiped so many gifts in your live room, but he still thinks it's not enough? Brother Tanner, I can dance too. I'll go change now. The pop-ups on both sides were stunned. Two great beauties are fighting for his patronage. Is this the charm of God's greatness? Can there be no charm in swiping the money that many people can't earn in their lifetime in just 10 minutes? I'm envious. When will a beautiful anchor woman come and please me like this? If I could live like this, I'd be happy to live in a villa and drive a luxury car. Are we a part of your play? In your face? Thank you for the gift of the tanning brother. A song of divination for you. Seeing that the gifts kept growing, Nuwa Karika started dancing in her short skirt in order to keep Fong Zong. Tanning brother, I changed to black silk. Brother come to the live broadcast to support me. A little pill is no less hot. Changing clothes and starting to dance. Fong Zong, on the other hand, started to run both ways to brush gifts in order to be the top one of the two live streams. It was a live broadcast, and gift-giving pop-ups kept popping up in other broadcasts throughout the Jitterbug platform. It drew a lot of anchors and netizens to see what was going on. Seeing two major anchors keep changing their clothes and dancing hotly in order to attract the favor of She Said It Was a 10 was a sight to behold. At the end of the day, as the countdown ended, the PK came to an end with a small pill of victory. Thank you for your support, brother. Here's Mariko's contact information. Brother can look for me anytime. Oh, Noki Kiri is all over. The two main anchors were also actively pulling Fongzong's strings after the PK, but Fongzong didn't have the heart to read the private messages, and directly went to another live room, and began to inhumanly brush gifts again, and in a row, he seconded 8 live rooms on the list of the first. Welcome, She Said It Was a 10 to the airwaves. Fongzong paddled into a live room and was about to start the process of swiping gifts straight away when he was attracted by the familiar voice. Isn't this the high school beauty, Han Yibing? And still in the same class. The original body was very fond of this schoolgirl at first, but being cowardly by nature, he only dared to hide this feeling in his heart. And Han Yibing's personality is as high and cold as his name. The family was well off and didn't have many friends in the class. However, in his memory, Fongzong's deepest impression was the pair of heavenly long legs that were comparable to supermodels. Long and straight. The school uniform couldn't hide the beauty of those legs. But I didn't expect to brush up on her live stream today. But the popularity of the live broadcast was cold, with only a dozen or so people. No wonder she's not popular. It's a hell of a thing to be popular with such small breasts. Now that he had met it, and with only a few minutes left on the clock, there was no time for him to think too much. It's back to the inhumane gift giving. Godho's taste in aesthetics is really good. Every live room is full of beautiful women. You can doubt the character of the Godhawk, but not the aesthetics of the Godhawk. What an innocent sister. It's her first day on the air. When the others saw Fongzong start sending gifts, they all followed over to see the anchor's reaction. Thanks for the gift from Big Brother, She Said It Was a 10. Han Yibing was a bit confused at this time. On his first day of live broadcasting, he encountered this once-in-a-lifetime scene, followed by Godhawk as splashy traffic. In such a short period of time, the number of people in her live broadcast room had already exceeded 50,000. It's a point that many anchors don't reach even after years of hard work, yet she reached it on the first day just after the show started. Thanks. She didn't know who this godly man was, but she was grateful. This year, her family's business went bad and she got into a lot of debt, and she wanted to take some of the burden off her family, so she planned to go live. I didn't expect it to start off so well. Time's up. But after this, the ID, which she said was a 10, resounded across almost the entire Shakeology platform. Countless live viewers plus netizens who swiped the videos were swiping the video of fixing the donkey's hooves or wildly sending gifts. This godly man who likes to fix donkey hooves has caused a billion points of shock to the Shake Shack platform. Zong, are you busy? Fong Ma knocked on the door of the room, and Fongzong immediately got up and went to open the door. Clothes are drying. Aren't you guys going to a party? Need a ride? Fongzong took the clothes. No need. I'll just take a taxi. That's fine. Take this money. Don't be cheap when you're with your classmates. After Fong Ma handed over the clothes, she slipped another handful of money into Fongzong's hand, but he also didn't want to push his luck with Mama Fong and pocket the $5,000. After changing his clothes, he took a taxi to the Banquet River South Hotel around the school. In the car, Fongzong glanced at the backstage and realized that the number of likes for all the videos had exceeded 4 million after such a mess. There are also many comments on the video. The hobby of God's hooves is really unique, but repairing donkey hooves is really cool to watch. I counted about 60 or 70 million gifts swiped just to get people to watch him fix donkey hooves. It's a good stress reliever to watch, and I'm sure I'll get a good night's sleep after watching this video. Sure enough, it's not that no one likes to trim donkey hooves, it's the lack of promotion. Fongzong smiled faintly and opened the system to look at the transparent panel, withdrawing all the cash back in the background. Bank card with tail number 0000 arrived with $429,423,782. Available balance, $430,424,019. 12-inch. Looking at the long string of numbers in the text message, a feeling of satisfaction he had never felt before enveloped him. Fongzong pushed open the door of the hotel room and saw that someone was already seated. They were all in the same class, but after meeting, many of them turned their backs on him. Fongzong, sit over here. A black iron strong man got up and beckoned. It was none other than Fongzong's tablemate, Lu Dawei. Fongzong looked, only to see Lu Dawei is giving himself a squeeze. Looked to the side to understand. The empty seat sitting next to is recognized school flower Han Yibing, and it was her that he had swiped on the air earlier. Interesting enough to know you're interested in her. Taking up half the seat. Once seated, Lu Dawei came over and whispered to invite credit. Fongzong gave a thumbs up. Interesting enough. Then he glanced at the legs beside him, white and long, and it was killing him. How's schoolgirl Han doing? Hanibing glanced at Fangzong with some surprise. It's okay. This class is famous for its two little cuties. In the past, she didn't dare to look at herself, but at this moment, she actually dared to cross her legs and greet herself. But she didn't have the heart to pay attention to Fangzong at this moment. She was holding her cell phone and kept refreshing the background to see if that godly hero she said it was a 10 had returned her private message. Chapter 4, Selling Donkeys to Pay Tuition. You say the family has 2,000? Fangzong, I've heard that you've recently started self-publishing on Jitterbug, and you've made a lot of money, right? Lu Dawei purposely spoke loudly to serve as a wingman for Fangzong. Isn't schoolgirl Han also live streaming? You guys can exchange experiences. Without waiting for Han Yibing to speak, a boy who had just entered the private room at that moment spoke. You can call it self-publishing even if you make a video? Yibing's live broadcasting career is going well. There are a lot of people sending gifts just sitting there. What's there to share about this kind of experience? Even if Fangzong makes a video, does he have the money to promote it? Who doesn't know that his high school tuition was paid for by the family's most valuable donkey? I heard that the family doesn't have a donkey back there anymore, and it's his father who pulls the mill. His hostility was strong, and he looked like he was after Han Yibing as well. As he spoke, he came to Fangzong's side. Second little cutie, go sit next to it. Don't let the poor sour smell from your body smoke. Bing bing. Lu Dawei spoke for his good buddy. Watch what you say. Now that we've all graduated, we're all adults. My brother's first name is Fangzong. Did I give you a ing face? This guy was a school bully when he was in school, but at this point he's graduated and no one spoils him. Who knew that? Lu Dawei stood up and looked down at him. Lu Dawei is a sports specialty student. All the college entrance exams are over. Who is afraid of Hua? Good. You kid has guts. Seeing Lu Dawei speak for Fangzong, he sneered before sitting on the other side of Han Yibing. Lu Dawei was still speaking for Fangzong, and as long as the quality of the video shot is good enough, it can be just as hot. Fangzong, however, said, promotion does require money. The video I made, without promotion, would only have a few hundred likes at most. The boy got even more amused when he heard him say that. Look, he said it himself, and with his two little cutie pie of a brain, can he still make quality videos? Lu Dawei, however, frowned and whispered to Fangzong's ear, why are you still tearing down the stage yourself? You let Zhang Tongkai see the joke? Zhang Tong continued, video is all about promotion to get people to watch it. Today there was a tycoon who gave out almost $60 million in gifts on shake hands just to promote a video of himself fixing donkey hooves. I watched that video. It was kinda decompressed and good quality, but even then, it still costs so much money to promote. Fangzong, I advise you to keep your feet on the ground. If you don't have a good idea and money to promote it, you'd better work honestly. Hurry up and earn your college tuition. Do you still want your family to sell donkeys to pay for your tuition? He even feigned a look of concern as he spoke, but everyone could see the sarcasm in it. Demean Fangzong to make him recognize reality. The gap between him and schoolgirl Han Yibing, a toad trying to eat swan meat. Han Yibing nodded back. Someone did give a lot of gifts during the live broadcast today. Her best friend Yen Guannan was also on the sidelines, full of excitement. I was right in the Ice live broadcast room, and there was a godly man who gave out more than $10 million in gifts. Really? Really? Though she tried to keep her voice as flat as possible, it was heard by everyone at the table. A gift of over $10 million? Wouldn't you have made millions then? The crowd that was already there froze. Was the gap between classmates that big? Just graduated from high school and made more money than many people will ever make in their lives. Is it so important to have a good-looking face? Second little cutie, don't learn from the others. People's god ho is a hobby and you're your family's donkey who really needs his hooves trimmed, right? Zhang Tongkai coaxed and satirized, and the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Come on, they're all classmates. Han Yibing stopped it with a slight frown on his brow, and the crowd felt that teasing cutie. It wasn't much fun, so they started talking about something else. She was in a bit of a bad mood, and had been scrolling through the background, and the dirtbag still hadn't returned her messages. It's normal to think that if I were that rich, I wouldn't bother. A passing glance at the dirtbag's profile. See how the IP address is also in Stoneman City. The family also owns donkeys, and the same is true for videos of donkey hoof trimming. Can't be that coincidental. She glanced at Fangzong, then shook her head again. No way no how. Fangzong's family definitely doesn't have that much money. When the school year first started, this he said in front of the class himself. The family was selling donkeys to have the money to pay his tuition. How can a family like this spend tens of millions of dollars to promote a donkey hoof trimming video? As the students and teachers arrived, the food was also served. After the wine was flowing, many people also found their respective close classmates to drink and chat. Old Fong, how do you feel about the test? Fangzong nodded lightly. I feel like I did okay on the exam. Lu Dawei sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Better do well on the test. If you don't, specialty tuition can be expensive. Fang Zong didn't bother to show the true strength of his top student and waved his hand. It's okay, big deal. Sell a few more donkeys. Sell a few more heads? So you have more than one donkey? A few people froze. How many do you keep in your house? Fang Zong lightly waved his hand in a cloudy manner. It's just over 2,000 head. Taking less? Did you say less? Your family has over 2,000 donkeys? Lu Dawei asked loudly with some disbelief, attracting the attention of Han School Flower and Zhang Tongkai on the side. Isn't your family in a remote mountain village? Your dad's clothes looked dirty when he came to see you. We thought your family was poor. Lu Dawei was so angry that he gritted his teeth and jumped up to choke him. At the expense of me using my living expenses to buy you good food. A few of us are afraid you'll go hungry and always buy you dinner. Now you tell me that you have over 2,000 donkeys in your house and 8,000 a donkey. How much is that? Damn you to hell. Fang Zong hemmed and hawed and didn't retort, but the crowd reacted with some complexity in their eyes. 8,000 a donkey, 2,000, 16 million, rich kid with over $10 million in assets. Han Yibing, who was sitting on the sidelines, also couldn't help but look up at this unassuming teenager in the class. That tycoon, he's not really Fang Zong, is he? You spit out what you ate of us. They didn't expect Fang Zong to be harboring such a big secret that he, as a good brother, didn't know anything about it. Good deal. I'll cover the spending of you few at the end of today's party. Go rich, do not forget each other. A few roommates in the same dormitory relationship is not bad. At this time is burdened with a huge sum of money. Naturally will not be petty. Come on, let's go to the restroom and have a brotherly talk. Having just drunk some wine, Lu Dawei told a few people to go to the restroom. Han Yibing suddenly said, Fang Zong, my cell phone is out of battery. Take your cell phone and make a call. Ice, why don't you use mine? I've got this new cell phone. Hearing this, Zhang Tongkai immediately offered his cell phone. However, Han Yibing ignored it and just looked at Fang Zong pitifully. Okay, feel free to use it. Fang Zong unlocked his cell phone and handed it to Han Yibing, and after Han Yibing waited for Fang Zong to leave the private room, he glanced at his cell phone and realized it was an old Redmi phone. Brows furrowed lightly. Had the guess been wrong? Zhang Tongkai sent his cell phone and offered his attentions. Bing bing, better use mine. One look at him and I know he's cheating. With all those donkeys at home, he'd use this kind of domestic crap phone? I've got the latest flagship from Samsung, and the imports are much better than the domestics. Did you guess wrong? What kind of god would use a cell phone like this? A little out of breath internally, his fingers unconsciously tapped on the text message and his breath hitched when he saw the first one. 400 million. It's amazing how rich he is. Did you know I was on the air and swiped a gift to help me out? Not telling me yet. Is that taking care of my mood? Han Yibing felt a wave of warmth. Since his mother had only told him the true state of his family after the college entrance exams, their family was really good before, but now they're broken, owe lots and lots of money. In order to ease the pressure from her family, proud, she had to try her hand at live streaming, which she had once despised the most. She even got a little physically nauseous listening to the greasy viewers teasing her during the live broadcast. I didn't expect him to step in and help in this most gray of moments. Chapter 5, The Schoolgirl, Borrowing 500 Fangs from the Sky. After seeing the private message in Fang Zong's cell phone, Han Yibing made up his mind. Can't let Fang Zong go. The family business is struggling right now. If we can win Fang Zong over, business will be up and running in no time. For their part, they get to live a cushy life again, without having to go on air and show their faces. And if Fang Zong could casually take out tens of millions of dollars to reward him, this family is no longer an ordinary wealthy family. Thanks. When Fang Zong returned, Han Yibing handed over her cell phone with both hands, her beautiful eyes extraordinarily moving. On the other hand, Zhang Tongkai, who was on the side, was a bit jealous. Just now his own hands on the cell phone. Han Yibing did not pick up. At this time actually the other side of the vertical so polite. Does Han Yibing like domestic cell phones? Or maybe, likes donkeys? Second little cutie. Bing Bing told you thank you and you don't even respond? If your family is poor, you can't be poor in quality. It's not nice to lie. And 2,000 donkeys. Why don't you say 20,000? That's more bluffing. Han Yibing turned his head and rebuked. Are you done? How many times have you said that in one night? If you have qualities, you'll still resent the poor and the rich? Zhang Tongkai was somewhat surprised by the sudden rebuke. Bing Bing, Han Yibing, however, turned his head away from him, looking angry. Fang Zong unlocked his cell phone and looked at it, realizing that there was no call distance. In the background of the phone, Shake Shack was also turned on. Class, are you almost done eating? The squad leader came in from another booth. Let's all go to KTV. Ice, why don't you take my car? Just out of the hotel. Zhang Tongkai pointed to an Accord parked in the parking lot. At the end of the college entrance exam, my dad bought me a new car to practice. Han Yibing, however, also took out a car key from his bag. I'll drive myself. A beetle flashed twice at the press of a car key. Fong Zong, let's go. Carpool over together. Lu Dawei and a few others also came out and wanted to carpool with Fong Zong. Fong Zong, why don't you take my car? Han Yibing gathered his courage. His tone was slightly trembling, and his heart was a little apprehensive. In all the years she had only been begged by others. She had never begged like this. When these words came out, the students at the entrance of the hotel looked at the two as if they had heard wrong. What is this, a ghost? It's probably because schoolgirl Han saw him pitifully, and the two of them just sat together and were too embarrassed to refuse. Is it possible that now Fong Zong is the one who's rich, and the schoolgirl is the one who really has the heart? Invited by the schoolgirl, they were truly envious and jealous. We'll go first, then. Although Lu Dawei cannot figure out the situation, is not to spoil the good things of the brother, pulling a few other people to go, all the while eyeballing him. Brother, we get it. When Fong Zong saw a few people leave, he pulled open the passenger door and sat in it. No, you're a big boy letting a girl drive? Zhang Tongkai looked more and more angry, and directly went over to knock on the car glass. Fong Zong was frank. I don't have a driver's license and I just drank. Then you take my car. It's not good for people if you're a big man in Ice's car. He had invited his heart to the bright moon, but unfortunately the moon didn't give a damn about him. Han Yibing grimaced. Don't call me Bing Bing from now on. This is for my family only. Fong Zong, let's go, he said and drove off the parking lot with a kick of the gas, leaving Zhang Tongkai messing around in the exhaust. When the schoolgirls first started broadcasting, the first big brother on the list was himself. Who knew it would be cut off halfway through by the Godhawk? And now that he was slapped in the face in front of his classmates, Zhang Tongkai became more and more indignant. I can't believe I'm not as cute as a second child. It's just that his family has a little bit of stinking money. Ugh, you. After driving some distance, Han Yibing felt like he had to do something. I just looked at Fong Zong's private messages in the backstage, and a lot of female anchors sent him private messages. There were even women who directly sent private messages asking Fong Zong to adopt them. And although she herself was known as the school flower, a beautiful woman was the least scarce resource for a godly man like Fong Zong. If one wants help, one has to do something. Why did you swipe so many gifts for me? Fong Zong laughed and asked, how did you guess it was me? The IP address is local, plus the family is a farmer and has donkeys. Han Yibing turned his head to look at the co-pilot. Most importantly, the voice in the video also sounds like you. Fong Zong smiled. I didn't expect Hannah to actually remember my voice. You were afraid to talk to me in class, and it was only at the dinner table that I heard you speak more familiarly. I thought you hated me and that's why you weren't talking to me. But why are you helping me? Fong Zong shrugged indifferently. It's a small thing. Just a little bit of money. Just swipe a little bit when you happen to be there. The less this attitude of taking money seriously, the more Han Yibing was moved. Why didn't you get angry when Zhang Tongkai called you that? Fong Zong shrugged. Oh, because he doesn't deserve it. But before she could continue anything, she had reached her destination. In between waiting for the others to arrive, Han Yibing took out his cell phone and quickly typed, help help help. What should I do to chase boys? Her best friend Yen Guannan was a bit surprised. The sun has come out of the west? Didn't you say that men are the most unreliable? What kind of outstanding boy could actually make school flower Han chase after him? Is it that rich kid who's been chasing you for a long time? And he deserves it? Han Yibing sneaked a glance at Fong Zong. Cut the crap and teach me. We're going to KTV. Haven't you been in a lot of relationships? It's not easy. Stay with him and give him face if he wants to do anything. Boys love well-behaved and gentle girls, especially good-looking ones like you. Han Yibing's eyes lit up. That's simple? She put down her cell phone and stood beside Fong Zong, asking softly, do you enjoy making videos? Fong Zong nodded. Very much. Han Yibing was very understanding. Then I'll make you a video of you singing later. Could be. Seeing that someone is willing to shoot for themselves, why not? Zhang Tongkai and other students arrived one after another, saw Han Yibing and Fong Zong standing together, the two of them talking and laughing, and then angry, also came over to stand together. He had been chasing Han Yibing for 2 years, and she hadn't even smiled at him that much. He is at least a rich second generation then Fong Zong family has money. This two little cuties. What makes you think you can see Han Yibing's sweet smile? Fong Zong, drink water. While waiting for someone, Han Yibing went back to the store next door to buy water, purposely unscrewing the lid and handing it to Fong Zong. This move surprised the students again. Isn't this the attitude of a chaser? Could it be that the second little cutie, being chased backwards by the school beauty? Fong Zong, Yibing bought you water, why don't you even say thank you? At the very least, you should give the money to the person, right? Zhang Tongkai was upset again. He had just gone to buy water for Han Yibing himself, and he hadn't even taken it. Turning his head but went to buy water for Fong Zong, who was still drinking it with a rightful face. What thanks do I need for buying him water? I have to charge for buying someone a drink? Hanibing turned his head and said with a cold face, don't talk too much about what's going on between us. At this time, the students had already arrived, and Hanibing took Fong Zong's arm and walked inside, leaving Zhang Tongkai standing in place with an embarrassed face. Fong Zong, how did you do that? Lu Dawei at this time are stunned, looking for an opportunity to inquire in a low voice, this rich schoolgirl, how in a period of time of a meal was taken by you? Teach me. It can't be taught. Fong Zong had a cloudy face. This needs to be multi-talented and multi-billion. Versatile? I can be. Lu Dawei looked unconvinced. Watch me sing a song to amaze the audience. He took the microphone and started to show it off, and it was so skillful that everyone went to grab the microphone and tell him to shut up. Fong Zong, come and drink. Lu Dawei was robbed of the microphone and greeted Fong Zong somewhat unconvincingly. Drink all you want, I'll take you home tonight. Hanibing saw that Fong Zong was a bit hesitant, so he let him drink freely. It instantly drew another sideways glance from the crowd. Why was that so awkward? Isn't it usually said by men to women? Schoolgirl Han is crazy? Actually treating the second little cutie. So nice. It can't be because he looks at Shang Zong's good looks, right? Although he's a little bit handsome, but the person is too stupid. He shouldn't be looking at it, right? But look at Hanibing's attitude. It's clear that he's courting Fong Zong. The world has finally turned upside down. The students were shocked beyond belief when they saw this scene. Fong Zong, want to compare? Whoever sings well will blow a bottle. Zhang Tongkai was mad with jealousy at this moment, wanting to suppress Fong Zong in every way possible, so that schoolgirl Han would know who was the best. Could be. Fong Zong handed his cell phone to Hanibing. Take a video of me. Don't take a picture of my front face. Take the microphone and let someone order a song. Let's do Little Fong. Zhang Tongkai snorted. How old-fashioned. But he still took the microphone. He must compete with Fong Zong today. As the accompaniment progressed, he grew more and more pleased with himself. Being a rich kid myself, I enrolled in vocal lessons from a young age. Haven't been afraid of anyone when it comes to singing. The village girl's name is Fong. She's good-looking and kind. Fong Zong's singing voice made people a bit confused and look at him incredulously. What's this? How is it different? Borrow 500 more fangs from the sky? Chapter 6, Schoolgirl, it's too late. Stay at my place. Everyone in the entire booth. No one was talking and playing games anymore. They all stared blankly at Fong Zong, who was singing indulgently. Sing Little Fong to the tune of Borrow Another 500 Years from Heaven. Hanibing is also very knowledgeable, turning his cell phone to record the others' dumbfounded expressions, especially Zhang Tongkai, who was standing next to Fong Zong. He was clearly already skeptical. No, what's that thing you're singing? When the chorus ended, Zhang Tongkai finally couldn't help but ask, Yanela Xiaofang? Fong Zong, however, opened his arms while Hanibing applauded cooperatively. Sounds good. How creative. A flamboyant look on his face made the crowd break their defenses again. What kind of messed up song is this? The schoolgirl actually likes this. I suspect Hanibing has some sort of leverage that Fong Zong has caught. Fong Zong also put down the microphone in a dashing manner and sat down beside Hanibing to start cutting the video. With a random cut, it was posted to shake hands and bought another $6 million in promotion. Soon, it attracted many netizens on the shaking hands. Does the big man who fixes donkey hooves have such an abstract side? Is this God Ho himself? He's not too old to be wearing it. He's not underage, is he? If you're underage, you can apply for a bounty refund. Little Fong lives another 500 years. Crap, I've forgotten the original. Fong Zong's heat on the shaking hands has not yet subsided, and many people have spontaneously gathered around to watch, and brainwashed by the magical remix. It started to go around and spread the word. For a while, it drew imitations from the crowd. You buy that much promotion? Hanibing watched Fong Zong's operation from the sidelines, seeing him spend $6 million on promotion without blinking an eye. The mind's perception of his financial power seemed a little clearer. Your throat is dry after singing, isn't it? Drink some water. Hanibing unscrewed the water in his hand and sent it to Fong Zong's mouth, a gesture of an attentive girlfriend. I've had this water, do you mind? She was red-faced and looked especially delicate in the dim light. I don't mind, give me a drink. All the boys in the room shouted in their hearts. Zhang Tongkai, in particular, stared hopefully at the two interacting, his fists clenched so tightly that his joints turned white from too much force. Fong Zong opened his mouth and took a sip before going to go play the game with Lu Dawei and the others, not taking the schoolgirl beside him seriously in the slightest. This somewhat cold attitude made the others feel that he was more or less insensitive, but Hanibing thinks it's perfectly normal. The less serious the attitude was, the more it showed that Fong Zong's heart was in the right place. Only people who don't have much money lick girls. Zhang Tongkai saw that Hanibing was still sitting next to Fong Zong, and when Fong Zong wanted to drink and eat, He fed him with his own hands. There was also a look on his face that had never been there before, and it made his heart sink. It's such a familiar expression. That seemed to be the expression on his face when he knelt down to Hanibing himself. It's a crowded day and not a lot of fun. When it was time to part, Fang Zong greeted the people who were close to him. In a few days, I'll invite you all individually. After Lu Dawei and the others waved their hands, they each left in their cars. Hanibing also pulled his car out of the parking lot and parked in front of Fang Zong. Bing bing, is there something you've caught by Fang Zong? Zhang Tongkai somewhat painfully tried to persuade Hanibing. He could only think of this possibility, or else with 2,000 donkeys? No way. Hanibing's family has more money than this. But Hanibing just glanced at him coldly. I told you, don't call me Bing Bing. I'm afraid Fang Zong will misunderstand. Zhang Tongkai reluctantly chased a few steps, but the car did not stop, letting him eat a mouthful of exhaust. Let's go to my house and get some things first, okay? Hanibing asked gently from the car, and then I'll drive you back. Without waiting for Fang Zong to answer, his phone rang. Mom, what's wrong? Fang's mom said on the phone, it's late today. Don't take a taxi back. It's not safe on the road. Go to a hotel for the night. I don't have my ID. But then he continued, I'll stay at my classmate's house. Hanging up the phone, he said to Hanibing, put it on the curb for me. He hadn't been confident that Hanibing would drive him back. The visibility was bad at night, and his family lived in a mountain village, too far away. You can live anywhere when you have money. It's just the right time to see what kind of foot baths and pampering you've never been to yet. What with the soft massage and the playfulness and all that. Not a word about it. Hanibing heard the conversation between the two, and after a moment of silence, he summoned up the courage to say, why don't you go stay at my house? Seeing that Fang Zong's eyes were a bit strange, Hanibing panicked and explained, I have a lot of rooms in my house. It's just my mom and I, so you can go and stay for a night. Convenient? Hanibing nodded repeatedly. Convenient. The rooms are all empty. The more time the two spent together, the more it would enhance her favor in Fang Zong's mind. When you ask for something, you always have to show something. As for something like offering herself, she wasn't going to do it yet. Unsolicited pursuit is one thing. Unsolicited devotion is way off the mark. Drove to Seaside Garden, a neighborhood in the city center. In the city's housing prices, but also ranked in the front. The rockery fountain at the entrance of the district. The green landscape in the district. All of them reveal that this place is expensive. I'm back. Hanibing opened the door to his room and shouted at the house. So late? A slightly flirtatious voice walked out as she spoke. Seeing Fang Zong behind Hanibing froze. This is my classmate. His family lives far away and it's not convenient to go back. Hanibing personally squatted down to change Fang Zong's shoes. I'll just bring him back for one night and send him back tomorrow. As for Fang Zong, he was also sizing up the delicate figure that appeared before him. She didn't look very old, and wore a silky nightgown that outlined her slightly voluptuous body in a very sexy way. The body is round and full, with all the meat growing where it should and not a bit of flab in the rest, especially those jade feet, crystal clear and pink. The temperament reveals the elegance and calmness of a mature woman, completely belonging to two different extremes from Hanibing. It's simply a precocious ripe girl's holy body. Fang Zong's eyes lit up as he greeted with a smile. Hello sister. For a freshly minted girl like Hanibing, although she was good-looking, her body had not yet developed. Where is this flat figure more appealing than the matured charm of a mature woman? This is my mom. Chu Qiulu looked at her daughter, who was squatting on the ground to change Fang Zong's shoes, with some disbelief. She knew very well how proud her own daughter was. When had she ever been so humble? She hadn't even had her shoes changed by hand by her daughter squatting down. In the face of the other side's vertical greeting, only a vague nod could be given. However, when he came back to his senses, his face did not look good when he saw that Fang Zong was dressed very plainly all over, and although he was relatively handsome, he felt a poor aura. I'll get you a cup of hot water. Would you like some honey to take the edge off? Hanibing entertained Fang Zong attentively, but Fang Zong ignored it. Where's the restroom? I'll go to the restroom first. This way, I'll take you. Hanibing led Fang Zong to the door of the restroom, and when Fang Zong went in, he was pulled aside by Chu Qiulu. Who's this? Are you in love? Chu Qiulu see her daughter so humble. Gas will not hit a place. You even talk. You also talk about a good. Talk about this kind of poor people to do what? Hanibing shook his head. He's not a pauper. Today he was on the shaking hands, spent $60 million on rewarding female anchors, and gave me a $10 million reward. He was just about to explain more, when he heard Fang Zong come out of the bathroom. He didn't dare to say anything more for fear that he would hear it, and hurriedly walked over to greet him. What? Chu Qiulu was a bit incredulous. What kind of family is he? So rich? Chapter 7. Where is the scent of a schoolgirl as much as that of a mature girl? Chu Qiulu was also shocked when she heard that Fang Zong had casually rewarded $60 million out. I know most of the rich and powerful in the city. How come I don't know of a man named Fong? Chu Qiulu saw that Fong Zong was so young and could take out so much money. The mind speculated even more. Reward $60 million? Where could there be such a loser? It should be unlikely. Chu Qiulu muttered to herself, thinking it was unlikely. That's $60 million. Who would give that much money to a kid who just came of age and live streaming the reward? It should be bragging rights. But seeing that her daughter believed so much, and in front of Fong Zong, Chu Qiulu also did not say anything more. After preparing a glass of honey water, he went to his room. You sleep in this one. Han Yibing made up the bed. The four-piece set is all new and unused. Seeing Fong Zong smiling at herself, she blushed. Then I'll go out first. There was so much in those eyes that it made her a little flustered. When he returned to his room, he saw a message alert on his cell phone and opened it to read it. After skimming through some of the messages sent by Zhang Tongkai and some other boys, her best friend Yan Guannan also weighed in. How's it going? Did you get it? No. Han Yibing sketched out Fong Zong's performance today and asked her best friend to help analyze it. Definitely a scumbag. Yan Guannan analyzed. No initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. You can be sure to add some care so you don't get eaten up and get nothing when the time comes. Han Yibing's heart tightened. It can't be? He doesn't look like such a person. Her best friend's analysis made her nervous. Could it be that Fong Zong was really a scum? And Fong Zong was in his room at the moment, looking at the private messages sent by those anchors. Tanning brother, here's a fresh shot of black silk. Do you like it? Daddy, is my daughter in trouble and wants a spanking? Master, please feel free to temper me. Looking at a photo sent by a large and small anchor, Fong Zong realized what the happy life of the rich was like. These anchors, they are followed by a lot of dog lickers, but these lickspittles could never imagine how their goddesses are on their knees to others. After watching for a while, Fong Zong got up and went to the restroom again. Drinking too much beer is such a nuisance. As for the bounty, he's not stupid. Before the bounty was to drive traffic to my own videos and it wasn't my own money that was spent. Now if you reward it, it comes out of your own bank card. This was hard-earned money that he had worked hard for 2 to 3 hours swiping gifts to earn, and he couldn't afford to part with it. When Fong Zong came out of the restroom, he saw that the living room lights were still on, so he looked and found that it was Chu Qiulu sitting on the sofa with a glass of red wine. Lost in thought, looking at that slightly saddened face, it was a little heartwarming. Hasn't your sister rested yet? Just call me Aunt Chu. Sister Chu. Chu Qiulu always felt that this teenager's eyes in a dress were a bit wanton, but still, keep smiling. What does Fong's family do? The donkey breeder. Chu Qiulu froze. Farming industry? Come, sit. After Fong Zong sat down, Chu Qiulu poured him a glass of red wine as well, and when she bent over, her gully was revealed. Seeing Fong Zong crossing his legs and looking relaxed, he was a little surprised. Chu Qiulu casually asked, I heard that you rewarded $60 million for watching the live broadcast? I don't think it's true, is it? Was it a lie told to chase my daughter? Fong Zong crossed his legs, if anything, a smile hanging on his face. Chasing after your daughter? You're quite good at guessing. Chu Qiulu with an educational tone. Since your parents are in the farming industry, you should know how difficult it is for your family to earn money. Or you should consider for your parents. I'll make her return the bounty you gave my daughter. It's not easy for your parents to make money, but your family and mine are still people from two worlds. Don't make it too difficult for my daughter. A district farmer's family, even if all of their assets were added up, it wouldn't be as much as hers, so she didn't have to be very concerned. Fong Zong let out a light laugh. It's your daughter who has bad thoughts about me. Before you educate me, you'd better educate your own daughter first. Chu Qiulu's face showed her displeasure. How I educate my own daughter? I don't need outsiders to worry about it. As he spoke, his cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, so he just hung up. Chu Qiulu glanced at the phone and suddenly sat up straight. Just as he was about to ask, the call came back. Fong Zong frowned, intending to continue hanging up. Hold on, I recognize this call. Chu Qiulu's voice tightened a bit. The president of Citibank. What's he calling me for? Fong Zong frowned and picked up the phone. Who is it? Hello, Mr. Fong, I'm sorry to bother you so late. A very respectful voice came from the opposite side. I am the president of Citibank, and I would like to ask you if you need to buy wealth management for the $400 million of cash you have in the bank. It's too wasteful if it's deposited on demand. Not buying. I have use for this money. Fong Zong directly hung up the phone and looked at Chu Qiulu with a smile or not. You continue. 400 million? He had $400 million in cash on his card? Is this an asset that the average farming family can have? Chu Qiulu coughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed, and took a sip of wine, her mind alive. I'm sorry, I just spoke a little too loudly. After a moment of silence, he sighed. To tell you the truth, we have a problem with our family's business, and there's a $200 million shortfall in funds. If it's okay, I'd like to pay a visit to your parents to see if they're interested in investing. She knew it was too soon to say that. His own daughter had just brought someone home and had just taunted them. As a result, they now have to beg people to pay for it. If it wasn't for business, she wouldn't be able to pull that off. But at this point the issue of funding could not be put off any longer, and she had no choice but to open her mouth cheekily. Fang Zong's tone was flat. There's no need to visit your parents. Chu Qiulu smiled miserably. Sure enough, what she had just said had turned the other party's heart against her. Then I'll leave you to rest early. Chu Qiulu put down her wine glass, feeling a little groundless, and got up to leave the living room. That's not enough money to discuss with my parents, Fang Zong said indifferently. I can make my own decisions. Ha! Chu Qiulu's mind was unsteady and tossed on Fang Zong's cocked legs, trying to immediately draw her feet, but not resulting in her feet being twisted, and her butt fell into Fang Zong's arms. What did you say? She was a little too incredulous to care about the pain in her feet. That's $200 million. For this money, she was so worried in recent months that she went around making connections, but she never got anywhere. But the teenager in front of me says it's a little money. His family is so rich. Soft jade into his arms. Fang Zong also did not push away. Soft as a boneless body with a tantalizing body fragrance, so that he seemed to be in the clouds. Chu Qiulu reacted and hurriedly got up with a red face. She had felt a gun pointed at her. You mean, the money? She also wanted to double-check to see if the young man in front of her was joking, and Fang Zong didn't pick up on it. Feet hurt, don't they? After helping Chu Qiulu to sit down, he smoothly fished the white tender little feet in his arms and lightly massaged them. Not to mention, it is indeed just as expected, tender and soft, perfect for a hand piece. That's a small amount of money. I can get it out anytime. Looking at the gorgeous face in front of him with haze flying on both cheeks, his tone became a bit frivolous. Just how many shares can I take? I can give you 15%. Chu Qiulu tried to draw her foot back but it didn't budge. Don't move. It won't hurt later. Fang Zong let out a light laugh. I want 25%, 17%, 23%, 20%, 23%. Chu Qiulu dark bite silver teeth. Line. 23%. Does not account for the control of the company. Deal. Fang Zong laughed, but I haven't asked yet. What kind of company is it? Logistics company. Chu Qiulu said without a trace of anger. Now hit the money. Draw up a contract and find me to sign it. Fang Zong didn't take the $200 million seriously. Anyway, he would come back after shooting the video. But it's not like you're going to give your money away for nothing. That's just cutesy behavior. After turning the money around, Chu Qiulu immediately got up and found that the foot that had just been sprained was really much better at this time. It was just those big hands, the afterglow lingering on her ankles, that burned extraordinarily hot. You're leaving here? Fang Zong didn't expect this woman to disown her after receiving the money. All he could do was smack his lips regretfully as he watched the little white feet leave. But in no time at all, those little feet came back. The contract is drawn up. Fang Zong took the contract and the small feet and looked at them carefully. I'll have to look into that. This study was all night long. Mom, is the money thing settled? The next morning, Hanibing saw Chu Qiulu in a very good mood preparing breakfast. Such a smile had not been seen for a long time. It's resolved. That student of yours approached me yesterday to ask about the situation and transferred the money to me. Chu Qiulu was a little weak, feeling a little itchy on the soles of her feet, and twisted her head to not look at her daughter. Hanibing was a bit surprised. $200 million? He gave it all? She knew that Fang Zong was rich, but she didn't think that Fang Zong would be so rich. That's $200 million, just casually paid out? His heart was suddenly a little touched. It seemed that Fang Zong was not unconcerned about what he had given yesterday, nor is he a scumbag who won't take responsibility. Like his girlfriends say, this is obviously a very responsible and good man. Mom, I'm going to send Fang Zong home today. I'll go get some gifts and pay a visit to Fang Zong's parents. Chu Qiulu thought for a moment and nodded her head to agree down. Drive my car, don't lose face. Chapter 8, Schoolgirl, legs are a little cold. Warm them up for me. After finishing breakfast, under Chu Qiulu's slightly colorful eyes, Fang Zong left with Hanibing. Hanibing drove his mother's Mercedes-Benz S400 with a large pile of gifts in the trunk. When you come to my house, don't mention how much money I have. Fang Zong was afraid of scaring his parents. The family has over 2,000 donkeys and some land under contract though, but the assets are far from what they have shown themselves to be. He'll tell his parents when he has reasonable access, or he won't have any way to explain it. Your family doesn't know? Hanibing was a bit surprised. That's not your family's money? I earned it. Fang Zong's tone was flat. Don't ask so many questions. Good. When she heard that Fang Zong earned it by himself, she was a bit surprised. She was so busy in high school and still had time to earn money. Hanibing agreed obediently, then said softly, thank you for helping our family. It's not like it's in your face. Fang Zong looked toward her long bare legs and laughed. Aren't you afraid of getting a tan? It should be fine. When Han Yibing saw him looking at her legs, she felt a pang of shyness and some anticipation. Do you like it? Like. Fang Zong could only be honest. This kind of snow white and straight legs could easily make people move their eyes. As soon as the words left his mouth, Han Yibing suddenly reached out and took his hand and placed it on his lap. The air conditioner's on a little cool. Help me warm it up. Well, why don't you turn up the air conditioning? Fang Zong could only reluctantly help Han Yibing warm his legs, and he had worked his hands to death along the way. What kind of car is this? It looks very high class. This is a Mercedes-Benz, a more than $1 million. The village head's family can't afford to buy one. So much money. How many years must this be saved without eating or drinking? That is, the rich can afford to drive. Why did such a luxury car enter our village? Is it going to the mayor's house? The women sitting at the intersection of the village were a little curious to see such a luxury car enter the village. Is that the stupid son of the village headman sitting in that car? I think so. And the driver was a little girl. It's really going to the village chief's house. The women stopped chatting at this point, especially Wang Ma, who watched with bated breath as the limousine pulled up in front of the village head's house. Look, it's a little girl driving the car, right? No, why did you take so much stuff? That little girl is so good looking. She looks like a star. It's not the village headman's stupid son who brought his girlfriend back, is it? Hearing this, Wang Ma immediately retorted. Impossible. That little cutie. How could he find such a girlfriend? People are rich and good looking. How can they look at him? There was no way she could believe that. How can the village headman's stupid son, who knows how to go and watch donkey hoof repair, find a girlfriend like that? Han Yibing was so nervous in his heart that he didn't even notice that the group of women were looking at him, not stopping to get gifts from the trunk. Mom, my classmates are here. After Fang Zong entered and greeted him, he was also very surprised to see Han Yibing take so many gifts. How did you take so many? Rites of passage. Han Yibing was very nervous in his heart, wondering if Fang Zong's parents would not be able to look at him. This is. Fang Ma went out and saw a very pretty girl and was also very surprised. Why did you bring so many other things? Hello auntie, I'm Fang Zong's classmate. Han Yibing hung a sweet smile. I didn't greet you in advance, so I'm being abrupt. What a talker. Fang Ma was overjoyed and pulled Han Yibing inside. Come in and sit down. Auntie, there's some more stuff in the trunk. I'll get it again. Han Yibing had just put the gifts in the house and was ready to get the rest again. No, don't take it. Fang Ma tried to stop it, but Han Yibing was determined to bring everything in. What are you looking at? Why don't you go get the rest of the stuff in? Seeing that Fang Zong was standing around watching the fun, Fang Ma hurriedly taught a lesson. Okay, Fang Zong had to go get the stuff himself. Auntie, I won't sit down. I'm sending Fang Zong back. I'm leaving. Han Yibing felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange and didn't dare to sit down again. Fang Ma couldn't stop her, so she could only let Fang Zong send it out. Little Fang, this is bringing your girlfriend back? As Fang Zong sent Han Yibing out, Wang Ma pretended to be concerned and asked, afraid of hearing an answer she didn't want to hear. No. Han Yibing's words made the women feel better in their hearts. I knew how the village head's stupid son could have such a good-looking and rich girlfriend. I'm chasing Fang Zong, and he hasn't promised me yet. After hearing Han Yibing's later words, their hanging hearts finally died. Fang Zong, bye. Han Yibing blushed and gave Fang Zong a peck on the cheek, then sped off with a kick of the gas. Xiao Fang, why don't you say yes to such a good girl? Wang Ma's words were full of sourness. Fang Zong hemmed and hawed without much explanation and turned around to go back home. Seeing this familiar silly smile, Wang Ma could only curse. Silly people have silly blessings. However, the matter of Fang Zong being pursued by a good-looking rich girl quickly spread in the village and became a hot topic for a while. Why don't you stay a little longer? When Father Fang rushed home, he couldn't help but complain about Mother Fang. I haven't seen it yet. Zong, isn't that your girlfriend? Fang Zong shook his head. No. Looking at the gifts sent, China and Maotai brought 2 boxes each. There was also a set of various cosmetics and even jewelry for Fang's mom. That's a nice girl. You don't want to miss out. Fang Zong didn't want to hear them talk about this, so he changed the subject. I want to learn how to get a driver's license. It's inconvenient to go home every day, so I'll rent a house in the city and come back when I finish my driver's license. Fang's father and mother naturally agreed. Okay, just take this time to develop into a girlfriend. After Fang Zong strongly requested to rent a room by himself, he could only stuff him with another $20,000, so that he could rent a better house, and if he couldn't, he could stay in a hotel. After picking up some daily necessities, Fang Zong took another taxi to the city and found a random agency. Hello, would you like to rent or buy an apartment? Seeing that Fang Zong was young and not very well dressed, several qualified agents directly ignored them and continued to play with their cell phones, except for the new little sister who went to receive them. Do you have any ready-made second homes here? The kind you can move into turnkey. Fang Zong is too lazy to rent a house. It's too much of a hassle, so it's easier to just find a second-hand house and buy it over. Yes, we have a lot of used houses here. Upon hearing that he wanted to buy a second-hand house, an old qualified agent immediately stood up with a smile piled on his face. Which place do you want to find? Without you. Fang Zong pointed at the agent's little sister who greeted him at the very beginning. You come and introduce me. The area better be bigger. Chapter 9, no one needs installments to buy a house, right? The agency girl's eyes showed a hint of gratitude when she saw that he had appointed himself to receive them, but still a little timid. Sir, I'm new here. I'm afraid. All the more reason for a newcomer to learn. Fang Zong didn't bother to care if there were any twists and turns in these intermediaries. He was just looking at this little sister's pretty face. Okay, my name is Tang Yinghua. You can just call me Xiao Tang. Sit over here. Tang Yinghua saw that he was not very old, but he was still very enthusiastic when faced with this kind of customer. Going for a smoke? The old agent who was pushed to the side had a bit of a bad look on his face and simply called his other colleagues to go out for a cigarette. Shay, only the newcomers take him seriously, and buy a house with a bigger area. Dress like that, you know it's not a rich man. I guess he just wants to come and pretend to cheat Xiao Tang's contact information. The old agent was a bit indignant and spat to his co-workers. That's right, I guess I can't even get the money to rent a room. It's only newcomers like Xiao Tang who take it seriously. They, the agents, deal with people a lot. Whether you have money or not can be seen at a glance. Like Fang Zong, such a young age to buy a house, has never heard of. Don't call me sir, just call me Fang Zong or Brother Fang. Fang Zong saw that she was a bit tense and told her to relax a bit. This agency is a chain, all dressed up in suits. Tang Yinghua, on the other hand, was wearing a western skirt suit with meat silk high heels, an elegant and intellectual look. Good-looking and very good-looking, a pair of eyes that can be drawn, like Lin Dayu's seemingly sobbing but not sobbing eyes with love, enough to make anyone have the urge to want to take into their arms. It's simply an innate holy body. It just looks like the material of the clothes is not very good, and it looks like it's from an agency. Brother Fang, which neighborhood do you want? What size do you want? Fang Zong thought for a moment. A newer neighborhood, one that has been renovated, and an area of 200 to 300 square meters. Good. Tang Yinghua quickly searched for nearby properties and called to confirm before turning her computer screen around to ask Fang Zong. Brother Fang, what do you think of this one? It was obvious from the photos that the decoration of the house was new, and it was in line with the minimalist style that Fang Zong liked. The area was also more than 260 square meters, very much in line with Fang Zong's requirements. The owner of this house has had some family problems and hasn't lived in the house, which was renovated 6 months ago, for a day. That's why the price is also slightly more expensive than the market price. The house in the same neighborhood is 28,000 a square foot, and this house is 30,000 a square foot. Tang Yinghua was still nervously looking at Fang Zong as he introduced himself. If I could see the house and be happy with it, I could book it today. Fang Zong looked at a few photos and felt that they were quite up to his standards, and he didn't want to bother, so if he could, he would just buy them. You can look at the house. Tang Yinghua hesitated, obviously having something else to say but not saying it. I'll take you there. As soon as the old agent, who had gone out for a smoke earlier, entered the door and heard the words of the two, his brows immediately furrowed. Little Tang, you're going to that house in Tian High Court? Ms. Yi said last time that if she brings anyone who can't afford it again, she won't be listing in our company. You can afford that? Don't forget, you're still in your internship. Tang Yinghua pursed her lips. Yes. Then he turned his head somewhat hesitantly and said to Fang Zong, Brother Fang, this homeowner is in a hurry to use the money and is usually quite busy. She needs to be shown ahead of time if she can afford the down payment on assets that are otherwise less willing to cooperate. Fang Zong raised an eyebrow. Do I have to make a down payment? Tang Yinghua hurriedly explained. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit worse. I'm sure the homeowner is understandable and will give the loan time. So if it's about right, we can go ahead and take a look. The old agent disagreed. No, it happened before and Ms. Yi is already very angry. If she brings anyone without enough assets again, she'll definitely pull the listing. You can take charge when the time comes. If you don't have enough for a down payment, you can get a smaller house. This little brother, I advise you, why don't you rent a room and get Don's cell phone number just the same? He had a derisive look on his face, determining that Fang Zong was just here to act like a pussy. Fang Zong crossed his legs and said indifferently to this old agent, what if I ask to see this house? The old agent was no slouch either. Then you will need to provide proof of your assets. He couldn't believe that this young man, who looked like he had just come of age, had that much money to buy a house. Tang Yinghua was cornered. Brother Fang, can you show me the down payment you prepared? Fang Zong was a little embarrassed by her sobbing eyes. I didn't prepare a down payment. The old agent's eyes teased. You definitely can't see the house without a down payment prepared. Rent a room and go. Don. The store manager said there's a meeting later, so go clean up the conference room. He was going to sidetrack Tang Yinghua, so that he wouldn't have to give this kid back the space to act like a bully. Fang Zong was a bit disappointed and walked outside as he said, "You can't buy a house here with full payment? Forget it then. I'll go next door and ask." "What?" The old agent froze. "You want full payment?" Tang Yinghua was also shocked, looking up to go next door to another company. Immediately anxious, scolded the old agent. "Are you deliberately stirring up my list?" No. The old agent rushed to his defense. "I don't want you to waste your time on people who don't have money. Shut the up. I'll tell the store manager when he gets back." Tang Yinghua wasn't spoiled at this point. "Brother Fong, don't be angry. Have a drink of water." Fong Zong glanced at the old intermediary. "There are people here who are in my way. If you don't go away, I'll complain to your head office." The old agent had no choice but to walk out of the store in frustration, as this was not in his favor. "Brother Fong, please take a screenshot of the money in the card. I'll send it to Ms. Yi and ask her to open the door." Fong Zong opened his cell phone bank balance to show her. Tang Yinghua didn't expect Fong Zong to have so much money in his hands at such a young age. The rest of the agents were also a bit confused, but they didn't dare to slack off, and each of them sat up properly, especially the old intermediary who had just walked out, secretly regretting it. At this time, the WeChat message alert rang. Tang Yinghua subconsciously looked at it, only to see a message from a woman's avatar. "Looks like a boss. The avatar's photo is dressed formally. The equity transfer agreement is ready. Come and get it." The words were said somewhat nonchalantly, and Tang Yinghua realized that it was not his money. It was his boss who asked him to come and buy the house. "Brother Fong, Ms. Yi promised. Let's go and see." Tang Yinghua didn't think about it that much. She just felt that she was too lucky today. "I had just graduated from college and couldn't find the right job before I planned to transition into an agency. I didn't expect this kind of big order after just a few days on the job. If it works out, that means a $30,000 commission on that order. Let's take a cab." Usually agents ride motorized bicycles to take people over to see the house, but this kind of big customers, Tang Yinghua will not be so slack. He stopped a cab and went straight to Tianhaiyuan. "Brother Fong, the homeowner, Ms. Yi, lives across the street from this house. Originally, I bought 2 units, one for the family, but there may have been some problems at home and there was a rush to get out." A woman with a loose ponytail and rimless glasses was standing in the hallway when she got off the elevator. Was wearing yoga clothes and had a post-workout blush on her unpowdered face. "The more I look at it, the more it looks like Psycho Sensei from an Eastern art movie. A kind of warm and gentle human wife's fait accompli. Hello Ms. Yi, this is Mr. Fong who came to see the house." Yi Wanting took one look at Fong Zong, then looked up and down with slightly skeptical eyes. "You have that much money in your card?" Tang Yinghua hurriedly explained. "Ms. Yi, the screenshot of the text message that was just sent to you is from Mr. Fong." Only then did Yi Wanting open the door of the room with confidence. The decor does look just like the photos. It looks new and is fully furnished. Even the packaging on it hasn't been torn off yet. Fong Zong turned around in the house, and Yi Wanting followed one by one to introduce the prices of these furniture. There was some showmanship in the words. After looking at the house and seeing that Fong Zong was satisfied, she said, "If I can buy it in full, I can give a parking space." Fong Zong nodded. "Yes, sign the contract." "Sign a contract?" Not only Tang Yinghua, even Yi Wanting froze. "Aren't you going to cut the price a bit?" "Cut price?" Fong Zong waved his hand. "It's too much trouble and a waste of saliva. It's just buying a house. Haggling is a waste of time. I have to find a driving school in the afternoon, so I don't have time to dawdle here. Besides, the house is newly decorated and very well furnished, so you can move in straight away with a few necessities. There would be no need to be picky." And Tang Yinghua was even more certain that it definitely wasn't his money, and anyone who was even richer would definitely cut the price. Chapter 10, I cut prices on groceries, but he doesn't cut prices on houses. This house is selling for a bit more than all the surrounding houses. Yi Wanting was also mentally prepared to cut the price. However, he didn't expect that Fong Zong was going to buy it directly after reading it. Tang Yinghua was also a bit incredulous. Was it so simple to buy a house? How does it feel easier than buying your own clothes? Even when you go out to buy a fruit yourself, you have to ask if you can get it cheaper. It just doesn't hurt to spend money that isn't your own. Yeah, sign the contract, right, and get a parking space, right? Yi Wanting was a bit confused. Full payment is a gift. Fong Zong nodded. Alright, then let's go to the store and sign the contract. I'm going to stay in tonight. The formalities will be run by Xiao Tang first. Yi Wanting saw that he was so painstaking, and naturally would not say anything more about such a trivial matter. After going back and changing into a set of clothes, he drove the two to the agency himself. Fong Zong asked in the car. Xiao Tang, does your company have any office buildings for sale? Tang Yinghua hurriedly nodded. Yes, the office building is a bit cheaper, but the area is large and requires a bit more capital. These are minor. Yi Wanting asked curiously. Mr. Fong wants to buy an office building? Is it for your own use or for rent? To start a media company. Fong Zong thought for a moment. He needed to make a video. It was better to find a professional team. Instead of working with other people, it's easier to start your own company. Mr. Fong is young and promising. I wonder what his family does. Yi Wanting thought that he was a young master of some powerful family who had come out to do business and play, and wanted to inquire about his background. The family is raising donkeys. Yi Wanting bristled, only thinking that he was talking nonsense and using words to stall himself, with some displeasure on her face. Tang Yinghua, however, nodded, which made sense. How can you have so much money at such a young age? Ms. Yi, I'm the store manager of this store. My name is Zhang. Just as Yi Wanting arrived at the agency, store manager Zhang welcomed him out. Having just heard about what happened in the store, he cursed Tang Yinghua for not knowing anything. This house of Yi Wanting's is an excellent listing, and if it is stirred up so that it is no longer listed for sale, he will be held responsible. Now when he saw some displeasure on the homeowner's face, his heart just tightened. Brother Fong, I'll go look for the property you need. Tang Yinghua didn't care that the house was ready to be sold. She was thinking about the office building that Fong Zong was going to buy afterward, and wanted to hurry up and find resources for Fong Zong to pick from. And store manager Zhang only felt finished when he heard this. Tang Yinghua took a trip with her client, while Yi Wanting had some unhappiness on her face. Surely she had come to raise hell. Maybe the listing will be pulled today. The rest of the agents were watching the fun, especially the old agent, who was smiling smugly. Sure enough, this kid was just pretending, and buying a nearly $9 million house at full price, so he can really blow it. It was only newcomers like Tang Yinghua who took such clients seriously. Store manager Zhang said with a tigerish face. Xiao Tang, what's wrong with you? Still not apologizing to Ms. Yi? Ha? Tang Yinghua froze. Apologize for what? We came back to sign the contract. Why should we apologize? Sign a contract? Store manager Zhang froze and looked back at the agents. How was it different from what had just been said? Yeah, Brother Fong is very happy with that house. Full payment to buy. Come to the store to sign the contract. Store manager Zhang continued to be confused. No, it's a deal so soon? In the past, it was very normal for clients who were buying a house to talk for hours, or even several times. How do you go out, look at a house, and get a deal? Then why are you talking about looking for other listings? Tang Yinghua explained. Brother Fong still has to buy an office building, so I'll look for a few properties to check out first. After looking for a few places, Fong Zong said, Brother Fong, take a look at these houses and see if you're satisfied. I'll go prepare the contract. Store manager Zhang was confused. When was buying a house as easy as buying vegetables at the market? The agents who were reluctant to receive Fong Zong in the beginning were repenting in their intestines at this moment. Even if you pay full price for a house, you have to buy an office building. That office building is worth $10 to $20 million. If it sells, the brokerage fee will be a fortune. Pushed over $100,000 out with his own hands. Just thinking about it made a few people want to smack themselves a few times. Well, the money went over. After signing the contract and crediting the money to the agency's account, Tang Yinghua will run the subsequent procedures. Here's the key to the room, and when I get the money, you can change the locks. Yi Wanting was relieved to see Fong Zong so painfully. You can contact me if you have any problems. After that, he drove off, and Fong Zong saw that these office buildings were not too satisfied with the listings. These are a bit small. I want to find one with more than 2,000 square feet. You go and look for it again. Good. Tang Yinghua naturally wouldn't have second thoughts. The bigger the office building, the more agency fees she could get. By the way, I have business this afternoon, and I need your help with a few things. Fong Zong said, help me find a housekeeper to clean the house, and unpack all the packaging on the furniture. And then I'd like to trouble you to buy some household items for me to send over. No problem. In the face of such a god of wealth, Tang Yinghua was willing to be instructed. Is there a driving school around here? I'd like to get a driver's license. Tang Yinghua hurriedly nodded her head. Yes, the driving school I applied for before is very good. Why don't I go over with you to take a look? Store manager Zhang, who was on the side, hurriedly said, Xiao Tang, the weather is so hot. Why don't you drive my car to send Mr. Fong? His store closes the deal and he gets some commission, but of course he has to be vertically attentive to the other side. Fong Zong nodded in satisfaction, glanced at the old agent, and said in a flat tone, Store manager Zhang, I originally thought that your company was a big store. If I didn't have a great employee like Don, I'd just go next door. Next door is another agency. The old intermediary's face turned white. and the eyes of store manager Zhang looking at him already had some killing intent. Mr. Fong, I'll punish him. Only then did Fong Zong nod and leave with Tang Yinghua. You withhold 1 month's base salary. A small punishment. Store manager Zhang smiled as he sent Fong Zong away, and when he turned his head, he had lost all his smiles. Any comments? In the car, Tang Yinghua began to test Fong Zong's bottom line. Brother Fong, this house was bought for your boss, right? How did you buy a house in your name? My boss? Fong Zong was a bit surprised. Then he reacted. This was treating Chu Qiulu as his boss, but he didn't argue. It was hard to open his mouth and say it was his money. Wouldn't that seem too thuggish? Yeah, that's the house my boss gave me. He started talking nonsense. The company has to be in my name too. I helped her press her feet all night. I deserved it. Thinking of those little white feet again, Tang Yinghua could not help but be speechless. Some contempt flashed in her eyes. So she was adopted by a rich woman. Fong Zong remembered one thing. I also need to work hard for you to help me purchase a full set of living supplies. Tang Yinghua took the opportunity to make a condition. Then you have to buy the office building from me. Chapter 11. This is my brainchild. It'll cost you more. Fong Zong snorted. It's not like your company has that much office space. I can get to that. Tang Yinghua is ready to spell out an order to fulfill this big order. And the belanger of this company office building is not you, right? Tell you what, if you buy it from me, I'll give you back 1/3 of the commission. Win-win. How's that? Fong Zong couldn't help but feel amused. You return my money? Still, seeing how serious she was, she laughed. Yes, you'll have to find the office building before I get my license off. Otherwise I'll find another company. Deal. Tang Yinghua saw that the business negotiation was accomplished and was in a good mood. And after speeding all the way to put Fong Zong at the entrance of the driving school, she turned around and left. I'll wait for you in the house tonight, and said I'd be treated to dinner. Is this little brother here to learn how to drive? Tang Yinghua's car hadn't gotten far before he was accosted by a smiling middle-aged Mediterranean. Right. Fong Zong nodded. A friend recommended me to come. Well, I'm the owner of this driving school. My name is Zhang. Fong Zong shook his hand. Fong Zong. The two entered the driving school and saw a car wash before they even entered. This is mine too. Boss Zhang laughed. Students who go out from my driving school come here for a cheap car wash. Fong Zong's heart stirred as he followed into the driving school. It says it's a driving school, but in reality it's just a driving range with 3 cars practicing on it. Little brother, don't look at me as a small driving school, but these 3 instructors are very powerful. 2 of them are veterans retired from the army and used to drive for the chief in the army. Boss Zhang introduced, and I'm cheap to learn driver's license here. Fong Zong didn't say much about this. I'll go take a look first. Boss Zhang didn't stop. Fine. Go ahead and look. Hit the wheel when you get to the point. Why are you as dumb as a pig? Can't you even read the spot? You're so stupid. You can even stall when you start? And you're a college student. You're the only one who can go to college? My dog can drive better than you. What's with the name Grass? You can just change your name to Pig. Before he could reach them, he heard someone yelling and cursing. In the middle of the driving range there was an open space with a pergola made of colored steel tiles and 3 people sitting underneath. Coming under the pergola, Fong Zong frowned and looked, only to see a car practicing backing into a garage, driven by a girl, scolded with tears in her eyes. The innocent face looked pitiful with the color of aggression. Get off your ass and go down there and think with your pig brain. Only to see a somewhat lewd middle-aged man come down from the passenger side, pointing at a person under the pergola and saying, You, come here and practice. Coach Diao, I want to wait. The lewd middle-aged man looked impatient. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. There's no time to waste with you. The man got into the driver's seat with a sad face, and the girl named Grass, but full of a grieved face to the pergola. Tears can no longer strain, rustling out of the socket. Are you new here? Coach Diao squinted at Fong Zong. Want to come and practice? Right. Coach Diao snorted coldly. A dull face. Looks like another stupid pig. Or college students. One is as stupid as a pig. He muttered in a small voice and got in the passenger side, yelling angrily at the new guy in the driver's seat. Fire it up. What are you looking at? Fong Zong frowned and asked the others. Do all the instructors at this driving school curse like this? No. Little Grass sobbed. Just Coach Diao curses. Those 2 coaches don't curse. This coach is Boss Shang's brother-in-law, and complaining doesn't work. Fong Zong doubted. Then wouldn't it be better not to practice on his car? A male trainee with glasses sitting next to him shook his head. No, if he lets you practice and you don't, he'll say you don't want to practice, and you won't even be able to practice in the other 2 cars. Fong Zong frowned. How come I haven't heard of this kind of thing before? This guy just came in. Grass had stabilized by now. When I signed up last year, there were only 2 coaches, and when I asked, I found out that this guy was just here last month. Well, don't cry. Big deal. Refund and no more lessons. The spectacled cadet hung his head. It's just better to deduct some fees than to suffer this kind of anger here. I can't back out. Grass, however, shook her head. This money is still what I earned from my summer job, so if I return it I'll still have to work to enroll in classes. That's stupid. Go down and think it over. As he spoke, Coach Diao scolded the trainee who had just gotten out of the car again. The one with glasses. Come and practice. I don't practice. The spectacled cadet got up. I'll get a refund. Refund? Coach Diao sneered. You've been practicing for so long, and you're just going for a refund now? What are you thinking? The spectacled cadet, however, was not accustomed to him. As much as I can refund. I'm too lazy to talk to you. That who? Are you practicing? Coach Diao sneered and looked at Feng Zong. If you want to practice, get in the car. I haven't signed up yet. Coach Diao squinted his eyes and snorted coldly. Who let you in to watch without enrollment? Is it that you don't have any money and want to steal a lesson? After saying that, he didn't say much to Feng Zong and said to the other male trainee sitting on the side, you get on the car. I can't practice because my stomach isn't healed yet. The male cadet played it straight. I'm going to skip practice today. Coach Diao pointed at Grass again. You then. Grass was frightened and shed another tear, but gritted her teeth and headed for the coach. Don't you go. Feng Zong couldn't stand to see Xiao Chao being bullied like this. You have a better attitude. What? Coach Diao snorted. To stand out? You didn't even sign up. What qualifications do you have to stand out? Feng Zong's voice was cold. You think I can't stand up for her? Dude, don't argue with this garbage man. The spectacled trainee said from the sidelines. Big deal. I'm not going to learn here anymore. There's no need to argue with this kind of person. Get lost if you don't want to learn. Coach Diao directly cursed. I'll see if you can back off. The spectacled cadet was scolded and his face turned red. Too lazy to talk to you. Brother, go. Knock it off. The other two coaches heard the ruckus over here and came over to see what was going on. Down two coaches, a fat one and a thin one. The fat middle-aged man smiled like the Maitreya Buddha, while the thin one was lean and had a sharp look. The person who spoke was none other than that Maitreya Buddha. Coach Diao, with the students or less conflict is better. We have something to say properly. This fat coach smiled kindly and had a good attitude. Little brother, calm down. The weather is hot and fiery. Everyone rests and takes a break. Qian Dajiang, this is none of your business. Coach Diao, however, sneered. What are you running over here for? Get lost and go back to teach your cars properly. That lean coach took a step forward with a sullen face, but was pulled back by the fat coach. Qian Dajiang, everyone, don't argue. Go to the office to talk about something. Feng Zong sneered and turned around to go to his office. As for Boss Zhang, he also saw the argument between a few people in his office and his face was a bit unsightly, but after seeing Feng Zong, he still squeezed out a smile. How about it, little brother? Want to sign up? The trainee wearing glasses, however, interrupted the conversation between the two. Whether to enroll or not is another matter. You first give me a refund of the enrollment fee. Wait a minute. Boss Zhang signaled him to wait. Feng Zong faintly said, how much can you sell this driving school for? Sell? Boss Zhang was momentarily speechless. What does that mean? Feng Zong didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Is it for sale at $1.5 million? This is my heart and soul. Starting this driving school. $1,800,000. Chapter 12, if an apology helps, what do we need the police for? No dude, aren't you here to enroll? How come you're still buying a driving school? The spectacled trainee was a little confused at this point. Feng Zong didn't look as big as he was, and when he came to get a refund, he directly wanted to buy a driving school. People are so different from each other, aren't they? Boss Zhang's expression was very difficult. When I first opened this driving school, I gave away a lot of money in order to get a license. $2 million a bite. Feng Zong faintly said, forget it if it doesn't work. Deal. Boss Zhang immediately held out his hand. I'll draw up the contract. Wait a minute. Feng Zong said to him, I'll transfer 1/3 to you first, and give you the final payment after signing the contract. Boss Zhang was even more relieved at this point. No problem. Feng Zong lifted his steps towards the open space, and Boss Zhang and the spectacled trainee followed behind. Watch the spot and hit it fast. Are you blind? Coach Diao's voice was still as menacing as ever. Seeing Feng Zong bring Boss Zhang over from the car, he just sneered and got out of the car. Paid the money? Come up and practice. Practice Nima. Feng Zong directly droned. Now immediately get out of this driving school. Xiao Chao, who had gotten off the practice bike, frozen looked at Feng Zong with some disbelief. The spectacled cadet, however, had a gloating look on his face as he watched the show. Coach Diao flung himself at Feng Zong. Who are you? Stop. Boss Zhang droned. Why don't you hurry up and apologize? He was now afraid that this wealthy man would not buy his driving school because of this. This driving school was sold at a premium, and in a couple of months the rent is due. Still need to pay the rent. The first 3 years they have already made the money, and now turn around and sell. Another large amount of income. If this god of fortune didn't buy it, he would have to beat this brother-in-law to death. Brother-in-law? On what grounds do you apologize? Coach Diao pointed at Fong Zong. You just scolded me, didn't you? Fong Zong sneered repeatedly. How about just scolding you for this? You seek death. Coach Diao clenched his fists and was about to punch at Fong Zong, but he was kicked to the ground by Boss Zhang. I told you to stop, you can't hear me, can you? And he cursed me? Can't you hear it? Coach Diao was a bit unconvinced and got up from the ground. At this time the other two coaches also saw this scene, rushed over to prepare to pull the fight, and that lean coach, seeing Fong Zong cursing like that, had some admiration in his eyes. Cursing you is cursing you. How dare you hit someone? Boss Zhang pointed at Coach Diao and droned. Still not apologizing? Apologize? Coach Diao sneered. You let my sister talk to me. Boss Zhang was so angry that he trembled. Don't use your sister to pressure me. I'm telling you, if you don't apologize today, you don't want to work here anymore. Just you? You can say that too? Coach Diao, however, was full of disdain. If it wasn't for my sister getting you so much money to open a driving school, do you think you could open it? Fong Zong said indifferently. I'm in charge here now. Do you have a coaching license? You're in charge? Who are you? Coach Diao squinted. Boss Zhang said in a cold voice. This Boss Fong just bought this driving school. I'm no longer the boss here. What? The crowd's jaws dropped at the words. What the hell? Didn't you say you hadn't paid the enrollment fee yet? The cost of enrolling your family is buying out the driving school? Brother-in-law, don't tease. Coach Diao didn't believe it at all. How old is he? Can he have that much money? But when he saw that Boss Zhang didn't say anything, his heart began to beat a drum. Really? Really? That little grass that was originally scolded for crying, at this moment, forgot to wipe her tears, and stared at this farce with wide eyes. The spectacled cadet, however, was full of excitement, which also hit him in the face. It's almost like cool writing shining through. Fong Zong stared at Coach Diao. I'm asking you, do you have a coaching license? Why not? Coach Diao took an ID out of his pocket. Look. Fong Zong took a look and sneered. Alright, now you can't even leave if you want to. Coach Diao looked flustered. What do you mean? Fong Zong sat on a small chair and crossed his legs, holding the document in one hand and slapping the other, using fake documents to solicit unlicensed instructors, insulting the personality of the students, and causing damage to the driving school. Speaking to the spectacled cadet, he said, give me your collection code. How much is your enrollment fee? 2001. Fong Zong sent over 200, causing students to drop out of classes. Do you think the police will lock you up for a while? Coach Diao's face whitened with every word he uttered. At the end of the day, he was so anxious that he reached out to snatch the ID from Fong Zong's hand, but was grabbed by the lean coach with one hand. Listen to the new boss's lecture. Fong Zong looked at him approvingly, then sneered and said to Coach Diao, I still have to get a lawyer to sue you. I can afford to procrastinate. Can you afford to procrastinate? What's going on? Boss Zhang was also a bit flustered. Didn't I pay you to get a license? How could it be a fake license? Coach Diao didn't want to answer yet, but he was pinched hard on the arm by the lean man. I didn't pass the test. I'll take that money and spend it. Yeah, you. Boss Zhang was all pissed off. You're really rotten. Boss Fong, this is my brother-in-law. Can you see if you can be magnanimous and let him go? Fong Zong looked at Xiao Chao and the spectacled trainee. What do you guys think? Can't put it. The spectacled cadet sneered and laughed. It's only good to get him in there and lock him up for a while. Grass thought for a moment and said, as long as he gives me an apology, I can forgive him. I don't care if the others do or don't. Willing to apologize and willing to the money. Boss Zhang hurriedly said to Coach Diao. Still not apologizing to Xiao Chao? Coach Diao is still taut and unwilling to apologize. Before he was all high and mighty to train these trainees, but now he has to apologize. He feels that he cannot wipe his face. Do you want to go in there and go to jail? Boss Zhang squeezed his voice out from between his teeth. Dao, apologize. Upon hearing that he was going to jail, Coach Diao got scared, looked at Xiao Chao, and somewhat carelessly threw out 3 words. I'm sorry. Grass's face was a bit unsightly. This was too perfunctory. That's it? Fong Zong, however, sneered. I want you to kneel down and kowtow 3 times to apologize. Don't be too bullying. Coach Diao was so angry that his face turned white. Fong Zong, however, was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly took out his cell phone to make a call. Boss Fong, wait a minute. Boss Zhang kicked Coach Diao in the ass. Do you want to go to jail? Coach Diao's face struggled for a moment, and with a clench of his teeth, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Little Grass. Right. No. Get up. When he finished, he got up, his face reddening. Grass's tears flowed again, but there was still some excitement in his eyes. What about this one? Fong Zong, however, pointed one hand at the spectacled trainee. I wouldn't need you to apologize, but this is a student of the driving school. and even though you've been refunded, you still need to be mindful of the influence of the driving school. Coach Diao was so angry that he was trembling, but the situation was stronger than the people, and he gritted his teeth and knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Good, very sincere. Fang Zong stood up with a smile on his face, but I still choose to call the police. I'll fight you, Coach Diao hissed as he was about to pounce towards Fang Zong. Chapter 13, The Landlord's Foolish Son? Likes to play with water guns. Where's Spell Nima? The lean coach didn't have to hold back at this point, and with one tackle he had Coach Diao on the ground. Boss Fang. Just as Boss Zhang was about to open his mouth to plead for mercy, he was interrupted by Fang Zong. You've suffered a lot of anger for having such a brother-in-law, haven't you? He's trying to mess up your business now, and you're not going to keep the money for yourself if you take it, are you? Do you think his sister would be happy for him to lose the money? Boss Zhang immediately stopped talking and stood aside to stop talking. Fang Zong laughed softly, dialed the police, and said to the eye-rolling Coach Diao, go in and reflect on yourself. You won't be sentenced for long anyway, but you're going to have to figure out how you're going to pay for it. Soon the police came and took Coach Diao away. Boss Fang, I'm going to draw up a contract. When Boss Zhang saw that this bad brother-in-law was taken away, he was in a good mood and walked a lot lighter. Brother, you are really good. The spectacled cadet gave a thumbs up. Are you still enrolled here? I'll re-enroll. Fang Zong waved his hand. Wait until I finish my driver's license first. No, you really came over here ready to enroll? The spectacled cadet was surprised. The rest of the crowd also looked astonished. Fang Zong nodded. Right, buying it will be more convenient for me to take the exam. Buy it. Easy for you to say. Looks like another super rich kid. After the spectacled trainee boasted a few more times, he saw that Fang Zong had no intention of continuing to pay attention to him, so he left in disinterest. Boss, I'm Qian Dajiang, and this is Qin Jia. Qian Dajiang, who smiled like the Maitreya Buddha, hurriedly introduced the two of them to Fang Zong. Fang Zong handed out his ID card. Make a reservation for me for tomorrow's Subject 1 test, and I'll practice for Subject 2. Little Grass was on the sidelines. Boss Fang, thank you. Fang Zong waved his hand. It's not simply to take it out on you, whatever it is you're after. I want to thank you. Grass held out her hand. My name is Tsung Grass. Fang Zong reached out and shook her hand. Fang Zong. It was only then that he took a closer look at Song Xiao Chao and realized that although there were still remnants of tear marks on her face, he recalled that no matter what time it was, even when she was in tears, Song Xiao Chao's eyes carried a hint of stubbornness in them. Moreover, she had a pure look, and the skin on her body was as white as jade, just like a jade person. The body, on the other hand, looked a little thin, and the arms that reached out didn't even look like they had much meat on them. Fang Zong, in order not to let her owe her a favor, directly made a request. If you really want to thank me, read the Subject 1 test questions to me while I'm practicing. The lean coach, Qin Jia, frowned and asked, Boss, you haven't looked at the Subject 1 question bank yet? Fang Zong let out a light laugh. Those questions are all too simple. Just take a look and you'll get it. Qin Jia raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything else as the three of them got into the car together. Song Xiao Chao took out her old red rice phone and read the test questions to Fang Zong in the back seat. Instead, Qin Jia talked about how to drive and the points to watch out for before letting Fang Zong start operating. But to my surprise, Fang Zong smoothly reversed the car into the garage on the first hand. Successively, the side parking and half-hill start in the back were also a handful. It's kinda easy. After Fang Zong practiced 2 laps, he said to Qian Dajiang, who had sent his ID card over, make another appointment for Subject 2. It's best to take the test together tomorrow. Qian Dajiang looked at Qin Jia with some surprise, but Qin Jia nodded helplessly. Fang Zong drove up to the entrance of the driving school. Who's running this car wash business? Qin Jia explained. Whoever is available does it. Usually Boss Zhang himself. After practicing for a few laps, Boss Zhang came back with the contract, and Fang Zong gave up the opportunity to practice to Song Xiao Chao. Boss Fang, then tomorrow we'll do the name change procedure? Boss Zhang received the final payment and his mouth grinned widely. Or if you say a time, it's convenient for me. Wait until I call you. Boss Zhang nodded his head busily. Fine, whatever. After that, he grabbed some personal items from his desk and left. Fang Zong, on the other hand, slipped to the car wash and fiddled with the high-pressure water gun. What do you think of this new boss? Qian Dajiang drilled into the backseat of the 2 practicing cars. The ID card has just turned 18, and it is estimated that he has just finished taking the college entrance examination. Qin Jia was a bit surprised. Just became an adult? And you're so rich? $2 million straight out? Song Xiao Chao, who was practicing, couldn't help but be distracted for a moment at the words. Qian Dajiang curiously said, also booked Subject 1 and Subject 2. I see that I just practiced the car very well. I reckon he's driven a car before. Qin Jia thought for a moment and said, is he here to pretend? Qian Dajiang, however, waved his hand. Whether or not people are here to pretend, I think they are really powerful anyway. Going around to the entrance of the driving school, the people in the car watched Fang Zong playing with the high-pressure water gun, and were speechless again. The boss is really different. Even his hobbies are different from mortals. Qian Dajiang shook his head and shook his brain. And killing and ruthless. You and I should be careful. When he spoke, he saw that the car had shifted a little, and hurriedly said, Little grass you're going to take the test tomorrow, so practice more today. Yes. Song Xiaoqiao hurriedly collected her mind and stopped imagining things. Fang Zong, on the other hand, was happily rushing around on the ground with a high-pressure water gun, which was the real purpose of him buying this driving school. The driving school would only be considered an addition to this car wash, which he would like to convert directly into a wash bay. To say what video was the most stress-relieving, it was still the carpet shampooing video that was the most stress-relieving, and it was also Fang Zong's favorite type of video to watch. When he first saw it, he wanted the job, and now he finally had the chance. After playing for a while, he realized that it was getting late and asked Qian Dajiang to drive the coach to send him back to the neighborhood. Duck duck duck. The sound of the door opening, however, came from behind him. Fang Zong looked back and saw that Ji Wanning was wearing a silk nightgown, which claimed her figure to be hidden. She leaned against the doorframe and smiled. Hello new neighbors, I've made dinner, would you like to join us for some? Without waiting for Fang Zong to reply, at this moment, Tang Yinghua opened the door. Sorry, just tidying up the house. Only then did Ji Wanning look at the two men somewhat indistinctly, her eyes somewhat playful. Tang Yinghua saw this look and hurriedly explained. I'm helping him with some household items. Got it, I got it. Ji Wanting let out a light laugh and went back inside and closed the door. Tang Yinghua, on the other hand, pulled Fang Zong through the door with some exasperation. Why don't you help explain? Explain what? Fang Zong said with amusement. The cleaner the better. Tang Yinghua, however, spat lightly. Bah, what clearer self-cleaning? That's coaxing yourself. Look around the house and see what's missing. Fang Zong looked around the house and realized that all sorts of things were very well prepared. Even oil, salt, soy and vinegar. Nice and complete. He saw that there were even women's items in the house, including safety balloons. Go out to dinner. Fang Zong was very satisfied. Take your pick of places, then I can pick the expensive ones? Tang Yinghua's eyes twinkled. Go shopping with me again? Fang Zong sized her up. Yes, but let's change your suit first. This one is too subpar. The black silk is a bit off. Chapter 14, Raise some money? Are you buying this mall? What are you buying me clothes for? Tang Yinghua suddenly rose a wave of alarm. You're not trying to pick me up, are you? Fang Zong froze. Who said I paid you out of pocket? Tang Yinghua rolled her eyes. Then what do you care what I wear? Beware of your rich boss getting upset. While the two of them were talking, Tang Yinghua drove to the entrance of a Chinese-looking restaurant with a plaque that read, Xingjia Cuisine. This is a private restaurant. I've only heard that it's expensive, but I don't know how expensive. Please? You've driven there and you're asking me if I'm invited? Fang Zong also returned a blank stare and was about to pull open the car door to get out, but was suddenly pulled back by Tang Yinghua. Why don't we just go clothes shopping first? Her voice seemed a little strained, her fingers rubbing the clothes on her body. Fang Zong let out a light laugh. People pick hotels. No hotel picks people. He saw that someone had just gone in with a female companion, and the person's clothes looked like they had been designed and made of better materials. I guess Tang Yinghua had some inferiority complex because of this, and drove the car straight to the nearby mall. It was still early, and she wasn't in a hurry to get to the restaurant, so she got to the mall and started wandering around. I had to reward myself for closing a big deal today. Seeing some doubts in Fang Zong's eyes, Tang Yinghua explained. Fang Zong became interested in her. Do you want to come over and be my assistant? It would take a lot of running around to get everything in the house today, but this woman did it all, and he appreciated the ability to do it. Tang Yinghua casually asked, as an assistant, how much a month? Fang Zong didn't know how much money was appropriate to give, so he said directly, how about a commission on this order of yours? My commission for this order is $30,000. Tang Yinghua shot Fang Zong a suspicious look. 30,000 is 30,000. It or not. Tang Yinghua was even more suspicious. Are you sure you're not trying to pick me up? Seeing Fang Zong smile without saying anything, she turned to ask, your rich boss let you have female assistants around? While she was speaking, she heard someone from the store next to her call her, Tang Yinghua. The two turned their heads to see a man in overalls with some anger on his face. Who is he? As he spoke, he even pointed at Fang Zong, looking at him as if there was undying hatred in his eyes. Tang Yinghua had some impatience on her face. What do you care? After saying that, he pulled Fang Zong and was about to leave. As soon as he saw Tang Yinghua pulling Fang Zong's arm, the man became even more furious and ran directly in front of the two to stop them. Who is this? You explain it to me clearly. The action and sound caused others in the mall to gather around. Tang Yinghua was anxious. Ma Deliang, I have nothing to do with you. Who are you to question me? Never mind. Ma Deliang was angry and anxious. I've been chasing you for 4 years. Now you're telling me that it has nothing to do with me? Fong Zong couldn't help but laugh. No, this dude named Mard something or other has been chasing after him for 4 years without success, proving that you really don't have a relationship. You shut up, Ma Deliang said sharply to Tang Yinghua. I've been chasing you for 4 years, and I can't even move you? Tang Yinghua was all but helpless. Big brother, I've told you countless times in 4 years that I don't like you and won't be with you. Because of you, I didn't have a single relationship in my 4 years of college, so will you let me off the hook? These words caused Fong Zong to puff even more as he couldn't hold back his laughter. When Ma Deliang heard this, but his face showed a smile. I knew that you have me in your heart. Because of me, 4 years are not in love. Must be waiting for me. Fong Zong sputtered with laughter. No dude, how do you understand that? You shut up, Ma Deliang said to Tang Yinghua. Tell me what your relationship is. Tell me and you'll leave. Client, he bought a house today. Thank me for buying me dinner. Okay? Tang Yinghua felt humiliated in the face of the eyes of the people around her surveying over, and only wanted to hurry and get away from this madman. But Ma Deliang was skeptical. Just him? Looks like he just started college, right? He has money to buy a house? People are much richer than you. Tang Yinghua pulled Fong Zong and was about to leave, but he was stopped by Ma Deliang again. Rich? Don't lie to me. What exactly is your relationship? What a customer. What am I lying to you for? Tang Yinghua was all but helpless. One look told her that she had been pestered by this person many times over these 4 years. Ma Deliang didn't believe it. Prove that he has money and show me. After saying that, he pointed to the Gucci store next to him. If he's got the money, he'll buy something here to prove it. Why should I spend my money to prove it to you? Fong Zong looked amused. What's the point of proving it? Change your sentence to count your money? Ma Deliang was provoked into more anger by his somewhat disdainful look. How much you buy something? I'll buy something at the same price. Let's see who's rich. He didn't believe that someone Fong Zong's age had much money. It must be Tang Yinghua who lied. Buying a house at the age of just starting college? No way. Tang Yinghua came to Fong Zong's side and said quietly, buy something cheap. I'll return the money to you later. Don't get entangled with him. Fong Zong gave her an amused look, then said to Ma Deliang, how much do I buy, and how much do you buy? Right. Ma Deliang gritted his teeth. Whoever can't afford to buy something, don't show up in front of Hua Hua in the future. Wah wah, Fong Zong said with amusement. Okay, what if you don't keep your promise? Then I'm not a man. Madeline put down her harsh words. Tang Yinghua's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement, and she came over to Fong Zong's side and said, buy $30,000 worth of stuff, and I'll pay you back when I get paid. It seemed like she was fighting to get rid of this guy. Take the commission that just came in and just have to give it away. Wait, I'll withdraw some money. Fong Zong looked at the system and realized that after the promotion, the number of likes for his videos had skyrocketed, and the dozen or so videos had increased by more than 11 million likes combined, with an average of 800,000 likes added to each video. Combined, the system returned another $11 billion. Okay, you withdraw all your WeChat balance and see how much you can get. Ma Deliang had a mocking look on his face. He could see that the clothes on Fong Zong were not even good, and he was still using a red rice phone. That he's rich? Might as well say 2 eggs each. Tang Yinghua was also a little worried and looked towards Fong Zong's cell phone, only to see a large string of numbers on the text message from the bank prompting the arrival of the account. No, are you withdrawing so much money to buy this mall? A flash of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Could this be a gigolo who was being kept by his rich boss? Gigolo is so lucrative? Madeline went towards the store first, and the teller inside the store was just eating melon at the door. There's a little bit of excitement now when you see the person in question walk up. Hello gentlemen. Hello ma'am. It didn't happen that the tellers looked at people and didn't want to receive them. They all wanted to come over and eat their melons, not stopping to look between the three with gossip-watching eyes, as if guessing the true relationship between the three. When they looked at Fong Zong, these tellers had a number in their hearts. This person really didn't have any money. Chapter 15, The Man I Licked. Is he your licking dog? Fong Zong's dress was still the clothes he had bought randomly on the internet, and although his family was rich, he didn't really care about this aspect. Coupled with cheaper phones like the Redmi, these counter ladies, who spend their days dealing with rich people, have honed an excellent knack for reading things and recognizing prices. People like Fong Zong are not quality customers at first glance, but there was fun to be had, and the tellers were still quite welcoming. Pick it. Madrian provoked. Don't be unable to pay when the time comes. Fong Zong, on the other hand, casually picked up a perfume beside him, looked at it and then put it down. Is it too expensive, so that you can't afford it? Ma Deliang looked at the price. Disdainful smile. The district is only a few $100s. On this also put down? The counter girl's eyes were a little playful, as if she was watching someone pretend on the spot. These, wrap them up. Fong Zong, however, pointed at the perfume cabinet and said, I'll take every single one. Sir, there are 8 perfumes here. Should I take one of each? The counter girl was a little surprised. Their commission is tied to their performance, because it doesn't affect her performance if she bets on it. Fong Zong, however, shook his head. Wrap up all the stock in your store. Taking one is a bit too stingy. Ma Deliang's face changed a bit at the words, but still stalked his neck. It's just some perfume. How much can it be worth? Total 82. 134. Fong Zong nodded and turned his head to Ma Deliang. Pick it. Tang Yinghua tugged on his arm from behind. Don't buy so much. You settle the bill first. Madeline's face darkened a bit. He said unconvincingly, I just don't believe you have that much money. That much? Fong Zong shook his head. That's as far as your eyesight goes. Then he looked to the counter girl. Pick out 2 outfits for her, accessories and all, plus all types of bags to go with them. The counter girl was a little skeptical of his ability, but out of professionalism, she prepared the match as instructed. Tang Yinghua, however, whispered, I don't have that much money to pay you back. Consider it a thank you gift for today. Fong Zong smiled and showed the counter girl the WeChat balance. Don't worry, I'm not fooling you. The counter girl took a look at the amount and her breath immediately caught twice. Yes. She looked at the teenager in front of her with some disbelief, and then very respectfully invited Tang Yinghua to go and try on the clothes. Before leaving, he even glanced at Madrian with a pitiful look. Madrian could feel the atmosphere in the store change, but still stood dead still. He would never give up until the last moment. When Tang Yinghua came out in her clothes, there wasn't much difference. The designs of these big luxury brands are just that anyway. It was just the various bags that were packed up behind them that stood out. Sir, the total spending is $172. 829. Fong Zong went to pay and turned his head to look at Ma Deliang. Know the gap? You. Ma Deliang only felt his face heating up and looked at Tang Yinghua with almost pleading eyes. Hua, I've been chasing you for 4 years, and I'm working here to make money to marry you. I've turned you down a million times. Tang Yinghua sighed. I really don't like you. I hope you don't pester me. I beg you. Let me go, okay? Fong Zong interrupted the conversation between the two. Buddy, we are all standing and peeing. Don't take what you said as a fart. Hurry up and go. Ma Deliang's face turned red, and after a final glance at Tang Yinghua, he lowered his head and walked out quickly. Fong Zong, on the other hand, and Tang Yinghua each carried a bunch of bags and continued to go to the mall. Don't buy it, right? Tang Yinghua was a bit scared. I'm wearing these clothes and that's enough. That won't work. Fong Zong, however, shook his head. You're best suited for professional attire. Hurry up and go buy it. Unable to resist, Tang Yinghua had to go back to buy professional clothes. Although most of the good professional clothes are customized, but there are also finished products at the high end. After picking out 2 at random, this was out of the mall. Let's go and eat. While Fong Zong was feeling a bit tired, Tang Yinghua was very excited. The envious gazes of the people at the mall looking at her just now made her float as if she had been drinking immortal wine. When she arrived at the entrance of Qingjia Kai, this time she got off the car with great confidence and entered the private restaurant with Fong Zong. Inside the decoration is still very Chinese. The waiter is also very enthusiastic. The food is naturally very expensive, but also tastes extremely good, so that the two people eat a little bit of support. So full, Tang Yinghua leaned back in her chair, her hand caressing her stomach, and suddenly turned her head and asked, You're not being adopted by a rich boss, are you? How did you guess this time? Fong Zong was somewhat amused. Tang Yinghua bristled. Even a good-looking white boy can't be worth that much money. Fong Zong laughed. I never said that I was adopted by a rich boss. Why did you help me today? After eating her fill, Tang Yinghua's pair of seemingly sobbing eyes looked even more charming under the warm-colored light. It looks like it's been stretched out, making it a bit overwhelming to look at. Fong Zong let out a light laugh. It makes me want to laugh a little bit by your sad life, because a crazy person made you not even fall in love in college. Tang Yinghua got a little angry at the sound of it. My first love. Every time someone confessed to me, I was driven away by this lunatic. Seeing Fong Zong's smiling face, she couldn't help but purse her lips. Thank you for today. Then you'll be my assistant. Tang Yinghua thought for a moment. Wait until you finish buying the office building in my hands. That way I can still get some more commission. That's right too. Fong Zong laughed. And you said you'd share half of my commission. Tang Yinghua's cheeks blushed slightly, hearing the teasing in these words, rolling her eyes. No more points. That won't do. It's a deal. Fong Zong laughed out loud. You hurry up and go find a listing. When he finished, he asked the waiter to come in and check out. The moment the door opened, he met a pair of eyes. It was his classmate, Zhang Tongkai. Fong Zong. Zhang Tongkai came straight in. What are you doing here? He was followed by a few others. one of whom, a man in a suit, stared in disbelief when he heard the name. Crossing over to Zhang Tongkai, he asked, "May I ask if you are Mr. Fong?" "Yes." Fong Zong nodded. "Which one are you?" The man hurriedly extended his hand. "I'm the president of Citibank. My name is Lu, Governor Lu." Fong Zong shook his hand. "You're the one who called me earlier, right?" Governor Lu hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I made the call." Zhang Tongkai froze, and the middle-aged man behind him who looks like him was also a bit surprised. "Governor Lu, this is..." Governor Lu was just about to introduce himself, but when he heard Fong Zong wanting to settle the bill, he hurriedly said, "Mr. Fong, this meal is on me." After that, he took out his cell phone and just checked out. "Uncle Lu, why are you so polite to him?" Zhang Tongkai all looked silly. This Governor Lu is the guest that his father wants to invite, all the way to be respectful. However, he didn't want Governor Lu to be so polite to Fong Zong, not just a farmer's son. As for that, Governor Lu turned his head to look at Zhang Tongkai. "Mr. Fong is a big customer of our bank." "Big clients?" Zhang Tongkai's eyes widened. Fong Zong was worthy of being called a big client? Chapter 16, Women? What's more important than the subject test? "Uncle Lu, is there a mistake?" Zhang Tongkai wondered. Is it someone with the same name? Just him? Or a big client? Their family only has a total of 2,000 donkeys. Even if they sold them all, it would only be over $10 million, right? Governor Lu looked at him like he was a little cutie. Like looking at him, "Are you saying that I recognized the wrong customer?" "Don't talk nonsense." The middle-aged man behind Zhang Tongkai pulled him. "Kai, is this your classmate?" "Yeah, same class." The middle-aged man extended his hand. "Hello Mr. Fong, I'm Zhang Tongkai's father." Fong Zong shook it lightly. "Hello, we'll be leaving then," Governor Lu hurriedly said. "Mr. Fong, today I saw that your card has arrived at another 11 billion. And this money." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Tongkai and his father stared at Fong Zong with wide eyes in disbelief. 11 billion? Such a horrible cash flow? Of course, some big corporations have a lot more money in the bank than that, but the cash flow was very tight. And the fact that there was so much cash readily available meant that Fong Zong had much more than that, and it does seem a bit excessively rich to just leave it on the card willy-nilly. "You," Zhang Tongkai felt his throat a little dry. "How did you get so much money?" Fong Zong glanced at him, not wanting to talk to him, and said to Governor Lu, "When I have time I'll go to the bank to find you for a detailed chat." "Good." Governor Lu hurriedly offered to exchange contact information. "Call ahead when the time comes. I'll be waiting at the bank." Watching Fong Zong leave, the three of them then exited the private room and went to the reserved room. These things. Tang Yinghua sent Fong Zong back to the neighborhood and looked at the things in the car, not knowing what to do. Fong Zong's voice was flat. "You take all the clothes and bags. You keep a set of perfume, and I'll take the remaining perfume to give away." With so many perfumes, Tang Yinghua wouldn't be able to use them all, so leaving her a set would be enough. "Thank you for today." The watery color of Tang Yinghua's regal eyes intensified. She felt that today's luck was just too good. She had actually met Fong Zong. "Find an office building as soon as possible." Fong Zong glanced at the long black silk legs. "When you become an assistant in the future, keep your dressing style like this." Tang Yinghua's heart rejoiced. Good. Only after saying that did she somewhat reluctantly start the car and leave, wishing Fong Zong would let her stay before she left. But no call was heard until the corner was turned back. When Fong Zong opened the door, the one behind him opened again. He turned his head to look. Yu Wanting was leaning on the doorframe again, her curves revealed under the light. "Long night, join us for a drink?" Her voice seemed a little lazy and seductive. Fong Zong, however, didn't have the heart. No time. When he entered the house, he closed the door to his room, not giving Yu Wanting the slightest chance to stay. "Drinking? I have a subject 1 test tomorrow. How can I have time to drink with you?" After arriving home and casually washing, I opened my cell phone and began to read the exercise library of subject 1. These questions are relatively easy, but it's better to have seen them once. Yu Wanting looked at the closed door of the room across from her, her expression a little dumbfounded. Then a wave of shame surged through her heart. After a cold grunt, he turned and slammed the door shut. "Definitely a give. Master, be safe on the road. Governor Lu takes his time." Zhang Tongkai's father smiled happily at the car window, bending over in a gesture of respect. It wasn't until after the car was gone that he straightened up, seeing Zhang Tongkai looking at him from the side. He sighed. "You know how hard it is to do business, right, Dad? You've worked hard." Zhang Tongkai's emotions are somewhat complex. His father to Lu Governor so lick. Lu Governor but the other vertical so lick. "Wouldn't you be at the bottom of the food chain? Dad, there's a favor I'd like to ask you." Zhang Tongkai weighed his words. "Do you know my classmate Han Yibing?" "No." Zhang Tongkai's father nodded. "That school girl, Her mother is Chu Chiolu from Far Delivery Logistics, right? Right, Zhang Tongkai said. Their family business has some problems. Isn't the capital flow of our company solved? I would like to ask, can you step in and help their family? If I can help, Han Yibing will definitely look at me differently. He had been thinking about this for a day. Han Yibing must have known that Fang Zong had money before, so that's why he was so nice to Fang Zong. Although his own family was not as rich as Fang Zong, but was able to step in and help her. When the two were compared, Han Yibing would surely fall madly in love with himself. Help their family? Zhang Tongkai's father's heart stirred. I heard that Chu Chiolu is also a beautiful woman. Yes, I've seen it. Zhang Tongkai's eyes also lit up. Han Yibing's mother is very good looking, and I heard that she hasn't been looking for a new person since her dad died. After saying that, the two looked at each other and both smiled. Okay, go ask Han Yibing out and inquire about how much money her family needs. Zhang Tongkai's father patted him on the shoulder. As long as the money isn't a lot, what's the harm in helping her out? The two laughed out in unison again. Only Zhang Tongkai's father's eyes were clearly more calculating. That family business in the hands of the mother and daughter. If we could get the mother and daughter, wouldn't that be a fortune? Hello boss. Early the next morning, Qian Dajian drove to the neighborhood to pick up Fang Zong to take the test. When he got into the car, he realized that Song Xiaoqiao was also in the car. Don't call me boss, just call me Fang Zong. He wasn't very fond of the title. Qian Dajiang agreed with a light smile, then said, Boss, I've booked you into the first batch of the Subject 1 exam, so that it won't delay you today. Okay. Fang Zong turned his head and asked Song Xiaoqiao, today's test for Subject 2, do you feel you can pass? Song Xiaoqiao was obviously a little nervous and nodded with a tight little face. It should be able to pass. After arriving at the examination center, Fang Zong went directly to take the Subject 1. These questions are very simple. Even if you haven't read it, you can pass it with regular logical deduction. After leaving the exam room, Qian Dajiang was waiting outside, and when he saw him come out, he said, Xiaoqiao's exam is still early. I'll send you back first? Could be. Fang Zong nodded, and after getting into the car, he received a call from Han Yibing. What's going on today? I'm going to go to the 4S store and buy a car. As soon as Han Yibing heard this, he said, I'm going too. If she wants to come over, Fang Zong has no objection, and she looks quite eye-catching by her side. Okay, then you come to Mercedes-Benz 4S store. After hanging up the phone, Qian Dajiang naturally knew the address and drove his car towards the destination. Fang Zong said in the car, Uncle Qian, the two of you are paid. Qian Dajiang hurriedly picked up. The base salary is 4,005. Commission is calculated separately. Every month down to more than $8,000 or so. No 5 insurance and 1 gold. Fang Zong frowned. Give you 20,000. Boss, are you driving us? Qian Dajiang's expression tightened as he eased the car to the side of the road. $20,000 is considered severance pay? He could see that this new owner just wasn't here to run a driving school, just to spread money around for fun. Fang Zong froze. Not firing you guys. The 20,000 I said was for you to add to the base salary. The commission is separate. Sometime later, I may have to shoot short videos at the driving school and need you guys to appear in them, but the performance fee is also for you guys at a separate rate. As for the 5 insurance policies, they are paid in full by the driving school. Qian Dajiang's eyes grew bright as he listened. Boss, what do you want us to do? As long as we don't break any laws or discipline. Anything. Chapter 17, no? You bought a tractor with $3 million of pocket money. Mr. Feng, call me anytime you need a car. Qian Dajiang was full of smiles and cheered Fang Zong off. If not for Fang Zong telling him not to exaggerate too much, he would have wanted to run over and open the door for Fang Zong. Did you get your driver's license? Han Yibing's beautiful legs appeared in front of Fang Zong, making him unable to resist looking at them twice more. Fang Zong laughed. I took Subject 1 today. Reserve a car in advance. Get your license in a month, and it will also arrive just in time. The two men talked their way toward the store, where the salesperson came over to greet them neither overly enthusiastically nor coldly. Hello sir and ma'am, I'm the sales in the store. My name is Lu Yao. From the moment they entered, it was clear that the two men were not old enough to look like customers who could afford to spend money. In accordance with the order of reception, should she receive, can only secretly say a bad luck, but not to throw the face. The service industry, there is no qualification to pick customers. Fang Zong directly made a request. I'll take a look at the Maybach. Okay, this way sir. Lu Yao was more than sure that this was just a young couple coming over to see the luxury cars for a while. Not many people in this city could afford a luxury car of this caliber. What kind of car do aunts and uncles drive? Han Yibing was skeptical. Isn't it too eye-catching for you to buy this kind of car without letting your family know? You come as a shield. Fang Zong whispered and laughed. I told them that your family is rich and drives all the cars. Han Yibing's cheeks blushed slightly. So, I'm the one who bagged you? You could say that. Fang Zong laughed. Then he laughed. I also want to buy a tractor for the family. The one we have at home hasn't been working very well for a long time. Honeybing slapped his nothing chest. Since sis wrapped you up, I'll wrap up your family as well. I'll pay for the tractor. Fang Zong had rewarded her with so much money, and it would be $5 million in her hands, so it wouldn't be easy to buy a tractor to thank her. How much is a tractor? It's called spending a little money to do a lot of work. A girl who knows her way around so well, Fang Zong must be particularly fond of her. Fang Zong raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? That's for sure. Lu Yao, who was walking ahead of the two, heard the sound of their conversation in her ears. I vaguely heard something about sis wrapping you up and buying a tractor or something like that, and I was even more sure of my suspicions. It must be that the rich girl was emotionally tricked by a yellow hair who wanted to take the opportunity to use the rich girl for the benefit of his family. I'm afraid this time they all came to buy a Maybach because they wanted to trick the rich girl into giving them money to spend. But with such an expensive car, would a rich girl who didn't look too old have so much money? Sir, this is the Maybach S680. Lu Yao introduced it salaciously. The landing price is $23 million. Fang Zong pulled open the car door and sat in. I have to say, expensive for the price. And as soon as you sit in it, you feel completely wrapped up in the seats, and the interiors all look very high-end and upscale. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Honeybing's brows furrowed when he saw Lu Yao standing and watching. Lu Yao froze, then began to introduce herself, while Fang Zong just felt the driving sensation. Honeybing saw that he was quite happy, so he knew he was in love, and began to search the internet to find out what tractor is better. Since they were going to buy it for Fang Zong's parents, they definitely couldn't buy something too cheap. What do you think of this tractor? Honeybing took the information he found out and showed it to Fang Zong, but Fang Zong shook his head. This won't work. I've got my eye on one. A 4-in-1, called case, a tracked model, to save the wheels from always sinking in. Honeybing sniffed and took back his cell phone, started searching for this tractor, and violently exclaimed, so expensive. She saw that the tractor had an asking price of $24 million. The tracked wheels do look banded though. Don't you want a bag? Buy it. Fang Zong hemmed and hawed and turned his head to ask Lu Yao, what can I choose for the configuration of this car? Lu Yao held back the curiosity in her heart, seeing Fang Zong asking endless questions, and also wanting this rich girl to buy an expensive tractor. It was simply a bit ungrateful. I was a little pissed off inside, but true to my professionalism, I began to describe the configurations that could be added. Yes, how much will this set plus the total cost? Fang Zong directly asked. When can we transfer the current vehicle? This set altogether? Lu Yao was shocked in her heart. It's about $5-6 million. These configurations, if added, will need to be imported over, and will arrive in about a month's time. Fang Zong nodded in satisfaction. Yes, then book it. Order? Lu Yao looked over at Honeybing, but Honeybing just tapped around on his phone without looking up at her. She was in a hurry. Yes, ma'am, please come with me to pay the deposit. Me? Honeybing didn't listen to the conversation between the two, and when she heard Lu Yao call her, she immediately got out of the car and followed her. This girl, is that your boyfriend? Lu Yao sidestepped. Does your family know you're spending so much money? My money. All right. Honeybing thought she was talking about the tractor. Even though it was over $3 million, she decided to give it a go at the drop of a hat. It was the same money Fang Zong had given himself anyway, and after buying it, he still had quite a bit left over. But his own position in Fang Zong's heart must have just skyrocketed. It's a solid deal. Lu Yao was shocked in her heart. She didn't expect this rich girl to be so rich. She thought about it but still said, I advise you to be cautious. Don't be cheated. I don't think so? Honeybing was a bit puzzled. It's official. It shouldn't lie. Officially? Lu Yao froze. What did that mean? Fang Zong was a second-generation government official? Then she realized that she had talked too much. How could a rich girl be that stupid? She must have known her roots and that's why she bought such an expensive car. Fang Zong also got down from the car at this time and caught up with the two. It's better for me to pay the deposit. Following Lu Yao, she swiped a deposit of $500,000, then smiled and said to Honeybing, you'd better keep that bit of money as pocket money. I'll buy my own tractor. No. Honeybing, however, refused. Since I promised, there's no reason to back out. The two joked and left the 4S store, leaving Lu Yao in a daze. No, it's $500,000. You're leaving without confirming it? With curiosity, she searched her cell phone for a tractor named Keith and froze instantly when she saw the amount. Over $3 million? Pocket money? Buy it yourself? She suddenly realized that she had just rubbed herself hard on the brink of death, and that the teenager, who looked a little poor, was the one who was really rich. Luckily, I didn't say anything out of line. At best, the attitude is a little less than positive, so you shouldn't be able to complain about yourself, right? Bing bing, what a coincidence. You're here too. The two got in the car and were just about to leave when they were met by Zhang Tongkai, who pulled up in front of Han Yibing's car and came down to say hello. Upon seeing Fong Zong in the passenger seat, Zhang Tongkai's expression stiffened for a moment before pulling up a smile. Fong Zong is also here. After greeting him, he said to Han Yibing, "Bing Bing, I'd like to invite you for a meal. Do you have time?" Han Yibing twisted his head to look at Fong Zong, who nodded. "It's time to eat at noon." "That's fine." Han Yibing agreed. "You find a place and we'll go over there." "You, guys?" Zhang Tongkai froze. "Fong Zong is going too?" Chapter 18, with this much money, you and your father are still so cautious? Of course I went. Han Yibing frowned. "Is it inconvenient?" Zhang Tongkai stammered. "It is somewhat inconvenient." "Forget it then. I'm not going." Han Yibing directly started the car. "Move your car out of the way," Zhang Tongkai hurriedly said. "Convenient and convenient. What's inconvenient about having a meal together?" Han Yibing looked to Fong Zong, who liked to find him unhappy. "It's really inconvenient. Just forget it. I don't really like to make things difficult for people." "Conveniently convenient." Zhang Tongkai barely managed to squeeze out a smile. "I'll drive in front and lead the way." Fearing that Han Yibing would back out, he didn't give the two of them a chance to refuse, and ran quickly to get into his car. Fong Zong hemmed and hawed. "Let's go. Let's see what ivory he can spit out of a dog's mouth." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Getting into the car, Zhang Tongkai cursed in a low voice and drove the way with a gloomy face, came to a 5-star hotel, waited for the two to get off the car and introduced. "The steak in the Western restaurant of this hotel is very good. Come and try it together." After taking his seat, Zhang Tongkai glanced at Fong Zong and said to Han Yibing, "Bing Bing, I've heard that your family's business is having some problems, right?" Han Yibing wanted to say that the problem had been solved, but when she saw Fong Zong giving her a wink, she answered. Zhang Tongkai looked anxious. "When I heard about this, I went to my dad, who promised that he could give your family a hand." "Oh, how can I help?" Han Yibing also became interested upon hearing this and looked at Zhang Tongkai with playful eyes. Zhang Tongkai's eyes were filled with deep emotion. "Do your best to help you, as long as I can get your family's business back to normal." "Do you know how much money my business is short?" Zhang Tongkai, however, said. "No matter how much it costs, it's fine." 200 million. Han Yibing said indifferently. "If you can, ask your father to help our family." $200 million? Zhang Tongkai was confused. "Why so much money?" "Yesterday, he invited Governor Liu to dinner, or because he wanted to lend $100 million, and he nodded and bowed to him." "How can their family afford this 200 million? I'm going to go back and talk to my dad about it." Zhang Tongkai faced some embarrassment. This funding gap is also too big, right? No wonder the business is in trouble. "It's not in trouble. It's about to go out of business, isn't it?" He felt his face heat up as he said this. "I thought it was just a few tens of millions of dollars of shortfall so that their family could still get out." Seeing Fong Zong reveal some playful eyes, he felt a bit humiliated and got up. "I remembered that there are still things to do at home. You guys eat first, I've already settled the bill." He couldn't stay here a moment longer, hurried out of the hotel, got in the car and went home in a flash. "What's wrong? So flustered?" His father frowned at his return and couldn't help but ask. Zhang Tongkai came up to his dad. "Dad, Han Yibing's family has a $200 million shortfall." $200 million? His dad was also startled. After thinking about it, he said, $200 million is not afraid, as long as the loan to the account, the company's capital flow open, but also can be out to help. Seeing that Zhang Tongkai was a little puzzled, he explained, "A funding gap of 200 million does not mean that it has to be 200 million to solve the problem. You'll learn these issues later, but you can go ahead and make an appointment now so I can meet with their family. The loan will be here in a couple days. Don't worry." Zhang Tongkai's expression suddenly became relaxed. "So that's how it is." Then he thought of something and immediately ran out again to drive to the hotel. "Bing Bing, my dad agreed, but he needs to interview your mother." Zhang Tongkai invited credit. "Once my father heard that it was your family that had problems, knowing that I was in love with you, he had to find a way to help without saying a word." Looking at Zhang Tongkai, who had gone and returned, Han Yibing had a bit of a smirk on his face. "I told you, you shouldn't call me Bing Bing. Also, our family's business has been settled and we don't need your family's help." Fong Zong transferred the money directly. He didn't need to discuss it with his family. Fong Zong raised his head and smiled at Zhang Tongkai. "It's such a small amount of money. Why do you still need to discuss it with your parents?" "What?" Zhang Tongkai's face changed. "You transferred the money? Aren't you afraid your parents will find out if you don't tell your family?" Fong Zong snorted with joy. "No, why should I tell my family about this small amount of money? I can't control my own money, Penny?" Zhang Tongkai felt like his worldview had been turned upside down. That's $200 million. His dad had to be so respectful to Governor Liu for a loan of $100 million. But when it came to Fong Zong's mouth, it became a little bit of money. The gap between the two sides is a bit too obvious, isn't it? At this time, the two of them had also finished eating. Fong Zong laughed. Your recommendation was good. The steaks in this restaurant are indeed delicious. After saying that, he said to Zhang Tongkai, earlier in school, you took the lead in nicknaming me two little cuties. It's still a little hard to hear after all this time. Come on, let's hear it again. Zhang Tongkai opened his mouth, but no sound could come out at all. No call, forget it. Fong Zong bristled. I'll get it back bit by bit for bullying me at school before. Let's start with this loan from your dad. Zhang Tongkai was creeped out. What are you doing? You'll know when the time comes. Fong Zong smiled faintly and left the hotel with Han Yibing, leaving Zhang Tongkai sitting frozen in his seat. He didn't know what he was thinking. Boss. When Qin Jie saw him coming, he immediately asked the other students to make way for the coach. Fong Zong, however, saw a familiar figure. Xiao Chao, why are you still practicing? Song Xiao Chao's face was a little aggravated. Didn't pass the test. Isn't it nervous? Fong Zong couldn't help but laugh. There was a stubbornness in this girl that after one glance, one couldn't forget. Obviously had a face that looked like a very good bully, but always had an air of stubbornness about it. Xian Dajiang also came over at this time and explained. The mindset is affected, but with good practice you can definitely pass. Song Xiao Chao also nodded. I'm sure I can pass. At this time, Fong Zong was also too embarrassed to occupy the coach, and turned his head to Qian Dajiang. Uncle Qian, drive and take me to buy a few things. Could be. Qian Dajiang naturally did not say anything, followed the address to a factory and bought a set of equipment. Without stopping again, we returned to the driving school and had the workers unload the machine into the car wash. Mr. Fong, this isn't a tool for washing cars either. Qian Dajiang doubted. We don't have carpets to wash here either. Fong Zong, however, laughed. Why not? Isn't there a carpet of piece in and out placed in front of the office? The rug? It's all wrapped up. Qian Dajiang's eyes went wide. Fong Zong, however, laughed out loud. It's not good enough not to wrap the pulp. He went and got that rug. This car wash, in turn, has white tile and a very clear sewer line. Setting up his cell phone, he started shooting. Chapter 19, What a Domineering Boss. How delightful. Congratulations to the host. The newly released video has gained 1 million likes, rewarded with 1 body enhancement. Fong Zong was shooting a video when he was startled by the system's mechanical beep. I opened Shake Shack to take a look and found that the previous video of singing Xiao Fong reached 1 million likes. It's just that the previous video of fixing the donkey's hooves doesn't have very many likes yet. So little? Fong Zong frowned, but still finished the carpet shampooing video with Chen Dajiang's cooperation. After editing, it was posted on the platform. Along with all the previous videos, all of them bought another promotion and had to be pushed to all users. Soon the likes and comments were presented in the background. Brother Godhawk is playing carpet shuffler again? Worthy of a decompression goddess, this carpet shampooing is a real decompression. Godhawk's interests are still so peculiar. Brother Godhawk, can you put me on the floor and wash me again? As expected, internet users still like this kind of decompression video. Carpet shampooing is the type of video that is very hot on Earth, but not yet in this world, and it looks more relaxing than fixing a donkey's hoof, so it's entirely possible to continue to plow a little deeper into this track later on. What's the new boss doing? Qin Jia asked Chen Dajiang in a low voice, looking at Fong Zong with confusion in his eyes. Haven't seen such an out-of-touch boss. Qian Dajiang was also a bit bewildered, washing the carpet. In order to wash that tens of dollars of broken carpet, spent thousands of dollars to buy a full set of equipment. Are all rich people's toys so plain and simple these days? The two fell into deep speechlessness. Seeing Fong Zong coming over, the two hurriedly stopped the crickets behind them, but ignored the two men and went off to his office. As soon as the thought moved, he felt a warm current quickly spread from the back of his head to all parts of his body, and even the tips of his fingers could feel hot. The feeling comes and goes quickly. Almost instantly, the warmth disappeared. Fong Zong stood up, feeling light and fast, lifting his clothes to take a look. His 8-pack abs were revealed, and it's really reinforced? If he hadn't seen the abs with his own eyes, he would have thought the warmth he had just experienced was a hallucination. Taking out his cell phone and turning on the camera to look at it, he noticed that his face hadn't changed much, but his eyes were much clearer and more refined. It took a while for the eyes to gradually return to normal, but they were also clearer than before. This system has a lot of potential for development. Fong Zong had thought that the system could only brush money, but now it seemed that there were still very many things that could be brushed. After moving his body, Fong Zong exited the office in a good mood. Get ready to practice for a while. Mr. Fong, I took a look at your video. When Song Xiao Chao saw him come over, there was some hesitation on her face, and she finally opened her mouth. It's still a bit sketchy. You can add a few more cameras and microphones, so that the presentation will be a bit better. Fong Zong looked at her with some surprise. You still know how to shoot? What specialty? I'm studying film planning. Fong Zong's eyes lit up. Do you want to help me make videos? Get into my company, and the salary will be whatever you want. Forget it. Song Xiao Chao was a little hesitant. I got a summer job. It's not good to walk away from work just now. Fong Zong bristled. How much is a summer job only? I'm a job that matches your major. In addition to making videos of carpet shampooing, I'm going to make some short videos of learning how to drive, so you can try practicing if you've learned. Seeing that she was still hesitating, she stimulated. You wouldn't dare, would you? What am I afraid of? The stubborn look on Song Xiaochao's face came out again. Do it, and you'll pay me according to my internship salary. An internship? Fong Zong also didn't know how much the internship salary was, so he said, let's put it this way. If the number of likes of the new video exceeds 1 million, I'll give you a bonus of $100,000. 100,000? The three of them made a surprised sound in unison, clearly stunned by such a large sum of money. Song Xiaochao waved her hands and refused. It's too hard to have over 1 million likes. I can't do it. Try it. Fong Zong laughed. As long as the video is shot well, it's easy to have over 1 million likes. Then said to Qian Dazhang and Qin Jie, when the time comes to shoot the coach and trainees, you two may also need to appear in the movie. Over 1 million you still have a bonus. The same 100,000. Even Qin Jie, who had always been calm and stoic, couldn't help but redden his face at this moment. Boss, it's just a video. Why are you paying so much money? Qin Jie couldn't help rubbing his hands together. The salary is high enough. This money, a salary is a salary. A gig fee is a gig fee, and a commission is a commission. Fong Zong was too lazy to bargain and waved his hand domineeringly. It's settled. Little grass. I'll send you the idea when I have it, and you figure out how to shoot it. This domineering look made all three of them freeze on the spot. Qian Dazhang muttered, is the world of the rich like this? Qin Jie muttered, no wonder so many people like the domineering president. I like it too. Song Xiaochao nodded her head repeatedly. The domineering president has a prototype. Governor Liu. Fong Zong arrived at the city bank, not expecting Governor Liu himself to be waiting at the door. Mr. Fong. Governor Liu hung a bright smile. Please come inside. When the customers and tellers in the lobby saw this scene, they all secretly guessed what kind of person this young man was. To make a bank president personally greet him at the door. Mr. Fong, I see that the bank account has gained another 200 million. Governor Liu smiled and asked, what are you going to do with this money? Just buy finance with that money. Fong Zong took a sip of tea. I wonder if Governor Liu has any recommendations? There is. Governor Liu hurriedly said. There are several financial projects with high interest rates and low risks, which are just right for customers like Mr. Fong to invest in. These programs, basically, are not recommended for the average client and are reserved for larger clients. My classmate, Zhang Tongkai's father, why did he ask you to dinner? Fong Zong turned to ask about the others. Is it some kind of business with the bank? Governor Liu followed the topic and asked, you mean Zhang Xuanfu? He's about a loan for $100 million at the bank and asked me to help look over the information. Last night, I could see that the atmosphere between Fong Zong and Zhang Tongkai was a bit strange, so I kept an eye out in my heart. Sure enough, Fong Zong asked himself this question as soon as they met. He had no problem qualifying for the loan? Fong Zong pretended to be curious. Why have I heard that their family's business has some problems and their debt ratio is high? Yes, Governor Liu understood. It seems that we still haven't done enough investigating. I'll have to have my men look into it again. Fong Zong smiled faintly. Tell me more about the financial products and I'll see which one is better. Governor Liu breathed a sigh of relief and began to introduce himself enthusiastically. Governor Liu, this is impossible. Zhang Xuanfu received a phone call from Governor Liu. Just raised the smile instantly changed color. Anxious to explain, but was hung up. Zhang Tongkai, who was watching from the sidelines, thumped in his heart and asked in a low voice, Dad, what's wrong? Son of a won't grant me a loan. Zhang Xuanfu cursed and got up in a hurry to go outside, leaving Zhang Tongkai frozen in place with his eyes wide open, recalling Fong Zong's words, causing goosebumps to instantly stir up all over his body. It can't be that he intervened, can it? No it won't. No it won't. He shouldn't have the ability to do that, right? Chapter 20, Tutoring? Can you catch a tutor for $1.5 billion? Fong Zong, are you home yet? Fong Zong, who had just come out of the bank, received another call from Han Yibing. Not yet. Why don't you come over for dinner tonight? Han Yibing's voice seemed happy. We made seafood at home today. Their family certainly did not lack this kind of food. They were just happy to hear that Fong Zong did not go back. Okay. Fong Zong didn't refuse. I'll go over now. Seeing that he wanted to take a taxi, Governor Liu immediately said that he was off duty and drove himself along to send him there. Fong Zong remembered something on the way. Governor Liu, did Chu Chiulu ever look for a loan from you? Yes, Banker Lu hesitated and said, but it wasn't approved. What is the reason? Fong Zong frowned, feeling that there was something fishy going on. Governor Lu pondered for a moment and began to equivocate. I don't know the exact reason. It may be that the approval department feels that the risk is high. As he said this, he also looked at Fong Zong. Seeing that Fong Zong did not intend to pursue the matter to the end, he then let out a sigh of relief. Turning to inquire, he said, Mr. Fong and General Manager Chu also know each other? A smile appeared at the corner of Fong Zong's mouth. Very familiar. On the next journey, Governor Lu didn't say much, fearing that he would say something wrong. Fong Zong, on the other hand, did not pursue the matter. Upon arriving at Han Yibing's house, Han Yibing attentively came over to change his shoes. Where's your mom? Han Yibing brought him a cup of water. Be right back. At this time an ant came out from the kitchen. Bing bing, the meal is ready. It's being kept warm on the dining table, so you can eat it directly later. With that, he grabbed a bag. I'll just go ahead. Han Yibing smiled sweetly at her. Okay, auntie, take care. Seeing Fong Zong's somewhat puzzled look, he explained, it's my family's nanny, but she doesn't live at home. Before the words were out of his mouth, there was the sound of an unlocking of the door to the room. Han Yibing happily got up and was about to greet him, but the smile on his face froze. An old woman came in the doorway, her face loose but with a thick layer of makeup applied to it, and her clothing accessorized in a tacky way. Grandma. Good. Han Yibing squeezed out a smile and asked for a good day. The old lady skillfully changed her shoes, and when she came in and saw Fong Zong sitting on the sofa, she frowned and questioned, who is he? This is my classmate. I invited him over for dinner today. Han Yibing hurriedly explained. My mom knows too. She'll be right back. Classmate? The old lady came over to take a look at Fong Zong. Seeing that he was dressed in ordinary clothes, there was a look of disdain on her face. Why don't you even know how to greet your elders? Fong Zong maintained his position on the sofa in a kudzu-paralyzed position, glancing at this old woman and ignoring it. At the first glance he could tell that this old lady was definitely the kind of person with a tricky and weird personality, and he didn't bother to talk to this kind of person. As for the elders, is she worthy? Seeing that after saying so, Fong Zong was still ignoring herself. The old lady couldn't hold her face, and turned her head to Han Yibing and scolded. Look at what kind of people you've befriended. Not a bit of tutelage. Fong Zong's brows furrowed and he was just about to curse back when the door to the room was opened again. This time it was Chu Chiulu who came in. Mom! Han Yibing hurried over. Grandma's here. Chu Chiulu's movement to change shoes stalled, turned her head to look at the living room, saw that the old lady was crossing her eyes at Fong Zong. Her heart immediately thumped. Mom, why are you here? Seeing Han Yibing making eyes at herself, Chu Chiulu immediately understood what had happened. When the old lady heard this, she couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. What? I can't come to this home? This is my son's house. Then he scolded. Look at the children you've taught. Just how old are they? And they're leading people home. If others don't know, they would think that our Han family's family style is just so indiscreet. Chu Chiulu's face immediately cooled down. That's too much to say, isn't it? What's so indiscreet about treating your classmates to a meal? I don't need anyone to tell me how to raise my children. When the old lady saw that she still dared to contradict herself, her face became even angrier. You dare to speak to me like that? Let me ask you, why didn't you tell your family when such a big thing happened to the company? Chu Chiulu faintly said, I can handle it myself. You can handle it? The old lady sneered. Don't think I don't know. You've been running around all this time trying to get a loan, eating and drinking out and socializing with those people. I'm telling you, if you can't run the company well, give up your shares before it's too late, and don't do something that insults the family honor. Our Han family can't afford to lose that honor. After saying this, he pointed at Fong Zong and said, hurry up and kick him out. This kind of pauper is still led to the house. Shame on you. From now on, ice will be brought by me personally. Han Yibing's face turned pale as he turned his gaze for help to Fong Zong. I'll give you a day to think about it. The old lady said in a cold voice, let out the shares. Give you $20 million, you take it away yourself. As if you are not the Han family's daughter-in-law in the future. Bing bing we bring. Either that, or you won't get a dime if the company goes bankrupt. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Fong Zong, however, opened his mouth to Chu Chiulu and smiled. They don't know about that matter yet. Ha, not yet. Chu Chiulu's expression was ice cold. I know that someone is behind this, so I want to see who jumps out first. What is it? The old lady turned around and asked. Who's up to something? Fong Zong faintly said. Today I asked Governor Lu. Governor Lu stammered and couldn't say 1, 2, 3. I knew that someone had given him a greeting. Governor Lu? What are you? The old lady's heart sank, realizing that Fong Zong's identity might not be simple. Chu Chiulu said lightly. The problem of capital has been solved, and I won't give up my shares. She stared at the old lady and said, you can try your hand at it again, The 4 managers planted in the branch have already submitted their resignation letters. You can try to plant a few more. What did you say? The old lady sniffed. How did you fix it? He contributed $200 million. Chu Chiolu lifted her chin and nudged Fongzong. As usual, you don't know people well enough to actually call him a poor man. Him? The old lady sniffed and looked at Fongzong, her face filled with skepticism. Just him? Can he have $200 million? How old is he? Chu Chiolu said in a cold voice. We're going to eat? You go back first. The old lady who was given an order of banishment was full of suspicion, but at this point she had no intention of thinking about that. The trap she had laid for Chu Chiolu did not expect it to be dissolved so quickly. Governor Liu? The old lady who came to the parking lot remembered Fongzong's words and took out her phone to call. Governor Liu. Mrs. Han, you said. The old lady asked directly. A young man asked you about Chu Chiolu's loan today? Yeah, but I didn't say anything. The old lady smiled and said. Of course I believe that. I would like to inquire if this young man is very rich. Rich? Governor Liu was obviously very familiar with the old lady. Deposited 1.5 billion in our bank. So many. The old lady couldn't help but exclaim that she had looked away. Being classmates with Han Yibing means that he's also only 18 years old. Surprisingly, there are more than $1 billion in hand. Thinking back to her attitude just now, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This young man obviously had an unusual family background, and she had said that he didn't have a family education. Wouldn't this be, if his family knew about it? Hiss. The old lady couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, secretly regretting her recklessness. Chapter 21, Renting a room? Who rents an apartment for a decent person? I'll buy a room. Eat more. Driving the old lady away. Chu Chiolu was in a good mood and couldn't stop pinching dishes for Fongzong, and Han Yibing kept on chucking in dishes, causing Fongzong to be unable to put any more in his bowl. Okay, you all eat by yourselves. Fongzong hurriedly stopped Han Yibing from chucking in another eel, which overflowed when he put it in the bowl again. He didn't ask about the old lady's relationship with their family either, and it was clear at first glance that the water was incompatible. After dinner, Han Yibing still wanted to go down to the neighborhood's garden with him, but Fongzong didn't want to move. Why have you been ignoring me for the past 2 days? Just after lying on the bed, Han Yibing saw a message from her best friend Yen Guannan. Looks like you got it? What a sight for sore eyes. Sort of got it, though it didn't confirm the relationship. Han Yibing was lost in thought for a moment when she saw the questioning, and she wasn't sure what their relationship was considered to be. No confirmed relationship? Yen Guannan put in a direct call. So what do you count as a get? You don't know. Han Yibing explained in a small voice. He's really especially good. I don't dare to confirm the relationship. What if he rejects me? Yen Guannan was speechless. You are not aware of how good looking you are you? It's useless to look good. Han Yibing was a bit deflated, but I bought a gift for his parents, so he'll definitely look at me differently. What kind of gifts did you buy? Han Yibing smiled sweetly. Bought a tractor. Yen Guannan was silent for a moment before asking. Are you sure their family is really rich? Both his parents need to use a tractor. How much money can this be? He said he earned it himself. Han Yibing also had some trouble figuring out how a teenager who had just graduated from high school could earn so much money. Do you think it's possible? Yen Guannan analyzed. Is it possible that the money came from the wrong source? Han Yibing also fell into the middle of contemplation, and then said with a firm voice, regardless of whether it came from the right place or not, this is a matter of concern for the police. Okay. Yen Guannan was curious, but just a tractor. Are you sure you can tie him down? Han Yibing smiled smugly. Do you know how much that tractor costs? Over $3 million. What? Yen Guannan was beginning to suspect that he was in a dream. What tractor over $3 million? With all that money for a tractor, it won't fit in his family's field, will it? Hearing Han Yibing's smug laugh, Yen Guannan couldn't help but ask, really more than $3 million? Really? Yen Guannan was silent for a moment, then silently hung up the phone. She felt the deeply jagged differences of the world, and one is deeply hurt. Does the foot still hurt? Fongzong came to Chu Chiolu's door. Chu Chiolu blushed and stretched out her white and tender little feet. It's still a bit. She hadn't wanted to be so close to Fongzong again, but that warm feeling lingered in her heart. One last time. After telling myself this in my mind, I slowly began to open up. Early the next morning, while she was cooking breakfast, she saw Fongzong come out of his room and felt her feet tingle a little. The results of the college entrance exams are coming out soon. Have you thought about which college you want to apply for? Han Yibing suddenly asked, some anticipation in her eyes. Fongzong thought for a moment and said, just apply to Sherman Media University. It's the only double first class in the city, right? I also want to enroll in this university. Han Yibing immediately said, it's also close to home, and it's convenient to go home. She would report whatever Fongzong wanted to report. He couldn't be too far away from Fongzong. or he would have even less of a chance. It's good to be close to home. Chu Qiulu was also happy to hear what the two of them said. But do you have enough grades? Han Yibing said politely. This university has a higher admission scoreline. Enough. As soon as my own self, who was a schoolmaster on earth, took the college entrance exam, I immediately knew how many points I could get. If it wasn't for the fact that the company was going to open in Sherman City, he would have wanted to go straight to Qingbei. Han Yibing, however, was silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. In high school, Fang Zong had always been the student at the bottom of the class. Is it hard to believe that this time you still have to use your money power to go to college? Seeing that Han Yibing was silent, Fang Zong naturally knew what she was thinking and smiled faintly without explaining. No one else will believe anything they say until the grades come out. Mr. Fong, the office building has been found. It fits your requirements perfectly. Just after the meal was finished, Tang Yinghua sent a message, causing Fang Zong's spirit to be shaken. Come pick me up. After sending the address over, Fang Zong suddenly said to Chu Qiulu, I'm going to open a media company. Do you have the energy to take over as well? You're asking me to be the owner of a media company? Chu Qiulu was a bit surprised. Fang Zong nodded. I still have to go to school. I don't have time to take care of the company. Han Yibing asked with some surprise. How did you know that my mom studied media before? Ha? Fang Zong was also a bit surprised. Such a coincidence? Chu Qiulu smiled slightly. I resigned from the TV station after I got married, and I only took over the company I left behind after her father died, but I'm still quite familiar with the media industry. That's just right. You can take over altogether. Fang Zong was overjoyed at his words. Then go see the house together? Chu Qiulu glanced at the time. Not now. I have to go back to the company for a meeting. You go first. I'll go over with Bing Bing later. The office building is centrally located. 2,000 square feet. There's just one drawback, but that drawback shouldn't be a problem for you. Tang Yinghua still drove the store manager's car, and as soon as Fang Zong got in, he excitedly introduced himself. The downside is that it's a bit expensive. Tang Yinghua let out a light laugh. The total price is $26 million. It really isn't a drawback. Fang Zong didn't care in the slightest. A mere 260,000 likes. Tang Yinghua was overjoyed. Fang Zong's words meant that she would be able to get nearly $100,000 in commission. Although it was nothing in Fang Zong's eyes, but for a college student just out of school, it's pretty much a huge amount of money. Fang Zong couldn't help but be a bit curious. How did you find it? I saw someone renting it out. Tang Yinghua said triumphantly. I then found their boss and talked for half a day before I was persuaded to sell it at a premium. The market price is 12,000, and it should be cheaper for such a large area. 13,000 for sale, all in his favor. Fang Zong couldn't help but show his appreciation. Not bad, although it cost me some more money. It also greatly reduced my time. After the deal is done, I won't split your commission with you. Tang Yinghua laughed out loud and stepped down on the gas pedal some more. After getting out of the car, the two went straight to the 21st floor of the building. Upon reaching the floor, the two found that there were a surprising number of people still on this office floor, just packing up their things. What is this? Fang Zong didn't expect there to be anyone else on this floor of the office building. Tang Yinghua whispered. This company went out of business, which is why the landlord rented out the house. At that moment from the company came a beer-bellied man with slightly balding hair and a very ugly face. When he saw the two standing at the elevator entrance, he asked in a nonchalant manner, What are you doing here? Tang Yinghua hurriedly explained. We came over to see the house. Looking at houses? Beer-belly's face became even more ugly, looked Fang Zong up and down, and snorted coldly. It's really a case of people leaving, and before we can move out, we let people come to kick us out. This is a media company? Seeing the removed company signboard, Fang Zong immediately became interested. What is your company's main business? Beer Belly frowned, but answered, make science videos. Fang Zong immediately realized that doing this kind of video was laborious and unappealing, and it was not easy to realize. It's not unusual for companies to go out of business. Seeing Fang Zong's inquiry, he frowned and asked, Are you preparing to look at the house? Right. Beer Belly sneered. Don't pretend. Just you? Still want to rent an office building? Are you of age? Tell the landlord to vacate the place today and stop with this cheap trick of pretending to be a new tenant. Fang Zong's voice was flat. I'm not here to rent a room. It's good to admit it. Beer Belly sneered. Fang Zong faintly said, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not here to rent a house. I'm here to buy a house. Chapter 22. You buy a house? You buy a company? You can really blow it. Beer Belly contemptuously shot a glance at Fang Zong. No one is allowed to go in and look. We haven't finished moving our stuff yet. If we lose something. After saying that, he sneered and stared at the two men with suspicion. But when the elevator arrived, he carried a box of stuff downstairs anyway. Before he left, he warned, Don't go in there or you'll be on the hook for anything that goes missing. What kind of people are these? Tang Yinghua muttered. her face filled with indignation. Then wait. Fong Zong wasn't in a hurry. There was no need to get angry over this kind of person. This kind of trashy person is desperate for a place to vent when they're having an emotional breakdown. And while it doesn't cause much trouble, it's really disgusting. I'll rush the homeowner. Tang Yinghua was afraid that Fong Zong would get angry and urged the homeowner to hurry over. At this time, people were coming and going in front of the company, and there was a petite woman wearing black-rimmed glasses who was struggling to move a box. Seeing that her hand slipped and she was about to drop something on the floor, Fong Zong reached out and gave her a hand. Thank you. The woman placed the box on the floor and the garment revealed on it was a white coat. She pushed up her glasses. I haven't seen you at work before. I came to see the house. When she looked up, Fong Zong was also stunned for a moment. Although wearing black-rimmed glasses is slightly archaic, this baby face and explosive body give a strong visual contrast. The woman was a little puzzled. Why don't you go in and look? Someone just said that you guys are moving stuff. If I go in, it's on me if I lose something. Fong Zong shrugged helplessly. The woman frowned and sighed. It should be our boss. He's the one. The words weren't finished when the elevator arrived and she struggled a bit to carry the boxes. Thank you. Fong Zong smiled and watched her go down. This Lolita face with a devilish body is so impactful. Sorry I'm late. The elevator door opened again and a man in a suit came out and hurriedly apologized when he saw Tang Yinghua, who appeared to be none other than the homeowner. Where's the buyer? The homeowner looked around and turned his head to ask Tang Yinghua. Fong Zong frowned. It's me. You? The homeowner froze, but didn't say anything. Go in and see the house. Wait a minute. Beer Belly with the woman who came down before also came up at this time. See the three people to go in. Rushed to call out. The homeowner turned his head and urged. Why haven't you finished moving? Hurry up. Today is the last day of the contract. Beer Belly sneered. The lease isn't up yet. You guys go in and look at the room. What if I lose something? The homeowners are laughing in exasperation. We'd steal your? So who's to say? Beer Belly dropped a cold face and was about to go in. A few people came out of the company at this point, looking at Beer Belly with a bit of hesitation. What are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and pack up your stuff? What are you standing here for? Beer Belly chided. The leader, a man in a plaid shirt, stammered. Boss, what's our severance package? Beer Belly's face became even uglier. The company was closed down by you guys, and you still have the nerve to ask for severance pay? Then we went to work and did everything you told us to do. The plaid shirt was aggrieved. At short notice, our company went out of business, and we didn't even get paid this month's salary. Boss, we have to feed our families too. We should get a severance package when we go out of business. Beer Belly waved his hand impatiently. Finish moving the stuff. But he saw that the employees in the company stopped what they were doing and looked at him in the company. What are you looking at? Beer Belly scolded. Do you still want to be shameless? Do you still want money after closing down my company? Boss, the dull-faced woman voiced. There's compensation for dismissal, and we have to be paid even if we go out of business. Beer Belly was furious. Dumei, you're the least qualified to ask for money. Look at the science video group you led. How much did you realize in a year? After losing me so much money, you still have the nerve to ask for money? Seeing them bickering, the homeowner was afraid of upsetting Fong Zong. So he said, I don't care what you're bickering about. If someone wants to look at the house, you have to cooperate. It's stipulated in the contract. Seeing that Beer Belly was about to speak, the landlord shut him up with a single word. Don't you forget, there's still a deposit with me. Beer Belly grunted and said no more. The landlord led Fong Zong and Tang Yinghua into the company. This company was large and seemed to have a lot of employees that were moving things around and messing up the interior. But Fong Zong didn't care and began to wander around. The view is pretty good. On the 21st floor, the center of the city is also relatively busy, and you can see people coming and going below. The decor is also relatively new, so it looks like it just went out of business not 2 years ago. You usually don't pay us overtime and deduct our wages, and now that you're going out of business, you still won't pay us. Do you believe I'll sue you? We must be paid today, or we'll move things against our paychecks. You have a black heart too. You want to deduct ours whenever you can. The voices of the employees grew more and more indignant, and there was anger on many of their faces. Beer Belly was also taken aback by the wave of vociferousness. What are you doing? I'm telling you, these are company property, and it's illegal for you to touch them. Sue me if you want your paycheck, and I'll give it to you when the court rules. The chutzpah was a sight to behold. Some people wanted to make a move, but they were stopped by dull-faced Dumei. Don't be impulsive. Everyone, if you win the fight, you'll go to jail. If you lose, you'll go to the hospital. He's obviously trying to blackmail someone. It's not cost-effective to get him killed. She was also very angry, but managed to keep her wits about her. Those who want a paycheck will move things properly. Beer Belly was full of sarcasm. Those who don't move won't get a penny. The employees, though they were gritting their teeth with anger, finally started to move their stuff in order to get their paychecks. ********. Du-mei came over to pack her things, right around where Fangzong was standing. Fangzong smiled slightly and asked Du-mei, what was the reason for this company's collapse? It's still not that blind command. Du-mei said angrily, I'm shooting a science video, but I was told to insert an advertisement for healthcare products in the video. We can't make any money by messing with it. We don't have any fans, and we're told that we're messing with it. Speaking here, he sighed. Actually, the company's main business was shooting advertisements, but the advertisement department was disbanded after losing a lot of money, and the company was left with our short video department. So the current people are the short video team? Fangzong's eyes lit up. Du-mei nodded. Yeah, and there are several groups, each creating different video categories. Now it's good. The collective endeavors, all of them have to go find another job. Fangzong smiled faintly. You don't need to find another job. Just continue working here. What? Du-mei didn't respond for a moment. Fangzong faintly said, I'm going to buy this company. Brother Fang, you're buying this company? Tang Yinghua was almost dumbfounded. Big brother, you were going to buy a house, but now you're going to buy a company? Chapter 23, Employees. The difference between old and new bosses is too great. What are you doing? Packing up. Beer Belly came to rush Du-mei at this point, full of impatience. Fangzong, however, said to him, are you selling this company? What do you mean? Beer Belly froze. You're buying this company of mine? Fangzong faintly said, not all of them, by the equipment you have here. I'm going to start a media company too, and I might have use for all this equipment you have. Beer Belly immediately showed a smiling face. Sell need to sell. The price of this. The price is certainly something that needs to be evaluated by professionals before we can discuss it. Fangzong smiled faintly. You stay for a few days until I get someone to look at the equipment situation. Beer Belly sniffed and rejoiced. Well, I'm just about to sell out. If you're willing to buy, I can wait. Can't put it here. Fangzong let out a light laugh. You find a place to keep it. The price is negotiable. Beer Belly was overjoyed. No problem. It was not at all like the previous attitude of the other side of the vertical brow. Brother Fang, what are you? Tang Yinghua was a bit puzzled. Don't you buy new equipment for these? Fangzong laughed and shook his head, letting Beer Belly find someone to move the equipment. Then he said to Du-mei, let the employees stay and go straight into my company. What about me? Du-mei was a bit hesitant. I still want to do science videos. If I get into your company, can you let me continue? Could be. Fangzong was interested in her. The company can support you. Great. Du-mei was overjoyed and said loudly to the employees, everyone stop. Everyone doesn't need to find a new job. This Mr. Fang is going to rehire us as a media company. Really? Mr. Fang, him, started a company at such a young age? Great. No need to look for a new job. The employees were talking, but the homeowner was a little anxious on the side. Mr. Fang, this house. I'll take it. Mr. Fang's voice was flat, just according to the previous pricing. $26 million in full. Full payment? The owner of the house was numb. You have that much money? Fangzong glanced at him. Why else would I come? Sorry. The homeowner hurriedly apologized. Then let's go find a place to sign the contract? Beer Belly originally had some doubts about Fangzong's strength, but when he saw that Fangzong had actually bought the office building, he immediately dispelled his doubts. Seeing that the employees had stopped moving things, he didn't push. Got the movers over straight away. Let's go to the store across the street and sign the contract. Tang Yinghua wasn't surprised to see that Fangzong wasn't cutting a deal again. The contract is ready. Okay. Fangzong turned to Du-mei and said, you tell the employees to wait. I'll be back after signing the contract. Du-mei nodded repeatedly and watched the three go downstairs. And I wonder what the new boss is offering. Will it be the same as before? I guess it'll be a little better. You want to fart eat. Do not drop even good. We are from the collapse of the company directly over. Which boss will not think too much? Yeah, but drop it. It's too hard to find a job again. And it's not always possible. Yeah, a drop of no more than 20% would be acceptable to me. Employees were sitting in their disorganized offices, all talking about what they would face next. Everyone's face was apprehensive, as if they were waiting for their fate to be pronounced. You guys wait, I'll be on my way. Beer Belly smiled and said, you have a new boss. Don't mess up someone else's company again. The employees were scowling at him, and some of the angry ones were just about to start cursing. But he was interrupted by Fangzong, who entered the company. Everyone is here, so let's have a meeting. Beer Belly sniffed and became interested, intending to listen before leaving. Bring in the company's previous payroll statements. The finance lady immediately came over and handed over a folder. Everyone deducted that much? Beer Belly interjected. It's a management system to make them better at work. I'm telling you, You can't overfeed your employees or they won't work. This statement drew indignant looks from the employees. Fong Zong frowned and threw the salary statement on the ground. This is the salary you usually get? The many employees stood up and looked fixedly at Fong Zong. They knew that it was time to pass judgment. Fong Zong's voice was flat. Let me talk about the new company's wage system. $15,000 per person per month is a base salary. And if you make a breakout video with more than 1 million likes, you'll give each group a $100,000 bonus for each one. Unlimited per month. More for those who can. A silence fell over the company, and everyone's eyes went straight, looking at Fong Zong with fire in their eyes. Fong Zong smiled faintly. Just after signing the contract earlier, he heard a prompt from the system. Detected that the host has set up a media company. The company's account all belonged to the host's account, sharing 100 times the cashback. He didn't think that there would be such a benefit. What a great move on his part. With the rebate, just one explosive video can feed a group of people for decades, and it's natural that bonuses and paychecks won't go hand in hand. Are you crazy? Beer Belly couldn't help but say. What's with the offer of such a high salary? Hi, Fong Zong frowned. If we don't pay more, how will the employees have the enthusiasm to work? Listen to this. Is this human talk? What boss would think that? Bosses want to create the most value for the least amount of money. When it came to Fong Zong, it was the other way around. The employees reacted at this point, and Dumei yelled at Beer Belly, "Shut up, Mr. Fong, please continue." Fong Zong smiled faintly. The company set up an employee rest area, so when you're tired of working, you can rest directly. Re-establish a snack area where all snacks are provided by the company and any snacks you want are reported to the company at any time and the company must fulfill the demand. 8-hour working day, double weekends, 1-hour daily tea time, 5 insurance policies, strictly enforced. No overtime will be worked for non-essentials, and if overtime is required, it will be paid at double the legal overtime rate. I only have one requirement. Each group create a video with more than 1 million likes per month, and any promotion needed, paid for by the company. The promotion fee is pulled straight through. Also, no need to take commercials. The employees' expressions were a point of surprise just as each sentence appeared. By the end of the day, it was clear that all the employees couldn't suppress the joy in their eyes anymore. And after the last sentence appeared, all of them raised their arms and shouted. Beer Belly's face turned white at this time, looking at Fong Zong with eyes full of unbelief. You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. How are you going to turn a profit on a company like this? Fong Zong faintly said. Don't worry about it. Equipment, you stay for a few days first. Okay. Beer Belly didn't dare to stay there any longer. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Only after he went down did Fong Zong continue. I'll find you a lawyer to fight the unpaid wages lawsuit against him, seize his equipment, and pay you money, as a meet and greet gift to you. All the employees again raised their arms and shouted. Even the Polytechnic woman like Dumei, who wore antiquated glasses, was so excited that her face was red with excitement at this moment, and her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at Fong Zong. At this moment 2 figures appeared in front of the company. Fong Zong smiled and waved his hand for them to come over. Chu Chiu Lu, wearing a gray leisure suit, expression high and cold, stepped on high heels to the front of the employees, a powerful aura to make the employees silent again. Han Yibing, on the other hand, wore shorts and flung her long legs against the sky to Fong Zong's side, her hand directly crossing Fong Zong's arm. This is the general manager of the company. Fong Zong introduced Chu Chiulu. Chu Chiulu swept a glance at the employees. In the future, the company's large and small affairs will be handled solely by me. My last name is Chu. I hope everyone will cooperate more. This cold and overbearing style of behavior is completely different from the flavorful mature woman at home, and her aura is wide open, which makes Fong Zong's eyes light up. Chapter 24. How can you not believe that you did really well on this test? You pay such a high salary for charity? After Chu Chiulu arrived at the general manager's office, she realized how many benefits Fong Zong had given to his employees. Fong Zong laughed. The higher the salary, the more motivated the employees are, saying that he reached out to touch Chu Chiulu's hand, but was slapped aside by Chu Chiulu. Stop it. Han Yibing is out there. The next major business of the company is making short videos. Fong Zong laughed. But the layout of this company office needs to be changed. Find a construction team to modify it as soon as possible. Then where will the employees work? Chu Chiulu frowned. Is it going to take a while for the work to be done? Fong Zong thought for a moment and said, find a big construction team to work together and try to complete the remodeling within a week. Employees, just give them a 7-day paid holiday. Let them change their mood. Change the new company. Also let them have a little new atmosphere. Chu Chiulu looked at him with speechless eyes. Haven't really seen a boss like you before? Now see. Fong Zong hemmed and hawed and tried to touch his hand again. Chu Chiulu directly patted to one side, stood up and said, in the future, You can say some general direction or give some suggestions, but the specifics, I'd like you to stay out of the way. Fong Zong nodded. Since I made you the general manager, naturally you're in charge, but I recruited 2 people before. One is the agent who sold the house, and later my assistant. One is a driving school student studying film and television planning, and she's putting together a team to run my account, which basically shoots at the driving school, but still goes back to the office. Chu Chiolu nodded. Yes, it was only after that the 2 came out of the office. The office is going to be remodeled for a week. Chu Chiolu said to the employees, a week's paid vacation for you. I hope that after a week, you will put your work ideas together and officially put them to work. Yes. The already exuberant faces of the employees became even more excited. Fong Zong smiled faintly. Then we'll leave first. Mom, we're leaving. Han Yibing took Fong Zong's arm and waved hello to Chu Chiolu. Mom, the employees heard Han Yibing's name and had a guess. Fong always is Mr. Chu's son-in-law. After all, Mr. Chu's daughter was so close to Fong Zong that it made people look like a young couple at first glance. Mr. Fong, then I'll leave first, run through the paperwork in a week, and arrive in a week. After going downstairs, Tang Yinghua also offered to take his leave. After leaving, he kept muttering in his heart, it is hard to believe that Fong Zong is not being adopted by Chu Chiolu, the rich boss. Instead, he was adopted by a rich girl? Wouldn't that be rich and beautiful? Moreover, Fong Zong's behavior was clearly a soft food. But why would someone who was adopted have so much money in their hands? Where are we going? Han Yibing drove the car and asked with a smile, are you going home today? Yes, the grades will be out in the early hours of tonight. Fong Zong nodded. It was certainly better to be at home for something as important as grades. He thought for a moment and continued, take me back to the driving school and explain something to them. Going to the driving school to explain something? Han Yibing was a bit puzzled, then reacted, wide-eyed. You didn't even buy a driving school, did you? For the convenience of the exam. Fong Zong hemmed and hawed. Han Yibing was a bit speechless. Going to buy a driving school in order to get a driver's license. Is this how the rich people's world works? Mr. Fong. As soon as they entered the driving school, Song Xiao ran over. I made a list. This is the equipment that needs to be bought. I'll send you the money later, so go buy it yourself. Fong Zong looked at it and gave it back to her. Then explained, I bought a media company that starts in a week, but you can start preparing for your job earlier. Same as the rest of the staff. 15,000 base salary plus $1 million in incentives. And you can lead a team that will specialize in my videos. Song Xiao was a bit bemused at her words, but the stubbornness on her face slowly emerged again. Okay, I can work anytime. Fong Zong smiled faintly. I'll send you the ideas for the segment later, so you can try to shoot a segment with the 2 coaches first. The work equipment used, you bought it together. Cell phones, computers and such. I have these. Song Xiao didn't dare to ask for them. Han Yibing, however, laughed. Give it to you and you take it. It's considered company property. Yes. Song Xiao was a little inferior by Han Yibing's lining and agreed in a small voice. After explaining one sentence, Fong Zong did not stay longer and left the driving school straight away. The 2 of them shopped for a while and after dinner, Han Yibing insisted on sending Fong Zong home again. Why don't you send it home? When they arrived at the village entrance, Han Yibing stopped the car, and Fong Zong couldn't help but flirt a little. Han Yibing blushed. I didn't prepare a gift this time. That's something. Before the words were finished, Han Yibing turned around and went back with a kick of the gas. Leaving Fong Zong alone, he headed for home. Fong, you're going home to check your grades today? When Wang Ma saw Fong Zong, she immediately asked, where is the girl who sent you home last time? Got to go beforehand. Fong Zong smiled at her. Seeing that Fong Zong was about to leave, Wang Ma hurriedly called out, little Fong, how much did you estimate this time? I didn't estimate the score. Fong Zong shook his head. Wang Ma laughed. My Taiju estimated 408. High or not, Taiju is already back. You guys are volunteering together. Not bad. Fong Zong smiled. I'll leave first. Waiting for Fong Zong to leave, Wang Ma bristled at the women beside her. And people had to leave beforehand. I guess it's because they knew he was stupid and just dumped him. Your family's Taiju is really valued at 480? Wang Ma covered her mouth and smiled. My family's Taiju said it was a conservative estimate of the portion, and the grade that came out was definitely higher than that. Really? Then your family Taiju can go to a book. Wang Ma smiled happily at her words. The last book is proper. The stupid son of the village head's family still says it's good. I see. He's just jealous of my family's Taiju doing well on the exam. With that stupidity, he'd be thankful to go to a junior college. The women nodded their heads. In the future, I guess it will be just raising donkeys in the farm. Unlike your family Taiju, who will have a future? Wang Ma looked at Fong Zong's departing back. Her eyes filled with mockery. So what if your family is rich? What's the point of having a son who's not a fool? Little Zong, you're back. Mrs. Fong immediately smiled when she saw Fong Zong. Have you eaten yet? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. I've eaten. Fong Zong smiled and put down his things. The results will come out tonight. Let's watch them together. Mrs. Fong's smile, however, tightened a bit. Xiao Zong. Grades don't matter. Some people just aren't cut out for studying. It's okay if you don't get grades. I just want you to be happy every day. Fong Zong, however, laughed. I played well on this exam, so I might be able to give you guys a surprise. Really? Fong Ma didn't want to disturb his excitement, so she laughed along with him. Then let's celebrate tonight first. I'll ask your father to buy a sheep back. Don't you like eating leg of lamb the most? Fong Zong was a bit speechless by what was said. This still didn't believe in himself. A top student of the university entrance examination was actually treated as a failed contestant. Chapter 25. What do you call a good grade? Come on, little Zong. You've grown up too. Have a drink with Dad. Fong Dad broke the mold and poured a glass of wine for Fong Zong as well. No matter what the grades are, I want to believe that you are good. Fong Zong cried and laughed. How come so many people don't believe in themselves? The grades haven't even come out yet, so you're comforting yourself. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I did absolutely fine on this test. Fong Zong's pale words caused the old couple to nod their heads repeatedly. Yes, 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 the test was absolutely fine. It caused Fong Zong to hold back his blood. Mayor, eating? It was almost 10 o'clock at night when Wang Ma's voice suddenly appeared at the door. Fong's father. Fong's mother was very surprised, and after seeing the male student behind Wang's mother, she greeted him even more enthusiastically. Taiju, come, sit down and eat something together. The village chief is celebrating on early? Wang Ma pretended to be embarrassed and said, our family net suddenly didn't work tonight, so I thought that Xiao Fan would check his grades as well, and incidentally give us Taiju to check together. No problem. Papa Fong agreed repeatedly and greeted the two of them as they sat down. Mrs. Fong laughed. Xiao Zong, follow me to get cups and chopsticks. Okay. Although Fong Zong was a bit puzzled, she still got up and followed Fong Ma into the kitchen. As soon as she entered the door, Fong Ma's smiling face immediately disappeared, and she spat with a sullen face. Bah, the internet is broken? Can't you use your cell phone if the internet is broken? Fong Zong was a bit puzzled. Mom, what do you mean? This mother and son came to our house to show off. Fong's mom grunted angrily. Xiao Zong, Mom is telling you, let them go after checking Taiju's grades later. Just tell them that the net is broken too. Fong Zong cried and laughed. I did really well on the exam. No shame. It's not a disgrace. Fong Ma sighed. You do lag a bit behind in your studies, and I haven't pushed you in all these years. It's okay if you don't get good grades. We can do something else. I just don't want you to feel like devastated by bad grades or that you're being chewed out by those people. Fong Zong was a bit touched in his heart. Okay, I know. From memory, although Fong's father and mother had gotten him a tutor over the years, the two of them hadn't scolded him every time he got a bad grade. They just encouraged him to keep learning. As a parent, this was very enlightened, and it also touched Fong Zong's heart a little. It wasn't that the two of them didn't know that everyone in the village was talking about the village head's family having a stupid son, but the two of them still did all they could with the intention of earning him a family business where he wouldn't have to compete with anyone else. What they usually educated the most was the aspect of being a human being, and the two of them were very strict in this regard, not allowing Fong Zong to do anything bad. Go! When Fong Ma opened the door, the anger on her face disappeared again in an instant and was replaced with an overflowing smile. Eat more and drink more. Wang Ma and Taiju, both of them, kept looking at the time while eating. It's very normal to eat, drink and chat with the restaurant's square dad and mom. Don't move, I'll clean it up. Fong Ma stopped Wang Ma's movement to clean up together and sent a few people back into the living room. Go watch TV first. Left to himself to clean up the mess in the yard. Zong, go get me another bottle of wine. Fong Zong got up and went to the kitchen, and through the glass, he saw Fong Ma wiping tears from her eyes as she washed the dishes. After waiting a few moments, he blurted out, Mom, my dad wants a beer. Hey, good. Fong Ma went out with the bottle of wine, the tear tracks on her face already wiped away, and a gentle smile reappeared. Fong Zong took the wine and said nothing, turning his head back to the living room. It's 12 o'clock. Check your grades. Wang Ma urged to turn on the computer and check her grades. Taiju check first. Fong Ma pushed Taiju to the computer. Taiju then sat down and began to check his grades. After waiting for a while and seeing the scores on the screen, Wang Ma beamed with joy. 518. This must be over the first book line, right? My son is awesome. Iron Pillar bloomed into a smile as well, smiling smugly. Quickly check Xiao Fan's grades to see if he can get into an undergraduate program. Wang Ma couldn't wait any longer. She had already thought about how to comfort Fong Ma against her will when she would find out Fong Zong's grades. Yikes, the net is bad. Papa Fong gave an exaggerated yelp. I can't check it now. Wait for me to fix the internet. It's fine. Can't you still check on your cell phone? Wang Ma, however, said. Fong Ma secretly crossed her eyes and said to Fong Zong, see if you can check on your cell phone. As he spoke, he also gave Fong Zong a wink. Fong Zong, however, sat down in front of the computer. It's fine. The net works. Wang Ma smiled from ear to ear. It seemed that this Fong Zong was really a too little cutie. She knew what Fong's father and mother's intentions meant as soon as she saw them. However, Fong Zong could not see it, and still honestly sat in front of the computer and began to enter the pass number. Little vertical. Fong Ma was just about to open her mouth to stop it when she saw Fong Zong pointing out the query and could only give Fong Dad a wink. This score. The web page went in right away, but Fong's dad directly unplugged the internet cable. I think there's something wrong with the internet cable. I'll check. When Wang Ma saw this scene, she was even more anxious. She was ready to comfort Fong's mom. So why didn't she give herself room to play? Fong Zong was speechless by the old couple. This excuse was too poor, right? Papa Fong was carefully checking the network cable when his cell phone rang. Who's calling in the middle of the night? He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar landline number, and hung up directly. Scam call, right? But just as I hung up, my cell phone rang again. Still a landline call, just a different number. He didn't dare hang up at this point, fearing that it was something important looking for him as the village head. Hello? A woman's voice came from the other side of the phone. Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Fong Zong's home? Fong Zong? Papa Fong froze. Yes, yes, yes. May I ask who you are? Saying that, he also looked at Fong Zong with a probing gaze, thinking that it couldn't be that this kid had caused something, right? Fong's mom took the phone and turned it on speakerphone, her heart in her throat. We are from the admissions department of North University. Mr. Fong Zong doesn't know if he has any interest in our school? The woman's voice resonated throughout the room, causing it to fall into the middle of silence. You, Fong Dad couldn't help but stutter. Where did you say you were? We are from the admissions department of North University. The female voice said. Fong Zong is the top science student in Hebei province. We would like to ask Fong Zong to apply to our school. No, it can't be. Wang Ma was anxious. Did you guys find the wrong person? Fong Zong took the cell phone at this time. Hello, this is Fong Zong. I don't want to go to North University. He hung up the phone directly after saying that. Son, you're the top student? Fong Dad's voice trembled as he looked at Fong Zong with a face full of excitement. Quickly plug in the internet cable. Fong's mom slapped Fong's dad vigorously. Check the grades. Taizhu and Wang Ma stood frozen on the spot, looking at Fong Zong with a look of having seen a ghost. They were in complete disbelief at the outcome. A village's notorious 2-bit cutie. He's a top student? Chapter 26. Where did Qingbei lose? You don't even see it? Check out the grades. 716? Wang Ma was even more anxious than Fong's father and mother at this point, wanting to see if it was true. It better be a mistake from BYU. It's someone with the same name. But when she saw the blinding numbers on the screen, she immediately became a little unsteady on her feet. Surprisingly, it's true. Mrs. Fong muttered. What a scholar. This was followed by a shout. Son, you're such a scholar. I told you guys. I played well this time. Fong Zong also let out a light laugh. Not bad? You call that playing well? You're a top student because you played well? Taizhu wanted to curse at this point. I was going to fool around with a book and get a good sense of superiority. Now, well, instead of finding a sense of superiority, it's been blown out of the water. Little Fong's mom, congratulations. Wang Ma squeezed out a smile that was worse than a cry. The jealousy in her heart already topped the sky. What made him a top student? Papa Fong, a big man from Hebei, was already in tears at this point. Son, you've been called a second cutie pie all these years. Papa Fong's face was full of heartache. I've wronged you. Then he laughed out loud. Let's see who dares to call my son two little cuties in the future. It's not that they don't know. They just keep it bottled up and try to isolate these negative voices outside of Fong Zong. Today, this pejorative term of endearment was going to completely leave Fong Zong far away. The phone is ringing again. Wang Ma reminded dryly. Mr. Fong's father answered the phone. Hello? Where? Tsinghua? Son, are you going to Tsinghua? Fong Zong brought his cell phone over. I'm not going to your place. May I ask what the reason is? The person from Tsinghua's admissions office thought that Fong Zong had already chosen Peking University next door, or some other prestigious university, and was still a bit reluctant to use preferential policies to keep him. But Fong Zong said, I don't want to go too far away from home. I want to enroll in Sherman Media University. What? The people in the admissions office were shocked. That's just a regular double-tier university. Fong Zong, however, laughed. who made it close to home. With that, he hung up. The people in the enrollment office were dumbfounded and looked at the leader who was waiting for news and said, "Director, he wants to enroll in Sherman Media University. Is he crazy? There's Tsinghua not to choose. Choose an ordinary double first class?" Wang Ma was also a bit surprised. "Xiao Feng, you're not going to Tsinghua? It's too far. I'd rather stay in the city." Feng Zong smiled faintly. Tai Zhu doubted. "From the city to Tsinghua, it's less than an hour by high-speed train, right?" Feng Dad and Feng Mom, however, didn't say anything. As long as it was Feng Zong's choice, they fully supported it. Shimon Media University Admissions Office. Director, still calling this number? The staff of the enrollment office was a bit discouraged. People's college entrance exam winners are sure to choose famous universities. How would they choose our school? More than 100 points over the scoreline. Call the past, I'm afraid to be scolded. The director sighed helplessly. I know that too, but at least it's from our city. Local affection. Whether he picks it or not, at least call and ask. The person from the admissions office nodded and sighed as he dialed the number. Hello, is this the home of Feng Zong's classmate? I'm from Sherman Media University. There was no talk on the other end of the line, and the enrollment office was hopeless, planning to just hang up. Just as I took the handset away, I heard a faint, "I'm reporting," coming from the receiver. "Ha!" The enrollment office guy hurriedly put the receiver to his ear. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "Good." The man from the admissions office hung up the phone with a slightly glazed look in his eyes and didn't say a word. "What's wrong?" The director was anxious. "What did he say? Did he scold you?" The man from the admissions office slowly turned his head and said slowly to the director, "He said to apply to our school." "What?" The director was confused too. Did he hear the wrong school? The man from the admissions office smiled slowly. "He said he wants to apply to our school." "Really?" The director still couldn't believe it. "Did you hear wrong? Call again to confirm." He was getting excited at this point, but still a little skeptical. How could a high school senior apply to the school? "Yes." The person from the admissions office called again. "Student Feng Zong, we are from Sherman Media University. Are you sure you want to apply to our school?" He said the name of the university with exceptional clarity, biting each word with great precision, fearing that Feng Zong would misunderstand him. Feng Zong nodded. "Yeah, I'm going to enroll in your school." The man from the admissions office hung up the phone violently. "Director, it's true." The director sniffed in ecstasy. "Call the principal and tell him the good news." Within a few minutes, the principal rushed into the office sweating. "Is the news true? Really?" The principal tightened his face. "Did you confirm that?" Called again and he confirmed that he wants to apply to our school. The director immediately assured. The principal was overjoyed. "Quickly, prepare the car. Go to their home overnight to confirm. Prepare for publicity. This time we must make our school famous. This is a great political achievement." The high school students apply to their own schools. These may be trivial to the famous schools, but it has been a godsend for this school. Yes, Shimon Media University is excited, but Qingbei is even more excited. What right does he, a mediocre double-tier university, have to steal students from Qingbei? The admissions offices of the two universities are united in anger. The time for the results of each province is not the same, but Feng Zong, the province, is the fastest results this year. That is to say, Feng Zong was one of the first two college entrance exam winners to appear in the country, but it was snatched up by a local university. How about going to Fudan University? How about going to the University of Hong Kong? The mere fact that they went to such an ordinary college made them feel really insulted. If you like media, you can go to a top media university. We, Qingbei, can't even compare to such a school. Staff at both admissions offices are skeptical. When did Qingbei become so unappealing? Don't be discouraged. Taiju's mom, Feng Ma, began to comfort Wang Ma with a smile. Tieju's exam is not bad. He should be able to get into the first class line. It's also very promising for the future. Wang Ma pulled out a smile that was worse than tears. Yes, Taiju did pretty well on his exams as well. It's getting late, so we'll head back. She never had such a heartbreaking time. Thought her son got into a book, and since then she was able to raise her eyebrows in the village. However, Feng Zong was given a head start by Feng Zong. One book isn't even close to being enough compared to the first grade. Watching Wang Ma leave with Taiju holding her breath, Feng Ma laughed at the top of her voice. I've been holding this breath all night, but now I can let it out. You kid, you usually do so poorly on tests. How come you did so well on the test? Mrs. Feng laughed and asked, do you usually still hide it from us? I do think it's good. Father Feng, however, looked relieved. It's good to be able to hide your clumsiness. Our family is already in the spotlight in the village. If Zong had behaved better in general, he might have been even more hated. Now it's good to be grown up and exposed. They didn't doubt Feng Zong's ability at all. In their eyes, Feng Zong was always the best one. Feng Zong hemmed and hawed. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Okay, you go to sleep. Fong Ma naturally didn't say much and urged him to go back. Fong Zong finally instructed, Dad, which school enrollment said no more, just go to Sherman Media University. Okay. Fong Dad fully respects Fong Zong's opinion. After all, it is Fong Zong who goes to college and chooses better by himself. Chapter 27, you take a $3 million tractor to plow a field? Not bad. Good test. Chu Chiu Lu looked at the number on the screen, 639, and looked at Han Yibing with a pleased face. Usually work so hard, and now you're seeing the rewards. Han Yibing wasn't surprised, and had estimated the score about right. Just, as she thought of this, she dialed Fong Zong's number. How many points did you get on the test? Can I go to Stoneman Media University? Fong Zong's voice with sleepiness rang out. Break up enough? Definitely passed the scoreline. That's good. Han Yibing heart relieved. Tomorrow to go to school. Want to learn to fill in the volunteer can go. You go or not? Go. Of course Fong Zong would not miss this opportunity. Not returning home rich and powerful is like traveling in brocade clothes at night. The original body was called Two Little Cuties at school. Of course he had to smack those people in the face for the original body. Show them that they are not as cute as the second little one. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. Han Yibing smiled and hung up the phone, beginning to long for his life in college with Fong Zong. They both went to bed after they finished talking, but a lot of people couldn't sleep. Chief, good news. The director of the Sherman City Education Bureau received a midnight call from a subordinate. There's a college entrance exam scholar in our city. Yeah, the director laughed out loud. It's finally out of our city. All these years, it's been suppressed by the perverted school in the next city over, and there hasn't been a top student in many years. At this moment, he only knows that he has made a great achievement for his educational cause. Hurry up, contact the media, and let them write articles overnight. Go for publicity. It must be heavily publicized. Never mind. I'll go to the station right now and notify everyone to work overtime. This is a great achievement, and as a major political achievement, it must be publicized properly. Scholarship the bonus must not be less. Which enterprise should be found to bear the bonus? Torii County. The director of the County Education Bureau was on the phone at the moment. Full of joy, Secretary, our county has a top student in the college entrance examination. Good. I'll be sure to publicize it vigorously. The director smiled with a crease in his face. The prize money for the top student. You still need to say hello to the secretary. Yes, I'm going now. Faced with overtime work, the secretary, instead of complaining at all, even wishes to work overtime every day because of such things. Mayor, our town has a high school student. The mayor had just gone to sleep when he was woken up by the phone, and was just about to get angry when he heard this and sat up with a boner. Which village? Fong's village, the son of their village chief. The mayor was overjoyed. Contact the band, contact the township enterprises, and go to Fongjia village tomorrow with a gong and drums to hand out bonuses. There's a high school senior, and everyone from the city to the county is rattled. Even Fong's father, Fong's mom, hadn't rested all night and had been sprinkling the house. The town has come to notify. A large group of leaders are coming to the house. It's a big deal. Be sure to greet your leaders with a fresh look. As the village chief, Papa Fong directly woke up the village committee members and told them to clean the village overnight. Overnight, the entire Fong clan village was startled, and all of their faces showed joy. As a part of the Fong family village, they were also honored to have a scholar. The protagonist, Fong Zong, on the other hand, went to sleep at this time. I wanted to persuade Mr. and Mrs. Fong to take a break. Why make such a big deal out of just one top student in the college entrance examination? But seeing both of them working with smiles on their faces, he didn't try to persuade them. Let them be more happy and pleased. I'm sure they've been holding their breath for so many years, without waiting to sleep until he woke up naturally. Fong Zong was woken up by the ringing of the phone and saw that it was Han Yibing calling. What's wrong? Going to school so early? Han Yibing, however, smiled and said, No, it's the tractor bought for uncle and aunt that has arrived and is at the entrance of your village. So go and pick it up. So fast? Fong Zong was a bit surprised. Wasn't it sent from abroad? Han Yibing laughed. No, their company also has distribution stores in the country. The past 2 days is to transfer goods to go. Just arrived today. Okay, I'll get it then. As soon as Fong Zong woke up, he realized that there were people inside and outside his house, all from the village. When they saw him, their mouths were full of congratulations, and they kept praising him for his good looks and brains. Fong Zong smiled and greeted people one by one afterward. These people, before, used to badmouth themselves behind their backs, but now they are all smiling and telling how much they used to think the world of themselves. Even though he laughed coldly in his heart, he still maintained his manners, and after a brief wash, he arrived at the entrance of the village. Hello, are you Fong Zong? A trailer with a tractor on it was parked at the entrance to the village, and a man in a suit stood next to the trailer. The tracks are triangular and look very reliable, and the materials are very solid at first glance. It looks a lot more dominant compared to the set of junk with tires. This bizarre shape stopped at the entrance of the village and drew a crowd of villagers. "It's me," Fong Zong said. "Send the car to our house." "Good." The man in the suit smiled and said, "Hello Mr. Fong, I'm the sales of Case Agricultural Machinery. Here is my contact information for any problems with the tractor. We also include all after-sales services. After all, it's such an expensive tractor. The service attitude must keep up." Fong Zong wasn't surprised by this, and after getting into the Toyota at the front of the trailer he began to point the way, and soon arrived at the door. "Little Zong, what's this?" When Fong Dad saw Fong Zong come back with such a car, he was also astonished for a moment. Fong Zong smiled and explained, "The girl who drove me home last time gave you a tractor when she heard that the family's tractor was no good anymore." "Really?" Papa Fong was pleasantly surprised, but then saw the tracked wheels and was a little disturbed. "How much does this cost? We can't take such an expensive car for nothing, can we?" Fong Zong, however, smiled and asked the tow truck driver to unload the truck, turning his head to smile at Fong Dad. "It's not expensive, and it's her intention." The villagers at his house murmured, "Why does this tractor look so strange? It seems like I've seen it on TV. With these wheels, there's no fear of sinking into the ground. Fancy, some things are just hit or miss." Mrs. Fong also heard that a car was sent over and came out to check, and once she heard that it was sent by the little girl from last time, she was even happier. This shows that the good-looking and rich little girl from last time really likes Fong Zong. "How much for the tractor?" "This little man?" Wang Ma also came over to help Fong Zong's family clean up, and in her heart, she was crazy with jealousy, pulling the suit boy to ask about buying one for her family if it wasn't too expensive. "Isn't it just a tractor? Who can't afford the same?" The surrounding villagers had also pricked up their ears to see how much. The young man in the suit smiled slightly. "This tractor of Mr. Fong's, with all the highest configurations selected, has a total price of 3.35 million. Taking less? Did you say less?" Wang Ma's eyes went straight. "A tractor sold for over $3 million? The villagers also held their breath in fear. "How can I use such an expensive tractor in the future? To plow? That's a waste, isn't it? Give me this money and I'll put on a plow and plow your land." "How many regular tractors can you buy with that $3 million? Chapter 28. How can you show off in front of others with this kind of money? It's not good enough. Xiao Zong, this tractor is too expensive. We can't take it." Fong Ma was shocked by the price. Although their family could come up with that much money, but can't do the thing where you take that much money and just buy a plow tractor. People are still just giving a gift. How much money should the family have? Give it away and you can keep it. Fong Zong, however, smiled. "The family tractor is too old. Use a new one." Fong's father and mother wanted to say something else, but were interrupted by a voice in the distance. "The leaders are here." All the villagers immediately looked into the distance, only to see two coaster down more than a dozen leaders, behind them also pressurized with a bunch of people, and take the camera and microphone. Papa Fong and Mama Fong hurried up to greet them. "Which one is our top student?" The person in the lead was a middle-aged man who appeared to have a kind face, and although he asked this, he had a glance on Fong Zong in the crowd. "Secretary Tan, this is my son Fong Zong." Fong Dad smiled from ear to ear and introduced Fong Zong. "This is our county's Secretary Tan." "Good day, Secretary Tan." Fong Zong greeted honestly. Secretary Tan smiled and looked Fong Zong up and down. "Not bad, both talent and appearance. At first glance, it looks like a scholar." The people around us naturally exchanged compliments. "The young man is a good-looking man. Mr. Fong, this is Director Zhou of the City Education Bureau." Another person introduced him. "Hello, Director Zhou." Director Zhou wore glasses to look civilized. Good. You are a long face to our city, showing that our work has not been in vain." The surrounding people immediately laughed in agreement, and the surrounding cameras and camcorders were all aimed at Fong Zong and the leaders. "Mr. Fong, any difficulties at home?" Secretary Tan had a concerned look on his face. "Bring up anything, and the government will definitely solve what it can." "Thank you, Secretary Tan. Everything is fine at our home." How could Fong Zong make a request without opening his eyes? Secretary Tan, however, instructed, "Feel free to ask for anything, don't be shy." Seeing that Fong Zong just smiled, he said, "I heard that our county has produced a scholar. The county committee is very concerned, and the city and township enterprises are also very concerned. They all offered to put up a scholarship for the top student and also to actually address the family's difficulties." As soon as the words left his mouth, several men appeared behind him, holding enlarged checks. The man at the head extended his hand and shook Fong Zong's hand. "I'm a representative of the city's Fuxing Catering Company, offering $100,000 in scholarships for the top student." The crowd was in an uproar. Then someone took out the enlarged check plate, and the representative took a picture with Fong Zong. I'm a representative of Johnson Farm Machinery in the county, offering an $80,000 scholarship to the top student. The second person came back out to take a picture with Fong Zong. That'll be $180,000. That's a lot of money. A third person came back out. I'm a representative of the town's Gaofa Agricultural Company, offering a prize of 70,000 yuan for the top winner. 250,000 now. Holy, it's so easy to make money, isn't it? Straight to the house. The villagers' eyes were full of envy, and they were sent directly to their homes. The various leaders started talking to Fong Zong again. These three business representatives stepped back behind the leader. After giving away so much money, how come I don't see how happy the scholar is? The man from Fusheng Catering looked surprised. I had thought that they would be happy. The man from High Fat Agriculture was also puzzled. Yes, $250,000. How many years must the villagers earn before they can save it? Oh, such a small amount of money can't get into people's eyes. The man from Johnson Agricultural Machinery was expressionless. It can't be, can it? Neither of them could believe that so much money could not enter the eyes of a rural family. The man from Johnson Farm Machinery pointed to the tractor. This is someone's family tractor. Guess how much it's worth? It looks weird. Over $100,000? The guy from Fusheng Catering guessed more when he saw that the tractor still had tracks. The man from Johnson Farm Machinery laughed. Over $100,000? Enough for 2 wheels. This tractor, I just took a look at it. It's still top of the line. Over $3 million, I think. The people from the two companies instantly widened their eyes. More than $3 million? Then he reacted. No wonder he wasn't much happier with over $200,000. It's pretty small change for people. Looking towards Fong Zong in the crowd, he couldn't help but sigh. Even if he's handsome, he's still so good at studying. Even if he's good at studying, his family is still so rich. The people from these three companies were a bit arrogant at first, thinking that they were here to give away money and that they had to show some respect anyways. Now they didn't dare to hold on to that idea and respectfully watched the many leaders talk to Fong Zong. Study hard. In the future, our city and county will need talents like you to develop. After talking for a while, the leaders are going back. Secretary Tan stood up from his stool and patted Fong Zong's shoulder. If you have any difficulties, feel free to come to the county committee. The city can find it too. Director Cho hastened to interject. After that, the many leaders headed out the door. Secretary Tan, this is my son Taiju. He also got into a school. Wang Ma hurriedly introduced as Secretary Tan passed by. Secretary Tan smiled and nodded. Not bad. And without saying anything more, he got in his car with his men and left, leaving Wang Ma standing in place with a lost face. My son is so good, why doesn't he say more? The villagers watched the fun and were ready to go home individually at this time. But at this moment, 2 more cars drove into the village entrance, and after the driver asked about the place, he drove straight to Fong Zong's house. May I ask if this is Mr. Fong Zong Fong's house? Fong's father hurriedly greeted him. Yes, I'm Fong Zong's father. Hello Mr. Fong. The man in the backseat got down and reached out to shake Fong's dad's hand. I'm the president of Sherman Media University, and I've come here specifically to meet fellow student Fong Zong. When the villagers heard that it was a university president, they knew that there was another buzz and started to gather around again. Hello principal? Inside please. Papa Fong hurriedly invited him in. Fong Zong was taking off the big red flower on his body at the moment, when he was just taking pictures. The media people had to make him hang it up. Little Zong, this is the president of Sherman Media University. The principal hurriedly shook Fong Zong's hand. Student Fong, my name is Wang. I would like to reconfirm. Are you applying to our school? Mind you, you're 122 points over the scoreline. Fong Zong nodded. Yes. Principal Wang finally settled down and was filled with excitement. May I ask why Mr. Fong wants to apply to our school? The people behind him held up cameras to film the whole thing, and Fong Zong didn't talk nonsense. Sherman Media University has always been my dream school, and I love the learning atmosphere of this school. Bull *******. Never even been there. I was also very interested in the campus culture and motto of this school. What's that? And there is great admiration for the honors this school has achieved. Never even heard of it. That's why I decided to apply to this school. Fong Zong smiled and finished the above paragraph, moving Principal Wang to tears. That's a damn good point. Chapter 29. There's no way he's the top scorer. You're kidding. Student Fong. For you to enroll in our school with such excellent grades, the school must make a reward. During college, tuition and other fees are waived, and the school offers a $100,000 scholarship. Principal Wang was so excited that he told all the conditions that he could reduce or provide. The fact that the top student enrolled in his school and made that comment in front of the cameras is simply a way of delivering a political achievement into his hands. And this advertisement is sure to recruit more talented students when it comes out. A mere $100,000 is nothing. Another 100,000? No, I'll go back and make my daughter study hard and get a top grade as well. Is that a test you can take whenever you want? Only a literary star like Xiao Feng who descended to earth can take the test. The villagers were envious when they saw another $100,000 reward, and described Feng Zong as the star of literature. It's not the same as before when he was talking about the second little cutie behind his back. It's completely different from the time of. The rapidity of the change in tone is mind-boggling. The principal said some more words to Feng's father and mother before saying goodbye with some reluctance. Principal Wang, my son Taiju is also enough for the first book score line. Should he go to your school too? Wang Ma was anxious and pulled Principal Wang down. Principal Wang naturally smiled and nodded. That's fine. But after saying that, there was nothing more to say. Wang Ma looked at him with an expectant face. And then what? Instead, he only saw Principal Wang smile and nod as he got into his car and left. Why don't you give my son a scholarship? Wang Ma mumbled and watched Principal Wang leave with some reluctance. Everyone stay put. I'm treating you all to a banquet today. Seeing that the villagers wanted to leave, Papa Feng immediately called out to everyone. Everyone be sure to enjoy your time. Yes, definitely come. The village headman really deserves to be a village headman, educating such excellent children. Mayor atmosphere. The villagers were able to get the light, so naturally they would not refuse, and the other dad was again praised. Feng Zong, on the other hand, had already returned to the house by now. Little Zong, today is really the happiest day in Mom's life. Feng Ma followed him back to the house, excitedly wiping her tears all the time. Feng Zong laughed out loud. There will be many more days for you to be happy in the future. Yes, 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 happier every day. Mrs. Feng was overjoyed. When she saw Feng Zong taking the clothes, she asked, "Where are you going?" Feng Zong explained, "The school is teaching us about volunteering today, so I have to go to the school." "Okay, you go." Feng Ma nodded her head repeatedly. "Come back today. We'll have a nice meal tonight. Didn't you eat last night?" Feng Ma, however, said, "What kind of delicious food is that? Let your father kill a few more donkeys today and leave one especially for you to eat." "Oh yes, there's one more to kill. You bring some to the girl. After receiving such a big gift from someone, you have to return some of the favor." When he said this, he thought again. No, I have to prepare some gifts as well, so you can bring them over then. Come on Mom, there's no shortage of this in other people's homes. Feng Zong hurriedly refused. "Just bring some donkey meat." Feng Ma sighed. "Alright, it's a bit too shabby to bring some donkey meat alone, when the heart is in the right place." Feng Zong pushed her outside. "I'm going to change and go out." Only then did Feng Ma go out with some reluctance. Looking at Feng Zong today, the more she looked at him, the more she felt that she couldn't get enough. Feng Zong, here. Feng Zong took a taxi to the entrance of the seaside garden neighborhood, and soon Honeybing drove out and opened the window to greet him. "How did the test go?" Once in the car, Honeybing inquired about the results. Feng Zong nodded. "Played well. Not a bad score. So it's possible to go to Sherman Media University?" Honeybing was most concerned about this. Feng Zong nodded. "You can go on." "That's good." Honeybing laughed and asked, "Aren't your grades usually bad? How come you played so well on the college entrance exam?" Feng Zong shrugged. "Ancestors bless." As he spoke, his cell phone rang, and as soon as he saw the caller, Feng Zong smiled and answered the call. "Teacher Feng." Honeybing glanced at Feng Zong with some surprise. "Go on. It's on its way. It'll be here soon." "Good." Feng Zong smiled and hung up the phone. Honeybing was a bit surprised. "Why is Mr. Feng calling you? Ask me if I'm going to school." Honeybing was even more puzzled. "Why does he care about you so much?" "Because I'm the main character today." Feng Zong laughed and didn't explain to her. Along the way, under Honeybing's incessant questioning, he came to a stop not far from the school entrance. See a group of people all gathered around the school entrance. The two men got off the bus, and when they saw Lu Dawei in the crowd, they asked, "What happened at the school?" "Our school has a top science scholar." Lu Dawei's face was filled with envy. "I don't know who it is. It's too powerful." Han Yibing's eyes instantly widened. "Top science student? Just our school?" The school they were in was not particularly well resourced in the city, and usually the top students came out of the next city, where there was a famous high school. "Yeah." Lu Dawei is surrounded by his classmates, and when he sees someone, he asks, "How did you do on the exam? How many points?" Zhang Tongkai was also in the crowd, and when he saw Han Yibing and Feng Zong get off the bus, his face was a little excited and he wanted to squeeze over. But Feng Zong walked towards the school entrance. "Feng Zong, where are you going?" Lu Dawei called out to him. "We can't get into the school yet without the top student arriving." Feng Zong smiled faintly. "I'll go take a look. There's nothing to see." Lu Dawei wanted to call out to him, but saw that he had already walked away. The surrounding people laughed. probably afraid that we will ask him about his grades. This second little cutie. The exam is not expected to be good. If you usually score that much, you definitely won't get much on the test. I didn't do well on the test, and I wanted to ask him how much he scored and get a little sense of superiority back. Han Yibing was talking to her best friend and didn't notice these people. The scholar is here. You can go in. Finally, the sun will be here soon. Who is it? Which class? Male or female? The students in the back of the room speculated. Someone laughed. Anyway, it won't be Fangzong, that second little cutie. When these words came out, those who knew Fangzong laughed out loud. Exasperated, Han Yibing was just about to open her mouth to speak for Fangzong, but the men all moved forward, not giving her a chance to speak. Because of the top students, this time they were not allowed to go directly to the classroom either, but came to the playground. The podium had been filled with banners, but none of them had names on them. A few moments later, the principal came on stage with a red face, and after saying a bunch of good things about schooling, he let Mr. Fong come up to the stage to speak. Mr. Fong fully summarized the insights of raising top students, and was smiling from ear to ear on the stage. Our class? Who? MS. Han? Not really. Who else has good grades besides her? The students in this class looked around trying to see who from this class was not present. Han Yibing suddenly thought of Fong Zong's words in the car. Because I'm the main character today. Teacher Fong on the stage shouted. Everyone applauded and welcomed the top science scholar of Hebei province. Fong Zong. Fong Zong? Is he? How is that possible? The stage was filled with disbelieving eyes. Looking at Fong Zong, who slowly came on stage. How could it be him? Chapter 30, I cheated on the college entrance exam? Just come up with any question you want. Impossible. How can he be the top student? This second little cutie. Can he get into the top grade? With his usual grades, he'd struggle to get into a junior college. Could he be hiding something? Usually I think he's low-key when he doesn't talk. Not only the students in the same class, but also the students in the surrounding classes knew Fong Zong. On Fong Zong's usual performance, there was no way he could have won the top prize in the exam. This is senior class 7's Fong Zong. This college entrance exam, with a total score of 716 points in science, ranked first in science in Hebei province, a veritable top student. Teacher Fong smiled from ear to ear. Everyone give a round of applause to student Fong Zong. 716? That high? There are only a handful of wrong questions. How did you do it? 500 points more than usual? Is that much progress? The students at the bottom either looked surprised, or admired, and some were a little skeptical. Han Yibing, on the other hand, was applauding wildly off stage, not at all like the cold and frosty look he usually had when he was with his classmates. The principal smiled and took over the microphone. In order to recognize Fong Zong's outstanding achievements, our school has decided to take out $50,000 to serve as a scholarship for Fong Zong. 50,000? The students on the stage gasped in amazement and envy. What the principal and MS Fong said on stage was naturally recorded by the cameras. Instead of a big red flower, Fong Zong this time wore a ribbon and held a big red bag. After the brief ceremony, the students went back to their respective classrooms. Fong Zong, on the other hand, accompanied by MS Fong, also returned to the classroom. Looking at this familiar classroom, Fong Zong couldn't help but feel a trace of emotion welling up in his heart, and walked straight to the corner of the last row to sit down. Fong Zong, how can you sit there? Come, sit here. Mr. Fong took a look at Fong Zong sitting in the corner. How can that be? Even if you were placed there before, it was for you to learn to be quiet. Now that you're a top student on the exam, you should sit in the first row right in the middle. No need, Mr. Fong, I'll just sit here. Fong Zong smiled and refused. It was still the most familiar place. Zong, how did you do that? Lu Dawei looked like he was looking at an alien. You didn't cheat in the exam, did you? Such a thought was not only shared by him, but even by the whole class. Oh, good. Teacher Fong naturally wouldn't go against the top student, but instead greeted a few students in the last row. You guys, come with me and move the college entrance exam volunteer guide. Lu Dawei was among them, and he who did not wait for Fong Zong's reply had no choice but to get up and head outside. How did you copy that? Fong Zong wanted to play with his cell phone for a while, but a person suddenly appeared in front of him. This person wore glasses and had a wooden face. It was Jiang Wenxiang, who had previously scored first in the class. Normally the man was a loner and a veritable schoolteacher. Because of his good studies, he was very much liked by Mr. Fong, and the scum in the class didn't hang out with this guy. And the man has a very eccentric personality, which is called obstinacy to put it nicely, and paranoia to put it badly. Having just returned to the classroom, he couldn't help but come and question Fong Zong. When the other students saw this, they all looked over, all with expressions of watching. Jiang Wenxiang, what do you mean? Without waiting for Fong Zong to speak, Han Yibing came over first and said, "Are you doubting the strictness of the college entrance exam? How could there be a way to cheat in such a strict examination center? If not, there wouldn't be so much news every year." Jiang Wenxiang said to Han Yibing with a stern face. Then he asked Fang Zong, "Your usual grades aren't this good at all. I'm sure you've done some tampering." Fang Zong couldn't help but let out a sneer and crossed his legs. "Since you think I've tampered with it, why do you even bother to ask me? You wouldn't believe me if I said I hadn't gotten my hands dirty. You've come to question me now for no other reason than to come and get me to admit that I moved to satisfy your pathetic ego." Jiang Wenxiang's face turned red. "You fart. What need is there for my grades to come before you for self-esteem?" Han Yibing frowned from the side. Since Fang Zong was able to become the top scholar, it means that his performance in the examination room has been vetted, so there must be no problem. "No way," Jiang Wenxiang insisted. "Prove it." "Who am I to prove it to you?" Fang Zong was disdainful. Jiang Wenxiang felt that he was being scorned and was furious. "If you don't prove your ability, I will report you to the Education Bureau." Zhang Tongkai smiled from the side at this time and said, "Jiang Wenxiang, Fang Zong's ability is beyond doubt." Han Yibing and Fang Zong couldn't help but turn their heads to look at him, a little confused as to why this man was speaking toward Fang Zong, but Zhang Tongkai's next sentence made the two understand. "Fang Zong, you know Jiang Wenxiang, you know this person, just prove it and forget about it, just take pity on him." One sentence set Fang Zong up and made him have to prove himself. "Looks like your dad found another bank loan?" Fang Zong said to Zhang Tongkai with a cold face. Zhang Tongkai's face changed. "Did you really move it?" Fang Zong glanced at him coldly and turned his head to Jiang Wenxiang. "What will you do if I prove my ability?" "What to do?" Jiang Wenxiang said with a wooden face. "This is what you have to do, or else everyone else will question your ability." Fang Zong let out a cold laugh. "Are you treating me like the sixth son who disemboweled me to get powder? You?" Jiang Wenxiang clenched his teeth. "If you prove your ability, I will immediately run 10 laps downstairs in the school, shouting that you have no problem with your grades while running." Fang Zong couldn't help but giggle, but also smiled and nodded. "Yes, how can I prove it?" Jiang Wenxiang said in a cold voice. "When I took the exam, there was a math question I couldn't do, and since you're the top student, you must know it. You redo the problem on the board and state the derivation." "All right." Fang Zong nodded. "You go ahead and write out the questions." Jiang Wenxiang went straight to the blackboard and very accurately wrote out the whole question without any mistake. Han Yibing muttered, still really paranoid, remembering this question so clearly. Then the other party said longitudinally, "I advise you not to go. It's not so easy to prove your own innocence. They should not believe or not believe. Let them report it. Don't worry, it's fine." Fang Zong smiled faintly, came to the podium and wrote out the derivation process while talking, and also took great care of the students of the schoolyard. The simplest formulas were told, keeping the answer deduced. He stopped the chalk in his hand, turning his head to Jiang Wenxiang. "Will you?" "I." Jiang Wenxiang was dumbfounded, looking at the densely packed numbers of formulas on the blackboard. His figure declined. The students in the classroom were very surprised. "I can't believe he actually knows how to do that. It's a question that a lot of schoolboys say is too hard, and I didn't expect him to do it." The answers are published and definitely prepared. In the classroom, I don't know which student muttered a sentence in a low voice, immediately causing Jiang Wenxiang to branch out again. "Right on." Jiang Wenxiang continued. "I'm going to make another question that I stumbled upon and never understood. If you can answer it, you win." Chapter 31, Double First-Class Universities Can Only Be Considered Ordinary Universities? Jiang Wenxiang's face was very unconvinced, and it was obvious that the words he had just spoken had been heard in his heart. Fang Zong went and snorted. "I'll do it, and then someone will say I've done this question and repeat it forever." With that he glanced down at the podium and scoffed at the other students. "Why don't you all come up with what you think is the hardest question you've ever asked? Saves anyone else from chewing on it down there." The classroom was in an uproar. "You're too crazy, aren't you? Even a top science student may not be able to do all of them, right, Zong?" "I'm convinced." "Don't look at me." Jiang Wenxiang's face turned even redder at his words, as if it would drip blood at any moment. "Let's do the questions together. You do half and I'll do half, and when you're done you'll each swap, check your answers, and then finally you'll each come up with your own question." Fang Zong shrugged. "Whatever you say." The students in the classroom sniffed and showed excitement. "That's what you said." The students showed no mercy in the face of this round of competition, and some even started searching online. Soon, the two were starting in the first row and quickly solving problems. Fang Zong didn't have time to write so much about the derivation process and directly wrote out the answer. On Jiang Wenxiang's side, though, his movements weren't slow either, and were already very fast compared to ordinary students. But compared to Fang Zong, it was not even a fraction of a second slower. After Fang Zong finished his side of the questions, he came back to Jiang Wenxiang's side. "Read the question once and write the answer on the paper." And when Jiang Wenxiang finished his side, just about to come to Fong Zong's side to do the question. He was already caught up by Fong Zong. So much trouble. Fong Zong bristled. Let's match the answer first. As long as it's right, isn't it proof? Okay. Jiang Wenxiang was caught up by Fong Zong, and his face became even more mortified. So he directly put the two sheets of paper together and began to check his answers. The answer to this question is different. The two men's answer sheets were half read by the crowd before they realized that the answer to one question was different. What's the answer to the question you came up with? The crowd looked at the person who had come up with the question. But the person who had come up with the question looked confused. I came up with it blindly. I don't know. Hanibing came and picked up the question and read it over, spelling out the answer. It's the same as Fong Zong's. The students have exclaimed that Hanibing is also a veritable academic bully, and the two of them with Jiang Wenxiang often rank first and second to each other. Jiang Wenxiang looked at the questions carefully before turning pale. I made a mistake. Enough fooling around? Hanibing looked at Jiang Wenxiang coldly. Jiang Wenxiang's eyes were still a bit unconvinced. I'll put out the last question. If you can still do it, I'll be willing to bow down. It's really true that you won't turn back until you hit the south wall. Fong Zong shook his head helplessly. You come up with the question. At this point, most of the students in the classroom already believed in Fong Zong's strength. With so many questions, many students had written them out casually, not even knowing the answers themselves. But Fong Zong had written the answers with a glance. This is no longer something the average schoolboy can do. How did he metamorphose? You awakened your superpowers before the college entrance exam? How come I didn't awaken? I knew it. The era of universal evolution is upon us. But why haven't I evolved yet? Where's my SSS-ranked psychic ability? Some of the students who like to watch anime and read netizens began to brainstorm the image of Fong Zong awakening his superpowers the night before the college entrance exam. You do that. Jiang Wenxiang wrote the question on the blackboard and looked at Fong Zong with almost desperate eyes. He knew that this question was definitely not difficult for Fong Zong either. It was just his own dying struggle. What's going on? Teacher Fong came back with those students carrying their books, and when he saw Jiang Wenxiang writing questions on the blackboard, he laughed and asked, haven't you done enough in 3 years of high school? However, Jiang Wenxiang didn't answer him and just stared at Fong Zong dead in the face. Teacher Fong understood at first glance, and his originally red-faced face immediately turned gloomy. Jiang Wenxiang, what do you mean? Teacher Fong, it's impossible for him to grow so fast. Jiang Wenxiang almost pleaded, let him solve this problem. Fong Zong sighed, Mr. Fong, leave it to me. He took the chalk and wrote the solution under the question without thinking, looking at Jiang Wenxiang after the last word was written. Jiang Wenxiang, on the other hand, was staring at the blackboard with his eyes lifelessly for a long time without responding. It's divine. He's done it again. Is this the strength of a top student? I think it's not even just the first-ranked scholar anymore. It's even the god of examination. Perverts. Every one of these schoolboys is a pervert. The students on the stage were talking to each other, and a few students who had returned from carrying their books looked at Fong Zong with great surprise when they heard what had just happened. Lu Dawei was even more incredulous. He had originally thought that Fong Zong had used some means to get himself to the top of the exam. I didn't realize that he really had the strength. Enough fooling around. Teacher Fong reprimanded Jiang Wenxiang. Why don't you go back to your seat? It's me who lost. Jiang Wenxiang's face paled as he looked at Fong Zong. I'll go downstairs now. Fong Zong, however, said indifferently, sit back in your seat honestly. If you go down and shout, you might get me into even more trouble. Jiang Wenxiang smiled bitterly and sat down in the first row of seats, hanging his head and stopped talking. Everyone take a good look at the volunteer guide. Mr. Fong began to hand out books. Look at which school you can get into with your scoreline. Not only the school, but the major you choose is also very important. So everyone be careful. After saying that, he looked at Fong Zong. Fong Zong, which school are you going to apply for? Qingbei or Fudan? I'm applying for Sherman Media University. Fong Zong didn't hide anything. What? Not only Mr. Fong, even the students were very surprised. How did you choose this school? This school is just a normal double-tier university. Teacher Fong advised. You'd better be cautious. The top school naturally has his advantages. Regular double first class. The corners of the mouth of the rest of the students twitched. Many of us can only take the second, third, and junior college exams. And in your eyes, the double first class are now only ordinary? Then what are we? The third and junior colleges? The equivalent of crap that has to go back to the drawing board? This is my decision. Fong Zong smiled faintly and said no more. Seeing this, Mr. Fong couldn't say more, thinking to persuade again in private. If the students in his class could go to Tsinghua University, he would definitely have no problem with his title evaluation. Next, he did not say much, emphasizing the importance of filling in volunteers and recommending some organizations that could help with volunteering before announcing his dissolution. Lu Dawei hemmed and hawed. Brother Zong, Such a big happy event as you getting the top grade. Do you want to celebrate? Good point. Fong Zong wasn't petty either. When I return from the village, I'll treat you all to a proper celebration. Then we can wait. Lu Dawei and a few people in the dormitory were naturally overjoyed. Seeing Han Yibing come over, a few people had the good sense to leave and go chat on the other side. You've really surprised me. Han Yibing still had some disbelief in his eyes. Hiding in school for 3 years, just waiting for the college entrance exam to be a hit, right? My parents are quite grateful to you for giving them the tractor. Fong Zong, however, changed the topic. Tonight my family killed a donkey. Do you want to go back with me to eat meat? Han Yibing's face turned violently red. Going home to see your parents? Chapter 32. How come everything's his? After the announcement of the dismissal, many students didn't just leave. When attending school, students hated not staying a minute longer as long as they could get away. But now that they are graduating and they are being asked to leave, the students are a little upset. Each was getting together with their familiar classmates to chat and take pictures. Now they can use their cell phones with impunity. Ice. Which school are you applying to? Han Yibing's best friend Yen Guannan came over and asked. You scored more than 600 points in the exam. Surely you want to apply for a school like Qingbei, right? The girls around them also cast searching glances when they heard the question. Han Yibing is not very popular in the girls group. Not only is he a good student, but he also has good looks and a good family. These are the 3 main reasons for unpopularity. Han Yibing, I'm also going to apply to Shimon Media University. Ha! Yen Guannan exclaimed. Why? Is there some special major in the school that makes you all want to enroll? I don't know. Han Yibing shook his head. If Fong Zong wants to report, I'll accompany him. Are you crazy? Yen Guannan was shocked by Han Yibing's choice. Your grades are so good. Wouldn't it be a waste not to go to a good university? Is it worth it for a boy? There are high school seniors on the Qingbei campus too. Why do you bother? Han Yibing, however, smiled faintly and didn't say anything. A boy like Fong Zong could never relax, or else he would quickly be surrounded by warblers and swallows, and there would be no place for him at that time. Bing bing, calm down. College is different from university. Don't be such a love brain. The future is most important. I know you're in your first relationship valuing the other person, but there's no need to go to this extent. Yen Guannan was really feeling unworthy of this bosom friend of hers. Obviously scored so high in the exam, but chose an ordinary university. This boiled goat behavior is so brainless. The surrounding girls were also dismayed when they heard Han Yibing's choice. Is this love? I believe in love again. Love my ass. I think she just dislikes the poor and loves the rich. Knowing that Fong Zong's family is rich, she wants to get together. That's not so bad. Han Yibing's family is also quite rich. The more I look at Fong Zong now, the more handsome I feel. Why didn't I feel it before? Stupid. Giving up a great career for a boy. There's no stupider stupidity than that. It's so unreserved. It's just white. It's so embarrassing for the girls. The girls were very puzzled by Han Yibing's choice, and most of them felt that her head had been kicked by a donkey, or she wouldn't have done such a thing. But the same thing, when it reached the boys' community, caused a wail. Lu Dawei had a face of admiration. Brother Zong can how long has it been? So that schoolgirl Han is dead to you. The roommates were also impressed. Brother Zong is really a winner in life. His family is rich, his ability is outstanding, and he has a rich and beautiful girlfriend, leaving Zhang Tongkai with a look of jealousy. Why are all the good things Fong Zong's? God, you don't see eye to eye. His family had been stirred up for the past 2 days, and his father had been running around for a loan that had never been approved. Before that, Ben had searched in a big circle before finding Governor Lu's place. Now the governor of Lu does not give him approval, can only go to find another person, but the loan this kind of thing which is so good to find. That, party vertical. Zhang Tongkai suppressed the jealousy in his heart and squeezed out a smile to Fong Zong's side. Are you free? Fong Zong faintly threw down. No time. Zhang Tongkai's smiling face instantly froze, and a huge sense of humiliation enveloped his entire body, but for the sake of his family, he still forced a smile and stood beside Fong Zong. After a while, he waited for Fong Zong to finish their conversation before he spoke again. Brother Zong, I want to ask you something. Fong Zong glanced at him before he said nonchalantly. What is it? My family's loan. Zhang Tongkai carefully surveyed Fong Zong's face. Can you be magnanimous and let Governor Lu give my dad a pass? You still really believe that I made Governor Lu not pass? Fong Zong couldn't help but snort. Zhang Tongkai's face changed. Not you? Then why are you pretending? Saying that, he turned around and left. But Fong Zong laughed again. You still really believe it wasn't me? Zhang Tongkai froze in place, his face changing color. Are you playing with me? Yeah. Fong Zong dropped 2 words. Just like when you were in school, bullying other people. I remember that time. You even bullied me, right? After saying goodbye to the others, he took Han Yibing and left the school. Look, the top student came out, followed by the schoolgirl, and left in the schoolgirl's car. The students who saw it on the road observed the two. A great man should be like this. Study well, good looking, and there is a school girlfriend. How come I don't get to have my turn at such a good thing? The two drove off as the crowd watched. Go straight back to the village. Han Yibing, however, refused. No, I still have to get some things. I can't come to the door empty-handed. Fong Zong couldn't help but laugh. You've given such an expensive gift. It doesn't count as coming to the door empty-handed. No way. Han Yibing, however, was very stubborn. The money that was spent was sent to me by you. It doesn't count. First went back to the seaside garden. Chu Qiulu went to the company. Han Yibing could only drive his beetle. After picking up a bunch more gifts, it was a satisfying drive back to the village. Fangjia village. Old Fawn will be able to enjoy the rest of his life, with such a big business of his own and such a good son. Isn't that so? The golden list. In the future, this child Xiao Fawn will have an unlimited future. You used to say that Fawn was too stupid. I didn't say that. I've long since seen that this child, Xiao Fawn, is not simple. Fart, you're so full of. Inside the banquet hall of the village hotel, all the villagers ate their seats and praised each other longingly. Although Fawn's father and mother hadn't slept all night, under the impact of the great joyous news, instead of being tired, the two of them were red-faced as they opened the banquet. Hello, son, you're back? Fong Ma received Fong Zong's phone call and smiled from ear to ear. You come to the village restaurant. There is a seat here. The village people all take care of you so well. Thank them properly. Okay, you bring it here and I'll save you guys a spot. Hanging up the phone, the other father whispered, Xiao Zong has brought her female classmates back. Go and ask the kitchen to cook a few more dishes. Good. Papa Fong was even happier at his words. Not long after, Fong Zong and Han Yibing appeared at the entrance of the restaurant, and all the villagers were watching them as they walked in. That's a pretty girl. Wang Ma, is this the girl who drove a nice car to drop off Xiao Fong last time? Definitely. So good looking. But why aren't you driving that nice car this time? Wasn't she the one who delivered the tractor? It's a Volkswagen. Not very expensive. I don't think it's from this girl. Is it? Who sent that? It hasn't shown up yet. It's not like you can't bring it out, is it? A few women who knew each other well sized up Han Yibing, exchanged pleasantries and began to comment. Chapter 33, some people love to touch, others don't touch at all. Hello auntie and uncle. Because he was coming to the restaurant for dinner, Han Yibing didn't bring a gift, but instead greeted Fong's father and mother in a slightly formal manner. Hello. Father Fong also looked a bit formal, and hurriedly greeted her as she sat down. Sit here, dinner will be served soon. Hungry? It's okay, not hungry. Han Yibing sat down close to Fong Ma, with Fong Zong sitting on the other side, and at this table sat the relatives of Fong Zong's family in the village. Little Zong, you're falling in love at such a young age. At this time at the dinner table, a middle-aged man smoking a cigarette and wearing a white striped polo shirt on a blue background said in a condescending tone, just finished the exam. Proud of yourself? He was bearded, tanned, and spoke with a crooked head and a long Bluetooth headset in his ear, with a 6 or 7-year-old boy sitting beside him. Second uncle, shouldn't you be proud of getting the top grade? Fong Zong's tone was flat. He didn't have a favorable impression of this person. As far as I can remember, the year the family first started farming there was a batch of sick donkeys because the donkeys were not properly vaccinated. In order to recoup their losses, the parents paid a large sum of money to upgrade the breeding equipment and hired a veterinarian and bought high-priced medication to try to save the donkeys. But the money was spent and the donkey was not saved. The money for upgrading the equipment is not enough. Adhering to the idea of the family to help each other, the parents opened their mouths to borrow $30,000 from this second uncle, and he refused without even thinking about it. But on the third day after the rejection, this second uncle bought a $100,000 plus car, still fully paid for. Of course, borrowing is a favor, not a principle. If that was all it was, Fong Zong would not be angry with this second uncle. The second uncle just picked up the car and came to Fong Zong's house to show off, pointing out to Fong's father and mother, telling them that they should just farm well and don't engage in farming if they are not breeding material. Fong's mother held a bellyful of anger. After the business grows bigger and bigger, this second uncle but every once in a while to borrow money, but never paid back. After borrowing it 3 or 4 times, Fong's dad stopped lending it to him. This second uncle, however, began to speak ill of Papa Fong in the village, saying that he had no regard for brotherhood, and was so angry that Papa Fong wanted to beat him up. After 7 or 8 years, the relationship between the two families gradually eased, but, of course, the money was never repaid. And when he met Fong Zong in the village, this second uncle would have to educate him as an elder. It's really something to get the top spot. The second uncle, however, said with a cigarette in his mouth, but don't be too proud. When it comes to society, who cares about your status as a scholar? It's all about money. Fong Zong tried to open his mouth to retort a few times, but Fong Dad had a hard look on his face, so he didn't want to make Fong Dad look bad. So he stopped paying attention and instead whispered to Han Yibing. The second uncle posed as an elder for a while, and when he saw that Fong Zong was ignoring him, he felt a little embarrassed. Xiao Zong, pour a cup of tea for the elders. Second uncle instructed. This is called not forgetting your roots. Wherever you go in the future, don't forget that you are a member of the Fong family. I'll. Seeing Fong Zong looking askance at his second uncle, ready to lash out, Fong Ma hurriedly stood up and poured tea to ease the situation, but second uncle covered the teacup with his hand. You're my sister-in-law. What's wrong with you pouring the tea? What, Xiao Zong? If you're the top student, you don't see us elders anymore? Do you disown us elders after they teach you a few words? Han Yibing felt that Fong Zong was like a volcano ready to erupt and immediately stood up. This uncle, I'm Fong Zong's classmate. Let me pour you some tea. Her sweet smile and gorgeous appearance made Uncle Tu move his hand that was covering the teacup with a cold snort. Han Yibing fills the tea for the people on the table in turn before sitting down, and Fong Ma grabs her hand and gives her a thankful look. It's fine. Han Yibing smiled faintly, making Mother Fong even more satisfied. The food began to be served as we spoke, but the little boy sitting beside Uncle Tu couldn't sit still. Starting to run around, he ran to Han Yibing and looked up at her fixedly. Han Yibing took a piece of candy and handed it to him, but he didn't take it. Here, have some candy. As soon as the words fell, this little boy directly reached out and touched Han Yibing's leg, turning around and running. It caused Han Yibing to stiffen. Ha 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 ha. Second uncle laughed out loud. This kid, he knows how to touch women at such a young age. Fong Zong's face became grim. Second uncle, control your grandson's hands. How do you talk? Seeing Fong Zong talking like that, second uncle angrily said, this is your nephew, and he's so small. What can you do if you touch him? Speaking, this little boy ran over again, lying on Han Yibing's leg and kissed, turned around and ran again. But this time, Fong Zong directly grabbed him and snapped a slap on the boy's face. Wow! The little boy cried out immediately and turned around to go find his grandfather, but he couldn't run away when Fong Zong grabbed him. Fong Zong, what are you doing? Second uncle stood up, his face shocked and angry. You dared to hit my grandson. This loud voice instantly drew the gazes of everyone in the banquet hall. But Mr. and Mrs. Fong sat there without saying a word. I'm his elder, and as you said, elders should educate their juniors. Fong Zong said indifferently. I'm educating him right now, letting him know not to put his paws anywhere and not to put everything in his mouth. The little boy was still crying, and Fong Zong threw another slap up. Shut up! The frightened little boy shut his mouth immediately. Only tears kept dripping down his face. Let go of me. Second uncle wanted to walk over, but was pulled back by Father Fong. What are you doing? Kids are just playing around. How old is Xiao Zong? Why are you so angry with kids? Little kids? Second uncle was anxious and angry. How old is he and still a child? How old is he? He knows how to touch a woman's leg and you don't know how to teach him? Fong Zong sneered back. I'm his elder. It's only right to educate him. Uncle Tu was furious. If you break my grandson, I'm not done with you. Fong Zong smiled and released the little boy, saying to second uncle, I'm going to college soon here, and my family has no money. Shouldn't you pay back the $80,000 you borrowed from my family? The interest will be at the bank's rate. In public, the second uncle was told about it, and his body shook with anger. You don't meddle in the elders' affairs. You better hurry up and give it back. Fong Zong said indifferently. You've been idle for most of your life. If this time people know that you're occupying your nephew's tuition and not returning it, your old face will be disgraced. Fine. You wait. Second uncle was so exasperated that he pulled his grandson and turned around, and Fong Zong said in a not-so-small voice, what the heck? I don't know where the dog face comes from to pretend to be an elder. The sound wasn't too loud. The whole banquet hall could just hear it clearly. The second uncle's footsteps lurched, so angry that he shook his fingers and pointed at Fong Zong, but he couldn't curse anything. His expression screwed up into a piece, and finally turned around and pulled the little boy away. Sorry about that. Fong Zong sat down again and whispered to Han Yibing. Not everyone in our family is like theirs. Yeah, Han Yibing said quietly. Some people don't even touch it. Chapter 34, You're the manager of my house? How come I didn't know? Being admitted to the scholarship is awesome. Your temper has grown. You couldn't beat a fart with 3 sticks before. Now you dare to speak to your elders like this. Wang Ma indignantly muttered to the others at the table, and the rest chimed in. That's right. If you don't know, you'd think you'd become some kind of leader. It's too wild. The little man. That's the way it is in the village. Angry people have it. Laughing people don't have it. However, when they met, each of them greeted each other with a smile. Fong Zong threw a tantrum, causing the villagers to add a lot of talk to their meal. Although Mr. and Mrs. Fong knew that Fong Zong's temper was right, They were also afraid that the mouths of the village people would bring any bad influence to Fong Zong. Luckily, no one else at their table said anything. Before, there were some people who wanted to say a few words of advice based on their status as elders, but at this moment, they dared not say anything. It would be too humiliating to be taught such a lesson by a junior in such a large crowd. But this time, the feast was still interrupted. At this moment a man rushed in at the door, his face full of anger, and as soon as he entered the door he was seen by all the people. Someone's coming, his second uncle's son is here. This is coming over for a fight, isn't it? Watch it later, don't let the fight start, and when it does, the brothers will stop it. Wang Ma smiled at her table. It's a lively day, someone's son is here. Surely there will be a fight later? The faces of the women at the table were vaguely expectant. Wang Ma sneered, after cursing someone's father, if he doesn't find a way to say something, he'll be an unfilial son. Although Fong Ji is a jerk, he is still quite filial. When Papa Fong saw the visitor, his heart thumped and he exchanged a glance with Mama Fong. This nephew of his, who dropped out of school at a young age, hangs out with those idle gangsters in society all day long. He married at a young age, which is how he got his foot in the door and got a job. But the man is very shafted and no one else can change his mind about what he recognizes. Now coming to the hotel, it's obvious that he's here to make trouble. What's the matter? Come and sit down and talk. Papa Fong rushed forward to stop him, afraid that he would be a jerk and hurt his son. And the villagers are all here today, so if their own family makes a scene, they won't be able to save face. Uncle, this matter has nothing to do with you, Fong Ji said with a cold face, then said to Fong Zong, you cursed my father, and hit my son? Yes, what's wrong? Fong Zong was not the least bit afraid and said aloud, what? I can't control something that has no discipline? Fong Ji laughed back in anger. Alright, it's good to have the courage to act. You come out and we'll talk alone. Fong Zong said indifferently, there's no need, if you have anything to say, you can just say it directly. Fong Zong, don't give your face away. Fong Ji said angrily, don't forget, I was the one who covered you when you were a child. Papa Fong advised from the side, we're all family, don't make a scene here. A family? Fong Ji asked rhetorically. Uncle, just now when he scolded my father, did he ever think about being family? If I hadn't come back from vacation today, would this matter be over? After saying that, he also said to Fong Zong, I heard that you are still asking my father for money, right? This $80,000, I'll give it to you now. Come and get it. He took out a pile of money from his arms and reached out to Fong Zong. Fong Zong stood up and was about to walk over, but was stopped by Fong Ma. Afraid to come and get it? Fong Ji sneered and looked at Han Yibing beside Fong Zong. You're the one who caused my son to be beaten, aren't you? Look at you like that, showing all your legs. Aren't you just there to be touched and looked at? What's the point of pretending to be a holy woman? You think it's a big deal for a kid to touch you? Then why did you shamelessly chase me home? Fong Dad was furious, his face turning blue. Fong Ji, watch what you say. Eldest uncle, did you tell your son to pay attention? Fong Ji sneered. Don't think that just because you borrowed a little bit of money from our family, you can throw our family in the face. I'll pay your family back today, a mere $80,000. And let me tell you, I'm now the manager of a branch of Far Delivery Logistics, let alone a mere $80,000, or $180,000. I can get it all at once. These words attracted the villagers who were watching the scene to talk to each other. Far Sending Logistics? It seems to be the biggest logistics company in our city. I often see their cars on the road. Branch manager. Awesome. Must have made a lot of money this month. What's the salary? When we become managers, a little bit of greed is enough to keep us in business for years. The Fong family is really something. A scholar and a manager. Fortunately the two families don't get along. Wang Ma looked indignant. We should kill Xiao Fan's arrogance. What's the point of studying well? Society still depends on who has money. Fong Ji couldn't help but feel a little smug as he heard the whispers of the people around him. And Fong Zong sneered. Fong Zong, come and get the money. Fong Zong broke away from Fong Ma's hand, but was stopped by Han Yibing again. Han Yibing stood up with a stern face. You were just scolding me, weren't you? What's wrong with scolding you? Fong Ji said in a cold voice. A burnt goods delivered to the door for nothing. What more do you want? Han Yibing's voice was ice cold. If you apologize to me now, I can pretend that you haven't scolded me. Apologize? Fong Ji pooh-poohed. You deserve it too, the villagers on the side advised. Fong Ji, this girl's family is rich. You'd better not mess with her. Her? Driving a crappy Beetle and still considered rich? Fong Ji heard about the situation at home and was very disdainful of it. If she's really rich, I can still apologize to her. I'm afraid it's just to pretend. And I don't think her money is coming from a clean source. So maybe it's coming from somewhere. As he spoke, he also looked Han Yibing up and down with lewd eyes. Fong Zong frowned and droned. Fong Ji, I don't want to make things worse. You still have a chance to apologize now. Doing away with it? Fong Ji disdained. You don't even dare to come over to get the money, but you still have the ability to make things impossible? Fong Zong couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Fine. I wanted to let you off the hook for the sake of you working so hard for so many years. What a way to kill yourself. I don't care. When he finished he sat down, drawing sideways glances from the crowd. Whatever, that's admitting defeat, isn't it? People are being smart. They don't fight with people. They are worthy of being a scholar. They just know how to be smart. Wang Ma ate and laughed. What's the use of studying well when you can still sit down after being talked about your girlfriend so much in front of your face? You don't have any bearing at all. The people in the room cast uncomprehending and somewhat mocking looks. There was some relief in Fong Ma's eyes, but it was also mixed with a hint of disappointment. Fong Ji couldn't help but laugh. It's good that you know you're wrong. Come with me to my house and apologize to my dad on your knees. However, Honeybing beside Fong Zone picked up his cell phone and made a call. Hello? Mom, is there someone named Fong Ji in the company? He's just been promoted to branch manager. It was thought that this farce was going to end, when by this call, the attention of the crowd was drawn back to it. What are you? Fong Ji's face was cloudy as he looked at Honeybing and suddenly felt a powerful sense of crisis come over him. Fong Dad and Fong Mom both looked at Honeybing with some disbelief. Honeybing just looked coldly at Fong Ji and said to the phone, yes, check it out. He just called me a burnt product for nothing. I'm at Fong Zong's house now, okay, waiting for your call. After saying that and hanging up the phone, Fong Ji said, you're not the branch manager? Chapter 35. You've got a lot of nerve, daring to scold the boss's daughter. Of course I'm the branch manager. Fong Ji braced himself and asked, what are you? Honeybing said faintly, then why is it that when I asked my mom, she didn't know that you were the branch manager? Your mom? What's your mom? Fong Ji sneered. Your mom is also from Far Delivery Logistics? She can know everyone in the company? Not recognizable. Honeybing shook his head. Only know the middle and upper levels. Fong Ji relaxed a bit. I also know the middle and upper management. Basically anyone who is in the company knows the middle and upper management. Your mom is nothing more than a worker in the head office. What can she be? And know the boss? He snorted. Don't act rich if you drive a Beetle. Yes. Fong Zong nodded. Their family really doesn't have much money. Honeybing glanced at him and admitted with a smile as well. Yes, my family doesn't have much money. It depends on who you're comparing it to. She didn't say the second half of this sentence. Fong Zong faintly added, my family's tractor was a gift from her, and that alone used most of her pocket money. Pocket money? That $3 million tractor was a gift from this girl? And it's just pocket change? What kind of family is so rich? Wang Ma's face turned green and she looked at Honeybing in disbelief. She knew before that Honeybing's family had some money, but she didn't expect her family to be so rich. Gave away that expensive tractor for pocket change. What makes him tick? Why would such a rich girl like him? Wang Ma stared at Fong Zong jealously and looked to the side at her own son with some hatred in her eyes. Why don't you get more points? Take more tests. A girl with that kind of money might like you. Taiju's face was a bit wooden, and he looked at Fong Zong with dull eyes. So good grades, pretty good looking, and such a rich and beautiful girlfriend. Is this the strength of the top student? Tractor? Fong Ji heard the whispers of the crowd. What with the 3 million, he didn't take it seriously. Just giving away a tractor. Even if it's rich, it's still the top student, and it's so shallow-eyed. Here, take this $80,000 back. Buy 2 more tractors and farm in the village for the rest of your life. Someone beside him pulled his arm, signaling him not to say anything, but Fong Ji shook off his arm. What for? Don't say it, the man whispered. A tractor for his family, worth over $3 million. What? Fong Ji exclaimed. How can that be? What kind of tractor could be worth that much money? Without waiting for the crowd to give him an answer, his cell phone rang. As soon as he saw the caller, he immediately connected, his voice carrying flattery. Manager's son, it's me. No, I didn't curse. Just as he said that, his body just stiffened and he looked at Honeybing incredulously. You said she's the daughter of the company's owner? The eating crowd in the room was shocked again, and the twists and turns of the story made them all unmotivated to eat the meal in front of them. Manager's son. This can't be right. This. Fong Ji's throat was a little dry. Then his face changed. Manager's son. You cannot be like this. I just sent you so much money. But before he could finish his sentence, the phone was hung up. He even forgot to put down his cell phone and asked Honeybing incredulously, you're the daughter of the owner of Far Delivery Logistics? Right. Honeybing nodded, and her phone rang. She answered it. That's right. Okay, I know. Hanging up the phone, he sneered. So you're not a manager of anything, just a fleet manager. Also just submitted the application. The head office hasn't agreed yet. Fong Ji's face turned red. Yes. Then he said anxiously, I said the wrong thing just now. I apologize to you now. I'm sorry. and bent over and bowed. Will you please not let the company fire me? Han Yibing didn't say anything with a cold face. Fong Ji turned his head to Fong Zong again. Xiao Zong ah. Just now it was brother who was wrong. I was also enraged. So you can just take it as if I was blinded by lard. Don't take it to heart. Fong Zong sneered. I wouldn't dare to take that on. Fong Ji again turned his eyes for help to Fong Dad beside him. Uncle. You go back first. If there's anything you want to do, wait to talk about it at home after dinner. Papa Fong was also taken aback by Han Yibing's identity, but he wouldn't forgive this person for Han Yibing. Fong Ji's face was bashful and red, handing over the $80,000 in his hand with both hands. Uncle, this is the money to pay back your family, and the interest I will send to the house afterward. When Fong Dad received the money, Fong Ji hung his head and left, completely different from the spirited and proud look he had when he came in just now. This is the real rich white beauty, the big girl looking at the scholar boy, a match made in heaven. The family is so rich, old Fong will be blessed in the future. What gives him the right? Wang Ma only felt her chest suffocating. This girl was actually still from such a rich family, and so generous to each other's parents. The car of more than $3 million was sent back. At this moment, they're still all following the Fong family, and all the good things are coming to Shangzong. Wang Ma, dinner. At this time to restart serving food. Chicken, duck, fish and meat on all. Wang Ma but do not eat a bite. Beside the people greeted her. Wang Ma, however, only felt a tightness in her chest and couldn't eat anything. I'm not hungry. Wang Ma forced a smile and stared at her son Taizhu with an unhappy face. Taizhu was also stared at and couldn't eat, so when the food was served, he hurriedly left with the excuse that he had something else to do. Wang Ma could only keep looking at Fong Zong with indignant eyes. I apologize on behalf of the family for what just happened. Fong Ma looked guilty, letting you come for a meal and suffer so much. Han Yibing hurriedly said, it's okay, I'm fine. She wouldn't dare ask Fong's father and mother to apologize to her. The two of them kept whispering, and by the time they finished and were ready to go home, Fong Ma pulled Han Yibing's hand and wouldn't let go. Just returned home. Fong Dad was anxious to go out to open up the matter of killing donkeys. Not only did Fong Zong give him face today, but even Han Yibing made his face shine, so he made sure to prepare all the best things in the house. On the other hand, they kept complaining that Han Yibing brought too many gifts, and later prepared various snacks at home. Auntie, there's no need to be so polite. Han Yibing was flattered, and when she saw that Fong Ma was going to send Fong Zong off to buy all kinds of beverages, she hurriedly urged her down. While several people were smiling and polite, a few people came in from the courtyard door. Fong Zong hitched his eyes out from the window and his brows immediately furrowed. Who? Fong's mom asked. Fong Zong said with some disgust, second uncle and auntie are here. Fong Ma's originally smiling face immediately pulled down, and without waiting for her to go out, several people came in bashfully. Uncle Tu also wore sunglasses and Bluetooth headphones, and Fong Ji came in with a big smile on his face, carrying a bunch of stuff in his hands. Sister-in-law. Second auntie smiled as she came in. Xiao Zong got the top grade in the exams. We haven't come to congratulate you yet. The second uncle also pulled a smile. Since our own children have made a good living, I would like to discuss with Big Brother if we should go and offer sacrifices to our ancestors. Chapter 36, gave $100,000 to get into this school. A little ancestor sacrifice? Fong Ma smiled. This is something between your brothers. When your big brother comes back you tell him. After saying that, she said to Han Yibing, let's go to the kitchen and wash some fruit. Without waiting for Uncle Tu and the others to speak, the two left the living room. Uncle Tu was really just finding an excuse to come over and try to plead for his son. After all, that job was really good and was about to become a fleet manager. A little mid-level. It would be too much of a loss to just get fired. Little Zong ah, the second uncle said with a shy face. What happened before was the second uncle's fault, and your brother was also infuriated. Look, at it. This has nothing to do with me. Fong Zong shook his head. Bing Bing and I are also just classmates, so I can't say anything in her family. Second uncle's smiling face stiffened. Then Fong Ji said with a red face, Xiao Zong, even if we don't look at our family, we also look at the fact that when I was a child, I always brought you to play. This job is really important to me. Do something. They knew that Han Yibing must have listened to Fong Zong, and wouldn't have sent such an expensive gift if their relationship was really just classmates. At this time, he very much regretted that he had made a fuss in the hotel before, and if he had known Han Yibing's identity, he would have had to carry his son over to give him a severe beating in front of him. Fong Zong sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, wondering how to deal with this matter. If Fong Ji was expelled, it would indeed be a good way to get out of a bad mood, but the parents were after all in the village and would have to meet in the village. If it was not handled well, Fong Ji held a grudge and might be unfavorable to his parents. and as he had shares in Far Delivery Logistics, if he could take Fong Ji under his wing, he could also become his own eyes in the company. After thinking for a moment he nodded. I'll put in a good word for you. Just tell me about the money you sent to the manager. This, Fong Ji's face was a little difficult. However, Fong Zong was more than satisfied with this. It seemed that he still had some righteousness in his heart. Pop. Second uncle slapped Fong Ji on the back of his head. Don't hurry up and say it. Is it something honorable? Yes. Fong Ji gritted his teeth. There are some small mid-level positions in this logistics company that you can become if you send money. It's not just the branch I'm in. It's the same for all branches. And you can even go straight to the head office if you send enough money. Fong Zong frowned. Alright, I know about this matter. The manager of your branch will definitely not be able to keep his job. I can even make you a branch manager if you want. Just. Fong Ji's face was delighted. Don't worry, Xiao Zong. As long as I become the manager, I will definitely listen to you. Aha. Fong Zong nodded. I'll tell you about it later. Second uncle and second aunt both laughed as well. No longer having the arrogance of being elders. Xiao Zong, you've done our family a great favor. Then let's eat fruit together later. Fong Zong smiled. How could the three not know what it meant? And hurriedly got up. No. You all didn't have a good rest last night. You guys hurry up and rest. Fong Zong, who was sitting on the sofa, didn't get up and just watched them walk out. A few people had just left the house when Fong Ma, who had gone to wash the fruits, returned with Han Yibing. Just now, it was Fong Ma who didn't want Han Yibing to be caught in the middle of a difficult situation and let Fong Zong handle everything. Mrs. Fang asked, what did you say? Nothing, since they know they are wrong, let them be in the company. Fong Zong smiled. They'll listen to you and dad in the village from now on. Fong Mom is afraid that Han Yibing has a hard heart. Bing bing, do this. It's fine. Just listen to Fong Zong. Han Yibing didn't mind. It was just a branch manager. Mrs. Fong was again moved. Good boy. Said from his hand off a jade bracelet. This is his grandmother left me. The color is not good. Is not worth any money. You do not mind. Han Yibing immediately made a big red face and hurriedly excused himself. Auntie, this isn't good. While she was still looking at Fong Zong as she spoke, her hand was already grasping the jade bracelet. Fong Zong was also a bit surprised, but still said, here you go, you can wear it. Yes, wear it. Fong Ma directly put the bracelet on Han Yibing's wrist. Han Yibing blushed and proudly raised her chin at Fong Zong. Her heart was sweet, which showed that Fong Ma had already identified herself. With her behind her, her relationship with Fong Zong was definitely stable. After eating a full donkey feast in the evening, Han Yibing drove the car with a trunk plus back seat full of donkey meat, while Fong Zong sat on the passenger side and went back to the city with him. I wanted to stay for one night, but Fong Ma said that a little girl living in the house is not a good influence. The two are still young, and if the village people spread the word, it will have too much influence on Han Yibing. So the two are back in the beachfront gardens, bringing so much meat? Chu Chiolu was still a bit puzzled when she received the call from the two men, pulling the family cart to the underground garage. The two were also stunned to see them keep moving things, a full half-dozen donkeys. Fong Zong laughed helplessly. If it hadn't been impossible to put it in, the remaining small half-head would probably have been put in as well. How long does this have to be eaten? Chu Chiolu was also a bit speechless, but she could still feel Fong Zong's parents' thoughts. Smiling as he entered, he asked, did you get into Stoneman Media University? Fong Zong nodded. Passed the exam. Han Yibing smiled wryly. Going to this university gave $100,000. Is that so? Chu Chiolu was not surprised. It's good to be able to go to this university. 100,000 is 100,000. Not much. Fong Zong, however, laughed. It's not less. You're so rich, and you still say that $100,000 is more? Chu Chiolu contemptuously rolled her eyes. When you bought the office building, you also asked for more than this money, right? Han Yibing covered his mouth with a bad smile as he listened. Yeah, some universities don't give a single point, so go ahead. Fong Zong disdained. Don't go. It's too far. It's the school that's bad, right? Chu Chiolu had heard Han Yibing say before that Fong Zong's grades were bad. Thinking that this time Fong Zong was just a little short of getting into Sherman Media University, he spent $100,000 to donate something to the school in order to go to school. Han Yibing nodded his head in a serious manner. It's really not very good. The district is just Qingbei. The traffic jam is serious, not to mention that there is haze in the winter and dust in the spring. What? Chu Chiolu froze. Qingbei? Is it the Qingbei I know? Right. Han Yibing couldn't hold it in. Mom, did you not watch the local news? This one is the top science student in our province. Scholar? Chu Chiolu couldn't believe it. You took the science exam? Fong Zong nodded with a cloudy face. Yes, it's not worth mentioning. Looking at his pretentious appearance, Chu Qiulu suspiciously opened her phone and began to look up the news. Seeing the photos taken in the news, she still had some disbelief and turned her head to ask Hanibing, "Didn't you say he didn't get good grades? It's not very good." Hanibing shrugged. "It's not like he's a national scholar. You call this a bad grade?" Chu Qiulu was so angry that she slapped Hanibing on the head. "How many points did you only get? Look at others." Chapter 37, Spreading Money? I'm not afraid of anyone yet. After the three of them finished joking, Fang Zong talked to Chu Qiulu about the branch manager. There's such a thing? Chu Qiulu did not expect that there is still the matter of selling positions in the company, and after hearing that Fang Zong wanted to arrange Fang Ji to be the branch manager, she hesitated and agreed to do the same. That branch is a bit complicated, Chu Qiulu said. The equity structure in the company is a bit complicated now. My mother-in-law and their family have quite a few shares in the company. I'm standing in for the shares her father left her and me in order to run the company. But this branch is filled from top to bottom with relatives from my mother-in-law's side of the family. So I'm afraid Fang Ji would have a hard time if he were to become the branch manager. But I also need someone in there to muddy the waters. Depending on whether that cousin of yours has the skills. Fang Zong nodded. This is fine. The fact that he can't stay is because he doesn't have the skills. He can do this step. Fang Ji is already very righteous. If he is not capable, was forced to hold up, but also have to fall down. While the three were talking, Fang's mom suddenly put in a call. Hey, Mom, what's wrong? Fang Ma's voice was a bit panicked. Xiao Zong, look at the shaking hands. Someone said you cheated. Fang Zong froze, then smiled. Don't worry, don't you trust me yet? I'm going to go and see. Of course I believe you. If there's anything, say it early. It'll be hard to tell as time goes by. After instructing 2 sentences, Fang Ma hurriedly hung up the phone. The other two had heard the call and couldn't help but look at each other. As for Fang Zong, after opening shake hand and searching, a video immediately appeared. No one showed their face directly, but posted a few pictures up. One was a screenshot of Fang Zong on the news, and the remaining ones were the usual transcripts, showing that the usual grades weren't very good, college level. And the comments section was all noisy at this point. Cheating to become the province's top student? This is also too awesome, right? No, how did this happen? The high school exams are checked so strictly, but it's still possible to cheat? Fake it. Maybe it's the same name. I'm a classmate of this top student. I can testify that my usual grades are very poor, and I didn't expect to be a top student in the college entrance exam. People are biding their time, dog's head. I'll save it before it gets deleted and it gets dark. At Stonegate PD, find out what's going on. Fang Zong's brow immediately frowned. The usual report cards were simply unavailable to the general public, and if it wasn't for the intentional collection of people, the teacher probably wouldn't even have kept them there. It's a little peculiar that this person, however, has this ability to get the transcripts out. What about this? Hanibing immediately became anxious. Cheating on the college entrance exam? How dare they think of it? Even if they are cheating, it's impossible to cheat to become the top student on the college entrance exam. Do these people have no brains? Chu Qiulu's face was grave. This matter should be dealt with as soon as possible. Directly call the police. Call the police? Fang Zong nodded after a brief thought. Yes, the repercussions of this event are extremely bad and are aimed at destroying yourself. Cheating or not, one has cheated in the minds of others. Do you want to be like Rokuko who disemboweled himself to check for powder? It's impossible to do that. He immediately got up and went downstairs. Take me to the police station. Look guys, our boss is the top science student in the province. In a former company group, Dume happened to brush up on local news and immediately shared it with the group. Wow, it's still true. No wonder it's such an outstanding ability to be seen by the mother and daughter of a rich family. It's an old tradition, catching your son-in-law under the list. No wonder I knew at first glance that he had an outstanding temperament. So it's the temperament of a scholar. Fart, you obviously see that people are good-looking. The company's colleagues were all blown out by this news, or the first time to see the first prize winner appear around. Everyone is new, but soon, someone turned that video around again. Let the bullets fly for a while. The group suddenly became silent. Just now they were praising the new boss for her talent, and now they saw the reported video. It shouldn't be possible, should it? Dume said in the group. Cheating on a college entrance exam is as difficult as reaching the sky. It's just rumor mongering. The others also said, that's right, cheating can make it to the top grade? Then the person behind the guidance must also be a top student. Where are there so many top students? I trust the new general manager's vision. There's no way she'd let a fake scholar be her son-in-law. Everyone eat melon rationally. This is a big deal. The government will definitely step in to solve it. As they expected, the officers who had just received the report were left scratching their heads. A top student, advertised as a high school senior, was rumored to have questionable grades. This, if not handled properly, will immediately shake the credibility of the government. He did not dare to slow down. Directly reported to the director. The director also did not dare to slow down. Directly reported to the precinct and then reported to the city council. The city director, on the other hand, ordered a thorough investigation and rushed to report to the secretary. This scholar has just caused a sensation in the city, and at this time, it has put the entire top level of the city leadership in the middle of the passive. The rumor monger has to be found out for me tonight. It was a death order from the secretary, and at the same time had a thorough check of the exam room and the surveillance around it, as well as taking down that rumor mongering video. Soon the internet was abuzz. Sure enough, the video disappeared. And if you can't solve the problem, solve the person who raised it, right? Oh, it's too dark. I talk tough. I'll withdraw. Looking at these comments online, Zhang Tongkai laughed. Disgusting doesn't kill you. After turning off the video, he transferred $30,000 to a bank account. Good job. Here's the final payment. He's not stupid enough to post that content on his own account. How is it? Have you found out? Sherman Municipal Party Secretary's face was grave as he asked Joe, the director of the Education Bureau, in front of him. In a deep voice, Director Joe nodded. Our organization checked the examination room monitoring. There is no problem. It is just a normal answer. Sure the grades are okay? Okay. The secretary nodded with satisfaction and turned to the police chief and asked, have the rumor mongers been found out? The police chief had a bitter look on his face. The network IPs are all out of the country, and we're checking the posting addresses, but these people are professionals, so I'm guessing they're out of the country as well. The secretary snorted coldly. This is an organized and premeditated rumor. Proceed to investigate. The usual report card is not something you can normally get your hands on. Yes, the clerk murmured. I want to see the results in the morning. Yes. Fang Zong's side was carefully recalling the suspicious people, and of the people who had recently made enemies, there were two people who could potentially start rumors. One is the persistent schoolteacher Jiang Wenxiang, who was class president in high school and had potential access to the transcripts. The other is Zhang Tongkai, who holds a grudge against him. Although his family is now having problems with its financial chain, the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Spread the money around in a big way, and you might get a report card on what you used to get. But no matter who it was, Fang Zong would not let go. As far as spreading money is concerned, he hasn't been afraid of anyone. Chapter 38. I'll make him an offer he can't refuse. What do you want to do? Chu Qiulu looked at Fang Zong with some concern. I just contacted the police, and they said that the rumor-mongering account is outside the country. Fang Zong smiled faintly. I'll give him a price he can't refuse. This account is obviously someone who paid him to post rumors on the basis that he is abroad and can't be controlled domestically. Nothing more than wanting money. And Fang Zong, the last thing he lacked was money. When the rumor-mongering video first appeared, he checked a few of the associated accounts. The accounts are a matrix of videos made by rumor-mongering accounts that are easily correlated. Blocked one account, and others. He sent a private message to one of the accounts. I'd like to talk to you about a business deal. In the meantime, in a hotel room in Siam, a fat man with a bloated body and glasses held his cell phone, and when he saw a message being sent, he hurriedly called out to the man sitting on the sofa, Big brother, there's business coming in. The man sitting on the couch turned his head and reached out. Bring the cell phone over here. Fatty brought his cell phone over and handed it to the boss's hand, and the other three in the room gathered around. So much business today. The boss picked up the phone. He was wearing shorts and a dragon traced on his upper body, and over-the-shoulder dragon draped over his shoulders. The figure is dry and thin, with a pod head, a spiritual boy look. Took the phone and sent a message. Add V to chat in detail. An account number was then sent over. These accounts are bought by him and will not use his real information. The account didn't reply after half an hour, and when he thought the accounts had been abandoned as well, he didn't expect the private message to come back. After adding the contact information, without waiting for the other party to ask, Fang Zong sent, I want to buy a message. Buy? This hand confused the spirit boy boss. We only post information. We have no information to offer you. Fang Zong asked, how much did it cost to hire your people? I'll double the price. The spirit guy boss froze, then associating it with the message that had just been posted, he frowned and instructed the others, drop these accounts. This must be the owner of the matter coming to his door, but he is abroad. He can't do anything about it. He just has to give up the account. The fat man, however, was a bit moved. Big brother, double the price. Should we not let him buy? The spirit boy boss said in a very jaded manner. No, it's not decent to do that, and you'll have a bad reputation in the jungle. Fatty and the other three froze, then cautiously said, Big brother, if we change our account, they don't know who we are, and the Jianghu doesn't know about a few of us. Spirit boy boss blushed. Yeah, where's the jungle? That's what they say on TV, and they're just used to put on a show themselves. Being exposed by his little brother was a bit irritating. No, you can't break the rules. This side Fong Zong waited for a while, see the other party does not reply, directly transferred $20,000. And note, I only need information. Spiritual guy boss see cell phone reminder, pick up a look, see each other directly send 20,000. Breathing suddenly anxious. A few other junior brothers also got excited when they saw this. Big brother, take it. No way. The spirit boy boss was very adamant about the so-called rules, even though he didn't know what they were for. But if that's what they say on TV, there must be a reason for him. Then he instructed Fatty, contact the employer and tell him that someone is buying his news, and if he doesn't pay to buy out the news, I'll tell the other party. Boss, you are awesome. Fatty's eyes lit up. 2 for the price of 1. The spiritual guy boss was also happy to hear this, and seeing that several of his juniors were looking at him with adoring eyes, he felt even more like he had a boss's demeanor. Cloud waved his hand lightly. This is the rule of the Jianghu. Yes, rules. Fatty hurriedly contacted Zhang Tongkai and sent a message. Someone is looking for us. On Zhang Tongkai's side, because he had just rumored about Fong Zong, he was excited and had not yet fallen asleep. Seeing the other party contacting him again, he frowned. What do you mean? Fatty sent the screenshot over. You watch. Zhang Tongkai looked at the message and died. The avatar was real. It seemed that Fong Zong had already found out about the other party, and if he knew that he was the one who had started the rumor, wouldn't that be the end of it? Hurry up and send a message. I'll double the price too. You're not allowed to reveal it to him. After sending the message, I was in a hurry. I don't have that much money at all. But the thought of Fong Zong, if he knew that he was the one who started the rumor, wouldn't that be the end of it? He could only grit his teeth and get up. Coming to the door of his parents' bedroom, Dad, I need to see you about something. Zhang Tongkai's father, Zhang Xuanfu, was worried about the loan and couldn't sleep at all at night. Seeing that his son was up to something, he stepped out of the bedroom. What is it? Zhang Tongkai under some entanglement. The whole thing and dish out. Now if you do not give the money to the other side, the news will be leaked. Stupid. Zhang Xuanfu didn't expect the reason the loan wasn't approved to be this, and that his own son was stupid enough not to repair his relationship with the other party. Instead, they used such petty tactics to get back at each other. He was immediately enraged, but knew it wasn't the time to lose his temper. Make money for the other side and tell them to keep their mouths shut. The fact that people can keep their loans from being approved with a single word shows that the other party is very powerful, and his own son was stupid enough to provoke the other side. It was just stupid opening the door to stupidity. Stupid to the core. Yes, Zhang Tongkai whispered. Double to the other side is $100,000. You. Zhang Xuanfu was so angry that he had a headache. I'll transfer money to you. At this point, you can only choose to wipe your own son's ass, or the other side retaliation. It is not just a matter of loans. Brother, the employer sent the money. Fatty excitedly said. Directly transferred 100,000. The spirit boy boss sniffed happily. Send the screenshot to the person who bought the message and see whose price is higher on both sides. And a final instruction. Don't forget to code. As for Fong Zong, this time, he directly sent $200,000, noting, a small amount. I just want information. This is also too luxurious, right? Fatty was dumbfounded. Chatting directly with a note for transferring money. Are rich people's chats so expensive? The spirit boy boss, seeing another $100,000 in his hands, immediately beamed with joy. Send it back to the employer. Dad, Fong Zong is buying at double the price again. Zhang Tongkai was dumbfounded. At the same time a strong feeling of fear swept through his body. This showed that Fong Zong was going out of his way to inquire about his identity. This was a sign that he hated him very much. Zhang Xuanfu's heart is also dripping blood. The loan is not approved. His hands of funds can be used not much, but for the sake of business, or bite the bullet and turn the 400,000 over. Chapter 39, I'm a man of rules, and I need a price. And without saying a word, Fatty sent another screenshot to Fong Zong. When Chu Qiulu saw it, she advised with some hesitation. Could the other party be trying to blackmail? It's possible, Fong Zong said indifferently, but as long as we can buy the information, the money won't be a problem. And the more money the other side collects, the easier it is to expose their identity. When he transferred the money, he had informed the police that the money was under their supervision. Zhang Tongkai looked at the screenshot that Fatty had sent again and his teeth gritted. Fong Zong sent it again. Damn thing. Zhang Xuanfu was so angry that he slapped Zhang Tongkai in the face. The family didn't have much money to begin with, and now you're giving me trouble. Zhang Tongkai was dazed by the beating, but he didn't dare to have a second thought. Dad, we mustn't let him know my identity. Transfer him another $400,000. Zhang Xuanfu said angrily. Tell him to be credible when he comes out. Yes, Zhang Tongkai warned the other party after transferring the money. After collecting the money, the spiritual guy boss was stoked by a comment that stirred the rules in his heart again. Yeah, doing that would be more of the same. He told Fatty to say, tell the other side that the Jianghu moral justice. This side has already spent a large sum of money to buy out the information, and cannot provide it to the other side. Fatty was a bit reluctant to part with it. Boss, this is several $100,000. Rules of the jungle. Rules are rules, Boss Spirit Boy said in a deep voice. He didn't know what the rules were, but it was inexplicably charged to say it. All right. Fatty and the rest of the three looked at each other and helplessly obeyed the boss's orders. Sending Fong Zong, the employer has bought out the information and cannot provide it. When Chu Qiulu saw the news, she was anxious. All that money was thrown away for nothing? Fong Zong, however, sneered. It seems that this money hasn't made it impossible for him to refuse, so I'll hand out some more. Money is nothing to him. Raising his hand, he transferred $500,000 to the other party's account and noted, is that enough? Boss, Fatty exclaimed. The other side sent another $500,000. $500,000? The Spirit Boy boss's mind boggled, then said with difficulty, no way. The remaining three were in a hurry. Boss, this is $500,000. So much money, we can each share another $100,000. How long do we have to earn it? Just asking for information. The Spirit Boy boss was also very torn at the sound of his words, but he saw a bit of confusion as well as disbelief in the eyes of several of his minions as they looked at him. Eyebrows immediately raised. You guys don't listen to me anymore? He said, pulling a gun out of his shorts. Going to rebel, are we? Don't dare. All four lowered their heads. Fatty messaged with some regret. Rules are great. Don't send it, right? Honeybing was also starting to get heartbroken. This was throwing in a few $1,000,000. Money that many people couldn't earn in a lifetime. But Fong Zong said indifferently, this amount of money, I don't see it in my eyes yet. Then sent over another $500,000 with the note, I think the money is big. Big brother, another $500,000 is coming over. Fatty's eyes were red. The other three little brothers also began to red warm at the word. So much money, as long as you send out some information you can get to it. So worth it, But the spiritual guy boss was still angry that a few of his minions were just now ready to rebel against him for money. This trend must not be allowed to grow. Denied. The mental boy boss stared the four dead in the face. Are you guys convinced? Boss, this. Fatty had just opened his mouth when a pistol was pointed at his head, and immediately changed his tone. Yes, refuse immediately. He felt that the other party's patience had been used up, and after this message was sent, the other party probably went to think of something else. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were far away from him, which made him feel empty as if his bones had been taken out of his body. Fong Zong frowned, too lazy to talk nonsense with these people, and sent another $2 million over. Last bid. Big brother, $2 million. Fatty stood up excitedly, his entire body in a state of exuberance. A whole $2 million. $2 million? The Spirit Boy boss's breathing also stopped for a few seconds. Somewhat incredulous, are you sure it's $2 million? Yes, Fatty said joyfully. Big brother, promise. The mental boy boss is armed with a gun and is still trying to get the fat man to say no. But he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. The other four were now preparing to look at him with the choice eyes of a wild beast. That's a huge amount of money that they'd be risking their lives to defy themselves if they turned it down. The money is huge enough to cost them their lives. Promise him. The spiritual boy boss was scared. He was afraid that if he refused, these four people would just tear themselves apart. Fatty sniffed with joy, and the remaining three also withdrew their eyes at this time. And the Spirit Boy boss is still saving himself. I just refused just to let you guys sink in. You guys see how much less it would have cost if you hadn't refused just now? Fatty and the rest of the three nodded their heads in succession. Yes, Big Brother is right. Worthy of being the boss. The Spirit Boy boss was also relieved that he seemed to have coaxed the four minions into submission. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my position. Fong Zong looked at the message sent over. The avatar felt a bit familiar and handed it to Honeybing. Isn't this Zhang Tongkai's avatar? Yes, Honeybing recognized it at once. This person had been messaging her every day and she was very familiar with him. So it's him. Fong Zong smiled coldly. Stupid. He then messaged Fatty and sent over another $1 million. Make a video and send out evidence of these rumors against me. I'll have the police unblock your accounts and videos. After the fat man received the message, he hesitated a bit and asked the spiritual boy boss, Big brother, will this business take it or not? Answer it, of course. Without the bottom line and the rules of the spiritual boy boss at this time is very open-minded, doing things as instructed. People give so much money. Of course, we must listen to others. Yes, after the fat man took over the business, he took screenshots of the cause and effect directly and sent them to the account that had previously created the rumor. And the Spirit Boy boss got up and ordered, lose all your accounts and scrap your cell phone. This man is not simple. If he can spend so much money on news, he might be able to buy news about us too. Make a run for it. The other four were also shocked and packed up and ran away in the night. With those millions, He hid in Siam for a few months, and was just about to make a comeback when the wind died down. In the alley behind the hotel, the five had just exited the hotel when they found a group of people wearing masks and hats blocking both sides of the alley. Sensing that things were not going well, the spiritual boy boss was just about to open his mouth to beg for mercy and reach for the weapon he had pinned in his pants. Instead, he saw the other man raise his hand and aim his gun directly at himself and the others. After a flash of fire, several people collapsed in the alley. For this kind of person who received money to extort himself, Fong Zong naturally would not let go. Ironically, the money that buys their lives is much less than the money that buys the message. It's only $150,000 each. However, this was all an afterthought, as Fong Zong was considering how to deal with Zhang Tongkai after getting the news. Chapter 40, I'll sign the understanding. It's too comfortable in jail. The official means of dealing with it is quick. So quick to make people repent. Is this an official rumor if it's not true? It seems that these people also know fear. Let's see if they still dare to make rumors. Has it been picked up who this person is who hired someone to start a rumor? I was a classmate of theirs, and the girl who hired the rumor monger to pursue her is now a lickspittle for the top student. So I guess it's because of that. After the video was sent out, Fong Zong directly spent $5 million to buy the promotion, immediately allowing everyone to brush up to this video. Still, there are a lot of conspiracy theorists in the comments section who don't believe it. It's normal. These people are born with their brains out of joint, and they are mindlessly opposed to anything that is officially released. Many of these accounts are hired mercenaries. Dad, Zhang Tongkai felt like the sky was about to collapse. The other side still sold the information. You did this. Zhang Xuanfu was so infuriated that he slapped Zhang Tongkai on the head. Stupid bastard. Hiring someone to do something you can't even clean up the tail. Zhang Tongkai was afraid. This Fong Zong will definitely take revenge on me. Dad, you have to help me. Zhang Xuanfu at this time also some numbclaws. Their own loan was not smooth. By Fong Zong a sentence will be the city bank's loan to deny. Now the other side is sure to retaliate like crazy, and it's probably not going to come down with a loan at another bank. Prepare something and come with me to apologize. Zhang Xuanfu was now thinking that if he asked Zhang Tongkai to make amends and apologize, maybe the other party would look at his classmate Sake and raise his hand. But I didn't want to be knocked on the door of the house at that moment. Zhang Tongkai was so scared that he trembled. Is it Fong Zong coming? Calm down. Zhang Xuanfu threw another slap up, glancing out the cat's eye. He blanched. When Zhang Tongkai saw that his dad's face did not look good, he asked in a trembling voice, Dad, who is it? Police. Zhang Xuanfu took a deep breath and pulled open the door to the room, only to see two policemen standing outside. The lead policeman was a black-faced middle-aged man who asked in a deep voice, It's Zhang Tongkai's house, isn't it? We're looking for him. There's something we need to know. Dad. Zhang Tongkai threw a look of help to Zhang Xuanfu, but Zhang Xuanfu was out of options at this point. There. When he saw the black-faced policeman bring out the handcuffs, his face changed again and he hurriedly stopped it. There's no need to use the handcuffs, right? Please don't get in the way of official business. The black-faced cop glanced at him coldly. Zhang Xuanfu, even if again unwilling, at this time do not dare to block. Can only allow two people to Zhang Tongkai handcuffed on the police car. Dad, help me. Zhang Tongkai was so scared at this point that his legs went weak. Dad, help me. Don't worry. Zhang Xuanfu drove behind the police car and came inside the police station. And Fong Zong was in the police station at that moment. Seeing Zhang Tongkai arrive, he couldn't help but let out a sneer. Fong Zong. When Zhang Tongkai saw Fong Zong, it was as if he had seen a savior. Brother Zong, I was wrong. Please spare me. I know I'm wrong. He said that he was about to kneel down, but the two policemen just picked him up and set him up in the interrogation room. And Zhang Xuanfu followed him into the police station. He froze for a moment when he saw Fong Zong, then came to Fong Zong. Fong Zong student, I am Zhang Tongkai's father. Hello. Fong Zong greeted with a smile. Seeing that Fong Zong was still smiling and greeting him, Zhang Xuanfu's heart tightened. A smile at this time was worse than anger. Student Fong Zong, this matter is Zhang Tongkai's ignorance. Zhang Xuanfu said. Luckily, it didn't cause any serious consequences, so can you forgive him once? He knows that the penalties are a little less severe when the person in question has to issue a letter of understanding for this kind of thing. Don't worry. Fong Zong smiled and nodded. I will issue you a letter of understanding. Zhang Xuanfu was a bit surprised, while the police officer next to him had a relieved look on his face. Thank you so much, Mr. Fong Zong. You are too nice. Repaying grudges with kindness is worthy of a scholarly talent. When Zhang Xuanfu heard that Fong Zong was willing to issue a letter of understanding, his heart was relieved and he kept praising Fong Zong for his magnanimity. And after hearing that mediation was needed, Zhang Tongkai, who had been thrown into a chair of regret, was taken out of the interrogation room, and upon seeing Fong Zong, he knelt down and apologized very sincerely. The standard of that kneeling posture was even more standard than him visiting his ancestors' graves. Don't worry, they're all classmates. It won't be hard for you. Fong Zong smiled faintly, signed the letter of understanding and handed it to the police officer. So there will be no criminal liability, right? Won't happen. The black-faced policeman nodded and continued. This rumor-mongering will have a great impact on the college entrance exams, and considering that he is young and doesn't know any better, he will be detained for 15 days at the top. This is already very light. To make the municipal party committee team to work overtime all night, only 15 days of detention is too cheap. Hearing that he will also be detained for 15 days, Zheng Tongkai's face is full of fear, but Zheng Xuanfu is relieved. This administrative penalty is fine. Not delay the child to go to college is good. Alright, let's go. The black-faced policeman was going to take Zheng Tongkai away, and Fong Zong said, Officer, I'll have a word with this classmate of mine. Then he came to Zheng Tongkai's ear and whispered. Zheng Tongkai's face changed greatly and he looked at Fong Zong with some disbelief. Just as he was about to say something, he was dragged out of the mediation room by the black-faced policeman. Student Fong Zong, thank you for today. Zheng Xuanfu was still happy to shake hands with Fong Zong and thank him. Can I treat you to a meal tomorrow? Fong Zong said indifferently. No need to be polite. We can have a meal tomorrow. Zheng Xuanfu was even happier when he heard this, and Fong Zong didn't say much, but just left in the car. He didn't go back to Seaside Gardens even by cab, but returned to Tian Haiyuan, the house he had bought. When he opened the door, he was not expecting the door across from him to open again. Fong Zong couldn't help but spit out. Are you a voyeur? How come you knew as soon as I opened the door? Yi Wanting, whose temperament resembles Ms. Sayuko's, spits lightly in her nightgown. I'm having a nervous breakdown and can't sleep well at night. I heard a noise at the door and thought it was a burglar, but I didn't realize it was your neighbor who hasn't been back in days. Fong Zong suddenly asked, I remember you work in a bank? Right. Yi Wanting let out a light laugh. You still remember? Remember. Fong Zong nodded. If you have a nervous breakdown, why don't you have a drink together? Yi Wanting's eyes lit up at the words, but she still said haughtily, drinking with a strange man in the middle of the night. Forget it then. Fong Zong did not force himself, but Yi Wanting turned her tone. I'm not afraid that I'll suffer. Aren't you afraid that you'll suffer? You're only 18 and you're still a high school senior, he said and wrapped his fingers around the hanging strands of hair with a very naked look in his eyes. You know that I'm the top student in the college entrance exam? Fong Zong didn't expect her to know all that. Yi Wanting bristled. You're all over the local news. I can't even think about not knowing. Fong Zong raised his hand. Then please. Yi Wanting guffawed and walked into her home in style. There's some deli food in the fridge. When Tang Yinghua made her purchases earlier, she even prepared the food in the refrigerator. Yi Wanting took the cooked food to the kitchen and quickly cut and plated it, while Fong Zong also took out a few bottles of beer. There's something I need your help with. Fong Zong handed Yi Wanting the beer. Do you have any acquaintances in the credit approval department of your bank? I'd like someone to make a phone call. He had a hint of a smile on his face, but his eyes were full of ice. The reason why he signed the letter of understanding was that he was afraid that Zheng Tongkai would be too comfortable in jail, and it would be better for him to suffer outside. Chapter 41. Call me by my position in the company. I'm the credit review department. Yi Wanting had some playfulness in her eyes. What can I help you with? Fong Zong weighed his words. I have a classmate whose family needs a loan and should have submitted an application to your bank. I was going to step in and help the family, but his dad was too boneheaded to accept my help. Tell you what, you can call him tomorrow and say that his loan needs some additional information, and it should arrive in 10 days. And their family's money flow has lasted less than a week, and I'm lending it to their family to get them to last past a week first, so it's easier for them to take it. He wouldn't give Yi Wanting the truth, and he wasn't too familiar with Yi Wanting, and just needed her help with a phone call. Simple. How much interest did you give him? Yi Wanting's eyes became even more playful as she asked Fong Zong with interest. Getting right to the crux of the matter, Fong Zong smiled faintly. It must be higher than the bank's interest rate so that he can accept the loan without any psychological burden. Then the approval won't pass after 10 days. Yi Wanting was a bit hesitant. Won't they find me in trouble? Fong Zong smiled. Don't worry, I won't ask him for his interest. I'm just looking for an excuse that he can accept. What favor can you get? Yi Wanting sized up Fong Zong suspiciously. You don't look like a great benefactor either. Could it be that you have your eye on your classmate? Fong Zong shrugged and smiled without saying anything. Yi Wanting, however, as if she had been informed of the truth of the matter, agreed with a smile. I can do you this favor. Shouldn't I collect a little favor first? As they spoke, the two of them got closer and closer, and Yi Wanting's index finger slid down Fong Zong's neck all the way to his stomach. In a seductive voice she said, I went out without my keys and cell phone and couldn't get in. This body of human wife temperament. Dim light, ambiguous time. Fong Zong seems to have no choice. It was near noon the next day that Fong Zong opened his eyes, and there was nothing around him. Picking up his cell phone to take a look, Yuwating had already sent him a message. The call has been made, and the benefit fee is something I've taken advantage of. Fang Zong smiled slightly and did not reply to the message. The benefits of a human wife could only be known by experiencing it. After putting on his clothes and having accounted lunch breakfast downstairs, he called Chu Cholu. Do you know any money lenders? Lenders? Chu Cholu froze when she received the call. What are you looking for this kind of person for? Something. Fang Zong laughed. Find a stronger company with less honorable means. Chu Cholu said after a moment of silence. You can't turn over your money? Me? Fang Zong laughed out loud. How can I still not be able to turn over my money? It's that there's something I'm not comfortable with and I need them to make a move. Chu Cholu's mind moved. The phone number will be sent to you. After hanging up the phone, Fang Zong saw the phone and dialed directly again. I want a loan. Come to the office to talk more. The person on the other end of the phone, who apparently did this sort of thing all the time, hung up and sent an address. After seeing the finance company on the address, Fang Zong smiled slightly, took a taxi to this address. The company is on the second floor, said the company. Even a company door head is not. Just in the door of the entrance to the door hung a metal sign. After pushing the door in, what met his eyes was a large tea table, and a middle-aged man with an inch hair, wearing a gold chain and tight black short sleeves was sitting behind the table drinking tea. Elsewhere there were a few couches with 5 or 6 very savage-looking youths sitting on them. What brings you here, little brother? The middle-aged man with the big gold chain put down his teacup, coiled up the string, and rubbed the string on the nose clip groove. Fang Zong sat across from him with a flat expression. I was the one who called you just now. The big gold chain froze and sized up Fang Zong. You want a loan? How old are you? It's not a loan. Fang Zong said indifferently. It's someone who wants a loan, and I want your company to lend it to him. At this remark, the big gold chain couldn't help but laugh, and so did the 6 youngsters sitting in the office. What do you take us for here? Big gold chain laughed a few times to stop his smile and looked at Fang Zong as if he was looking at a child. What kind of person wants a loan? How much is the loan? You recognize Zhang Xuanfu, right? Fang Zong ignored their ridicule. Big gold chain said suspiciously. Shunkai Furnitures? Right. Fang Zong nodded. He wants a loan of $100 million. Big gold chain couldn't help but mock. Little brother also thinks too highly of our company, doesn't he? If we can lend out $100 million, do we still need to open this kind of company? This $100 million, to be honest, he could take it out by biting his teeth and mobilizing his investors, but it's too big a business for him. A few youngsters sitting on the couch hadn't stopped laughing before, but now they were laughing even louder. A man with long hair and a face full of pimple pits said, Big brother, he thinks he's playing a game, talking about business 100 million by 100 million. That's 100 million I can offer. Fang Zong's tone was flat and his voice was not loud, but it caused the entire office to fall into silence. But then the youngsters, led by the pimple-pitted man, burst into loud laughter. $100 million? He can take that out? Pull out $100 million later. Only it's got the Jade Emperor printed on it. Blow it out of proportion. That's a good joke. Where's the crazy person from? Throw it out and forget about it. The big gold chain was also amused. Little brother, don't play. There is this 100 million hurry to take out to go home and hug and sleep. Fang Zong frowned. It seemed like he really needed to decorate with luxury goods next time. Otherwise you have to show the balance every time. He took out his phone and opened the mobile banking and put it in front of the big gold chain. Look closely. The big gold chain will check it out and also look to see if it's a real app. He then said to the pimple-pitted man, bring over one of the bank cards from the Stoneman City Bank. Seeing that the pimple-pit man was still laughing, he couldn't help but bellow. I told you to get your bank card. Can't you hear me? The pimple-pitted man then noticed that the atmosphere seemed different and hurriedly got up to bring over a bank card. And after the big gold chain puts in the bank card number and the password, it finally confirms that this is the real Citibank app. What's your name, little brother? Big gold chain respectfully offered the phone with both hands and barked at a few others. Get out first. I want to talk business. Those few youngsters looked at each other in dismay. And the pimple pit man couldn't help but ask, Big brother, is it true? Call me Mr. Juan in the company. Big gold chain shouted angrily. The pimple pit man's neck shrank at the yelling, and he hurriedly signaled a few other people to head out. Yes, Mr. Juan. After reaching the door and closing it behind him, the pimple-pitted man couldn't help but mutter, he really does have $1 billion? No way. He looks like he just came of age. He's not even 20, and he's that rich? A winner in life. What is it? Such a rich man will come to our company to do business? Outside the door whispered. Inside the door, Mr. Juan respectfully offered a cup of tea with both hands. I do not know how to call. Chapter 42, You're giving me a car for making a phone call? Seeing that he was starting to be polite to himself, Fang Zong smiled. Fang Zong, Mr. Fang, Mr. Juan extended his hand. I'm Juan Zhangyi. After the two shook hands, Fong Zong smiled. What did you think of what I told you before? A loan of $100 million to Zhang Xuanfu? Wan Zhongyi quickly pondered in his mind. Why would Mr. Fong do this? Fong Zong said indifferently. If you want to ask, let's not talk about it. When he said that he was about to get up and leave, Wan Zhongyi hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Fong, don't be angry. I'm just asking casually. It's such a big deal. He doesn't want to miss it. Only then did Fong Zong sit down again. I can provide you with this $100 million, and I can also just return the principal for the money I recovered. As for how much interest you'll receive, it's up to you. Speaking of this, he smiled. Zhang Xuanfu is in dire need of money right now. There's a bank loan for him in 10 days and he thinks he can get it. That's why he's willing to take a loan today as long as it's given to him, at as high an interest rate as he can get it. It's just up to you to get your money back when the time comes. Wan Zhongyi in his heart kept calculating. Listening to this meaning, Zhang Xuanfu 10 days later certainly cannot get a bank loan. And when your side puts out a loan, you have to find a way to get the other side to pay it back. I'll get you back $90 million. Wan Zhongyi bargained. The time may take 20 days to a month. This business can be done. Could be. Fong Zong hadn't thought of getting all the capital back. I have one request. I can't let their family live too comfortably. Don't worry. Wan Zhongyi laughed. Living too comfortably. You can't get your money back. When dealing with people like that, you have to make them feel that life is worse than death in order to get the debt back. Fong Zong nodded at his words. Signed the contract. The $90 million will be delayed to a month and a half at the latest, giving you half a month more. Mr. Fong is so refreshing. Wan Zhongyi smiled from ear to ear. Why don't we have dinner together later? Fong Zong waved his hand. I want you to release the debt today. A final warning, don't run away. I can offer you $100 million. Or I can spend $100 million on your whole family's lives. Yes. Wan Zhongyi had a chill around his body and immediately put away those small thoughts, not daring to slack off in the slightest. This young man in front of him was obviously quite something. He's trying to deal with Zhang Xuanfu, and he's just a tool. And the fact that you can easily come up with $100 million on your first business deal suggests that there's more money in hand. For this kind of person, a person like him who wandered in the gray area could not afford to mess with them at all. Fong Zong took the contract and opened the door. The youngsters outside the door no longer dared to ridicule and watched Fong Zong leave with bated breath. When Fong Zong went downstairs, the pimple pit man rushed into the office. Big brother, how is it? Wan Zhongyi grinned an indulgent laugh. Here's our chance to get rich. Go find Zhang Xuanfu. Give him a loan. Just after coming out of the loan company, Fong Zong received a call from Fong's mom. Xiao Zong, tomorrow is your grandma's birthday. You got the top grade in the exams. Why don't you go and make her happy? Going to grandma's place? Fong Zong frowned, but understanding his mother's thoughts, he agreed. Okay, I'll go back tonight. He was actually a little reluctant to go because his grandma hadn't been very kind to him. One time in my memory, my grandma bought back a big cake and distributed it to my uncle's siblings. In fact, there was still a lot after the distribution, but it just wasn't for Fong Zong to eat. Fong Zong's family was poor at that time, so he dipped his finger in a bit of cream and ate it when no one was around, only to be seen by his grandma, cursing Fong Zong with all sorts of vicious words, such as no tutelage, thieves, and so on. In order to protect Fong Zong, Fong's parents had a big fight with his grandma, and they didn't see each other for the next 3 years, until 3 years later. In the past, Grandma's family was more affluent and did not agree to Fong's mom marrying Fong's dad, and eventually even severed the relationship, but it did not change Fong's mom's mind. Moreover, Mr. Fong's father didn't have much money at that time, and was always looked down upon by his grandma's family, especially the uncle's family, but also do not see the upper father. Both sides have had many conflicts, unless the New Year's holidays, or Fong Zong and Fong Dad usually do not go to her home. Only Fong's mom has been trying to mend the relationship with her mother's family. After all, she is her own mother and brother. Now that the family is better off, Grandma and Uncle don't look down on each other's dads as much, and treat each other as distant relatives in a nonchalant manner. But Fong Zong had gotten the top spot on the exam, and Fong Ma definitely wanted to show her mother and brother that her son wasn't useless. This is the province's top science student, sure to go to her mother's family to show off. I think she must have stored a lot of bad anger in her heart. The reason why Fong Zong agreed was that she was afraid that Fong Ma had too much anger stored in her heart, and if it was stored in her heart, something might happen to her body. After coming out of the loan company, Fong Zong called Yi Wanting. Are you free? Come out for shopping. There is a 2.5-hour break at noon. Yi Wanting laughed. What? Want to give me something? Fong Zong laughed. I can't let you work for nothing. That's good. You come pick me up at the company. Yi Wanting's voice looked elated. Fong Zong glanced at the time. I'll take a taxi over there now. You guys just happen to be off work. You'll come down directly. Could be. Yi Wanting hung up the phone with a spring in her brow. The surrounding colleagues saw it and teased. Little Yi is in love? Just neighbors. Yi Wanting smiled and explained a sentence. After buying my house, I did a little favor and asked me to go shopping to thank me. The co-workers just joked about it and stopped talking about it. Only one person but sneered. Neighbor? Help? Doing a favor and going shopping? I don't know where the favor is going to go. She spoke quietly, but loud enough for the entire office to hear. All of his co-workers quieted down, unwilling to intervene in the conflict between the two. Yi Wanting was not the least bit afraid in the face of such words, and said aloud, "It's better than some people going out and giving for nothing, wearing nothing that no one wants." You. The woman's anger nodded and she was ready to speak, but she saw Yi Wanting walking out with her handbag. It's time to get off work. The other co-workers headed out the door. The smell of gunpowder between the two was too strong. The woman also huffed and puffed her way down the stairs, ready to go out to dinner. Seeing Yi Wanting come to a cab, she couldn't help but sneer. So it's someone who doesn't even have a car. I thought I had picked up some treasure, but it turns out that it's a poor guy. Fong Zong heard this in the cab and looked puzzled. I don't think I've ever messed with you, have I? What's with the in-your-face taunting? He took a closer look at the woman, who had a mean-looking face and appeared to be a brute. Then he smiled and said to Yi Wanting, "Let's go, take you to buy a car." Buy a car? Yi Wanting froze. The woman, however, sneered and laughed. Quite a bragger. Nice mouthpiece. I'll laugh my ass off if I can't drive it back, or ride back in Emma. Fong Zong glanced at her coldly. You look like a husband killer. How many have you killed? Chapter 43. Please have some respect for the luxury car and its price. The mean woman was so angry that she pointed and was about to curse, but Yi Wanting got into the car and directly asked the driver to drive. It left her without a target to even curse at, and she was so angry that she stomped her feet right where she was. Where are we going? Yi Wanting was in a good mood. What are you going to buy? Buy a car. Fong Zong shrugged. You did me such a big favor. I can't let you make this call for nothing. Yi Wanting was surprised. Really, buy a car? I already have a car. Seeing that your car has been purchased for several years, this thing called a car, it's better to always drive a new one. Fong Zong laughed lightly. What kind of car do you like? Forget it. Yi Wanting hesitated or refused. Fong Zong, however, frowned and said, Master, go to the 4S store of Mercedes. If you're told to choose, you choose. If you don't, I'll do it for you. I need your help again this afternoon. I need to buy some things. I don't know what's good, so help me advise. When Yi Wanting saw him say this, instead of being angry, her heart was moved. Giving something away is so overbearing. It's a model of manliness. The cab driver listened and bristled, thinking that the two were giving themselves a comedy routine just to put on a show. After bringing two people to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, he was not in a hurry to go, just at noon to take a break here, to see if the teenager is really this strength. Go back or brag. Mr. Fong, you're here. Lu Yao had just finished receiving a client and was ready to take a break from work when she saw the teenager who had impressed her so much coming over and hurriedly greeted her. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Fong Zong nodded. Pick a car. One that has a current car and is a bit more expensive. Is the same Maybach S680 as yours okay? Lu Yao glanced at Yi Wanting and realized that it wasn't the rich girl from before, but a new one who was slightly older. Lu Yao's heart fluttered. It seemed that Fong Zong was not just interested in women of his age. This woman is a human wife at first glance and feminine. And if you get a girlfriend and buy a car, wouldn't you make a fortune if you could be seen as well? The thought of it put a little more of a smile on her face. Is there a current car? Fong Zong asked. How is my car doing? It's stepping up the transfer of cars. Lu Yao smiled and said, don't be so high-matched. We still have stock in the store. Fong Zong then nodded. Let's go. Go check out the car. Yi Wanting's heartbeat gradually accelerated after hearing the Maybach. Even if she didn't know anything about cars, she knew that this kind of car was very expensive. I didn't expect Fong Zong to give away such a car casually. It seems that Fong Zong's financial power is still far beyond her understanding. Muddled, he followed the two men to the car, and there was a hint of dawning realization as he got into the driver's seat. Ms. Yi, you can go out for a test drive. Lu Yao was very attentive to the suggestion, but Yi Wanting was a bit nervous. Let's forget about it. Such an expensive car. If it gets scuffed up, it's going to be a problem. Fong Zong asked directly, do you like it? Like? In the face of such a luxury car, Yi Wanting couldn't say she didn't like it. Fong Zong snapped his fingers. Go, pay up, and drive home. Lu Yao's eyes lit up. Mr. Fong, this way please. I didn't bring my documents, Yi Wanting said with some restraint. Fong Zong, however, waved his hand. Pay the money first, and you can bring your documents over this afternoon. I have to go back tonight. I don't have time to dawdle here much. Lu Yao's heart is blossoming with joy. So expensive car sold another. Commission can be quite a lot of money. and it took less than 3 minutes from the time I walked in the door to the time I decided to buy it. Who's a nice guy who buys a car for such a short period of time? Can you guys respect a luxury car and its price? Mr. Fong, pay over here, ms. Ye can wait here for a while. She very deliberately invited Fong Zong to pay alone. It's always better to hook up a bit alone. Mr. Fong's girlfriend is very pretty. Mr. Fong must love her very much, right? Luyo slowed her pace, hoping that the road to the payment would get longer and longer. Fong Zong looked at her with a smile on his face. She's not my girlfriend, she just did me a favor. I came to thank her. Mr. Fong is really generous. Lu Yao pretended to be unintentional and said, that girl from last time was your girlfriend, right? Fong Zong said with a wry smile, it's my classmate. Mr. Fong is still single? Fong Zong shrugged. For now. The flirtatious look in Lu Yao's eyes got heavier. Then what kind of girls does Mr. Fong like? Well, it depends on the eye. Fong Zong looked Lu Yao up and down. It was found that this woman was wearing a professional outfit, but her charming bones were heavenly, and instead of giving a feeling of seriousness, this professional outfit felt a sense of charmingness lurking in it. Lu Yao covered her mouth and smiled. Mr. Fong is still very concerned about feelings. Looking at Fong Zong finished paying money, Lu Yao walked up the road. Posture is very normal, but other people can see that the more obvious charm, knitted brows and smile are stirring the surrounding people's heartstrings, attracted the male sales and male customers have to side eye. Lu Yao saw that she was about to arrive in front of Yi Wanting, so she said directly, Mr. Fong, let's exchange contact information. If you have any problems, you can look for me directly. Good. Fong Zong was non-committal. After adding Lu Yao, the two returned to Yi Wanting. Come on, go get me something first. Fong Zong smiled faintly and nodded to Lu Yao before leaving with Yi Wanting. Yi Wanting was holding Fong Zong's arm with both hands at this moment, looking very intimate. Lu Yao couldn't help but sneer in her heart as she watched the two of them being intimate. And they say it's not a girlfriend, so it really doesn't seem to be a girlfriend, just a female companion. But it's worth it if you can get a $4 million car just for a little company, a little help. Thank you for such an expensive gift. Yi Wanting's body was starting to go soft, her face flushed, and her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Fong Zong. Small matter. Fong Zong didn't take this amount of money seriously at all. Watching the two walk out, the taxi driver couldn't help but snort. Going in and out so quickly, and buying a car, really can blow. He drove up to the two men in an unruffled manner. Would you two like to use the car again? Use. Fong Zong glanced at the time. Take us to the mall. Fong Zong said in the car. Go buy a watch. If you want one, I'll buy one for you too. More expensive is best. It's always misunderstood. You can't just flash your bank card balance when you see someone, can you? It's better to buy a watch as a decoration, so as to show off your strength, so as not to always be stuck in the face of some unknown people to open mockery. Okay, all yours. Now Fong Zong's words were holy orders in Yi Wanting's eyes. Whatever he said was what he said. While money cannot buy a woman's heart, it can buy a woman's unlimited cooperation with him. The taxi driver in the front is rolling his eyes to the back of his head. Blowing a lot? I'm just a broken down driver. What do you gain by pretending in front of me? Without a second thought, he pulled the two to the mall and he took off on the gas. I'm not going to be a part of your play. Chapter 44, Who are you to touch my watch? I don't want it. What watch are we going to buy? Yi Wanting held Fong Zong's arm, and the passing pedestrians cast glances. The men are all showing envy. Yi Wanting has a very good figure. Wearing a shirt and suit pants is more visible. The wifely aura of the body with the pretty face made the passing men's eyes goggle. I don't know what watch suits me. Fong Zong didn't know much about luxury goods, so he laughed and said, that's why I've come to you, so that you can counsel me. Do you want something more formal, or something stylish and sporty? Yi Wanting inquired about Fong Zong's requirements. Fong Zong looked at his wrist and said, it's better to be fashionable. When Yi Wanting heard the request, she smiled and said, there happens to be a jackpot retail store here. Let's go there and take a look. It's just a little pricey. I don't know if you can take it. Fong Zong was a bit unimpressed. How expensive can a watch be? It can buy 3 just cars. Yi Wanting said quietly. Fong Zong was a bit surprised, then laughed. This is good. Buy this. Was looking for a more expensive luxury item and this price was just right for him. Yi Wanting didn't expect Fong Zong to agree to it. This piece of watch cost more than $10 million. It was a bit too extravagant, wasn't it? But she wasn't stupid enough to ask, and directly led Fong Zong into Jackpot's specialty store. The guide inside wasn't much more enthusiastic once she saw the two. Fong Zong was wearing ordinary short sleeves that didn't look like they cost more than $100. And Yi Wanting looks like she doesn't have much money when she's wearing a bank uniform. But when customers come in, they still send someone to greet them. Do you want to buy a watch? Right. Fong Zong nodded. Yi Wanting said, take out a piece of your family's Celestial Series watch and look at it. The Celestial Collection? The guide froze and looked up at the store manager. At this moment the store manager came over. She was wearing a uniform and had a serious face. Are you two looking at the Celestial series? Yes. What's wrong? Yi Wanting was a bit impatient. You don't have it in your store? The store manager had some helplessness on his face. Yes there is. Then take it out and take a look. Yi Wanting frowned and urged, her face a little irritated. Fang Zong shrugged helplessly at her. See, this is why I have to buy luxury goods. Yi Wanting sighed. The store manager gave a wink to one of the shop assistants, who silently went over and closed the store door behind him. Only after pressing a button at the front desk did the store manager take a piece out of the display case. This is the auspicious dragon model from the Celestial series. Fang Zong glanced at it and his attention was drawn to it. The blue strap with the transparent domed dial shows off the complicated mechanics inside. Like a hemisphere, the most striking feature is a red Chinese dragon with a big open mouth in the center of the dial, clawing at the earth and the moon, both rotating at the same time. That moon refracted brilliantly in the light. This is a red model customized specifically for China. And if you want it, there are also gold and silver dragon models. The store manager began. This moon is made from a single diamond with a total of 288 facets. This watch, it's worth $15 million. She carefully placed the watch on the counter, introducing it with careful false fingers. However, the presentation is not detailed and seems somewhat perfunctory. Pretty good looking, I guess. Yi Wanting laughed. How does it feel? Quite nice. Fang Zong did like this watch quite a bit. It was very fine in all places. Yi Wanting laughed. Try wearing it. Ma'am, this watch cannot be tried on. The store manager directly opened his mouth and refused. The serious expression seemed impersonal. Yi Wanting sneered. I haven't heard of a watch that I'm not allowed to try on. Not with this watch. The store manager's tone was flat. This watch is too expensive. Please forgive me. Despite her words, her tone was off-putting. Yi Wanting sneered. Is it that all customers can't try it on? Or we can't try it on? The store manager couldn't help but be speechless. If a rich person came in to look at a watch, surely they would be able to try it on. If she couldn't even try it on if she answered, she'd be in trouble if she got a complaint to headquarters. Then please be careful. The store manager had no choice but to carefully remove the watch with gloves on and put it on Fang Zong's wrist. Fang Zong raised his hand and looked at it. It was indeed very cool, and at a glance, he knew it was worth a lot of money. Although the watch was slightly ostentatious, he still decided to buy it, and when this kind of watch was worn out, others could tell at a glance that it was not cheap. Okay? The store manager urged. Why don't you guys hurry up and take pictures? Take what photos? Fang Zong froze, then reacted and couldn't help but snort. You think we came over here to rub photos together? The store manager didn't answer the question, but the impatience on her face expressed her thoughts. Yi Wanting sighed. What a snob. What did you say? The store manager got angry. This lady, even though we are service staff, we have dignity. Who are you calling a snob? Yi Wanting gave a haughty grunt. Whoever is in a hurry can just say so. The store manager was furious and was just about to tear himself away when he heard a tap on the door. She and the two guides looked back to see a man and a woman standing in the doorway. The man in a shirt and slicked back hair, and the woman in a very revealing short dress with a very generous bust. Sir, could you please take it off first after trying it on? The store manager prodded, then said to the man and woman at the door, two of you, please wait a moment. Fang Zong frowned as he removed the watch, and the serious-faced store manager placed the watch back on the counter before opening the door with a smile on his face. Mr. Deng, I've kept you waiting. Hey, you haven't finished serving us yet. Fang Zong was a bit irritated. This store manager is guarding them like thieves. It's just a little too much. Xiao Zhao, go entertain. The store manager casually ordered a counter clerk to come and continue serving Fang Zong while she went to the two other guests. Why is it closed in broad daylight? Mr. Deng asked with some dissatisfaction. The store manager's face was full of smiles at this time, not the slightest bit of the previous seriousness, and whispered, there is a watch that is very expensive. It's that Celestial series watch, right? Mr. Deng smiled indistinctly, and after glancing at the two Fang Zongs, he took out a watch and said to the store manager, have it serviced for me. The store manager quickly took it with both hands. Okay Mr. Deng. The two didn't stop and walked out of the store directly, and when they reached the door, they heard the woman winking and saying, being guarded as if they were thieves. Poor people still don't want to come to this kind of store. They'll only make a fool of themselves. Hearing Fang Zong's frown, he said to the store manager, watch, I'll buy it. What? Yi Wanting frowned. This kind of watch still needs to be bought from her? The store manager, however, was a bit skeptical. $15 million, and you bought it? Swipe the card. Fang Zong threw out his bank card. The store manager took the card with confidence and swiped out the money before handing it back with both hands with a shocked expression. Mr. Fang, your card. And the two tellers, their faces were filled with shock. He really had so much money? Fong Zong took the card back, and Yiwating still had anger on her face. The store manager mentally regretted it and reached for the watch, ready to wrap it. How do you touch my watch? Fong Zong suddenly said angrily. This is my watch. Who are you to touch it? I don't want it. Give me my money back. These words instantly focused the attention of several people. A smile appeared on Yiwating's face. That's right. Chapter 45, Industry-Wide Sequestration. Measuring Value with Money. Mr. Fong, you. The store manager was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Fong Zong to ask her to refund her money so directly. Just as she was about to speak, a phone call came over, and as soon as she looked at the call, panic immediately appeared on her face, but she had no choice but to answer it. Manager Ding. A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Looking happy, did a big customer come to the store? $15 million in results. Did you buy that celestial watch? Right. The store manager was a little sheepish, but the customer is now asking for a refund. What? The voice on the other side of the phone became somber for a moment. What's going on? Fong Zong stepped aside and said, she pissed me off. The store manager was just about to explain, but she was directly interrupted by Fong Zong, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Give the phone to the guest. Manager Ding said directly. Fong Zong took the phone and tapped the speakerphone. Are you the manager of this specialty store? Hello, sir. Manager Ding spoke very politely. Can you wait in the store for a moment? I can get to the store in about 10 minutes. Fong Zong glanced at the time. Yes. Manager Ding politely said. Please return the phone to the store manager. The store manager whispered from the sidelines. Manager Ding. You. Immediately. Serve this guest for me. Manager Ding snapped. Wait until I get to the store. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. The store manager's face was bitter as he whispered. Mr. Fong, you and this lady please take a seat for a moment. Yiwating sneered as she sat on the sofa with Fong Zong, and the store manager even trotted off to bring 2 cups of coffee, timidly saying from the side, Mr. Fong, please calm down. What happened before was my lack of service consciousness. Fong Zong and Yiwating just drank their coffee without paying any attention to her. The store manager stood aside with a bitter face, not daring to say more. The time came quickly, and a man in a suit ran into the store in a flurry, beads of sweat pooling on his forehead. Seeing Fong Zong and Yiwaning both sitting on the sofa, he was also relieved. You are Mr. Fong, right? I am the manager of this branch. My name is Ding. What is the lady's name? My surname is Yi. Yiwating said in a salty manner. Manager Ding gasped slightly and said, Mr. Fong, I wonder why you want a refund. Fong Zong faintly asked, if I try on a watch in your store, do I still have to lock the door for fear that I'll run away? What? Manager Ding was shocked at his words. This is absolutely not in line with our service philosophy. Yiwating said in a cold voice. We were only allowed to try it on when we urged. And when another customer came in, she wanted us to take off the watch and put it back on the counter before she went to open the door to welcome the customer, serving us and then going on to serve other guests. She looked disappointed. Your idea of service seems very disappointing. The store manager's face grew ugly as he listened to each sentence, looking at the two with begging eyes, hoping that they would stop talking. But Fong Zong had a belly full of anger with Yiwating. How could he not spit it out? Manager Ding's heart sank more and more as he listened. This was simply insulting the guests to their faces, and it's insulting to such a rich guest. If such a customer were to spread the story around the rich circle, he would not be able to keep his store open in this city. It is important to know that Jackpot only has a total of 3 specialty stores in China, and the loss of one is a very significant loss. And if the branch gets shut down because of poor business, the story will surely get around. The damage that would do to the brand would be incalculable. It's you? Manager Ding looked at the store manager. How dare you treat the guests like that? When you were in training, you were taught to go so defensive towards the guests? Manager Ding, the store manager was in tears. Who would have thought that a man with such a huge amount of money in his hands would be wearing such cheap clothes? Manager Ding turned his head to Fong Zong and said, Mr. Fong, the fact that you can buy this watch shows that you still like it very much. This store manager will be handled very seriously by our company, and we will definitely give you a satisfactory result. As an apology, I can give you another watch, any one of these styles of your choice, and you can have it serviced 5 times for free. He turned to the store manager and said, You're fired, and the dismissal announcement will be communicated throughout the industry, so don't ever stay in this business again. Manager Ding, I was wrong. The store manager was anxious and looked at Fong Zong again. Mr. Fong, it's me being a snob. Please calm down. It's a high-paying job, and if the firing announcement is communicated in the industry, she's out of the business for good. To change industries all over again, you have to start at the bottom as a teller again. But Fong Zong ignored it and turned to Manager Ding and said, If it wasn't for your good attitude, I would have really wanted a refund. Yu Wanting glanced at the store manager with some anger and some pity, quite satisfied with the outcome of this treatment, and did not say any more. There's no need to wrap the watch. I'll just put it on. Fong Zong said to Yu Wanting. Go pick one that suits you. Yu Wanting took a look at the styles that were sent. The cheapest ones also cost 180,000. Her heart blossomed again, and after choosing one, she also wore it directly on her hand, carrying the package and Fong Zong out the door. We go back? Yu Wanting looked at the watch on her hand beautifully. Although it was a gift, it was also worth more than $200,000, making her like it very much. Fong Zong, however, laughed. I haven't bought the watch for you yet. Pick two for my parents as well. Me? Yu Wanting displayed the watch on her hand. Isn't this? Cent doesn't count. Yu Wanting was so excited that she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Fong Zong on the cheek before pulling him to the Patek Philippe store. I didn't expect to see Mr. Dunn, who had appeared in Jackpot's store earlier, with his female companion as soon as I entered. Honey, do you think this watch looks good? His female companion was looking at a watch and picked one up to show it to Mr. Deng. Mr. Deng's afterglow saw Fong Zong enter the door, and very eagle-eyed, he saw the celestial auspicious dragon model on Fong Zong's wrist, and his pupils just shrank, and he couldn't help but freeze in place. Hubby, look, his female companion called out to him in a clipped, dainty voice. Seeing that Mr. Deng ignored her, he followed his gaze to Fong Zong and Yu Wanting who entered the door, so he covered his mouth and smiled. Hubby, look at those two who have come to the store again to make a fool of themselves. Shut up, Mr. Dunn turned back to him with a small, low voice, but the Patek Philippe teller was not as ignorant as she was, and seeing the watches the two were wearing, and the bags in their hands, she immediately trotted over to greet them. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, come to see the watch? This way please. Fong Zong shrugged his shoulders at Yu Wanting. You see, this is why I buy luxury goods. The same words as in Jackpot's store were treated very differently. Yu Wanting laughed dumbly. A society that has been given value by money. Take your time and get used to it. Chapter 46, Giveaways are more expensive than the pay I get for my hard work. Go ahead and look around. Pick out a piece for yourself and one for my mom. Fong Zong let Yu Wanting look at the watch by himself. He was too lazy to deal with these tellers and sat himself on the sofa and crossed his legs and started playing with his cell phone. Yu Wanting went to the counter under the guidance of the teller. Bring this watch over to me. Yu Wanting pointed to a watch. The teller didn't dare to be negligent and took it out to introduce it to Yu Wanting. But Yu Wanting tried it on, realized it didn't look too good, and went back to pick out something else. Honey, what do you think of this piece? Mr. Deng's female companion was still trying on the others, and there was already a pile in front of her. Not bad, not bad. Mr. Deng made a perfunctory remark. His attention kept on Fong Zong. He didn't expect that this teenager would actually buy that watch, which he had been coveting for a long time. Although he could also get out more than $10 million, he simply couldn't afford to use it to buy a watch. It's not something the average rich person can afford to spend money on. Please bring me that watch to try. Yu Wanting tried several pieces in a row, feeling not too satisfied. Her eyes glanced at a watch in front of that female companion. Feeling quite nice. Ms. Shu, another customer wants to try on this watch. Is it okay if I take it over for a bit first? The teller saw that this watch had already been tried on by that female companion, so she came to ask about it. But Ms. Shu grunted. I haven't finished trying it on yet. Let her wait. She glanced at the watch, retried it again, and showed it to Mr. Dunn. Look, I like this watch. Too expensive. Mr. Deng declined decisively at the direct. A $1.8 million watch, and she deserves to wear it? It's just a girlfriend. For a guy like him, girlfriends come and go. How can anyone send a watch this expensive? I really like this watch. Ms. Shu began to pout. Of all the watches, this is the one I've been eyeing. But seeing that Mr. Deng was not moved, she still resentfully took off the watch and threw it to the teller in a bad mood. Give me another piece to try on. Yu Wanting was somewhat reluctant to touch the watch that was handed to her. This kind of woman smelled too much of the wind, and she didn't want to touch the watch this woman had worn. Well, the teller didn't dare to slow down and went to the stockroom to get another watch. Ms. Shu naturally heard this and immediately became a bit upset. What do you mean? You think the watch I touched is dirty? Yu Wanting smiled without getting into an argument with her, but the attitude made its answer clear. This likewise made Mr. Deng a little upset, but he didn't say anything. There was no need to get into trouble with someone who could casually take out more than $10 million to buy a watch over such trivial matters. Ma'am, here's the watch. The watch is brand new. The teller took out a box and carefully took the watch out from it and gave it to Yu Wanting to try on. Yu Wanting wore the watch and looked at it from all angles, and realized that there were still some flaws, took off the watch and then looked at the others. Hoof, can't afford it either? Ms. Shu muttered softly. Can a bank teller afford to wear such an expensive watch? Mr. Dun frowned and lightly reprimanded. Shut up and look at you. MS. Shu pouted and chose a watch that was over 100,000 yuan. This one. Okay, Mr. Deng took out his bank card. Swipe it. While the teller was packing, MS. Shu paced to the lounge area and sat not far from Fang Zhong. The pungent scent of perfume caused Fang Zhong to frown and move his but a little farther away. Unexpectedly, this small action caused MS. Shu to be furious again. What do you mean? You think I'm dirty too? She angrily called to the teller. Waiter, come here. Have you sterilized this rest area? Why is there a smell? The teller rushed over, sniffed it and whispered. MS. Shu, I don't smell an odor. She was still muttering in her mind. You're wearing such a strong perfume and you can smell something else? I don't care. You re-sanitize it and I'll sit again. She was very upset at this time. Also, don't let just anyone in your store from now on. He even glanced at Fang Zhong as he spoke, meaning that Fang Zhong was the source of the odor. The teller could only nod. Okay. She didn't want to get into an argument with this customer. After all, she was a service person, so she had to take the alcohol and pretend to re-sterilize it. Fang Zhong, what do you think of this watch? Yu Wanting displayed the watch on her hand. I think it's quite nice. Then buy it. Fang Zhong didn't ask the price. Pick another piece for my mom. Yu Wanting smiled and said, I've picked out a good one too. These two watches. The couple's model. For uncle and aunt. Fang Zhong glanced at the two watches and saw that they were plain and simple. He was very satisfied. His parents liked this style, and he was good at finding reasons. Yes. After saying that, he handed his bank card to the teller. Swipe it. Seeing that he didn't ask the price, the teller reminded. Sir, these three watches, one is worth 18 million and the pair is worth 25 million. Fang Zhong nodded indifferently. Swipe your cards together. MS. Shu was shocked at her words and looked at Fang Zhong with some disbelief. How can this man be so rich? You don't even ask the price of a watch. You just pay for it? Yu Wanting smiled and came to sit beside Fang Zhong. The teller came over to pack her bag. She handed the teller the previous complimentary item. I'll put the watch on directly. You pack this one for me. MS. Yi, this watch also costs more than $200,000 to buy, right? The teller looked for a topic to chat. MS. Shu sniffed with jealousy in her eyes. She had only bought a watch of more than 100,000 yuan. And now people would just take off the watch of more than 200,000 yuan and not wear it. I guess so. Yi Wanting smiled. It's a freebie from the watch I just bought at Jackpot. A giveaway? MS. Shu and Mr. Deng, who had packed his things and was ready to leave together, froze. Is there a freebie for buying a watch? A $200,000 plus watch as a giveaway. How much should that purchase be worth? MS. Shu was a bit proud of the watch she bought for $180,000. Mind you, I feel like I'm in the upper class too. But she didn't want two simple words to make her start doubting her life. He himself bent over backwards to please Mr. Deng, a pervert, but only obtained a watch of over 100,000 yuan. It doesn't even compare to the price of people's giveaways. The jealousy in her eyes had disappeared at this time. The strength was almost the same as jealousy. If the gap was too big, then there was only pure admiration left. The joy of having just bought a watch vanished, leaving only an endless sense of disillusionment. Go. Yu Wanting handed the receipt to Fang Zhong. Fang Zhong glanced at it. The expensive watch was for his mother. It seemed that Yu Wanting still knew the limits and didn't dare to buy a more expensive watch than her parents. It was almost time for Yu Wanting to go to work, so the two of them took a taxi to the bank downstairs. Give me a minute, be right back. Yu Wanting warmly explained. Don't run away first. I'm a bit scared to go get the car alone. Okay. Fang Zhong didn't want to get off the bus, but the taxi driver said he was going to eat, so he could only get off the bus with the bags in his hands and prepare to stop the bus again. Yu Wanting returned to the office with light footsteps, and at this time, everyone else in the office had also woken up from their sleep and were ready to start working. Yo, back with the new car? Let's open our eyes. When the mean woman saw Yu Wanting come back, she couldn't help but blurt out, you guys don't know. Someone else's little boyfriend just said he went to pick up a new car. I wonder what kind of luxury car it is. Yu Wanting took the documents and rolled her eyes. Light up your dog's eyes later. After that, he went to the manager's office and took 2 hours off to head outside. The mean woman came to the window and watched the two men take a cab away, then laughed in her office. Looks like you bought a cab. How rich. Chapter 47, You're addicted to pretending in a cab, aren't you? Here we go again. Hi guys, where to? The taxi master glanced at the two men before getting on the bus and felt a pang of diarrhea in his heart. It was these two who came to pretend to be a pussy again. There were some props for this pretense and some shopping bags. One brand was unrecognizable, but the other was very recognizable. A brand of luxury watches. He couldn't help but bemoan the fact that he was going to have to watch these two come and play hard to get again on the road this time. Are you guys addicted to playing hard to get in cabs? Mercedes 4S. Fong Zong and Yi Wanting both didn't recognize the driver, and they didn't care. Again, the taxi driver secretly rolled his eyes. Before that is to go to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, said to pick up the current car, and now here we go again, with the same rhetoric to pretend. While waiting for a red light, he took out his cell phone and posted to the group, "Guys, that pretentious couple I just told you about just got into my car again. Still get in the car in front of the bank, still go to the Mercedes 4S, they are addicted to loading in cabs." The cab drivers in the group saw the message and came to their senses. Is this treating us drivers as a pretend audience? I want to see how they pretend. Have a live stream, just in time for dinner, and we'll have some of what the youngsters call e-squeeze. The cab driver took one look at the message and got interested, too, and just turned on his cell phone camera and started broadcasting live in the group. Still, it's a bit of a work ethic to make a point of turning the camera down so you won't see the two men's faces. Oh, looking good in that bag. The two are prop racing this time? What brand is Jackpot? Any brothers out there who know? It also seems to be a very expensive watch brand, and it's not a good idea to pretend to be grounded. A brand that many people don't recognize. Fong Zong and Yi Wanting in the back seat didn't notice the driver's movements. The driver also made it a point to hide the video footage by putting it on mute, so that he couldn't hear what was being said on the other side of the room. But the words on this side of the room came through loud and clear. Nerve. Yi Wanting put down her cell phone and muttered under her breath. Fong Zong doubted. What's wrong? The co-worker who argued with you before said in the office that I was embarrassed to stay in the company without getting a car. Yi Wanting said with some amusement. Fong Zong laughed. Then we'll bring the car back later to show her. Does she recognize this 4 million plus luxury car? Yi Wanting laughed. Don't throw winks to the blind. Fong Zong laughed. Then take a loudspeaker and shout that this car is worth more than $4 million. Go! Yi Wanting daintily slapped Fong Zong, her body leaning against Fong Zong's body. The cab group went crazy with laughter. A $4 million car? They really dare to blow it. OMG. These two are pretending to be quite natural. No, you stay put later and see how the two of them walk out. Yeah, walk out and then you go over and pull up and ask a question about why you didn't take the $4 million car out. Ha ha ha. The other guy probably said that the car wouldn't be bought without a $50 coupon. Drivers were watching the video in the group and laughing their asses off. The cab driver, too, pulled the two to the 4S store while holding back his laughter. And he didn't leave, staying right at the door with a live stream on his cell phone. Guys, do you know how hard I've been holding it in the car? Ha ha ha, you should have cupped too. The two might have blown more. Next time just blow it up to a $10 million car. Which bank is it in front of? I'm going to party there later. I want to see the fun too. The cabbies were laughing uncontrollably and maniacally in the group, very much looking forward to seeing the two men's faces when they came out in their dust later. And inside the store, Lu Yao saw the two men come over and thoughtfully prepared the contract, and all kinds of formalities went on without stopping. The two waited for a while before feeling hungry. Fong Zong had eaten less before, while Yi Wanting hadn't eaten at all after work, and it wasn't until she sat down at this point that she felt a little hungry. Are you hungry? Do you want to go eat a meal first? Fong Zong's stomach began to growl. Yi Wanting nodded. Go, eat. The two got up and went to the front of the store, looking around to see if there was anything to eat around. It's coming out, it's coming out. The cab driver pointed the camera at the two men in his car. Just got in and out not long after again. They're not embarrassed either. Other drivers in the group saw the two come out and started laughing. And 4S stores don't pull the plug on two people? It's unlikely to pull the plug. You can't just not host people because they like to play hard to get, can you? The cab driver was just about to drive to pick up the two and see how else they were going to act, when he saw a sales chasing them out. Guys, look, the sales are chasing them out. The sales are in a hurry. Mr. Fong. Lu Yao saw the two come out and hurriedly caught up to ask about the situation. But it wasn't quite what the cab driver thought. Lu Yao thought that the two of them couldn't wait and were ready to leave, so she hurriedly came out to explain. The formalities will be ready soon. Fong Zong smiled and rubbed his stomach. We haven't eaten at noon yet, so we're planning to find something to eat around. So that's how it is. Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, if you two don't mind the roughness, we still have rice here. Fong Zong had never bought a car before and didn't know that 4S stores had this kind of service, so he smiled and said, I'll eat whatever I want. Yi Wanting saw that Fong Zong agreed, so she naturally wouldn't say anything and smiled as she took Fong Zong back again. Called back. The cab driver was paraphrasing the others. Let's see how else they get out of this? It's embarrassing to think about. Ha 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 ha. The rest of the group laughed out loud, and the two returned to the store and sat in the VIP waiting area. Lu Yao looked for the manager in a hurry. Manager, bring me 2 more portions of the noon meal. What's going on? The manager frowned. Lu Yao, lunchtime is over. Lu Yao, however, said in an urgent voice, Mr. Fong is here and hasn't eaten yet. Hurry up and bring me rice. The best rice. The roar drew the attention of all the employees who were in the staff rest area, while the manager was yelled at by Lu Yao, but he didn't dare to slack off at all. I told you earlier. I'll go get it for you. Big customers he could not afford to mess with. As a service staff, to have to meet the requirements of these guests. After having the meal warmed up, the manager even carried the food tray in his ass and followed Lu Yao to the VIP lounge area, respectfully placing it in front of the two. Mr. Fong, feel free to mention anything you need. I don't know what you're abstaining from, so just come up with one of all the dishes. Hard work. Fong Zong smiled faintly. Bring me another glass of water. Okay. After the manager served 2 cups of water, he exited with good sense, and explained that he would not allow other people to go in and disturb Fong Zong's meal. That's good food. After Fong Zong had his fill, Lu Yao also came in with various formalities and documents. Mr. Fong, the formalities are all done. Yu Wanting took the things and checked them one by one, finally sighing in relief. It's finally done. She had been apprehensive about such an expensive car for a long time, and now she was relieved when it arrived. Let's go. Fong Zong stood up. Drive me back to the village later. Yi Wanting smiled delicately. Driver Yi, sincerely at your service. Lu Yao looked at Yi Wanting enviously and wanted to serve Fong Zong as well. Chapter 48. What's it like to plow a field with a $3 million tractor? You guys help me get the car out and I'll wait. Here. Yi Wanting was a bit unsure of her car skills and had someone drive to the open area in front of her. No, do I dare to ride in your car with your driving skills? Fong Zong suddenly panicked a little. The last time I sat in Yi Wanting's car, I still felt quite stable in her car, but I didn't expect to suddenly be like this today. Yi Wanting said somewhat nervously. This car is too expensive. I'm afraid that if I drive out and cut it off, my salary is estimated to be all to support the car. Then why don't you stop buying? Fong Zong laughed and teased a sentence, causing Yi Wanting to slap her arm angrily. Just buy it. I'll take all the salary to keep the car. The driver who was watching the two in the parking lot laughed at the group. See, come out empty-handed again? That sale is still watching from the sidelines to prevent the two from running away. A driver in the group laughed. Go pick them up and ask them why they haven't picked up their car. The cabbie laughed. Good idea. I'm on my way. Turn up the microphone and we'll see what all the fuss is about. The other drivers in the group were very much looking forward to seeing the face-punching moment coming. The taxi driver started the car and came to the 3, 2, do you want a ride? As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a Maybach drive out and park right next to his car. Yi Wanting laughed softly. No need. Our car is already here. Lu Yao smiled at the side and said, Ms. Yi, the car is here. It's already filled up with gas for you. Wishing you a perfect driving experience. Thanks. Yi Wanting couldn't wait to take the keys and sit in the driver's seat. Fong Zong, on the other hand, pulled open the passenger door, and the first thing he did after getting into the car was to fasten his seatbelt first. Lu Yao waved goodbye to the two from the side. The cab driver was sitting in his car dumbfounded, his cell phone camera unconsciously following the two all the way. Seeing that Lu Yao was about to go in, he asked anxiously, this girl, these two bought a car? Right. Lu Yao smiled and said, full payment for the car. The taxi driver curiously said, what kind of car is this? It looks beautiful. How much does it cost? Maybach S680. Full price landing at over $4 million. I think. Lu Yao smiled and replied a bit before entering the store. Feeling like a clown, the cabbie picked up his cell phone and looked at the group. Only those drivers in the group were silent at this point. I thought people were pretending, but I didn't realize they were really good. I thought I was an audience member, but I didn't realize that people didn't give a damn about them. That's over $4 million. All in. The cab driver muttered. I'll never make that much money in my life. As soon as the words left the group, one by one, they left. They, who were originally eating, instantly felt that the rice in front of them did not smell good. How does it feel? Fong Zong looked at Yi Wanting who was holding the steering wheel and smiling happily. He also felt quite happy. Yi Wanting nodded her head repeatedly. It's so cool, this car is so comfortable to drive. After saying that, he kicked the gas, and instantly the feeling of pushing back came on, and sped up on the road. Yes, Yi Wanting was excited. Compared to the previous car, it was not like the same kind of transportation. Cool on the line, drive slower. Fong Zong felt a bit flustered, and resolved to hurry up and get his driver's license. The steering wheel is still more at ease in his own hands. Yi Wanting delicately spat out her tongue and slowed the car down. She was a little scared just now, too, if she accidentally rubbed against someone else's car. Not to mention the money. She buys full coverage and basically doesn't spend any of her own money. But with such a nice car, she'd be heartbroken if it got scuffed up. Along the way, she chattered and praised the car from all angles, and kept sending Fong Zong to the village. just drop me off at the entrance to the village. Fang Zong was afraid that if she entered the village, the road would be narrow and she would not be able to get out again. That won't work. Yi Wanting, however, said, you bought me a car, so I naturally had to send you to the door of your home and personally go to open the door for you. Row. Fang Zong was dumbfounded. Once in the village, the car attracted the attention of many villagers. You don't see a nice car of this caliber once in a year or two. Yi Wanting saw the villagers are looking over, also came to the interest, pretending that the road is narrow, do not dare to drive fast, but also open the window from time to time to probe to see some. Wang Ma, look, isn't that Xiao Fang? The women at the head of the village noticed the car again, and one willful woman called Wang Ma, this time a different woman, sent him back. Wang Ma looked up with an unhappy face, and when she saw that it was another pretty rich woman who had sent Fang Zong back, she couldn't help but grunt angrily, but this time nothing was said, just a bow of the head as he did the work at hand. Wang Ma, look at people. The willful woman even poked Wang Ma, you got the top grade, you have a rich woman, you go to school and make money, you say it's infuriating? That kid of mine, he knows how to spend money when he goes to school, unlike other people Xiaofang, who also got so many bonuses. Wang Ma grumbled and stood up. Just talk. What's the point of stabbing me? I'm going back. There's still water sitting at home. After saying that, he grunted angrily in the direction where Fang Zong had left and went home in a rage, leaving a few women behind her to cover their mouths and snicker. Now she doesn't mention her iron pillar in front of us every day. In the past, when Taizhu handed her a steamed bun, she could boast about it for half a day. This time I got into a school. Instead of talking, Wang Ma was so angry that her teeth itched, but there was nothing she could do, so she huffed and went home to sulk. As for Yi Wanting, after sending Fang Zong home, she secretly memorized the address of Fang Zong's home, and didn't dare to get off the car and enter the door, and drove off in a puff of smoke. It was much faster than the drive into the village. This isn't afraid of the narrow road, Fang Zong muttered, carrying his shopping bag and going home. As soon as he entered, he shouted, Mom, I'm home. Back. Fang Ma came out with flour on her hands, and when she saw that he was holding a bag in his hand, she was a bit curious. What did you buy? Fang Zong laughed. Isn't this a bonus? I bought you and my dad a pair of watches, a couple's model. You child. Fang Ma snapped. Can't you tell time on your cell phone? Still have to buy a watch. What a waste of money. Fang Zong laughed. It didn't cost much. The watch was bought on discount. With that, he took out his watch to put it on Fang Ma. Fang Ma held out her hand. It's still covered in noodles. I'll go wash my hands first. She blamed it on her lips, but she was happy in her heart. It was the first time her son had ever bought her something with money he had earned and didn't want to spoil the fun. Trotting off to finish washing her hands, she came back and held out her hand for Fang Zong to put it on her. Looking at the delicate dial, she said happily, it does look good. No wonder people like to wear watches. After a moment of beauty, he reached out to take it off. What are you taking it off for? Fang Zong hurriedly blocked it. Just wear it like this. Instead, Mrs. Fang said, I'm still mixing the noodles and getting the table dirty again. This watch isn't worth much. Fang Zong laughed. I bought a cheap one. I'll buy you a good one later, so just wear it. Seeing him say that, Fang Ma smiled from ear to ear, but still took it off. I'll put it on after I'm done with the noodles. I'm still afraid of getting them dirty. Okay. Fang Zong glanced at the yard and asked with a smile, my dad took the tractor away? Fang Ma rolled her eyes and muttered. The dead old man had to see what was so great about the expensive tractor. Drove it out to show off and said he was going to turn the ground. A car that nice. He's really giving it up. Fang Zong was dumbfounded. It was bought to be used to plow the land. Otherwise it will be put there and spoiled. So is this watch. If you don't wear it often, it will be easily broken. I'll wear it then. Hearing him say that, Fang Ma agreed with a smile. By the way, did you get Grandma a present? Fang Zong slapped his head. I forgot. I did it on purpose. Chapter 49, you don't care about the giveaway. Where's the $200,000 giveaway? Shopping for Grandma? Fang Zong wouldn't spend a penny on her even if he threw it away. If it wasn't for the sake of Fang Ma's face, he would never take another step to this old woman's house. As far back as I could remember, the old woman had never been kind to her. When he was young, Fang's parents were busy for a while and didn't have time to take care of him. Just leave him at his grandma's house for a month's time, and then pick up Fang Zong and bring him home after this busy month. He even took a month's salary to his grandma in order to prevent her from saying that he was eating for nothing. I hope Grandma will use this 1 month's salary and not let Fang Zong suffer. This old woman, however, kept all the money in her pocket and bought a lot of supplements for her own grandchildren. At that time, Fang Zong could only eat steamed buns with chili sauce, and occasionally he was allowed to eat some vegetables. A month later, when Fang's father and mother went to pick up Fang Zong, they had already lost a large amount of weight. Grandma also badgered Fong Zone that he was too hard to bring up and wouldn't eat anything. Fong parents Fong mom wondered, just picked up home. Fong Zone hungry directly ate 2 big steamed buns, propped up straight hiccups. Then the two saw her fat grandson and realized, angry Fong's mother to go to her mother's house to make trouble. Heartbroken straight tears. Fong's father to dissuade before not to go to make trouble. Going to make a scene won't get you any bargains, and outsiders will say it's antipathetic and ungrateful instead. It was only when Fong Zone went to her house after Fong dad and Fong mom earned money from farming that she would take out some snacks for Fong Zone. However, Fong Zone had never eaten it, and although he was not smart in the past, he still had some backbone in him. Forget it. Seeing Fong Zone say this, Fong Ma did not say anything more. She also knew that Fong Zone held a grudge against her mother, but after all, they are mother and daughter, and it's times like these that you have to make the trip, and this time, you're going to do yourself a favor by going. It took 7 years of marriage for the two of them to have a child. Fong Zone, who was born in the same year as his grandma's chubby grandson. The two of them took the college entrance examination at the same time this year, and this time Fong Zone took the top prize. She was sure to go and show the two of them what it means to be the pride of heaven. Just talking, the noodles haven't been reconciled yet. Mrs. Fong suddenly remembered that she still had to make the noodles and hurriedly ran to the kitchen again. Fong Zone, on the other hand, went back to his room and prepared to rest for a while. On the other hand, Yuaning drove all the way to the bank's parking lot and dashed into the building under the astonished gaze of the security guard. Is it a happy occasion that Yi is so happy? Her spirited look caught the attention of her co-workers in the office, naturally including the mean woman. Not waiting for Yi wanting to answer, the door of the manager's office opened. The manager walked out to see Yi wanting and asked with a smile, "Did you bring the car back? Pick up the car?" Colleagues were surprised. Just started to ask the colleagues surprised, "You really go to pick up the car to go? What kind of car?" "Maybach," Yuating said with a smile at the corner of her mouth and said in a cloudy manner. The manager was shocked. "Maybach? Are you sure it's a Maybach?" "Pretty much." Yuating laughed. "It's parked downstairs in the parking lot." The mean woman didn't believe it at all. "Seriously? You can afford a Maybach?" Yuating smiled and displayed the key in her hand. "It's right downstairs." Everyone in the office looked downstairs curiously, and the manager came over to the window. Yuating rushed to the parking lot and pressed the key, only to see the lights of a Maybach flash twice. "It's still true." The manager's eyes went wide. "S680? This car costs $4 or $5 million, right?" Yuating spoke in a light tone, landing at more than $4 million. "I guess." "Wow." The co-workers very much cooperated with an exclamation of, "That much money?" The mean woman's face turned green with envy, and she half squeezed out, "I don't know if it's yours. It's not rented to pretend, is it?" Yuating smiled faintly, not bothering to explain to her, and walked back to her workstation in style. But a colleague with a sharp eye saw the watch on Yuaning's hand at a glance. "Xiaoye, wait, the watch you're wearing on your hand, is it a Patek Philippe?" "Yeah," Yuanting said with a smile, "when I bought the car, I bought a piece along with it." Numerous co-workers gathered around again, and Yuanting proudly held her hand out for them to see. "It's a Patek Philippe Nautilus model, isn't it?" A knowledgeable colleague marveled. "The dial is rose gold with a ring of gradient-colored stones around the outside and a ring of diamonds on the inside. Even the scales next to the numbers are jeweled. This one was very expensive as I recall." Yuanting pretended to say as if nothing had happened. "It's just over $2 million. Saying this felt a wave of relief that went from my scalp to the soles of my feet like an electric shock, and a sense of fulfillment washed over me. "Wow, you're wearing half a new car on your hands." The co-workers were again envious and had a lot of eye candy. The mean woman listened to the acid and was very dissatisfied with the behavior of those colleagues surrounding Yuanting. "You bought a car and a watch, didn't you? They don't give it to you. Why do you have to gather around?" Unseen bumpkin. Why do you have 2 boxes in this bag?" The manager glanced at the tote bag. Yuanting took out a box. "This is a giveaway. I don't like this watch too much, but I don't want to pay for it, so I'll take it." What a way to take advantage of everything. The mean woman, hearing that it was a giveaway and that she didn't want any money, grunted in exasperation at her workstation and said, "I wouldn't be happy to take a giveaway if anyone else gave it to me, just because you don't want to take advantage of people." The other co-workers ignored her sour comment. Yuanting opened the box with a calm demeanor, and another exquisite watch was displayed in front of everyone. "Jackboot's watch as a giveaway?" The co-worker who knew what he was talking about was speechless. "Are there any more giveaways like this? I want it too." "Jackpot?" Someone hadn't heard of the brand. "Is it expensive?" The co-worker said with envy and jealousy. "This watch, it should be considered a cheaper watch in their brand, right?" "Che." The mean woman snorted. "Who would give an expensive watch as a gift? Taking a piece of that no one wants and bringing it back like it's a treasure. Might as well get a mint and get it in your stomach." The sour words caused the crowd to roll their eyes in unison. The watch looked so fine, at a glance. They knew it wasn't cheap. Yi Wanting nodded. Sort of. I looked around the store. It's sort of cheaper. Really good. The manager saw the watch and liked it very much. This watch? How come it's tens of thousands of dollars, right? Other co-workers sniffed and agreed. It's definitely over. All the watches of such luxury brands are expensive. Yi Wanting smiled and whispered. This watch isn't expensive in the giveaway, but it's pretty good looking in the giveaway. So I picked this one. It's only worth about $200,000. Taking less? Over $200,000? Your family is taking it $200. 000 plus watch as a giveaway? How much did you have to buy to get this $200? 000 plus watch as a freebie? The office was silent for a few seconds. The crowd was skeptical. Is the world of the tycoon so hoity-toity? With that, the crowd turned back to the mean woman, and the manager asked with a quick mouth, do you want this $200? 000 plus giveaway? Chapter 50, how can this be fake? The real Monkey King? No way. The mean woman was furious. What kind of giveaway is that expensive? That's just not possible. She didn't believe that anyone would take a watch worth over $200,000 as a gift. Yi Wanting smiled slightly. If you say it's impossible, it's impossible. Right, the eye level goes there. After saying that, she put everything away with some glee. The surrounding co-workers scattered in envy and jealousy, lamenting that the world of the rich is different. The only one is the mean girl, sitting sullenly at her desk, wrestling. Yi Wanting smiled smugly. Before, this woman often targeted herself, and showing off all that makeup. Today is finally the day to get out of the way. She is also very lucky with her decision to sell her house, or she wouldn't have it all. I was just about to get into work when my cell phone rang. Yi Wanting picked it up and looked at it. Her eyebrows immediately frowned, hung up the phone and turned on the mute, took a deep breath and started to get ready for work. Fong Zong's engine roars in his sleep, so he goes out to check it out, only to see Fong's dad driving the tractor back, sitting on the seat, head held high, like a general who had just finished a victorious battle after an expedition. Carefully parked the car and got out and carefully wiped the dust off the car. Dad, is this tractor any good? Fong Zong leaned against the door and asked with some amusement. You're back. Papa Fong was happy to see him, but it's too good to drive. I saw someone's tractor stuck in the ground and I went and pulled his car out. The track just works. Nothing is wrong in the mud. It comes out in a flash. He was proud of himself, and it looked like he had just gone out for a round and earned his keep. I wasn't even this happy when I was elected village chief. Fong Zong was dumbfounded, then laughed. I bought you a watch. It's a couple's model with my mom's, so put it on and take a look. Really? Papa Fong sniffed with renewed excitement as he prepared to enter the house, to the door and back into the yard. I'll wash my hands first. Looking at the exquisite watch worn on his wrist, he couldn't help but ask. This watch is quite expensive, isn't it? Not expensive. It's the cheapest watch of this brand. Fong Zong laughed. 2 pieces bought together are still discounted. Fong's mom muttered from the sidelines. Your father, he works every day. How can he wear it? Spending money blindly. Why do you say that? Papa Fong retorted. It's a token of my son's appreciation, so I'll just take it off when I'm working. Fong Zong laughed. No need to take it off. This watch isn't expensive. When I make money and buy you guys a good one, you'll baby it again. Okay. Papa Fong grinned and agreed. Fong Ma shook her head somewhat helplessly. Dad, are there any donkeys that need pedicures today? Fong Zong laughed and asked. It's been a long time since my video. Yes, I'll call someone for you. As soon as Papa Fong heard that Fong Zong was going to go shoot and repair the donkey's hooves again, he immediately went to call someone. Fong Ma, on the other hand, smilingly followed Fong Zong towards the farm. This farm hired a lot of people, and the 2 of them didn't have to go every day. It's just that Papa Fong can't stay idle, and when he has time, he dives into the farm, and the rest of the time he does farm work, and being the village chief has become a side job. Fong's mom, going to the farm with Xiao Fong again. Along the way there were people greeting. Look at Xiao Fong, worthy of being a scholar. He walks straighter than the average person. Fong Zong secretly bristled. But before, I heard you guys saying behind my back that I'm just growing in size but not in brains. They also say that a nerdy, tall man is born to be a cowboy or a horse. Now it's boasting behind his back. Fong Ma smiled and greeted the others. The only one who didn't look up when she passed Wang Ma's doorway. After the mother and son walked by, Wang Ma even spat in a low voice. Missing persons return, and Brother Godhawk is back to fixing donkey hooves and picking up this distinctive hobby. Help! I feel sexy as hell just thinking about the image of Brother Godhawk fixing a donkey's hoof. Upstairs, are you craving a body or money? This is the real Brother Shinhao. Brother Shinhao, someone is broadcasting outside under your name. Fong Zong looked at the number of likes and was a little upset. Several followers have already appeared on the platform, and are shooting to fix the donkey's hooves, and there are also people directly named Shinhao Brother. Many unknown netizens have assumed that he is the rightful owner. It took a reminder from the comments section for him to notice all this. After searching the name, he said he was tanning and realizing that the person was live streaming. He immediately clicked into the live stream. Welcome to the airwaves, she says, is the big brother of tanning. Big brother. Our names are quite similar. It's too much of a match. A young gangly looking lad is sitting live in a cottage. He was quite white looking, but he looked very cocky, and there was an inexplicable sense of indifference in what he said. Fang Zong was a bit upset in his heart and directly sent out a pop-up. I heard that your brother Shenhao who loves to repair donkey hooves. It's me. The young man looked proud. I'm a man who loves to fix donkey hooves. I can't stand a day without fixing them. I was the first one on the whole internet to post a video of fixing a donkey's hoof, and everyone else copied me. The main man is here and he doesn't know it yet? This is the God Ho brother. Don't be fooled. No. Which one of these two is brother Shenhao? Whoever has the highest account level is the one. Fang Zong couldn't help but feel inexplicably amused. Did this person not know his own name? He laughed and sent out a pop-up. Are you saying I'm imitating you too? You? He said with a tanned look of impatience. Let's see who you are. When he clicked on Fang Zong's profile, his pupils immediately shrunk. Then he snorted. Aren't you imitating me? Taking a screen name similar to mine and shooting to fix donkey hooves. Little brother, I advise you to keep your feet on the ground if you want to eat the bowl of the internet. Fang Zong was all pissed off. Look at the time of the work. But I posted it first. That's because my previous video was taken down. He said with a tan sneer. Or could it have been you? The real Monkey King. Great sage. Put away the power. Go to the west and ask Buddha to come. The six-eared macaque is here. Which of these two is real and which is fake? Can't we just compare who's rich? He says it's a tanning heart that doesn't panic at all. And he's given a lot of gifts on this account. All of them were given to their company's anchors. And the account level was similar to Fang Zong's level. There is a company behind it that is using this gimmick to get an account up quickly. The money is also going left to right. It's just being siphoned off a bit by the platforms. And with a big company like them, the agreed split with the platforms is very cost-effective. Fang Zong also figured out that this person was obviously here to touch the porcelain, trying to capitalize on his fame to become famous quickly. The video he worked so hard to make became someone else's graft. Brother, isn't that a bit unorthodox of you? Fang Zong said irritably. You're trying to step on me to get to the top. I can't understand what you're saying. The young anchor sneered. I just hope you're lost. Stop imitating me. I'm making videos for fun. You're trying to make a living. We're not on the same level. Chapter 51. I don't have many connections, but I have a lot of money. The two of us really aren't on the same level. Fang Zong was enraged by him saying this. I can afford to spend so much money on swiping gifts, and I can spend even more money to make sure you can't eat this bowl of rice. Are you sure you want to continue not knowing how to die? After he posted those two sentences, he observed the status of this anchor. The young anchor was obviously a bit flustered when he saw those two sentences. The threat of a godly man can be much more than the threat of the average anchor. Money makes the world go round, and if people just pay to get rid of themselves, wouldn't that be too much of a loss? Calm down. The young anchor wanted to retreat, but a cold voice came from his headset. You don't want to be on fire? Don't you need to pay back the money you owe? Rich and famous. If you don't have the guts, you shouldn't be an anchor. The rule of law. What can he do to you? You've made more money in 2 days than you'll make in a year. The young anchor clenched his teeth at the words and pretended to be indifferent. You have more money? I have more money too. Who's afraid of who? Fighting. Godhawk threatens Godhawk. Come and watch the show. Don't be a wimp. The war of the gods and heroes opens. Stop sniping and spill your money. Brother Godho, look at me. I'm especially poor. Can you guys take care of me by spreading money? The viewers in the live room were watching the fun and arching their fires. To them, it doesn't matter who's real or who's fake. It's the show that's so effective to see the double-haired big spread. Fake, right? It's scripted again. It's no fun. It's not interesting. It seems you don't know the strength of the two godly men. People watch a live broadcast and brush out more money than you've earned in your whole life. It's just hype. They're all showing off their wealth, and it's scripted at first glance. There are still a lot of viewers who simply don't believe it. Think it's obviously fake and the hype is so cheap. Fang Zong sneered and exited the live broadcast, and that fake Godho immediately got excited when he saw him go. Did the family see that? The heart is weak and gone. I'm the only Godho in the whole network. Have fun today. Everyone stay put. I'll randomly draw 10 netizens who have given gifts and return them tenfold, so you can see what I'm made of. He thought Fang Zong was pissed off. It's supposed to be through the network. Can he still crawl along the net? Thinking of this, he was a bit more relieved and started broadcasting in the live room again at ease. Fang Zong sneered as he exited the live broadcasting room and gave Chu Cholu a call. Can the company contact the Shivering Hand platform? Yes. Chu Cholu's cool voice rang out. Is there something wrong? Someone is impersonating me on the internet, saying I'm a fake Godhawk, stepping on me to get to the top. Fong Zong said indifferently. I'm going to contact the Shivering Hands platform and see if they can handle it on their end. I reckon there's not much hope. Chu Chilu was a bit nervous when she heard this. Don't worry, I'll contact the platform. I'll contact the company's lawyer as well and see if I can scare the other side. Fong Zong shook his head. This person has a company behind him and can't be easily scared. You'll practice the Shiver platform first and tell them about it. I'm sure they won't leave my account alone. He had this confidence that he was such a wild godly hero that it was unlikely that the Shivering Hands platform would sit back and watch himself being copied. But he can't put all his hopes on the Shake Shack platform. After all, the other party is a company that must have a lot of money in its hands. It's just that no amount of money is as good as being rich. He sneered as he boarded his account and entered a random live stream. Brother Tanner. A familiar voice rang out. Fong Zong fixed his eyes on it, and it turned out to be an acquaintance. Anchorwoman Mariko. Has the Tanning brother come to spread his coins again? Just now the Tanning brother is going to PK another Tanning brother. Is this ready to spill the beans? There's another Tanner? The netizens here were mainly people who were salivating over Mariko's beauty and were not interested in the fake Tanning brother at all. Nor were they aware of the conflict in the other live room. Fong Zong sent a message. Post a video boycotting another Tanning brother and I'll paint you 1,000 carnivals. Don't worry, Tanning brother. Mariko immediately perked up when she heard 1,000 carnivals. She smiled and said, guys, I'm going to get off the air for a bit to record a video. Brother Tanner, I'm adding you. She didn't want to be jerked around by the platform and sent a direct private message. Without saying a word, Fong Zong directly transferred $3 million into her bank account. Seeing the incoming money, Mariko's eyes glowed. Recorded a video, now in the online platform. There are fake Tanning brother. The name is only one word different from the Tanning brother. Everyone pay attention to screening. I hereby call on everyone to boycott this fake Tanning brother. I put the fake Tanning brother's name out. Everyone quickly go to Pull Black. Return the network a piece of peace. No sooner had she posted her video than another big anchor posted a video with the same meaning of the text. One after another. More than 30 other big anchors spoke to boycott Brother Tanner. For a while, it caused a furor on the internet. These anchors already had a large amount of fans. And the people Fong Zong had found this time had all kinds of anchors. Not just face anchors. There are anchors of all ages. And their followers, basically, have covered all users of the Shakeology platform. What's the use of threats? Another one coming in to brush up his presence. Admin. Blackball me. Fake Tanning brother sneered repeatedly. For people who came into the live room. As long as the mention of fake Tanning brother, all black. The more people that come, the better. And more means more traffic. More money. Wasn't it just being scolded a few times? He doesn't care as long as he makes money. And the more viewers that come in, the more Shake Hand will recommend to more people. This short while, the number of people in his live room has exceeded 300,000. Trashy fake anchor. Yuck. People report when they curse, and when more people report, the account is ruined. I'll see how big a face there is to impersonate a godly man. Leahy, what fake god in hero? Am I faking all this? He picked up his cell phone. Look at my balance. You poor bastards. This was a prop he had prepared carefully for showing off his wealth. People who watch his live broadcast basically like to see rich people showing off their wealth and pretending to be rich. And the happier the audience is when he does this. But as more and more popped up, he slowly panicked. Everyone is brushing off the fact that he's a fake anchor. And they all come to see what's going on. Pulling the plug won't come. The fake Tanner panicked a bit. What are you guys doing? Two little cuties. All the anchors out there have posted videos boycotting you. The fake Tanner saw this pop-up and panicked a bit, and was going to go out and check it out. But then I saw a pop-up with special effects flash by. She said it was a tan descending on the live feed. Fong Zong sneered and posted, "Fake, if you quit now, you still have a chance. You're the fake one." The fake Tanner panicked a bit. "I'm not the fake. You are," Fong Zong said indifferently. "If you can find 100 great anchors to prove that you are real, you are real." After he sent the message, he exited the live stream. 100 big anchors? What do you mean? He got 100 big anchors to call me a liar? No way. How could he possibly have this connection? The fake Tanner turned a pleading look to his agent, who took heart and went to check what was going on outside. Fong Zong snorted coldly. "It's true that I don't have so many connections, but money does." Chapter 52, Living in the Countryside? How can you call this a godly man? Boss, the main broadcast is out. The agent saw what was happening outside and immediately became anxious, turning around and heading to the boss's office. Don't know how to knock. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a somewhat disheveled dominatrix getting off his boss's lap. The boss was also furious, scared. The laborer almost shriveled up. "Boss, something big has happened." The agent didn't have the time to pay attention to the chortle, and said sharply, "Really, Tan brother has found hundreds of big anchors to make a claim." The boss blushed. "Hundreds? Where did he get so many anchor contacts?" the agent said in an urgent voice. Even our company's female anchors have received a private message, like 10 times cashback. The anchors are going crazy, all united in voice. The owner's face changed drastically. How can he be so rich? Previously, he had analyzed that this tanning brother might be an account launched by some company to create a grounded godly account. Although a lot of gifts were swiped, they were limited to a few hostesses, and there should have been an agreement between the two parties that it was just a means used to build the account. That's why he had a crooked mind, ready to step on this tanned brother to get to the top. He has used this tactic before, to see which new number is on fire, and then use homogenized content to catch up with the other side, and invest heavily in traffic to overshadow the other side, and then finally, we'll turn the tables and step on each other to get to the top. I was expecting this one to go just as well and stomp on the tanning brother. I didn't expect to kick the can down the road this time, and the other side had gotten so many big anchors to join in the denunciation. I don't know. The agent was also a bit anxious. Should we let the anchor go off the air first? His income is linked to the anchor's income. If the anchor in his hand earns more money, the more commission he gets. Now it's hard to see an anchor get up by virtue of small means, but it's going to be sniped at, and it's harder than killing him to see the money that's coming to him go away. No, the boss said in a deep voice, you can't go off the air. If you go off the air, this account won't be able to do anything at all, and the previous investment will be wasted. He had invested a lot of money to make up this account. Tens of millions of dollars were swiped in gifts alone, and the platform extracted $10 million and had to pay taxes. If we give up the account now, the $10 million will be wasted. What then? The agent said. God, host persona can't fall apart. Don't let him crash. The boss said fiercely. Go and swipe a gift for the company's female anchor. Put all your liquidity into it. Let's fight him today. I don't believe his company is that powerful. There aren't a lot of strong media companies in the industry, and now that short-form video platforms are just emerging, he's on the cusp. If this wave falls, his company is going to be devastated. The company can now mobilize $50 million to swipe the gift. The hostesses receive gifts and go off air to withdraw cash and get the money flowing. The boss said coldly, I just don't believe it. How rich can he be? Boss, it's nighttime. The withdrawals might not be able to keep up. The broker was a little worried. The boss, however, sneered. Don't worry, if we can't keep up with our withdrawals, they can't keep up with their withdrawals either. Now it's just a matter of who's flush with cash. Big deal. I'll get a loan from another company. These small investments are still very necessary, and although they will be deducted from the platform a bit, as long as you can make the account work, it's back in a month. High risk has high reward. This account can be a golden chicken that can lay golden eggs in the future. Good. The agent was overjoyed at his words. I'll let him go and pick a fight and compare the speed of the brush. As soon as the stream is large, someone will give the anchor a gift. The more you pay yourself, the opportunity to get rich is here. What's the situation? The fake tanner asked, pretending to look at the screen when he saw his agent return. The agent said quickly, you go to provoke the real tanning brother, then swipe the gift. You swipe it to the company's anchor. The boss has gone to transfer funds. Don't worry, there's plenty to go around. Fake tan brother was overjoyed at his words and said in the live broadcast with a cold smile, since you guys doubt my strength, I'll show you today what it means to throw away a lot of money. Still pretending to be a pussy? It's all getting hammered. Before that it was just a duck working inside the clubhouse. There's already someone out there picking on you, and you're still here pretending? Boycotting fake tanning brother. Join me. Yuck. Yuck. Seeing these pop-ups, the fake tanning brother was not the least bit flustered. Looks like you guys still don't believe me. After saying that, he clicked on the connection, and the ready female anchor over there quickly connected on and daintily shouted, welcome to Brother Sun Tan's visit to the live broadcasting room. The fake tanning brother sneered and said on the air, shut the up. Watch the screen. Wow, Tan is so bossy. The anchor woman pretended to look at the screen in surprise, only to see the center of the screen. A carnival special effect quickly appeared, causing the female anchor to delicately say, it's really Brother Tanner. Besides him, who else has this kind of strength? Could this really be true? In such a short time, dozens have been sent out. The names look alike, and they all love to repair donkey hooves, and they all have money, so I can't tell the difference. It's not that simple. Whoever has the money is the tanning brother. The audience in the live broadcast room, seeing this scene, have expressed envy. A good thing to go to Fong Zong send a private message. Opposite the tanning brother proved strength. Seeing these private messages, Fong Zong frowned and clicked into fake tanning brother's live room. Six-eared macaque, you're here again? The fake tanning brother sneered. I have the strength. Do you? Fong Zong sneered and sent. Compare? Let's compare. Who's afraid? The fake tanning brother was not afraid in the slightest. With the company backing him up and all this money flowing in, he didn't believe that the other company would dare to make such a big bet as well. Fong Zong opened the live stream. but instead of pointing the camera at himself, he pointed it at home, connecting with the fake tanning brother. With this family condition, you're worthy of calling yourself a godly man? The fake tanning brother instantly relaxed once he saw the decoration of Fong Zong's home. The viewers in the live broadcast room also froze. No, which one is real? This is obviously the decoration of a village house. Is this tanning brother in the countryside? Compared to the tanned brother in the villa, who has the strength? That's not necessarily true. Some rich people like to live in village houses and won't even give villas. Fong Zong could naturally see the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, and said indifferently, then let's start swiping gifts. My gifts are worth $12,000 apiece. Carnival is too cheap. Just give me this one. Goddamn Carnival is too cheap. It's $3,000 apiece. Is this the world of the godly? Too cheap for gifts. Oh, a mere $12,000. Isn't that half a year's salary for me? It's not enough. The fake tanned brother froze, glanced at his agent and then laughed cockily. I'm also too cheap to send a Carnival. Come on, compare. He has a high-ranked account and a specially customized gift. The agent had just nodded at him, just telling him to feel free to send it. Fong Zong smiled faintly. Alright, let's get started then. Whoever can't afford to give it away, just delete their number and run away. We're all standing and pissing. Don't be a sore loser. Fake tanner brother rolled his eyes. You're the one who can't afford to lose? Delete the number, then delete the number. Not only do I have to delete my number, but I also have to apologize and admit that I'm real. The same goes for you. After Fong Zong finished speaking indifferently, he began to connect. Chapter 53, Are you crazy? Do you really want to burn money? The God and How war has begun. Both sides are going to be competing to see who spreads more coins. Is there anyone to open a handicap? I'll bet 50 cents that Villa Tanner will win. I'll bet $1 that the rural tanning brother will win. The spectators on the sidelines were getting excited. It was the first time they had seen such a straightforward money-spreading battle, and the network is abuzz with female anchors, all in connection mode, ready to connect with the two tanning brothers at any time. As long as you can connect the dots, it's a splash of riches coming your way. Pick me, pick me. The female anchors were so excited that they all started praying in their hearts, and Fong Zong and the fake tanning brother both started to connect. Fong Zong's side was really randomly connected, while on the fake tanning brother's side, it was all arranged female anchors, all from the same company as himself. How are the two tanning brothers? Both female anchors pretended to be a little surprised when they entered the live room. Fong Zong faintly said, "Shut up and don't make a sound." He then started tapping the gift continuously, and soon cool animations appeared on the screens of the female anchors he had sent. Wow! Just as soon as he made a sound, Fong Zong faintly said, "Didn't you hear me when I told you to shut up?" The anchor woman immediately reached out to cover her mouth and looked at the computer screen pitifully. On the other hand, fake tanned brother's side was staggering. "I'll show you guys today what it means to treat money like dirt." Coldly laughing, he also began to give gifts. "Holy, you've given away 500 in such a short time? 600, 700, 800, giving away $10 million. Is the godly rich that rich? Brother God ho, is the gender stuck so dead? Look at me, I can do it too." Both sides stopped by default when they were sent to 1,000. Fong Zong faintly said, "Still have the strength? Who's afraid of who?" The fake tanning brother laughed. "If you can't afford to give it away anymore, just quit." Saying this, he bellowed, "Change, he has to flow this money. He can't just give it to one anchor or it won't flow at all." Fong Zong glanced at the female anchor on his side, who was currently flushed and looking at the screen with tears of joy. "Change," Fong Zong said coldly. Just as this female anchor was about to speak, she was carried off by Fong Zong, and another female anchor was then chosen, and the fake tanning brother, with the same routine. "If you can't do it, don't tough it out. You're not on the same level as me." He looked to his manager and realized that his boss had also come into the broadcast room at that moment and was watching behind his manager. Fong Zong faintly said, "If you can't do it, just delete your number." Both sides sneered and started spreading money again. 5 more anchors in a row. The boss on fake Tan's brother's side, his face was almost green, and the other side's voice didn't even fluctuate at all. "Boss, the withdrawal money hasn't arrived yet, and the female anchors of the company, they've all rotated around." The agent whispers the situation to his boss. The boss said angrily, "Why are withdrawals so slow?" But at this time, the arrow is already on the string and has to be sent. Fortunately, he made preparations in advance, looking for someone to borrow $20 million, and at this time, it has already arrived in the account. "Start from the beginning and change the anchor woman again," the boss snapped coldly. Both sides had just changed female anchors up at this time, and Fong Zong asked with a cold smile, "Your company doesn't have any other female anchors? What do you mean?" The fake tanning brother was shocked in his heart and asked back with a cold smile, "You turned out to be swiping money for your company's female anchors?" Fong Zong said indifferently, "It's fine, It's fine for you to swipe it to your own company's people. Your money hasn't arrived, right? The flow of funds is about to break, right? What do you mean? The fake tanning brother was even more surprised at his words and couldn't help but look at his boss. And the boss heard the voices on the air and panicked a bit. Is it hard to believe that the funds didn't arrive and that someone did something about it? He immediately turned around and went out the door, calling the customer service of the shaking hands. The money withdrawn from my company account. How come it hasn't arrived yet? Hello, sir. Gift withdrawal is required 1 to 3 working days to arrive. Please wait patiently yet. The boss was furious. Before it all arrived in a few minutes. Why is it so slow this time? Sir, the withdrawal rule is like this. It takes 1 to 3 working days to arrive. The customer service words were unhurried and replied with standard words. The boss was so angry he just wanted to curse. If the withdrawal money doesn't arrive, won't you have to keep filling it up with money? On Feng Zong's side, on the other hand, he looked like he was winning. Just now, Chu Qiulu sent him a message that the Shivering Hand side had begun to review the funds, and they were not willing to lose Feng Zong as a big customer. How did this Villa Tanner match the same anchor? Could it be that he's really from the same company? It might just be a random match on, which is also common. Oh, maybe a rural tanning brother is just a company with more anchors. It doesn't mean anything. Feng Zong faintly said, admit defeat and delete your number now. I can still let you off the hook. Who let who off the hook? The fake tanning brother could only say stiffly at this point. I should be the one to say that, right? Feng Zong faintly said. Then continue. No one should wimp out. Fake Tan's brother's side can only harden his head and continue to brush money. After another 1,000 went out, he was obviously a little panicked. Continue. Don't stop. Feng Zong's voice was flat, but it made the fake tanning brother's heart tremble. Fake Tan brother glanced at the agent. At this time the boss is no longer there. He did not dare to say off the air, can only grit his teeth and said, continue. After that it matches the female anchors in the company. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's repeating again. It's definitely not random. Left hand to right hand? Isn't that cheating? The man can't afford to play. It must be a fake. The viewers in the live broadcast room immediately understood when they saw the familiar faces. The fake tanner barely managed to maintain a smile. Everyone take it easy. It's just a coincidence. Then he hurriedly changed the topic. Fake tanning brother across the street. If you don't think it's a good idea, then let's do it another way? No exchange. Feng Zong said with a cold smile. Funds aren't plentiful, are they? The fake tanner said stiffly. How is that possible? Then continue. Feng Zong started swiping gifts again. As for the fake tanning brother, he was already starting to break out in a cold sweat at this point, so he could only grit his teeth and continue to brush his gifts. When the funds were about to bottom out, he suddenly realized that there was another $10 million in his account. And after his boss entered the live broadcast room with a hard look on his face, he was instantly distracted and began to brush gifts again. After swiping up to 1,000, the boss gave him a handful of swipes before he faintly said, it's pointless. There's no point in doing this. Yeah. Feng Zong nodded. It's pointless. Let's do something meaningful then. The fake tanner froze. What makes sense? A bad smile appeared at the corner of Feng Zong's mouth. Why don't we go do charity work? The Great Love Charity Fund has opened a live broadcast. Let's go to his live broadcast room and reward him. Doesn't it make sense to do that? The fake tanner looked toward his boss, who blushed profusely. A donation? Wouldn't that be throwing money away for nothing? Big Love Public Welfare Fund. But the official public welfare fund. The money went in certainly cannot be taken out. Is the other side crazy? To really start burning money? Chapter 54, is this a live broadcast of your bankruptcy, boss? The agent's face was also hard to see. Or we can just say it's not interesting and take him off the air? Donate. His boss's face is ugly, but at this time it is already difficult to ride the tiger. Has invested so much money. If he withdraws at this time, then the loss will be even greater. Burn a little more money now, and when this number is up, that money will soon be made back. If you back out now, all the money you made earlier will be lost. The agent nodded at the fake tan brother, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of the fake tan brother's mouth. Good. The whole charity thing makes sense. Then let's compare. Feng Zong said indifferently. Since you like to broadcast yourself bankrupt, the fake tanner gave a loud fake laugh. Ha! I'm broke. I wouldn't be broke if you donated your entire family's money. The other side is running out of money. The other side is running out of money. The boss mumbled as he watched the live stream. He was hoping beyond hope at this point that the fake tanning brother would back out of his opponent before the last 8 million was spent. Boss, what are you talking about? The agent asked, somewhat distractedly, as he listened to the nervous muttering beside him. Nothing, the boss muttered. The other side must be running out of money. We're going to be rich this time. The broker's heart sank. The boss was now brainwashing himself with such tricks. Wouldn't that mean a broken financial chain afterward? Feng Zong, I've contacted the Shake Hand Company. and the other party's anchor is suspected of violating the rules. Chu Chiu-lu sent a message at this time. Their company's anchor has now been tagged, and the police will be called to deal with it afterward. The other party has violated the law. Just stall the other side now. Fang Zong saw the message and smiled slightly. This practice of the other company is definitely suspected of plagiarism, but Chu Chiu-lu said that there are still violations of the law. Then the other company's money is definitely not clean. With a great deal of certainty in his mind, he said to the fake tanning brother, "Let's get started." Then, hello viewers of the Jitterbug live broadcast. This time we've come to the elementary school in this mountain village. I'm public service anchor Komatsu. Its location is on top of the Lus Plateau, deep in the mountains, making communication with the outside world very difficult. The students here, at this time, are in class, so let's go check it out. This public service anchor, Komatsu, introduced the destination of the benefit to the camera, and the cameraman had the good sense to point the camera at various parts of the school, show the audience what it's like to live here. As you can see, the school where the children are attending classes is in a very dilapidated state, and the purpose of our foundation's coming this time is to rebuild a campus for this elementary school. Such neighborhoods, our foundation has built 312 of them across the country this year and will continue to do so. Viewers who would like to help these children, the donation link below allows you to make a donation or give some small gifts. The Jitterbug platform promises no intermediary fees for gifts given at public service broadcasts. Komatsu is also asking for donations from the audience and starts interviewing the students and teachers of the school. As he spoke, he only saw two subtitles suddenly float across the screen in the live broadcast room where the number of people was very few. She said it was a tan descending on the airwaves. He said it was a tan descending on the airwaves. With that, there was a massive amount of viewers, and the number of people in the live broadcast room rose rapidly. Surprisingly, in just 1 minute, it reached 80,000 people. Komatsu was a very innocent-looking college student wearing a volunteer vest. Usually there were only a few dozens of people in the live room, and at this time, so many people came in that she hadn't noticed. Only after the cameraman's reminder did she look at her cell phone screen as an afterthought, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Why are there so many people here all of a sudden? With that she cheered up. The more people who came, the more people who donated, which was very good news for her. Welcome to. Before the words were finished, a gorgeous animation special effect was seen on the screen, and a golden dragon appeared in the live broadcast room. But the golden dragon had just finished playing when a unicorn appeared on the screen with a full moon behind it. Thank you to her big brother who she says is tanning for giving out gifts. Thanks for the gift from the big brother who he said was tanning. Aren't those two one person? The names look alike. Komatsu asked with some confusion. Big brothers, are you alone? How much is this gift worth? Why haven't I seen it before? It's not cheap, is it? Is it a carnival? Let's see. This anchor looks so dorky. Dorky. These two big brothers are here to donate money, and whoever donates more money is a godly man. Carnival can't compare to this gift, which is much more expensive, $12,000 apiece. These children are so poor, wearing old clothes. I'll donate a cup of milk tea money too. The gods and goddesses are quite conscientious. It's long overdue. It's better to give to those female anchors than to donate to these children. A small pill. I can't keep it all to myself after all the gifts I've gotten from my tanning brother. I've come to donate to the kids too. Mariko is beautiful and more loving. I'll donate a little bit of money too. Komatsu dully watched the live streaming Aquatic Friends Science and covered his mouth in surprise when he saw the value of the gift. So much money? On the other side of the school, there were two other men and women standing in volunteer vests, but the two were looking a little worse for wear. Brother Huang, I don't want to do it anymore. The female's voice was a bit low. She was wearing glasses and looked a bit shriveled. The man beside him sighed. Sasha, I don't want to do it either. There's no point in doing it. It's been 3 months since I've been on the air for so many hours a day, running around, and it still hasn't gotten any better. There are only so few people on the air, and I've heard that the foundation is planning to cancel the broadcast. It's too expensive to travel back and forth. After saying that, he looked towards Komatsu who was not far away from the live broadcast. She's the only one who's still hanging on all the time, Sasha said with some irritation. I think she's just trying to borrow the foundation's money to travel around, and she's running around with just a few $100s a day in donations. Don't say that. Huang smiled bitterly. What's so great about traveling to a place like this? It's just that with this amount of money, it really isn't enough to spend on a live broadcast. Sasha rolled her eyes. We're here to volunteer for charity, not to fool around with her. I'm going back to the foundation after this broadcast. I'm going to ask the leaders to stop the broadcast. I can't let her waste the foundation's money like this. Huang, are you with me? Huang's face was a bit torn at his words, and finally nodded his head. Let's discuss this with Xiaosong first. If she agrees it's better. If not, let's go back and ask the leader to stop it. Sasha sneered. Look at the way she's smiling like she's really getting a lot of donations. As for Xiao Song in the live broadcast room, he was already full of joy at this time. Many thanks to the two Tanning brothers for their rewards. The two of you have already rewarded 300 gifts, and it's already more than 3 million. I thank you on behalf of the children. We will use all this money to build schools all over the country. The cost and process of the project will be posted on this shaky account. Please monitor. As she spoke, she added in surprise, the two of you already have 400 rewards. But Komatsu here is a word of caution. Live within your means and don't compromise your life with your family for charity. Chapter 55. How much charity? $16 million. Boss, the other side didn't react at all. Threw in $6 million. The brokers were getting anxious, while on Fong Zong's side, he still indifferently continued to swipe gifts. The boss's face turned all ugly. Don't stop. The other party must be running out of money soon too. He put himself in his place. Throwing money out like that would be too much for anyone to bear. Not anyone's pattern is as big as their own. The average company surely cannot stand so burning money. It would be fine if it was a tech company, but like a new media company, the average company is trying to get an account up as soon as possible to live stream the bandwagon. And it's people with a pattern like yourself who are willing to throw millions and millions of dollars at an account. He just couldn't believe that the other party would not be hurt at all for losing so much money. His own heart stopped at the sight of the rapidly dwindling balance. The opposite side of some distressed Fong Zong, yawning, clicking the screen too much, resulting in some of his tendon sheath distressed. Fear of tendinitis. Chu Qiulu sent a message at this time. Fong Zong, this side has already found out some information. The information was sent over. Your side can stop. Fong Zong smiled faintly, ignoring it, and was continuing to swipe gifts. And over there, the fake Tanner's face had begun to stiffen as he looked to his manager and boss for help. But the two just looked this way without much reaction. He knew that the company's funds had all come through and there was only so much money left. How the fake Tanner pretended to greet. It's a bit too boring to keep giving gifts. A bit sleepy. He was having second thoughts at this point, and his mind was working fast, trying to find a reason he could justify getting out of the situation. Sleepy? Fong Zong said faintly. You're out of money and want to run away, right? The fake Tanner snorted. Run? I was getting a little bored. No point in giving you proof of how much money you have. This grandson must be trying to run away. You're a little bored of swiping gifts? There's no response at all after spending so much money? We don't understand the world of godly men. Two big brothers, why don't you hire me? I'll specialize in swiping gifts for you guys. Tanning brother, look at me. I've been single for 30 years with a thief's hand speed that rivals Mr. Kato's. Never mind. I'm too sleepy and ready for bed. The fake Tanning brother was a little flustered at this point, interrupting the gift-giving action. The last bit of money was swiped for gifts. Xiaosong looked at him to stop, shock mixed with a hint of disappointment, and said with a smile, the two big brothers have already swiped a lot of gifts, almost 16 million. This has allowed for many schools to be built and I thank you for the children. She smiled brightly. Having volunteered for the foundation for the past few months, she had finally managed to collect a large donation for the foundation. Otherwise it's a little embarrassing to keep spending the foundation's money. Fong Zong, however, ignored her and said to the fake Tanning brother, don't get off yet. Listen to me for a few words. What words? Can't you see I'm sleepy? The fake Tanner pretended to be sleepy. Is this he backing out? Is he out of money? This is a fake. The real Tanner is she. That's the real god of the world. Wimpy, pretend to be sleepy if you don't want to delete your number. The pop-ups were sent by the water eaters, taunting the fake Tanner, but the fake Tanner pretended not to see it. Fong Zong said in a flat voice, your name is Tan Yunpeng, and you used the ID Haohan Lao Lu to shoot videos on other platforms, and you shot a video of a spiritual boy. Also worked as a male club model and was in for 6 months for fighting and assault. These female anchors you linked today are all female anchors of your Peach Media company. The boss's name is Kong Santao. Am I right? The fake Tanning brothers' face changed drastically, and the boss who was listening from the sidelines turned pale. How do you know? Fake Tan brothers' voice was starting to become trembling at this point. How do you know my information? Fong Zong said indifferently. I also know that your company's female anchors are suspected of illegal performances, and that you're involved in it, and that the fact that your boss is so well-funded has something to do with that. The police should be at your office by now. Before the words left his mouth, a voice could be heard coming from the fake Tanning brothers' live room. Police, don't move. Soon the figure in police uniform appeared in the camera across the street. Turn off the live broadcast. This is an arrest warrant. You are suspected of violating the law. You are summoned by us according to the law. Come with us. After that, the live stream went black. I'm planting grass. What kind of live room am I watching? The real god ho brother this is. Even the other side of the bottom to find out the details. This is a really thorough opening of the box, driving the opposite side straight in. God ho accepts my knee. The water friends were instantly stunned when they saw the scene in the live room. Even public service anchor Komatsu was dumbfounded, and only after a long time did he ask dully, "What's going on here? Your name is Xiao Song, right?" Fong Zhang asked at that moment. Komatsu subconsciously nodded. "Yes, I'm Komatsu. The $8 million he swiped on gifts is stolen money, and the foundation is going to return it," Fong Zhang said. Komatsu was a bit dumbfounded. Ha ha. What a pathetic public service anchor. Going out halfway instantly. It does need to be returned. All the thanks I just gave were for nothing. Then does this God-ho brother need a refund? Fong Zhang continued. But don't worry, I'll make up for this $8 million. Use this money to build the school properly. Thank you, brother Tanning. Komatsu was moved to tears and said, "I thank you for the students." Fong Zhang's voice always remained flat. "I won't send a gift. The point is that my tendinitis is about to break. I'll pay the foundation directly. You send me the account in a private message." That said, it went off the air. After staying for a few seconds, Komatsu didn't even turn off the livestream and sent a private message to Fong Zhang. This was quickly followed by a message from the foundation, which was immediately shown to the camera. Brother Tanner called the money over. The real Tanning brother has a really big pattern, and I now believe he's a real godly man. If only rich people were like Tanning brothers. Protecting our Tanning brother, repairing donkey hooves can only be posted by the Tanning brother. In the future, if you see someone else posting it, report it. His hobby is so peculiar. He must be protected. Right. Protect the Tan brother fixing the donkey's hooves. Protect the hooves. After a few more words, Komatsu turned off the live stream and stared at his phone a little dumbfounded. "Komatsu, what are you looking at?" The cameraman smiled from ear to ear. "This live broadcast is so awesome. You take it first. I'm going to the restroom." Huang and Sasha saw that the two had stopped the live broadcast before they schlepped over, and both of them frowned when they saw that Komatsu was still staring blankly at his cell phone in a daze. "Komatsu," Sasha frowned, "we have something to discuss with you." Komatsu was called out, and though he continued to be out of his mind, his mouth asked perfunctorily, "What is it?" "What we mean is that there's not much point in this live broadcast, and although there's income from the daily live broadcast, there's more money out of it." Huang weighed his tone. Sasha, however, impatiently and directly said, "That means since we can't raise donations on air, why don't we stop broadcasting and go back to the foundation to do other work?" Seeing that Xiao Song was still lost in thought, Huang thought that she couldn't accept it, so he advised, "How many gifts did this live broadcast only get? Is there 300? With such a small amount of money, it's not enough for round-trip gas plus our food, drink, and lodging. Don't go on air anymore, right?" Sasha said sharply, "We're talking to you. What's your attitude? How much did you raise?" 1,600, Komatsu muttered. Sasha said angrily, "Not even 16,000. It's not stable at all." What? 10,000? Chapter 56, MVP settlement screen, carpet shuffling video? Komatsu, wake up. Huang shook Komatsu's shoulder. "What did you just say?" Komatsu, who had been a bit out of it, came back to his senses and said excitedly, "For this live broadcast, I've raised $16 million for charity." $16 million? Sasha screamed out. She was filled with disbelief. How is it possible to have so much money? Xiaosong also felt in a trance. There are two people. Running to the live broadcast room is to brush gifts. 12,000 a gift. Brushing 666. That much? Huang and Sasha were both stunned by the huge amount of charity money. Komatsu came back to his senses at this point. "By the way, what did you guys just tell me?" Nothing. Huang hurriedly said, "I told you that live broadcasting is possible. Now more and more people are watching live broadcasts. Live broadcasts can be seen by more people. This matter is very meaningful." Sasha had some embarrassment on her face. "I mean, the income from the live broadcast is not too stable, but with time, there will be more good people willing to donate. But I just heard you guys talking about going back to the foundation." Komatsu's expression was a bit dumbfounded. "Are you guys not wanting to go on air? Did we?" The two looked at each other in mock surprise. "We didn't say that, did we?" Komatsu didn't pursue the question, but just nodded and said to the returning camera brother, "Let's continue with the video." What's their reaction? Only after walking away did the camera brother ask Komatsu with some amusement. Komatsu was a bit bemused. "When I heard me say I got so many donations, I had to go back on the air and never mention going back." The camera brother laughed and then took a video with Komatsu. She was dull, but not stupid, and it was obvious to anyone that the two had been getting more and more passive-aggressive in the meantime. She just didn't want to pay attention to it. "We're here to help you." Huang and Sasha both came running shyly. "Just leave this kind of thing to us from now on. You can live in peace." "Mr. Fong, we've reshot a video of carpet shampooing. It's already edited. Do you think it's okay?" Fong Zong had just gotten off the livestream when he saw Tsung Xiao Chao send him a video. He clicked on it and it was taken at a car wash. A dirt-filled carpet lay on the pristine white floor. A man in white water shoes began to rinse the carpet, and the dirt slowly became clean along with the water, the high-pressure water gun, and the detergent. The sound of the carpet being shampooed was clearly recorded on the camera, and the camera advancement was still very professional and the whole process was very healing. Not bad for a professional. Fong Zong watched with itchy hands. When he watched the carpet shampooing on Earth, he had the idea of going to shampoo the carpet with his own hands, and now it was even stronger. I'm going to shampoo a rug myself when we get back to the city. After giving Song Xiaoqiao a like, he put the video on his video account with the caption, "In a bad mood, shampooing a carpet to relax." After buying another 4 million promotions, he put his phone down and went to bed. The melon-eating sailors wanted to go find new fun, but when they saw a new video posted there by the people they were following, they all opened it to watch it. The thick foam, the rustle of the machine against the carpet, the high-pressure water gun washes away the dirt from the carpet. Inch by inch, dirt was washed down the drain by water on the white floor. A healing scene that left netizens watching with great peace in their hearts. Brother Shinhao has a new hobby besides repairing donkey hooves. So much new equipment has been upgraded from the previous carpet shampooing. It's so professional. Brother Shinhao beat the imitators. What's carpet shuffling? MVP settlement picture? I want to go wash too. Brother Gato, wash me. How much is this job? Can I pay you 100 a day? Netizens also love this kind of video, which has a very healing feel to it if you sink your teeth into it. The dirt was slowly stripped from the carpet and it was very healing. A lot of people are watching this video to brew sleep and go to bed after watching it. Soon the number of likes rose at a very fast rate, and the money donated as well as rewarded before was returned by the system in the blink of an eye. Zong, get up. Early the next morning, the door to the room was knocked on by Fong Ma, and Fong Zong opened his eyes and yawned. After seeing that the number of likes had surpassed 3 million, he smiled slightly. A video with a yield of 300 million, including yesterday's new video on fixing donkey hooves, which has over 2.5 million likes. After giving Song Xiaoqiao a $300,000 bonus as a reward for her video shoot with the two coaches, she got up and went to wash up. As for Song Xiaoqiao, she was woken up by the bank's text message reminder, and opened her cell phone with some annoyance, her breath stuttering when she saw the balance. So much money? With some disbelief, she recounted the zeros again, and after making sure it was $300,000, she lifted the covers and jumped to the floor. That's a lot of money. When she saw the message Fong Zong sent her, she realized that it was money for 3 people, but $100,000 was enough to make her happy for a long time. Grass? What's wrong? So happy this early in the morning? A pale voice rang out, and with it a hunched-over old woman appeared, bouncing around. You picked up money? The old lady laughed. Go wash up. I bought your favorite meatloaf today, so wash up and eat. Grandma, I've made money, Song Xiaoqiao said happily. Soon I'll be able to get you a new house. Grandma Littlegrass smiled and folded the quilt. I don't want it. Just save your money. I'm fine living in this house. Song Xiaoqiao surveyed this house. It was inside the village on the outskirts of the city. The walls had become a little black, the windows were starting to leak because of old age, and the old furniture was permeated with the atmosphere of the last century. The house is old but very well cleaned. I mean it, Song Xiaoqiao stubbornly said. This summer, I'll earn the money to replace your house. There's a $100,000 bonus for one video. How can you make 10 a month? $1 million can buy a new house anyways. And while it may be a little out of the way and small, it's still way better than this old house. Good. Grandma Grass didn't take it seriously and thought she had just woken up and wasn't in her right mind. Don't give anyone any of the money you earn, especially your parents. They take it and give it all to your brother. I'll give it to you. The stubbornness on Song Xiaoqiao's face disappeared, and she embraced her grandmother with a pouty hug. I'll give it all to you. I'll give you my old age. Grandma Grass slapped her on the arm. Go wash up. You're dreaming all day long. Song Xiaoqiao didn't retort, and hemmed and hawed. Grandma, you smell really good, like the smell of toast, then giggled and ran off to wash up. Toast? Grandma Grass sniffed. Where's the smell? That child, bringing so much stuff? Fong Zong looked at the big bags in the living room, all of which were various kinds of supplements as well as daily necessities, and bristled. People always say that there is no shortage of anything, and they still send so many? People don't lack as people don't lack. It's our fault if we don't send it. Fong Ma shoved the stuff into his hands. Move it to the car. Chapter 57, The depth of the eye determines the height of the vision. Don't you lose your temper when you go later. Fong Ma instructed Fong Zong in the car. I know you have a problem with them, and so do I, but give me face. Okay. Fong Zong nodded indifferently. No tantrums. Fong Ma knew that Fong Zong had changed a lot during this period of time. In the past, when she was aggrieved, she only hid it silently in her stomach, but after the college entrance exam, her character changed all of a sudden. she was glad to have such a change, but she was also afraid that such a character would make Fong Zong suffer. Papa Fong rolled his eyes as he drove the car. His mother-in-law and brother-in-law are not easy to deal with. Every time I go, I get a belly full of gas. If it wasn't for the fear of leaving a psychological shadow on Fong Zong, he would have wanted to get angry. Mom, Hurricane, I'm coming. Grandma's house is located in a self-built villa on the outskirts of the city, which looked very luxurious and stylish back in the day, but not so much now that it's getting a bit old. Sister, brother-in-law, coming. Aunt Jean Yulan smiled and welcomed her out. Mom is still resting. Sit down first. Taking all the big bags in, the family sat on the couch in the living room. Jean Yulan, on the other hand, went upstairs on her own, going so far as to leave the family in the living room without even bringing up a glass of water. Do you guys drink water? Fong Ma was a little disgruntled, but her face didn't show it. No drink. The two refused in unison, playing with their own phones. Fong Zong looked at the message Han Yibing had sent him, while Fong Dad played shaky hands. Instead of continuing to sit, Fong Ma came to Grandma's bedroom. Mom, I'm coming. Grandma was applying her makeup in the mirror, and when she heard this, she didn't even turn her head back. Coming. Today, we'll eat at home at noon. Guangjian bought back a lot of dishes. You go to the kitchen to clean up. Fong Mama gave an ouch and turned her head to the kitchen. At that moment, through the glass in the living room, a large-bellied man was seen returning, followed by a teenager with a stomach slightly smaller than his. They also saw Fong Dad and Fong Zong through the glass, but showed nothing. Upon entering, there was just a cold greeting. Coming. The fat teenager, however, didn't say anything, but just went upstairs to himself. Dad, come on, look at this dress of mine. Fong Zong frowned, but when he thought of Fong Ma, he didn't say anything and exchanged a glance with Fong Dad. Both saw the anger in the other's eyes. Not long after, the family all came down, dressed in jewelry. Even Aunt Jean Yulan is dressed in flowers. Mom, Grandma. Fong Zong greeted her, but the old lady just nodded her head without even a hello. Yulan, I still have bird's nest in my room. Go take it to the kitchen and have her take care of it. Grandma gave a command, and then they all sat down on the couch. Uncle, where's my mom? Fong Zong frowned. Jean Yulan went upstairs to get the bird's nest, and when she heard Fong Zong ask, she smiled and said, Today, we'll eat at home at noon, and your mom is helping in the kitchen, so you can see that I can't work well in these clothes. After that, he went to the kitchen with a box. The anger in Fong Zong's eyes became heavier and he also came inside the kitchen. Seeing that Mrs. Fong was washing and choosing vegetables, while Jean Yulan stood aside and ordered, later on, handle the fish as well, and this duck, the hairs need to be plucked a little cleaner. There are still a lot of fine hairs on it. This bird's nest mom is going to eat. Make the food lighter. Don't eat it so heavily flavored like you do at your house. A bossy look, as if Fong Ma was their subordinate. Auntie, my mom isn't feeling well today and can't do the work. You do it, Fong Zong said in a cold voice. Seeing that he was the only one there, Jean Yulan said, There's no way I can work even if I'm all cleaned up. What's the point of coming here when you're not feeling well? Seeing that Fong Zong was angry, Fong Ma hurriedly said, I'm fine. Mom, we are guests today. How can we let guests work? Fong Zong said, I'm also thinking about Grandma and Uncle. If outsiders see that it's letting guests come to the house to work, people will say there's no tutelage. Who lets guests work in a house with a tutor? Don't you think so, Auntie? Jean Yulan's face was a little unsightly at being robbed of her white face, but she also reluctantly put up a smile. Right, sis, if you're not feeling well, go and rest. You can't let the guests work. I'm going to get someone to cook, so hurry up and put it down. Fong Ma wanted to say something else, but was pulled away directly by Fong Zong. What kind of work are you doing? They don't have a nanny at home anymore? Fong Ma had no choice but to follow back into the living room. What's wrong? Grandma asked, frowning when she saw her enter the living room. Short of something in the kitchen? Jean Yulan followed behind and said, People are guests. How can you make them work? Guangjian, go find 2 cooks to come over and cook. Find what cook? Grandma was a little angry. It doesn't cost anything to find someone, does it? Since you're a guest, I'll go cook. Saying that, she got up and was about to go to the kitchen, but Fong Ma hurriedly stopped her. I'm a little unwell. I'll be fine after resting. Then hurry up. Your uncle's family is coming later. You don't want to delay the meal. Grandma instructed a somewhat nonchalant sentence. Jean Yulan's face showed a winning color, and she even glanced at Fong Zong. Fong Zong snorted coldly. Mom, if you're not feeling well, just rest. I'll go to the cook to do it. I'll pay for it. Yes, I'll pay for it. Papa Fong also said, Isn't it just a little bit of money, as to still tire you out? It was only then that Uncle Kong Guangjian finally spoke. How much can it cost to find a cook? Yulan, you go find someone. Don't let people look at us and laugh and say that our family lets guests cook. Grandma grunted and didn't say another word. Which school is Zong going to enroll in? Kang Guangjian had nothing to say at this time. Your brother did well on the exam this time, and wanted to find you for counseling. Sherman Media University. Fong Zong replied perfunctorily. Kang Guangjian face color. Your brother enrolled in the Nankai. The score is just enough. Not in vain he usually studies so hard. It doesn't matter if you didn't do well in the college entrance exams. As long as you study hard in college, you'll still have a future. Fong Zong's voice was flat. I did pretty well on the exam. Haven't you watched the news lately? Fong's mom couldn't help but ask. Kang Guangjian waved his hand. I've been very busy lately. I didn't have time to watch the news, but I've also heard that Shaozong's school has produced a top student. If you study hard, maybe the top student will be you. Grandma snorted at that. With his usual grades, he's still taking the top exam? It's already good enough to go to college. It's all kind of over the top to get into college this time. Fong Ma's face was a bit unsightly. Shaozong did very well on the exam this time. Isn't it true that you can only go to an average school even if you do well on the exam? Grandma snorted coldly. In your vision, Sherman Media University is already pretty good, isn't it? Still the same as before. Too shallow-eyed. I taught you for nothing as a child. Fong Ma pressed down Fong Zong, who was ready to go on a rampage. Her face was a bit unhappy. My eyes are indeed shallow. After hearing what this family had to say, she didn't even bother explaining it to them, so she let them think so. Fong Zong couldn't help but laugh. You guys have deep eyes. One Nankai makes you start to be proud. Chapter 58. How much is a fake watch worth? We'll pay for it. As he spoke, another man came in at the courtyard gate. It was a thin, frail-looking little girl with somewhat dark skin and somewhat old clothes. Come in and greet everyone honestly. Hello second grandma. Hello second uncle. Hello second aunt. Then he greeted Fong Zong's family. Hello aunt. Hello aunt. Hello cousin. Only lastly was Kong Dun, the son of his uncle Kong Guangjian. Hello brother. Fong Ma blossomed into a smile. Ruoruo is here. Come sit. Kong Ruoruo whispered to her grandma. Second grandma, my mom couldn't get the day off today and asked me to wish you a happy birthday. Grandma grunted softly. Even if you can't get a vacation, you don't come to ask in the morning. Kong Ruoruo's face was a little embarrassed, and her fingers unconsciously wrapped around the hem of her dress. She's the daughter of Fong's mom's cousin, and her family is a little poorer. Fong's mom used to have the best relationship with her cousin, but then the family passed away, leaving Kong Ruoruo to depend on her mother. In order not to let Kong Ruoruo suffer, her mother never remarried and raised Kong Ruoruo on her own. Fong's mom and dad have also been helping out, and the two families are very close. Ruoruo, come and sit. Fong Zong smiled and greeted her as she came over and sat down. You're going to be a senior in high school soon. Doesn't summer vacation start early? Yeah, it's just a half-month vacation for the summer, and school starts in 2 days. Kong Ruoruo whispered. Kong Guangjian assumed the posture of an elder educator. When you go to senior high school, you have to study well, like your brother, and get a good school. Don't go to a normal college. Wouldn't that be the end of your life? Kong Ruoruo obediently nodded and sat on the sofa beside Fong Zong, her back straight, not even daring to lean on the sofa. A few more people came in at the door, led by a tall, burly old man, followed by a man, a woman and a little boy. Mom, my uncle is here. Kong Guangjian finally got up from the sofa at this point, and the family went to greet them, as did Fong Ma. Only Fong Zong and Fong Dad were sitting steadily, while Kong Ruoruo stood up with some restraint, but stood at a loss for words. Sit down. Fong Zong pulled her arm. Don't pay attention to them. Kong Ruoruo resumed her seat and whispered to Fong Zong. Brother, congratulations on your examination. You watched the news? Fong Zong asked with a smile. Don't you usually have enough money to live on? Why are you so thin? Kong Ruoruo nodded. It's enough. I have a small meal. I can't spend the money my aunt usually gives me. If you can't spend it, you can buy clothes. Fong Zong smiled and said, look, these clothes are old. There is money for clothes in the money given to you. Fong's father also chimed in. Is your mom especially busy right now? Not enough money on a regular basis? She's not in good health, so you tell her to work less. I told her that. Kong Ruoruo said somewhat helplessly, but she said that she has to fight for herself a little bit, and that she can't always think about other people's help. What a thing to say. Father Fong was a bit upset. How did a family become someone else? I'll have to talk about her next time we meet. Kong Ruoruo was still trying to explain when she heard lively and boisterous voices quickly pouring into the living room. Fong Zong watched with cold eyes. It turned out that Kong Guangjian still had this kind of cheerful smile, and Grandma no longer had a stern face. Such a face was never given to their family. Auntie, my daughter-in-law has some unfinished business on their side of the family. A man with glasses spoke, but before he could finish, Grandma was busy saying, it's fine, you guys go ahead and get busy. Just have the heart to make the trip. It doesn't matter if a birthday is over or not. You guys go ahead. It was completely different from the attitude she had just shown to Kong Ruoro, and this contrast between the front and back made Kong Ruoro even more on pins and needles. The man said hello and left with his wife, leaving his maternal uncle and a little boy alone. At Sushi's high school entrance exam this year, right? Granduncle smiled and asked, how did you do on the exam? Which college can you go to? Kong Guangjian smiled and said, this year's exam was okay, enrolled in Nankai University. Awesome, Granduncle complimented. Dun Dun was smart when he was a child, and now he's even better. Glancing at Fong Zong, but he didn't ask anything. At this moment, the little boy beside his maternal uncle was running around, and when he saw the watch on Fong Zong's wrist, his eyes lit up and he ran to reach out and touch it. Like this watch Kong Guangjian asked with a smirk, then put away his smile. Fong Zong, take off the watch and give it to him to play with. It was only then that Jin Yulan noticed the watch, and then she looked astonished. Is this Jackpot's Celestial Series watch? Right. Fong Zong nodded. Jin Yulan was surprised. Where did you get that? Fong Zong said perfunctorily. Someone else gave it to me. Who could give you a watch like this? Jin Yulan bristled. It can't be a fake, right? Then she also noticed the watch on Fong Ma's wrist, and seeing that it was a Patek Philippe, she also skimmed her lips and asked, this watch won't be fake too, right? No. Fong Ma said lightly, this is what Xiao Zong bought for us with her scholarship. Scholarship? Kim Nguyen froze. Where did he get a scholarship? Fong Ma's tone was flat. He did well on this college entrance exam. You're the ones who awarded it. Kim Nguyen laughed. What kind of scholarship is that? Grandma grunted lightly, then said to Kong Dun, I forgot to give the bonus when our Dun Dun got into Nankai. At Sushi, what do you want? Just say it, Grandma will buy it for you. At Kong Dun's age, it was the age when he was most interested in fancy things. Pointing at the watch in Fong Zong's hand, he said, I want this watch. Do you know how much this watch costs? Jin Yulan slapped his arm. Over $10 million? How can you afford it? We can't wear a fake watch. It's embarrassing to be recognized outside. A wave of anger also welled up on Fong Ma's face, but just as she was about to lash out, her thoughts were disrupted by a cry. I just saw the little boy sit on his butt. I want to play. I want to play. Fong Zong, what's wrong with you? Kong Guangjian got anxious and picked up the little boy. Why don't you hurry up and take off your broken watch? Just a fake watch, do you need it? I'll pay you back if you play with it. What are you getting upset with a little kid for? Fong Zong let out a light laugh. You can't afford to pay for it, can you? I can't afford to pay for it? Kong Guangjian was furious. How much can a fake watch of yours be worth? Then he looked at Fong Ma. Sis, is this how you usually let him speak to elders? Then he coaxed the child. Let's not play with that fake watch. Let's go watch Ultraman, okay? Granduncle's face was also a bit unsightly, and Grandma was even more angry. Take out your watch. What if the child's voice is broken from crying? Are you sure? Fong Zong faintly said. What if it breaks? Lulu said in a cold voice. I'll pay you back if you break it. What? You want me to write you an IOU first? That's not necessary. Fong Zong took off his watch with a light laugh. As long as you say you'll pay for it. Grandma snorted. Small family, a fake watch is hidden like a treasure. Don't cry, little boy. Look, here's the watch. Go and play. Just handed the watch to the little boy, who took it and dropped it on the floor. I don't want it. Only heard a pop sound. The watch fell to the ground. Semicircular shell directly broken. The parts inside are scattered all over the place. The red dragon, too, was dropped to the ground. It fell right apart. All right. Fong Zong smiled. You guys pay up. Chapter 59. The repair cost is cheap. Only $860. 000. 15 million. Fong Zong said indifferently. Are you guys paying cash or transferring money? $15 million? Jin Yulan was anxious. Are you poor and crazy? You want so much money for a fake watch? Fong Zong asked in a flat tone. Who said this is a fake watch? Jin Yulan was momentarily speechless. It was the family that had just said that the watch was a fake. Didn't you not refute it either? Jin Yulan said sharply. Why don't you say it's true? Kong Guangjian frowned. This watch is real? $15 million? Your family has that much money? Mrs. Fong and Mr. Fong are in a hurry. How can this watch be so valuable? Where did Fong Zong get the money to buy such an expensive watch? Little Zong, is this watch real? Mrs. Fong asked anxiously. Where did you get that? Someone else gave it to me. Fong Zong smiled and asked Kong Guangjian and Lulu, which one of you is paying? Kong Guangjian said with a cold face. If you say it's true, it's true. There are invoices and purchase documents. Fong Zong said indifferently. If that's not possible, the manager of the Jackpot specialty store can also testify. He blushed. You're not being tricked, are you? Who would send you such an expensive watch? What is your status? People send you. Fong Ma didn't expect it either. and pulled Fong Zong and asked, "What kind of person sent you this? Why did you get such an expensive watch?" "The landlord of the house I rented in the city. People having used watches at home said my grades were good and rewarded me." Fong Zong made up a blind story. Grandma snorted. "Good grades? For your grades to be rewarded with such an expensive watch? You're not wearing a fake watch to bumper sticker, are you?" She looked at Fong's mom. "Look at the son you've educated. Wearing a fake watch and going around scamming money? My son cheated money?" Papa Fong couldn't help himself. "You just said you'd pay for it, so pay for it." Grandma grunted. "If you can prove that the watch is real, I'll pay for it." Granduncle's face didn't look good either, and as he watched his little grandson cry again, he said, "Fong Zong, I'll compensate you for this money. Let's pretend this watch of yours is real. I'll give you $100,000 enough, right? You go buy another high-fashion piece." Fong Zong said indifferently, "For a $15 million watch, you'll pay me $100,000? Are you finished?" Kang Guangjian turned his head and went to the study to bring $20,000 and threw it on the table. "Today is your grandma's birthday. Stop fooling around. This money will be used to compensate you for this fake watch." Fong Zong let out a light laugh. "Looks like you guys really want to see if it's true?" He took out his phone and called Yi Wanting. "The jackpot celestial watch you sent me was broken. Come over with the purchase receipt." Previously, in order not to reveal the amount of the watch, the slips were all taken back by Yi Wanting. Yi Wanting received the call and screamed, "Broken? I'll be there now." That expensive watch was broken after just one day. Even if it wasn't her watch, she was still heartbroken. "Brother, this watch." Kang Ruarua held up the broken watch. "I've found all the parts. Take a look." Fong Zong sent the address to Yi Wanting and pinched the diamonds in the watch and laughed. "Look, there are diamonds in the fake watch?" "Alright," Grandma said angrily. "I'm having a birthday. Do you have to make a scene on this day? I'll pay you back after my birthday." Fong Zong let out a light laugh. "Yes." At this moment, the living room fell into silence, and not a moment later, Fong Zong's cell phone rang. Fong Zong took a look and it was Yi Wanting calling. "Yes, this is the one. Come in." Yi Wanting pushed open the courtyard door and came in. Seeing that it was a woman coming over, Fong Mom and Fong Dad couldn't help but look at each other. This woman hadn't been seen before. "Here's the ticket." Yi Wanting didn't greet anyone when she saw that she didn't recognize them. "The table fell like this?" Xiao Zong ah. "Why don't you ask the merchants if they can fix it?" Granduncle was numb at this time. His grandson had caused such a big trouble. Even if your family is well off, you can't afford to lose this $10 million watch. Jin Yulan also squeezed out a smile at this moment. "Why don't we ask first?" When Fong Zong saw them say that, he also knew that they couldn't afford to pay for it. "Ask the manager of Jackpot if this can still be repaired." "Okay." Yi Wanting added Manager Ding's WeChat and directly made a video call. The phone picked up just after one ring. "MS. Yi, what are your orders? The watch broke. Can you fix it there?" Yi Wanting asked with some heartache. Manager Ding smiled. "Is that the piece that was given away for over $200,000? It can be repaired. I'll pick it up at home?" "No, it's the celestial piece." Manager Ding's screen shifted. Then he exclaimed, "What? Let's see." Yi Wanting pointed the camera at the broken watch. "Broken. Never move," Manager Ding ordered. "Don't let them sweep the floor. I'll bring someone over right away. The parts mustn't be missing. It can be repaired. It needs to be sent back to the original manufacturer to be repaired. Except this was broken by a human fall and there are some costs. The cost is good to talk about." Yi Wanting faintly said, "As long as it can be fixed, I'll send you the address." After saying that and hanging up, the other person said longitudinally, "So I'll go back to work first?" "Alright, you go." Fong Zong nodded. When Kang Guangjian saw the overalls on Yi Wanting, he asked, "Is your Governor Jiao okay?" "Quite good." Yi Wanting glanced at him and understood what he meant. Nothing more than wanting to climb the relationship. Kang Guangjian had a suspicious look on his face, but said nothing. "I'll see you off." He was a bit skeptical about Yi Wanting's wealth. A bank clerk only. How could she have the money to give out such an expensive watch? Yi Wanting glanced at Fong Zong, and after seeing that he didn't say anything, she headed out. Kang Guangjian wanted to also inquire, but when he saw the Maybach S680 parked at the door, he instantly shut his mouth. If you can drive such an expensive car, you certainly won't give away a fake watch, so it has to be real. He couldn't help but take a breath of air. Were the two that close? Kang Guangjian came back with an ugly face. "Xiao Zong ah, the car that this landlord of yours is driving, is it a Maybach S680? Right." Jin Yulan's face changed. "Is it expensive?" "A $4 million car." Kang Guangjian uttered a figure. It instantly silenced the crowd in the living room. With a car of more than $4 million, these families could come up with it by selling some of their assets. But the fact that people can drive this car means that they are worth much more than this amount of money. It's kind of normal to be able to give away a $10 million watch. It's hard to believe that the watch is real. Jean Yulon looked at the ticket with some disbelief, and the bright numbers on it made her liver tremble a little. The grandma's face was also unsightly. She wanted to rely on her own identity to suppress this, but the watch was too valuable for her to suppress it. In the silence, Manager Ding came with 5 or 6 people. Mr. Fong, look at this watch. Fong Zong handed over the watch that was falling apart. After taking a closer look at it, Manager Ding said somewhat respectfully, I would like to ask you all to move outside, and I'll take someone who will find all the parts to make sure nothing is missing. It would be a lot cheaper to fix if we could find it. When Fong Zong took a look at the crowd, they all got up busily and all headed out. It took a while to get out of the house after a while of watching Manager Ding in the yard with his men, practically on the ground, looking for parts. Mr. Fong, all the parts have been found, and fortunately none of them are deformed. It's just that this housing needs to be recustomized and needs to be sent to the original manufacturer. Fong Zong nodded. Yes, you can send it for repair. How much? 860,000. Taking less? Kang Guangjian was anxious, just to repair a shell. You want $86 million? Grandma and granduncle's faces were also unsightly. Didn't you say it would be much cheaper? Manager Ding nodded. Right, if the parts were broken, at the very least, it would be another million or more. So it's already a lot cheaper. Chapter 60. This is a friendly price. It's really not that expensive. Over $800,000 to repair a watch? You call that cheap? Uncle's eyes perked up. It costs that much to fix it? The watch was dropped through the case, and the casing is all made of specially customized sapphire. Manager Ding said lightly, and the parts have all fallen out and need to be reset back in place by the craftsman who made this watch. The outer shell is all scratched up. Even this dragon inside has scratches, and that's all that needs to be fixed. And once the parts are dropped out, it affects the accuracy of the movement, requiring the craftsman to line them up one by one to get past them. Only 86 million. It's all a friendship price between Ms. Yi and Mr. Fong. He spoke in a flat but convincing voice. Fong Zong said indifferently, I won't count the depreciation fee with you, just pay the repair fee. Let's see who pays for this. If you three say you'll pay for it? Granduncle stood up. I don't have any money. Uncle? Fong Zong looked at Kang Guangjian and smiled. What about you? Kang Guangjian's face was green and purple, but he never said anything. Fong Zong looked at grandmother again. Grandmother, what about you? You heartless, now you're asking me to pay you back for something? Grandma's mouth was all about moral abduction. I raised you when you were a child, and you want to count this amount of money against me? Fong Zong faintly said, you've only supported me for a month since I was a child, or my parents gave money. You didn't spend it on me. Our family hasn't asked for any of your money either, and we give you things all the time. You can't kidnap me with those words. Talk about the payout. Grandma looked at Fong Ma. Is that how you taught your son? Settling scores with elders? Fong Ma was silent. She knew that Fong Zong had come here and suffered a lot of anger, so she didn't want to speak for her. Uncle, Kang Guangjian said to his maternal uncle, your grandson dropped the watch. Even though I said I'd pay for it, let's split it in half between the two of us. I can't be the one to pay for it. I don't have any money. Granduncle waved his hand repeatedly. You're the one who told Xiaozhong to give the watch to my grandson to play with. Kang Guangjian's face turned green. Just let me pay for it all by myself? Then what else? Granduncle picked up his grandson and said, we have things to do at home, so we'll leave first. Kang Guangjian was so angry that he hurriedly pulled him back. Don't go. It's not just me who's responsible for this. It's also you. He pointed at Fong Zong and said, if you wear such an expensive watch out, you should bear the consequences of it breaking. You pick when I tell you to? You're half responsible too. Jean Yulon helped out from the side. That's right. I said it's a fake watch and you didn't refute it. This money can't be paid by our family. Fong Zong smiled. Then what do you say? Uncle, after all, it was your grandson who broke it, so you're also responsible. You pay half. Xiaozhong, it's also your fault for wearing such an expensive watch out. You share half of the rest. Our family pays the rest. Kim Gwyn perked up. That's fair, isn't it? No way. Grandma said, it's just a kid. What does he know? Who told you to give it to him? Mrs. Fong was furious. You just said you paid for it. So pay for it. How do you talk to me? Grandma was so angry that she slapped the couch and stood up. You're asking for my retirement money? Fong Zong sneered. Anyway, the three of you will discuss this money. I won't pay for it. It's all because your hands are cheap. Granduncle slapped the child on the buttocks. I told you to drop things. The little boy cried out from the beating. Then Granduncle said, I didn't say I'd let you give the watch to my grandson to play with. I can't pay for this. Sis, I came to celebrate your birthday today. I brought my grandchildren because I wanted to make you happy. I have no face to stay after this trouble. I'm leaving. Grandma pulled him. Don't you go. Turning to her mother, she said, what do you say? Our family is also in difficulty right now. Fong Ma said faintly, You discuss with Guang Jian about who pays for it. Both of them were just talking about paying for the package. Now pay for it. Seeing that she wouldn't let up, Grandma turned her head to Kong Guangjin. Are you going to piss your uncle off? Don't forget, your cousin can help you. Alright, Kong Guangjin's mouth twitched. I'll pay for this. After saying that, he took out his cell phone to give Manager Ding money. Jin Yulan wanted to block it, but Kong Guangjin shook it off. Mr. Feng, I'll let you use this watch temporarily. Manager Ding collected the money and pulled out a watch from the case he was carrying. This is the Godfather model of the Jack Bauer opera series, limited to 18 pieces worldwide, priced at $3.8 million each. Let you transition first. Okay, pretty good looking. Feng Zong took a look. This watch has a classic Godfather figurine sitting in the center, a tourbillon underneath, and a dial on top. It is also designed with elements such as a piano, which looks both serious and somewhat childlike. Have a nice life. After Manager Ding carefully packed the broken watch into the box, he bowed slightly to Feng Zong and left quickly. Everyone looked at the watch Feng Zong was wearing on his hand with some envy in their eyes. Feng Ma thought about it and said, Mom, then it's my birthday and you as a daughter are leaving? Grandma wasn't going to let the family leave. She was going to find a way to get her money back. The others also sat on the sofa without saying a word. And Kong Guangjin, looking furious, just sat there breathing heavily. Kong Ruorua sat there even more restrained. You be careful of knocking this watch out again. Feng Ma was a little distressed to see Feng Zong playing with his cell phone without a care in the world. Doesn't it cost a few $100,000 to repair this $3 million watch? Don't worry, it's fine. Feng Zong glanced at the watches on the two men's hands and was relieved to see that they didn't care. It seems the old couple doesn't realize how much the watch they're holding is worth. Ruo, what kind of work is Auntie doing now? Feng Zong asked. Conroy whispered, cooking in a cafeteria. Ask Auntie if she wants to change her job. Feng Zong said, my friend's company is opening a cafeteria. It's not big, just a few dozen people to eat. Working in the city, a basic salary of 8,000 per month, with bonuses, and assigned 2-room dormitories. Don't you go to school in the city? You can be taken care of there. In the media company he opened, it was just right to open a cafeteria as well. Fan Ruorua's body was so thin, she must not eat well at school. Since her mom is handy, she could be sent over to help out. Yeah, that good? Kong Ruorua's eyes lit up. Then she said with some hesitation, my mom can only make some big pots of rice, and the flavor may not be as good as a professional chef. It's fine, there will be other masters as well. Feng Zong smiled and said, Auntie will just be minding people and stuff when she goes. Kong Ruorua sniffed and nodded. I'll go back and tell my mom. She looked quite happy, though, if that were the case, she wouldn't have to live in school, and then her mother would have a higher salary and wouldn't have to work as hard. It's about time. Get ready to eat. After a morning of tossing and turning, this birthday was incredibly dull. Grandma's eyes were full of calculation, wanting to get all of the $800,000 back. Chapter 61, Who gave you the illusion that I didn't do well on the test? Let's eat. Grandma saw that the cook had already prepared the meal, so she called for dinner. In the dining room, a large dining table was filled with food, delicious delicacies all around. It seems that for this meal, this family prepared very well indeed. This dinner is not just for my birthday, Grandma said, and for our Dun. He did well in this exam. I say, we can't be elders and not show it. I'll make the call and give a scholarship to both kids who finished their senior year, as a reward for their hard work on the exam. Jin Yulan's eyes lit up as soon as she heard it. Right, you can't be sloppy about this matter as an elder, or else the child won't study well in the future. Eat. Feng Zong took a king crab leg and placed it in front of Kong Ruorua. Cut this open and you can eat it. Grandmother frowned. Xiao Zong, I'm talking. Go ahead. I'm listening. Feng Zong waved his hand. Scholarships are better. You can forget about it, but we Dunduns can't. Lulu snorted coldly. What do you think? She looked to Mrs. Feng. This scholarship can't be cheap. I think forget it. Mrs. Feng shook her head. There are already quite a few scholarships. Jin Yulan grunted lightly. How much can you give yourself? I propose that for this scholarship, it be given on the basis of merit. $1,000 for a point on the test. How about that? She also disliked Kong Guangjin with her elbow. Talking to you. So much? Papa Feng frowned. It's not good to give the child so much money, is it? Grandma grunted softly. Why is it bad? How good is it to save it for their future marriage and daughter-in-law? If the elders don't help the children now, who will? Kong Ruorua wanted to speak, but Feng Zong disliked her with his elbow, so she closed her mouth and silently dealt with the various meats that Feng Zong kept pinching. Feng Ma glanced at Feng Zong. Do you want this money? I'll forget about it. Feng Zong waved his hand. I'm not lacking in this amount of money. Hearing him talk about this point of money, Grandma and Jean Yulun looked at each other. It's a sure thing. It's supposed to be. It's just going to a Stoneman Media University. How many points do you need? The two of them were singing in unison. That is, they wanted to deduct some money out of Fong Ma's hand to subsidize the 800,000 or so that had just gone out. Naturally, Granduncle could tell what the two were thinking. So he said, the elders also love their offspring. Despite the words, there was no mention of money being offered. Grandma continued, how about the one with the higher score doesn't have to pay for it, and the one with the lower score puts up the money? It's not good, is it? Fong Ma was still a bit intolerant in her heart. After all, my brother's family had just paid out so much money, and now they were going to pay out a large sum of money, after all, to my mother's family. But Papa Fong said, are you sure? Okay. Grandma said, what? You don't want to come out? Papa Fong nodded with a sneer. Yes, we can pay. Seeing that he agreed, his grandma's face was also filled with renewed smiles. Atsushi, what do you want to do with the scholarship? I'm going to buy a lot of stuff that I didn't get to play with when I was in school before. Canton laughed nervously. Now I'm going to make up for it all. Jean Yulun slapped his arm. You forgot your grandmother so quickly? It's useless to buy so many toys. Just buy one or two, and save the rest for college. When Kong Dun was told this by her, a wave of aggression appeared on his face. I'm going to buy some tonic for grandma, some good food for mom and dad, and save the rest. That's right. Jean Yulun smiled and asked Fong Zong again, what do you want to do with the prize money? Fong Zong bristled. What's the use of such a small amount of money? Give it to Ruo Ruo. Save it up and give it to her as a bonus. Kong Guangjian's face all became good looking. Just out of more than $800,000. The heart is blocked. Now he wants over $600,000 back to make him feel better. Then your bonus might not even be enough. Kim Nguyen covered her mouth with a smile. Although her family was poor, Kong Ruo studied very hard and did quite well in her exams. What she meant by that was that Fong Zong's score wasn't enough for a reward. It's definitely enough. Kong Ruo whispered. I'm sure I can't pass my cousin. Jean Yulun laughed. Work harder. You'll be able to do it. Your cousin only scored how many points on the test? A few of the rest of the group let out cackles of laughter, and Canton laughed loudly. He's not a good student. Surely you can pass him. 716. Conrad whispered. Put. Everyone spewed rice out of their mouths. Raider? Kong Guangjian looked incredulous. How many points did you say he scored on the exam? You're dreaming, right? Kong Ruo whispered. Cousin is this year's top science student in Hebei province. It's on the news. Don't you guys know? Ha! Kong Guangjian's face panicked. How did I not know? It can't be, can it? Jean Yulun hurriedly took out her cell phone to check. Lulu pointed at Fong Zong and asked, are you sure he's the top science student? Just based on him? Right. Kong Ruo nodded. The mayor even went to his cousin's house to offer his condolences. Jean Yulun exclaimed shrilly. It's still true. When she checked the local news, it said Fong Zong, the top science student, and all the pictures posted were of the mayor with him. Why didn't you say so? Grandma was furious. Why didn't you inform me when you got the top grade? Didn't I come to inform you today? Fong Zong smiled. Happy grandma? Kong Dun took the cell phone and kept looking at it, his chubby face full of surprise. How could you possibly get into the top science class? I don't dare to believe it either. Fong's mom laughed. Scholarships from the government, businesses, and the school totaled $250,000. I said there are enough scholarships, so don't give it to him. And look at you guys, you still have to give it. Grandma grimaced. Then why didn't you just say so? This is the duty of being an elder. Papa Fong laughed. Mom, isn't that what you just said? Grandma was so pissed off that she sat on her butt in the chair and gasped. Uncle, Auntie. Fong Zong smiled and said, then thank you for giving me a scholarship. This. Jean Yulun lifted a stone and smashed his own foot, now wanting to cry. He looked at Kong Guangjian. Kong Guangjian's face was also very unsightly, and now it's good that he has to pay out more than $700,000 again. He couldn't help but glare at Jean Yulun. If it wasn't for her coaxing just now, this money wouldn't have gone out. The family said something about money. Grandma said with a stern face, hurt feelings? Let's talk about it after dinner. How is this hurting feelings? Fong Zong let out a light laugh. This is the elders' love and care for me. My uncle thinks so highly of my grades that I'll study even more in the future. Kong Guangjian gritted his teeth in anger. How did you enroll in Sherman Media University? If he hadn't heard about this university, he wouldn't have thought that Fong Zong didn't do well in his exams. Close to home. Fong Zong laughed. Isn't it convenient to come and see you with aunt and uncle and grandma? Don't worry. I'll save this money as a scholarship for the family, and we'll see how many points Ruoro gets next time. Now, are you cash or transfer? Chapter 62. This family is no longer fit for purpose. What's with the money reference again? Kong Guangjian frowned. We're a family. Can we say something else besides money? His heart was dripping blood at this moment. He had just offered more than $800,000. Did he want to offer more than $700,000 now? Even if there is one at home, it can't come out like this. It's obviously a meatbag. And it won't come back. Grandma and the golden magnolias were numb. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to give Kong Guangjian back his blood. Now, it's good that people have taken the top grade. Not only do they not have to pay for it, but they also have to pay it back to them. This birthday dinner was a real mess. Kong Ruarua pursed her lips on the side and kept quiet, making an effort to hold back her laughter. She was young, but she wasn't stupid. Didn't the few people who just sang together try to get Fong's dad and mom to pay for it? Now it's a good thing you can't steal a chicken. Fong Zong said indifferently. This is your elders caring for your juniors. Grandma, what do you think? Grandma was dumbfounded at being named and was silent, pretending not to hear. Granduncle was just feeding the baby without lifting his head. Jean Yulan's face was green. Xiaozong. You see, your uncle just took out so much money to fix your watch. Where can he take out so much money again? Then you were just talking so happily. A sneer appeared at the corner of Fong Zong's mouth as he asked rhetorically, did you make up your mind that you want our family to pay for it? Kim Gwyn was also disliked so much that she couldn't find a reason to say that she didn't want to say that she just thought that Condon's score was higher than yours. Uncle, Fong Zong faintly said, I respect you as an elder. I'm also here today for Grandma's birthday. As soon as we walked in the door, my aunt put my mom to work, and if I hadn't stopped her, she would have put us to work as cooks. Is using my mom as a babysitter? As soon as we enter, even pour us a glass of water. You guys are so good. You don't even go out to welcome us. When Granduncle came, you all went out as a family to greet him. Is this looking down on our family? And wakey, her mom is a little busy and you're not happy about it. Grandma, how can you even send your uncle's son out when he's busy? Forget all about fixing the watch. You think our family didn't hear it in the words just now? Trying to get our family to pay for this scholarship. My parents are kind-hearted and couldn't stop them from having to compete in any way. Now that the competition is over, do you guys take what you said before as bull *********? Fong Zong directly made it clear and looked at the family with a cold smile. Kong Guangjian's face was green and purple as he sat there and stopped talking. Grandma slammed the table. And it's up to you, a junior, to educate us adults? Who taught you to talk like that? Are you here for my birthday, or are you here to give me a hard time? Don't come if you don't want to. No one is begging you to come. Fong Zong faintly said, add to your problems? No one is adding to your problems. It's you who are adding to your own problems. If this $700,000 or so is given to me, go easy on us. We're still family. If you don't give it, don't say you're family from now on. Fong Ma's face changed and she wanted to say something, but finally swallowed. When Grandma heard this, she immediately shot up. You just want money, don't you? I'm telling you plainly, I'm not really giving you this money. Breaking with your uncle for money. That's nice of you. Fong Zong stood up with a light laugh. Mom and Dad, let's go back. Wakey, come on, I'll take you home. He had no intention of asking for this money, and trying to gouge some money out of this family's hands would be harder than climbing up to heaven. Papa Fong stood up sharply. I'll tell you who taught him. It was me. People respect me afoot. I respect people afoot. That's what I taught. Mom, as an elder, you shouldn't be like this. Fong Mom also had tears in her eyes. I didn't say anything about you liking Wang Jian. In the future I'll transfer some money to you every month as my alimony to you. After saying that, he pulled Fong Zong and headed out. Fong Zong pulled Kong Ruarua, and Fong Dad finally sneered and slammed the door. Today's day, if it wasn't for Fong Ma's face, he wanted to lift the table several times. This family's eating was really ugly. What is it? It's just a test for a scholar. And you think you've become a big official. Grandma cursed behind her back and sat resentfully at the dinner table. Wakey, remember to have your mom contact me. Fong Zong gave an explanation to Kong Ruarua who got off the bus. I'll send her an address for the job. Just let her go. Okay, thank you cousin. Kong Ruarua happily waved her hand. Not only did I get to eat a lot of food that I hadn't eaten before today, but I also got to see a great show that I was able to tell my mother about when I got back. Who was that woman who came today? After Kong Ruarua got off the bus, Fong Ma immediately asked Fong Zong, you broke up with Bing Bing? No. Fong Zong laughed, it's really the landlord. Living across the street from me, I did her a favor, and her family happened to have this watch, which was not delivered as a gift to someone, so she threw it to me. People have money at home and don't care about that. Mrs. Fong was still skeptical. Really? Fong Zong immediately changed the topic. Let my dad send me back to the city later. I'm going to take subject 2 tomorrow. Alright. Seeing that he is not willing to say more, Fong Ma also does not pursue more. The child is too old for his mother, as long as he does not go down a crooked path. Mr. Fong, I'm the owner of the company you bought before. Fong Zong just returned to the city, received a phone call. Looking at the unfamiliar number, he also wanted to think for a moment who it was, only after connecting to remember. Before that, Beer Belly. It's you, Fong Zong said with a smile. Beer Belly's voice on the phone seemed a bit anxious. Are you still buying the equipment I have here? Buy. Of course. Fong Zong laughed. We'll go over tomorrow. After hanging up, he called Dumei. Did the lawyer contact you employees? What's the current situation like? Mr. Fong, Dumei said with a smile. The lawyer has already applied to freeze his assets. Fong Zong was then relieved. He just called me, so give the lawyer a word and tell him to hurry up. Don't let him sell the equipment. Okay, thank you Mr. Fong. After Dumei hung up the phone, she said in the employee group, that Joe Pickpocket has panicked. Everyone's wages will definitely be returned. Mr. Fong just informed me. Great. Mr. Fong is domineering. It's the first time I've met this kind of boss. Great. You can't let Joe Pickpocket go. We're going to work tomorrow. Work hard for Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong is benevolent. I will definitely stop touching fish at work. Employee groups are happy to hear this news. The salary is their hard-earned. Cannot be Joe Pickpocket pit away. Hello Mr. Fong. Song Xiao Chao, who was debugging the equipment in the car wash, saw Fong Zong get off the car and immediately ran to greet him warmly. Fong Zong laughed. Making a new video again? Did you pass your subject 2 exam? Didn't pass. Song Xiao Chao smiled awkwardly. I didn't practice for the past few days. Fong Zong laughed. Then I'll have to finish the exam before you. Then he looked to the corner. Is there a rug? I'll shuffle one over too. Just happened to collect one. Song Xiao Chao laughed. It's definitely dirty enough to have bugs on it. Great. Fong Zong was overjoyed. Just want to wash this kind of carpet. Chapter 64, Let's eat. You're bringing someone else? Mr. Fong, may I take your order now? The Cheongsam waitress walked into the restaurant and handed over the menu with a smile. You guys order. Fong Zong handed the menu to Lu Dawei. Lu Dawei looked through the menu and was staggered by the prices on it. Zong, it's better if you do it. After reading a few pages, Lu Dawei handed the menu back to Fong Zong and whispered, this is also too expensive. Let's change to another restaurant. No need. Fong Zong smiled. This is nothing. You guys took care of me in school before. What's a meal? He said and let him order. Feel free to order. If you don't know what you want, order something expensive. Alright. Seeing Fong Zong's insistence, Lu Dawei reluctantly ordered 2 less expensive dishes before handing them to the others. The other 3 were also surprised by the price, but ordered a few dishes that looked better. It finally passed to Xiao Zhuang, who looked at the dishes on the menu and his eyes lit up. This clear soup bird's nest looks good. Let's have a case for one person. What's so good about bird's nest? Lu Dawei knew that this dish, at the back of the menu, was expensive. The Cheongsam waitress laughed. This dish is our restaurant's specialty, and the soup is made with ham, scallop pillars, walk-in chicken, dried scallops, elbows, and some other famous ingredients that have been simmered for 2 days to get the soup. The bird's nest is made from Siamese official bird's nest, which is a special tribute paid in ancient times, and tastes very light and fresh. Fong Zong nodded. Then let's have 1 case per person. What other recommended dishes do you have here? Xiao Zhuang then asked. The Cheongsam waitress said, this dunked yellowtail is also good. I've seen it on TV. Xiao Zhuang said immediately upon hearing this. Have 1, and this, and this dish. All ordered. He turned the pages as he spoke, and looked like he couldn't get enough. Okay. Lu Dawei couldn't look at it anymore. Almost done. Can't eat it all and waste it. Not enough to eat behind and then order. The other 3 also advised him not to order it, which caused Xiao Zhuang to remove his eyes with some reluctance. The Cheongsam waitress continued. Mr. Fong, what would you like to drink? Just drink the soup. We have to go somewhere else later. It won't be fun if we drink too much first. Lu Dawei hurriedly picked up the conversation. Xiao Zhuang said with some dissatisfaction. Wouldn't it be a waste to eat these good dishes and not drink? Young Zong, what do you think? Fong Zong let out a light laugh. What would you like to drink? I always hear people say that Mao Tai is quite good. Why Don? You try it? Xiao Zhuang heatedly smiled. I also heard people say. Fong Zong looked at the others. What about you guys? What are you drinking? Mao Tai will do. That's fine. 1 bottle is enough. No, just drink this. Lu Dawei glared at Xiao Zhuang. You've been drinking. Are you still going down there? 1 caddy divided among 6 people. How much can we drink? Xiao Zhuang let out a dry laugh. Isn't this a celebration of Zong Xiao taking the top grade? There's no scholar's read, so there's always something to drink to celebrate, right? Fong Zong waved his hand. Mao Tai then. The waitress went down with a smile on her lips, and in no time, the dishes came up one after another, and brought the wine. Wait, I'll take a picture. Xiao Zhuang saw a few people trying to reach for their chopsticks and hurriedly stopped them. A few people looked at him with bemused faces and waited for him to take a few good shots before getting down to eating. Xiao Zhuang, on the other hand, sent another friend circle, simply have a dinner. These days drink this wine to drink stomach, with a couple of photos, and finally a photo of the matai with the dish. And, of course, shielding a few people. Suddenly he saw that someone had commented to his circle of friends, "Is this a chinka dish? It's the girl he's always liked." And he immediately commented back, "Yes, it's a seja dish. I happen to be in the neighborhood." The girl asked directly, "Am I welcome to come too?" Xiao Zhuang was overjoyed. Welcome, welcome, feel free to come and just start eating." Putting down his cell phone, he thought about it but didn't tell Fangzong, instead planning to talk about it later. Sure enough, after a short while, Xiao Zhuang's phone rang, and he took the phone to the door to answer it. Then he came in and said to Fangzong, "Mr. Zong, my friend came here to look for me. How about an extra seat? This is not good, right?" Lu Dawei was a bit reluctant. "This is a gathering between our classmates. Adding a friend we don't know will be a bit awkward, right?" Xiao Zhuang, however, didn't even look at him, but said to Fangzong, "Brother Zong, my friend is already here. Isn't it a slap in my face to let her go back now?" "As you wish." Fangzong had planned to disagree, but seeing that Xiao Zhuang had folded his hands and was ready to beg, he agreed, but his opinion of Xiao Zhuang was a few points worse. Lu Dawei looked at Xiao Zhuang who went out with an unhappy face. The other three, however, looked unconcerned. "This is my friend. We were in the same block and came together." Xiao Zhuang had just arrived at the entrance of the hotel when he saw 4 girls standing at the entrance, led by a girl in halter hot pants, wearing slightly disheveled smoky makeup. One held a cup of milk tea. The rest of the trio were no less well dressed, giving them a hip and earthy look. Xiao Zhuang laughed. "It's okay, it's more lively with more people. Today my friends are partying together and there are quite a lot of people." With that, he turned and led the 4 men inside. Looking at the slightly luxurious decoration of the hotel, and the elegant waitresses wearing cheongsams, the 4 women's eyes showed some constraint, but acted as if he didn't care, surveying his surroundings with disdainful eyes. "I'm back." Xiao Zhuang pushed open the door of the private room. "This is my friend Lin Yutong. Everyone just call her Tong Tong. These 3 are Tong Tong's good friends. They happen to be in the neighborhood so they came together." Seeing these 4 people enter, Fangzong's brows immediately furrowed. It would have been acceptable if he was alone, but now there were 4 people at once, making him feel a bit noisy. "Hello guys." Lin Yutong raised her hand very socially in greeting and dragged her chair to sit down. Looking to the table, "Why is this all the food? I thought it was just the 6 of us eating," Fangzong said in a flat voice. Lin Yutong, however, said, "Now that the 4 of us are here as well, it's not enough to eat. Waiter, add a few more dishes." The waiter came in and looked at Fangzong. "Mr. Fang?" Fangzong was also amused by the girl's behavior. "Xiao Zhuang, you say, add. Of course we need to add dishes." Xiao Zhuang had a fawning look on his face. "These are all dishes that have been eaten before. Tong Tong and her friends will definitely want to order new dishes." Fangzong waved his hand at the waiter, who brought the menu and handed it to Lin Yutong. Lin Yutong took the menu, and when she saw the prices, she ordered 4 dishes in a row without saying a word, and then handed it back to her friend. These 3 weren't shy, and after adding 2 more dishes each, they handed their menus back to the waiter. "What's with the white wine?" Lin Yutong bristled. "How old-fashioned. Waiter, is there any whiskey?" The waiter looked at Fangzong again, who raised his hand. "Look at them." Chapter 65. This drinking method is too bad for the wine, right? What's this crappy food? It's so unpleasant to eat. Lin Yutong slammed her chopsticks down. "There's no flavor at all." Lu Dawei spoke with mockery. "The food here is just bland." "Put." Lin Yutong took a sip of the whiskey in her glass. "Why is this drink so hard to drink? How come it's not like the ones on TV? The wine just doesn't taste good." Xiao Zhuang smiled and said, "I'll ask the waiter to bring a few bottles of iced tea for you to mix with it." "Okay, go." Lin Yutong waved her hand. Xiao Zhuang immediately called the waiter with a fart. "Go get a few bottles of iced tea." "Iced tea?" The waitress froze. "We don't have any in the store. In places like this, no one usually drinks iced tea and it's not prepped. If you don't have it, go outside and buy it." Xiao Zhuang instructed. "Your whiskey is so bad, how can you drink it without iced tea?" The waitress was a bit dumbfounded. Well," then went out into the hall and said to the foreman, "The guest asked me to go out and get iced tea to go with the whiskey. That bottle of whiskey that's over $3,000? The foreman was also a bit dumbfounded. "They mixed it with iced tea?" The waiter looked helpless. "Those girls want to drink like that. Okay, you go." The foreman let her out in tears. "Isn't this spoiling the wine?" Fangzong was amused as he watched these few people play tricks on him. "Tong Tong, which school did you enroll in?" Xiao Zhuang saw that the room was a bit dull and looked for a topic. Lin Yutong glanced at him. School? I don't go to school anymore. School is pointless. I just didn't take the entrance exam. The girl next to her laughed. Big brother, you chat in a really straight way. Chatting with girls at a table about studying. The remaining two girls both covered their mouths and let out a light laugh. Feeling hilarious about the topic, Xiao Zhuang hurriedly laughed. I'm just asking. I also feel that school is meaningless. Lin Yutong looked at Fang Zong and the others. What are you going to do later? We're going to sing. Xiao Zhuang hurriedly grabbed the words. Lin Yutong bristled. Why don't you go bouncing with us? Nightclubs are so much fun. Fang Zong smiled and shook his head. Not used to that kind of place. Old Earth. Lin Yutong spat out a sentence in a low voice, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Fang Zong smiled and got up. I'm going to the restroom. Said a pat on the shoulder of Lu Dawei. You eat half a day, do not go ah? Go. Good. Lu Dawei immediately felt something was wrong and immediately got up. I've been holding it for half a day. The two came outside the booth just in time to see the waiter return. Fang Zong then laughed. We'll settle the bill. After coming to the counter and settling the bill for the four girls before they arrived, they took a cab and left. Lu Dawei sent a message to the remaining three people in the car, and after telling them, he blacked out Xiao Zhuang. What a bunch of people. Lu Dawei couldn't help but spit out. It feels like he's become a treat. The money in front of you. Consider it as buying out the relationship with them. Fang Zong said indifferently, although the remaining three did not do anything. When Xiao Zhuang slaughtered Fang Zong as an ingrate, the three were happy to see it happen. Fang Zong naturally didn't have a favorable impression of these three people either. He invited his invitation. Mao Tai also ordered, but Xiao Zhuang after let his friend to come, and his friend came directly after disturbing the meal, and that pissed him off. Where are we going next? Fang Zong asked with a smile. It's just the two of us. Whatever you want. Lu Dawei thought for half a day and laughed bitterly. I haven't played for 3 years in high school, and now I don't know where to play. Then come with me. Fang Zong tapped him on the shoulder. I'll set you up today. Had the driver take them to a bath center and up to the second floor for a good massage. Afterwards, he went to a place called Touchfish Internet Cafe, which had an extremely cozy environment. The two connected for a night of hacking and didn't emerge from the internet cafe until early morning. Only then did Fang Zong open his cell phone and saw Xiao Zhuang sending him a bunch of messages. Pick up the phone. You're done. That's what you did to your brother. Brother, I really don't have any money. You can't screw me like this. Please, just pay the money. I won't do it next time. Fang Zong, I hate you for the rest of my life. Don't let me see you next time. $6,000. You cut off our brotherly bond because of $6,000. Xiao Zhuang's message was full of abuse, and after Fang Zong smiled and read it, he directly deleted the other party without saying anything. Brother Zong, I'll go back first. Lu Dawei yawned. I'm also enrolling in Sherman Media University. We'll be alumni from now on. Fang Zong smiled and waved his hand, asking Qin Jie to come pick himself up at the entrance of the internet cafe. I also had to take subject 2 today, and being up all night didn't affect my form, and I passed in a handful of minutes. Fang Zong, how did you offend Xiao Zhuang? After the exam, I saw a message from Han Yibing. I've been scolding you for half a day in my circle of friends. Yes? Fang Zong smiled faintly. It's nothing. The company opened today. Did your mom go? Han Yibing called directly. My mom's already gone. Do you want to go see? Not going. I didn't sleep all night last night, so I'll go back to catch up on my sleep. Feeling a little sleepy, Fang Zong directly asked Qin Jie to send him home, but after sleeping for a short while, he was woken up by a phone call. Fang Zong, did you do this to me? What is it? Fang Zong took his cell phone away in a daze and reacted after glancing at the caller. Your device was sealed? It's really you. Beer Belly roared. Your methods are too despicable, aren't they? It's all boss. Can't you understand? They just lost a month's salary. You cost me over $1 million. Fang Zong laughed. If you pay out your salary and compensation, won't you be fine? Then I've lost all my equipment money. Beer Belly yelled. I'm not done with you on this one. Fang Zong's sleepiness surged up again. Alright, feel free to come and take revenge anytime. After that, he hung up and went back to sleep. I slept until 4 p.m. When I woke up and saw that someone had messaged me. Opening it up, it was from Chu Chiolu. The original company boss came to cause trouble, looking for you to make a statement, but was kicked out by the employees. First day of work today. We're organizing a group build for the evening. The place is booked. If you're awake, come over. Also sent an address for a specialty food restaurant. Fang Zong got up and took a shower, so he asked Qin Jie to send himself there. Seeing that Qin Jie was leaving, Fang Zong laughed. What are you leaving for? You are also a member of this company. Old Qian and the others have already come over. Qin Jie then reacted and followed along. Welcome Mr. Fang. As soon as they entered, they heard the employees shout in unison. and a glass of wine was shoved into their hands. Let's toast Mr. Fong together. Chapter 66, Kill the donkey by shaking off the grindstone? There's more of this? That's a lot of people. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the entire staff giving themselves a toast. Fong Zong did not push back, and picked up the wine cup and drank it all. Everyone play nice and let go. He laughed. Order whatever you want. Don't be afraid to waste it, and pack up the extra to take back with you. Thank you Mr. Fong. The employees were happy and scattered to find food. Chu Chiulu walked with Hanibing and said with a smile, this place is quite big, and it's wrapped up with the east side of the courtyard, and the west side of the courtyard was wrapped up by another company. Congratulations to Mr. Fong on his successful venture, Hanibing said with a smile, seeing that the employees were quite happy. Mr. Fong laughed and said, in the past, I always heard that other people would try to excuse themselves from going to dinners, but these people in our company are quite happy. Of course they're happy. Chu Chiulu laughed. You were able to get a lawyer to ask for their salary and compensation. They can't thank you enough. Mr. Fong looked at the crowd smilingly, and Chu Chiulu suddenly whispered, that cousin of yours, Fong Ji? Fong Zong froze. What happened to him? Chu Chiulu smiled slightly. In the branch is struggling. No one listens to him. Was hollowed out. Yes? Fong Zong guessed this would be the result. Looking for your resignation? Chu Chiulu shook her head. That's not true. Just looking for me to sue. What did you say? Fong Zong also came to be interested. It wouldn't be that he scolded him first, would it? Chu Chiulu rolled her eyes. Am I a scold? But that cousin of yours is quite a backbone. He didn't climb up the ladder with me. He just approached me for an expulsion. Fong Zong thoughtfully. Okay, I know. Chu Chiulu pondered for a moment and said, if he can get a firm foothold in the branch and get the people there to listen, I can arrange some higher positions for him. I won't interfere. Fong Zong waved his hand. This is your company's business. It's already high enough for him to become a branch manager. Chu Chiulu smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. Fong Zong didn't take the initiative to talk to the employees either, but quite a few of them came over to toast him and thank him for his help. It didn't take long for a few large glasses to go down, and it propped him up a bit to go to the restroom. This specialty restaurant also has a small garden with some benches and gazebos set up for people to relax in. He hid and began to hide from the wine, and one by one, figures came along, but he was in the corner, so no one noticed. Asterisk 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 he's having a birthday party for his boss and wants us to pay for AA. That's right, it's generous to order food. What's expensive to order? I've stayed in this Thai company long enough. After the four men and women walked near the bench where Fong Zong was, they gathered around the trash can and started smoking. Bro, got a light? I didn't expect the two men to come out without fire, and when they saw Fong Zong in the neighborhood, they looked for a fire to borrow. Fong Zong waved his hand. I don't smoke. Okay. The man looked up and saw another man coming, so he went over to borrow the fire again, this time smoothly. Is the pretty lady out for a company get-together too? A few old smokers got together and started chatting. Fong Zong looked back. It was two people from his company who also ran to rest, not expecting one of them to be Du Mei. This quaint-looking young girl didn't realize that she could still smoke. Du Mei nodded. Yes, on the company's first day of work, the boss invited us over for dinner. Why are you hiding out? The old man who borrowed the fire laughed. Are you uncomfortable with the boss? Du Mei froze. No, our boss is very nice. I was drinking a little fast and came out to slow down. The boss is nice? Borrowing fire Lao looked around and realized that there was no one else except Fong Zong, who was turning his back on them, so he laughed. Don't worry about it, your boss isn't here. Du Mei shook her head. In or out, the boss is indeed quite nice. Then you guys can enjoy the blessings. Borrowing fire old brother curiously said. I see that your company ordered quite a lot of food. And seafood roasted whole sheep are available. You guys are not AA, right? AA? Du Mei doubted. Company dinner and still AA? That company boss is still a human being? Borrowed Fire's oldest brother was indignant. Our get-togethers are AA. Damn it. A few of the men whined and cursed their way back after smoking their cigarettes. Du Mei found a bench and sat down. After resting for a while she also went back, leaving Fong Zong alone in the small garden. Just as he was considering whether or not to go back as well, two more figures walked up. Both of them were fat and strong, and came striding along with big, four-square steps. Old Shay, well organized today. Big Fatty patted Second Fatty on the shoulder. Have a heart. It's good that you're happy, boss. Second Fatty laughed and took out a lighter from his pocket to light it for the boss. The boss suddenly said, this layoff, boss, wait a moment. Old Xia said, walking 2 quick steps to Fong Zong to take a look, and after realizing that it wasn't someone from the company, he returned to the boss. Boss, you say? The owner exclaimed. Not bad, a prudent man. This layoff is inevitable. The shareholders are already a little disgruntled, so let's cut a little more this time. Lao Xia nodded. A lot of people are finding reasons not to come to this gathering today, and there are also people who are quite critical of AA. Take these guys. People who are not loyal to their bosses can't stay in the company. The boss nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Now that the company is in difficulty, those who stay must have the determination to face the difficulties together with the company. Boss, don't worry. Old Xia smiled fawningly. It's hard to find a job nowadays. They don't dare to just quit. The boss was very satisfied. Okay, just go ahead and I'll take a break. After Old Xia left, he took his cell phone and dialed a number. Chairman, the layoffs are on the agenda and will begin soon. Yeah, it's Old Shay. When the layoffs are done, I'll let him resign with no loss to the company's reputation. Fine, fine, don't worry. The owner hung up the phone and sat down in his chair to smoke another cigarette before humming a little tune and leaving. What dirty tactics. Fong Zong couldn't help but shake his head. But that was the business of other companies, and it was out of his hands, and he got up and left with a flourish. Just after returning to the east courtyard, he saw a chubby silhouette appear around Chu Chiolu, looking greasy. Mr. Chu, this is really a coincidence. I didn't expect you to open another media company. Fong Zong was happy to hear it. Wasn't it the voice of the boss of the company next door? Boss Tang. Chu Chiolu wore a smile on her face. I didn't expect to run into each other here. It's quite a coincidence. Boss Tang greased up and laughed. Meeting is destiny. I'll toast to Mr. Chu. No. Chu Chiolu frowned slightly. I've already drank quite a bit, so I won't drink tonight. Boss Tang laughed. We've all had quite a few drinks. It's not that bad. Mr. Chu wouldn't be looking down on me. Soup. General Manager Chu is unwilling to drink. Fong Zong walked over and said indifferently. Then no one can force her to drink. You said that Mr. Chu looks down on you, so let's say he looks down on you. Boss Tang's smiling face immediately sank. Who are you? Chapter 67, Everybody stop. I have an announcement to make. Fong Zong faintly said, I am the owner of this company. You're the boss? Boss Tang was happy. Then what is Mr. Chu? Chu Chiolu's tone was flat. I'm the vice president. Are you really the boss? Boss Tang was a bit surprised. It's me who's blind to the fact that I don't know what's going on. Hello, I'm. Fong Zong waved his hand. I don't care who you are. Get lost. He didn't bother to recognize the man and dismissed the employee, along with the henchman who had done the work for him. Unloading is played very well. This kind of he doesn't want to touch. You dare to speak to me like that? Boss Tang was stunned at first, then reacted with shock and anger. Do you know who I am? Fong Zong snorted. Go home and ask your mom. Chu Chiolu was on the sidelines, wanting to say something. Boss Tang was all pissed off, sharp-tongued. We're not done with this. After saying that, he turned around and left. Fong Zong said faintly from behind him. It's best not to come after me, or you'll have a hard time. I'll wait. Boss Tang dropped a harsh word and whisked his sleeve away. Chu Chiolu smiled bitterly. You really don't need to offend him. This person is a scoundrel. Don't care about him. Fong Zong didn't take it to heart. Unexpectedly, Boss Tang returned to the west courtyard with an angry face, and was accurately spotted by Old Xia. Boss, what's wrong with you? Being scolded by a little yakuza. Boss Tang sneered and laughed. What boss? I think it's just a concubine. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and called someone. Mrs. Han, how have you been? Today I brought the company staff out for a gathering. I didn't expect to run into Mr. Chu. She opened a new media company? You don't know, do you? Drove with a youngster. Looked pretty close. I thought it was one of your family. There are quite a few employees. It looks pretty big, not a small operation. You're welcome. You're welcome. Next time I'll pay a visit. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a cold smile on his face. This side just hung up the phone. Over there Chu Chiolu's phone rang. See the caller. Chu Chiolu's side. Hello? Mom? What is it? Let me ask you. Did you open a new media company? Old Mrs. Han's sharp voice rang out. Chu Chiolu frowned. I didn't drive it. Why? You didn't open it? Old Mrs. Han sneered. I said that the income of the logistics company hasn't been as high as it used to be in the past year. So it's because you took it privately to subsidize your concubine, right? Chu Chiolu was furious. As an elder, you should pay attention to your words. Dare to do it, not dare to admit it? Old Mrs. Han said angrily. Who did you open it with? Did you make him the boss? Chu Chiolu said angrily. It has nothing to do with you. After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. This angry look made Fong Zong a bit curious. What's wrong? The surname Tang stabbed my mother-in-law about us opening a company. Chu Chiolu suddenly blushed. Said you are my concubine. Fong Zong froze for a moment, then said quietly, it's also considered a dip. Chu Chiolu hurriedly looked at Han Yibing, who was there chatting with a few female employees and didn't notice this side. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and glanced at Fong Zong angrily. It's not like we have anything. Although she said that, she unconsciously hit her feet when she saw Fong Zong's eyes glancing at her small white feet. You go to the last name soup. Fong Zong laughed. Tell him that I was the one who just drank too much, and have his staff come over, have dinner with us, and have a fellowship. There's no need to be like this, right? Chu Qiulu saw his sudden change in attitude and was a bit puzzled. My mother-in-law already knows. Why are you still looking for the surname Tang? Fong Zong pushed her. If I tell you to go, you go. Although Chu Qiulu was puzzled, she was a little upset when she saw that Fong Zong insisted on letting her go. Thinking that Fong Zong was preparing to make amends to Boss Tang, he was slightly lost. She still liked Fong Zong's juvenile spirit, directly opening her mouth in anger when she didn't see eye to eye, instead of considering the world of human affairs like an adult as she did now. Sighing softly, he came to the west courtyard. Mr. Chu. When Boss Tang saw Chu Qiulu come over, he thought he was asking for trouble, as if he was facing an enemy. Boss Tang, just now it was our Mr. Fong who got drunk and talked nonsense. Don't take it to heart, Chu Qiulu said as she held back the discomfort in her heart. Boss Tang thought that Chu Qiulu didn't know about his complaint and relaxed a bit. It's fine. You even made a personal trip. Our general manager Fong said that he intends for the two companies to have a fellowship, and we have all the dishes on our side of the company, so let's let the employees have a lively time together, Chu Qiulu said with a smile. When Boss Tang saw that Chu Qiulu was so understanding, he thought that Chu Qiulu was planning to shut herself up and not tell on her. Then he said with a lewd smile on his face, yes, bosses can also associate with each other. I wonder if Mr. Chu can still drink? Chu Qiulu smiled faintly. There's still some to drink. Mr. Chu is quick. Boss Tang laughed out loud and immediately announced for the employees to go to the east courtyard. Chu Qiulu turned around, the smile on her face disappearing as she returned to the east courtyard with some displeasure. Wow, so much good food over here? It's all hard food. How much did it cost? This side of the company boss is too atmospheric. Treats are invited so good, unlike our side. Boss Tang's employees came over and were surprised to see the food on this side of the table. Hello brother, I'm from the company next door. Are you guys eating so well? Did the boss order it himself? That's not true. The boss lets us order whatever we want. It's okay to order more. If we can't finish it, let's pack it up and bring it back. The employee on Fong Zong's side wore a proud face with a slight sense of superiority in his tone. Chu Qiulu announced, if there aren't enough dishes, go ahead and add more. Everyone just order whatever you want. Don't be polite. The beautiful boss is so atmospheric. Don't want us to pay for it? Really random order? The newcomers are all a bit uncomfortable. Having just ordered over there, they are all too stingy to order for fear of overpaying themselves. I didn't realize this side made them direct points. Brother it's so happy to be an employee of your company. The employee of Boss Tang's company had an envious face. The boss has a big pattern. By the way, how much do you pay on your side? Do you have 5 insurance and 1 pension? Employees began to share around the paychecks on this side of the table, and from time to time an audible gasp escaped. That much? It can't be a joke, can it? The rest area really works? And a bonus? Such a high bonus? Brother, does your company need more people? Boss Tang brought old Xie and came to Fong Zong and Chu Qiulu. Mr. Chu, Mr. Fong. Boss Tang wore a smile. Thanks for the hospitality. Fong Zong faintly said, I heard that you sued? Sue? Boss Tang froze and thumped in his heart. What kind of complaint? I don't understand. When Lao Xie saw Fong Zong, he was in a bit of a trance and felt a sense of déjà vu. Fong Zong's voice was flat. You called Mr. Chu's mother-in-law, didn't you? Dare to do it? Dare not admit it? Chu Qiulu froze, not understanding what Fong Zong was trying to do. It's a waste of time to invite the company across the street and then break it down to your face. Boss Tang was furious. I recognize. Fong Zong sneered, stood up, stepped onto the dining table, and shouted, everyone be quiet. I have an announcement to make. Old Xie's face changed at this moment. He remembered. This person had been seen in the small garden before. Seeing that his boss had offended this person, his heart thumped. Boss, it's over. Chapter 68, Comparison of two company bosses. The difference is huge. Boss, not waiting for old Xie to complain. Fong Zong smiled faintly. I just heard about your company. This soup boss, because the company is not earning enough revenue, is planning to lay off employees. Start with the employees who weren't there today and those who have complaints about AA. It's up to this old Xie to start the layoffs. Fong Zong said in a loud voice. Everyone must be prepared for layoffs, and when the time comes, everyone's compensation must be in place. If people are in trouble, they can come to me and I'll hire a lawyer for free. People can ask the employees of my company. I help them do the same thing. Boss Tang was in a rage. That's a lie. There is nothing wrong with the company's operations at the moment, so people should not listen to rumors. Old Xie also said from the sidelines. The boss has a beef with him. so don't believe him for stirring up trouble. Fang Zong looked at old Xie and laughed. And you're still speaking for him? Do you know what he intends to do? Old Xie froze. What's the plan? No intention. Boss Tang denied it. He's trying to stir us up. Don't believe it. Is that so? Fang Zong asked rhetorically. I haven't said anything yet, so how do you know that I'm stirring you guys up? Without waiting for Boss Tang to retort, Fang Zong laughed. He's asking you to be the bad guy, after dismissing all the people. Firing you again will do absolutely no damage to the company's reputation when the time comes. But can you still be in the business? How old are you now? And can you get a job again when you're unemployed? Old Xie's face changed, but he's still forced to smile. Our boss wouldn't do such a thing. Is that so? Fang Zong asked rhetorically. With Boss Tang's humanity, are you sure? Are there really going to be layoffs? Some employees at the bottom started to panic. It's possible. The company isn't flowing as well as usual this year, and I've heard about layoffs. What to do? I just said something bad. Will there be me? There must be me. It's hard to find a job these days. What should I do? When the employees of their company heard this, those who were just happy to be able to eat something delicious were not enjoying themselves at the moment. The man from Square Vertical whispered, "Sue them, the previous owner of our company, because he owed us severance pay. Our boss hired an attorney for us, froze the owner's assets, and paid us when he won the case." Ha! The people in Boss Tang's company were dumbfounded. This boss is too good to be true, isn't he? Weren't their bosses all woefully incompetent before? How come you Fang bosses are so different? The people from Fang Zhong company began to boast vigorously. There's something else that's different. The payout is generous, and we're given breaks. No overtime for non-essentials, and overtime pay if we have to. We have good hearts and we're also this year's top science student and smart. They had received the benefits Fang Zong had given them, and when they faced outsiders, they naturally wanted to praise people in any way they could, and they were practically on the verge of describing Fang Zong as a model of a boss. Your boss is too good, right? And the company is so good too? Unlike the bosses at our company, who just want to squeeze us all day long, and now they're going to lay off people. The people from Fang Zong company slapped their chests together. Look for our boss. Our boss just said that we'll get you lawyers. He'll do what he says he'll do. Just ask for him though. Boss Tang ignored the whispers of the people underneath and just stared at Fang Zong dead in the face. What the hell are you doing? It's just a matter of not being able to look at you, Fang Zong said indifferently. Now get lost. Don't worry. I fully support your employee's lawsuit against your company. Let your mouth be long enough to tattle. Wait for death you. After saying this, he said to old Xie, follow someone like this, and you'll die without even knowing how. And help him with layoffs? You figure out how to cook yourself without getting unloaded first. He didn't have a good feeling about Lao Xia either. A man who curried favor with his boss for himself at the expense of the employees underneath. He wouldn't look at such a person in the eye. Old Xia paled. What you just said was just to provoke my relationship with the boss. Fang Zong said indifferently. Just after you left. Your boss called the chairman. I heard it clearly. Do you trust me to talk? Or do you trust your boss's character? Old Xia didn't say a word, and Boss Tang said with a dark face, in this matter, we're not finished. You're a new media company, and you think you're going to be able to stand on your own 2 feet? Fang Zong faintly said, at the very least, it's more stable than you can stand. We'll see. Boss Tang didn't have the heart to stay here at this point. He's already going to start figuring out how he's going to do the layoff thing. Things are close, and now that employees know about the layoffs, the previously anticipated layoffs at minimal cost are no longer possible. One can only think of ways to minimize the damage. If things don't pass this time, I'm afraid that my own position will be in danger with the chairman of the board. Lao Xia watched Boss Tang leave and was hesitant to follow, but when Boss Tang's figure turned the corner out of sight, he immediately caught up and followed along. Let's all just eat and drink here and worry about layoffs tomorrow. When Fang Zong saw them leave and their company's employees were still at a loss, he spoke. Everyone fill this cup. Bottoms up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The employees were infected by him and raised their glasses. Mud. Big deal. I'll tear off a piece of their flesh before I leave. Usually they squeeze us. Now they're ready to kick us out and still squeeze us. We can't just go away like this. I'll go back and look up the labor laws and see how I can keep them from thinking I'm a bully. The employees of the company of the soup boss also provoked the temper. A job is just. The big deal is just looking for a new job. As far as you're concerned, the disappointment that Chu Qiulu had just felt in her heart was now filled with appreciation. This teenage spirit is so infected that he looks like he's a few minutes younger. As for, Fang Zong hummed lightly, the way he looks at you, I feel uncomfortable. Han Bing walked over at this time. Boss Fang's atmosphere. I'll toast Boss Fang as well. You've been drinking? Fang Zong froze. Didn't I drink juice before? With the atmosphere just now, it's impossible to say no without a drink. Han Bing hemmed and hawed, sneaking a glance at Chu Qiulu. Seeing that she didn't say anything, He got bold. Fong Zong clinked glasses with her. Does schoolgirl Han want to join the company as well? I just can't. Although Han Yibing was moved, he still shook his head. I was the one who did it in secret before opening a live broadcast. It's better for me to go to school properly. Chu Qiulu lightly hummed. Count on you to know what you're doing. Fong Zong's cell phone rang at this time, and as soon as he saw the person who wanted to send the message, Fong Zong took the cell phone and walked away as if nothing had happened. Clicking on it, it was a few pictures sent by Yi wanting. New pajamas, like them? I only saw the sets of pajamas, all of which looked cool and if anything, covered up, but instead made people want to explore even more. Chapter 69, Creation of a Department for a Post. Mr. Fong. Song Xiaoqiao walked up at this time. Thanks to Mr. Fong for recruiting me into the company. She had waited all night, and it was only then that she saw the opportunity to honor Fong Zong alone, walking with her face as if nothing had happened, but her voice tightened as she spoke, letting her nervousness be detected. You're welcome. Fong Zong waved his hand. Today is a get-together. Just have fun. There's no need to come over specifically to toast. I am truly grateful. Song Xiaoqiao took a drink from her wine glass. I'm leaving. Oh, okay. Fong Zong also accompanied with a sip. You will be the head of the video team over at the driving school in the future. Something to report directly to Mr. Chu. Yes. Song Xiaoqiao's spirit shook. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Just as she left, Tang Yinghua came over. Mr. Fong, the formalities have all been completed. Go to the housing authority tomorrow to sign, and the new house book will be in your hands. Good. Fong Zong nodded. You're my assistant. Just follow me to work from now on. I'll give you a house key later. If I'm not up, you can wait for me in the living room. Tang Yinghua smiled faintly. Okay, Mr. Fong. She was still wearing her professional attire at this time, and she keenly caught Fong Zong's eyes as he looked at her long black silk legs. In light of this, she decided that she would wear professional clothes from now on, and Fong Zong would definitely like it. After playing for a while more, Fong Zong saw that it was almost time, so he let Qin Jie send himself away first, and Chu Qiulu and Han Yibing followed suit, leaving Tang Yinghua there for the final checkout. Mr. Fong. When Fong Zong went home and opened the door behind him was opened, and a coquettish voice rang out. Back? Yeah. Fong Zong smiled faintly. Don't you have a key to my house? Just come straight in. Ah, and keep waiting. That's different. Yi Wanting walked in a graceful manner. How can a family flower smell as good as a wildflower? You bet. Fong Zong laughed as he hugged her into the room. I'll see just how fragrant it is. Mr. Fong. Fong Zong was woken up by a phone call, and answered it in a daze, feeling that the voice was familiar, but could not recall it for a moment. Who is it? I'm Wan Zhongyi from the Zhongyi Finance Company. Ah, Wan Zhongyi smiled fawningly. Does Mr. Fong remember? Fong Zong sat up and remembered. It's you. How's Zhang Xuanfu's loan going? He called today and asked us for an extension. Wan Zhongyi said. He really can't find a loan right now. Fong Zong said indifferently. This I know. You guys just follow the process. Remember, don't reveal me. Don't worry, Mr. Fong. I'm just calling today to report the process to you. Wan Zhongyi laughed. Then we'll start the collection. Fong Zong let out a light laugh. His son hasn't come out yet. I hope you can get things done before he does. Don't worry. I understand. Wan Zhongyi fawned and smiled. There are also our brothers in the detention center, and have already educated his son in the detention center. Fong Zong nodded in satisfaction. Good. Call me again if anything happens. Zhang Tongkai went into the detention center this time, and when he came out, if he saw that his family's situation was much worse, I am afraid he would feel very irritated, right? Originally, Fong Zong didn't want to settle the previous accounts with him. Zhang Tongkai bullied the original body. Fong Zong just intended to let someone to clean him up and teach him a long lesson. I didn't expect Zhang Tongkai to be so death-defying that he would find someone to report him for cheating with the intention of destroying him. Then it's immortal. Thinking of this, Fong Zong smiled faintly and got up to go out. I didn't expect to see a pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over as soon as I opened the door, and instantly slammed it shut. He thought no one was home, so he just planned to take a shower with no clothes on. I didn't realize that Tang Yinghua was very dutiful and was already waiting in the living room at this time, as if nothing had happened. He put on his bathrobe and pretended that nothing had happened, nodding a greeting to Tang Yinghua before entering the restroom. The capital is quite strong. Tang Yinghua also pretended that nothing had happened, but saw everything clearly and muttered in her heart. Not a moment later, Fong Zong came out and said to Tang Yinghua, a relative of mine reported to the company today and was preparing to enter the cafeteria. Mr. Fong, our company doesn't have a cafeteria yet. Tang Yinghua froze. Fong Zong laughed. That's why we have to rely on you. You go and find out where else there's room up and down this office building to open a cafeteria. By the way, tell that relative of mine not to let her tell my parents who I am. They don't know yet. Yes. Tang Yinghua took a look at the time. Then I'll go to the company first. I guess I'll report to work soon. Fong Zong smiled. It's not that rushed. I'll have her report at 11. It's not too late. Yes. Tang Yinghua turned around and headed out the door. But before leaving, she asked, by the way, Mr. Fong, what salary package level is given to your relatives? Base salary of 8,000. Double rest, 5 insurance and 1 gold. Bonuses will be issued in accordance with other employees. By the way, find her a 2-room dormitory. Tell her it's the company that matched her. Supervising cafeteria work counts as mid-level leadership, and the house is a mid-level leadership benefit. As soon as Tang Yinghua heard it, she knew that Fong Zong had attached great importance to this relative and had even found a way to subsidize it, immediately understanding the importance. But the heart is also lamenting the fact that a cafeteria was opened directly to get a position for a relative. I wish I had such relatives myself, but it's not impossible. The original landlord started quite quickly. It's not like I don't have a chance. Tang Yinghua looked at her long black silk legs, startled by Yi Wanting, who suddenly came out of the bedroom in the morning, but also then enviously. This Yi Wanting started fast enough. Seeing Tang Yinghua, Yi Wanting was also slightly embarrassed, but then she put it behind her, and after giving the other party a slight smile, she wore that sexy and incomparable nightgown and went out to return to her home. Little Zong, something's wrong. Fong Zong was planning to go downstairs to have breakfast, but then he received another call from his own mother, and Fong Ma said over there in an urgent voice, Fong Ji was stabbed by someone at the branch. You should quickly go to the first hospital to see how things are going. What? Fong Zong frowned. Where is my second uncle? Your second uncle and aunt are on their way over. You go over first, we'll be there later. Fong Ma instructed, then hurriedly hung up the phone. Fong Zong put down his phone and thought for a moment before dialing Chu Chilu. What's the situation? Fong Ji fired the assistant manager. The assistant manager didn't accept it, and this morning at the regular meeting they quarreled, and moved the knife. Chu Chilu's voice was calm. Fong Ji's life is not in danger and he's being treated in the first hospital. Fong Zong was relieved. I know. A sneer followed. Your mother-in-law hits hard enough. She already has no way back. Chu Chiolu with a hint of huff. This is an intention to go against me, and I guess something will happen to the other branches as well. I don't have time to go to the hospital now. You convey the company's concern on my behalf. Don't worry. The medical expenses are fully covered by the company. Fong Zong nodded. It's fine. I'll explain to his family. Chapter 70. Is it so hard for the real industry? It's normal to fail. Nurse, please help me find out where Fong Ji is now. Fong Zong came to the hospital, and after looking for a nurse to check where the ward was, he came to the ward. At this moment, there was not only Fong Ji in the room, but there were also several people that were surrounding Fong Ji. 2 of them were wearing police uniforms, and the remaining 2 were wearing clothes that were the work clothes of a logistics company. Obviously people that the logistics company had helped bring to the hospital. Fong Zong came to the hospital bed and took a look. Seeing that although Fong Ji's face was pale and his state was somewhat depressed, there was nothing more unusual. Little Zong, you're here. Fong Ji forced a faint smile. I'm fine. Just tell my parents not to let them come, and let your sister-in-law take care of me. When the policeman beside the bed heard this, the middle-aged policeman with a dignified look asked in a deep voice, Are you a member of his family? Right. Fong Zong asked. Has the murderer been caught? Gotcha. The cop nodded. You guys talk afterward. We need to ask for some more information. Okay. Fong Zong nodded. Standing aside, through the police questioning, he also learned a bit about what happened. In order to establish his authority in the branch, Fong Ji plans to take on Lin Zhouha, the assistant manager who tripped him up. Unexpectedly, when Lin Zhouha heard that he was going to be fired, he directly stabbed Fong Ji with a company knife. Luckily, he was pulled away after being stabbed, and Fong Ji dodged quickly, so he only suffered some superficial wounds, with no fatal risk. Good, the police officer said after recording the information. I'll contact you again if there's anything you need to know in the follow-up. Fong Ji nodded. Tough luck, officer. After the 2 policemen went out, Fong Ji said to the 2 logistics company people again, Old Lu, Old Han, I'll send you the money you advanced later. My family is here, so go back. The money is not in a hurry. Old Lu hurriedly said, Manager Fong, then we'll leave first. When the 2 of them walked out of the room, Fong Ji let out a bitter smile. I'll let you laugh at me. I've promoted the manager thanks to your relationship, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. What's your next plan? Fong Zong asked. Still going to the company? Of course I'll go. Fong Ji got a little angry when he heard this. Why should I leave my job after stabbing me? Not only am I going, I'm going to fix the branch. As he spoke, the muddy temperament of his early days of socializing surfaced. They want to scare me off with a knife. It's not that easy. Fong Zong smiled. You know what they're planning? I knew that when I was in that branch. Fong Ji gestured for him to sit down. That branch is where logistics made its fortune. The people in the branch are basically related to the Han family, and that old Han just now is one of the relatives of the former boss Han. Their old lady, she's planted a lot of people in the branch, and when I became branch manager, I knew it wasn't a good place to work, but since I'd become one, and I know that I'm borrowing from Mr. Chu, I naturally want to return the favor. I don't have much education, but I know righteousness. I can't side with them anymore after you helped me with my connections. Fong Ji, a man with an impulsive personality, had dared to go and make a scene in the banquet hall when he had listened to his father, but he is a righteous man, and although he has not read much, he has a quick mind and a ruthless spirit. Before because Fong Zone take job threat, only willing to bow down. After all, the family still has parents old and young. There are still wives and children to support. Now these people are trying to scare him away, which hits his bottom line and must be defended to the end. Fong Zong nodded. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Mr. Chu told me that the company reimbursed all of your injuries, and you still have your position, so wait until you're better. No way. Fong Ji shook his head. The longer we delay, the more prepared those people will be. Now they're in a hurry to stab me, which means they weren't prepared enough for my promotion to manager, and I'll be back at work tomorrow. Fong Zong was also stunned by his words. You're not afraid of being stabbed again? Stab me once and I've learned my lesson. Fong Ji laughed. And get stabbed a second time? Or am I just careless now? When I used to be in society, I was never the one stabbing people. Where was I ever stabbed? Then a little guilty. I was the one who was a jerk before, making a mess of your banquet, and cursing. Alright, there's no need to talk about what happened before. Fong Zong waved his hand. Tell me about your company and what you know about the Han family's old lady. Fong Ji then endured the pain and continued to introduce the company. As the two spoke, the door to the hospital room was pushed open and a little boy ran over and rushed to the bedside. Daddy, hubby, are you alright? A young woman wiped her tears and came running, followed by her second uncle and second aunt. Fong Ji hurriedly signaled that there was nothing wrong and that he could be discharged tomorrow after a night's observation. The second aunt and uncle were relieved, and the second aunt wiped tears from her eyes and said, We don't want this job anymore. Isn't it harmful? I've been stabbed at work. Don't talk nonsense. Second uncle chided. Xiao Zong, your second aunt didn't mean that. She's just in a hurry. Fong Zong nodded faintly. After watching a few people shushing him, he sat down in a chair in the hallway, and in no time at all, Mr. and Mrs. Fong came back. Is your brother okay? Papa Fong asked. Fong Zong nodded. It's nothing. It's just a skin wound. I'll be able to leave the hospital tomorrow. That's fine. Fong's father, Fong's mother put their hearts down and entered the hospital room as well. Fong Zong, on the other hand, was outside considering how to kick the Han family out of the logistics company. He was just about to ask Chu Chiu-Lu, but Chu Chiu-Lu's phone call beat him to it. There's nothing wrong with Fong Ji, right? It's fine. Superficial wounds. Fong Zong asked, how many shares does your old lady have? She now has 12%. Ice has 4%. I have 28%. And the other minority shareholders have 32%. You have 23% of the shares, which are turned over to me to make decisions about the company's affairs. Fong Zong frowned. You have the majority of shares. How can you still let her mess up? Because the minority shareholders are relatives of their Han family or something, and those people are willing to listen to her. Chu Chiu-Lu sighed. Now that I belong to the outsiders, these people are trying to find a way to take back the shares in my hands, trying to kick me out. The last time you injected capital, you got your shares diluted, and these people had a meeting against it, and in the end I forced the voices to be silenced. But these people are starting to get their hands dirty behind the scenes, planting people in various branches, and even the head office has their people. Fong Zong heard and understood, and suddenly laughed. I'm afraid the extent to which these people have their hands in the company is beyond your imagination. Fong Ji is going to be able to find out something this time. I'm afraid, and then they'll be able to kick them out. Chu Chiu-Lu said after a moment of contemplation. The small shareholders can be kicked out, but my mother-in-law, I guess, won't take it well, but she has other companies, and I'm afraid that if something goes wrong with her other company, she'll pull her shares back. What company? Fong Zong came to be interested. Chu Chiu-Lu's voice with a little laughter. Electricity company. When she opened a factory for her to do clothing. Doing clothing? Fong Zong smiled. It's so difficult in the physical industry now. It's normal to not be able to open, right? Chapter 71, $5,000? A lawyer's consultation fee isn't even enough. What do you want to do? Chu Chiu-Lu also asked with a smile. She's probably having a hard time right now. I'll have to think about it carefully. Fong Zong didn't have any good ideas for a while. Chu Chiu-Lu said, Good, let me know when you're ready to act, and we'll act together. Okay. After Fong Zong hung up the phone, he saw a woman hurrying down the corridor. followed by a man and two old men. After reading the door number, the woman turned around and whispered, "This is the place." A wail then erupted. Ouch! How could this happen? The two old men, who looked better dressed, also began to pretend to wipe their tears as they reached the door and entered. Looking at Fong Zong, he froze. When he made the call, Fong Zong walked farther away and was not noticed by these three people. "I'm Lin Zhou's family." The woman went in and said, "Brother, I'm sorry, I apologize on his behalf." Then the two old men and women cried and wailed, "It's me who didn't educate my son well. I'll make amends for him." The second uncle and the second aunt's face changed. "Is your son the one who stabbed my son?" Fong Dad and Fong Mom stood aside without saying anything. Fong Ji's wife was so angry that she wanted to open her mouth to curse, but she was pulled by Fong Ji. "Yes, it's my son," that old father cried. "It was my son who was too impulsive. Don't worry, we'll pay for the medical expenses." The woman also said, "It's my husband who is too impulsive. Don't worry, we'll definitely give this money. Just, you guys talk to the police. Don't book intentional injury. Just say you had a fight and accidentally hurt yourselves. It's a small token of our appreciation," he said, taking a wad of money out of his arms and trying to shove it into Uncle Tu's hand. Uncle Tu hurriedly pushed the money back. "We don't lack this much money. This is willful injury on your part. You must go to jail for years." That old father let out another cry. "Big brother, you can't do this. Isn't this destroying our family? My grandson is going to take the civil service exam soon, and if my son has a record, my grandson won't be able to take the exam. Do you guys think the money is too little? I'm going to get the money here. You name the number. I'll never bargain." It was a moment of confusion for my son, but I can't implicate my grandson, he said with sincere feelings. "Let people listen to the heart or a burst of heartache," with the old woman next to the sound of wailing, even more bleak. "Then we," said the second aunt, somewhat moved by the attitude of the two men. The woman went to grab Fong Ji's hand again. "Manager Fong, this matter is a work-related matter. It's all our family's fault. Just tell me what compensation you want." "You wait." Fong Ji was also a little shaken by what was said when he saw them crying for real. If this isn't handled properly and Lin Zhou comes out, what if he gets desperate again? You can't protect yourself from thieves for 1,000 days, can you? "You guys go out first. Let's discuss this." Papa Fong shooed them out. "We need to discuss this matter." The woman wiped tears from her eyes. "Okay, we'll just wait at the door." Only to see these three people exit the room. Fong Zong had a look of watching the scene and had just not entered the room. As soon as they were out the door, these three sat down on a stool and immediately stopped crying and howling. After a while, as soon as the door opened, the woman immediately started wiping her tears again and took the two old men into the house. Fong Zong followed him in. "If you," Fong Zong interrupted second uncle behind him and said with a snort. "All right, stop acting." "What acting?" Uncle Tu froze, and Fong's father and mother frowned at the words. "They're acting?" Fong Zong laughed. "Just now, I've been acting, and when I left the door, I immediately stopped crying and all started playing with my cell phone." "Yeah." Uncle Tu was so angry that he pointed his nose and cursed. "Get out of here, you guys." The woman, seeing that she was being dismantled, didn't pretend anymore and said directly, "We've consulted a lawyer about the nature of this matter, and it doesn't even constitute intentional injury. At best, it's a mutual assault injury. When negligence causes injury, it won't stay closed much longer at all. I urge you to sign this understanding, and take the $5,000. Otherwise, when my husband gets out of jail, he can't find a job with a record, and he's not afraid to wear shoes when he's barefoot. You have small children in your family that go to school too." "Ha!" At the end of his words, he sneered, the threatening implication of which was very obvious. A few people's faces changed. This was a threat to use the child as a threat. Fong Ji was so angry that he had to cover his stomach and stand up. Fong Zong said behind a few people, "How much did the lawyers you consulted cost? What do you care?" The woman turned back and said, "No matter how much it is, they understand the law. You sign now to be able to that money, and the matter will be over. If you don't sign," Fong Zong said indifferently, "I'm looking for the top team of lawyers in China. What are you going to respond with?" "What do you mean?" The woman turned and snapped. "What do you, a child, keep butting in for?" Fong Zong said indifferently, "I know that the Han family's old lady has given you support behind the scenes, and the lawyers you found are definitely not cheap, so I'm confident that I can fight to this extent, but our family does not accept your threats." $5,000 for a letter of understanding? That $5,000 an hour for a consultation is just the basics of what we're looking for in a lawyer. With a team of lawyers like that fighting your case, I don't believe he can go to jail for negligently causing injury. Do you know how many years you get for willful injury? Do you know how many years you get for threatening someone? With what you just said, I could have you sent in for 3 years. Who do you think you're talking to? The woman's face shifted with every word he spoke. Finally the woman couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, "What are you?" "You go ask old Mrs. Han," Fong Zong said indifferently. "He knows what I am and that I have the strength," then waved his hand. "Get the hell out of here." The woman and the two old men were completely intimidated by Fong Zong's aura and retreated without saying anything. As he walked to the doorway, he heard a voice coming from him. "My name is Fong Zong, the Zong of the Tiger's Scabbard, Old Lady Han." As soon as the woman left the hospital door, she hurriedly called Mrs. Han, "There's a man named Fong Zong. Do you recognize him?" "Fong Zong?" Old Mrs. Han felt that the name was familiar and remembered it after a careful thought. "I know this person. What's wrong?" "He just told me he's going to get the best lawyer for the lawsuit." "What should I do?" the woman said sharply. "To send my husband in." Old Mrs. Han was shocked. "Did you guys go to the hospital? Why is he there?" "Wait." Old Mrs. Han suddenly had some enlightenment. "Fong Zong, Fong Ji, could this Fong Ji be his relative?" The woman nodded. "It looks like it. He knows the ward well." Old Mrs. Han's heart thumped, knowing that she had gotten into trouble this time. "Don't be in a hurry. First tell me about the process." Chapter 72, Why do you think you're messing with him? Mrs. Han, do you think he's telling the truth? Lin Zhao's wife briefly described what happened, and then carefully questioned old Mrs. Han. Old Mrs. Han was furious at this point. "Why are you guys so careless in what you do? Go beg for a letter of understanding. All of you do drama." Lin Zhao's wife was anxious. "Old Mrs. Han, didn't you say that you would definitely let our old Lin come out safely? That also requires you to cooperate." Old Mrs. Han was furious, but also knew that she couldn't piss this family off at this time and said, "I'll figure it out." Lin Zhao's wife then relented. "We'll wait for your news." Looking back toward the hospital, she had some fear in her eyes, knowing that he might actually be in big trouble this time. Old Mrs. Han hung up the phone, her heart in turmoil. If Lin Zhao couldn't get it out this time, he wouldn't have any prestige in front of those Han family members in the logistics company. By then, Chu Lu might just take those small shareholders under her wing. Logistics companies can really fall into the hands of outsiders. Thinking about it, she could only think of a solution that wasn't a solution and took out the phone. Xiao, it's me. Are you working at the court? Zong, is that true?" Second uncle was a bit surprised when he heard Fong Zong's words. Papa Fang also frowned and asked, "Paying for the best lawyer? Lying to him?" Fong Zong laughed. "Scare them. Fong Ji earns over $10,000 a month at the company. If he can keep his job, $5,000 is nothing. This time, we must send in those who dare to make a move, and scare those people so that they won't dare to act rashly." Fong Ji nodded on the side. "Right, I'll be discharged from the hospital and go to work tomorrow. If only I could keep my job, the days would be better." The second uncle and second aunt were just about to persuade again when Fong Ji said, "You guys don't understand, so you don't need to say much." After Fong Dad and Fong Mom stayed for a while, they saw that Fong Ji didn't have any problems, so they proposed to take their leave. "What are you doing in the city now?" Fong's mom looked suspicious. "Why does it feel like you're hiding a lot of things from us?" Fong Zong gave a dry laugh. "No, just practicing. Han Yibing's mom owns a media company, and I went to their company to get an internship to study and learn, and no specific job." Mr. Fong frowned. "What is their family's attitude towards you? It's not like they think you're too high up on the ladder to look down on you, is it?" "Nothing." Fong Zong laughed. "It's quite good to me, thinking of me and everything." "That's fine." Papa Fong patted him on the shoulder. "If you're wronged in any way, go home." "Yes, we're still around. We're supporting you." Fong's mom also said, "You're still young. It's not time to work yet." Fong Zong agreed with a smile. "All right, I'll see you guys off." After sending off the old couple, the second uncle and second aunt went back with their children, leaving Fong Ji's wife to take care of them in the hospital. Fong Zong left as well after saying hello. "Auntie, is the induction done?" Fong Zong called and asked Kong Ruoro's mom, and a happy voice came from there. "It's done, and we're arranging the dormitory now." "Zong, this job is too good, isn't it? Isn't it more demanding? My cooking skills are those of a small restaurant. It's good that you're relieved." Fong Zong laughed. "This is a newly opened company. You're in charge of the inside of the cafeteria. Just help out occasionally with the cooking." Kong Ruo's mother was still a little worried. "I'm afraid I can't. There are only a few people in the cafeteria in total." "Don't worry." Fong Zong laughed. "Once the dormitory is found you can take Ruo to live in it. Let her familiarize herself with the surrounding area first. It will be convenient to go to school when the time comes." "Good." Kong Ruo's mother was very grateful. "Thank you, Xiao Zong. It's all family. Don't talk about that." Fong Zong smiled and hung up the phone. Qin Jia arrived with Tang Yinghua at this time. Fong Zong had just sat on the car when he received a call from Yi Wanting. "Fong Zong, you come quickly. Zhang Xuanfu, who you asked me to call before, is now causing trouble in our bank. said he was going to fight me, and I'm in my office now. There was some panic in Yi Wanting's voice. What should I do? I'll be right there. Fong Zong immediately ordered. Go to the development bank. Xin Jie knows that things are critical. Do not dare to delay a moment. A foot of floor oil directly to the development bank. And Fong Zong, originally quite good mood at this time, suddenly became very unhappy. In the car to Wan Zhongyi made a phone call. Zhang Xuanfu went to the development bank to make trouble. What? Wan Zhongyi was a bit anxious. I'll bring someone to handle it. We can't let him get caught. Hurry up. Fong Zong instructed. Keep your mouth shut and say that you don't know anyone from the development bank. After hearing this, Wan Zhongyi immediately sent someone to the development bank. Fong Zong, on the other hand, was considering the implications of this matter. Zhang Xuanfu was a dignified boss in Shimin City. At this time deep in the vortex of loan sharks, if it becomes a big deal, it is expected that Yi Wanting will be implicated. Mr. Fong, I'll go. Xin Jie stopped Fong Zong who wanted to get out of the car. I'll go bring out the people. No need. Fong Zong waved his hand. You don't need to do anything about this matter yet. There are people who do this kind of thing. Let Yi Wanting come out. Zhang Xuanfu was in the bank hall. His eyes red, like a madman. What's to stop her from passing me alone? Mr. Zhang, please calm down. The bank's lobby manager advised not far from Zhang Xuanfu. These are the bank's regulations. Screw the regulations. Zhang Xuanfu cursed. Do you know how important the loan is to me? The bank manager looked puzzled and could only keep exhorting. The people waiting beside them to conduct business have all backed away, fearing that Zhang Xuanfu will do something irrational. And upstairs in the office, Yi Wanting sat in her seat with an unhappy face. Xiaoye, the manager of the credit department asked, did you have him add this material later? Yi Wanting faintly said, yeah, the information is incomplete. I'll ask him to add it. Didn't you say before that he was a bit of a high risk and not to give him a pass? The manager frowned. Why are you asking him to add information again? Yi Wanting's tone was flat. Let him try. The manager couldn't help but frown. Somewhat against the rules. The mean female colleague in the office couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yi Wanting's gray face. That's right. You can't do anything that doesn't comply with the rules. I'm also following the process. Yi Wanting faintly said. What does it have to do with me if it's approved or not? At this time, Fong Zong had already arrived at the entrance of the bank, and through the glass door, he saw that Zhang Xuanfu was shouting in the lobby. Taking out his phone, he called Wan Zhongyi. Where have you gotten to? Right away. Wan Zhongyi said. Don't worry, Mr. Fong, I will definitely take care of this matter for you. Fong Zong said. I'll go in first and bring him out. You guys just wait outside the door. Then headed down the hall. Mr. Zhang, such a large loan, 100 million the bank will definitely weigh it. The manager continued to advise. Calm down for a while, our bank will look into it again. Zhang Xuanfu scolded. You fart, you just lied to me. Now grant me the $100 million loan. Hurry up and release the money to me. The people watching around them murmured. $100 million. Ha, no wonder it's so angry. To be able to lend $100 million. This person is also crazy about money. How can the bank give him approval? Loan him that much money? This guy is crazy, right? Fong Zong walked in to inquire at this time. This $100 million. I'll lend it to you. Chapter 73, The Debt of the Past. Together. Here's $100 million. I'll give it to you. Fong Zong's voice caused the entire hall to fall into the middle of silence. It was Zhang Xuanfu who reacted. Did you sabotage my loan? You let my loan go unapproved before. Did you do it this time too? Fong Zong laughed. If I did it, why would I lend it to you now? No matter what. You're also the father of my classmate. Don't look at the monk's face. Come on, let's go outside and talk. The onlookers present were a bit surprised. This kid has $100 million in his hand? The fact that he can lend it to someone else means he has hundreds of millions in his hands. What kind of family is this? It's too posh, isn't it? Zhang Xuanfu said suspiciously. You're willing to lend it to me? Of course. Fong Zong laughed. If you don't believe me, then forget it. No. Zhang Xuanfu hurriedly said. I believe. Let's go. Fong Zong turned around and went out the door. I'll wait for you in the car. Find a place to talk in detail. Zhang Xuanfu at this time has been sick and desperate. Loan sharks urging themselves to pay back the money. As long as he can get a loan, he is willing to do anything. He had just left the house and was about to come to Fong Zong's car to pull open the door when he suddenly heard the sound of the vehicle unlocking. Open the door. Zhang Xuanfu knocked on the window glass and prepared to pull the car door again, when he suddenly saw the silhouette of the person behind him reflected on the car glass, and his face instantly changed. Boss Wan. Zhang Xuanfu looked back. I'm trying to find a way to raise money. Wan Zhongyi said faintly. Get in the car. His car was parked next to it, with a couple of guys sitting in it who looked like socialites. Zhang Xuanfu shook his head in some alarm. The time hasn't come yet. I'll give you the money when it's time. The time has come. Wan Zhangyi said indifferently. You want to come to the bank to cause trouble so that the police can arrest you, don't you? I'll watch you raise the money. There was some murderous intent in his voice. Could it be that you want to be a scoundrel? No. Zhang Xuanfu hurriedly shook his head. I'll go raise money right away. Wan Zhangyi grabbed his arm. Get in the car. Will you get in by yourself? Or should I help you get in? The few social people behind him were already ready to get off, scaring Zhang Xuanfu to get on the car. Fang Zong shook off the car glass at this time. I've lent you the money. You pay it back as soon as possible. It's really you. Zhang Xuanfu was enraged. You're the one who's going to ruin my family. Fang Zong said indifferently. If you didn't wipe your son's ass before, I really don't intend to make a move against you. You really don't remember me? When you came to school in your freshman year of high school, I told the teacher that Zhang Tongkai was bullying me, and you came and directly dumped $1,000 on me to shut me up. Zhang Xuanfu's expression was dumbfounded. Why don't I remember this? Because you often come to school. Fang Zong's voice was flat. If you can come up with $1,000 in the future, count me out. After saying that, he asked Qin Jia to drive. Zhang Xuanfu was filled with regret. Fang Zong, wait for your mom. Wan Zhangyi slapped Zhang Xuanfu in the face. Go to your company. Zhang Xuanfu's face was full of bitterness. Who would have thought that the little kid who was casually dismissed with money before could now casually bankrupt himself? Mr. Feng. Tang Yinghua handed over a bottle of water. Where are we going now? Now. Fang Zong thought for a moment and said, to the detention center. Today was a small outing, but it still wasn't over yet. Inside the detention center, meeting with Zhang Tongkai went well. Zhang Tongkai came out in handcuffs and immediately rushed over upon seeing Fang Zong. You still dare to come see me? Why don't you dare to see you? Fang Zong smiled. Having a good time in here? Looking at the bruises on Zhang Tongkai's face, he was in a good mood. Someone inside is taking care of you, right? You're the one who found them? Zhang Tongkai's face was filled with rage. Just wait, I'll be out in a moment. Don't think that I won't trouble you just because you have an understanding agreement. Fang Zong faintly said. I was just thinking that you would come out and the two of us would get together again. You may not have time to bother me then though. You may need to take care of your family first. Zhang Tongkai's face changed. What do you mean? Your father has borrowed from a loan shark now and can't pay it back. Fang Zong laughed. He is probably being beaten right now. The family's possessions are to be sold in the next 2 days to pay off the loan sharks. Zhang Tongkai's face turned pale. This is impossible. My family's business is very stable. If you stabilize, you'll be in a hurry to get a loan. Fang Zong laughed. If you can't get a bank loan approved, do you have to look for loan sharks? Fang Zong came close to him and whispered. Guess who gave him the loan shark? It's you? Zhang Tongkai said angrily. What the hell are you doing? Fang Zong faintly said. I want revenge. Weren't you a bully in school before with your family's money? Now that I'm richer, isn't it normal to bully you? What? You're getting angry now? Speaking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Fang Zong's mouth. Isn't this what you used to tell me? That the big deal is to lose money? You. Zhang Tongkai's face showed fear at this moment. He knew that Fang Zong's financial power was completely capable of doing this. Fang Zong, I was wrong about what happened before. Zhang Tongkai got scared and begged. Please spare our family. Fang Zong said indifferently. You've bullied me for 3 years, and after 3 years I'll spare your family as well. These 3 years, I hope you guys are strong. He sighed and stood up with a smile. Prepare yourself before you go out. I'm afraid you won't be as well fed as you were in the guardhouse when you get out. Then smiled and walked out, leaving Zhang Tongkai looking at his back with a complicated face. Mr. Feng, going home now? Seeing that Fang Zong's mood had changed for the better, Tang Yinghua said, have some dinner and rest. Yes. Fang Zong nodded. Old Qin, I guess there are quite a few people looking for trouble from me in the past 2 days, so I guess I'll need you to make a few more trips. Part of the job. Qin Jia smiled. I'll just wait in the car. No need. Fang Zong waved his hand. I'll call you in advance when I go out. Qin Jia agreed. After sending Fang Zong home, Tang Yinghua ordered some takeout, and Fang Zong ate it and went to bed on his own. Tang Yinghua, on the other hand, started cleaning the room and waiting for Fang Zong to get up in the living room. Mom, this house is too good to be true, isn't it? Kang Ruoro looked at the beautifully decorated and fully equipped house, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This has to be rented for 5,000 or 6,000 a month, right? Directly as a dormitory? Who says otherwise? Her mother was a middle-aged woman who looked slightly rough-skinned. Your cousin was pretty good to get me this job. The dorms are all turnkey only, and it's only a 5-minute walk from your school. Kang Ruoro smiled happily. I told you that cousin is great, right? Worthy of being a top student. Chapter 74, isn't it normal for this kind of person to be hated? Ruo. I asked around at the company and it seems that your cousin is the general manager at the company. Kang Ruo hurriedly interrupted. Don't tell my aunt and uncle about this matter, cousin has instructed. I didn't. Her mother laughed. I just don't know why I kept it a secret. Creating a company at such a young age and taking such good care of us. Kang Ruorua also smiled. He naturally has his reasons. Just help him watch over the company properly. Aha. The two looked at the house and smiled with satisfaction. Her mother added, you do well in school, and in the future, you will help your cousin in the company. We can't be ungrateful. Yes. Kang Ruorua nodded seriously. I will definitely learn well. Back? This time it was Fang Zong who heard the door opening across the street and grabbed the door to open it in greeting. Yi Wanting pouted her lips and said, I've suffered a lot of anger in the company today. I didn't expect to implicate you. Fang Zong smiled and pulled her in. What should I do to make it up to you? You say? Forget it. Yi Wanting sighed. You can't compensate for anything. It's just that there's a coworker who's been shady and pissed me off. Yi Wanting pouted her lips and complained. Fang Zong had given her so many things before and she knew that she couldn't ask for things to compensate. That comes across as being too utilitarian. As long as he complained a little now, Fang Zong would naturally feel indebted to himself. Sure enough, Fang Zong laughed. She doesn't have anything. Last time she suffered so much anger. Now she can only get it back in this way. I know that too. Yi Wanting sighed. But her attitude is too much. Then think of something. How can I make you happy? Fang Zong asked with a smile. When Yi Wanting thought about it, she said, treat me to a big meal. Okay, go. When Fang Zong heard that it wasn't easy, he immediately told her to go change her clothes, and Yi Wanting was quite happy in her heart. Fang Zong's willingness to coax herself showed that she still cared a little about herself and didn't treat herself as a fishing girl. She offered to have a meal and forget about it, and to tell Fang Zong that she knew her way around. After changing her clothes, Yi Wanting's mood was also better. I want to eat seafood. I heard that there is a restaurant that does a good job, but I haven't bothered to eat it, so I'll let you treat me today. Small matter. Fang Zong waved his hand. Depart. Yi Wanting drove the car in a good mood. In fact, when she got off work, she was in a better mood as soon as she sat in the car, but she still wanted to pamper Fang Zong when she came back. The two came to a restaurant, and as soon as they entered, they saw that the restaurant was filled with aquariums with all kinds of seafood, a very complete variety, and the waitresses greeted them warmly. Once the two were shown to their seats, the menus were handed to them. It's my birthday. What's wrong with a nice dinner? A familiar voice entered Yi Wanting's ears and immediately turned her head to look. Her face immediately sank for a moment. How come there is this annoying spirit everywhere? What's wrong? Fang Zong followed her eyes and saw that it was the mean female co-worker. So he laughed. You guys are quite destined for each other. Sinful fate. Yi Wanting hummed softly. I can get full of gas with her around. Let's just change places. Fang Zong stopped her. Change what place? Come all the way here. Don't stop eating for that kind of person. Let's go. Let's go and choose something to eat first. Choose more. I've been sleeping all afternoon and I'm starving. Okay. Yi Wanting saw him persuade to stay and agreed. But still, I listened sideways to what the mean girl was saying. Why the hell do you have to keep your voice down? Are you ashamed of yourself? What's the point of eating when you can't order anything when you bring your own wife out? I'm here on my birthday and you're just setting out to give me a hard time, aren't you? I have to have this Australian blue dragon. Divorce if you can't give it up. The two looked over to see the mean woman sitting with a man with glasses and a big belly, with a little boy beside her playing with the table cutlery. The argument wasn't very loud, and it took getting close to them to hear it a little better. The waiter standing next to them had a bit of impatience on his face, but still turned his head and stood next to the two. Such an expensive shrimp. Why don't we just eat it next time when we travel to the beach? There's no need to be so wasteful, right? The mean girl's husband whispered. Let's just have something cheap this time. I don't care. The mean girl said angrily. Later is later. Now is now. And you're trying to paint me a picture again. You're used to painting your men in your unit, aren't you? I'm telling you, not only the blue dragon. I'll take that triton. I'll take the caviar. And I'll take the caviar. And it's kind of a bargain not to have some wild rhubarb fish. Cut the crap. Mean girl raged. Order or get a divorce. Her husband sighed. Point still? Then he turned his head to the waiter and frowned. One blue lobster. Not that big. One double cephalosporin. And for the caviar, use the one made in Canada. You can't eat the domestic one. At that moment the little boy stole out of his chair and began to run about, bumping headlong into the waiter's leg and falling to the ground, where he instantly burst into tears. What's wrong with you? Her husband immediately became anxious, peeling the waitress aside as hard as he could and picking up his own child. Is everything okay? The waiter was pushed and staggered a few steps, knocking on the table leg behind him and immediately crouching on the floor in pain. Hiss. What are you pretending for? The mean girl pointed at the waitress and scolded. If you dare to knock my son out of the way, I'm not done with you. It wasn't me who hit. The waitress was not very old, and her eyes couldn't help but store up tears when she heard this. The front desk manager heard the commotion here and rushed over to check on the situation. What's going on here? What happened? The mean girl pointed at the waitress and said, your people hit my son. Look at this head she knocked. If it breaks I'm not finished with your restaurant. Her husband got up and said angrily, fire her immediately. Xiao Su, what's going on? Seeing the guest so angry, the front desk manager said to the waiter, why don't you hurry up and apologize to the guest? Xiao Su covered the waist that was hit to the raw pain, eyes full of aggression. Not me. Whether it's you or not, the guest is always right. The front desk manager came up to Xiao Su's ear and said, you want to get fired? Apologize first. Xiao Su could only condescend to say, I'm sorry. Apologize and everything will be fine? The mean girl snorted coldly, if your hotel doesn't give me a statement, I'll go online and expose you for bullying your guests. The front desk manager had to say, to compensate the two of you, how about a 20% discount on today's meal and another dish for you? That's fine. The mean woman hummed lightly. I don't put this amount of money in my eyes, but you guys have a good attitude in recognizing your mistakes, so I'll let it go. Right, and you'll give us a new waitress. The front desk manager couldn't help but mutter in his heart, but on his face he could only smile and agree. See, know why I hate her? Yu Wanting said helplessly as the two of them watched a big show with the other vertical. Fang Zong also smiled helplessly. This family is truly strange. Chapter 75, a month's salary in one bite. What a coincidence, Sister Duan. Yu Wanting walked past the mean girl's table with Fang Zong on her arm and said with a smile, come out to eat with your husband and child. You? Mean girl frowned. What are you doing here? Yu Wanting smiled and said, this boyfriend of mine saw me in a bad mood and brought me here to eat seafood to cheer me up. This is your husband, said the mean girl's husband with a smile. Long time no see. Hello. The mean girl's husband's eyes lit up when he saw how good-looking Yu Wanting was. I'm Zichin's husband, the section chief of the Agriculture Bureau. The other then extended his hand longitudinally. Mash a key. Fang Zong. Fang Zong extended his hand to shake it. Mean girl Duan Zichin see Fang Zong after the face of some bad. See Ma Xiaokui's appearance is to come to a stomach of gas. How with Yi Wanting's boyfriend gap is so bigot. People are young, they have money, and they're pretty good looking. This husband of his own, he's ugly and old, and he doesn't have much money. Being compared again. Little Yi, sit down and eat something together. Duan Zichin invited falsely. Fang Zong, however, smiled and shook his head. No, I have a large meal. Then he said to Yi Wanting, let's go order. Good. After Yi Wanting gave Duan Zichin a slight smile, she said as she walked, the blue dragon should be the biggest one. It's only 3 pounds. Fang Zong smiled and said, triple cephalosporin is a bit small. Let's have double cephalosporin. And for the caviar, take a bit of both later. See which one you like. Let's get them to do the same with the tiger crabs and the wild rhubarb fish. There should be enough to go around. Yi Wanting laughed. Okay. I know you have a big appetite, so I'll listen to you all the time. Duan Zichin listened to the two men's conversation, and her face became increasingly sullen with anger. What did you say? Mashakwi didn't hear clearly. What's wrong? Duan Zichin scolded. Look at how petty you are. The dishes we ordered aren't enough for one person to eat. You think you're being polite when they say you have a big meal? They are scolding you for being cheap. Look at you. I've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck with you. I can't bring myself to do anything at all. How do you still have the nerve to live? Ma Xiaokui was a bit baffled by the scolding, and Duan Zichin's voice was a bit loud, causing the people around him to look this way. Sister Duan, why don't you come over to our side to eat together? Yi Wanting invited over there. I've ordered more over here. Not going Xiaoye. Duan Zichin barely managed to squeeze out a smile and turned her head to Ma Xiaokui and scolded. It's a shame to come out with you. Never come out with you again. Ma Xiaokui muttered. It's better if it doesn't come out. What did you say? Duan Zichin chided. Say it again. Ma Xiaokui hurriedly said. You still want your co-workers to see the joke? Ah, stop. Duan Zichin relented, but kept wrestling at the table. After a few bites, her son went off to play and was very interested in the seafood in the store's seafood bins, running around looking at the seafood all the time. Be careful. Ma Xiaokui was in a hurry to eat shrimp, just instructed his son, and then never cared again. The little kid, on the other hand, was running and yelling, causing everyone in the store to throw disgruntled looks. Sir, the front desk manager couldn't look away. It's a little unsafe for your son to be running around the store. Why don't you call him over? Ma Xiaokui frowned. Can't you see I'm eating? What's wrong with you guys being waiters and helping us look after our kids? Sir, we can watch the baby for you. The manager frowned. But you'll have to tell him to stop yelling. The other guests are dining and will be disturbed. Mashaki turned his head impatiently and yelled. Shut up. Then he said to the manager. All right, go watch. Duan Zichin was eating the little blue dragon with an angry face, unable to stop complaining that this shrimp was too small and not enough. Here's the caviar. Ma'am. The waiter brought up a box of caviar. When Duan Zichin saw that a small box had been brought up and the waiter was opening it in front of her, she muttered, "So small?" "Yes, ma'am," the waitress explained. "This caviar sells for $16,900 per kilogram, and there are 10 grams in this box for 169. 169? Ma Xiao Kuwei couldn't help but mutter. "It's gone in one bite." And Yi Wanting's voice came over. "You still have beluga caviar here?" "Ha? Yes, ma'am." The waitress over there was none other than Xiao Su, and as she spoke, she also said towards Duan Zichin's side, "This caviar is packaged in a 24-karat gold canister, and is priced at $1,898,000 per canister." Fong Zong said indifferently, "It's quite cheap, have a can and pack the rest to take back." "Yes," Xiao Su shouted into his headset. Back room, 1 jar of beluga caviar. Duan Zichin was feeling too humiliated at this point. If Yi Wanting wasn't there, she would have eaten it herself, and this caviar really wasn't cheap anymore. But that's who you have to compare it to, and the company is often angry at its own co-workers here. People eat caviar that costs over $100,000, while they just eat it for $100 or so, and their husbands still think it's too expensive. The world of difference made it even harder for Yi Wanting, who was already unconvinced. "Give me a bit of grand beluga caviar as well," Duan Zichin defiantly called for the waiter. The waiter froze. "Would you like a can too, ma'am?" "I'll have a little taste first to see if it's good." Duan Zichin hummed lightly. "Maybe it's not good." The waiter laughed. "The lady is joking. The great beluga sturgeon caviar is known as the black pearl of the Caspian Sea. How could it not be delicious? I'll go fetch it now." "Don't go." Ma Xiaoke hurriedly stopped. "You sealed you? How expensive is that caviar? 1 bite can put a month's salary into it. You're not going over?" The words were a bit loud, and Yi Wanting heard it on her side, so she laughed and said, "Sister Duan, come to my place and try it." The eyes of the people around her looked over, and Duan Zichin felt as if everyone was despising her, and immediately said in annoyance, "But no more. Waiter, go get it for me." Then he smiled at Yi Wanting and said, "It's fine, I'll just have a taste. It's not expensive." "Not much. Aren't you looking for trouble over nothing?" Ma Xiao Kuwei said angrily. "How much did you spend on this table of seafood? Look at my co-workers." Duan Zichin chided in a small voice. "Why should people be able to afford to eat, and I have to eat this crappy stuff with you? I'll have what they have." Ma Xiao Kuwei said angrily. "People with good-looking parents can find rich boyfriends. You don't look at what conditions you have." "Ma Xiao Kuwei, what do you mean?" Duan Zichin pointed at his nose and said, "Explain it to me clearly. You're still aggrieved by marrying me, aren't you? I'm telling you, the guys who used to chase me used to drive Ferraris. How dare you dislike me?" So loud that it caused the people around them to look over again. Ma Xiao Kuwei was scolded in front of so many people, also came to the temper. "People are just with you to meet a marriage. It became a chase you? And you have the nerve to say that." Chapter 76, Blackmailer? "You've got to pay for it. You'll have to pay for it. How dare you talk to me like that?" Duan Zichin was furious. "Divorce. Just leave," Ma Xiao Kuwei said angrily. "I'm your grandson if you don't leave." At this moment, Yi Wanting and Fong Zong came. "What's all the fuss about? Isn't it just a mouthful of caviar?" "Sister Duan, eat mine." "Waiter, bring the caviar from my table." The waiter, Xiao Su, came with the caviar. But how could Duan Zichin accept Yi Wanting's caviar? And continued to look angrily at Ma Xiao Kuwei. "Are you ordering or not?" Ma Xiao Kuwei was stared at by such a big beauty as Yi Wanting, as well as Fong Zong looking on with a smile, conscious that he could not lose face. Point. "Waiter, have one." Xiao Su smiled at the side and said, "Ms. Yi, I'll send this 1 kilogram jar of caviar back." She purposely emphasized the 1 kilogram and glanced at Duan Zichin, the contempt in it making Duan Zichin furious. But she couldn't find a way to vent, so she could only say angrily, "Give me 100 grams. Are you crazy?" Ma Xiao Ke stood up. "Eat here by yourself." He was already feeling blood dripping from his heart at this point. 100 grams, that's a small $20,000. Just for the sake of fighting. This woman is simply crazy. Ma Xiao Kuwei, stop right there. Duan Zichin got up and roared. "If you dare to leave today, don't go home. That house is mine." Ma Xiao Kuwei sneered. "Think about where you live first." With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly a scream was heard, and the sound of churning water resounded throughout the restaurant. "Help!" Someone cried out anxiously, and the man next to him raised a child from the tank as soon as he could. When the crowd looked, it was none other than Ma Xiao Kuwei and Duan Zichin's son. At this point he was covered in water and screaming at the top of his lungs. "Son!" Ma Xiao Kuwei rushed over. "Are you alright?" The little boy who had spat out a few mouthfuls of water earlier had started coughing. but it didn't seem like a big deal. Waiter, Duan Zichin screamed shrilly. How did you show me the child? The front desk manager came over, looking like she was also a bit flustered, and when she heard Duan Zichin say this, she naturally wouldn't take the blame on herself. So she said, Ma'am, our hotel doesn't have the obligation to watch your child. I've warned you before not to let your son run around. What did you say? Duan Zichin cursed shrilly. Drowning my son. You say there's no obligation? The front desk manager frowned. The tank is very high. It's not like your son could fall in. Look at that chair. He obviously climbed in there himself. We have surveillance here too. Then again, this tank was stocked with wild Dorado. And now that your son has gone in there and disturbed them, 2 of them have turned belly up and are dead. You'll also have to pay for our damages. Duan Zichin was exasperated and laughed. You didn't watch over my son and now you want us to pay for it? We wrote no climbing. The front desk manager pointed to the sign and said, and it's also covered. So I guess your son lifted it himself. This has nothing to do with our hotel. If you have any problems, let's talk in our boss's office. Ma Xiaokui saw that his son did not have any abnormalities at this time, so he put his heart down. And when he heard the front desk manager say this, he angrily said, I am the section chief of the Land Bureau, must compensate for our losses. Section chief? The front desk manager smiled faintly. It's the chief who has to bear the loss for doing something wrong, isn't it? There are so many people here. Are you trying to oppress us commoners with your status? At this time the crowd in the hotel are beginning to gather around. As soon as they heard Ma Xiaoka say his own identity, they all picked up their cell phones to record. Ma Xiaokui looked flustered. It seemed that his identity could not suppress people. The front desk manager was so calm that the hotel was not at fault for anything in the accident. And to be able to open such a store in the city and have such expensive seafood, the owner's status was obviously not simple either. A little section chief is not really enough. I didn't mean that. Ma Xiaokui panicked. How much is the fish? We'll pay for it. He saw so many people videotaping. If it is exposed, he will certainly be punished. Maybe he will be suspended. Then his position cannot be saved. These 2 are both over 3 pounds. 3,000 per pound. 18,000. The front desk manager said indifferently. Ma Xiaokui immediately had a meaty expression. Swiped the card. Duan Zichin saw so many people videotaping, and also knew that it was not good to make a big deal out of this. So naturally he did not dare to make a fuss. But the anger in his heart had nowhere to vent. Looking at the child in his arms, he was so angry that he slapped up. It's all because you caused trouble. I told you not to run around and you can't remember, right? The sidekick hit, causing the little boy to cry out again. Ma'am, this is your wild rhubarb fish. The front desk manager had someone fish up the 2 fish and put them in a bag to hand them to Duan Zichin. Duan Zichin was so angry that she hit harder. Ma'am, here's your caviar. Would you like to dine here or take it back? The waiter brought up the caviar again. 100 grams. Ma Xiaokei looked heartbroken. Return it to me. Sorry sir. The waiter smiled. This caviar lost its flavor when it was taken out of the jar. It's a special ingredient and cannot be returned. Pack it up. Ma Xiaokui glanced at the seafood on the table and was no longer in the mood to eat. Check out. After swiping out more than $20,000 again, he said to Duan Zichin in annoyance. It's all your fault. Had to come out for your birthday. Otherwise would you have spent so much money? You're giving your own wife a birthday and you're still counting. Duan Zichin gritted her teeth in anger. Go back and get a divorce. Ma Xiaokei drew back the card he had handed out. Then you settle the bill yourself. After saying that, he hugged the baby and left. Duan Zichin tried to pull but didn't, and tried to chase him out, but was pulled back by the waiter. Ma'am, the bill hasn't been settled yet. Duan Zichin was woefully unprepared and took out her cell phone to pay. The waitress smiled slightly. Ma'am, the balance is low. Impossible. Duan Zichin was even more wretched. Sweep again. After changing several cards in a row, there wasn't enough money to pay for it. Sister Duan, why don't I lend you some money first? Yi Wanting said with a smile on the side. Duan Zichin waved her hand. No, I have money. How could she have the nerve to use Yi Wanting's money? And she also knew that Yi Wanting asking this was not at all about wanting to lend her money, but just looking at her for a joke. After trying all the cards, Duan Zichin had no other choice but to call Ma Xiaokui. But after just one ring, she gritted her teeth in anger and tweeted to Ma Xiaokui, "You dare to pull the plug on me?" No sooner had the message been sent than a reddish exclamation point appeared on the screen, instantly making her even more frantic. Put. Yi Wanting couldn't help but laugh out loud and said to the waiter with a smile, "I'll give it. Sister Duan, remember to return the money tomorrow." Duan Zichin felt heavenly at this time. Her enemy was now paying for her own money. This was even more humiliating to her than scolding her to her face. It's killing her heart. Chapter 77. A barefoot man is not afraid of a man with shoes. Fong Zong, you wait. Honey, I want some rhubarb fish too. Yu Wanting pointed at the rhubarb fish in Duan Zichin's hand and said, "It looks very nice to look at. Have a big one." Fang Zong smiled and said to waitress Xiao Su, "Go pick one." "Yes sir." Xiao Su had a smile on her face and took another special look at Duan Zichin. Seeing Duan Zichin standing in place in a sorry state, her waist, which had just been somewhat bruised from their push, was feeling much better at this time. "I'll pay you back tomorrow." Duan Zichin glanced jealously at Yi Wanting, and Fang Zong beside her. Unprecedented frustration gripped her entire body. Previously, she was bent on competing with Yi Wanting, while feeling that the young and beautiful Yi Wanting was living up to her imagined self. That's why it's very hard to look at Yi Wanting. The two also bickered a lot in the company. Even if Yi Wanting lifted a luxury car and wore a watch, she didn't feel much frustration other than going crazy with jealousy. But after today, she realized that the seafood dinner she had only spared for her birthday was just something people could eat if they wanted to. The dishes you can't afford to order. People just order them randomly to taste the flavor. And then there's the husband, who has a greasy body, doesn't make much money, and embarrasses himself in public. In contrast to Yi Wanting, other people's boyfriends are young and handsome and also multi-golden, giving Yi Wanting plenty of face. Isn't that what a woman wants in life? Compared to Yi Wanting, she herself was a model of failure. Today, people Yi Wanting also lent themselves money. This kind of exorcism, and there is a huge gulf in life. Jealousy had disappeared. The difference was too great. One could only look up to Yi Wanting's life. Will you have to compete with Yi Wanting in the future? Don't kid yourself. You will have no presence in front of Yi Wanting in the future. Lost in thought, he walked out of the restaurant, took a cab to the neighborhood, and opened the door with his key, only to find the door to his house unlocked. Duan Zichin smiled to herself and didn't make a fool of herself by knocking on the door. Instead she turned around and went downstairs, back to her mother's house. I am so failing. What a day. Yi Wanting, who had finished her meal, laughed heartily and took a good bite out of her anger in the restaurant. In the future, Duan Zichin would not dare to say anything more in front of himself. In the car, Yi Wanting kept on jabbering about the anger she used to suffer in the company, but there was not a hint of anger in her at the moment. All of it had dissipated with the night. When he returned home, he used all his strength to let Fang Zong experience what it means to be in the clouds. The thoughtfulness of the service made Fang Zong feel somewhat flattered. The next morning, Yi Wanting, who hadn't slept much during the night, was in excellent spirits. After putting on makeup, I came to the company, when my colleagues had already come almost. Duan Zichin, on the other hand, sat in her seat without saying a word. Seeing Yi Wanting come over to work, she picked up an envelope and walked over to Yi Wanting and handed it over with both hands. This is the money to pay you back. It's fine, put it here. Yi Wanting smiled faintly, and when she received the envelope, her heart was even more relieved. The other employees were a bit surprised. Before the two of them could be in a pinpoint state, but now it seemed like Duan Zichin had bowed her head to Yi Wanting. Thanks. Duan Zichin spat out 2 words before returning to her seat, staring at the computer without a word, her eyes a little dull. Yi Wanting smiled smugly, ignoring the other characters with curious faces, and started working on her own. It's been one good thing after another since the sale of the house, and it's put her in a good mood. Yet some feel that one bad thing follows another. Out of the detention center, Zhang Tongkai, at this time some bewilderment at the father in front of him. My father, half a month ago, was still well-dressed and spirited. Just half a month have not seen, but at this time has become white hair. Look withered. Do not know what this half a month experienced. Go. Zhang Xuanfu greeted him in a low voice and got into the battery car on the side of the road. Zhang Tongkai suddenly remembered what Fang Zong had said when he visited him earlier, and his heart was in a state of panic, but he held on to his luck and asked, Dad, where's the family car? Sold. Zhang Xuanfu sighed. The house was also sold, but it's fine. Your aunt helped us rent a house and have a place to stay. Sold? Zhang Tongkai said sharply. What happened? Zhang Xuanfu sighed but didn't say anything, silent all the way to a dilapidated neighborhood. The silos here looked incredibly old, and an unknown odor permeated the neighborhood. Zhang Xuanfu led him up to the 6th floor, through the aisle piled with clutter, to a room door, opened the door. A large open room into the eyes of Zhang Tongkai. Dad, is this where we're staying? Zhang Tongkai cannot believe his eyes. This large open room in addition to a large bed. There are sets of tables and chairs and simple closet. Nothing else. Just live here. Zhang Xuanfu's tone was sullen. Your aunt still holds a grudge for what happened back then, so she gave me $1,000. It will have to stay here for now. Dad, what about our company? What about the house? Where's the car? The huge gap made Zhang Tongkai doubt his life. Zhang Xuanfu gave him a cold look. You've done your own sins. Don't you know because of what? What did I do? Zhang Tongkai immediately thought of Fang Zong, but he refused to admit it. I didn't do anything. You have offended someone you shouldn't have. Zhang Xuanfu said indifferently. This is what that person brought about. Zhang Tongkai's heart sank as he squeezed 2 words out of his throat. Fong Zong? Right. Zhang Xuanfu nodded. He found someone to give me a loan shark, so that I couldn't pay it back, and took the company with the house and car to offset the debt. Now we have nothing. Just because you bullied someone you shouldn't have when you were in school. The person who caused this was you in the first place. Zhang Xuanfu smiled to himself when he said this. And me who took the money to even things out for you in the first place. Zhang Tongkai's feet were soft, and it was really Fong Zong. Then he breathed raggedly. He hadn't done anything in the first place. It was just some joke with him. But I didn't realize that this person would hold such a grudge against himself. Zhang Xuanfu patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, you're still young. There's still me. The big deal is to start all over again. Just do well in school and the family business will be earned back later. Zhang Tongkai, however, laughed bitterly. With the score I got, I can only go to a junior college. Where can I afford the tuition now? It's okay, I'll go borrow money, also let you go to college. Zhang Xuanfu patted his shoulder. Don't be afraid of a low starting point. There are still opportunities. Zhang Tongkai sat down disheveled on the bed. There's no chance. At this moment, besides being disheveled, a hint of ferocity also suddenly rose within him. Fong Zong, you shouldn't have made us into nothing. A barefoot man is not afraid of a man with shoes. I don't believe you can use money to keep Hades from accepting you. Chapter 78, Who made you talk like a? You deserve this. Get out of the car and go to the office to get a refund. Xian Dajiang said this sentence in a very calm but painful way. Song Xiaoqiao smiled and said, okay, card, over. Mr. Fong, I did pretty well, didn't I? Xian Dajiang smiled and ran to Fong Zong to take credit. Fong Zong gave a big thumbs up. Good, very good. You guys already have quite a few followers on this account, so it'll be easier and easier to earn bonuses in the future. Xian Dajiang smiled and rubbed his hands together. All thanks to the cultivation of Mr. Fong. Fong Zong rolled his eyes and Xian Dajiang laughed. After this period of time together, the crowd had also figured out Fong Zong's temperament. As long as it wasn't too much, basically Fong Zong wouldn't get angry. Alright, you guys continue to be busy. Fong Zong waved his hand with a smile and got into his own Maybach. Qin Jie drove the car and took Fong Zong away, while Tang Yinghua sat in the back seat with Fong Zong. Mr. Fong, old Mrs. Han made an appointment to meet at noon, and it's almost time now. Tang Yinghua said, I'm also ready for the equity transfer agreement. Fine, just go to the place she booked. A hint of a smile spread across Fong Zong's mouth. Qin Jie didn't say a word, and after bringing the two to their destination, he was ready to find a place to eat on his own. This restaurant is too expensive for him to eat. Even though he now earns $1 million a month, he remains frugal. He knew that the salary was not a normal market wage, but that Fong Zong was willing to give them a concession. He saved all this money himself and was very grateful for the other column. Old Qin, come in and eat together. Fong Zong laughed. It's okay. Qin Jie still shook his head. No, it was his job as a driver, and his boss treated him like one of his own, but he couldn't go along for the ride. Okay, then find a place to rest, and I'll call you ahead of time when I'm done talking. Qin Jie nodded and smiled slightly. Mr. Fong, you're here. Old Mrs. Han didn't have a stern face this time like she did in the past. Instead, he waited very politely at the entrance of the private room, and upon seeing Fong Zong, he made a point of greeting him with a smile. Old Lady Han. Fong Zong smiled faintly. Why wait at the door? Old Mrs. Han smiled and didn't explain. This teenager in front of her was not simple. She could no longer dare to treat him as a child. Mr. Fong, I heard Bing Bing say that your new company is doing very well. Old Mrs. Han smiled and said, it's already released quite a few explosive videos. Fong Zong nodded. I didn't expect Old Lady Han to be so familiar with the internet. I was also rushed into it. Old Mrs. Han poured tea for Fong Zong. My clothing factory has started doing live broadcasts now, and I've been forced to learn a lot. Fong Zong raised an eyebrow. If Old Lady Han has anything to say, just say it. He didn't care to make small talk with the old woman. He just wanted to ask her what she meant. Mr. Fong is fastidious. Old Mrs. Han smiled awkwardly. It's like this clothing factory of mine. The capital chain is a little tight right now, and I invited Mr. Fong to come, just to see if you are interested in joining the stock. Tight capital chain? Fong Zong smiled faintly. It's not that simple, is it? I've heard that your clothing factory, right now, has neither a suitable source of goods nor a reliable sales channel. I'm afraid this live bandwagon is also a decision that has been forced upon us over the past month. Old Mrs. Han's face changed and she forced a smile. Mr. Fong is well informed. I'm not interested in taking shares. Fong Zong took the document in Tang Yinghua's hand. I can provide you with a sum of money, but you have to give up your shares in the logistics company. Here's the document I drew up. Take a look at it. Old Mrs. Han's face changed drastically. You want the equity of the logistics company? It's you who wants the money, isn't it? Fong Zong smiled faintly. Isn't it good that we all get what we want? Old Mrs. Han took a look at the document and was so angry that she directly closed the folder. You're taking advantage of the fire. I'm being helpful. Fong Zong said indifferently. If you don't want to sell, go get a loan and see how much you can still mortgage your garment factory. By the way, if you can't get a loan from the bank, I can introduce you to a finance company. The interest rate is a bit high, but it can solve the urgent need, can't it? Looking at Fong Zong's calm and relaxed appearance, old Mrs. Han's heart couldn't help but sink. It seemed that Fong Zong had fully investigated his situation and knew that he had no choice. She couldn't help but sneer. This finance company, it's the one that screwed Zhang Xuanfu out of everything, right? How do you call it a pit? Fong Zong shrugged his shoulders. He voluntarily borrowed the money. He can choose not to, but he's out of luck. There's no stake in a logistics company to sell. You should know that I can raise enough money even if I mortgage this equity. Old Mrs. Han gritted her teeth. Fong Zong nodded. I believe that, but I also believe that you've already gone and tried. Why don't you have a mortgage? Old Mrs. Han was so angry that she gritted her teeth. And this stake was tried in all the banks around her, and none of those banks were willing to give her a loan. One thought and I knew it had to be someone in the dark. I can go to another city. Old Mrs. Han sneered. I don't believe that you can make all the banks in the country not lend me money. Fong Zong smiled. Of course you can't, so why should I sign with you? Old Mrs. Han said angrily. You're totally taking advantage of the fire by giving such a low price. Fong Zong smiled. You can also find someone else to buy it and see who is willing to pay for it. I'll go to another bank to get a loan. Old Mrs. Han rose with anger. I didn't expect you to be so devious at such a young age. She stepped on her heels and left angrily, but Fong Zong fixed her in place with a single sentence. You can't find a buyer even if you take out a loan. Fong Zong faintly said. The suppliers I have sent a sum of money to keep them from selling to you, since they can sell it to someone else and make just as much money. And there's the money I give for nothing. Why should they bother supplying you? It's you? Old Mrs. Han's eyes widened in anger. You're the one who messed up my business? Fong Zong faintly said. From today onwards, the cooperation between Physics Company and you is also cancelled. If you don't sign, you will cooperate with the courier company and open your online store. The income from the online store shouldn't be able to support your entire factory, right? Old Mrs. Han laughed in exasperation. You think you can hold me here? When my garment factory closes, it will free up 1,000 or 800 laborers, and the city will not help me out? It's only 1,000 people at most. Fong Zong said indifferently. I'm fully capable of eating them. Do you think the city is willing to accept your threat, or is it willing to trust me? Old Mrs. Han was so angry that she came to Fong Zong. How exactly did I offend you? How offended? Fong Zong couldn't help but laugh. Just met me and said I have no family education. Poor man. Old Mrs. Han's face was full of shock and anger. Just because of this? Isn't that enough? Fong Zong spread his hands. It's normal for me to teach you a little bit of manners since you have a cheap mouth, right? Chapter 79 Barefoot. Not afraid to wear shoes? Then go barefoot all the time. Just for that reason? Old Mrs. Han couldn't believe it. Just to teach me a lesson. You're going to throw out so much money and screw up my business? The last person who bullied me is already homeless. Fong Zong said indifferently. Being able to use money to acquire the shares in your hand now is already giving face to Bing Bing. Old Mrs. Han sat paralyzed in her chair. A trace of bitterness spreading across her face. Just for this ridiculous reason. Ridiculous? Fong Zong said slowly. If I didn't have the strength, I would have been humiliated by you for nothing. It's fine if you don't sell your shares. You don't have a say in the logistics company anymore anyway, and those Han family relatives don't listen to you anymore. Keep those shares and take your time paying off the debt on your clothing factory. My company's account traffic is not small, and your online store don't want to open. Saying that, he got up and said to Tang Yinghua, Go. Tang Yinghua immediately got up and looked at Fong Zong with awe in her eyes. I thought this was a rich kid who only knew how to spread money, but I didn't realize that he was so rich that he said he would screw up a person's business. There's nowhere to hide. This kind of thunder is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Wait a minute. Old Mrs. Han finally couldn't stand the torture. I'll just sign. Fong Zong faintly said. Forget it, I don't want it. Go. Tang Yinghua followed Fong Zong out the door. Mr. Fong. Old Mrs. Han's voice was bitter. I know I'm wrong. Give me a chance to sell my shares. Just for Bing Bing's sake. Don't go to Bing Bing's house in the future. Fong Zong said indifferently. If Chu Qiulu doesn't take the initiative to call you, don't bother her. Do you remember my words? Old Mrs. Han nodded heavily. Remember. She knew that this was the fact that Fong Zong was already incredibly tired of her, and if she appeared in front of Fong Zong again, she would be left with nothing. Those suppliers. Fong Zong glanced at her. I'll have someone notify. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Old Mrs. Han signed her name. Seeing that Fong Zong was about to leave, he pursued a question. If I had been more polite to you when I first met you, then today. Fong Zong glanced at her coldly. Is that still you? Oh, old Mrs. Han smiled bitterly. Yes, this character of his own has been set in stone, treating others always bossy, thinking that being rich means he can look down on anyone. It's too late for regrets now that the catastrophe is upon us. Mr. Fong, Tang Yinghua said carefully, the Zhang family's father and son's current job fired them again. Fong Zong nodded. Did you tell them it was because of me? Told. Tang Yinghua said carefully, is it still necessary to open the net? This kind of person already has nothing, if he comes to fight for his life. Fong Zong snorted. Just with them, they deserve to come and fight for their lives? As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a man rushing around the corner with a sharp blade in his hand. When Fong Zong looked at him, it was Zhang Xuanfu who twisted his face and hissed, Fong Zong, you've done all the bad things and rushed to the end. I'll fight you. Qin Jie saw the scene in the car and instantly died, pulled the car door open and came charging this way. At the same time, he secretly regretted that he should have just waited for Fong Zong at the door. Although he was able to turn over the car and rush this way, he was too far away and could only watch as the thugs rushed in front of Fong Zong. Tang Yinghua screamed in fear, but bravely opened her hands and blocked Fong Zong. Get out of the way. Fong Zong pushed Tang Yinghua out of the way and raised his foot to kick Zhang Xuanfu in the chest. The kick had no retraction at all, and the strengthened body reacted extremely quickly at this point. Qin Jie's eyes were wide open and he was already thinking about how he should give help to the other side of the column, but he didn't expect a black shadow to brush past him. Looking up, Fong Zong peacefully protected Tang Yinghua behind him, and in front of him was already empty. Qin Jie stopped awkwardly and looked back, only to see Zhang Xuanfu flying out a full 3 to 4 meters, falling to the ground covering his chest and letting out a wail. Mr. Fong, are you okay? Qin Jie was filled with guilt and Tang Yinghua was stunned, but both of them asked out with concern at the same time. Fong Zong waved his hand. It's fine, call the police. His body was strengthened, and when Zhang Xuanfu rushed over, he only felt that it was in slow motion, posing no threat to him. Qin Jie went over and kicked the knife out of Zhang Xuanfu's hand and pressed it to the ground to bind his hands with a belt before taking out his cell phone to call the police. The waiters and diners in the restaurant noticed this and came out to see what was going on. I'll get in the car first. Fong Zong frowned as he pulled Tang Yinghua into the car, leaving Qin Jie alone to deal with it outside. Old Mrs. Han saw the scene as well, and she was so frightened that she couldn't help but take 2 steps backward. The murderer, whom she also recognized, was none other than Zhang Xuanfu. Previously spirited entrepreneurs have taken out a lot of loans, but still managed to maintain decency. Now it's dressed sloppily, with none of the gravitas it had before. If he hadn't bowed down today, I'm afraid he wouldn't have ended up much better than him. Luckily, I was smart enough to know to keep my head down, and that's why I didn't end up in this situation. The police came quickly, and after taking Zhang Xuanfu away, they also let Fong Zong and the others take statements. Although the kick broke several of Zhang Xuanfu's ribs while having internal injuries, however, it fully met the standard of self-defense, so the police didn't make things difficult for Fong Zong, and let him go after taking a statement. In front of the police station, Fong Zong saw an acquaintance, Fong Zhong. Zheng Tongkai gritted his teeth and looked at Fong Zong. It's all because of you. Me? Fong Zong was calm and collected. Wasn't it you who bullied me that was the source of everything that happened to your family? Where's the energy that usually bullies me at school? How do I get your dad to come and fight me? Gutless pussies who just bully their classmates at school. Ha! Zheng Tongkai was furious. You admitted it. It was you who caused my family's death. It's me. Fong Zong smiled blandly. What can you do to me? His voice was flat. You're the one who bullied me into making your dad lose money and causing your family's business to collapse. You're the one who rumored about my grades and caused your family to go into debt. Or are you afraid to put up a fight, causing your dad to go to jail for attempted assault with intent at his age? If you had been more polite and kind to your classmates, would you be where you are today? With every word he said, Zheng Tongkai's face became uglier. After the last sentence, Zheng Tongkai's body was already shaking. Fong Zong sneered. Now that you have nothing, our debt will be cancelled. As for whether or not you can start with nothing, that's up to you. Wasn't that pretty pretentious back in school? After saying that, he sneered and left the police station with Tang Yinghua. Only Zheng Tongkai was left frozen in front of the police station. Mr. Fong, won't you cut off the roots? Qin Jie said from the car. What if he does turn over? Fong Zong looked at the figure outside the window and said faintly, then I'll let him have nothing again. Chapter 80. Are you the boss? Starting a company at this age? Fong Zong would be worried about Zheng Tongkai's counterattack? With Zheng Tongkai's bullying personality, he couldn't even grasp the opportunity given to him. He did not take Qin Jie's worries to heart in the slightest. After arriving at the company, Fong Zong found Chu Qiulu. The shares of the logistics company are now back to me. You can clean up those Han relatives. Saying that, he handed the equity transfer agreement to Chu Qiulu to see. Took it back? Chu Qiulu was surprised, and even more so after taking a look at the price. So cheap? How did you do it? Fong Zong laughed. Then you don't care. Anyway, you can do it now. Chu Qiulu gave it a slight thought and said, Fong Ji's branch has already been taken down by him, and for the rest of the branch, these shareholders, I'll let them choose to retire from the company or sell their shares. Whatever you want. Fong Zong lay comfortably on the boss chair. I'm about to start school anyway, so I'll leave the company to you. Chu Qiulu rolled her eyes, then picked up a file and handed it to Fong Zong. Look at this. Song Xiaoqiao mentioned her resignation. Ha? Fong Zong was surprised. She quit? Why didn't you tell me when you saw me today? It is estimated that you are embarrassed to see you. Chu Qiulu said. She is still a student, to go to school, afraid of delaying the company's business, so she mentioned her resignation. Fong Zong laughed. Rather an honest man. Tell her to keep her position, or let her get a new number, and pretend she's continuing to work outside. Chu Qiulu snickered. You're kinda interested in her? That didn't. Fong Zong smiled faintly. The video she shot was quite good. It's a bit of a shame to see it go just like that. Okay. Chu Qiulu spread her hands, but when she came to mention her resignation yesterday, her mood seemed a bit off. I know. Fong Zong nodded. I'm also about to start school, so I won't come to the city during this time and stay at home for a few days. Okay. Zong, look at this. As soon as Fong Zong came home, Fong's mom dragged him to the garage. Bought you a new car. You can drive back when you're on vacation. Didn't you get your driver's license? It's easy to come back. There was a Tank 300 parked in the garage that looked like a new lift. I see many young people like this car. Fong Ma laughed. So I made the decision to buy you this car. How do you feel about it? Fong Zong smilingly went up to take a look, opened the car door and sat up to feel it. I quite like it. It's a decent looking car and slightly more roomy than the sedans, which he does like quite a bit. I told you that you would like it. Fong's mom smiled smugly. Your dad also wanted to buy you a sedan, and I said that most young people nowadays like SUVs. Fong Zong laughed. It's still you who knows me best. He hadn't expected this surprise upon entering his home, but it was something that Fong's father and mother had bought for him specifically to make it easier for him to get home. That's for sure. There was some smugness on Fong Ma's face. Then she said, Ruoroa's mom is pretty good at the company, right? Quite good. Fong Zong smiled. The company takes good care of her, and she can still pick up Ruoroa from school after work now. That's good. Fong Ma put her heart down. Fong Zong drove the car and took Fong Ma out for a walk before returning home. Along the way, there are village people stopping to watch. Wang Ma is more hateful teeth itchy. Show off what Who can't afford a car? That's different. The woman next to her laughed and retorted. It's bought on someone's scholarship. Wang Ma rolled her eyes in anger and muttered for a moment. Fong Zong stayed at home for a few days, occasionally going to shoot the video of repairing the donkey's hooves to send it to Song Xiaoqiao for editing. The rest of the time was spent at Papa Fong's, enjoying a little family time. Until this day when I got a call from Song Xiaoqiao. Mr. Fong. Song Xiaoqiao's voice was a little hesitant. Fong Zong laughed. If you have anything to say, just say it directly, and I'll help if I can. Can you come to my house? Song Xiaoqiao said with some embarrassment. I bought a house with the money I earned, but my grandmother just didn't believe it and said I did something bad to make me earn money so quickly. Why don't you come over to my house and tell me it's an award from the company? Is that okay with you? Fong Zong smiled and said, no problem, a small matter. That's good. Then I'll give you the address. Song Xiaoqiao was quite happy to hear Fong Zong's promise. If you're done with your work, come over. Fong Zong agreed cheerfully. I'm fine now, so I'll go over there now. Saying that, he drove his newly purchased Tank 300 to the address given by Song Xiaoqiao. Mr. Fong, this way. Song Xiaoqiao was at the entrance of an alleyway when she saw Fong Zong driving over in his new car and immediately waved. Mr. Fong, later on, you can say that it's because I made a few explosive videos for the account to do up to give the reward. Song Xiaoqiao got into the car and instructed 2 more times. Then with a helpless face, he said, my grandmother is just dead set on not believing it, and has to say that it's impossible to make money so fast. By the way, my parents are home. Fong Zong said he remembered. I'll explain it to them later. After explaining, just say that this house is a reward for me, and you can't add someone else's name. Song Xiaoqiao finally added. Fong Zong was a bit puzzled, but he didn't pursue the matter. People must have their own ideas, so he nodded his head and said, okay, got it. Entering the alley, he stopped at the last door. Still an older wooden door. Grandma, the boss of our company is here. Song Xiaoqiao called out at the door, then gestured for Fong Zong to enter first. From the house came out 3 people. The first pair of middle-aged man and woman must be Song Xiaoqiao's parents, finally followed by an old woman with a somewhat stooped back. Song Xiaoqiao went over and took her arm. "Grandma, this is our boss, Mr. Fong." "Hello guys, I'm Fong Zong." Fong Zong smiled and said, "I'm the owner of Little Grass." "You?" All 3 were a bit disbelieving. Father Song said, "You look about the same age as Little Grass." "Little Grass? It's not possible that you found a classmate to come over and impersonate, is it?" "No." Fong Zong shook his head. "I founded this media company this year, but the 3 of them will still believe it." Song father looked at the door. "This car of yours are not even worth as much as a suite of rooms. The big boss will drive this car?" Then with a disappointed look on his face, he said to Song Xiaoqiao, "Xiaoqiao, I know that we haven't cared enough about you over the years, but you can't trample on yourself like this. Where's your money for the house? Take it out. We'll hold it for you, and don't do anything like that again." Mother Song looked disgusted. "You don't know how to be ashamed of making that kind of money, and how dare you lie to us? Where's the money you earned? Why don't you hurry up and take it out? What's wrong now?" Song's father also bristled. "It's all because of money, earning anything and everything, and daring to find people to cheat us." With this string of words, Song Xiaoqiao was too late to explain, and Fong Zong watched with a frown on his face. No wonder Song Xiaograss let him say that it was a company reward. Otherwise, this set of house is not expected to reach her hands. Grandma Song Xiaoqiao said, "Shut up, you two. You don't raise your children and you want to take their money? Do you want to be ashamed?" Chapter 81, Who gave you the courage to threaten me? "Mom, how can you say that about me?" Song father was furious. "How come I, Song Jiqiang, didn't raise her? Aren't the 2 of us working our asses off to earn money outside to raise her?" "Yes?" Grandma Song sneered. "How much money did you call home? Was there more than $3,000? Since I was a child, have you ever fed Grass a mouthful of food? What did you raise her for? If it wasn't for me raising her, could she have grown so big? And you?" Grandma Song pointed at Mother Song. "Lu Jifan, have you fed Xiaoqiao once since you gave birth to her? If I hadn't raised her with millet porridge, could her body be so weak? And you have the nerve to talk about raising your children. You're not losing out. Little Grass has suffered since she was a child, and now you guys are thinking about her money. Do you still want to lose face?" Tears came to Song Xiaoqiao's eyes. "Grandma, don't talk to them, don't be angry. Go back and rest if you're not well." Then Fong Zong smiled bitterly. "Mr. Fong, I've made you laugh. No wonder you've been working summer jobs." Fong Zong couldn't help but shake his head. Then he said to Grandma Song, "Grandma, this house is indeed my reward for Little Grass. It doesn't cost you any money. Okay house hang, don't lie to me." Grandma Song waved her hand and turned toward the house. "Xiao, I'll just tell you one thing. There are some mistakes you can't make alas." Fong Zong frowned as he watched Song Xiaoqiao help Grandma Song inside. Somewhat helpless. "No one believes you when you talk to yourself. What are you still doing here?" Song Jiqiang said somewhat nonchalantly. "Did you make money with her? What exactly did you guys do to earn a suite of money?" Fong Zong laughed. "I told you, I'm her boss." "Then how much money did she actually make?" Lu Jifan frowned and asked. "What did you let her do?" Fong Zong said indifferently. "I don't want to answer your questions." "Still unclean money." Song Jiqiang grunted angrily. "You don't even dare to talk about it, and you're still afraid that people will know." Fong Zong was a bit unhappy. "She's your daughter no matter what. You shouldn't say such things, right? Dare to do and dare not recognize?" Lu Jifan laughed coldly. "Doing something scandalous and still not daring to admit it? Did you bring her to do it? If you don't get your story straight today, you're not leaving. Big deal. The police were called to arrest you today." Fong Zong laughed. "Do you know what we do? Just call the police to arrest us. To make that much money, it must be something illegal." Song Jiqiang glared at Fong Zong. "Either you give a sum of money to plug our mouths, or you guys will go to the police station." "It's not certain whether I'll go into the bureau or not," Fong Zong said indifferently. "You are now suspected of extortion. It is certain that you will go to the police station. Call the police to arrest me if you have the ability." Song Jiqiang didn't panic at all. "I'm about to tell the police how you brought my daughter down." Fong Zong couldn't help but sigh. "Now you know it's your daughter? Our family's affairs don't need you to worry about them." Song Jiqiang said angrily. "You can either take the money or go to the station. Your choice." Fong Zong thought for a moment and then said, "How much do you want?" $1 million. Lu Jifan said directly. "Take the money and we'll leave. Never stay longer." Looking at the shamelessness of these two parents, Fong Zong was all but helpless. "Are you saying that I can't even give Xiaoqiao a house without giving you this money?" "Right." The two men were decisive. "Unless you pay," Fong Zong said indifferently. "I've already recorded your words, so if you don't want to go to the station, hurry up and leave, or extortion for $1 million. Starting at 10 years. You guys do the math." Song Jiqiang, however, wasn't bluffed. Don't scare me. I'm afraid your means of earning that dirty money is not the standard for a 10-year start? Song Xiaoqiao came out of the house at this time and frowned. Mr. Fong, don't talk too much to them. I don't want the house. Go home and thank you for coming to help me today. There was a slight catch in her voice, and it was clear that her parents had hurt her even more with this. That won't do. Not only did Song Jiqiang and Lu Jifan object, Fong Zong shook his head. Laughing, he said, forget it, it's better not to send them in, or it will have an effect on you later in life. Then he smiled at Song Xiaoqiao. Don't you want to change grandma's opinion of you? Think. The stubbornness on Song Xiaoqiao's face reappeared. But I'll figure out how to explain it myself. Fong Zong shook his head. There's no need. Let me give you a hand. Not sending us in? Song Jiqiang, however, thought that the two were afraid and taunted. Still helping her out. Think about how to make us not report you first. Fong Zong looked at him askance. Do you know how much the house I rewarded Xiaoqiao with is worth? How much? Lu Jifan hurriedly asked a follow-up question. Fong Zong faintly said, $2 million. That much? The two men's faces were shocked and delighted. You dead girl. Earning so much money without giving us a word. Then we want $3 million. Otherwise we will definitely call the police. Song Xiaoqiao was anxious and angry. Get out of here. You guys, give us the money and we'll leave. Song Jiqiang sneered. Or we'll put the house in our names. Fong Zong, however, smiled to stop them from quarreling and said, as her boss, you should know that I earn more, right? Or else can you give out a house? Right. Lu Jifan's eyes lit up. How much did you make? We want half. Fong Zong did the math. A commission is 100,000. This 2 million is 20. I earn more than 100 million. Almost 3 billion. That much? The greed of the two overflowed. Share half of it with us. Otherwise we will definitely report you. Fong Zong, however, stopped them with a smile. How much do you think your lives are worth? What do you mean? The two froze, not responding. What do you mean? After all, Song Jiqiang was still out for many years and experienced. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. You're going to kill to silence? According to the market price, one person is $500,000. Fong Zong faintly said, selling abroad is even cheaper. And even if you don't want to pay for it, there are people who collect it and send it outside. We can make so much money. And don't you guys think about what kind of people I'm standing behind? I'm such a big businessman that I'm afraid of threats from you too? You guys don't think about it. $5 billion. Given to you, do you have the life to take it and the life to spend it? $1.5 billion is enough to have you chopped up and fed to the dogs, and with $1.5 billion sent out, there are countless people willing to do that kind of thing for us. How dare you threaten me? He walked towards the two as he spoke, his face filled with murderous intent as he said the last. Who gave you the guts? Can you guys try calling the police now and see if they'll arrest me or you? Chapter 82, This house is for grass. Don't get involved. Don't you come over here. Song Jiqiang was shocked by Fong Zong's words. So much money for their lives. There will be plenty of people who will come willing to make that money. Don't you scare us. Lu Jifan also took a few steps backward, her tone a bit panicked. It's a legal society now. You dare to kill us with your hands? Fong Zong smiled faintly. You guys can try. I'll give my money to whomever I please. You can't rob it. Who robbed the money? Song Jiqiang forced himself to keep his composure. We gave birth to her. Isn't it only natural for her to give us money? Song Xiaoqiao couldn't help but say, do I want you to give birth to me? What did you give birth to me for if you gave birth to me and didn't care about me? We don't care about you. Can you grow so big? Lu Jifan defended. Don't be so unconscientious. Song Xiaoqiao sneered. I grew up because my grandmother raised me. What does it have to do with you guys? My grandfather went out to work at that age to support me. Did you ever care if he got sick? Don't think you have a son that you can depend on him later. He can also see how you treat your parents, and he will definitely learn how you all treat your parents. You shut up. When Song Jiqiang saw him talking about his own son, he immediately became anxious. Your brother knows a lot more than you do. Who doesn't know how to be grateful like you? Song Xiaoqiao let out a bitter smile and shook her head. She felt a bit of a waste of breath talking to these two people. Fong Zong frowned from the side. Little grass. I've come to let your grandmother know that you earned your money on your own. Then he glanced at Song Jiqiang and Lu Jifan. You two don't want to think about her money. Taking out his cell phone, he made a call to Tang Yinghua. Have someone bring my car over, and the employees of the company, come over. Have General Manager Chu organize a reward ceremony for a house for little grass. After saying that, he sent the address to Tang Yinghua. Mr. Fong, it's not necessary, is it? Xiaoqiao felt very embarrassed. In order to explain her income, she had to toss an entire company to help her prove it. It's a bit too much of a hustle and bustle. What is this? Fong Zong waved his hand. You're an employee of our company. We're responsible for everything the employees do. It wouldn't be good for our company's reputation if we made money and got some nasty comments. It's just like them to think we've done something illegal, and then it's not good to get in trouble with the law. The two of them, Song Ji-cheon and Lu Jifan, changed their expressions slightly at this time. Having just thought carefully, he guessed that Fong Zong was scaring them before, but he was thinking about the money in Song Xiaochao's hand and was reluctant to leave. What are you pretending? Song Ji-cheon waited for a while and realized that nothing had happened. After the calmness he had just experienced, he still didn't believe that Fong Zong could have a big company at such a young age. Grandma, someone from our company will be here later to prove it to you. Song Xiaochao didn't care how the two looked at her. She just wanted to show her grandmother. This, General Manager Fa Na. Grandma Song also changed her clothes and came out at this time. Are you really the leader of Little Grass Company? Yes. Fong Zong laughed. Just call me Little Fong. Grandma Song nodded. You're going to give Xiao Chao a house? Right. Fong Zong laughed. Little Grass has made a lot of videos in the company, bringing in a lot of revenue for the company, so I'll reward her. Grandma Song didn't understand anything about the video and so on, but when she saw Fong Zong's words, she had a few moments of belief in her heart. After all, grass hadn't changed much in a while. Suddenly a clamor was heard from outside. A figure came running in a hurry. Xiao Chao, her grandmother. There are a lot of people coming to look for your Xiao Chao, driving a lot of cars. Looking for Little Grass? Grandma Pale sniffed and stood up. See what they're here for? There's a big sign. I can't read. I don't know what it says. This old lady who came running was a next-door neighbor, and had come especially to report the good news to the crowd. Grandma Song sniffed happily. Little Grass, really someone from your company? Song Jiqiang and Lu Jifan's expressions became a little unsightly. Who knows if it's true or not? Those marketing ones also say they have a company. Soon, a car entered the alley, followed by 4 or 5 others, and the alley was a bit of a stopping point. Mr. Fong, we're here. Tang Yinghua walked in with Chu Qiulu. The two of them were dressed in professional attire, one looking better than the other, and Chu Qiulu's temperament knew at first glance that this was definitely a rich boss. People who don't have a lot of money can never afford to raise this body. Little Grass, Chu Qiulu said with a smile, the company sent you a house. Followed by a couple of male employees, they carried a billboard in the shape of a large key. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Song Xiaochao couldn't help her nose from getting sore. Willing to take the time to come, Chu Qiulu smiled and patted her shoulder. You are a company employee. This is what I should do. The other employees all came in along the alley at this time, smiling and congratulating Song Xiaochao. This leader, hurry up and sit down. When Grandma Song saw so many people coming, she was instantly convinced in her heart. Turning his head, he went to get benches, but there weren't many, so he could only invite Fong Zong to sit down with Chu Qiulu. Are you the leader of Little Grass Company? Song Jiqiang squeezed over and asked Chu Qiulu. Chu Qiulu nodded. Yes, I'm the vice president of the company, and this is the general manager of our company. You guys really rewarded her with a house? Lu Jifan pursued, wanting to confirm. Yeah, Chu Qiulu asked. And you are? We are Xiao Chao's parents, Song Jiqiang said. Does this house go to Little Grass? Chu Qiulu was a bit unsure. Right, that's great. The two laughed out at this point. Leaders, hurry up and sit down for a break. Fong Zong said faintly from the side. This house is our company's reward to Xiao Chao. She can't buy or sell it. She can't replace or add another person's name. Otherwise our company has the right to take back this house. Chu Qiulu and Tang Yinghua and the other employees were a bit puzzled. Grandma Song, however, was happy. That's good, that's good. This house is Xiao Chao's alone. On what grounds? Song Jiqiang was anxious. Wasn't this house awarded to Xiao Chao? Then how come she still can't freely dispose of it? Lu Jifan was also a bit anxious. Can't we add the names of our own family members? Do we still need you to care about our own family's affairs? This is what our company rewards. Fong Zong said indifferently. So we have the right to stipulate it. Then he said to Little Grass, do you accept my conditions like this? If you don't accept it, the house will not be delivered. Accepted. Song Xiaochao revealed a smile, then said to Song Jiqiang and Lu Jifan, I'm going to move my account out. Chapter 83, The Inheritance of the Ungrateful Grandson. Well, you guard your family like thieves, don't you? Lu Jifan was anxious. Do these colleagues of yours know your nature? So ungrateful to your parents? This leader, I tell you, she's not a filial person anymore. They haven't called us a couple of times in all these years, and when they do, they ask for money. Now that she's better and starting to make money, she's going to move her account out on her own, afraid that we'll want her house. Song Xiaochao was all pissed off. Don't you want it? Didn't you guys just ask me for money? I'm your mom. Aren't you afraid of losing so much money at such a young age? What's wrong with us keeping it for you? Lu Jifan perked up. Song Xiaochao couldn't help but say, that's just something you used to lie to me about. I saved up $2,000 from my previous summer job. I'm going to pay my tuition. And when I ask you for money, you tell me that you don't have enough money and tell me to figure it out on my own. You're cheating me out of my tuition. And I'm not sure what you guys are doing with all the money I'm giving you? Song Jiqiang was so angry that he swung his arm to slap Song Xiaoqiao, but Fong Zong stopped him. Shut up, you two. Then to the employees in the room, he said, check it out. It's a video that's well worth spreading. Look around you with an eye for beauty, and film this video for the internet to comment on. Yes, the employees were already shooting videos, and when they heard Fong Zong's words, they became even more interested, and one by one, they all took out their cell phones and shot it. Song Jiqiang became anxious at once. What are you doing? You're violating our portrait rights. I'll sue you. Put it down for me. Lu Jifan was so anxious that she came over to grab the cell phones in the hands of the crowd, but the employees were outnumbered and were shooting from all sides. Okay. Song Jiqiang immediately lost the battle when he saw so many cell phones pointed at him. You guys wait. Pulling Lu Jifan, he headed out. Grandma Pale stood by with a forlorn look on her face, watching them fool around, waiting for the two to leave. Fong Zong only smiled and let the employees down their cell phones. Video are not sent. Okay, I'll go back to work. Only then did the employees put down their cell phones. They now understood why Fong Zong had to make such a mess. The harsh conditions just now were helping Grass to be able to hold the house steady in his hands. Mr. Fong really thinks about his employees. Little Grass is so pathetic. But with Mr. Fong helping her, it's fine. Wasted parents. Little Grass was born into such a family and didn't even grow crooked. What a good boy. Chu Cholu smiled and bid farewell to Grandma Tsong. Xiao Chao is a good employee of our company. So don't worry, we'll help you take care of her. Good. Grandma Tsong had tears in her eyes. I'm relieved to know that she has good leaders and colleagues like you. I'm too old to die. I'm afraid that Little Grass won't have anyone to take care of her. I'm so relieved to have you guys. Song Xiao Chao couldn't help but shed a tear even at her words. You're in such good health. You can still live another 50 years. Chu Cholu smiled and said, let Little Grass take you to enjoy your happiness. Now that Little Grass is older, you can just enjoy your life in peace. Grandma Tsong couldn't stop nodding her head. Little Grass has grown up. Only then did Chu Cholu leave with her employees. So many people has proved to Grandma Tsang that Xiao Chao's money came from regular channels. Grandma, now you're relieved, right? Song Xiao Chao wiped away her tears. When the house is decorated, I'll take you to move in. Grandma Tsong nodded. It takes money to renovate the house. I still have some money here. I'll bring it to you later. I don't want it. Song Xiao Chao smiled. I still have money. She sent Grandma Pale back inside before she wiped her tears and came out. Then he gratefully looked at Fong Zong. Mr. Fong, thank you. Fong Zong looked at the address on the billboard and asked, are you buying a house here? I've seen this house. Song Xiao Chao smiled. It was Assistant Tang who found a former colleague to show me. The house is very good. It's just that the price is slightly expensive. Don's assistant made the billboard, so I guess it went by the way. Fong Zong nodded. I'll reward you for this house. You give me the money you prepared and I'll give the rest for you. It's not good, is it? Song Xiao Chao hesitated. This house is out of my budget. I'm planning to buy it in full. It's fine. Fong Zong waved his hand. This amount of money is nothing to me. Consider it a reward for you. You're going to school and letting your grandmother continue living here again? No neighborhood convenience, right? Song Xiao Chao hesitated a bit, then nodded. Then the extra money. I won't take any commission for the next few videos after that. Just take it as me borrowing it from you. Okay. Fong Zong laughed. Anyway, just make a few videos and the money will come back. Song Xiao Chao said in embarrassment. Mr. Fong, if you give us so much commission for making videos, won't it make you lose money all the time? Not losing money. Fong Zong didn't know how to explain, so he prevaricated. I use these videos to make money elsewhere. Song Xiao Chao nodded in confusion. He then sent Fong Zong to the car before returning home with light footsteps under the watchful eyes of the surrounding neighbors. Is everyone gone? Gone. Song Jiqiang nodded. Go back. Now the company rules. She can't give us the house. Lu Jifan bristled. What's the point of going back? Song Jiqiang sneered. Even if we can't add our names, what's wrong with us living in it directly? And she's going to kick us out? Lu Jifan smiled and said, that's right. Such a good house should be given to the son to do the wedding room. She is a girl sooner or later to be married off. To house for what? After the two discussed how they should occupy the house, the cell phone rang. As soon as the caller came on, a smile appeared on both of their faces. What's up, son? Old dang. It's time to pop gold coins. A childish but brutal voice came from the opposite side. Song Jiqiang hurriedly smiled and said, why don't you have money again? Didn't I just give you $500 yesterday? What's $500 enough for? His son said unreasonably. I've lost it in one meal, and I have to go to the movies with my girlfriend tonight, so hurry up and transfer $1,000 to me. How can you spend so much money on a movie? Song Ji-kyung had a difficult look on his face. I'll give you $200. You save it. You dead old man. His son immediately scolded. We're not going to do anything else after the movie? Cut the crap or I'll come back and knock your teeth out. Song Ji-kyung hurriedly agreed. Okay, I'll transfer it to you now. After hanging up the phone and transferring the money, he then cursed, this dead ungrateful daughter, knowing that we are in such a difficult situation. She still won't give us the house. Go back and have her mortgage the house. Chapter 84. Why does he have the help of two beautiful schoolmates? The house book hasn't come down yet, and it won't be in my hands when it does. Song Xiaoqiao learned smartly this time and directly pushed everything onto the company's head. If you want to live in, you need to call the company to apply, or the company will call the police to arrest you. Good. Song Jiqiang and Lu Jifan saw that all the roads were blocked by Song Xiaoqiao, and also fumed fiercely. You don't want to move your account out. Doesn't matter. Song Xiaoqiao looked at them fixedly. You guys take the account book with you, and I'll go get it replaced. Anyway, you're not local, so there's nothing I can do to replace you. Song Jiqiang saw that he couldn't hold Song Xiaoqiao, and was so angry that he wanted to find something to hit Song Xiaoqiao, but she was stopped by Grandma Song Xiaoqiao. If you want to beat her, you have to beat me first. If not, get out. This is my house, not yours. Don't make me call the police on you. Grandma Song finally died at this time, facing the two men so bullying her granddaughter that she had brought up. She was also angry with old tears. You go find your good son, Song Xiaoqiao sneered. Let's see if he does the same to you in the future. You wait. Lu Jifan had no other choice. Seeing that Grandma Song had already picked up the phone to call the police, the two could only leave here in disgrace. Let's go. On the day of the start of school, Mr. and Mrs. Fong packed up Fong Zong's things, and the two of them were going to send him to school in person. In order to come back a little easier, Fong Dad also drove his own car. Fong's mom sat in Fong Zong's car and kept telling her along the way to eat and drink well at school and not to spend money, to get along with classmates and so on, and finally also instructed, do not mess with male and female relationships in school. She saw Han Yibing is quite good. Fong Zong was indifferent to this. When his relationship with Han Yibing became good, there was some money factor mixed in, which made his starting point for his feelings for Han Yibing a bit skewed. When the starting point for two people to produce is money, the relationship is not very important in Fong Zong's heart. Even if Han Yibing really liked Fong Zong, it made absolutely no difference to him. But in the face of the other mom's instructions, he smiled and agreed. When they arrived at the school, the road on this side had begun to be jammed with traffic, and instead of continuing to drive, they got out of the car and pulled the 3 suitcases into the campus on foot. I also wonder if there are any high rollers in the new schoolmates. I can be single for a year. You've got a fever again. I just want handsome. What's the use of being handsome? Can't take you out to eat and drink. I want the rich ones. See which one wears nice clothes and must have money at home. A few girls in volunteer vests stood under the umbrellas, while the other volunteers were busy. They were the only ones idly observing the newcomers to the school. This, my dish. Don't you all take it from me. Upon seeing Fong Zong's family, the girl who said she only needed to be handsome immediately got excited and instructed the other two not to grab it. No robbing. Look at the clothes he's wearing. They're all in yucky on. I'm not going. Still young, only like handsome ones. When you suffer a loss you will know how important it is to have money. The other two girls, on the sidelines, looked disdainful. Although this new growth is really handsome, but handsome can't be a meal. It's better to be pragmatic. Hello, please. The volunteer girl immediately greeted her. This student, is he from the TV Academy? Right. Fong Zong smiled and nodded. This schoolmate was quite good looking. Her skin was very white, and at a glance, she knew that her hands felt good. The volunteer girl immediately said, let me take you guys to check in. My name is Sang Yun. I'm a sophomore at the TV Academy. Sister Sang Shui. Hello. Fong Zong smiled and said, trouble you. No trouble. Sang Yun took the suitcase in Fong Ma's hand. Auntie, I'll do it. Mrs. Fong smiled from ear to ear. No wonder our family Shizhong chose this school. The school spirit is just good. So enthusiastic. Sang Yun covered her mouth and smiled. The students at our school are very enthusiastic. Saying so, he dragged his suitcase and guided Fong Zong's family to report for duty. Shay, can't walk when you see a handsome guy. Superficial. The other two girls bristled, and one of them couldn't help but spit. But the other one was just about to agree when his eyes instantly widened, glanced at the girl next to him, and whispered, I think it's especially handsome too. I'm going to go help too. The girl from before froze, and then she saw the girl throw her legs up and run past. She bristled. Another shallow woman who only looks at her face. Hello, I'm also a sophomore at the Television Academy. My name is Tan Baoyu. This girl ran over and took the suitcase in Fong Dad's hand. Uncle, I'll do it. Talbot Moon smiled sweetly at Fong Zong. It's nice to meet you. Good day, senior sister. Fong Zong also smiled knowingly. Why are you here? Sang Yun said somewhat unhappily to Tan Baoyu. Didn't we agree that the handsome man belongs to me? Talbot Moon, however, whispered. This one isn't just handsome, he's also a handsome man. How can that be? Didn't that whoever just said that all their clothes were bought on in Yuzu? Sang Yun was a bit unconvinced. She knows so much about luxury goods, would she not be able to tell? Talbot Moon laughed contemptuously. Her knowledge of stature is only in luxuries, and she only recognizes those common luxuries. The rich kids that I can recognize are nothing more than thug kids. Sang Yun glanced at the trio and didn't find any signs of richness in the trio. Even the suitcases were cheap. Look at the watches on the hands of the three of them. Talking Baoyu whispered. Each watch is worth $1 to $3 million. The average thug doesn't even wear a watch like that. Hate to go all gold. And they, like wearing cheap watches, don't care. Sang Yun's eyes instantly widened. So, I've found a quality guy? I'm the one who recognized it. Talbot Moon, however, said, you can't have it all to yourself. Sang Yun, however, hummed softly, it was clearly me who struck first. Fair play. Talbot Moon smiled cheekily and took out 3 bottles of water from her backpack. Uncle and auntie, and schoolmate, it's been a hard journey, have a drink. How is this good? Fong Ma hurriedly refused. You guys helped us carry our luggage along the way. You're the ones who worked hard. This is all what we should do. Talbot Moon pretended to be virtuous and made a show of wiping the sweat from her forehead. Papa Fong instantly lamented that college students were just qualified. Senior brother, you can go to the dormitory after doing the formalities over here. I'll take you to do it. Sang Yun was not willing to show weakness either, pulling Fong Zong along. He also didn't forget to say to Talking Baoyu, Baoyu, why don't you take a look at the luggage with uncle and auntie? The other freshmen in the surroundings were a bit shocked when they saw the scene. What is this? As soon as he entered the school gate, there were 2 beautiful schoolmates personally taking him to run the process? And they're so enthusiastic? How come when you come to us, you're surrounded by tall seniors? Chapter 85, Sisters Love a Polite Junior. Schoolboy, this way. Talbot Moon looked very playful as she pulled her suitcase, her cheeks with a post-exercise blush and a few small beads of sweat on her nose. Behind him, he greeted Fong Zong's family and came over. Tired out, Papa Fong rushed over. I told you I'd do it. It's too tiring for a little girl like you to lift. Talbot Moon smiled faintly. Uncle, it's fine. I often help my parents at home. I'm used to it. Sang Yun silently rolled his eyes behind his back. This, who doesn't know who yet? So understanding this child. Fong Ma smiled from ear to ear. The other freshmen who had arrived at the school were a little surprised. Who'd let a schoolmate carry their luggage for them? And it's still 2 schoolmates. Thank you, senior sister. Fong Zong was also a bit surprised to see the 2 so enthusiastic. After finding the dormitory, the 2 of them, Tan Baoyu and Sang Yun, immediately pushed the door and moved their luggage inside. By this time, the other 3 beds in the dormitory were occupied, leaving only 1 bed by the door unoccupied. Fong Zong looked at the dormitory. The environment was okay. There are 4 bunk beds. The top bunk is for living, the bottom bunk is a desk, and there is a separate bathroom with air conditioning. It's not bad compared to most schools. Hello guys. Fong Zong greeted the other 3 boys, who had obviously just arrived as well. 2 had come on their own and 1 had also been sent by his parents. Seeing that it was the 2 beautiful schoolmates who personally brought Fong Zong over, they were all surprised as well. But they were all still strangers at this time, and all nodded their heads in greeting before gathering their own things. Auntie, I'll go up and lay it. Fong Ma intended to go to the top bunk to make the bed herself, but was called back by Sang Yun, who also stopped Fong Zong from making the bed. Boys are hairy. It's better for me to do it. It's too much trouble. Fong Ma couldn't help but sigh with emotion and praised the 2 of them repeatedly. Talbot Moon was not idle either, but went to fetch water and went to wipe down the tables and chairs under Fong Zong's bed. When everything was in place, both men were ready to take their leave as well. Don't go. Fong Ma hurriedly called out to the 2. Let's have a meal together. You've been running for so half a day. You have to let us thank you as well. Talbot Moon refused repeatedly. Auntie, we're volunteers. It's fine. Sang Yun didn't go either. Uncle and auntie, you go as a family. Stroll around the school with schoolmate Fong, and if you can't find it, come ask me. Schoolboy, let's add a WeChat. Or you can ask me. Talbot Moon laughed. I'm in the student council, so if there's anything you need to ask someone, just ask me. Both of them opened the QR code, while Fong Zong added it on together. Thank you 2 schoolmates. I'll treat you all to dinner individually when I turn around. Okay, it's a deal, said Sang Yun with a cheeky grin. Wave away with the 2 Talbot Moon. The sequence of movements left the other 3 boys a little dumbfounded. Isn't this a ING fantasy movie? Are you sure this isn't a metaphysical movie? College students are so polite. Fong Ma couldn't stop shaking her head. What a good boy. The commotion, naturally, attracted the freshmen from the other dormitories as well. Seeing the two beautiful schoolmates come out, a bold one called out, "Schoolmates, please, ask the others." Sang Yun and Tan Bayu took a look at this person who was not very good looking and was a bit shriveled, so they did not want to take care of this person. The other freshmen saw that the two were in this attitude and caved in. But then again, he was speculating why the person who just had a mediocre appearance had attracted two beautiful schoolmates to come together. That's a good cafeteria meal. Fong's father and mother came to the cafeteria with Fong's own to eat, and Fong's mother was very satisfied with this. The categories are quite rich. He also instructed Fong's own, "It's better to come to the cafeteria more often in the future. It's unhealthy to eat takeout." Okay. Fong's own nodded with a smile. Mrs. Fong remembered something else and asked, "Has Bing Bing not come yet?" "She's coming this afternoon," Fong Zong asked before. After dinner, Fong Zong accompanied the two of them to stroll around the campus for a bit before Fong's father and mother went home. And before they left, they also instructed Fong Zong to go back to see them when they were on vacation. Fong Zong agreed with a smile, and after sending the two to the car, he went back to the dormitory. "Zong, where are you?" Just after arriving at the bottom of the dormitory building, he received a phone call from Lu Dawei. "I just arrived at the bottom of the dormitory building. Are you there too?" Arrived in the dormitory, Lu Dawei hemmed and hawed. "There was just a schoolmate who personally sent me to the dormitory." Fong Zong smiled faintly. "Is that so? Then you should take advantage of it. I'm not the most powerful." Lu Dawei, however, sighed and said, "I just heard that there's a great god who was sent to the dormitory by two beautiful school sisters. It's too powerful. It's just generally powerful," Fong Zong said in a cloudy manner. Lu Dawei froze, then asked, "You know that person?" "Recognize," Lu Dawei said after a moment of silence. "This person can't be you, right?" "You guessed right." Fong Zong laughed. Lu Dawei was so angry that he hung up the phone immediately. It was too embarrassing, pretending to be someone else's head. After hanging up the phone, Fong Zong didn't take it seriously and came to the dormitory to start organizing his things. "Dude." The three people in the same dormitory were sitting in the dormitory at this time. Seeing him come up, a thin and small-looking person came over and handed up a cigarette. "My name is Lin Guangjuan." Fong Zong took the cigarette. Although he hadn't smoked it on the blue planet, on Earth, he often felt out one to smoke. Taking the lighter in Lin Guangjuan's hand, he lit it and extended his hand. "Fong Zong, this is Yen Ding. He is Niu Lu." Lin Guangjuan hemmed and hawed. "How did you do that?" "What how?" Fong Zong didn't know what he was asking. Seeing that he wasn't clear, Lin Guangjuan reminded, "Two school sisters. How did you manage to get two school sisters to come to see you off?" Fong Zong was just about to reply that he didn't know when he received a phone call. When he opened it, it was Manager Ding of the jackpot counter, who said to Lin Guangjuan, "Sorry, take a call." Then he picked up the phone. "Fixed it? Then you send it over. In the college dorm room, I'll send you the address." After hanging up the phone, he said to the other three, "I did go up and smile politely, and they were probably willing to give me a ride because they saw that I was more polite." "So simple?" Lin Guangjuan froze, then looked at Yen Ding and Niu Lu. "Do you believe it?" "I don't know. Go and try." Niu Lu swished and stood up. "I'm in college. I have to fall in love." "Whatever. I'll go try." "Are you guys going?" Yen Ding and Lin Guangjuan glanced at each other, then analyzed. "There are many people here today, so the schoolmates must be a bit distracted." Seeing Fong Zong being so polite and different from the other students, it's hard not to feel that the effort has paid off. "Nice. Just try it. Let's go. Buy a few drinks to thank the schoolmates for all their hard work. We're sure to brighten their eyes when we do this." Fong Zong nodded from the side. "That's right. That's it. Go." The three of them immediately got up and went out majestically, their faces still brimming with happiness, as if their future happily ever after was just around the corner. Chapter 86, Is it too late for me to take engineering? "Hello, sister. It's been a hard day for you. It's tough being a volunteer, isn't it?" Yen Ding went up smilingly and took 2 bottles of drinks. "Please drink water." "Senior sister." "Ha!" Sang Yun and Talking Baoyu under the parasol laughed. "Thank you, schoolmate." Yen Ding was immediately overjoyed and looked towards Niu Lu and Lin Guangjuan. The two also rushed to offer their courtesies. "We've also come to thank senior sister. Specialties from home, no honor." Sang Yun glanced at them and nodded slightly. "Thank you, schoolmate." Other than that, there wasn't much else to do. Niu Lu came forward with a smile on her face. "Sister, we don't know where the cafeteria is. Is it convenient to take us there? If we have the honor of inviting the 2 senior sisters to dine with us, it will better reflect our gratitude to them." Talbot Moon said indifferently. "The cafeteria is over there. You guys just go." "We can't find it." Lin Guangjuan hemmed and hawed. would it be alright to trouble senior sister to lead the way for us? No time. Sangyin coldly spat out 2 words and then stopped, ignoring the 3. Having hit the nail on the head, the 3 couldn't help but wonder a bit. Could it be that the 3 of them hadn't behaved politely enough? They all invited them to dinner. Just about to leave here. See another wearing a volunteer vest schoolmate back, face still with a little fragrant sweat. The 3 people again hurried to welcome. Thanks for the hard work. I do not know if you can't get lost. The schoolteacher looked the trio up and down, and after coldly spitting out a few words, she went underneath the parasol and went to talk to the others. Niu Lu scratched the back of his head in some confusion and muttered as he went back with the 2. Fong Zong, it's not right. Lin Guangjuan just returned to the dormitory and asked. We behaved politely. Those 2 school sisters are ignoring us. Then I don't know. Fong Zong shrugged his shoulders. At that moment a man came to the door and knocked on the dormitory door. Niu Lu was coming out of the restroom. Opened the door by hand. See, the suit manager Ding came in. Hot day, covered with a head of sweat, but also still wearing a tie. Are you? Niu Lu took a look at the man dressed so neatly and thought he was the parent of some classmate. Manager Ding smiled and asked, may I ask if Mr. Fong is in? Mr. Fong? Niu Lu froze, then responded, pulling the door open. In. Manager Ding came in, causing the other 2 who saw it to stare. So formal? Mr. Fong. Manager Ding came in front of Fong Zong and placed the box in his hand on the table. Pulling a pair of white gloves from his pocket, he carefully held out the watch. This watch is fixed. Not bad. Fong Zong took the watch indifferently, flipped through it and didn't find anything wrong before smiling. I also quite like this watch on my hand, so let's buy it together. Manager Ding froze, then smiled. Yes, when I go back to send you the ticket, just find an errand boy to send it over. Fong Zong took out his bank card. How much is it? Manager Ding smiled and said, 8 million. The other 3 were all stunned. Wasn't this an act? After Fong Zong swiped his card, Manager Ding handed Fong Zong the small ticket and then smiled. Mr. Fong, if you need anything, just contact me. Have a nice life. Okay, slow down. Fong Zong took off the watch on his hand and put the Celestial Series watch on, and began to organize his things again. The small ticket was casually thrown on the table. Niu Lu swallowed. Fong Zong. Fong Zong looked up. What's wrong? This watch is worth $3,800,000? Niu Lu pointed at the watch that Fong Zong had casually thrown onto the table. Fong Zong nodded. Yes, do you want to take a look? With that, he picked up the watch and threw it at him. Cao Lu immediately hand and foot to catch. Panicked. Big brother, you throw bad, I cannot afford to pay. It's fine, housemates. Fong Zong smiled faintly. You all feel free to watch. The other 2 men gathered around and looked at the watch Niu Lu was resting on. Knowing the price, there is even a sense of pilgrimage in how the watch looks so exquisite. Niu Lu didn't dare to turn it over to look at it, but just held the watch and carefully put it on Fong Zong's table. The watch you're wearing on your hand is also quite good looking. Isn't it more expensive? You want to see it too? Fong Zong smiled as he took it off and handed it to Niu Lu. Niu Lu carefully held it up again as the other 2 put their heads together. This watch looks weird. Hemispherical. That's the design of this watch. Fong Zong laughed. It's fine. Feel free to pick it up and look at it. The design of this watch is so flashy. It is estimated that it is a watch worn by young people. Niu Lu thought that it should not be worth a lot of money, so I feel relieved to pick it up and watch it. All 3 of these things are spinning. Lin Guangjuan looked hot. What a good watch. Yan Ding also looked at the eyes. You quite understand the watch. Just studied the watch movement. I learned DIY at first, and saved one myself. Lin Guangjuan looked very interested. This is a 3-axis linkage. To get to this point, the movement is unimaginably complex. Fong Zong, how much is this watch worth? Let me see if I can afford it. Fong Zong lifted his head. This watch? Around $15 million. Niu Lu's hand trembled, and the other 2 hurriedly reached underneath to make a false catch. How much? All 3 of them sucked in a breath of cold air, and Niu Lu carefully moved his feet to place the watch more carefully on the table. You can't drop this. If you do, you won't be able to pay for it for several lifetimes. Fong Zong laughed. It's fine. No need to be so careful. If I had known you were interested in the movement, I would have let you study it while it was broken before. This watch is broken? Lin Guangjuan was distressed. How laborious it must be to repair it. It was quite laborious. Fong Zong nodded deeply. Having the watchmaker who made this watch personally repair it cost more than $800,000. Raider Shao? Lin Guangjuan's voice snapped up. This was followed by a painful slap on the thigh. I should have known to choose engineering. Engineering? Yan Ding froze. What's wrong with choosing engineering? You can afford it by choosing engineering? By choosing engineering I might be able to become a watchmaker. Lin Guangjuan regretted. It's so expensive to repair a watch. Fong Zong became interested. You're interested in machinery? Yeah. Lin Guangjuan sighed. This media major or my mom let me choose it, saying that I can go to a TV station when I come out and have a stable job. Fong Zong was thoughtful. So you can build your own things? Will some? Lin Guangjuan nodded. I often make little things to play with. Fong Zong's eyes lit up. You're talented. Any interest in working together on this one? How to cooperate? Lin Guangjuan was a bit puzzled. Something to do with machinery? Fong Zong nodded. Related. I'll provide you with a venue. Provide you with things. Go and play around with whatever you build. There's only one request. What? Lin Guangjuan listened with interest and immediately asked after him. Fong Zong pulled out a smile. It's useless to ask for something to be built. Chapter 87, Fake Rich Kids? Waste of feelings. What was built didn't work. Lin Guangjuan was even more puzzled when he heard this request. What's this built for? Of course it's making videos. Fong Zong smiled and gave him the scoop. For a video with over 1 million likes, the commission is $100,000, and I'll buy the promotion. Don't worry about all the investments. I'll give you a workshop, and I'll get you all the tools for anything mechanical related. You only need to put out one person, and I'll have all the tools for the shoot ready for you. The base salary of $8,000 per month. A month out of a line on the line. 5 insurance and gold, needless to say. All paid. I'll pay for all kinds of insurance for you too. Lin Guangjuan's eyes grew bright as he listened to the perks. That good? Then some hesitation. But I have school. Go when there are no classes. Fong Zong patted his shoulder. Do you have a driver's license? Just took the test. Lin Guangjuan blinked, not knowing what it meant. Fong Zong thought for a moment and said, how about a car for you, so you can go back and forth easily? When Lin Guangjuan heard this, he was even more hesitant. If I don't do well, won't your money be invested in vain? Promise, promise, Yan Ding said in a hateful voice. Can't do useful things to make useful things, but can't do useless things? Yeah. Niu Lu also flirted. Aren't useless things everywhere? Fong Zong thought for a moment and then said, in this case, I'll provide you with an idea. The bouncing brain avalanche artifact. Wear it on your finger to increase the strength of the bouncing brain avalanche. This will do? Lin Guangjuan was skeptical. This makes a good video? Fong Zong nodded. It'll definitely look good. I'll send a professional to teach you how to shoot it then. Okay. Lin Guangjuan gritted his teeth. If I can't make it, that money, I can. Consider it as me fulfilling your dream. Fong Zong waved his hand. I'll give you all the stuff. Deal. Lin Guangjuan extended his hand. Hello boss. Fong Zong laughed and reached out to shake his hand. I'll have my assistant sign your labor contract later. You have an assistant? All three were stunned. Niu Lu slapped his thigh at this time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I know why those two school sisters are so proactive. Why? Fong Zong was also a bit puzzled. And Lin Guangjuan and Yan Ding also looked at Niu Lu. Cao Lu slyly said, because you multi-talented multi-billion. It's still true. The other three sighed. This one really doesn't compare. Niu Lu turned to heave a smile. Brother Zong, look at me. Can I also sign a labor contract? And me. Yan Ding also raised his hands high. I can make videos too. Fong Zong laughed. It's okay. You guys shoot campus sand sculpture segments. The exact conditions are the same. Shoot or not. Shoot. The two of them nodded their heads in succession. When the time comes, we may still need Brother Zong to guide us. Good to say. Fong Zong nodded in a cloudy manner. I still have experience in this area. Then he said, let's do this. Let's go to the company and go through the entry formalities, so that we don't have to go back and forth at the same time. Good. The three of them nodded their heads in succession. Fong Zong brought the three of them to the entrance of the school and saw Sang Yun and Tan Bayu again. Senior Fong. The two of them waved their hands in greeting, drawing sideways glances from many freshmen. Such a good-looking schoolmate with a delicate voice called out to the bloodthirsty college students. Just now to us is not this attitude. Yan Ding has a hurt expression. Lin Guangjuan and Niu Lu both nodded their heads in succession. Fong Zong walked towards the two. At this time there was another schoolmate under the parasol, but yet Fong Zong did not show any unusual behavior. Senior sister. I don't know where to register my car before I can drive it in. Can you tell me about it? Fong Zong asked Sang Yun. Sang Yun hurriedly said, it's fine. Just tell me the license plate number and I'll go register it for you. License plate number. Fong Zong thought for a moment. The license plate number of this new car hadn't really been memorized. Taking out his cell phone, he began to look through the photos, finding them and handing them to Sang Yun. Talbot Moon came over and looked at the photo and asked somewhat hesitantly, schoolboy, is this car a Tank 300? Right. Fong Zong nodded, talking about some disappointment in her heart. She looked at Fong Zong's hand and wore a new watch, so she asked again, schoolmate, the watch you just wore doesn't seem to be this one, right? Yes. Fong Zong laughed. That watch was just put in the dormitory. Put it in the dormitory? Talbot Moon frowned. You're not afraid of being stolen? It's not worth a few dollars. It's fine. Fong Zong laughed. Talbot Moon's expression immediately changed and her attitude became much colder. Alright schoolmate, I've made a note of it. Sang Yun smiled and said, I'll go register for you later. Take me out for a ride sometime. Oh, well said. Fong Zong laughed and waved his hand at the two. Sang Yun waved a warm farewell as always, but Talbot Moon just forced a smile and looked a little angry as she sat down in her chair. What's wrong? Sang Yun questioned. Didn't you have to fight me fairly before? Talbot Moon was a bit angry. I hit my eye. What do you mean? Sangun wondered. He's not rich? Rich people who drive a tank 300 ah? Talking Baoyu skimmed his lips. That watch is still placed in the dormitory, and said that it is not worth a few dollars. Obviously it is a fake watch. The watch he's wearing on his hand is Jackpot's Celestial Collection, or a customized watch for Chinese users. A richer man wouldn't wear that watch around, would he? Another fake. Talking Baoyu was a bit angry. I think you don't want to think about it. This person obviously has character problems and loves vanity. The girl sitting on the side finally laughed at this point. I knew that man was a poor man as soon as I saw him. He worked in the village on both his parents. I knew it as soon as I saw him. I just fancy him handsome. Sang Yun laughed. I don't care if I have money or not, and vanity is only a minor issue. It doesn't matter. She didn't care whether Fong Zong had money or not, and she was quite happy to see Talking Baoyu give up. Brother Zong. That schoolmate's attitude changed once she saw that your car was a Tank 300. Nyo Lu had a delicate mind and observed carefully. Fong Zong smiled indifferently. It's fine. We just met anyway. What a nice car. The three got into the car and were all looking around excitedly. As a college student, being able to drive a car while going to school is beyond most college students. And guys who don't like cars? The Tank 300 has been a great car for the average family. Fong Zong drove his car straight to the company, and when he got out of the car, the three of them were a bit surprised. Brother Zong, your company is open here? The rent is quite expensive, right? I don't know. Fong Zong shook his head. I bought an office. As for the rent, I haven't really inquired about it. Chapter 88. There are too many beautiful women in the company. Bought it. The three couldn't help but be staggered. The houses here have big faces. People buy them outright, or poverty limits our imagination. Mr. Fong. When Mei saw him coming, she immediately got up and greeted him. Take them to do the induction procedures. Mr. Fong smiled and said, you guys go do it. I'll give them an explanation. Lin Guangjuan looked at the delicate Xiao Mei, and his ears could no longer hear anything else. Moreover, Xiao Mei was still very polite to them. Her beautiful eyes were flowing, and in a few words, she was able to find out all the relationships of several people. After telling them to wait in the conference room, he went to call someone from HR before coming to the front desk. Mr. Fong, Mr. Chu sent her daughter to school. Sayumi smiled daintily and said, didn't you guys see each other at school? No. Fong Zong smiled and shook his head. Tang Yinghua came over at this moment. Mr. Fong, why don't I work at your school? No need. Fong Zong shook his head. You can drive that Maybach first, and come to the school to find me if you need anything. I'll drive? Tang Yinghua was a bit vain. I'm afraid I'm not a good driver. It's fine. Fong Zong waved his hand. Just pay more attention. Don't worry about rubbing or touching. Good. Tang Yinghua was happy. To let yourself drive such a nice car is equivalent to the company giving you a luxury car to commute to work. If you drive this back to your rental neighborhood, you'll be the envy of everyone else. After quickly completing the formalities, Fong Zong explained what he had prepared for Lin Guangjuan and took the three of them back to school. Bye-bye Mei. Yan Ding is still a little reluctant to leave. Mei covered her mouth and laughed softly, waving goodbye to the three. As a receptionist, she makes people feel like a breeze, while taking care of visits as well as co-workers, and with her sweet and cute looks, she is very competent as a receptionist. Mr. Fong, wait a moment. As Fong Zong was about to enter the elevator, he heard someone calling him from behind and turned around to see Du Mei, who was wearing antiquated glasses, good to the explosion of the body with the old-fashioned face to walk, the contrast of which let the cattle Lu three people even more cannot move their eyes. You guys go ahead and go down. When Fong Zong saw Du Mei come but didn't speak first, he knew it was to report on his work. Okay. Nyo Lu reluctantly closed the elevator door and sighed in the elevator. If I were a girl, I'd have to be enthusiastic about him too. People are more angry than people. Yan Ding was a little envious. There are surprisingly so many beautiful women in the company. Nyo Lu bumped his arm. We can always come to the company to study in the future. Yes. Yan Ding nodded repeatedly. Work well for Brother Zong. Lin Guangjuan glared. Why didn't you bring me along? You have your own studio. Yan Ding hemmed and hawed. Don't need to come to the company to work. Lin Guangjuan thought about this layer and stomped his foot in remorse. It's so unfair. Company entrance. What is it? Fong Zong was also a little distracted looking at Du Mei. The shirt looked like a better figure. Du Mei whispered. Mr. Fong, my couple number hasn't been able to get up. I'd like to ask you for advice on what to do with the account. Cope account Fong Zong thought for a moment and said, what kind of things do you science? I'm a student of biology. Du Mei sighed. Those knowledge points are a bit too complicated, and viewers say they can't understand them. Fong Zong laughed, that would be good. You go and identify the internet popular creature videos. Popular creature videos? Du Mei froze. Does that work? Fong Zong nodded. It works very well. Many of those videos you went and swiped to don't know what they're called. Just go and identify them. Just add a video of water monkeys at the end, or some unknown creature, to popularize the origin of these videos. Du Mei nodded plausibly. I'll try. You'll make a phase of videos out first, and when the time comes, let me take a look at them first, and I'll give you some guidance. Fong Zong laughed. Don't worry, all of these videos will have a lot of likes. Good. Du Mei agreed, then squirmed a bit and said, thank you, Mr. Fong. Fong Zong took her glasses off. Get some gold glasses or rimless glasses instead. Are these glasses bad? Du Mei looked at the glasses with some discomfort. Not good. Fong Zong shook his head. Being so good looking, it's a bit of a waste to wear these glasses. Just do as I say. Good. Du Mei's cheeks reddened a bit. Thank you, Mr. Fong, for your guidance. After watching Fong Zong enter the elevator, Du Mei put herself on the elevator door, and only then did the somewhat nearsighted her see the reflection clearly. Does it really look good? Before the words left his mouth, the elevator door opened again and he was face to face with Fong Zong. Frightened, Du Mei took 2 steps backward, and the blush on her face increased. Fong Zong, I forgot to press the floor. Fong Zong also smiled awkwardly, and the moment the elevator doors closed, his voice came out, it really looks good. Feeling her heart beating a little faster, Du Mei put on her glasses and walked quickly into the company. Team leader Du's face is so red. Mei looked at Du Mei as she went in. Ask her later what blush she's using. The color is quite pretty. What's wrong? Fong Zong looked at the 3 people in the rearview mirror and saw that they were a bit quiet. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit strange, the 3 of them glanced at each other before Yen Ding asked, Brother Zong, how come our company is full of beautiful women? Not all of them. Fong Zong despised. You can't see so many male employees, can you? Just look at the beautiful women. Yen Ding smiled awkwardly, and Niu Lu asked in a small voice, then you guys can go and try. Fong Zong hemmed and hawed. You guys are lucky if you can catch up. The women in the company were all good looking, but not something these fresh college students could keep up with. These 3 were at the age of blood and self-confidence, so it would be good to let them take a few hits. Forget it. Lin Guangjuan, however, waved his hand. We don't deserve it. He was still somewhat self-aware, leading the other 2 to be a bit deflated. Let's just get a girlfriend at school. Fong Zong smiled faintly and didn't say anything. When he got to the school, it was already registered and he drove right into it. As soon as they entered the school, though, they saw several boys in volunteer vests, walking around a mother and daughter. Schoolgirl, this is the place to report. Let me take you to report. I'll pull the crate. How can I let you guys do it? This sister, are you thirsty? I just bought a few drinks. See what you like to drink? Schoolgirl, I have a parasol here. Don't get sunburned. Yen Ding in the car couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw the scene. Impudent senior. He can't walk when he sees a beautiful freshman. Zong? Why are you driving over there too? Are you going to offer your services too? Fong Zong, however, rolled down the glass window. Bing bing, Sister Chu, get in the car. I'll take you there. Then he said to the 3, get out of the car. Chapter 89. Are you talking about me? Looking at the car that sped away, the 3 Yen Ding and the 4 seniors, all with a face of envy and jealousy. It's great to have a car. In the end, it was one of the seniors who threw down a sentence and left somewhat forlornly. Yen Ding 3 people, muttered heavy color-like friend also walked back to the dormitory. We're at the dormitory, so I won't go up. Fong Zong sent the 2 downstairs and watched them go up. Just as he was about to return to the car, he heard a voice, schoolboy, give your friend a ride. High school classmates. Fong Zong looked over and it was none other than the 3 Sangyuns. Sangyun smiled and introduced, this is Shang Yubi, school sister Shang. Hello. Fong Zong smiled and greeted, school sister Talon. Talbot Moon nodded her head gently. The contrast with her previous enthusiastic appearance was particularly large. Shang Yubi, on the other hand, raised her eyes a bit as a greeting. Senior, we're going back to West Campus. Why don't you give us a ride? Sangyun said with a smile. Could be. Fong Zong sat in the driver's seat, and Sangyun also sat in the co-pilot's seat. However, he saw that the 2 of them, Tan Baoyu and Shang Yubai, were still standing next to the car. Why don't they get on the car? Fong Zong was a bit puzzled. Sangyun laughed. Schoolboy still needs to learn to be a gentleman and open the door for a lady. Cut. Fong Zong bristled. Spoiled them. Roll down the glass. Get in. How are we going to get up there if you don't open the door? Shang Yubi looked upset. Fong Zong smiled and said, see the door handle? One gentle pull and the door opens. I'll teach you if you guys don't know how. Shang Yubi was furious. Talbot Moon was also a little upset. But hearing this, she held back her anger and pulled open the car door and sat up. Shang Yubi had no choice but to pull open the door and get in as well. Why does the car smell like sweat? And there's also the smell of the holster. As soon as Shang Yubi got into the car, she started picking at things. Fong Zong drove the car to turn around, but looked out the window after dropping halfway. Sister Shang, Sister Tan, you guys get off the car and help me look at the car. I'm a little bit inaccurate in backing up. What a tie level. Shang Yubi got out of the car unhappily, and Tan Baoyu also got out of the car unhappily and prepared to command. However, he didn't want Fong Zong to directly drive away with a kick of the gas, leaving the two men frozen in place. Don't know what's good for you. Fong Zong cursed lowly, looking over to Sang Yun, who was covering her mouth and snickering on the passenger side. Hokage really doesn't eat any losses at all. Seeing that she was so sensible and had helped herself before, Fong Zong did not target her anymore. With her directions, she was dropped off at West Campus and headed back to her dorm. Zong, when Lu Dawei heard that he was back, he came to his dormitory with a dejected face. The schoolmate who sent me asked me to go out for dinner tonight, and I heard that I was angry. So do you think there is a chance for me to comfort it? Fong Zong sized up Lu Dawei. Tall and dark-looking, he didn't look like someone who had a fling-ah, but he wasn't good enough to let the blow go, so he laughed and said, there might be a chance. I think so too. Lu Dawei heatedly smiled and greeted all three of Yen Ding, then dejectedly said to the three, there is a senior sister today, who was very enthusiastic about me and sent me to the dormitory. You have one too? Lin Guangjuan was envious. How come we can't meet it? Lu Dawei hemmed and hawed. It's mostly about the face, isn't it? Look at the face? Looking at the big and thick Lu Dawei, Yen Ding was a little unconvinced. I don't look bad. There is still a little gap compared to me. Lu Dawei dejectedly finished before saying to Fong Zong, do you want to go together tonight? She also brought her two friends. That's fine. Fong Zong laughed. Hanibing is also here. I'll take Hanibing with me. Lin Guangjuan came with a shy face. This way. Oh, brother, can we also participate? Can. You guys are Zong's roommates, so everyone is one of us. Lu Dawei slapped his chest. Come along. The three were instantly happy. I didn't realize that I had just come to the university, but I had solved my job first, and at this time, I had a beautiful schoolmate to eat with. Good things keep coming. It's true that knowledge changes destiny. Let's go together after the class meeting in the evening. Lu Dawei set the time and left happily. Fong Zong also made an appointment with Han Yibing, who agreed to come down. Welcome class, my name is Zhuang Jing. At the class meeting, the guide was very surprised to be a youthful beauty, looking not older than a few years, but full of youthful vigor. It instantly caught the eye of all the boys in the class. Fong Zong was no exception, and this was the most serious class meeting he had ever held. Zhuang Jing spoke and introduced herself. This time, there is a top science student from Hebei province in our class, applying to our school with a high score of 716. Clamor. The classroom was abuzz with voices. 716? Such a high score. Why enroll in this school? Isn't it stupid? Brain must be kicked by a donkey. Don't you think so, Zong? Zong, why don't you say something? Zhuang Jing continued from the front of the stage. Let's welcome this top science student to share with us why she chose our school, our major. Everyone welcome. Saying that, he led the applause, and all the students applauded while checking around to see which idiot let go of a good school and came to this ordinary university. I'd like to see who's such a douchebag. Yen Ding looked around with gusto. Why isn't there any Fong Zong stood up expressionlessly, and the look of amusement on Yen Ding's face froze, silently lowering his hands. Boss, I just had my brain kicked by a donkey. Believe it or not? Ha! Fong Zong stood up, and all eyes turned to him. That's him, ha! He looks so ordinary, so handsome, tall and handsome schoolboy. Sister, I'm falling in love. Pretty good grades, just a little stupid, just what I need. I'm going to fall in love. Niu Lu felt his face burning as he thought back on what he had just said. Lin Guangjuan glanced at them. It's a good thing I didn't say anything. Fong Zong stood up and said a few crowning words before sitting down again. Zhuang Jing looked at Fong Zong with very appreciative eyes. I propose that our first semester class president be Fong Zong, and we'll choose again next semester. Do you all agree? She had said so, and the others could only agree. On the first day of school, all were still confused about the temperament of the instructor, and no one dared to say no. The process continued and ended in waves with Jing Zhuan presiding. Yen Ding and Niu Lu also breathed a sigh of relief. Having just sat next to Fong Zong, both of them felt awkward. When it was over, they immediately clustered around Fong Zong and went downstairs. Zong, this way. Lu Dawei waved his hand and called them over. Hanibing is already here. Chapter 90, just came to school and you're being watched? Dangerous. Departure. After converging downstairs, Hanibing gave a delicate wave, and several people all headed toward the school entrance. David Liu was excitedly sharing how understanding this schoolmate was, and the understanding schoolmate in his mouth, who was looking in the mirror at the moment, finally pursed her lips, which had just been painted with lipstick. Let's go. Talking Baoyu and Sang Yin both put down their mirrors as well. Seeing her dressed so solemnly, Talking Baoyu laughed. As far as that goes, how come not to? Shan Yubi hummed lightly. When the first impression is left well, you have to strike while the iron is hot. This guy I'm looking for, he's not very good looking. He must not have seen many girls, and if his first impression is good, he can lick it later. So you're going to be his girlfriend? Sang Yun was a bit curious. No Kyan? Shan Yubi smiled gently. It's just giving him a chance to line up at the back of the queue, and then pick him when the others are really unsuitable. In the meantime, just give him a chance to chase me. Talbot Moon smiled knowingly, which meant giving this poor schoolmate a chance to be a licking dog. You have to find a quality dog licker, or else you can't get much money to chase them. After the three of them were dressed up, Sang Yun looked to the girl in the dormitory, at the corner desk, before he left the door. Meow meow, are you coming along? I'm not going. The girl in the corner looked up, a little embarrassed on her stunning face. I don't have the money to go. There are boys' treats. You don't have to pay for it. Shan Yubi frowned slightly. The girl still shook her head. No, I'm fine with a bun. All three shook their heads and turned to go out the door. The girl named River, watching the trio leave with bated breath, glanced at the bun in her hand and sighed softly, typing on an old-looking computer. The page was inside a group. Do you have a part-time job tomorrow night, please? Schoolteacher. This way. Lu Dawei saw Shan Yubi from afar and waved his hand to indicate that he was over here. When the three Shan Yubi people approached, their faces changed when they saw that it was Feng Zong with the people in his dormitory. And when Sang Yin saw Hanibing with Feng Zong's arm, her face was even more unsightly. Hokage, hello again. Sang Yin frowned slightly. Is this your girlfriend? Feng Zong smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Hanibing extended his hand to Sang Yun. Hello, senior sister. I'm Hanibing. Hello, my name is Sang Yun. Sang Yun similarly extended her hand for a light shake, but everyone could see that she was a little upset. Lu Dawei was a bit surprised. You guys know each other. These two are the school sisters who helped me. Feng Zong smiled and said, School sister Talon. It's quite fateful to meet again. Talbot Moon pulled a smile and didn't say anything. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Lu Dawei said, I called a car. Let's go together. Okay. Shan Yubi pulled the two together and asked, what are we going to eat? Lu Dawei was a bit embarrassed. There are so many people. Why don't we go for a barbecue? Can. Shan Yubi smiled haughtily. All at your disposal. Lu Dawei was hit by the smile. His heart thumped a few more times, and when the car came, he got in with the three and left first. And Feng Zong took Hanibing's car and left first, leaving Yinding three people still waiting for the car. I'm a little confused. Lin Guangjuan was a bit unconvinced. Aren't the three of us better looking than Zong's classmates? Why does he have all the schoolmates to take care of him? The other two looked at each other in dismay and finally put all the blame on karma. David, Shan Yubi asked in the car, that girl just now is Feng Zong's girlfriend? It should be considered. Lu Dawei couldn't figure out the relationship between the two, but it's Hanibing chasing Feng Zong. As for whether they're officially together, I don't know. So, Sang Yun sighed in relief. It seemed that Hanibing was just a suitor, and he still had a chance. Having a girlfriend and still asking us to help, Talbot Moon muttered. Probably a scumbag too, so you can be careful. The car quickly arrived at a barbecue place near the school, which was a little better decorated and didn't have to be on the street like other places. Sisters, you guys sit down first. Lu Dawei bumbled up to pull out seats for the three. Want something to drink? Beer or a drink? Have some wine. Shan Yubi inquired of the other two. Tired after a long day. Relax? Yes. Talbot Moon and Sang Yun both nodded. Feng Zong is here. Lu Dawei had just brought the wine over when he saw a beetle stop at the door, and he recognized it as Hanibing's car. When Sang Yun saw this car, he felt some sense of crisis in his heart again. It seems that Hanibing's family still has some money, or else they wouldn't have assigned cars to their students. Dawei, is Hanibing's family rich? Shan Yubi could naturally see what Sang Yun was thinking, so she asked for her good sister. Lu Dawei reached out to greet Feng Zong over while saying, rich, their family owns a logistics company. Sang Yun looked at Hanibing, who had come over on Feng Zong's arm, and the sense of crisis in her heart grew heavier. Such a rich white beauty can look at him, Talbot Moon muttered. Looks like a face dog too. The two of them came over and sat down, taking a bottle of drink for Hanibing, and then all three of Yen Ding came over as well. After ordering what you want to eat, you start chatting at the table. Sang-yun pretended to ask Fong-zong unintentionally, "What does schoolmate Fong's family do?" "The family raises donkeys." Fong-zong laughed, not avoiding anything at all. Talbot Moon had still held a glimmer of hope, but after hearing this, she instantly scratched Fong-zong completely off the list. "What about schoolmate Liu?" Shan Yubi also began to inquire. As she asked, she looked at the AJ that Liu Dawei was wearing, and with her years of research, it was definitely real. Liu Dawei laughed nervously. "My parents opened a supermarket." "Supermarket, ah." Shan Yubi had a number in mind. "It's also hard money." Liu Dawei smiled nervously and nodded his head, warmly greeting several people to eat. For Yending's 3 people, the 3 women were not interested in the slightest, and did not even have the intention of inquiring about it. The 3 were also very sensible and just sat down to eat. Hanibing sensed that Sang-yun wasn't peeking at her, and coupled with what had happened before, she naturally understood that the other party wasn't looking at herself, but at Fong-zong. Just arrived at the school, there are demonic ES staring up at the vertical. Hanibing felt that college was really dangerous. Therefore, at the dinner table, Fong-zong was even more enthusiastic, and from time to time, he thoughtfully handed Fong-zong a glass of wine as well as wiped his hands. It caused the 3 of them, Lin Guangjuan, to be envious. After the meal was over, Hanibing excused himself and went home. There were still a few things he hadn't brought with him for this school year, so he could only go home to pick them up and come back the next morning. "Shall we go to a nightclub?" Seeing Hanibing leave, Sang-yun, who had wanted to end today's trip, immediately became interested and proposed. "School will start soon, and you guys are going to military training, so why don't you have some fun on the last night?" Chapter 91, Showing Off in Front of Fong-zong? "Thank you, nightclub?" Hearing this word, Yending's 3 eyes lit up with some anticipation on their faces. Several people had just graduated and hadn't been to a place like this yet. "I've only heard tales of the lights and the marvelous encounters inside." Liu Dawei was a little hesitant when he heard it, but seeing that Shan Yubi didn't object, he nodded his head and agreed. Fong-zong, on the other hand, was indifferent, and seeing that several people wanted to go, he agreed. Go go go. Sang-yun just wanted to take Fong-zong right down in the dimly lit environment, catalyzed by alcohol. If Hanibing had been there, she would never have suggested going to such a place. The 8 took 2 more cabs and headed straight for the nearest nightclub. At the suggestion of the sales, David Liu opened a card table. Shan Yubi and Liu Dawei sat very close to each other, and Tan Bayu just sat there playing with her cell phone and drinking to herself, and didn't pay attention to Yen Ding's 3 people. Seeing that the 3 were a bit nervous, Fong-zong smiled and asked the waiter to find 3 little sisters to play games with the 3, and soon the 3's hearts were completely opened with the help of the professionals. "You're quite the caretaker." Sang-yun came over to Fong-zong's side and exhaled like an orchid. Her already fair skin looked even more blown out under the dim light. "Come close because it's loud." For the beauty that was sent up, Fong-zong naturally wasn't a willow, getting closer and closer to Sang-yun, and finally even wrapping his arms around Sang-yun's small waist. "We're going to military training the day after tomorrow, so drink more today, and I'll pay for all the spending tonight." A voice came from the next deck, sounding a little tipsy by this point. Yen Ding glanced at the person who spoke when he raised his head, then the other party smiled longingly. "The person next door is our classmate. Seems to be called Zhang Hao." "Yes?" Fong-zong looked at it, and sure enough, it looked familiar. 4 men and 4 women over there, and it looked like they were hanging out with the dormitory people. "No matter him, I'll go to the restroom first." Fong-zong didn't want to go over and get close. Everyone was meeting for the first time. They weren't familiar with each other, and there was no need for that. He had just gotten up when the man next door came along and the 2 collided. "Yo, if it isn't the eldest class president." This person was none other than Zhang Hao, originally bumped and ready to get angry. He laughed out when he saw that it was Fong-zong. "I didn't expect you, the school bully, to come to a nightclub as well." When Talbot Moon heard the speech, she looked up and her eyes were immediately drawn to it. "This person is a little bit handsome. The clothes on his body looks like a famous brand. Together with the words just now, it is obvious that he is someone who has some money at home, perfectly in line with her goals." "Ah, Zhang Hao, right?" Fong-zong saw that he was familiar with himself and opened his mouth to greet him as well. Zhang Hao patted Fong-zong's shoulder. "Do you want to go to my place to play together? Is this your friend?" "Yo, there are beautiful women." "Hello beautiful, my name is Zhang Hao." Zhang Hao stretched out his hand to shake Sang-yun's, but Sang-yun just smiled faintly and didn't extend his hand. Although this man was somewhat handsome, there was still a bit of a gap when compared to Fong-zong. Not giving face. "Ha!" Zhang Hao had been drinking and his temper was a bit high. Seeing that he was drunk, Fong-zong didn't bother with him and reached out to shake his hand. "This is Sister Sang. Good day, senior sister." Zhang Hao laughed. Talbot Moon smiled and got up. "This schoolmate, is he in the same class as Fong-zong?" you're a schoolmate too. Ha, Zhang Hao invited. Why don't you come to my place to play? Look at you sitting alone. Yeah. Talbot Moon faced her target and accepted the invitation with a smile. Zhang Hao laughed and punched Fong Zong's chest. It seems that the school bully is not as attractive as me. Fong Zong frowned. Don't you have to go to the restroom? Come along. Fine. Senior sister, you sit down first. After Zhang Hao spoke to Talbot Moon, he followed Fong Zong to the restroom. In the restroom, seeing the watch on Fong Zong's wrist, he eeped, Celestial Series? Fong Zong hummed and ignored him, leaving on his own after using the restroom. Che, nerd, you don't even get angry when a woman is snatched. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, clearly disliking Fong Zong's behavior. Then he staggered back to the deck and didn't bother with the others. Schoolboy, someone's calling you. Fong Zong, who had just returned to his seat, saw Sang Yun holding his cell phone, which had presumably just slipped on the card holder. Seeing that it was Tang Yinghua calling, he was still a bit puzzled. Hello? What is it? Hearing the noisy voices from across the room, Tang Yinghua realized that Fong Zong was playing outside, so she quickly said, the lawyer who made the appointment earlier needs to sign an authorization agreement, so he can come over tomorrow after signing it. Signing tonight? Fong Zong looked at the time. You're coming over now? Signing tonight, but there are still some details that need to be finalized. I heard Bing Bing say that you were in the dormitory, so I'll see if I can get you to sign then. Fong Zong laughed. You can sign it. Just come over and find me when you're done. Looking for you this late, it can't be your real girlfriend, right? Seeing Fong Zong hang up the phone, Sang Yun came over to whisper again. Fong Zong laughed. It's business that comes to me. David, order some more wine. Shan Yubi said from the sidelines. We're almost out of wine. Well. Lu Dawei hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. Got up to go to the sales, but touched Fong Zong as he walked past him. Fong Zong stood up and followed him. After the two of them walked away a bit, Lu Dawei said with some embarrassment, Brother Zong, lend me some money. I don't have enough money. You've just started school and you've spent all your money. Ha! Fong Zong frowned. What happens after that? Just find an excuse to ask my parents for it. Lu Dawei whispered. It's too late now. Fong Zong shook his head helplessly. Pull yourself together. I'll go check out and transfer some money to you tomorrow. Don't ask your parents for it. What else would your parents think of you? Aren't you looking for a scolding for spending all your money right after you get to school? Thank you, Brother Zong. Lu Dawei was embarrassed. Isn't this for love? Fong Zong glanced at Shan Yubi. This girl was not simple. It was not something that Lu Dawei could take down. However, it could not be said directly to Lu Dawei, so he went to the sales and asked for 3 dozen wild grams, sort of cheaper alcohol in the nightclub. Anyway, these people cannot drink out of the good or bad, blended with Red Bull and poured into the mouth. What's with all the drinking? Zhang Hao ordered Nog when he saw the side next door and called for sales. Go, serve the ace of spades over there. Young master, I'll pay for it. Yes. When the sales heard this, they were immediately energized. The more expensive the wine ordered, the higher their commission would be, so they were naturally happy. A bottle of ace of spades is worth 8.88 and is rarely ordered by the average person. In fact, a lot of people who go to nightclubs don't spend much money. Tickets plus a bottle of Budweiser will get you high all night. The minimum spend for a card table isn't much, and it's quite respectable to open an ace of spades. Zhang Xiao is broad-minded. Zhang Xiao is mighty. The 3 housemates next to him rose to the occasion, giving enough emotional value to make Zhang Hao laugh. Thanks. Fong Zong raised a glass of wine to show his appreciation. Chapter 92. The rich man was right in front of me, but I missed it. For this kind of person who spent money to act like a pussy in a nightclub, Fong Zong didn't understand it, but he respected it. What's more, they were given to their table. The 3 escorts that were called in saw that Zhang Hao knew the side and was generous, looked for a chance to go over and get acquainted as well and have a few drinks with them, ready to see if I'll catch this ingrate. Shan Yubi, on the other hand, did not go over to join in the fun, which caused Fong Zong to be a bit puzzled. After playing for a while longer, Fong Zong saw that it was almost time, so he said that he would go back to school. Sang Yun smacked his lips regretfully, naturally being able to sense that Fong Zong didn't have any unusual emotions towards himself. But Fong Zong offered to go back to school, so he called a few people to go back with him. I'm back. Zhang Hao drunkenly got up. We'll hang out next time we're on vacation. Talbot Moon had snuggled up next to Zhang Hao in such a short period of time. It seems she's still quite happy with Zhang Hao. Mr. Fong. Fong Zong had just gone out the door when he saw Tang Yinghua already waiting at the door. Why don't you go in? Just came. Tang Yinghua was holding the documents in her hand. The Maybach was parked next to her, and the person driving was Qin Jie. Mr. Fong. Qin Jie got out of the car. I went to the company to deliver the video, and when I saw that assistant Tang had to go out in the middle of the night, I gave her a ride. Fong Zong smiled and nodded. Yes, it has to be protected. Tang Yinghua handed the document up, and Fong Zong held it in his hand to read it. This is. Sang Yun followed beside Fong Zong, sizing up Tang Yinghua. Professional outfit with long black silk legs and that gorgeous face. When the two were compared, Sang Yun felt that he was somewhat outclassed. My assistant. Fong Zong looked at the documents and casually answered. Zhang Hao followed the crowd out and was surprised to see Fong Zong and the others gathered around the Maybach. Up came the Maybach and touched it. Fong de Banjian, is this your friend? Yes. Fong Zong looked up at him and continued to read the documents. Zhang Hao sked his mouth and asked Qin Jie, this car can be expensive. How much does it cost, buddy? This car, more than $6 million. Qin Jie didn't know the exact price, but had heard Fong Zong mention it. So expensive? Talbot Moon's eyes lit up at once. Qin Jie looked a little older, but he was well built and fairly weak looking. To be able to drive a car that costs over $6 million, you can imagine how expensive that family is. That expensive? The three people around Zhang Hao were surprised, and Yan Ding's three eyes widened. Sang Yun, however, looked at Fong Zong with some surprise. This woman was his assistant, and Qin Jie was sending his assistant over. So wasn't this a company car? I didn't realize I had a company at such a young age. Such an expensive car. My dad doesn't even want to buy it. Zhang Hao looked at the car, clearly enjoying it. Fong Zong finished reading the document, picked up a pen and signed a name before handing it to Tang Yinghua. Dude, this car is new, right? Zhang Hao was still looking at the car. What kind of business are you in? This car is not mine. Qin Jie saw him getting ready to get into the car and pulled him down. Don't get into the driver's seat if you've been drinking. Zhang Hao was a bit upset when he was pulled down. What's wrong with me just looking? It's dangerous to watch the car after drinking. Qin Jie said. Mr. Fong, then I'll send assistant Tang back first. Fong Zong nodded. You can take the car back first, and tomorrow when you send her to work, you can just go to the office and drive your car again. No need. Qin Jie shook his head. It's inconvenient for me to drive this car. I'll just take a taxi after sending assistant Tang over. Fong Zong nodded indifferently and let them go. Mr. Fong? Everyone was stunned, and Zhang Hao turned his head to look at Fong Zong. This car is yours? It's mine. Fong Zong wasn't interested in talking to him more and told the crowd to leave together. Let's go. Talking Bo Yu, who was snuggled up to Zhang Hao's side, instantly pulled away and looked at Fong Zong with a somewhat flickering look in her eyes. Zhang Hao was surprised. The watch on your hand is real too? Fong Zong smiled without saying anything and led the crowd away in a taxi. David, Talbot Moon asked in the cab. This friend of yours, does his family really raise donkeys? Yes. Lu Dawei smiled and said. I heard that more than 2,000 heads were raised. Then what's with his company? Talbot Moon was a little alarmed at the sound of that. It's called raising donkeys? Lu Dawei shook his head in some confusion. I heard that he opened a company. I don't know exactly. His family is really rich, ah? Talbot Moon sniffed with some regret. Then why did he drive a Tank 300? Lu Dawei thought about it and said. I think his parents gave it to him. Tan Baoyu's heart was full of remorse. She could be considered to have picked up the sesame and lost the watermelon. Some of these rich people just don't like to show off. Only buy your kids a Tank 300 for school, and that's because it's even cheaper in their perception. Foster a spirit of hard work and endurance. I clearly recognized that the person's family had money, but I missed it. The thought made her regret it a little. After arriving at the dormitory, he sat on a chair and was secretly lost in thought, intending to see how to salvage his image in Fong Zong's eyes. Sang Yun asked in the dormitory, Yubi, why don't you look for a high roller? There's no shortage of warblers and swallows next to a high-flying handsome. Shang Yubi bristled. Look at the female assistants beside Fong Zong. They are all so good-looking and have such a good body. It's not something I can grasp. It's better to hold Lu Dawei a little better. A little bit of money and not very good-looking. A man like that chases people and spends the most money. Sang Yun had a teachable expression, but she was only interested in Fong Zong's face, and she didn't think too highly of the family history ones. It's better to have money. It's fine if you don't. It's just a boyfriend anyway. When Talbot Moon heard this, her heart felt even worse and she sat down at the table to sulk. Zong, you have a Maybach. Why do you drive a Tank 300? Yan Ding in the car some curiosity to inquire. Is not to micro-visit ah? What ah? Fong Zong was a bit amused. That was given to me by my parents. Of course I drive that car. After returning to the dormitory, these three were also big-hearted, and instead of giving way in the face of their boss, they grabbed the toilet. Fong Zong was also quite relieved about this, and before that, he was worried that in the dormitory, the three of them were a little bit unable to let go, and planned to move out after the military training. I didn't realize that all three were big-hearted people who didn't care about such trivialities. The next day, under the arrangement of the guide Zhuang Jing, after receiving the clothes needed for military training, the students who were ready to declare the subsidy for poor students were asked to prepare the materials. No, he declared it too? Fong Zong looked at Zhang Hao on the declaration lists and frowned, but still handed these lists in. A small follower in his fellow dormitory asked, Zhang Xiao, why did you turn in your poverty quota as well? Anyway, it's the country's money, it's a waste not to claim it, so I'll treat you guys to dinner when I do. Zhang Hao laughed playfully without caring in the slightest. Chapter 93, The Sister of Stamp Collecting. Fong Zong is the next target. Mr. Zhuang, Zhang Hao doesn't meet the criteria for poor students. When Fong Zong handed the list over, he still explained the situation. His family has money, and he spent over $10,000 at the nightclub yesterday. Yes? Zhuang Jing glanced at the list. Okay, I know. Then he laughed. Military training starts tomorrow. You can take care of your classmates then, and you can talk to me if you have any problems. Fong Zong agreed. Okay. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Dawei slipped over again with some apprehension on his face. Brother Zong, how can you say that you can't participate in military training? Simple. Fong Zong laughed. Just go and issue a certificate saying that you are physically unfit to participate. Lu Dawei bristled. I went to the hospital and they couldn't find anything wrong with me. Then there's only one way. Fong Zong crossed his legs. I'll break your arm for you, and you'll be able to not participate. Forget it. Lu Dawei waved his hand repeatedly. It's not like that. Then with a bit of a sad face, she said, yesterday's commerce sister. She's not very attentive to me today. It takes half a day to get back to her in chat. What do you think she means? Not interested in you. Seeing him take the initiative to talk about it, Fong Zong advised, this girl isn't simple. It's best if you don't fall too deeply in love. Lu Dawei scratched his head. How is it not simple? She's treating you like that because she sees that your family has some money, Fong Zong said, and is planning to use you as a spare tire. No. Lu Dawei was a bit puzzled. How is my family as rich as your family? You had a Maybach in your house yesterday and she didn't even reach out to talk to you. When Fong Zong saw him say that, he laughed and said, then I don't know. At this time, the cell phone rang, and it was a message from Talking Bao Yu. Schoolmate, do you want to come out for dinner tonight? There were too many people yesterday. Didn't even talk to you much. Just as he was about to reply to the message, Sang Yun also sent a message. Schoolmate isn't familiar with the campus yet, right? Let me show you around? No. Good. After returning 2 separate messages, he headed out for his appointment. When I came to school, I didn't go out during the day because of the heat, but just went to the cafeteria for a meal. I'm going out for a spin. Fong Zong tapped Lu Dawei's shoulder. Think about it yourself. When Lu Dawei saw him go out, he went back to the other 3 to discuss what to do. Yan Ding and the 3 of them have never been in love either, but Lin Guangjuan spoke eloquently, as if he were an emotional master. This is obviously yesterday was not too happy with you, but barring that, it still hasn't given up on you, and this is the time to step up your onslaught and show her your sincerity. It's only then that we can hold the beauty. Lu Dawei nodded his head repeatedly as he sniffed. Or you're right, I think so too. The 2 began exchanging ideas again in their quarters, both with contented smiles on their faces. Schoolboy, this way. Sang Yun wore a long floral dress with small white socks and small leather shoes today, looking very pure and cute. Together with that fair skin, it really attracted a lot of people's eyes under the dormitory building. That's the acting student, isn't it? That's Sang Yun. Right, one of the top 10 golden flowers in the acting department. I heard that she just loves handsome guys and has found quite a few of them to fall in love with. Yun, are you waiting for me? Just as Fong Zong passed by, a boy came over with an excited look on his face. I knew it, you haven't forgotten about me. I'm here to find schoolmate Fong. Sang Yun's smile tempered when she saw the boy. We are no longer possible. The boy looked at Fong Zong with some jealousy in his eyes. Are you Xiao Yun's new boyfriend? No. Fong Zong shook his head. We just met yesterday. This guy is also a little bit handsome. Sang Yun frowned. Hao Ning, we've already broken up, so leave me alone. Saying this, Fong Zong said, let's go. Schoolmate. Hao Ning stood in place with a hurt face, looking at the backs of the 2 men as they left. That's Hao Ning, right? Yes, I heard that after a month with Sang Yun. Sang Yun went on to the next handsome guy, and now he's still pestering Sang Yun all day long. That's pathetic. How long do you think this freshman will be played by Sang Yun? I guess it's only a month. The longest Sang Yun has been in a relationship is no more than 2 months. Boys with understanding were watching the action from the sidelines, speculating on how things would go next. Hokage, that guy just now is my ex-boyfriend. Sang Yun whispered to Fong Zong. Nothing happened to us. Nothing happened? Fong Zong laughed. Then he still can't get enough of you. Sang Yun shook her head. You don't understand. This guy is a scum, and when he was with me, he went to flirt with other girls. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Fong Zong didn't take it seriously. Sang Yun also quickly changed the topic, and the 2 of them turned around the East Campus for a while, preparing to go around the West Campus. only to see a man come in the doorway of the East Campus. Sangun waved in greeting. River, only to see a girl hear the call and look up a bit blankly, seeing that it was Sangyun before walking quickly with her head down and greeting her with a smile. Xiao Yun, this is my roommate, Shui Miao Miao. Sangyun introduced Fengzong. Fengzong, however, stiffened and looked at Miao Miao Shui with disbelief. Your senior sister Miao Miao? Fengzong? Miao Miao Shui looked at Fengzong. Why are you at this school? I enrolled in this school. Fengzong immediately smiled happily upon seeing her. I didn't realize you were in this school as well. You guys know each other? Sangyun was a bit surprised to see that the two knew each other. Fengzong nodded. She's my junior high school sister. She took care of me when I was in school, and now she's my sister again. Didn't take very good care of you. Miao Miao Shui turned to ask. Didn't you do well in the exams and were a top science student? How did you come to this school? You saw the news? Fengzong smiled happily. You still remember me? Of course I remember. Seeing her acquaintance, Miao Miao Shui looked happy as well. I didn't expect that the little brat who was bullied in the beginning would also be able to get into the scholarship. Scholar? Sangyun raised her hand to cover her mouth. There was a top science student who applied to our school this year. Was it you? It's me. Fengzong casually responded, then asked Shui Miao Miao. Senior sister Miao Miao, where have you been? Why did you come in from outside the school? I'm going to take care of my mom. Miao Miao Shui forced a smile. Buy another bun to eat. You're eating buns again? Sangyun was a bit helpless. There's no nutrition in just eating buns. Fengzong said, we happen to be going to eat. Why don't you eat with us? Dinner? Sangyun looked at Fengzong in surprise. Miao Miao Shui subconsciously refused. No, I don't have any money. I'll treat you to dinner. Fengzong looked at her and said seriously, you helped me so much in the beginning, and you didn't even give me a chance to say thank you before you left. Let's say I bought you dinner today as a thank you. Miao Miao Shui struggled with her face for a moment. Okay, but don't go somewhere too expensive. There's a little $9.9 hot pot near the school. Let's eat there. Chapter 94, your new boyfriend takes you to eat this? $9.09 small hot pots? Sangyun was a bit embarrassed. Things aren't too clean in that place, are they? It's all technology and hard work. Clean. Miao Miao Shui said seriously. I've worked there. I know. Then go there. Fengzong smiled and said to Sangyun, if you don't want to go, then we'll make another appointment another day. Willing to go. Sangyun struggled internally for a moment, but a smile appeared on his face. When Miao Miao Shui saw them agree, she also exhaled softly, secretly counting how much money she still had in her hand. Coming out from the school gate, on the way, seeing that Shui Miao Miao's body was a bit thin and weak, Fengzong asked, Sister Miao Miao, why did you suddenly change schools in the first place? Something happened to my family. Miao Miao Shui whispered. The tuition at that school is a bit expensive, so I'm going to public school. It happened a little suddenly, and I just didn't get a chance to let you know. Sangyun interjected from the sidelines. How did River help you in the first place? At that time, I was bullied at school, and it was River-san who comforted me every day when I went to and from school, and brought me snacks to eat. Fengzong smiled with a reminiscent smile, and went to tell the people who bullied me to stop bullying me. I also just did something insignificant. Miao Miao Shui said softly, it's not right to bully people. Fengzong, however, laughed, but you were the only light in those days for me. Sangyun's heart sank as he listened. No wonder he hasn't been able to forget it all these years. The three of them came to the small hot pot stand, where there were already a lot of students coming here to eat at this time. This small hot pot is cheap and has a lot of food. So many students are willing to come and satisfy their cravings. River's here. The boss's wife still had a smile on her face when she saw Miao Miao Shui. Bringing your classmates to eat? Right. Miao Miao Shui turned her head and asked Fengzong, what kind of pot base do you eat? I'll have a hot pot. I'll have a tomato one. Fengzong talked to Sangyun about the pots and pans that each of them would like to eat before Shui Miao Miao said, I'll have a triple fresh pots and pans. Alright, you guys sit first. The boss's wife smiled slightly. A total of $19.08. Fengzong froze. The boss's wife laughed. I won't take River's money. That won't do. Fengzong laughed. Today is my treat. Next time it's your treat. Oh, okay. The boss's wife smiled brightly and teased to Miao Miao Shui. Finally, you've come out to eat with the boys. Miao Miao Shui blushed and said, this is a schoolmate I used to know. But the owner's wife didn't care. Business was busy. And with a slight smile she went back to greeting others. The three of them sat at the small table, which here had small induction cookers, and were ready to eat as soon as the bottom of the pot came up. I'll get the dishes. What are you guys eating? Before Miao Miao Shui could even sit down, she had to go get things for the two again. Together. Seeing Miao Miao Shui, Fengzong was very happy and the smile on his face never disappeared. Sangyun sighed as he sat at the table and watched the two go to get their things. Sangyun, Suddenly a voice came from the side. Sang Yun looked back and saw a handsome guy followed by a girl, obviously someone passing by. This stall is staked out on the side of the road and is visible to anyone passing by. Yen Yun Jia. Sang Yun greeted, his face slightly embarrassed. This is your new girlfriend. Yen Yun Jia nodded, ready to take her to dinner. Why did you come to eat this small hot pot? So cheap. Can it be delicious? It should be quite tasty. Sang Yun with some embarrassment. Came with my friend. At this moment, Fong Zong brought over some dishes and various frozen meatballs. The dishes are here. Is this your friend? Yen Yuanjie sized up Fong Zong. Sang Yun forced a smile. Yeah, this is the new schoolmate. Fong Zong, this is Yen Yuanjie. Hello. Fong Zong nodded indifferently, his eyes following Miao Miao Shui as she walked. Yen Yuanjie laughed and said, School brother, you have to be generous when treating a girl to dinner. Sang Yun didn't eat this kind of roadside stall when she was in love with me. Yes, thanks for the instruction. Fong Zong didn't care what they were saying and just casually coped. The smile on Sang Yun's face was a little too much. The girl beside Yen Yuanjie's body, surveying her eyes made her feel a little hungover. Yuanjie, this is your ex-girlfriend. Yeah. Yen Yuanjie smiled and looked at Fong Zong. Senior, you take Sang Yun and eat slowly. We're going to Hai Di Lao. Fong Zong casually waved his hand, and when he saw Water Miamia carefully coming over with several small bowls, he hurriedly got up to receive them. When the people left, Sang Yun sat down at the dinner table with some anger. Sang Yun, I picked a dip for you. See if you like it. Miao Miao Shui put the dip in front of Sang Yun. Sang Yun looked at the sesame paste that was mixed with too much water resulting in some thinness, a bit of chive flour and curd, reluctantly smiled. Good. The table in front of us was most heavily laden with some frozen croquettes. Most of the ingredients served at such places are these frozen cheap ingredients, because they are cheap. Vegetables and meat were there, but not much, and some staples. The bottom of the pot came up quickly, and Miao Miao Shui put the ingredients that were easy to cook into the pot, dipped them in the dipping sauce after cooking, and ate them into her mouth with a somewhat enjoyable expression on her face. Seeing Fong Zong's heart sinking, she didn't know how difficult these years had been for her. It was surprising that such a cheap place would satisfy Miao Miao Shui as well. Sang Yun, on the other hand, just chucked a couple of bok choy, still looking at it for a long time to make sure it was cleaned before putting it in the pot. Eat it all carefully and don't use dipping sauces. Fong Zong, on the other hand, accompanied Miao Miao Shui and ate with a big mouthful of food. Looking at Miao Miao Shui, she also smiled. Eat more, and try to eat the 9 pieces of 9 back. Yes. Fong Zong's quirky salute amused Shui Miao Miao again. After Sang Yun ate a few bites, he made excuses such as being full and having an upset stomach, and sat down to wait for the two. But from time to time I look around, and I'm afraid I'll run into someone I know. Miao Miao Shui took small bites of the pills, and she didn't have much of an appetite, so she couldn't eat any more after eating some of them. Fong Zong, on the other hand, swept away the food brought by Miao Miao Shui, causing Miao Miao Shui to prepare to get something again, which was persuaded by Fong Zong. When she left, Miao Miao Shui was still clutching the plastic bag with the buns in her hand. River sister, why are you still holding the bun? Miao Miao Shui whispered. We can still eat it tomorrow morning, so we don't have to buy it again. Fong Zong was a little saddened by what he heard, but he didn't say anything and added Miao Miao Shui's contact information before waving goodbye to the two of them. All hands on deck. Hello everyone, I'm your military training instructor. My last name is Joan. In front of the group stood a dark instructor who looked to be about their age, medium in looks, but with a taut body that gave him a very masculine look. Chapter 95. So many beautiful women came to give him water. On the first day of military training, after a general meeting, we began to divide the area according to their respective classes to start military training. The sun was very high and the students were sweating in the sun. After training for a while, Instructor Jiang saw that the students were really tired, so he asked to find a shady place to rest. Once they sat down, all of them couldn't help but make grumbling noises. Fong Zong, here's your drink. I just bought it. Hanibing came over in her camouflage military uniform, and her pretty face drew sidelong glances from her classmates. Okay, thanks. Fong Zong smiled and took the water. Did your class rest earlier? Yeah, it's ready to start again. I'll go first. Hanibing waved her hand daintily and returned to her class. Zhang Hao was about the same height as Fong Zong, and his position in the queue was with Fong Zong. After seeing Hanibing, she was shocked and immediately disliked Fong Zong. Big class president Fong, is this your girlfriend? Sort of. Fong Zong laughed as he unscrewed the ice coke and poured it into his mouth. Without waiting for Zhang Hao to continue pursuing the question, he heard the exclamation of surprise coming from the classmates around him. Beautiful schoolmate. Fong Zong. Fong Zong heard someone call him and looked up to see that it was Sang Yin coming over with talking Bao Yu. The two of them were wearing long dresses and looked very pretty. Just passed by the supermarket and bought you a bottle of water. Sang Yun also brought drinks. Pay more attention to your health. Fong Zong smiled and took it. Good. Zhang Hao looked at Tan Baoyu, who also had a bottle of water in her hand, so she stretched out her hand and squeezed her eyes at Fong Zong. Sister Tan, are you here to see me? I happen to be thirsty. Forgot that you were also there. Talbot Moon, however, gave a somewhat apologetic smile. I also came to bring water to Fong Zong. Saying that, he handed Fong Zong his drink. If you want to eat or drink anything, send us a message. Thanks. Although Fong Zong did not have a good impression of her, he reached out and accepted the drink. Zhang Hao awkwardly retracted his outstretched arm and found himself a step. Sister, can I send you a message? Talbot Moon smiled faintly, didn't say anything, and turned around with Sang Yun and the two of them to leave. Another nail in the coffin, embarrassing Zhang Hao's face. Not sure if it was from the training tan he had just gotten or if he was feeling embarrassed. Brother Zong, you're so lucky to be a woman. Yen Ding looked on in envy and jealousy. So many beautiful women are giving you water. Yeah, Niolu also sighed. If only I had a girl to bring me water. The fact that someone had just brought water to Fong Zong these 3 times didn't just cause the boys to envy him, but also caused the girls in the class to give him a series of sideways glances. Our class president does seem to be quite handsome. I just saw that he has abs. He's handsome. He's a good student. And he has abs. He's the perfect boy. No wonder so many people bring water. The girls came together and whispered. Even Instructor Jiang, who was resting on the side, was envious and thought that this person's good fortune was really not shallow. With that thought in mind, I was just about to yell to start training when I saw another skinny girl approaching. Fong Zong. She waved with some surprise upon seeing Fong Zong. Man, there's another schoolmate. Did we come to school on the same day? How come people know so many schoolmates? This schoolmate is also good looking. Why? How am I worse than him? The girl beside him heard this and looked toward him, immediately bristling. One face short. That's a big pie face. And it's a good idea to say what the difference is. Amidst the whispering of his classmates, Fong Zong immediately walked over. Meow meow. Call school sister. Meow Meow Shui pouted. Thank you for buying me dinner yesterday. I bought you a bottle of water. Fong Zong looked at it. It was a bottle of chilled iced tea. So I guess the money must have made her heart ache, right? Just as she was about to say thank you, she saw Shui Meow Meow's eyes reddening and immediately asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Meow Meow Shui shook her head. "If there's anything you don't recognize, you tell me and I'll give you directions. If someone bullies you, you give me that too." Fong Zong nodded somewhat uneasily. "Okay, I know." He saw that Meow Meow Shui was unwilling to speak, so he didn't pursue the matter. In front of a large crowd, Meow Meow Shui was a bit uncomfortable and left quickly after saying a few words. "Zong, you can't drink all this water, can you?" Lin Guangju and hemmed and hawed. "Why don't I drink it for you? Take these 2 bottles. Fong Zong handed him the 2 bottles of drinks that Sang Yun and Tan Baoyu had sent him, while Meow Meow Shui's was placed on the ground. Instructor Jiang looked around the room and finally didn't see any more people walking around, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Gather, Class President Fong." Instructor Jiang beamed. "You just drank your fill. The other students are all still thirsty. Go carry buckets of water for everyone." There was a burst of laughter from within the queue. Fong Zong also laughed. "Good, go to another person." Instructor Jiang laughed. "You two rotate." The boys in the queue were beaming with anticipation. Moving water is moving water as long as you don't train. "Instructor, I'll go," Zhang Hao voiced out. Instructor Jiang then nodded. "Alright, you can follow." The 2 men left the line and went forward to carry the water, and each of the other classes sent their own men. Fong Debanshan. As the 2 were on their way, Zhang Hao suddenly said, "My subsidized quota for poor students. You're the one who screwed it up for me? Poor student?" Fong Zong couldn't help but ask back. "Are you poor?" "Whether I'm poor or not, I submitted my application. You shouldn't talk too much, right?" Zhang Hao was a bit unhappy. "Don't make small moves behind your back," Fong Zong said indifferently. "Is it making small moves that is despicable? Or is it taking up other people's poverty subsidies that is despicable? What do you mean?" Zhang Hao pulled Fong Zong's clothes. "You scolded me, didn't you?" Fong Zong's voice was flat. "If you don't even know this question and have to ask me in return, I would suggest that you apply for a disability subsidy. Being brain damaged is also being disabled. UING. Zhang Hao reached out to grab Fong Zong's clothes, but Fong Zong dodged it. A voice came. "Fong Zong, what are you doing?" The 2 looked. It was the guide Zhuang Jing holding a bucket of water, her face red. "I'll do it." Fong Zong slung the bucket over his shoulder. "Why are you here, teacher?" "Bringing you guys water." Zhuang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. "What were you guys just doing? I see he's rubbed dirt on his clothes. Give him a pat," Zhang Hao said from the sidelines. Fong Zong let out a light laugh and didn't say anything. The 3 of them walked together toward the playground. Fang Zong took the opportunity to take out his cell phone and asked Sang Yun to see what exactly happened to Miao Miao Shui, but after waiting 2 minutes without a reply, he put the phone away again. Are you tired? Zhuang Jing asked. Should we let Zhang Hao move for a while? No need. Fang Zong's body had been strengthened, and a bucket of water weighed as much as nothing. It was carried all the way to the playground before it was put down, without blushing or gasping. Instructor Jiang, Mr. Chong, Zhuang Jing said in front of the queue, if students are not feeling well, they should talk to Fang Zong and Instructor Jiang. The medicine box is placed over there, so everyone pay attention to your health. She was young but very manipulative and conscientious, which made the heart grow fonder. Chapter 96? The scholar is coming out to be beaten. When the first day of military training came to an end, the classes began to rest in the playground. Many students start rubbing their arms and legs as soon as they sit on the floor because they haven't exercised for a long time. Everyone take a break. Instructor Jiang was also tired after a long day and ran off to sit with the instructors in the next class. Old Jiang, that student in your class is quite impressive, with so many beautiful women giving him water, the instructor of the next class said smilingly. Instructor Jiang smiled and said, that kid is good looking. Girls at this time of the year like good-looking ones. That's because they haven't seen what it means to be masculine. The instructor of the next class disliked Instructor Zhang's arm. The guide of their class is also good-looking. Instructor Jiang looked at him askance. Old Su, have you forgotten the discipline? You are not allowed to get too close to female students during military training. That's female students, not female teachers. Instructor Su hemmed and hawed. We'll give them practice later. And after seeing the masculine she, we'll definitely impress that female teacher. Instructor Jiang glanced at Zhuang Jing, who was sitting with the students, and his heart rippled. This female guide was not very old and was full of youthful vigor, especially the pair of small tiger teeth revealed when she smiled, which was both cute and heartwarming. Instructor Su continued, if you're not going you'll help me, okay? Fight is set. Instructor Zhang's teeth clenched. Let's see who she likes more between us. Both were veterans who had been in the military for years and usually saw very few girls, not to mention this Zhuang Jing guide, who was so good looking. Okay, then I won't hold back. Instructor Su hemmed and hawed, but then thought for a second. No, I can't fight too hard, or I'll make a fool of myself. Why don't you win first and I'll win? Can. Instructor Jiang agreed. Just go by the set moves. I'll fight nice and leave some hands off. Instructor Su rejoiced at his words. Don't worry, I'm the most measured person. The two men smiled at each other as they struck a deal. Then they each went to their respective classes, and Instructor Su brought his class next to Instructor Zhang's class. Sitting at the front of the line, he said, it's no fun sitting around, so why don't you put on a show? The students were looking for fun at this point after a boring day of training. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar. Well, the instructors will go first. You let us go first. Instructor Jiang laughed. Inverted Tian Gang, we our instructors still need to perform. Zhuang Jing laughed. It's all the more important for the instructor to serve as an example for the students to open their eyes. When he smiled, his little tiger teeth showed a little, and it tickled the hearts of the two instructors. Okay, then we'll start. Instructor Jiang said, it's no fun to perform alone. Let's the two of us perform a sparring match for the students. After we spar, the students can perform positively. Good. The students applauded and welcomed the two instructors practicing against each other. And Instructor Zhang told the students to form a big circle so they could all see. Zhuang Jing was also looking on with some anticipation on her face. Instructor Jiang winked with Instructor Su and began to set up his moves. Actually, none of the moves within the military are very good, practical, but they're all takedowns, and the fights don't look as good as they do in the movies. The students, however, couldn't see it, and seemed to applaud whenever they sparred. At this point in the playground the other classes were in large circles each performing. That's one of the purposes of military training, to get the class to get to know each other as quickly as possible, and to become a little more united. Thud! The students present heard the dull crash, and it was Instructor Jiang who kicked Instructor Su to the ground. In an instant, Fang Zong led the chorus. Instructor Jiang is awesome, masterful, so powerful. Victory! Instructor Su bounced off the ground with a carp, touched his chest, and gave Instructor Jiang a look that said, you're pretty hard on him. Instructor Jiang was a little weak. He smiled and returned a your turn look. I wasn't paying attention just now. Instructor Su laughed. One more hand. Instructor Jiang took the time to glance at Zhuang Jing. Seeing her eyes light up and smile made her heart even happier. Well, that means it's working. Come on. The two of them began to set up their moves again. And after a few rounds of fighting, Instructor Su gave a look and Instructor Jiang was dropped to the ground. The body hit the ground with a dull thud. Winning. Instructor Su is awesome. Fantastic. I really admire Instructor Su. Awesome. The people in the next class also started shouting and clapping and cheering for their instructor. Instructor Su also laughed, looking at Zhuang Jing with a victorious stance. Seeing Zhuang Jing also applauding and smiling happily, he was also overjoyed. Seeing this, Instructor Jiang laughed. Are there any students willing to come up and try? Fong Debanchen on, Zhang Hao suddenly shouted. The several doglegs beside him then began to coax. Right, Fong Debanchen on. Scholarship on the scholarship. The scholarship of arts and martial arts will surely be able to do it. Squad leader, show the instructor what it means to be literate. Scholar? Instructor Jiang froze. How is there still a scholar? Zhang Hao shouted in order to rack up Fong's own. Our class president is the top science student in Hebei province, so he must be good at fighting as well. So the top student is in their class. Which one? Which one is the top student? I'd like to see which top student has his head up his ass to pick our school. The students in the next class heard this and were interested. Look around to see which one is the top student. Zhang Hao snickered more than a few times. Letting you snitch on me and letting the instructor beat you up. How dare you rob my schoolmate? Go up and lose face. Seeing everyone staring at him, Fong Zong waved his hand and refused. No. I don't know how to fight. How can you call it a fight? Zhang Hao coaxed from the side. This is the instructor teaching you. When Instructor Su saw Fong Zong speak, he recognized the boy who had made many beautiful students come to deliver water. So he followed suit. It's fine. We'll keep our hands to ourselves. Tell you what, you come up here and one of us comes out of our class. Then he yelled to the group. Is there anyone in our class with a lot of guts? Yes. There was really a rash of people willing to step up and come out with a show of hands. Seeing that everyone's attention was now here, this person's inner desire to perform immediately sparked up. Instructor, I'll do it. Only to see that in the next class, a lanky boy came out with a hearty smile on his face. Instructor can be merciful. Don't worry. Instructor Su laughed. The beating won't hurt you. Instructor Jiang then stepped back and made way. In the center circle, the two men stood looking at each other. The boy followed the moves of boxing and mobilizing on TV and brought his hand up to protect the side of his face. Instructor, I'm on. Chapter 97. No. Are you a scholar in literature or in martial arts? The boy shifted and slowly forced his way towards Instructor Su after saying that. Looking at the pace, it should have been practiced for a while. Instructor Su took one look and knew that this kid was a bit basic. Inside, he didn't dare to slack off. If he was knocked down by this kid, his own majesty as an instructor could not be preserved. When the boy came in with a jab, Instructor Su sidestepped, not giving the boy a chance to react, and kicked over with a center sweep. The sound of pop made the students in the audience shudder. So it was clear that the kick had not withdrawn its force, but the lanky boy just shifted and countered with a set of combinations. After all, Instructor Su had a lot of combat experience, and after blocking 2 punches with his arms, he took the lanky boy down to the ground with a toss and fall, then made a gesture. A couple of complimentary punches that didn't hit just meant something. The instructor wins again. The students in the class chanted, Awesome, Instructor Su. That was a quick knockout. Not bad for a soldier. Instructor Su laughed and pulled the boy to his feet. Yes, having practiced the basics of boxing, it's pretty impressive. Only then did he say to Instructor Jiang, It's your class turn to perform. Instructor Jiang looked toward Fong Zong. Big squad leader Fong, do you want to come and practice? Don't want it? Zhuang Jing spoke out against it. It's too dangerous. What's so dangerous about it? Instructor Su laughed playfully from the sidelines. We all have numbers in our hands. Fong Zong got up helplessly. Alright then. Then he smiled at Instructor Jiang. Instructor, I have more strength. It would be bad if I can't collect the force. Ha ha ha, okay. Instructor Jiang didn't take it seriously when he heard this. Feel free to come. Fong Zong stood in the center of the field, and the eyes of the girls in both classes were focused on him. The girls in their own class shouted cheers. Class president, beat the instructor and take the heat for us. Go squad leader. Watch out. Instructor, don't punch our class president in the face. The girls in the next class were also talking. This is the top student. So handsome and good grades, and such a good body. Mama, no wonder ancient women are willing to marry the top scholar. I want to do it too. So handsome. Want to talk. Big class president Fong. You must protect your face, otherwise those girls will be heartbroken. Zhang Hao was conspiratorial from the side. Don't get injured, little white boy. Zhuang Jing repeatedly instructed Instructor Jiang from the sidelines. Be gentle with your hands. Don't injure them. Okay, I know. Instructor Jiang laughed. His heart was a little diabolical. I don't look bad. Why are they all looking at him? With that, Fong Zong beckoned. Take a shot. Fong Zong slowly walked up to Instructor Jiang, moving like an ordinary person. Instructor Jiang's heart was relieved. It seems to be completely untrained in combat. White 1. Wait for a random 2 rounds to get down even. Fong Zong knew that his body had been strengthened, and that his speed and strength were better than average, and had been thinking about how to collect his strength and not hit too hard. Otherwise, it hurts Instructor John's face, which still has a month of military training under the other party coming. After Fong Zong uttered a word of caution, he raised his hand and struck at Instructor Jiang. It was not a professional punch at all, but it came with great force and speed. Instructor Jiang was shocked in his heart. It was already too late to dodge. He could only take a step back and put both arms in front of him to block the punch. There was a loud pop that spread throughout the circle. Although the students found it unusual, Instructor Jiang was a bit alarmed by the punch he received. Both of his own arms in defense were beaten raw, and if he hadn't retreated a step back and been caught off guard, I'm afraid he would have been knocked back several steps. The force is really strong. Instructor Jiang didn't dare to slack off, and once he knew how heavy Fong Zong's fists were, he stopped forcing a defense. As for Fong Zong, after using 5 points of force, he saw that Instructor Jiang's face was a bit unsightly, and knowing that the force was still too heavy, he withdrew 2 more points of force. Instructor, I'm coming next. Come on. Instructor Jiang felt bitter at this time. As an instructor, there was no way back. Fong Zong mimicked the combinations on TV, collecting his strength and hitting, but the pace of his feet was messy, and the punches he threw felt awkward. Instructor Jiang then breathed a sigh of relief and used his experience to move around, making most of Fong Zong's punches fall short, but it also took a lot of punches that hit all parts of the body in a bad way. Seeing a moment, Instructor Jiang first used his right fist to make a false move. His left fist was hidden at his side, and he secretly threw a punch at Fong Zong's liver. In the wrestling world it's called a liver explosion. Although the liver has no pain nerves, the diaphragm in the abdomen can produce severe pain after a sharp blow. This kind of severe pain simply can't be survived by will. This is why many people lay on the ground and start wailing after taking a punch. Many professional fighters, who focus on practicing resistance training, are also trying to prevent this move. Although Fong Zong hadn't practiced resistance, he reacted quickly and reached out to directly pinch Instructor Jiang's wrist, preventing him from advancing an inch. Instructor Jiang felt like an iron vice clamping his arm, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake it. It's a tie. Fong Zong whispered. Instructor Jiang was secretly amazed at Fong Zong's strength. It seemed that Fong Zong had just been holding back his hand, so he said, "Good." With that, Fong Zong let go of his hand, and after both of them had set up a few moves, Instructor Jiang waved his hand. "No more fights. No more fights. It's a tie. Squad leader is mighty and dominant, able to write and fight. He's tied with the instructor, studying so well, and fighting so well, and being so handsome." I fell. The girls in the room had peachy eyes. Fong Zong's reputation as a top student was already very eye-catching, and now that he had shown that his physical fitness was also surprisingly good, the girls liked it even more. Instructor Jiang looked at Zhuang Jing. "I can stay my hand." Fong Zong secretly rolled his eyes on the side, but didn't break it down. Zhuang Jing, however, asked Fong Zong, "Fong Zong, are you alright?" "It's fine." Fong Zong laughed. Zhang Hao couldn't help but skim his lips as he watched from below. What kind of instructor? He can't even beat a student. He wanted to make a fool out of Fong Zong, but he didn't expect to add some popularity to the other party instead. Instructor Su watched the two sparring. Obviously Instructor Jian kept wandering and dodging. What a tie. Obviously Instructor Jian let him. "Instructor Su, why don't you practice with Fong Zong again?" How can Instructor Jian not know what he is thinking? Thinking that this suffering cannot be eaten by me alone. I must pull my comrades down. Is that okay, Teacher Zhuang? Instructor Su sniffed and looked at Instructor Jiang. And when he saw Instructor Jiang make a wink, he thought he understood what Instructor Jiang meant. Obviously for the sake of Teacher Zhuang, Instructor Jiang was not in a position to make things difficult for Fong Zong, which was why he allowed himself to make a move. Zhuang Jing, however, asked Fong Zong, "What do you think?" Fong Zong looked at Instructor Jiang, who winked at him and understood. "Okay, that's fine." Chapter 98 Raising a Donkey at Home? Are you a donkey? You're too strong. Old Su, this student has a lot of strength. After Instructor Jiang said to Instructor Su, "Again," Fong Zong said, "Keep your strength in check. Don't injure Instructor Su." When the surrounding students heard this, they all instantly became interested. Powerful? So powerful? And injure the instructor? Zhang Hao scoffed from below. He can still injure the instructor? Great strength? That skinny arm and leg, probably not as strong as me. Instructor Jian cast a sidelong glance at him. The words he had just spoken were just provoking Instructor Su, but he didn't expect to be taken seriously by an individual. Instructor Su really took the bait, was already at the age of blood and vigor. Hearing this, he immediately said to Instructor Jiang, "You can't fight. I can fight. Don't pull back. I'll show you what it means to tackle." Not collecting power? Fong Zong raised his eyebrows. Instructor Su tapped his chest. Don't withdraw your force. I'm not a wimp like old Jiang. Only then did Instructor Jiang smile reassuringly after hearing this. Good, good, good. Then the other party said longitudinally. Then make your full strength. Then backed up to the edge and sat down, a look of amusement on his face. Go squad leader. Watch out. Squad leader. Instructor. Be careful not to injure this scholar. Zhang Hao coaxed from below. Sneering, he said, I'll be on later. Instructor Jiang silently memorized his face, then looked to the middle of the field. The two stood looking at each other. Fang Zong felt that it was still a bit bad not to collect his strength, and at this time, he also confirmed it and whispered, Instructor Su, I can make full use of my strength. Feel free to come. Instructor Su laughed. I'll let you have 3 punches. Fang Zong lowered his heart after hearing this and stepped forward, striking Instructor Su's chest with all his might. Instructor Su was raising his hands to his chest in defense when he saw the punch, and immediately his mind went blank. It's too fast. It was too late to react and could only barely block it with his arm. This huge force instantly caused him to fall back 2 or 3 steps, and his arm was in severe pain, feeling like it had been broken by a punch. He showed his teeth and looked at Instructor Jiang, who was on the side, and when he saw a look of amusement on his face, he immediately understood that this was a setup by Instructor Jiang. Wow! One punch knocked the instructor out 2 or 3 steps. That was just so loud. Instructor Su was hurt by the punch. It must have been a heavy one. Instructor Su heard the students' comments and had mixed feelings in his heart, knowing that he couldn't lose face on the first day of military training. Seeing Fang Zong walking towards him, he hurriedly didn't move his lips and whispered, Brothers, give me face. Let's also draw. Okay. Fang Zong felt a bit amused, but agreed, and after a few rounds of collecting their strength and sparring, the two men exchanged punches and separated. Instructor Su felt that his arm was going to be ruined if he used it any longer, and hurriedly called a halt. Okay, a draw. Another tie. That's awesome. Scholar class president. The instructor must have let him. It's not good for students to make a move. Zhang Hao spoke sourly below. The other girls, however, said, if the instructor says it's a tie, it must be a tie, and I guess the class president has practiced. Zhang Hao snorted in disdain. Fine you wait. Instructor Su faced Instructor Jiang, who had a bad smile on his face, and complained in a low voice. This kid's strength is too big, isn't it? What's the family for? A donkey breeder. Fang Zong hemmed and hawed. A donkey breeder? Is this donkey you? Too much strength. Instructor Su touched his sorely beaten arm. Instructor Jiang laughed and told Fang Zong to go down and rest. A force of 10. This was a sparring match, and if Fang Zong let go of the fight, it would definitely be unfavorable to them. But if you're fighting for your life, it's not enough to be strong, and victory is still a toss-up. This student, Instructor Jiang pointed at Zhang Hao. Didn't you just say you wanted to come up? Let's both have some fun too. Me? Zhang Hao saw that even Fang Zong was able to come down with a tie, and he also jumped at the chance. The instructor will save face for the students anyway, so what's the point of being afraid? Instructor, Zhang Hao laughed. I can practice taekwondo. Practiced is better. Instructor Jiang sneered. Do you want to perform first? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Yeah, and give me showtime. Seeing all those girls staring at Fang Zong, her heart was already a bit upset. Isn't it just a little white boy? Where is the full development like me? Then it was time to warm up, and the whole thing was done in a way that got the other students interested. Warmed up and did some high kicks. Whether it works or not, it rather looks very blustery. Go Instructor Jiang. Instructor Jiang, don't hold back this time. It's no fun to draw. That's it. Come up with something real. Yending just listened to Zhang Hao keep bluffing below, and his heart was also a little upset, so he began to drum. Lin Guangjuan and Niu Lu beside him followed suit. Okay. Instructor Jiang said to Zhuang Jing, Teacher Zhuang, I'll pay attention to the measurements. After what had just happened, Zhuang Jing assumed that both instructors were keeping their hands to themselves, so she nodded her head in reassurance as well. Looking at Zhang Hao, who kept warming up in a fancy way, he felt a bit of anger in his heart. I can't beat Fang Zong, but I still can't beat you? I just don't believe there can be that many perverts in one class. Instructor Jiang, I'm here. After Zhang Hao finished warming up, he saw many female classmates staring at him, and felt a little smug in his heart. After reminding Instructor Jiang, he immediately flew up and delivered a flying kick straight to Instructor Zhang's head. It was a cool move that brought gasps of surprise from the schoolgirls in the room. Instructor Chang dodged sideways. This kind of flashy stance is pretty to look at, but it's too impractical in real combat. Zhang Hao landed on the ground, hearing the female students' exclamations of surprise and triumph, and delivered another high sweeping kick towards Instructor Zhang's head. Seeing him strike with such a lack of proportion, Instructor Zhang's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Curling his arm to block the limp leg, a ground sweep of his foot destroyed Zhang Hao's center of gravity. Before Zhang Hao could retract his raised leg, he was swept off his supporting leg and instantly fell to the ground in an unsteady position. Hiss! He couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. The fall still hurt a bit. The lousy scene drew laughter from the students in the room. Zhang Hao heard the jeers and became infuriated. Climbing to his feet without waiting for Instructor Jiang to call a halt, he went for another front stomp kick. Instructor Jiang was just about to call a halt, but he didn't want to be caught off guard by Zhang Hao's square stomp on his stomach, and he immediately took a step back, with a burst of fire coming from his abdomen. Seeing this, he no longer stayed his hand, reaching out to fish for Zhang Hao's limp leg as he came in with a center sweeping kick. A catch leg drop sends him to the floor again. The students hadn't even gotten over the laughter they just had, and when they saw another fall, they immediately burst into another fit of giggles. Alright, stop. When Instructor Jiang saw him climb up and was still ready to continue, he opened his mouth to call a halt. Zhang Hao's face was green and red for a while, and his body was still covered in dust, looking very wretched. Is Zhang Hao alright? Zhuang Jing asked from the side. Zhang Hao said angrily, nothing. Then he turned his head and went back to the line. There was some resentment in his eyes towards Instructor Jiang. Just now the other party left his hand vertical, but not to himself. What did he mean? Are all the instructors face dogs too? Or maybe the two had some kind of dirty deal? Instructor Jiang added murderously, Taekwondo looks like it can only be used for performances. The students laughed even louder. Chapter 99, Assistant Tang is going to be Boss Tang. Okay, do any of the other students want to come up and perform next? Seeing that Zhang Hao was ready to get angry, Instructor Jiang immediately changed the topic and a girl from the next class raised her hand. Instructor, I can perform a dance. Good, welcome this student for a dance. Instructor Jiang immediately clapped his hands in welcome. In time with the music, this girl is wearing camouflage clothing, but it's hard to hide her flirtatiousness, twisting her waist with abandon. Her youthful vigor speaks for itself. It's beautiful. It's so pretty, and that waist section is so soft. Good looking too. You've taken professional dance lessons before, haven't you? The male students at the bottom of the room looked at it with a double take. Fang Zong was also looking at it. Although this girl's looks were not bad, she belonged to the class flower level, and couldn't be compared to a school flower level girl like Han Yibing. After the dance, the girl gasped slightly and smiled at Fang Zong before turning around and going down. Next there was singing and joke-telling. Yan Dingdu went up to tell a monologue. He is from Jinhai, but it is a professional counterpart. Okay, one last half hour of training and we're dismissed. Instructor Jiang glanced at the time and announced that today's training mission was going to end. The students wailed, but there was nothing they could do to regroup in formation, and the other classes from the other colleges were all resuming their training status one after another at this time. Only after the last half hour of training was over did the dismissed students head for their dormitories in 2s and 3s. Fang Zong didn't feel any discomfort because his body had been strengthened. Taking out his phone, he glanced at it and found that Sang Yun had waited back to him. Niao Mao's application for the poor student subsidy has been rejected. Fang Zong directly called the phone over. Why were you rejected? Because there aren't enough slots. The slots for poor students are rotated. Sang Yun whispered. I've heard that some people have gone through connections to be taken up. Fang Zong frowned. Okay, I know. Brother Zong, aren't you going back yet? Seeing that Fang Zong wasn't heading towards the dormitory, Lin Guangjuan asked a question. Fang Zong waved his hand. You guys go back first. I'm looking for someone for something. Walked to an unoccupied place. Gave Tang Yinghua a phone call. You get a document. Say the company wants to subsidize poor college students. I'll give you a name. Stamped with the official seal to come to the school. Tang Yinghua took a look at the time. Even though it was already 8 o'clock, she still agreed. I'll make a trip to the company now. Putting down his cell phone number. Instead of being upset, he was a little happy. It was because she had a special job, being Fang Zong's personal assistant. Even if he went to work at the company every day, he didn't have a specific job, and a lot of things were handled by Chu Qiulu. The only job was to see if Fang Zong had any needs. It's okay to have a job. It shows that you have some use for this position. She was most afraid of not having a work schedule for a long time. In that case, maybe one day Fang Zong would fire herself. Gave Chu Qiulu a phone call to say a word. After all, it is the company's official seal, or need the vice president to know. Back to the company in accordance with the template found on the internet. Get a document, the Water River name into the printout, and then carry the document to the school. When the doorman saw that a luxury car like a Maybach was going to enter the school, he didn't dare to stop it at all, not caring in the least whether it was a school car or not. Fang Zong. After parking the Maybach in front of Fang Zong, Tang Yinghua took out the documents. Alright, come with me to meet this girl later, Fang Zong said. Just pretend that you're the owner of the company, and that I'm the one who knows you and told you a little bit about her. You just happened to have this foundation in your company before you decided to sponsor her. Good. Although Tang Yinghua didn't know what Fong Zong was going to do, she agreed in one breath. Students coming and going looked at the scene and were whispering to their friends. That's a Maybach, a multi-million-dollar car. What's with the freshman? That freshman's family has money? It's worthy of being a luxury car. Even the owner is so good-looking and has too good of a body. River, have you eaten? A thin woman lying on a bed in an old rented room asked Miao Miao Shui in front of her. Miao Miao Shui blew on the food on the spoon and brought it to the woman's mouth. Mom, I've eaten. Look at how thin you are. The woman swallowed her food, her face full of heartache. I'm the one who dragged you down. Which is not. Miao Miao Shui smiled faintly. You're my mom. This is what I should do. If I hadn't been paralyzed in bed, I would have died long ago and you wouldn't have to be so tired. The woman's voice was low, her eyes filled with tears. Water Miao Miao snapped. Saying that again. I don't have a home when you're gone. I only have a home when you were there. After feeding her, she began to scrub the woman's body, and her face changed when she scrubbed her back. Mom, why are there bedsores again? Didn't Auntie He turn you over? Your Auntie He has been suffering from frozen shoulder for the past few days, and her arms hurt so much that she can't lift them. The woman shook her head and said, she was sent by the community, and I'm too embarrassed to keep bothering people. Water Miao Miao skillfully took out the ointment. With some heartache on her face, it's not easy to get rid of this bedsore, so be sure to turn over diligently. Good. The woman smiled slightly. I'll have her roll over for me next time. Water Miao Miao snapped. You say that again. Every time you say that. Next time you still don't dare to tell Auntie He. I'll explain it to her later. Don't. It's not good for you juniors to say that. The woman stopped. I'll just say it. Water Miao Miao finished applying the ointment and washed and dried the dirty clothes before she was ready to turn off the lights. Mom, I'll go back to school then. Okay, you be safe on the road. The woman smiled and bid her goodbye, and a moment passed after the room was plunged into darkness before a sob sounded in the room. As Miao Miao Shui walked down the road, she took out her old cell phone and started searching for nearby part-time jobs. Now that the poverty grant is gone, she's going to have to take on more part-time jobs to make life a little better. River, where are you? Miao Miao Shui received a call from Fong Zong and was a bit unhappy to hear this. Call me senior sister. Then glancing at his surroundings, I just got to East Campus. I'm downstairs in your dormitory. I have something to find you. Fong Zong said. I was beaten up today. Ha! Water Miao Miao immediately became anxious. I'll go over right away. Putting down his cell phone, he ran down the dormitory stairs. When they arrived at the place, they saw Fong Zong standing with a woman with a smile on his face. She realized that Fong Zong was teasing her, but with the strange woman at her side, she didn't dare to say anything more, and only whispered angrily, You lied to me again. No, the instructor asked me to spar with him today. Fong Zong hemmed and hawed, then said, This Mr. Tang. Hello, Mr. Tang. Miao Miao Shui didn't know why she was being introduced to this woman, but she still greeted her in a small voice. Fong Zong smiled and said, I saw that you were not happy today, so I asked Sang Yun, why didn't you tell me when there was such a thing? I can't let the quota come back even if I tell you. Miao Miao Shui was a little touched in her heart. Fong Zong patted her head, but if you had told me, wouldn't there have been a solution already? General Manager Tang's company has a charitable foundation that specializes in funding poor students. I told her about your situation and she immediately decided to fund it. Miao Miao Shui Miao was a bit surprised when she heard that. Doesn't it need to be censored? Censor what? I'm your guarantee. Fong Zong slapped his chest. Tang Yinghua said, Student Miao Miao Shui, our company has decided to subsidize you, and our company will cover all of your future tuition fees as well as other school expenses. As for your living expenses, how about $3,000 a month? 3,000? Miao Miao Shui's eyes immediately widened. That much? Much? Tang Yinghua smiled faintly. Our company's proposition is to exempt poor students from all worries and put all their energy into their studies. Chapter 100, Someone's Got You? Only 3,000 a month? But $3,000 is too much. Miao Miao Shui said with some hesitation. I spend $1,000 a month and that's enough. 1,000? Fong Zong frowned. I heard that your mother is still sick, right? Then he glanced at Tang Yinghua, who immediately understood. Is mother still sick? Right. Miao Miao Shui nodded. Paralyzed. Is that something you go back to take care of every day? Tang Yinghua asked with some worry, some heartache in her eyes. I thought that this time it was Fong Zong who was preparing to pick up a girl and had her come over to pull the flag, but I didn't realize that this female student's family was really in a difficult situation. The community found a caregiver to take care of her during the day. Miao Miao Shui said honestly, I go home after class to massage and wash her, and I go back to the dormitory to stay at night. Tang Yinghua queried, why don't you stay at home? Aren't you afraid she'll have some kind of discomfort at night? There is only a single bed in the house, said Miao Miao Shui with a somewhat low voice. It was a small rented house, and it couldn't accommodate two people. Tang Yinghua felt her nose a little sour, then said, the company also has grants to help seriously ill patients. The company pays for a specialized nursing home to take care of the patients, with good treatment and professional medical staff. I can get the company to come again and take your mother to a nursing home, and you'll be able to take a lot less of the burden off your shoulders, and your mother's health will be well taken care of. You can go to the nursing home to stay with them when you're out of class, and there's a bedside manner there, too. Miao Miao Shui's eyes grew bright as she listened. Really? My mom has bed sores because she didn't turn over in time. The more the words came out, the more the voice gradually took on a sobbing tone. It's fine to suffer on your own, but your mother has been poorly taken care of. To be honest, when she heard that the poor student allowance hadn't come down, she was tempted to drop out of school. Tang Yinghua said from the side, don't worry, I'll send someone to find out about the situation tomorrow, and I'll be able to be admitted to the sanatorium right away. Good, thank you Mr. Tang. Miao Miao Shui was moved to bow and curtsy. Don't. Tang Yinghua twitched her nose. Next you'll study hard, take the exams for graduate school and the doctorate. Don't delay your studies, okay? Thank you Mr. Tang, I promise to study hard. Miao Miao Shui was touched. I don't know what I can do to repay you. Alright, there's no need to say anything about repayment. Fong Zong smiled and said, in the future, when you have the ability, it would be good for you to help others as well. Miao Miao Shui nodded seriously. I will definitely help. I'll call you ahead tomorrow when I send someone, and make another appointment if you have a class. Seeing that the matter was settled, Tang Yinghua prepared to leave. Miao Miao Shui watched her leave, her complexion much more relaxed at this point. Look at how thin you are. Fong Zong looked at Miao Miao Shui with some dissatisfaction. Eat more when you're subsidized. You can only take care of your mother when you're in good health. Miao Miao Shui looked at Fong Zong seriously. Thank you for helping me find General Manager Tang to help me. Small matter. Fong Zong hemmed and hawed. Then when you subsidize it, treat me to a small hot pot again. I'll treat you to a big hot pot. Miao Miao Shui's eyes were a little moved. I used to help you. Now it's your turn to help me. Fong Zong rubbed her head. Next time, remember to tell me anything. I'm in a position to help you now. Good. Shui Miao Miao slapped Fong Zong's hand off. Thank you, schoolmate. Fong Zong turned around and waved his hand, and just as he walked down the dormitory floor, Tang Yinghua's phone call came over. Mr. Fong, is it okay to look for a sanatorium as a solution? It's okay, it reduces her burden. Fong Zong smiled and said, you'll add her WeChat later and transfer $3,000 over. She is now broke. Good. Tang Yinghua agreed and was ready to hang up the phone, but then ghostly asked, Mr. Fong, if it was my family that was in trouble and you met me like this, would you help me? Of course. Fong Zong smiled slightly, but your words reminded me. Tomorrow go to find General Manager Chu. Discuss with her about establishing a charitable foundation. The company injects money. You ask her what she thinks. Good. River, you look happy today. There's a hot and sour noodle on the table. Eat it. Water Miao Miao returned to the dormitory with a smile, and Sang Yin immediately saw the situation and said, then asked, what good things did you encounter? Did you see a handsome man? Which is not. Miao Miao Shui smiled and said, a company owner was willing to fund my schooling, help me send my mom to a nursing home, and give me $3,000 a month for living expenses. You wait. Sang Yin's face turned serious and the other two poked their heads out. What did you say? What's wrong? Miao Miao Shui was a bit at a loss for words when she saw the serious faces of the three of them. Sang Yin took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, why did he help you? I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm pitiful. Miao Miao Shui shook her head. Someone introduced me. Tan Baoyu and Shang Yubi got out of bed in their pajamas. Introduced you to a boss? Do you have his phone number? Yes. Left me a phone number. Water Miao Miao didn't know what was wrong with the three, and honestly took out her cell phone. Shang Yubi said with a sullen face, did you promise him anything? Promised. Miao Miao Shui nodded, promising that Mr. Tang would do well in school and would definitely go to graduate school and take the exam. The three of them couldn't help but look at each other, their hearts thumping. Sang Yun was anxious. Why are you so confused? Your poor student's subsidy didn't come down. We're trying to figure out what to do. How can you agree to something like this? Yeah, don't you know what the other side is thinking? You're too confused. Talking Baoyu also reprimanded. You can't trust the words of this kind of old man. 3,000 a month wraps you up? Shang Yubi hated it. Your eyes are too narrow. You're not allowed to do such a thing. Sang Yu said anxiously. The big deal is that I'll ask my mom for an extra $1,000 every month to give you. You can't agree to this kind of old man. I want more too. Talbot Moon raised her hand. You tell him to get lost. Shang Yubi chimed in. We all want more money. You can't do something like that. What did you do? Miao Miao Shui didn't know what the three were talking about. What old man? Quite young. Mr. Tang looks only a few years older, and he's not a guy either. At this time, Meow Meow's cell phone rang, and Meow Meow opened it to see that someone had sent an ad verification message. After she tapped through, she received a transfer of $3,000 within seconds. Yeah, it's really transferring money. Sang-yin grabbed the cell phone. Holding down the voice button starts a strong output. Ha! Meow Meow Shui's eyes instantly widened. How do you curse? Hurry up and grab the phone. Don't let Mr. Tang hear it, or he'll definitely get angry. But Tan Baoyu and Shang Yubi pulled Shui Meow Meow back. Meow Meow. There are some things you can't do. I know some of the shortcuts seem heartwarming, but you can't go that far. Sang-yin outputted for more than 20 seconds and sent the voiceover with a smug look on her face. Scare this old man to death. Tang Yinghua put the documents to the company and was ready to drive after transferring the money when her cell phone prompted that she had received a message. Seeing that it was a voice from Meow Meow Shui, she smiled slightly. It looked like she was sending a thank you message, even though the person who really helped her was Mr. Fong. She didn't mind receiving a little thanks. After clicking on the voice, I heard the first sentence. What do you take our river for? $3,000 and you want to adopt our Meow Meow? Tang Yinghua was dumbfounded. Chapter 101, making over 2,000 bucks a second. It's not bad. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, we thought Meow Meow had gone astray. I'm so sorry. With apologies, the three Sang-yuns apologized to Tang Yinghua on the opposite side of the phone. It's okay, you guys care about river too. Tang Yinghua smiled before hanging up the phone. I blame you for being so vague. Sang-yun complained at Meow Meow Shui. It made us think too much. Then he asked, who introduced Mr. Tang to you? Fong Zong Ah. Meow Meow Shui said with a smile. He heard about me and looked for Mr. Tang. That's good. The three of them finally put their hearts down. Mr. Tang is a good man. Fong Zong as well, Meow Meow Shui added. After she went to wash up, Tan Baoyu asked Sang-yun, is this the assistant Tang from the other night? I look like it too. Shang Yubi nodded. Sang-yun agreed. Indeed. It seems that it was Fong Zong who stepped in to help Meow Meow. He's quite concerned about Meow Meow, Talbot Moon muttered. Sang-yun smiled slightly and didn't say anything, looking at the restroom as if in thought. The days of military training were boring and half a month ended quickly with students complaining. When they were leaving, many female students shed tears, but Fong Zong didn't feel anything and only wanted to rush back to the dormitory to take a shower. It's finally over. Yen Ding returned to the dormitory and threw himself on the bed. Lao Nyo, quickly turn on the air conditioner. Even a strengthened body like Fong Zong's felt a little tired at this point. These days, live tans several degrees. It's finally a vacation. Bullwinkle asked, what are your plans for the weekend? I'm going to go home. Fong Zong asked, do you guys want to go back with me? I'll have my dad kill a donkey. Lin Guangjuan sat up with a swish. Really? Really? Fong Zong laughed. It's been a long time since I posted a video of fixing a donkey's hoof. Now every day, I post the carpet shampooing videos sent by Qin Jie and Shan Dajiang. The two are now making higher quality videos and have amassed a lot of fans under their own video accounts. There are people in the company posting videos every day, and basically they can make up to 15 crores a week. Basically that translates to making a little over $2,000 per second. What do you think, old ox? Yen Ding asked Ox Lu. We eat donkey meat, will you feel like a rabbit dying? Asterisk 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 off. Nyo Lu rolled his eyes. Lin Guangjuan asked, Brother Zong, how is my studio coming along? It's basically finished. Fong Zong said, but the distance is a bit far. In the suburbs, got you a small factory. A big place. Great. Lin Guangjuan slapped his thigh. I'll go check out the studio after eating the donkey meat. Lao Nyo, it's time to shoot our campus video. Yen Ding said, otherwise it becomes a white meal. Seeing that the three of them had made a deal, Fong Zong laughed. Alright, sleep until you naturally wake up tomorrow and drive home with me. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Fong Zong shouted as soon as he entered the house. Sighting Fong's father, Fong's mother came out from the house, and after seeing the three people behind Fong Zong, they were even more joyful and smiling. Come back, this is your classmate, right? Good day uncle and aunt. The three Yen Ding people bent down to greet them, drawing the two of them even happier. Quickly enter the house. The air conditioner is turned on for you, and the meal will be ready later. Mrs. Fong opened the door for a few people to enter the house and sit down. Papa Fong, on the other hand, helped to cook. The air was filled with the aroma of meat, causing the trio's mouths to water. Fresh donkey meat also smells too good. Take some to school at night. Fong Zong smiled and said, no more sleepovers at home. For one thing, it was inconveniently crowded, and for another, he had business tomorrow, so he just come back and turn around. Fong's father and mother quickly made the meal and let a few people come to the table to eat. When I was eating, I kept asking if I was getting used to school and so on. Fong Zong, on the other hand, was talking about what happened during the military training at school. making the two of them laugh all the time. After dinner, Fong Zong left with the three of them in the afternoon, causing Fong Dad and Fong Mom to be a bit reluctant to leave. First, he went to the studio prepared for Lin Guangjuan. It was a factory warehouse that moved out, leaving a couple of houses with a big warehouse. Tang Yinghua had it remodeled and it looked a lot cleaner. It also added air conditioning to Lin Guangjuan's design with a variety of machinery-related instruments. Just for the various pliers and screwdrivers alone, I bought all the models. When they saw the scene, not only Lin Guangjuan, but the mechanical souls within the three of them, Fong Zong, all felt very excited. Simply the tool of any man's dreams. It doesn't always work, but as soon as I see it, I want to fix something. Look, there's still steel and iron and stuff over there. Steel pipes and stuff too. So if you need anything just go buy it yourself and the company will reimburse you. Fong Zong said, say it in advance when you're shooting, and the company will send you a professional director of photography. Fantastic. Lin Guangjuan was excited. This is simply my dream love factory. Fong Zong laughed. I'll have someone send the car to the school for you tomorrow. Just come by then. Good. Lin Guangjuan nodded heavily. Fong Zong then sent him to school with Yen Ding and Niu Lu, who were reluctant to leave. But instead of spending the night at school, he came to Yuanting's house, who had called several times to urge him on. It took so long not to find me. Yuanting hugged and didn't let go as soon as she saw him, passionately asking for a kiss. As for Fong Zong, he had also been holding it in for a long time, and finally released it completely. Our governor even asked me today. Yuanting rested on Fong Zong's chest and said as she drew circles with her fingers, wanted to meet you. Fong Zong raised his eyebrows. What is he looking for me for? It's not like I know him. It's not that you have too much savings. Yuanting laughed, wanting to get to know the big clients. Fong Zong stroked her bare back. Do you want me to meet him? Look at you. Yuanting smiled and said, it's not like it's our department's business anyway. How does he know about our relationship? Yuanting bristled. That mean female co-worker told him, and knew it was you after seeing your picture. By the way, your uncle, who you met at your uncle's house the other day, has come to my company for a loan during this time, and I have an appointment with the banker tomorrow to talk about it in detail. Really? Fong Zong came to be interested. Well then, tomorrow I'll go to your bank to meet your president. But it was you who sent me the message, and it needs to be compensated for. Compensate how? Yuanting looked at Fong Zong suspiciously. Fong Zong came to her ear and whispered a sentence. Yuanting immediately slapped Fong Zong with a red face, then slowly turned her body. Alright then. Fong Zong hemmed and hawed and looked at the perfect curves, so he indulged a little more. Uncle, there you are. The next day Fong Zong, seeing his uncle Kong Guangjian sitting in the VIP lounge area, smiled playfully and greeted him. Why are you here? Kong Guangjian saw that it was him and immediately said with a cold face, this is the VIP lounge. What are you doing in here? I'm just telling you that my watch is fixed. Fong Zong displayed the watch on his wrist. Kong Guangjian's face became a bit ugly. Then I congratulate you. Chapter 102. We're just nodding acquaintances. That was fixed on my dime. Kong Guangjian was heartbroken when he saw the watch, and his money was not blown by the wind. Just because of this watch, this kid knocked away so much money. It hurts to think about it. If you don't have money, don't wear such an expensive watch. Kong Guangjian said, next time you break it, don't blackmail someone else to fix it for you again. Blackmail? Fong Zong laughed. Whose responsibility it should be is whose responsibility it is. Blackmailing is too hard to say. That's how I talk. Kong Guangjian said lightly. Somewhat straight. Don't mind if you do. Since the relationship between our two families was said to be broken last time, you should stop calling me uncle. Just nod and say hello the next time you see each other. And don't come and get involved in anything else. Fong Zong smiled. It's fine, since you've said so, he said and sat down and started playing with his phone. Kong Guangjian frowned. What are you still sitting here for when the words are clear? It's fine. I can't sit here? Fong Zong laughed. You care even if you sit here? Are you from the bank? Okay, you're good. When Kong Guangjian saw him speak so nonchalantly, he was so angry that he turned his head and went to play with his cell phone as well. Not a moment later, the lobby manager brought 2 cups of tea and put a cup in front of each of them. He wasn't brought by me. Kong Guangjian pointed at Fong Zong. I remember this is the VIP lounge, right? Right. The lobby manager smiled slightly. You have a good rest. He didn't know what Kong Guangjian meant. The two were just talking together. What's the point of mentioning VIP again? Are they trying to act tough in front of Mr. Fong? In the spirit of not offending his client, he didn't explain, just exited the lounge. Fong Zong cast a sidelong glance at Kong Guangjian, and when he saw that he was looking at himself, he let out a light hum. It seems that this VIP of yours doesn't work, driving me out of here. One should put oneself in the right place. Don't think that just because you're wearing a famous watch that you're an upper-class person. Kong Guangjian coldly dropped a sentence. Fong Zong snorted and ignored him. At this moment a figure appeared outside the door and pushed it in. Are you hungry? Should I get you something to eat? Seeing that it was Yi Wanting coming in, Fong Zong waved his hand. No, let's go eat together later. Good. Yi Wanting smiled faintly, glanced at Kong Guangjin without saying anything, and went out again. When Kong Guangjin saw Yi Wanting, he suddenly realized, and then he despised. So it's relying on a woman's relationship to come in. It's really shameless. You're a big man on top of the world. How come you're like this? Your loan needs to pass through her hands. Fong Zong faintly said. Should I say it to her as it is? Kong Guangjin's face changed. Then he snorted. Isn't he just an auditor? As long as their governor passes it, she can stop it? Seeing that he had a plan, Fong Zong asked, you know the governor? Recognize. Kong Guangjin looked smug. We're good friends. Do you need me to call the governor? Move that woman's position just now? Just give me back the cost of the watch repair that you blackmailed me for earlier. Fong Zong giggled. You're good friends with the governor? You even said hello? The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door again, only to see a middle-aged man push the door in. Sorry, I'm the one who's late. No, Governor Gu. It's me who came early. Kong Guangjin hurriedly stood up and extended his hand in preparation for a handshake. However, Governor Gu just glanced at him and smiled as he extended his hand at Fong Zong. Mr. Fong, I'm the governor of the Spring River sub-branch of the High Bay Development Bank. My name is Gu Shuming. Governor Gu. Hello. Fong Zong glanced at Kong Guangjin, whose face had turned into a pig's liver color, and laughed. I'm the one who came early, so you don't have to care. Gu Shuming was then relieved. Or am I slacking off? Let's go to the office and talk in detail. Governor Gu. Kong Guangjin's face turned ugly as he called out from the side. Gu Chunming glanced at him. Mr. Kong, sit down and rest for a while. I'll have my secretary call you later. Kong Guangjin saw Fong Zong's smug face and was a bit incredulous. Governor Gu. Today we had an appointment at this point in time. Isn't this Mr. Fong coming? Gu Chunming was a little disgruntled, but held his tongue. Wait a moment. Then he went up very doggedly to pull open the door of the lounge. Mr. Fong, please. I wonder what you like to drink. Tea or drinks? That who? Go prepare drinks and tea for Mr. Fong to choose from. The whole time, he didn't even look at Kong Guangjin again. Kong Guangjin stayed on the spot. When he came, he always did business, and at most he would be polite to himself after giving gifts. Where had I ever seen Gu Chunming in this very attentive situation? Upstairs, Fong Zong sat on the sofa. Gu Chunming attentively brewed tea and brought it over. Mr. Fong is young and promising. If Governor Gu has something to say, just say it. Fong Zong took a sip of tea and smiled. This tea is quite good. I'll bring 2 pounds for Mr. Fong to taste later. Gu Chunming hurriedly said. I was thinking that Mr. Fong already has $3 billion in the bank. It's a bit of a waste of interest to keep such a sum of money in demand. Fong Zong nodded. So what are you trying to do? Our bank has financial products for high-end customers to take care of excess funds. Gu Chunming said. There are naturally ways to make returns more reasonable for premium users like Mr. Fong. Fong Zong knew it was because of something like this, but this type of financial management was meaningful to him, but not very meaningful. Yes, you can recommend some financial products. He didn't refuse, so he continued. It was Yi Wanting who asked me to come see you today. Understood. Gu Chunming smiled and said. Yi Wanting has worked very hard since she's been working, and the bank has seen it all. Already fully qualified for promotion to manager. Our bank will consider Yi Wanting's job position at our discretion. Fong Zong nodded. Introduce me. Gu Chunming immediately introduced Fong Zong, and the various financial products were matched together, which really kept the risk within control, while the returns were also very substantial. After Fong Zong signed a few names to complete the formalities, Gu Chunming then chatted. Was Mr. Fong chatting with Mr. Kong just now? Do you two know each other? Sort of a nodding acquaintance. Fong Zong remembered Kong Guangjin's words from earlier and laughed. They were relatives before, but severed their kinship. Gu Chunming understood what was going on in his heart when he heard this, and very knowingly changed the subject. After the two chatted about business, it was close to noon, so Gu Chunming said, Mr. Fong, why don't we have a casual lunch together at noon? It's fine, I'm hungry too. Fong Zong smiled and said, I didn't eat breakfast after getting up. Gu Chunming slapped his head. It was my negligence. Then he hurried out the door and sent someone to call Yi Wanting. The three of them went downstairs together, and when they passed by the VIP lounge, Kong Guangjin, who was already waiting a bit impatiently, hurriedly greeted them. Governor Gu. Chapter 103. This rich relative has been cut off by you. Mr. Kong, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Gu Chunming was eager to draw a good relationship with Fong Zong at this time. How could he give Kong Guangjin a good face in front of Fong Zong? He continued. It's noon now. and we were supposed to come over for overtime today. I'll come back when the afternoon rolls around. What do you think? Seeing that he had said so, Kang Guangjian could only squeeze out a smile. Okay, Governor Gu. I'll wait for you here. You can also go eat first. Gu Chunming said, let's talk about anything after dinner. Saying that, he stopped paying attention to him and said to Fong Zong, Mr. Fong, this way please. I don't know if you like Italian food? I ate it once before, and I feel that the flavor is very good. A few people left quickly with words, leaving Kang Guangjian standing in place somewhat anxiously, but he had no other choice but to watch the three leave. Seeing that the lobby manager was getting ready to leave work, he went over to him. Manager Wang, is Fong Zong a big client of yours here? Fong Zong? The lobby manager thought for a moment and said, you mean Mr. Fong? I don't know. How could he disclose information about a major client? He wouldn't be able to keep his position if it got out. Kang Guangjian walked out of the bank somewhat bewildered and sat in the car, still wondering in his heart why a Fong Zong would be taken so seriously by Governor Gu. Got money? How is that possible? He couldn't have known better how much money his family had. Most of the money was in the farm. There wasn't much in the way of savings at all, and it wasn't worth being taken so seriously by Governor Gu. Either you're rich, or you're connected. It must be because of the woman just now. After careful reasoning, Kang Guangjian thought he knew the truth, but there was nothing else he could do. The woman must be richer than he was, and the seats were very expensive ones that he couldn't even afford. After sighing and looking for a place, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Zhuo Yun, it's me. A man's voice came from across the room. How's the loan coming along? Governor Gu didn't have time to see me this morning. Kang Guangjian said, can this loan be deferred for a while? You can't slow it down. The project has already started. If it stops, something will happen. Zhuo Yun said on the other side of the phone, you're my cousin. That's why I'm getting you this project. If something happens to the project, it will involve me. A trace of bitterness appeared on Kang Guangjian's face. Governor Gu may not necessarily need me today. You think of a way. Zhuo Yun's voice looked a little impatient. You've also been in business for so many years. Don't you have any ideas? Kang Guangjian could only nod helplessly. Okay, I'll think of something. Zhuo Yun's voice became calm at this time. Before my son broke your nephew's watch, you paid the money. I owe you a favor. I know it's a little hard to get you a quick loan, but if it gets done, I'll pay you first thing. And the profits are huge, so get over it. Okay, Kang Guangjian said. I'll go sit at my uncle's place when the time comes. Loan money first and then say. Zhuo Yun said. No, the house those are mortgaged. The project payment I just need to agree to make a payment. Immediately can arrive. Good. Kang Guangjian made up his mind. If Governor Gu can't do it here, I'll go for a mortgage. After hanging up the phone, his eyes kept flickering with light, obviously counting the gains and losses. Holy, the Great Wall Cannon. Yen Ding looked at the car that was sent to him. His eyes were full of surprise, and he patted Lin Guangjuan's shoulder. Send it over directly for you to drive. Mr. Fong said this car is convenient for you to pull materials those. Drive it as a tool car. Tang Yinghua gave the key to Lin Guangjuan. The gas card is in the car. Tell me when you run out and recharge it for you. Thank you, Assistant Tang. Lin Guangjuan was flattered. Looking at the Great Wall Cannon in front of him, he lamented. This car is also too practical. He was worried before. The car that was sent over was not convenient for pulling goods, but now that he saw that it was the Great Wall gun that was sent over, he couldn't afford to part with it, even though he could pull goods. Niolu was also envious. Go, drive around. Tang Yinghua smiled and said, go and familiarize yourself with it. I'll leave first. Okay, goodbye Assistant Tang. The three hurriedly waved goodbye. Lin Guangjuan couldn't wait to get in the car, and after feeling it for a while, he started the vehicle and listened to the roar of the engine, which made his face redden with excitement even more. Go go go. Yen Din fastened his seatbelt. Go to your studio and look around. Niolu sat in the passenger side, casually opened the documents placed on the center console. Eyes immediately widened. This car in your name? What? Lin Guangjuan was so shocked that the steering wheel was crooked for a moment, and after pulling over and looking at the name on the license, he was a bit incredulous. So that's what Zong asked me for my ID card for that day. Lin Guangjuan was a bit moved. Brother Zong also trusts me too much. With that, he said, I will create something useless. As soon as he stepped on the gas, he took the two men to the studio. Mr. Kong. Gu Chunming came back from dinner and saw that Kang Guangjian was still there, so he called him into his office. I'm afraid the $12 million loan this time is not too good to approve. Why? Kang Guangjian said sharply. My car and a few suites can be mortgaged to the bank, definitely exceeding the loan amount. I know. Gu Chunming smiled and said, but our bank's lending amount has already been exceeded, and any further lending will be investigated by the head office. Kang Guangjian looked at Gu Chunming and suddenly asked, is it because of Fong Zong? This. Gu Chunming smiled slightly. Mr. Fong was talking about the relationship between you two, but he didn't have any opinion on the approval of the loan. Kang Guangjian was a bit furious. Governor Gu, that Fong Zong is a villain who only slanders people behind their backs. He's hitched his wagon to MS. Yi, but that relationship certainly won't last. But I've been working with the bank for a long time, and I've had a lot of money with the bank before. As you know, we've known each other for so many years. Gu Chunming felt a bit puzzled. Wait, are you saying that Fong Zong hit on Yi Wanting? Right, isn't it? Kang Guangjian suppressed his anger and said, Yi Wanting's family is rich, right? Gu Chunming laughed. It seems you don't know what you're missing. You're the one who said something about breaking off relations before, right? Fong Zongcai is a big client of our bank. Yi Wanting is relying on his connections, but this time the matter has nothing to do with Mr. Fong. What did you say? Kang Guangjian was a bit dumbfounded. Fong Zong is a big client? How much money can he have? I still don't know how much money his family has? Gu Chunming said indifferently. I'm not sure if you know, but I know exactly how much money is in Mr. Fong's account. The amount of your loan, which is a trivial matter of no consequence in the eyes of the people, has choked off the relationship with your own hands. If you're still a relative of his, you don't even need a loan. That's all if there's nothing else. I'm off duty without a ride. Chapter 104, treating you with the same attitude you had when you were here. Kang Guangjian was still in a trance when he came out of the bank. The family of his brother-in-law, whom he had always despised, had so much money? After sitting on the side of the road for a while, getting into his car to go to another bank, he suddenly changed his mind. Although this project is definitely going to be profitable according to my cousin, but if you just go ahead and mortgage your house and car, it's a lifetime's worth of savings if you lose it. Then he turned the car around and came to Fang Jiazwang. Sister, brother-in-law. Kang Guangjian carried some things into the yard and started calling people in the yard. Papa Fong was taking a nap. When he heard someone shouting, he sat up in a daze, looked out of the window, and when he saw that it was Kang Guangjian, he immediately woke up after he had been a little confused. After a moment's thought, he emerged from the bedroom. What brings you here, brother-in-law? I came to see you guys. Kang Guangjian was no longer as proud as before at this time, bowing his head and handing over the gift in his hand. Fong Dad, however, didn't pick up. Your sister went to the farm. She's not home. It's fine. I'll wait for her. Seeing Fong Dad's attitude, Kang Guangjian felt a little embarrassed, but for the sake of the money, he could only pretend that he couldn't hear, and directly carried his things into the living room. Seeing his deadpan demeanor, Papa Fong followed in somewhat helplessly. Kang Guangjian sat on the sofa and took out his cell phone to call Fong Ma. Sis, I'm here at your house. I heard my brother-in-law say you're at the farm. You came to my house? Mrs. Fong froze. I'll be right back. Hey, I'll wait for you. Kang Guangjian put down his cell phone and said smilingly to the other dad, my sister will be right back. When he said that, he felt a little thirsty, but when he saw that Papa Fong didn't pour him any water, he could only lick his lips awkwardly, and Papa Fong, seeing him licking his lips, took a disposable cup and poured a glass of water. Kang Guangjian laughed a little and reached for the glass of water in Fong Dad's hand, but Papa Fong acted as if he didn't see it, walking to the other side of the room with his glass of water and sitting down, drinking slowly. Only the embarrassed Kang Guangjian was left to withdraw his hand unhappily. Soon, the sound of footsteps came from the yard, and Kang Guangjian jumped up from the sofa as if he had installed a spring, and came to the door of the living room. Sister, back? Aha. Mrs. Fong nodded coldly. Upon entering the door, he saw that Papa Fong was drinking from a cup of water, while after seeing nothing in front of Kang Guangjian, he frowned. Why don't you know how to pour water? It was my negligence. Papa Fong hurriedly got up, and Mama Fong sat on the sofa. Kang Guangjian hard abroad. It seems that the mother of the party or heartache of his brother, the money has landed. Papa Fong poured another glass of water, and Kang Guangjian reached for it again, but Fong Dad just handed the cup to Fong Mom, who took it and drank it down as well. Kang Guangjian felt humiliated, but took a deep breath and still suppressed the anger in his heart, and after resentfully withdrawing his arm, he barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Sister, I passed by your village and came over to take a look. I'm all right here. Mrs. Fong said faintly, nothing's going on. Kang Guangjian nodded awkwardly. That's good. Then added, I saw Xiaozong in the city today. He went to the bank to do business. Yeah? Fong's mom turned on the TV without rolling her eyes. That's pretty good. Kang Guangjian asked tentatively, Sister, do you remember the cousin you saw last time? Remember. Mrs. Fong said lightly, I saw you at your house. What my family, is our family. Kang Guangjian hurriedly said, even if you married into your brother-in-law's family, you are still a member of our family, so that's why you don't have to entertain us. Fong Ma let out a light laugh, her voice full of mockery. Kang Guangjian felt even more embarrassed. We didn't do the right thing last time. Thought we were family, so we don't need to be so polite. Papa Fong laughed from the side, but did not say anything. Last time, my cousin introduced me to a project. Kong Guangjian could only change the topic. This time I came to find you guys, but I also thought of making money together as a family. Is a cousin of their unit to build a small office building? Our company is not qualified to build well. I also bid. There is a lot of money to be made from this project, and it is still my cousin who is in charge of the settlement of the project. So as soon as the project is finished, I will be able to make the payment immediately. It's not a bad way to double the money you make, Kong Guangjian said in a seductive tone. There are still some shortfalls in the project payment. I thought that we are a family. We can take this project together. You'll have to talk to your brother-in-law about that. He's the family member in charge. Fong's mom pushed the question to Fong's dad. Papa Fong stepped aside and said, I don't know anything about engineering, and our family doesn't have that much money for engineering. The money is all in the breeding shed. No, Kong Guangjian said, this project is very simple. As long as it's completed on time, there's no problem with me keeping an eye on it. Fong's father cast a sidelong glance at him. Our family is so poor. How can we have money to invest in a project? How could Kong Guangjian believe such words? A bank user who could make Gu Chunming Gu, the governor, treat him attentively was a banker with a lot of deposits. Moreover, before, Governor Gu had directly and explicitly said that even Fong Zong had so much money in his hands, and Fong Dad and Fong Mom had even more money in their hands. It doesn't take much, Kong Guangjian said. The current shortfall of the project is still $15 million. Isn't this a piece of cake for your family? Father Fong even laughed. If our family had that much money, why would we still need to go to your house to be looked down upon? Fong's mom chimed in. Last time, my cousin didn't even speak to me and just ignored our family. And we made it clear last time that from now on, we'll only have to pay mom's alimony, and the rest doesn't count as family. And today we're just going to treat you the same way you treated us last time. This is the kind of project we don't understand and won't invest in. On top of that, our family doesn't have that kind of money. She made it very clear that the last time really broke her heart. I knew before that my mother favored Kong Guangjian, but I didn't expect to do it directly and nakedly last time. Sis, what mom said last time was also a gas. Kong Guangjian said, didn't you say you wanted to give Xiaozong a scholarship last time? I'm all set to transfer it to Xiaozong this time. No need. Fong Ma said lightly, although this money is quite a lot, it's not necessary for Xiaozong to keep thinking about it. Kong Guangjian was full of embarrassment. Sister, last time, no need to say it. Fong's mom stood up. I've made it very clear. There's no money. We wouldn't invest in engineering if we had the money. Then said to the other father, go and deliver it and close the door. I'll take a nap. Good. Father Fong waited for Mother Fong to enter the bedroom before he looked at Kong Guangjian with a leathery smile. Hear that, right? Kong Guangjian got up with an embarrassed face. It seems my sister is still angry. I'll explain it to her next time. Saying that, he headed out, but was called back by Fong Dad. Take these things back. Our family is small. We don't have room for these things. Kong Guangjian was driven away in the dust, causing a wave of relief in Fong Dad's heart. Taking out the phone, he called Fong Zong. Xiaozong, Kong Guangjian just came and was driven away by us. Chapter 105. Fong Zong's influence on the people around him is too great. He went to the house? Fong Zong panicked in his heart. This guy wouldn't be telling the truth about his money, right? Then he carefully began to inquire. What did he go and say? Said he wanted to do a project, lacked $15 million, looking for us to borrow money. Fong Dad laughed and said, he probably saw that your watch was expensive and thought that his family had money. Fong Zong was then relieved. I guess so. Don't mind him. Then he hung up, and beside him, Yi Wanting hugged up again. One more time. Wow. The number of likes on this video is really coming up. Dumei looked at the number of likes on the video, which had already exceeded 2 million. This is a video that has no promotional costs thrown at it, and a lot of people in the comments section are posting comments. Many of them playful and not as hostile as in other videos. Dumei. This time our video goodness is finally doing the trick. Her copy editor also eyed her. It's so hard to get up the science number. Dumei said excitedly, Mr. Fong is really a genius at making videos. How did he come up with this? And after I mentioned it, he came up with a way to do it in just a minute, and it actually worked. The cameraman came over and laughed. Mr. Fong has also instructed other groups, like the current driving school video, which many people are imitating. There are also videos of carpet shampooing and donkey hoof trimming, both of which are usually watched. So decompressing. Dumei also nodded repeatedly. There's just one thing that's rather strange. He doesn't need us to take advertisements to make money. How should we realize all this traffic? I don't know. Mr. Fong's mind is not something that ordinary people can figure out. The photographer also shook his head. Dumei's cell phone rang for a moment, and after picking it up, she immediately said happily. Mr. Fong said that this time, without using a promotional video, we can reach so many likes, and send double bonuses. Great. The other three within this group all high-fived and cheered each other. No, 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 there's still something wrong with that line. It should be a bit more flirty. Look at the demeanor of the actors in the TV show. Inside a dormitory room, Song Xiaoqiao looked at the video captured on her cell phone and felt a little bad, so she said to the girl playing the role, "Do it again." Only the other girls in this dormitory were seen pretending to play behind them in their ancient costumes. The two girls in front of them, the way they were dressed and made up, were very similar to Daji and King Zhou from the cartoon. The girl who played Daji, after hearing Song Xiaoqiao's words, didn't get angry, but looked at Daji's demeanor in the cartoon more closely, then said, "Okay," immediately getting into a playful state. She wriggled her waist and came to King Zhou, crouching on her shoulder. "Sherpa, today's hot pot isn't spicy enough." The girl who played King Zhou laughed and took over the lines, and the other girls followed the script. Song Xiaoqiao kept directing a few people's performances, and after finally getting a good shot of the material, she smiled and said, "Okay, cut, let's see." The girl playing Daji hurried over. "Let me see if I look good." Song Xiaoqiao was just about to hand her cell phone out, but she received a message, and was ecstatic when she clicked on it. Personnel said that all of your information is in effect, and you're employees of our company. Great. The other women came over to read the news when they heard it. Appointed Gracieux the leader of the group. Ah, from now on it's the head of the house plus the leader of the group. Song Xiaoqiao smiled cheekily. Let's shoot well and strive for a per capita monthly income of 100,000. A monthly income of $100,000. The other girls all looked longing. How many clothes and cosmetics can you buy? It's still you, Grass, who is great and found such a good company. I really have to thank you. Song Xiaoqiao, however, waved her hand. You should thank Mr. Fong. Quickly let me see what Mr. Fong looks like. Isn't he a very amiable and smiling boss? The girl who played Daji said. Amiable? Song Xiaoqiao recalled. Quite sunny. Sunshine? Daji wondered. There's a sunshine type for middle-aged people? Who told you that Mr. Fong is middle-aged? Song Xiaoqiao was speechless. He's still a year younger than us. Yeah? The other 5 girls were shocked. That small? Song Xiaoqiao laughed. Let me show you guys. Not only is he young, he has a good body. He's handsome, and he's also the top science student of our Hebei province this year. This is too perfect, isn't it? Daji couldn't help but wipe her mouth. This is the perfect male god. River water, are you busy? A girl came to Miao Miao Shui's dormitory while Miao Miao Shui was reading a book and she was the only one in the dormitory. I'm reading a book. I'm not busy. Miao Miao Shui hurriedly got up and said, what is it that you're looking for me for? Fellow student Song Yunwan? Song Yunwan entered inside the dormitory with a smile on her face and pulled a stool to sit in front of Shui Miao Miao. I'm sorry for stealing your poor student subsidy spot. It's okay, you must also have difficulties at home when you apply. I already received the subsidy last year. It's your turn this year. Water Miao Miao hurriedly waved her hand. Song Yunwan looked grateful. Thank you for understanding. I have a good thing for you. What good thing? Miao Miao Shui was a bit puzzled. Song Yunwan said, I thought that the poor student subsidy didn't have me this time. So I applied for other charitable foundations, and I didn't expect it to pass. I just thought, this time I used the needy student grant, and I recommended you to this charitable foundation, and they reviewed it and approved it. Ha! Miao Miao Shui felt embarrassed, but Song Yunwan said, the charitable foundation still has an interview session, so go to the interview tonight, and then you'll have a subsidy every month. No, Shui Miao Miao wanted to refuse, because she already had Tang Yinghua funding. It was already a lot. She didn't need that much charity fund. Seeing her refusal, Song Yunwan put on a pitiful look. This face-to-face session can't be missed, or I won't be able to apply in the future. Tell you what, even if you don't want it, when you go you'll say that it's already funded and you won't be wasting the charity money, but it has to show up once. I'll go with you tonight, okay? Just as a favor. Seeing that she had said so, it made sense, so Miao Miao agreed. Alright then, I'll go with you at night. Miao Miao, you are too good, Song Yunwan whispered. But you can't tell anyone else. I'm a person with a strong sense of self-esteem. If other people know, Miao Miao Shui expressed her understanding. Don't worry, I'll just say I'm going out with you. Thank you Miao Miao. Song Yunwan gave Shui Miao Miao a grateful hug. Then I'll leave first. I'll come find you at night. After happily exiting the door, instead of going back to his dorm, he went downstairs and made a phone call. Okay, it's done. The deal is that after this time, you can't threaten me anymore and you have to pay me every month. A somewhat greasy laugh came from the opposite side. Ha, well, the charity money is all in my hands. I'll distribute it. Isn't it easy to give you the money? Chapter 106, Charity Gala. Mr. Fong is very interested. Be careful on the road. Yu Wanting straightened Fong Zong's clothes with some reluctance in her eyes. Fong Zong shook her hand. Good. He went downstairs and prepared to drive away, but received a call from Chu Chiolu. There's a charity fundraising event tonight. Don't you want to open a charity foundation? I'll take you to meet people. Okay. As soon as Fong Zong heard that it was business, he agreed. Driving downstairs to the company, he went upstairs and met an acquaintance. Second aunt? It's Little Zong. Second aunt was none other than Kong Ruoro's mom, and when she saw that it was Fong Zong, she immediately smiled with a wide-eyed smile. It's been a long time since I've seen you, and I've finally seen you today. Fong Zong smiled faintly. How is it at the company? Are you used to it? It's too idle. I've become a bit lazy. Second auntie smiled and said, this is too little work. Why don't you lower my salary some? It's fine. Your department's salary is among the lesser ones in the company. Fong Zong smiled. As long as we can feed our employees well. By the way, how is Ruorua's schooling going? Does your family have enough money? Enough is enough. Second aunt immediately nodded. Ruoruo is in a better mood now that she comes home every day. I have extra money to hire a tutor for her, and that's all I can spend. Fong Zong laughed. Then you need to save up your money and save up your dowry for Ruorua. Second auntie laughed. Good. After the two separated, Fong Zong came into Chu Chiolu's office. What charity fundraiser? Chu Chiolu was reading a document. When she saw Fong Zong coming she said, it's to send invitations to the rich people in the city and hold a charity dinner. Show the results of last year's do-gooder charity and get people to donate money to their foundation. What kind of charitable foundation? Fong Zong listened and said, official or private? Folk. Chu Chiolu took out the invitation. It's a foundation that's been around longer. Fong Zong took a look at it, and the name of the foundation was printed on it, Sherman Educational Assistance Charity Foundation. Mainly to help students receive an education? Fong Zong asked. Chu Chiolu nodded. Yes, it's mainly to help students reduce the stress in their lives. Good. Fong Zong laughed. I'm still preparing to set up a charity fund like this, but I didn't realize that someone had already been so helpful. At this time, Han Yibing also knocked on the door and came in, wearing a long gray and blue dress, revealing her fragrant shoulders. Looking good, right? Good looking. Fong Zong glanced at her chest. It was true that flat-chested people looked good in clothes. Chu Chiolu said with a smile, you have to dress formally for this kind of occasion. I prepared a suit for you. You go and try it on. Okay. Fong Zong returned to his office and changed into the suit, realizing that it fit his size perfectly. When he came out, he caught the eye of everyone who saw him. After this black suit was put on, his figure immediately appeared to be quite upright, adding to the fact that Fong Zong already had a very good figure. She appeared to have an extraordinary temperament. Handsome. Mr. Fong. Tang Yinghua's desk was right outside Fong Zong's office, and her eyes also lit up upon seeing it. Yes? Fong Zong looked around at the lack of mirrors and wondered how he looked, but he did feel a little uncomfortable in the suit. Feeling too bound up, after returning to Chu Chiolu's office, the two women's eyes also lit up. Not bad. How do you know my size? Fong Zong was skeptical. Why does it fit so well? Chu Chiolu laughed. One look and you'll know pretty much everything. Satisfied, he looked up and down before saying, not bad, very spirited. The employees outside were already packing up by now and getting ready to go to the cafeteria to finish dinner and get off work. Instead, the three of them went downstairs and drove to the hotel where the dinner was being held. This hotel, a relatively high-end hotel in Sherman City. When I arrived at the entrance, a red carpet had been rolled out in front of the door, and a number of limousines were parked along the street. People are coming so early? Fong Zong laughed. Didn't I see that all the dinners on TV are held at 8 or 9 in the evening? How long has it been since the process was completed? Chu Chiolu laughed. More than 6 o'clock to come. 7 o'clock opening. After the charity auction show or something, the process finished almost 11 o'clock. If we start at 8 or 9, it's early in the morning when the process is done. After being guided by volunteers and showing their invitations, the trio entered the venue, set up in buffet mode. Each went to pick up their meals, while others went around with glasses of wine looking for people they knew to chat and connect with. This charity dinner is also one of the venues for rich people to network and do business. Chu Chiolu was the same. Just entering the venue, she was called to chat, while Fong Zong and Han Yibing went to fetch food to eat at the table. This food is rather expensive. Fong Zong felt a little uncomfortable when he saw these expensive ingredients. Han Yibing smiled faintly. After all, you're looking for money from rich people, so you can't be too shabby. It's just a bit of a waste. Fong Zong shook his head. Looking around, they were all dressed in suits, and the women were dressed in various gowns and bejeweled. He also saw acquaintances, Governor Liu of the Sherman City Bank and Governor Gu Chunming Gu of the Haibei Development Bank, but he was in the corner and the two didn't notice him. River, go. Song Yunwan came to Shui Miao Miao's dormitory to tell her to get out. Good. Miao Miao Shui silently closed the book, intending to follow out the door. Rhyme Song sized her up. You're just wearing jeans? How about a different skirt? I don't have one. Miao Miao Shui shook her head. She rarely bought clothes, and even less dresses. It was inconvenient to go out to work. Sangun called out to her. Where are you going? We're going. Miao Miao Shui glanced at Song Yunwan. Out shopping. Sang Yin glanced at Song Yunwan with some suspicion, then said, you go ahead and wear my dress. It's fine. No need. Miao Miao Shui said, I'll be back soon. Song Yunwan had no choice but to take her out. Not right. Talking Bayu said from the upper bunk. The two of them usually don't talk to each other. Why are they calling to go shopping together? Sang Yun also felt a bit puzzled. I don't know. Although they felt a little strange, they did not look into it. After all, they were in the same class, and they were not that wary. People are organizing a charity gala today. Song Yunwan said. It's probably rather late after we're busy, so we'll wait in the hotel's lobby. It's late? Miao Miao Shui sniffed with some anxiety. Then the dormitory will be closed. How are we going to get in? The big deal is to find a place to stay outside for the night. Song Yunwan said. Don't worry, I'll pay. Miao Miao Shui sighed. Forget it, I'll go to my mom's nursing home for a night. Okay. Song Yunwan nodded carelessly. After arriving at the hotel, and seeing that the time was 9 o'clock, the two of them sat on the sofa in the lobby and waited. Song Yunwan glancing at Shui Miao Miao from time to time with some apologies in her eyes. Inside the hotel venue, a man with a big belly walked to the front of the stage and said into the microphone, Thank you for your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, today's charity auction party officially begins. I'm the president of the Sherman Educational Assistance Charity Foundation. My name is Nguyen Jin Kwong. Chapter 107, Fully Subsidized? Fong Zong is furious. Next, we'd like to welcome, for a moment, a representative of the students who have been helped to give a speech. After Nguyen Jin Kwong's opening speech, he let a girl in a high school uniform come to the stage. The girl was slightly formal. After all, she was giving a speech in front of so many rich people, but she came to the front of the stage and took the speech in her hand. Nguyen Jin Kwong came to the stage and stared somewhat greedily at the high school girl and then at a woman backstage. The woman forced a smile at him, and Ruan Jin Kwong smiled back slightly, a hint of amusement flashing across his face. Thanks to the donations of all the kind people, I was able to have the opportunity to be able to continue my schooling. This girl said to her speech, I am an ordinary student in Sherman No. 2 middle school whose family is penniless because of a congenital heart disease. Before high school started, my dad. The girl's voice slowly got a little choked as she spoke into her speech. Han Yibing was also listening with tears in his eyes off stage. This family is also too difficult. Yeah. Fong Zong also nodded. To be able to give a speech in this place, it must be a real event. Rich people aren't that easy to fool. After her speech, the girl wiped her tears and bowed. Thank you all for your help. Ruan Jingguang was smiling from the stage. This girl was really good. He glanced at the stage. Many people were touched. That way, more money will come in for the benefit auction session afterward. Mr. Fong. Gu Chunming was waiting for the speech to end and was going to take the opportunity to eat something when he saw Fong Zong in the corner and hurriedly came up to greet him. I didn't expect you to be here, Governor Gu. Fong Zong smiled and shook his hand. I also want to set up a charitable foundation to learn and study. Mr. Fong has a big heart. Gu Chunming's eyes lit up. The foundation's money can be placed in our bank. We have ample experience in managing funds for the foundation. Fong Zong was dumbfounded. Governor Gu really has his heart set on work. Even at this hour he is still thinking about work. Gu Chunming was flirted with and cooperated by revealing a hint of embarrassment. I'm suffering from an occupational disease. Ha ha, good. Fong Zong laughed. In this case, you help me organize a bureau and bring me to meet people from other charitable foundations. I'll learn from the experience first. No problem. Gu Chunming immediately smiled with a wide-eyed smile at his words. I'll get in touch tomorrow. Then he had the good sense not to come over and interrupt again. Although after seeing that the person following Fong Zong around was not Yi Wanning, but another young girl, she was also very sensible and did not want to get acquainted. Next, please take a break from watching the show. The host went on stage to go through the process, and all the people on stage started walking around again, eating or drinking, each networking and exchanging ideas. Mr. Fong. When Governor Lu saw Fong Zong go to get something, he hurried over to greet him, with a man and a woman beside him. Governor Lu. Fong Zong smiled and shook hands. Governor Lu was also mindful of charitable activities. Governor Lu smiled and shook his head. My salary can't support much charity. I can only donate a small amount of money. Let me introduce you. These two are Mr. Yan Tianhuayan of Feitian Machinery, and his wife, M.S. Li Yuhua Li. Then he introduced the two. This is Mr. Fong Zong of Indulgence Media. Mr. Fong is young and promising. Yan Tianhua smiled and extended his hand. Li Yuhua also reached out to shake hands. I didn't expect Shimon's newly emerged tycoon, Mr. Fong, to be so young. You're welcome. Fong Zong smiled and said, Feitian Machinery is a large enterprise in Sherman City. I'm just a small media company. I can't call it rich. It's just a small business. Yan Tianhua looked to be in his 50s, but his figure was upright, not like a middle-aged man, but rather like a middle-aged man of about 40. He smiled and said, Mr. Fong's media company has extraordinary strength to be able to make so many video accounts in a short period of time. Fong Zong was not averse to this kind of commercial mutual admiration. He just felt a little uncomfortable. After blowing off steam for a while, he parted ways with the two men. For Governor Liu to introduce him to other rich people, he also understands, the circle of rich people is so small. Introduce each other to know can also sell personal love out. The program on stage looked like it was hired professionals, but the theme of the songs and dances, both about charity, was in line with the theme. Hello, you're Mr. Fong, right? While he was getting his food and preparing to go back to the corner to continue eating, Ruan Jingguang approached him. President Ruan, how are you? Fong Zong extended his hand to shake his. Ruan Jingguang smiled and said, Thank you Mr. Fong for condescending to come. You're welcome. Fong Zong also wanted to ask him about the charitable foundation's mode of operation, so he said, I wonder if it's convenient to have a chat. Ruan Jingguang was just about to do that, so he laughed and said, Yes, it's a bit messy here. Let's go to the lounge next door and talk. Fong Zong waved his hand at Han Yibing, then carried the food toward the restroom. Uncle Ruan, on the way, I ran into a high school girl who had just given a speech on stage, and she greeted me with a grateful face. The middle-aged woman beside her, however, had a stern face and didn't say a word. Ruan Jingguang reached out to touch the high school girl's head, but the middle-aged woman reached out and blocked it. President Ruan, we're leaving first. Good. Ruan Jingguang smiled and nodded. The middle-aged woman glanced at Fong Zong with a somewhat disgusted look and walked away with the high school girl. Fong Zong felt that there was something wrong with things. The person who had received the subsidy shouldn't have this look in his eyes. Upon arriving at the lounge, Ruan Jingguang invited Fong Zong to sit down and poured out 2 glasses of wine. Would Mr. Fong be interested in fully funding a few students? Fully funded? Fong Zong raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Nguyen Chan Kwang smiled. Many students' family conditions are not so good. They all need financial assistance to solve the problem of living expenses for them in all aspects. Omnidirectional? Fong Zong's heart sank. Ruan Jingguang showed a you-know-what expression. These students have difficulties at home, and this amount of subsidized money is far from enough, so their parents are willing to. You know what? Fong Zong couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart, but he forced it down. Are there many such parents? There are quite a few. Ruan Jingguang smiled lewdly. All ages. Fong Zong resisted the urge to punch him. Is their family really in trouble? Some of them are in real difficulties. So money has to be given to solve their family's difficulties. Ruan Jingguang said with a smile, that's why those parents are willing. Then the high school girl just now. Are her parents? Fong Zong asked in a deep voice. Ruan Jingguang's eyes lit up. You think it's tasty too, don't you? But unfortunately, there's already a gold master. But then there are the ones who have not been married long and are younger, he said with a hefty smile. But there's an auction afterward that may require Mr. Fong to take care of it. The starting bid is $380,000. Fong Zong thought to himself, no wonder the girl's parents had that look in their eyes. Nodding his head in agreement, he then asked, President Ruan probably has quite a few of interest, right? You won't keep the good ones to yourself, right? No. Ruan Jingguang smiled and said, when I was young, I took advantage of the allocation to keep a private stash, but now that I'm older, there are only 2 more. Fong Zong looked at his shameless appearance and really wanted to punch him to death, but the matter has to be considered in the long run. To find out how many people are involved. Chapter 108, Scum Gathering. Clean President Ruan. Why don't you look good? After Fong Zong came out of the restroom, Han Yibing saw that his mood seemed a bit off. It's fine. Fong Zong shook his head, not wanting her to know the twists and turns in this. As for why this foundation can enlist some rich people, it is because these rich people find this exciting. There would have been no shortage of beautiful women around these rich men, but there was a lack of this kind of excitement. The next thing is that the students sponsored by our foundation took out some of the things they made and sold them for charity, and all the money from the sale went into the foundation to be used as donations. Ruan Jingguang shamelessly went on stage. If you all have a favorite, feel free to take your pick. Then there were volunteers who brought out some handmade items and also some paintings and drawings and stuff. It just doesn't look like it's worth much, but it's labeled with a markup that's far beyond the face value. And there's a picture of the creator posted next to it. Looking at one of the smiling faces on it, Fong Zong only felt sick. There's no telling how many parents of students in here have been coerced by these scumbags. and those students are still grateful to the foundation. This Totoro I kinda like. Hanibing looked around with interest and saw a small hand-woven chinchilla, which felt quite nice. Took out my cell phone and paid 198. Fongzong looked around but didn't buy anything. This charity went into the foundation as if it had become a blood-sucking chain in the hands of those people, and he felt very physically uncomfortable. Ruan Jingguan then announced, the items for the charity sale will always be at the venue, so all of you can take your time to pick them out afterward. Next, there is an auction of things donated freely by many donors, and the proceeds from the auction will also go to the charity fund. If anyone has a favorite, they can bid on it. The host then came on stage and a volunteer brought up the first item to be auctioned. This is a gold nanmu string donated by Mr. Li Zhixueli of Huaguang Wood. Starting bid is 120,000. Anyone who likes it can bid now. Number 9 for 130,000. The host saw a man raise his number plate and said with a smile, it seems that Boss Lee likes the string very much and has bid $130,000 himself. 140,000. Number 12 is bidding $140,000. Is there a higher price? 160,000. Li Zixue raised his number plate to bid again. Fongzong asked Chu Qiulu in a low voice, why does he keep bidding? This is his company's signboard. The higher the transaction price, it means the stronger the strength, which is equivalent to free advertising. Chu Qiulu whispered, then continued, anyone else who wants to work with him, or who is his friend, also cooperates in raising the price. And a lot of people donate random things and pay for them back. For charity anyway. Fongzong didn't realize that there were so many twists and turns in here. A charity auction made it look like a show, and became a social field for the rich. The next few rounds were all about raising each other's prices and then matching each other's buys, all of which were pretty much the same. The next lot is a painting by President Ruan. The facilitator unfolded a framed piece of writing that read, help the world. The starting bid is $380,000. The host smiled and said, President Ruan is our calligraphy expert in Sherman City, so everyone can bid if they have a favorite. Fongzong raised his eyebrows and looked at Ruan Jingguan, who was standing by the side with a smile on his face. His heart was cloying. You're so shameless, and you're talking about helping the world? But he still held back his anger and held the sign up. Chu Qiulu and Hanibing looked at him with some surprise, but said nothing. But he didn't want to. There were other people bidding with him. In no time, the price was raised to $580,000, and was finally auctioned by Fongzong. Several people turned to look back at him when the shot was taken, all clear of men, with no-at-all smiles. After the charity auction, the dinner came to an end and some people started to leave one after another. You guys go back first. Fongzong waved his hand. I'm looking for President Ruan to ask about the charity foundation. Okay. Seeing that his mood seemed a bit off, Chu Qiulu asked, you're not doing anything right? It's fine. After Fongzong watched them go out, he came to the lounge from before. By now there were 4 men sitting in the lounge. Aside from Ruan Jingguan, there were 3 other people, 2 of whom looked to be full of brains, and one who was slightly older than Fongzong, estimated to be just 23 or 24 years old. It's still President Ruan's good eye. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a man laugh and say to Ruan Jingguan. All 4 people's eyes were focused on Fongzong, and Ruan Jingguan smiled as he got up. Thank you, Mr. Fong, for the honor. Where are the people? Fongzong said, I can't wait. All 4 of them laughed out loud, and Ruan Jingguan said, there's no rush. I'll introduce them first. This is Mr. Gao from Tianma Industry. This is Mr. Lu from Azure Home, and this is Mr. Sun from Shansheng Company. Fongzong nodded at the 3. Where are the people? Mr. Fong is really in a hurry. The trio laughed loudly. President Ruan, hurry up. Let the newcomer Mr. Fong pick first today. Ruan Jingguan took out his cell phone. All 6 of them are fine. Mr. Fong can choose any 1 or 2. As Fongzong looked, there were 6 women in the album, ranging in age from young to old, and there was even a young woman who didn't look more than 25 or 26. Not particularly good looking, but a durable type. Still, these women are good. Duke Sun laughed. Even though they're not very good looking, this kind of expression of a woman having to give in bed is my favorite. Ha ha, me too. Mr. Lu laughed out loud. Conquering this kind of virtuous woman feels the most sensational. Fongzong looked at Mr. Gao. What does Mr. Gao think? Ha ha, these women are well tuned. It's the most fun to watch them with a reluctant face, but they have to cooperate. Mr. Gao also gave a debauched smile. Fongzong sighed. It's still Chairman Ruan who knows how to play. Who made it possible for me to allocate who I can give money to? Ruan Jingguan laughed. And it's not like I'm greedy for money. I'm still as clean as ever after all these years. It's just a matter of getting them to cooperate. It's not like they're breaking any laws. They're all volunteering. Those who donated, did so voluntarily, and I didn't waste the money. He then said, if Mr. Fong is willing to pay for it. There is a very good-looking college student tonight who should still be a virgin. Then how much should I donate? Fong Zong asked indifferently. Ruan Jingguan laughed. Mr. Gao and Mr. Lu also have their eyes on it. It depends on the sincerity of the three of you. If it's possible, 3 together isn't out of the question. The other 2 laughed out loud. Obviously not the first time they had played this way. Fong Zong looked at Duke Sun. Will Duke Sun not participate? What's the point of being younger? I like older ones. Duke Sun bristled. This kind of woman is the most fun. Chapter 109. How much more money can there be than me? River? Fong Zong's face changed when he saw the person enter. Why are you here? Mr. Fong, you know? Ruan Jingguang's face changed and his heart thumped. Fong Zong's face snapped to a grimace. The person you just mentioned is her? Misunderstanding. Ruan Jingguang hurriedly said. Song Yunwan, what's going on? Song Yunwan was a bit at a loss for words. President Ruan, didn't you ask me to bring my classmates to say something about the grant? Miao Shuwei had been a little happy to see Fong Zong, but she was also startled to see Fong Zong's face look very unpleasant. President Ruan, you guys are quite impressive. Fong Zong sneered. Farewell. With that, Miao Shuwei headed out, leaving Ruan Jingguang sitting in the room with a bad look on his face. Why are you here? Fong Zong asked Miao Shuwei. Didn't we all find subsidized people for you? Seeing his vicious tone, Water Miao explained the causes and consequences with a resigned face, and only then did Fong Zong feel relieved. Alright then, I'll send you back to school. The school can't go back anymore. Miao Shuwei whispered. The dormitory building is already closed. Fong Zong frowned. Then where are you going to go? I'm going to go to the sanatorium. Miao Shuwei carefully glanced at Fong Zong. What's wrong with you? It's fine. Fong Zong said. Go, I'll take you there. After the two of them first took a taxi to the office and picked up their cars, Fong Zong drove her to the sanatorium. This nursing home is supervised 24 hours a day and is staffed at night. After arriving at Miao Shuwei's mother's room, Fong Zong took a look at it. There were 2 beds, so it was possible to sleep. The commotion of the 2 coming in woke up Miao Shuwei's mother, and upon seeing that it was Miao Shuwei, she revealed a smile before asking, Miao, is this your classmate? Hello auntie. Fong Zong smiled and stepped forward. I'm her friend. Miao Shuwei came to the hospital bed and introduced. This is Fong Zong. He's the one who introduced me to Mr. Tang. So it's you. Miao Shuwei's mom looked grateful. Thank you for being willing to help our family. It's just a matter of raising my hand. Fong Zong asked. How do you feel here? Are the caregivers taking good care of you? It's very good. Miao Shuwei's mom hurriedly said. The mattresses are all fully automated air mattress beds, so there won't be bed sores. The carers were also very attentive, massaging me every day and eating well. Water Miao sniffed and also said to Fong Zong. I often come to see it. It's so much better than before. That's fine. Fong Zong nodded. Tell me where to go from now on. Don't follow people blindly and get sold without even realizing it. Okay, I'm outta here. Miao Shuwei sent him to the hallway and asked in a low voice. Is there something wrong with that charity foundation? Right. Fong Zong nodded, feeling only a little grateful in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to check deeper and stayed a little longer, maybe Miao Shuwei would have fallen into the devil's den. Don't worry about this matter. I'll handle it. Don't play with that classmate of yours in the future. Fong Zong instructed. Get some rest. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. No, I'll just take the bus. Miao Shuwei said hurriedly, but after seeing Fong Zong's eyes, she whispered again. Alright, I'll wait for you downstairs at 7 tomorrow morning. After Fong Zong touched her head, he turned around and walked away. Instead of returning to Haitian Garden, he came to Chu Chiolu's home. There's something that needs to be discussed with you. What did you say? Chu Chiolu was instantly shocked. How is this possible? Fong Zong faintly said. I did go in. This is the recording. I want to set up a scholarship foundation and have it fully funded by the company, with no outside donations. It's not much money, is it? Chu Chiolu frowned. The company's income can't support it at all. Fong Zong, however, spoke in a light tone. Don't worry, there are $1 billion of charity monies injected into the foundation every year. Then should we expose this matter? Chu Chiolu asked. Fong Zong thought for a moment and said, it has to be revealed. It's just that the current evidence is insufficient. You need to talk to the parents of those students and see if they're willing to blow the whistle or provide evidence. You can use the parents of the girl who gave the speech tonight as a breakthrough. Their next funding is fully covered by the company's new foundation. Chu Chiolu nodded with a cold face. There must be sufficient evidence in this matter to bring this foundation down. But those 3 people, I'm afraid they're only part of it. The energy of Duke Sun's family alone. I'm afraid it's not something we can hold up against. Their family is rich and has been in business locally for years. If he wants to retaliate. Fong Zong, however, waved his hand. You can't stop doing it just because it's difficult. Let's expose it first. At the very least he won't be able to retaliate for 3 months. Their family won't make much of a move in this kind of storm. In 3 months, I'll be able to come up with enough money to fight their family. Shu Qiulu was still a bit worried. What about the other two? No need to worry. Fong Zong sneered. First the lawsuit is going to make them drink. Alright, I'll gather some evidence in 3 days. Shu Qiulu said. When the foundation is established, will you step in? I'm not stepping up. Fong Zong waved his hand. It's fine if you step in. It was only after the two had discussed things that Shu Qiulu revealed her inner emotions. This kind of thing can also be done. The money would have been donated by many people, not just those with money, to help those students, but it has become a tool that these people use to threaten others. Not the average cannot do such a thing. Also as a woman, as a mother, Shu Qiulu very much understands the choices made by these parents. They wouldn't have chosen this option if they had any other way. Fong Zong said, go to the company tomorrow. Let the staff get up some signals with all their might, to reach the maximum number of fans in 3 days, and don't save on the promotion costs. Okay, Shu Qiulu said. That might require hundreds of millions of dollars. Fong Zong waved his hand. There's no need to be concerned about this small amount of money. Shu Qiulu saw that he was so confident, and her eyes were mesmerized for a moment, still so charming. Then reacting, he thought for a moment and asked, should we notify the officials then? Fong Zong, however, shook his head. This foundation is a civic organization. The official processing speed is too slow. We have to hurry up so that the fewer people will be victimized. Good. Shu Qiulu agreed. At this time the bedroom door opened. Hanibing came out of the bedroom and came to the living room in a daze. Seeing that the two were talking, he was a bit surprised. Why are you here? Discuss about the company. Fong Zong smiled. Go to school together tomorrow. Hanibing agreed in a daze. Good. Turned around and went to the bathroom. Came out and went back to the bedroom. After being interrupted, the two stopped talking about work. Shu Qiulu felt her feet itching a bit and looked at Fong Zong with a red face. Her feet are a bit sore after walking all day. Let me press you. Fong Zong was waiting for this, and after a hefty smile, he fished it into his arms. Chapter 110, The Lost Folk of Netflix, Gathering Together. You go ahead. I'll pick up my friend. Early in the morning, Fong Zong waved goodbye to Hanibing and went to the sanatorium by himself to pick up Shui Miaomio and return to school. Hanibing was a bit surprised because last night Fong Zong said they would go to school together, but he didn't expect to go somewhere else early in the morning. But she was also very understanding and didn't ask, just answered, get in the car. When she arrived at the sanatorium, Miaomio Shui was already waiting at the gate. Don't ever play with your classmates again, okay? Miaomio Shui nodded. Got it. After a while, she carefully looked at Fong Zong. Isn't Mr. Tang only funding me? You're just getting started. Fong Zong said. She's going to open a charitable foundation and start funding it from you. He was not surprised that Miaomio Shui had found this out. After all, only Miaomio Shui's mother was paid to come here in this sanatorium. I want to go work part-time, Miaomio Shui said. Can you talk to Mr. Tang about letting me go work part-time? What are you doing working part-time? Fong Zong frowned. Not enough money? Enough, Miaomio Shui hurriedly said. My mom is now in a nursing home for free. Her medication is free. I just want to save some money. I promise. There will be absolutely no delay in studying. Fong Zong doubted. I remember you used to study quite well. How did you get into this school? This school is close to home. Miaomio Shui sighed. I'm going to stay and take care of my mom. Fong Zong thought for a moment and said, it's fine if you want to work. I'll go and find you a job. And I'll feel a little more at ease if you go when you find one. Good. Only then did Miaomio Shui smile. Thank you. Fong Zong glanced at her. Do you know what that classmate of yours took you to that foundation for last night? I don't know. Miaomio Shui said suspiciously. Wasn't it so I could go and reject it for her? Fong Zong snorted. That classmate of yours is trying to introduce you to a gold master, so that the gold master can wrap you up. Ha! Miaomio Shui was shocked. No way? I was there yesterday and heard those people's conversation. Seeing that she was a bit scared, Fong Zong comforted her. But it's fine now. Song Yunwan is my classmate. Would she do this? Miaomio Shui had a kind nature and wouldn't think the worst of people. Fong Zong sneered. I'm afraid she's the one who screwed up your poor student allowance, right? How did you know? Miaomio Shui also came to a realization. Yeah, she said she took my spot, which is why she introduced me to this foundation. There was silence after that. What's wrong with her? Fong Zong had only been a little skeptical, but now he was finally sure that that girl actually wanted to assassinate Miaomio Shui, and she was still doing it with all her heart. No other words were said, as long as Miaomio Shui was made aware of the seriousness of the matter. After sending her to the bottom of the dormitory building, Fong Zong went back to the dormitory. Zong, look, As soon as he entered the door of the dormitory with his breakfast, Lin Guangjuan rolled over and got out of bed, holding something in his hand. Yo, made it? Fang Zong looked at this brain crash aid that was similar to the one on Earth, putting it on his hand and trying it out. Not bad, not bad. Did you record the process? It's taped, and the guys at the company are already editing it. Lin Guangjuan said smilingly. Still satisfied? Yes. Fang Zong laughed. The stuff is secondary. The most important thing is the process, and your creativity. Don't worry, brother Zong. Lin Guangjuan laughed. I pulled my cousin over. He will also do a lot of work. I'm a brain crash auxiliary. He also made comments. Fang Zong laughed. Oh, cousin? What do you do? My cousin's surname is Gun, and he does welding. Lin Guangjuan said. He's more hands-on than I am. Fang Zong's eyes narrowed as he sniffed. Is it taller and has long hair? Brother Zong, you know? Lin Guangjuan was surprised. How did you know? Fang Zong laughed. Ask him to come. He'll make a separate account. Half of the account's revenue will be shared by the company, and you guys will share the rest among yourselves, and there will be rewards for releasing videos with millions of likes as usual. For each additional million, an additional 100,000 rewards will be given. It would be best if you had a separate number for the two together as well. Lin Guangjuan was overjoyed. Great. I'll call him over. He is not wanting to be a welder. Fang Zong didn't expect that this person really existed in this world, but didn't appear in the short video platform. Does that mean that other webcams exist? It's just being buried right now. If he could enlist these people in his hands, that would be a huge amount of revenue coming in every day. Come down for dinner. Fang Zong called the other two and took a donut for himself to prepare for dinner when his cell phone rang. As soon as he saw that it was Governor Gu Chunming calling, he picked up. Good morning, Governor Gu. Good morning, Gu Chunming said smilingly. Last night you talked about the charity foundation, so I got in touch. Let's have dinner together tonight? That's fine. Fang Zong smiled. Thanks to Governor Gu for still keeping it in mind. Gu Chunming hung up after a few polite words. After Fang Zong thought about it, he sent a Weibo notification to Chu Qiulu to have dinner together in the evening. Then he went to the classroom after eating with the three of them. It was the first class he came to the university and he couldn't miss it. River, you're back? When Miao Shui returned to the dormitory, Sang Yun asked, why don't you look too happy? Without waiting for Miao to speak, Song Yunwen knocked on the door and came in. And upon seeing Miao she said somewhat unhappily, why did you leave last night? Something's wrong. When Miao Shui saw her, she said with a cold face, don't come looking for me in the future. That took the other three in the dorm by surprise and they poked their heads down to check it out. Instead, Song Yunwen backtracked. I'm trying to help you, and you're still upset, not knowing what's good for you. Humph. After dropping the sentence, he turned around and walked away. River, what did she do to you? Sang Yun asked. What did you guys see happen last night? Miao Shui sighed. It's nothing. Although Song Yunwen was trying to introduce her to the Gold Master, but it didn't work out, so she didn't say anything more. After all, she was a classmate. Sang Yun and the three of them looked at each other. It must be outrageous to make Miao Shui so angry. They all knew that Miao Shui was kind by nature and very resilient, which is why they had been taking care of Miao Shui. Sang Yun's cell phone rang for a moment, and she was quite happy to see that it was a message from Fang Zong. Thinking that Fang Zong was finally going to take the bait, he was a bit disappointed to see that the message was about Miao Shui. Then endless anger welled up. How dare she do this? Glancing at Miao Shui, who was sitting at the table eating breakfast, she forwarded Fang Zong's message to the small group with the other two. This Song Yunwen dares to do such a thing. She cannot be spared. The 111th donation for 2 weeks. How much can that be? Mr. Fong, this way. When Fang Zong arrived at the hotel Gu Chunming had booked in the evening, he saw Gu Chunming and a man around 30 years old waiting in front of the hotel. Upon seeing himself, he immediately came up to meet and, why is Governor Gu still waiting at the door? Too polite. Fang Zong smilingly went up to shake hands. Gu Chunming laughed. I should. This is Mr. Lai from Anchor Financial. Hello Mr. Fong, I'm Lai Chi. Lai Chi looks to be in his early 30s, dressed in a very formal suit, and with his hair neatly combed. He looks to be an elite person, but Fang Zong just wore short sleeves and shorts, dressed like a student. Ri Ji, however, did not dare to slack off at all, but instead was careful. Mr. Lai is the general manager of Anchor Financial, a company that specializes in managing foundations. Gu Chunming introduced. Please come and get acquainted together tonight. Fang Zong smiled and said, there's still more to be learned from Mr. Li's experience. Dare not dare not dare. Riji saw that although Fang Zong was young, he had a well-traveled look, so he knew that this person was extremely powerful, and money is a man's guts, and usually a man with this kind of backbone must have a lot of money in his wallet. As he spoke, Chu Qiulu also arrived. Gu Chunming then led the three inside the room. There are two more guests. Both are the president of the foundation. Let's get acquainted together. Good. Fong Zong smiled and said, Trouble Governor Gu. Governor Gu laughed and then went out to greet the other two. What type of charitable foundation is Mr. Fong going to start? Fong Zong glanced at Chu Chiolu, who then took over. Our company is trying to open a charitable foundation to help students. Mr. Chu has a great love in his heart. Riji smiled. I don't know if it's a public fundraiser or one that doesn't accept donations. Is it a for-profit or non-profit organization? Chu Chiolu doubted. Are these big differences? Great. Lai Chi laughed. It all has an effect on the percentage of tax relief. Chu Chiolu raised an eyebrow. Tax cuts? Lai Ji was just about to continue, when the door inside the box was pushed open again, and seeing the person who came in first, Fong Zong's face immediately sank, and Chu Chiolu was a little upset. The person who came in was none other than Ruan Jingwang. Mr. Fong, Mr. Chu. Gu Chunming smiled and introduced. You know this President Ruan. You just met him last night. This is Mr. Wu of Tianjing Technology and the president of the Sherman Greenland Conservation Public Welfare Fund. Mr. Wu stretched out his hand to shake hands with Chu Chiolu and Fong Zong one by one. Mr. Fong, Mr. Chu, I am Wu Lianzai. Each introduced themselves to each other and sat down. Fong Zong sized up Wu Lianzai, looking about 40 years old, slightly fatter than the average person, wearing glasses and smiling kindly. Mr. Fong, last night was a misunderstanding. Ruan Jingwang snatched a smile and said, I really didn't know that was your friend. Fong Zong glanced at him coldly. President Ruan, I'm also going to open a charitable foundation, in the form of a private placement, also a charitable foundation to help students. Ruan Jingwang's face changed. Mr. Fong, this isn't good, is it? Gu Chunming didn't expect such saber-rattling from the start. Moreover, he also cursed himself for being negligent. If he had inquired in advance about the type of foundation that Fong Zong was going to open, he wouldn't have invited Ruan Jingwang to show up. If the two opened together, they'd be competitors. It will definitely affect the fundraising of the Nguyen Chan Kwang Foundation. Gu Chunming hurriedly got up to round off the conversation and said with a smile, the foundation opened by Mr. Fong is a private charity fund and will not affect President Ruan's foundation. Chu Chiolu also did not expect Fong Zong to speak directly and was somewhat caught off guard. It seems like President Ruan and Mr. Fong have a misunderstanding going on. Wu Lianzai smiled on the side and said, it's good to have a conversation. Then Fong Zong said, Mr. Fong, a private equity fund is good, convenient for tax avoidance. Again, he said to Lai Chi, Mr. Lai can figure out how much tax to avoid. Lai Ji hurriedly said on the side, Mr. Fong, private equity fund, tax avoidance? Fong Zong raised his eyebrows. Mr. Wu opened this public welfare fund to avoid taxes, or else. Wu Lianzai was skeptical. You're not? Could it be that you really want to engage in charity? Is it strange? Fong Zong was all but exasperated. It's still you people who can play, and the money just goes through the foundation and flows back in, right? Wu Lianzai could naturally sense the mocking implication in Fong Zong's words and couldn't help but lose his temper. You're quite charitable, specializing in charity. How much can you do in a year? $1 million? 5 million? Couldn't help but snicker at that. Nguyen Chan Kwang is still angry about the impact on his charitable foundation, whether it's private or public. Hearing Wu Lianzai's words, he also mocked. People are taking their own money out for charity. To be different from us, all the money in our foundation is donated by others. How great of Mr. Fong to take his own money out. Charity or tax avoidance. It's not just a matter of what people say. Gu Chunming was so shocked that he couldn't wait to slap himself twice. It was thought that having these two people come would provide Fong Zong with experience. These two were also big customers of the bank, and the three could score some favors by getting to know each other themselves. Plus Lai Chi, who could introduce him to business and would more than likely be on good terms with his own bank. Now, well, without inquiring about anything, Fong Zong directly disliked him, causing all three parties to be upset. The food is here. Everyone eat the food first. Gu Chunming could only change the topic in such a raw manner. Chu Chiolu see two people each other vertical mouth, is also a little upset. Wu total. How much we donate. Always do the public good. Always better than you so turn the money in a circle. Wu Lianzai was filled with displeasure as he got up and said, Governor Gu, since people don't need our experience, we'll leave. Ruan Jingwang wanted to ease the relationship, but he could tell by looking at Fong Zong's expression that he was still angry, and becoming his own competitor. He didn't want to stay. Farewell. I wonder how much money Mr. Fong is going to take out for funding? Riji asked from the side. Fong Zong thought about it and said, donate a week's income. Che, it's only a week. Wu Lianzai couldn't help but smile as he walked to the door. President Ruan, how generous is Mr. Fong, willing to take out a week's worth of money? Ruan Jingwang also laughed out loud. I thought how much there was. Such a big mouth. But it turned out to be so petty. Ri Ji was also stunned. A week's income? Fong Zong nodded. Yes, 1 week is almost enough. If it's not enough, then donate for another week. Ha 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 ha. Wu Liancai laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Well, Mr. Fong is really generous. Ri Ji was a little disappointed. It's only been 2 weeks. How much can that be? Chu Qiulu sniffed and said, 2 weeks is already a lot. Ha 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 ha. Ruan Jingwang couldn't stop laughing. How much can that be? Gu Chunming said quietly from the sidelines. The money that Mr. Fong turned in last week was about 1.5 billion. The laughter of the two men at the door instantly sounded like it had been choked with a hand. How much? Chapter 112, The Heavenly Creatures Are Watching. Retribution is coming. How much? Wu Liancai thought he was hallucinating. Not even Wen Jingwang. Gu Chunming said in a light tone. $1.5 billion. Fong Zong stood up. President Ruan, I don't know how much money your charity foundation gets each year, but I'm going to use the proceeds of these 2 weeks to snatch all the grantees from your hands altogether. I don't know how much more you can raise locally without a recipient for your foundation. Ruan Jingwang couldn't help but take 2 steps backwards. Mr. Fong, yesterday was really a misunderstanding. Fong Zong just looked at him like he was a dead man. Misunderstanding or not, you've already done it. Wu Liancai didn't expect Fong Zong to have so much money in his hands, and every week it was more than all his money combined. He then realized that Gu Chunming had brought him here just to make good karma, only to be spoiled by his stupid self. He had just taunted Fong Zong and was supposed to make good karma, but now it was so good that he had given himself such an additional enemy out of nowhere, and the strength of this hater is still amazing. Mr. Fong. Wu Liancai somewhat regretted having his mouth so fast just now. Fong Zong, however, waved his hand. Mr. Wu, we are on different paths. I don't care what your purpose is in setting up a charitable foundation, but my purpose is different from yours, and your experience won't work for me. Wu Liancai hurriedly bowed slightly. Many thanks to Mr. Fong for his magnanimity. Then not daring to stay longer, he turned and headed outside. As for Ruan Jingwang, after just losing his mind under the shock, he now reacted. Mr. Fong, the amount of money you have is quite a lot, but you can't help so many people. That's not for you to worry about. Fong Zong said indifferently. People are doing what the heavens are doing. Ruan Jingwang sneered and turned to follow suit, leaving behind the 4 people in the private room. Lai Ji was happy. Mr. Fong, my financial company is absolutely professional, specialized in taking care of foundations. I know you are very professional. Fong Zong faintly said, I want all the flow of funds to be open and transparent, so that anyone can find out. Can you guarantee this? Absolutely, Lai Chi assured. The charity money will definitely go to the hands of the donated. Fong Zong glanced at him. If I find anything wrong, you do realize that I can easily make you disappear with this money, right? Of course. Lai Ji was so frightened by Fong Zong's icy cold eyes that a cold sweat instantly broke out. However, he also understood that what Fong Zong had said was completely true. That amount of money could bury him alive, even if it was smashed. I thought that Fong Zong was just a student who had just started college, but at this time, I no longer dared to hold such an idea. A man that rich is not that easy to fool, but with such a large sum of money going through his company's care, he gets a lot of management fees every year and doesn't have to risk it at all. Governor Gu, thank you for introducing me to Mr. Lai today. Only then did Fong Zong reveal a smiling face. Don't worry, this money is definitely in your bank. Mr. Fong is polite. Gu Chunming had thought that this meal was going to be a complete failure today, but he hadn't expected that the peaks and valleys would turn around. Seeing that Fong Zong had completely convinced the two, Chu Qiulu was also relieved. Then in the morning of the day after tomorrow, the foundation's inauguration ceremony will be held. Just go ahead and show up. Fong Zong smiled. Let Tang Yinghua hang a vice president's name. After all, cheating water Miao was introduced by Tang Yinghua, and it is also necessary to let Tang Yinghua show a little bit, so that this scam is complete. Good. Chu Qiulu raised her glass. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Mom, why are you upset? Inside a slightly cramped room, the high school girl who had previously spoken at the charity foundation returned from class and asked with some concern when she saw that her mother was a little upset. Her mom, however, forced a smile. Yo, it's okay, she's probably tired. Yao Yao's face was a little guilty as she came over and hugged her mother. Mom, didn't the donation arrive this time? You can rest for a few days. It's okay. Her mother's eyes flashed with a hint of disgust when she heard this, but she hid it well. Study hard. Let's take out a loan when you go to college. Don't use charity money. Yo-Yo nodded softly, but just as she was about to speak, she felt a tingling sensation coming from her chest. Hard again? Yao Yao's mother felt her daughter's body in her arms stiffen for a moment, and experiencedly immediately helped Yao Yao lie down. Lightly, he took the pills out of the drawer and looked at the box with only 2 pills left in it, and another flicker of sadness crossed his face. After delivering the last 2 pills into Yao Yao's mouth, Yao Yao also felt a bit more relaxed, took a break and went to wash up, and her mother took out her cell phone and somewhat hesitantly tapped a dialogue box, taking a few deep breaths before sending a message. President Ruan, my daughter is out of medication again. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, 12:08 at the Kaiju Hotel. The opposite side just sent over such a line, making Yao Yao's mother couldn't help but drop a few more tears. After flinging the phone aside in disgust, she couldn't help but cover her face and sob silently. Be careful, Yao Yao. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable. I'll go buy medicine later. Yao Yao smiled and hugged her mother. Good. You be careful on your bike ride too. You just took your medicine last night. You should be fine. After saying that, he walked into the campus and gave a firm wave through the door before heading for the school building. Yao Yao's mother looked at Yao Yao somewhat out of her mind, her eyes wooden, not noticing that a luxury car had stopped behind her. Hello, are you Ms. Wu Chenglan? Yodo's mother sniffed and looked back, only to see a very good-looking woman standing next to herself, followed by a woman no less than her, dressed in professional attire. It's me, Wu Chenglan asked after some thought. What are you? Hello, I'm Chu Qiulu. Chu Qiulu smiled faintly. I wonder if it's convenient to have a chat. Chat about what? Wu Chenglan's face was wary. Say what you have to say directly. Chu Qiulu looked at Yao Yao's back. I know that your daughter suffers from congenital heart disease. I'm the president of a charitable foundation and would like to sponsor your daughter to complete the surgery. Upon hearing about the charitable foundation, a trace of disgust flashed in Wu Chenglan's eyes. However, after hearing about Chu Qiulu's purpose, there was some hesitation. Don't worry, we'll just find a place to talk nearby. Chu Qiulu could see the caution and hesitation on her face and said with a smile, see which store you are familiar with. Come here then. After a brief moment of thought, Wu Chenglan decided to listen to what she could tell him about what was going on. Finding a nearby coffee shop, the only one open and less crowded in the mornings. She hadn't been here before, but she felt a little safe around the school. Sit here. Chu Qiulu took the initiative to choose a position near the corner. Chapter 113, the whole network is publicized. Your scandal is exposed. Something to drink? The waiter came over and inquired. Wu Chenglan looked at the menu on the table, and the numbers behind it made her feel a little heartbroken. Instead, Chu Qiulu took the menu, glanced at it and then said, 2 iced Americans, a cappuccino, and 3 ham sandwiches. Okay. The waiter took note and left. Wu Chenglan looked at her slightly rough hands, and the delicate and perfect skin of the 2 people across from her, and felt a bit inferior. What kind of charity foundation are you guys from? Indulgence Charity Foundation, Chu Qiulu said with a smile, but it hasn't been established yet, and it was announced at 10 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow. I met your daughter the other day, just at the Stonegate Education Help Charitable Foundation. Your daughter gave a great speech. Wu Chenglan was a little bit relieved when she heard that. It seemed that the other party knew about Yao Yao because of that speech. Yo-Yo's surgery is very expensive. It will take 3 to 5 surgeries, and the first one will cost $700,000. Wu Chenglan said, the medication after the surgery is also very expensive, but after resting for half a year after the last surgery, you will be completely fine. She had renewed hope in her eyes. Can the foundation provide for such a high cost? Yes. Chu Qiulu smiled. However, there is a condition. Conditions? What conditions? Wu Chenglan sniffed as a wary look resurfaced on his face. At this time, the waiter came over with something. Chu Qiulu closed her mouth and didn't say anything, and when the waiter left, she looked around and found that there was no one else before saying, you are needed to expose the Sherman Educational Help Charitable Foundation. Expose? Wu Chenglan was a bit surprised. Then her face was a bit mortified. How did you know? Chu Qiulu was silent for a moment before saying, I'm not going to hide it from you. My company also donates to this charity foundation every year, but I just found out about this charitable foundation 2 days ago, so our company is planning to set up a foundation of our own. Ruan Jingguan used the charitable foundation to run amok, and from what we've learned, you're not the only one who's been victimized. There are many others, and there were college students. What? Wu Chenglan was a bit shocked. There are still students? Chu Qiulu nodded. We have some evidence in our hands. It's the conversation between Ruan Jingguan and those people. But that evidence alone is not enough to bring that foundation down. I need the evidence you have in your hand, and if you can, you contact the other victims, who also have evidence in their hands. I can make assurances that your identities will not be revealed and that your children will all be in the care of our foundation. Wu Chenglan was a bit hesitant to hear this and sat in his seat in silence. Chu Qiulu and Tang Yinghua looked at each other, knowing that the other party was considering the gains and losses at this time, so they did not say anything. The two of them just ate the sandwiches in their hands, giving the other party time to consider. After a while, Wu Changlan raised her head and asked, even though I'm doing shameless things now, I still get a sum of money every month to maintain my daughter's health. If I expose the other side, then you won't pay me anymore and I won't get anything. After thinking about it, Chu Qiulu said, you can record a video as evidence, and if necessary, I can sign a contract with you. Finally she said, haven't you had enough of this miserable life? If you'll trust me once, this life will never happen again. These words caused Wu Changlan to instantly move. Facing the two of them was already a bit inferior. Her head lowered even more at that moment. I'll have to think about it. Good. Chu Qiulu knew that this matter could not be forced on her, took out her business card and put it in front of her. This is my phone number. You can call me or add my Weibo. The company's address is also on there, so if you're not sure, you can bring someone to my company to take a look. The two had finished eating by now, and after finishing their coffee, Chu Qiulu got up, hopefully soon, and with fewer victims. It was only when the two walked to the door of the coffee shop that Wu Changlan raised his head and said loudly to the two, wouldn't it be better if they showed up and revealed it? This, Chu Qiulu instantly moved. Aren't you afraid that Yao Yao knows? I'm not afraid. Wu Changlan burst into tears. Even if she knows, she won't blame me. The conversation was a bit baffling to everyone else in the coffee shop. Wu Changlan took the sandwich on the table in his hand, drank the coffee in one go, and came to Chu Qiulu. Today I'll use this dirty body to give Yao Yao a healthy future. Taking out his phone he showed the conversation to Chu Qiulu. Is there a miniature camera? I'm willing to step in. Chu Qiulu pulled her to the car with some intolerance in her eyes. It doesn't have to come to this, does it? If you want to do it thoroughly. Wu Changlan looked at the sandwich in her hand. Anyway, it's been done so many times. I don't care about this one more time. If Yoyo is saved and the others are saved, it's worth it. Chu Qiulu was silent for a moment and nodded. I'll have someone go and load it up for you. Just, looking at Wu Changlan, who was also a mother, Chu Qiulu had mixed feelings in her heart. I'm just a mother with nothing to lose, using everything I have for a future for my daughter. After Wu Changlan smiled bitterly, he handed over the bag that had peeled on his shoulder to Chu Qiulu. Bring it to me after you've packed it. I'll go to work first. Looking at her back as she left out of breath. After a while he looked at Tang Yinghua in the driver's seat. Let's go. All we can do is to make this never happen again. Today we are announcing the formal establishment of the Indulgence Charitable Foundation. Chu Qiulu and Tang Yinghua stood in the middle. Lai Ji stood next to them, and some of the foundation's administrators. Together they picked up the scissors and held a ribbon-cutting ceremony. After the ceremony, the invited journalists started interviewing. Mr. Chu, what was the original purpose of the establishment of this charitable foundation? The reporter who arranged it was the first to ask a question, and people in the company held up their cell phones for the entire broadcast. Chu Qiulu, however, collected her smile at this time and exchanged a glance with Tang Yinghua, who got up and stepped aside. Only then did he slowly speak. The cause of this matter is still what our company's general manager, Mr. Feng, saw at the charity foundation. Ruan Jingguang, who was watching the live broadcast at home, suddenly felt a little hairy, and his breathing became steeply ragged. It can't be? They wouldn't dare, would they? Tang Yinghua began to play a video, which was coded, but it could be seen that the two were inside the hotel. You give us charity money. Why do you need us to sleep with you once before you give it? Can you afford the kindness of those who donated? Did anyone force them to donate? It's not like I'm embezzling, and you guys volunteered. I'll give it to whoever I say I'll give it to. Who isn't? Why should I give it to you? The charity is not mine, but the power of distribution is mine. In conjunction with the typed caption identity, the stage instantly erupted. Reporters and cameramen on the scene were taking crazy pictures as a big story emerged. At the same time, Fangzon's various video numbers began to send out videos, while also investing a lot of money in recommendations. And Nguyen Jingguang, who was watching the live broadcast at home, just felt weak. It was as if the sky had collapsed directly onto his head. It's over. Chapter 114, another system reward triggered. President Chu, what does this mean? Reporters were down below frantically pushing their way to the front of the stage with microphones in hand, all with the excitement of being faced with breaking news on their faces. This is big news. If this news is not recorded, back to the station to be scolded by the station leaders. Xu Guin said. The people involved here are Ruan Jingguang, the president of the Sherman Educational Assistance Charity Foundation, as well as Gao Guintan, the general manager and shareholder of Tianma Industry, and some other characters such as the following. Tang Yinghua listed all these people on the big screen and thoughtfully posted photos. Chu Qiulu said to the camera, if the above characters feel that I have violated their privacy, they can feel free to come and sue me. I have all the evidence in my hand. You are welcome to do so. Her words hit home, causing the room to briefly fall silent for a moment. The reporter then followed up with, "Do any of these people have evidence?" "All of them," Chu Chiolu said. "There are also different witnesses. They can all testify." When Gwyn Chan Kwon used money from his charitable foundation to give payments to people in need, he needed these parents to sleep with him. And then there are these people who give money to Gwyn Chan Kwong's foundation, and Gwyn Chan Kwong introduces them to people who can be hit with monthly payments. His charitable foundation has been reduced to a place where some people choose their concubines. I have a witness, the woman in the earlier video, who would have been brave enough to come forward and expose this, but I had her face in mind and decided to leave her out of it. All of the above is true. Chu Chiolu faced the camera and said, "Word for word, I am willing to take responsibility for my above remarks." With that, he resumed his seat on the stage. Tang Inghua picked up a microphone. "Reporters and friends, if you need complete evidence, please leave your email and I will send them to you one by one. In the meantime, this evidence has been made available to government departments in the hope that something similar will not be repeated elsewhere." Such a bombshell that it made waves in the traditional media as well as online. Many netizens as well as viewers were infuriated beyond words. Many people were already somewhat distrustful of the charitable foundations, but now that they have seen this incident, they are even more disgusted by these people's behavior. And in the face of the courageous Chu Chiu-lu and the Indulgence Charitable Foundation, many people expressed their support. There have been many offers to donate, and people have even been approached offline with money to donate, forcing Chu Chiu-lu to record another video. This charitable foundation will never accept any external donations. It is fully funded by Indulgence Media. If anyone contacts you in the name of donations, please don't believe it. The first wave of this year's charitable payments have been made. The first batch of $3 billion. Families in need of help in Sherman City can come to the foundation to apply, and after verification and approval, we will immediately make a donation. When Chu Chiolu announced the establishment of the charitable foundation, Fong Zong was watching the live broadcast. Suddenly, he heard the icy voice of the system in his ear. The host establishes a charitable foundation, rewarded with a volume of the spitting method. Fong Zong was a bit surprised, and a slight tingling sensation then came to his head, feeling like there was something extra in his brain. It's too much. Lin Guangjuan slapped the table. These are simply spoiling the goodness. I really want to get him killed. Yen Ding was so angry that his face turned white. These people really deserve to die. Niu Lu was so angry that he clenched his fists together. Who's going to get them? Fong Zong was silent, secretly observing the vomiting method in his mind, and his breathing unconsciously began to breathe in the manner of the vomiting method. Soon, a sense of qi was born in the dantian. Feeling the faint sense of qi, Fong Zong was somewhat pleased. Previously, when he strengthened his body, he felt that his body was already at the peak of the external family. Now that he had a sense of qi again, that meant that he was starting to get started in his own internal kung fu as well. If it develops further, isn't there any hope of stepping onto the path of cultivation? It's just that with this system reward, the trigger conditions aren't very fixed. He had some guesses that the first reward was for reaching 1 million videos of his own. Rewarded once, you can allow yourself to build wealth quickly. Now it's being rewarded for setting up a charitable foundation, which is because one is doing the right thing with money. So what's next? Commonwealth? Or improving people's livelihoods? Fong Zong's thinking was becoming more and more diffuse. Just when he had already thought of himself starting to step on the flying sword to travel around, he was nudged awake. Brother Zong, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Fong Zong looked back. What's wrong? Lin Guangjuan said. Did you expose these people? I knew about this matter and had people check it out. Fong Zong said. The specific person was found out by Mr. Chu. Lin Guangjuan wore an angry face. These people, according to the law, did not break any laws, except for this Ruan Jingguang. So do we get to go beat the out of these guys? Fong Zong sniffed but thoughtfully. It makes sense. Since the law can't punish them, it's better if we take matters into our own hands. Punishment? Lin Guangjuan froze. I meant to beat them up, not punish them. Fong Zong, however, smiled and waved his hand. I also mean to beat them up. I'll have someone check out their trail. Let's go beat them up. Great. Lin Guangjuan was overjoyed at his words. Beat them out of their anger. Yen Ding and Niu Lu were also eager to try. In the past 2 days, the two have started filming Sandy segments in college, mainly for dog-licking personas, and they've gotten a pretty good response. Pressing down the impulsive trio, Fong Zong said that he would have to think long and hard. On the other side of the girls' dormitory, when Miao Shuwei saw the news, she was so scared that she broke out into a cold sweat. River, what's wrong with you? Sang Yun came back from outside. Watching a horror movie? This foundation. That's what Song Yunwen was trying to drag me to before. Shuwei Miao pointed at the news released by Chu Chiu-lu and was a little frightened. Sang Yun already knew about this from Fong Zong, but he didn't expect this foundation to involve so many people. She couldn't help but be furious with her pretty face. This, How dare you assassinate your classmates? I wanted to rush to Song Yunwan's dormitory and beat her severely, but thought that doing so was somewhat insufficient to relieve my anger. Then he asked Fong Zong, what about Song Yunwan? Meow Meow was almost ruined by her. I'll figure it out. Fong Zong smiled. Don't worry, this side is trying to figure out how to punish the bad guys. On the other hand, Ruan Jingwang has broken his face. His face was scratched and bloody, and all he could do was run and dodge in the face of the still-reaching hands. These things aren't true. You think I don't recognize the person in the video? The woman chasing behind her gritted her teeth. You're capable of such things? I've lost my face to you, and the child's face to you. Chapter 115. Do you need a reason to do justice? Duck duck duck. As Nguyen Chan Kwong ducked for cover, there was a knock on the door of his house. He couldn't help but be on his feet, knowing it was the last moment. His wife went to open the door with a black face, only to see 4 policemen standing at the door. Is Ruan Jingwang at home? There. His wife pointed to Ruan Jingwang, who was paralyzed on the floor. Hurry up and take him away. Ruan Jingwang looked at the arriving police officers. His face was desperate. I'm not. Ruan Jingwang, you're suspected of a number of crimes. Come with us and cooperate with the investigation. The police officer in charge had a sullen face. After knowing about this, he was personally pissed off. Facing Ruan Jingwang had no good face at all, and the 2 people behind him directly handcuffed Ruan Jingwang to the ground and lifted him up. Ruan Jingwang couldn't even stand up at this point. His feet were weak and he was being dragged forward in a crooked manner. There was none of the high-flying talk that had been going on in the foundation before. Watching him being taken away, Nguyen Chan Kwong's wife couldn't help but cover her face and cry. Their house wasn't big, even a little old. It is full of all kinds of books and all kinds of calligraphy, which can be called a house of books. But I did not expect that Ruan Jingwang made this thing. Pegasus Industries. In the general manager's office, Gao Qiuqing's face turned pale as he looked at the few people who came in and couldn't help but stand up. Chairman, you're fired. The chairman's face sank. You are also suspected of using your position to engage in illegal activities. The company has already called the police, so hand over your work. Gao Qiuqing showed a pleading face. Chairman, I was wrong. It's my fault. I shouldn't have made you the general manager. The chairman couldn't help but grunt angrily. Do you realize how much the company will have to lose because of what happened to you? As he spoke, 3 uniformed police officers walked slowly into the office. Gao Qiuqing, you're under arrest. Gao Qiuqing's feet went limp and she sat on her butt in the chair, her face showing despair. The headquarters of the Samson Group, an old man with white hair but hale and hearty, raised his hand and slapped Sun Gongzi in the face. Rebel son, doesn't the family give you enough money? What kind of woman can't you find? And you do this kind of thing. A disgrace to the family. Duke Sun received a slap on the wrist and didn't dare to raise his head, only dared to lower his head to be lectured. It was only after the old man had lost his temper that the person beside him persuaded. Why don't we let the Duke take shelter first? Send him to Europe to let him reflect. The old man said angrily. Don't even think about coming back if you can't change. With sufficient evidence, the officials acted quickly and took down all those suspected of violating the law. But then there are others who just use the opportunity to sleep with these parents, which is essentially sort of you and me and not illegal. One can only condemn these people on a moral level. It doesn't matter to them at all. Damn Fongzong. Sun Gongzi's face was swollen, and sitting in the car to the airport, he couldn't help but curse bitterly. Dared to expose me so directly. Gongzi, it's good to go out to avoid the wind. The driver advised. Come back in 2 or 3 months and you'll be fine. Netizens forget quickly. Duke Sun snorted coldly. You find the good guy first, and when I come back, I'll make him pay. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a jolt in his body. The driver checked his rearview mirror and had some anger on his face. Are you blind? You can tailgate on such a wide road? Said turning on his turn signal and pulling over. Duke Sun's anger value was bursting at this time. Seeing that someone dared to crash his car, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. When the driver got out of the car, he followed. Are you blind? Duke Sun kicked this tank 300 in the headlights. It was dark at the moment and he couldn't see the people in the car. The driver was a little disdainful when he saw it was this cheaper car. Even if Duke Sun smashed this car on the spot, the money that Duke Sun casually took out would be enough to pay for it. Anyway, it was still early, so as long as Duke Sun didn't beat anyone to death, he wasn't going to intervene. Duke Sun kicked the headlights twice and pointed at the car. Only 4 car doors slowly opened and down came 4 men. The driver laughed coldly at the situation. For skinny youngsters were just that. He, as a retired professional boxer, did not put these 4 people in his eyes. Fongzong? When Mr. Sun saw the person coming down from the driver's seat, he suddenly felt something was wrong. What's with the coincidence? Nope, it's coming at you. Get in the car. Mr. Sun turned around and was about to get into his car and run, and greeted the driver as he prepared to drive. but Fang Zong directly reached out and pulled him back. What are you running for? I haven't compensated for hitting your car yet? What do you mean? Sun Gongzi felt a little scared. I don't want your money. Did I say I'll compensate you? Fang Zong dragged him to his car. You just kicked my car 3 times. It's not too much for me to compensate you for 30 kicks, right, Mr. Fang? The driver realized Fang Zong's identity after listening to Mr. Sun's words and came to Fang Zong. Let go of Mr. Sun. Good. Fang Zong smiled faintly. I'll leave it to you 3. Yen Ding, Niu Lu and Lin Guangjuan, all wearing duck-tongued caps and masks, cannot see the face. After hearing Fang Zong's words, they all had cold smiles on their faces. Mr. Sun, we'll compensate you. How dare you? The driver was in a hurry and stepped forward to pull a few people away. The arm that was outstretched was clutched. Did I tell you to do it? A couple $1,000s a month. What are you playing at? I'm $12,000 a month. The driver raised his foot and kicked it towards Fang Zong. At the same time, pull back your arm and try to pull it out. However, he found that his arm could not be pumped at all, as if it was caught in a vice, and the leg that was kicked out seemed as if it was also kicking on top of a steel plate. A raw pain in his own leg. Yo, still a pro? Fang Zong came to be interested. Accompany me through the moves. He was about to try out what the chi in his dantian had to offer. The driver felt that Fang Zong was not simple and wanted to treat him with caution, but then he heard Sun Gongzi's cries of pain coming from behind Fang Zong. He couldn't help but look, only to see Duke Sun lying on the ground, being kicked by 3 people in a circle. In a heartbeat, he raised his hand and struck at Fang Zong's face. However, Fang Zong simply slapped his jab away with a light tap. Driver's jab was just a feint, and a heavy backhanded jab went towards Fang Zong the moment it was slapped away. Fang Zong didn't panic in the slightest, raising his hand to similarly counter the blast with a naked fist, the chi within his dantian quickly moving to his arm, allowing his speed to instantly increase, and he was able to strike first afterward. Snap, click, 2 sounds rang out at the same time with almost no interval, and a sharp pain instantly traveled from the driver's hand. Ah! The driver could not help but cover his right hand, only to see that his right hand had been twisted and turned, with bone fragments piercing through the flesh and white and exposed. He had actually had the bones of his right hand shattered by Fang Zong's punch. The sharp pain made his legs weaken, and he couldn't help but fall to his knees and let out a miserable scream. This heart-rending scream caused all 3 Yen Ding people to stop their feet. Okay, when Fang Zong saw that Duke Sun was kicked all over his body, he also called a halt to the 3. If they fight again, something will happen. He came to Duke Sun. Today is just an appetizer. I'm waiting for your revenge. After finishing his words, he stepped on the Sun Duke's leg. A souvenir for you. With the force of his foot, only a click rang out, and the miserable screams of the Sun Duke, which had gradually stopped, resounded once again. It complemented the driver's screams. Why? Duke Sun stared at Fang Zong with reddened eyes. Why did you do this to me? Fang Zong said indifferently. People are doing it. Heaven is watching. I'm doing it for heaven. Duke Sun looked at the departing car, the resentment in his eyes almost overflowing. Fang Zong, I'm going to get you killed. Don't think that my Sun family is just honest businessmen. Chapter 116, Tai Chi in gym class actually works. Mom. Yo-Yo looked at her mother with tears in her eyes. Wu Chenglan's eyes were evasive. Her head hung down and she didn't dare to look at Yao Yao, sitting on the bed without saying a word. Mom, you're aggravated. Yao Yao flung herself into Wu Chenglan's arms. If I had known that you were suffering from such aggravation, I would have preferred not to take the medicine. Wu Chenglan hugged Yao Yao with tears in her eyes. As long as you can get well, Mom will do anything. Mom! Yo-Yo cried tearfully. The 2 hugged and cried for a while, the emotions in their respective hearts slowly easing down. Only then did Wu Chenglan wipe her tears and say, well, now that President Chu has called me over with money, I'll go to school tomorrow to give you a leave of absence and we'll go for treatment. Mom, this money. Yao Yao didn't trust these charitable foundations at all now. Wu Chenglan forced a smile. Don't worry, this money is President Chu's company's money. It's absolutely clean. She said she'd cover all of your medical expenses, and she got me a job in her company's cafeteria, with a salary of 8,000 a month. You won't have to worry about your school expenses in the future. Yao Yao was then relieved. Mom, I'm the one who dragged you down for the rest of your life. Then after you're cured, do well in school. Wu Chenglan smiled with tears in her eyes. When you have the ability, don't let this happen again. Yao Yao nodded solemnly. I'm going to take the police exam. I'm going to take the prosecutor exam, and I'll make sure that this never happens again. Good. After your surgery, President Chu will go see you. Wu Chenglan smiled and said, the days are starting to get better. Yo-Yo has been hugging her mother all night. The guilt in my heart couldn't be contained anymore and it all flowed out through my tears. She didn't realize that her mother would make such a sacrifice for her. From a young age my parents lived in poverty because of this disease, and my father died early from overwork, and now my mother is suffering like this because of this disease. Ever since she was a little girl, she had asked God countless times why she was given such a disease. The world is so unfair. But like her mother said, times are starting to get better and there are still more good people in the world. Fong Zong opened his eyes and felt that the chi in his dantian was a touch thicker than yesterday. Before, such a faint trace of chi could make him punch out other people's fists. Now I'm afraid that he could just break his arms to the point of breaking tendons and bones. Zong, there's gym class today. What class did you snag? Fong Zong rubbed his hair. Tycoon. I snagged the cotillion. Nyo Lu hammed and hawed. Dancing with the girls in class. Yen Din was a little envious. I only grabbed the basketball. You guys are good enough. Lin Guangjuan said sourly from the sidelines. I only snagged aerobics. A few people packed up and went to their respective gym classes. When Fong Zong came into the stadium, there were already students coming one after another. A somewhat burly teacher walked up and motioned for the men to gather. Hello everyone. I'm Yang Li. I teach Taijikwan. Come to class in the morning and run 800 meters to warm up. But before we start, let me take you through a couple of warm-ups. And in the future, you'll all need to be fully warmed up before you run to prevent you from injuring yourselves. Physical education classes for college students have to be taken during final exams, and there are credit assessments, so it's easy to fail a class if you're not careful. The students were also quite interested in their first Tai Chi class. After the run, Yang Li then started with a Taijikwan at the front of the group. Everyone watched the movements. The punch looked flimsy, but there was a kind of beauty in the way it was thrown that kept the students watching. Okay, next everyone follow me step by step. After playing once, Yang Li started demonstrating at the front of the line, posing in the starting position. Everyone should pay attention to your breathing and follow the breathing pattern I taught you to match the moves. Inhale and step, exhale and land. Fong Zong stood at the front of the group and began to exhale according to the way Yang Li had taught him, and the chi within his dantian suddenly began to move and began to slowly swim along the meridians. Still, Fong Zong suddenly felt that the Taijikwan taught in this university's physical education class wasn't the same kind of flimsy radio gymnastics. There is something real in it. First move, left and right wild horses split their manes. Yang Li began to teach the moves, first taking the students through the motions before leading the fight at a normal pace. Fong Zong felt the chi in his dantian swim more smoothly. This student did a great job. Just as he was immersed in his moves, he heard these words and couldn't help but return to his senses, only to see that Yang Li was pointing at him and saying to the others, the moves must be on point. He's doing well. I'll be more serious. When the time comes for the test, you won't need me to let go of the water. After saying that and teaching a few more moves, he let the students exercise freely and familiarize themselves with the moves. Fong Zong, on the other hand, felt uncomfortable not to finish the fight and came to Yang Li. Teacher Yang, can you finish teaching me the moves first? Have you memorized everything? Yang Li was a bit surprised. It's better to be greedy. It's better to practice the moves first. Fong Zong was a bit tickled. I've memorized everything. I'll play it again for you. Okay. Yang Li saw that he was so good at learning and smiled back. You play it once first. Fong Zong's memory was already good, and with the aid of the chi, he just remembered the process of running clearly, and at this time, the Taijikwan he played was extremely standard, and the exhale fits together so well that one can tell at a glance that it's not the same radio gymnastics that everyone else is doing. That was a good fight. Yang Li was a bit surprised. You've learned it before? No, Fong Zong said. I feel comfortable exhaling like this and want to learn it all in one breath. Yang Li sniffed and then agreed. Okay, you follow me and play once. I'll teach you slowly. The image of the two there, one teaching the other, caused the other students to look this way. No, this dude can really pretend. A gym class is pretending to be so studious. Some boys couldn't look away and couldn't help but spit. The other girls heard, but spoke for Fong Zong. This is our class president, a top science student. Isn't it normal to learn fast? Che, people like that just love to pretend. The boy bristled and began to stiffen his movements, but hit one move and forgot the next. Yang Li but very surprised. He did not expect to play once. This Fong Zong remembered the action. Moreover, the movements of the fight were beautiful and incomparable, and even with his eyes, he could see that the power was contained within, not a mere imitation. It was all better than him by the time the last hit was done. Good. Yang Li was very happy. You're learning this Taijikwan very quickly. You'll definitely pass the exam at the end of the semester. Fong Zong felt the chi running along his meridians as well as his stances, warming him up and making him somewhat happy. It's you, Mr. Yang, who taught him well. Come less. Yang Li was somewhat sparing. You come with me after class. I have a boxing recipe that was passed down from my ancestors, but I can't practice it on my own. So help me out and see if I can learn it. But if you learn it, teach it to me and my child. Chapter 117, is the dog licking in the video in character? Fist book? Fong Zong was a bit surprised to hear this. Is it Yang's Taiji? It's not the same as the current Yang's Tai Chi. Yang Li shook his head. Yang's Tai Chi has changed. There are only 85 postures. This boxing manual of my family is much earlier and has a full 108 stances. It's just that the spitting method is incomplete, and when we practiced it on our own, some of the moves could only be done in a similar shape, not in a similar manner. But I see that you have the spitting method, or else the streamlined 24 stances wouldn't have been able to achieve such perfection. He had to say that he was a good judge of character, and he was able to see the difference in Fong Zong after just a few sets of punches. Yes, Fong Zong didn't think twice in the face of this deal. I'm not going to lie. I do know some spitting techniques. It's a punch I can learn to try, and if I can, I'll teach you some of the spitting techniques that go along with it. Good. Yang Li was a little happy. It's a deal. He looked happy, and after the class was over, after asking Below Zong about the class times for his other classes, he led him to his dormitory. You sit first. Yang Li pointed to the sofa. I'll get the boxing manual. The dormitory looked a little small, but it was also bigger than most of his quarters. Just this boxing book. Yang Li held out an ancient book. The outer skin was becoming a little brittle, and one had to be very careful turning it over. Fong Zong carefully flipped through the boxing manual, which not only contained drawings, but also songs, and looked very formal. There are also sword, gun and shield moves in the second half. This second half, according to what has been passed down in our family, says that the first half is to match the weapon. Yang Li introduced, it's a move used to fight against people on the battlefield. It's just that the second half of the spitting method has been infested with worms, and now there's a bit of a breathless feeling when I fight. Fong Zong flipped to the end and looked at the remaining words, realizing that this vomiting method was very crude compared to the system's vomiting method. He realized then why the system's spitting method reacted to any taijikun in the face of the school. It's totally just a case of the higher being compatible with the lower. I'll try to see if my spitting method works first, Fong Zong said. I'll memorize the moves and try practicing them first. After saying that, he turned pages and pages, memorizing the points of attention of these moves and songs. He gradually became familiar with them. It was only then that I realized that taijikun, as taught in school, does work, but it is of limited use, and in conjunction with breathing techniques it can strengthen the body, but not against the enemy. After the 108 styles had been read, he began to try to fight in the living room. At first it seemed a little stiff as I recalled the moves and did them at the same time, but after 2 moves, after the chi in his body ran along the meridians, the fight became smoother and smoother, and the power contained within became more and more sufficient. Yang Li was on the sidelines and could feel the strong winds coming from time to time. Based on the strong wind, one could tell that if these moves were to hit a person's body, broken tendons and bones would be light. When Fong Zong closed his stance, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His face was flushed, his eyes were clear, and he didn't have that huffing and puffing look after a workout. Well, Yang Li immediately came over and asked, is it a real punch? It's true. Fong Zong felt the refreshing sensation of qi slowly returning to the dantian. The meridians in his body were smooth and unrivaled, and he was a little excited. This boxing technique is definitely real. Yang Li immediately looked at Fong Zong happily. Fong Zong naturally knew what he meant. Okay, I'll teach you to fight this set of punches in conjunction with the tuna method. Good. Yang Li was a bit embarrassed after his excitement, but I might not learn as fast as you do, so I'll need to ask you for advice more often. Fong Zong smiled and said, don't worry, Teacher Yang, when I teach you, when I count. No, you are my teacher. Yang Li felt embarrassed to hear him call himself a teacher. A teacher is a teacher. Fong Zong smiled and shook his head. Let's call each other teacher, said to explain to Yang Li where the essentials of boxing lie, waiting for the next big class to start before rushing to finish. When he came to the classroom, the other 3 had already taken his seat. When he entered, he saw Niu Lu sitting in his seat with an obscure look on his face, while the other 2 were snickering. What's wrong? Fong Zong laughed. Didn't you go to dance with your female classmates? Cao Lu didn't say anything. Yan Ding and Lin Guangjuan laughed out loud from the sidelines. That ballroom dancing is all about men enrolling in classes. He's taking dance lessons with a guy's partner, and the guy just added him on WeChat and confessed to him. Fong Zong couldn't help but laugh out loud. The old ox is still very charming. Are you done laughing? Niu Lu clenched her teeth in anger, then asked, which one of you is willing to switch classes with me? No exchange. The 3 decisively refused. Niu Lu cried out, please, change with me, Lao Yen. At that moment the 4 girls entered the class, and the boy's eyes couldn't help but look over. The girl looked around before coming to sit next to Fong Zong's 4 people. Yan Ding immediately felt charmed. After all, there are still a lot of empty seats, and it is his own side. These 4 girls came over. It must be for some purpose. Good morning, Fong Daiban. A girl was more outgoing and spoke out to greet Fong Zong, who was sitting next to Yan Ding. Hello. Fong Zong remembered that this girl's name was Yuing. and she was a good dancer, and had even performed during military training. The body is pretty good and can do the splits when dancing, Ewing said with a smiling face. It's been so long since the start of the school year. Does big class president Fong want to organize a get-together out? All the girls in our dorm can be single, so it's easier to go out and have some fun and find a date. Also right, Fong Zong had done a somewhat incompetent job as class president, and basically didn't take care of things in the class. After thinking of this, he said, I'll talk about it in the group. Set a time, and discuss it with Mr. Zhuang. Good. Ewing covered her mouth and smiled. We've all been looking forward to this for a long time. Yen Ding listened happily. Is student Ewing also single? Yeah, big netizen. Ewing laughed. You play a licking dog very well. It won't be in your original color. Yen Ding's smile froze. No. Ewing had a somewhat disappointed expression on her face. I thought you were such a warm man. I am a warm man. Yen Ding saw that the beauty was a little disappointed and hurriedly said, it can be warm. Ewing, however, covered her mouth and laughed again. In that case, it's really in character. Looking at Yen Ding, who was fished into a warped mouth, Fong Zong shook his head helplessly. It's hopeless. Inside the dormitory at night. Friday night potluck. Fong Zong finalized the get-together after discussing it with Zhuang Jing. Dinner plus singing. Here's your chance. Really? Niu Lu became interested. The girls in our class are all quite good-looking, so we might have a girlfriend this time. Lin Guangjuan bristled from the side. Women only affect my welding speed. Then the other man said longitudinally, my cousin is coming over tomorrow. Do you want to meet him? Chapter 118, A Toad on Its Feet, a specialty of the diaphragm. Yes, tell your cousin to come to the studio tomorrow and I'll come with you to meet him. Fong Zong was also very interested in this handmade master, and after coming to the company, he could definitely make an account quickly. This account, by then, will be able to bring in a couple $100 million a week. He couldn't afford to miss out on this kind of talent. Zong how crickets you in the group. Yen Ding tipped off Fong Zong, saying that you have the money to cover the cost of this gathering. Fong Zong frowned and opened the class group, only to see that Zhang Hao was very active. After posting about preparing for a potluck, Zhang Hao then said in the group, what, $50 each? Fong Deban Chang is so rich that he still can't afford a class potluck? Why don't you elect me class president and I'll buy everyone dinner? There were also his lapdogs shouting from below. I'm supporting Mr. Zhang Hao. He's done credit for the class. Fong Deban Chang is a bit stingy. This is not even invited. I don't have any money. Big class leader Fong. Why don't you lend me $50 first? The other students saw this and were silent in the group. Someone said, it's only $50. It's everyone's first dinner. Who can't afford it? I can't afford to shell out. Zhang Hao's fellow dormitory members said, I'm broke. Which one of you will lend me $50? Zhang Hao laughed sinisterly in the dormitory. Let you damn well drop my face. When he thought about what happened during the military training before, he knew that it must have been Fong Zong and the instructor joining forces to trick him. Why else would the instructor not be able to beat Fong Zong? It must be to troll him, and also sabotaging his application for the poor student subsidy. Fong Zong is simply deliberately messing with him, and so dejected that all the girls in the class noticed him and liked him. Simply don't know any better. This time, we definitely need to lose face with Fong Zong. Everybody stop. Fong Zong sent a message. Those who don't have money can borrow from me, and those who have applied for the poor student subsidy don't have to pay out this time. $50 each for food, drink, and singing, and I'll make up the difference out of my own pocket if it's not enough. Add Zango. If you want to be class president, just come out and choose next semester. It's a bit of a childish ploy, and he doesn't even bother, but drumming it into the group is a bit annoying. Fong Deban Chang is so official. Zhang Hao was conspiratorial in the group. Just pick it, I'll be class president. Then said in the group, if I were the class president, I would have invited it, and borrowed money and didn't let people pay for it. Aren't you discriminating against poor students? When he was done, he put his phone down and blocked the group message. Laughing, he said, let's see if you're wicked this time. The lapdogs around him laughed. Ho is so smart. It's disgusting. This kind of person is the right. All day long dejected. When a class president head tilted up, don't know also think it is a leader of some kind. Zhang Hao laughed loudly. I'll cover your money this time. Thanks Ho. The other three smiled their thanks. Zhang Hao is a rich and unintelligent man who likes to be held up. The other three found this out on the first day of school and have been holding him up. When they are happy, they even invite them to dinner and give them things and stuff. That's all money. That's a lot of money to save. It's just some pretty words anyway, so why not? This person just does it on purpose, doesn't he? Yen Ding said angrily, deliberately tearing down the stage, deliberately looking for trouble. Brother Zong, ignore him. Villain. Niu Lu coldly grunted from the sidelines. Just don't bother with this kind of talent. Fong Zong smiled. Fine, ignore him. Zhang Hao was just trying to brush up his presence in the group and simply discussed himself. After lunch the next day, there were no classes in the afternoon, so he took Hanibing out of school and went straight to the central hospital. Chu Qiulu was waiting downstairs in the outpatient building, and when she saw them, she said, "The surgery went well, let's go up together." "Where's Tang Yinghua?" "It's already up there." The three of them went upstairs together, and when they were in the corridor, they happened to see Wu Changlan coming out of the ward, carrying a basin. President Chu. When Wu Changlan saw Chu Qiulu, her face showed gratitude, but when she saw Fang Zong, her face changed. "This is the chairman and general manager of our company," Chu Qiulu introduced. Fang Zong. "It was him meeting Guin Jingguang that night at the charitable foundation and those things that made me set up a charitable foundation. So that's how it is." Wu Changlan hurriedly put down the face basin upon hearing this and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Mr. Fang." She saw Fang Zong with Ruan Jingguang that day and thought that Fang Zong was the same person as Ruan Jingguang. "I didn't realize that Fang Zong was the one who was helping their family behind the scenes. What is this for?" Fang Zong hurriedly avoided. "Don't be so polite, it's because I did it too late in time and made you all suffer." "How's Yo-Yo doing?" Wu Changlan wiped her tears. "Already woke up. The doctor said the surgery went well. It was minimally invasive, and there was no need to enter the ICU." "That's good." Fang Zong smiled reassuringly. "Then is it convenient for me to go in and take a look?" "Of course." Wu Changlan pushed open the ward door with the basin. "Please come in." Yao Yao was lying on the hospital bed with fluids, her face a little pale. Seeing Wu Changlan bring Chu Qiulu in with a man and a woman, his face was a bit excited. "President Chu, lie down." Chu Qiulu looked at her with some heartache. "Just finished surgery. Rest well." Then he introduced her. "This is our company's Mr. Fang. It's the charitable foundation founded by Mr. Fang." Wu Changlan whispered from the side. "Hurry up and thank Mr. Fang." "Thank you, Mr. Fang." Yao Yao looked at this Mr. Fang, who was not much older than herself, and softly thanked him. Fang Zong smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine." Then looked to the other bed, where an old man lived. Then he asked, "Why don't you have a separate ward?" "That's enough," Wu Changlan hurriedly said. "President Tang said a separate ward, and I gave my refusal. A little bit of money saved is a little bit of money saved, and this ward is pretty good." Fang Zong sighed softly, then said to Yao Yao, "Get well, tell President Tang what you want to eat and she'll send it over for you." "Yes, feel free to tell me," Tang Yinghua said from the sidelines. Yo-Yo smiled. "It's good enough for now. The hospital food is delicious." As he spoke, there was a clamor from outside and the door to the hospital room was pushed open. Enter a female teacher with 3 students. Yao Yao's eyes lit up. "Mr. Zhao, Xiao Qi, you guys are here?" Ms. Zhao was carrying a fruit basket, while Xiaoqi brought a pocket full of snacks. "Lunch break at noon. They were a little worried about you, so I brought them to check on you." "Teacher Zhao, I'm really troubling you." Wu Changlan smiled gratefully from the sidelines. "And I'm also troubling you to make a trip." Mr. Zhao smiled and put down the fruit basket. "It's fine. Let's go then," Fang Zong said to the others. "Come see Yao Yao next time." Mr. Fang. Wu Changlan made a gesture to deliver. Fang Zong smiled and raised his hand. "You keep Yao Yao company. I'm relieved to have seen it. Goodbye Mr. Fang." Yao Yao also shook her hand. "President Chu, President Tang, goodbye Missy." After the 4 of them went out, Wu Changlan smiled and explained to Mr. Zhao, "Those are people from the charity foundation." Mr. Fang, so young? Teacher Zhao felt something familiar. "Isn't it called Fang Zong, this year's top science student?" Wu Changlan was a bit surprised. "Is he still the top science student?" Chapter 119, "You say you're rich in front of me? It's really the science student. It's really him." Teacher Zhao handed Yao Yao the information searched on her phone to look at, and then handed it to Wu Changlan. "Look guys, kinda." Wu Changlan was a bit surprised. "I didn't expect Mr. Fang to have such a big company at such a young age." Fang Zhong. Yao Yao was lost in thought on the hospital bed, muttering Fang Zong's name. Yao Yao will study hard when she gets well and try to get a top student as well. Teacher Zhao smiled and said, "You were saved by the top student, so give him back a top student." "Good." Yao Yao nodded seriously. After saying that, Mr. Zhao went to talk to Wu Changlan, leaving Xiaoqi and the other 2 classmates, who surrounded Yao Yao and started asking questions. The ward looked lively, drawing the old man in the next bed to keep looking at a few people. Where to next? After going downstairs, Hanibing smiled and asked Fang Zong, "I don't have class this afternoon either. Not going to the company anyway." Fang Zong saw Chu Qiulu and Tang Yinghua looking at him and smiled. "I'm going to Lin Guangjun's studio. There's a talent coming. I'm going to meet it. I'll go with you." Hanibing said, "I want to meet too." Upon hearing this, Chu Qiulu and Tang Yinghua took their leave. The 2 drove to Lin Guangjun's studio, pushed the door in, is to see the plant sparks. The two have begun welding, and there were people on the sidelines with cell phones set up to film. Seeing Fong Zong and Han Yibing come, several people also stopped what they were doing. Zong, Lin Guangjuan took off his welding mask and turned off the welding machine. This is my cousin, Geng Shuai. Hello, I'm Fong Zong. Fong Zong smiled and extended his hand. Geng Shuai glanced at his hands and hurriedly took off his gloves. Hello Mr. Fong, I'm Geng Shuai. He also smiled at Han Yibing and nodded his head as a greeting. What are you guys doing? Fong Zong asked. Seeing you guys welding so vigorously. Lin Guangjuan proudly held the item up. Cell phone case. This is a cell phone case? Han Yibing was a bit dumbfounded. Isn't this a chopper? It's a chopper and a cell phone case. Lin Guangjuan laughed. How safe is this cell phone case? Then smiling at the other vertical, he said, my cousin came up with this. Fong Zong looked at the cell phone case that came out ahead of time with some surprise. Very good. This is a great idea. I'll give you a few. An inverted shampoo, a piano kebab machine, and whatever encourages robots and whatnot to do it. Geng Shuai's eyes glistened as he listened. Mr. Fong, you're too good. These things aren't useful once you hear them. Ha 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 ha. I'm also picking up people's teeth. Fong Zong waved his hand. Picked up your teeth. Lin Guangjuan laughed. The video of the brain avalanche aid posted earlier already has over 4 million likes. There are still people who want to buy them from me. Should I make some and sell them? Creation is the main thing. Fong Zong said. It's a big deal to outsource this stuff. It won't sell many copies. Okay. Lin Guangjuan nodded. Fong Zong looked around and said, safety is the main concern when making things. Just make sure the protection is in place. Dinner tonight? It's okay. Lin Guangjuan agreed in one breath, and Geng Shuai nodded his head at the same time. The cameraman and the desk crew beside him, too, watched with bated breath. Fong Zong laughed. All together. Call Yending and Niu Lu over as well. He had to entertain this tall and big netizen when he came. This was a player that could bring him a lot of benefits. After meeting with Geng Shuai, Fong Zong also wanted to find other netizens who were on fire on Earth. But nothing has been found on the internet, so it's just a matter of fate. At dinner in the evening, Geng Shuai was very excited and toasted 3 glasses of wine in a row, saying that this had been his dream job. As a welder, he didn't want to spend his life squatting on the floor welding things for people and wanted to do something different. Fong Zong also smiled in understanding, and the first video of the night passed 1 million likes, and Fong Zong, too, gave them bonuses at the drinking table. It made Geng Shuai call home with tears in his eyes, saying that he had made the right move. Looking at Fong Zong, he was a bit saddened. On Earth, Geng Shuai is a big internet celebrity with millions of followers. On Blue Star, without his intervention, I'm afraid I would have been a welder for the rest of my life. It felt a little unusual to have him back on his own stage now, only to have such a big man shed a tear. At night several people returned to their dormitories and went to sleep individually. A flash of time came to Friday evening, and Fong Zong brought the 3 of them to the Orchid Grass Hall of the Shengtian Hotel. The waiter led the way and said after arriving at the place, Mr. Fong please. There were 2 large round tables in this room, each seating 20 people, and the class totaled 40, which was more than enough. Squad leader, one after another. Students came, and after military training, they knew each other's names, but none of them were very familiar. Basically, people from all the dorms came together and sat down together when they arrived. Fong Debanchan. Yuing smilingly brought the 3 girls from her dormitory to sit beside Fong Zong and the others. This place looks expensive. The class fee won't be enough, right? Almost enough. Fong Zong smiled faintly. He could naturally feel the strangeness in the girl's eyes when she looked at him. However, Yuing was at best considered to be clean-cut, and was still somewhat unqualified from being a beauty, and was merely at the level of a class flower, which he had little interest in. Why hasn't Ms. Yuing returned my message? Zhang Hao rubbed over at this moment. Agree or disagree? Yuing was a bit upset when she saw him come over. Not saying anything is a refusal. Don't be so cold and heartless, Zhang Hao said with a smile. That escape room was fun. Yuing still shook her head no. I'm not interested. Okay. Zhang Hao smacked his lips in self-interest and smiled at Fong Zong. Big class president Fong. Is the class fee enough? I'll pay for it if it's not enough. Do you have a lot of money? Fong Zong looked at him seriously. You said you have money in front of me? Zhang Hao's face changed when he heard this. Then he hummed lightly. It's not much, but I can still afford to treat my classmates to a meal. Next time then. Fong Zong said indifferently. Xingjia's food tastes good. I'll take my classmates there then. Ha! Zhang Hao gave a faint laugh with a leathery smile and stopped speaking. That place spends $2,000 per capita, and when 40 people go there, they're going to spend $100,000 anyhow. He wasn't stupid. It wasn't worth it to spend so much money just to drop Fong Zong's face. Yan Ding muttered from the sidelines. What's the point of pretending when you don't have any money? Making Zhang Hao's face change. He glared at Yen Ding before going to another table. Yu Ying, however, smiled at this time and said to Fong Zong, "Class president, why don't we organize a fellowship between our two dormitories? I know a board game parlor where script killing is fun. Wanna go play together? Fellowship?" Fong Zong froze and looked at the three Yen Ding people. Just seeing the three people's faces showing interest and constantly looking at themselves, he knew that the three people wanted to go, so he agreed, "Yes, then we'll go together tomorrow." Chapter 120, Is it hard to kill you? Yeah, let's go play script kill together tomorrow. Yen Ding also purposely said it out loud so that Zhang Hao on the table next to him could hear it clearly. Zhang Hao immediately changed his face and looked over viciously. "What are you looking at?" Lin Guangjuan glared. "What do you mean? It's fine. I hope you guys play nice," Zhang Hao said with a cold smile. He then picked up the glass of water in front of him, took one look at the lack of water, and slammed it down hard on the table with a loud thud. Yu Ying gave him a look and said nothing. Soon Zhuang Jing arrived, and the other students also arrived one after another, so Fong Zong asked the waiter to serve the food. I ordered the 888 set menu, and with the wine and drinks, I spent the $2,000 I handed over. Fong Zong didn't say anything. Anyway, he was the class president and he didn't lack this amount of money. The food was plentiful and the students had a great time eating. I was able to talk to all my classmates in between meals, and I had plenty of energy to socialize with each other even after I had eaten and drank a lot. Some female classmates kept coming over to chat with Fong Zong, and even coaxed Fong Zong to say a few words or perform a show or something. Only Zhang Hao, during the meal, kept disliking this and that, from time to time slamming a cup and chopsticks or something. It drew the crowd's displeasure, but no one accused him to his face. They all ignored it. Instead, it made Zhang Hao even more open. Fong Daiban speaks a few words. A girl coaxed from below. "First get together. Let's get to know each other better." After saying that, the people beside him began to drum. At this time the crowd had drunk a little wine. The atmosphere also opened up. Fong Zong smiled. "It's better to let Mr. Zhuang say a few words first. Everyone is welcome." The students joined in welcoming Zhuang Jing to speak. Zhuang Jing was also a recently graduated graduate student, a few years older than them, but the whole person still looked very youthful and energetic, and did not shy away from this kind of scene. Smiling, he got up and said, "Everyone must have signed up for media economics to learn something useful as well. Within the next 4 years, we'll study well together, and then we'll all be tested. Feel free to come to me with any questions. As a guide I can help with anything within the school as well as in life, and I hope that you will support me in my endeavors," he said, picking up his glass. "I'll drink first." "Good," the boys shouted, facing such a beautiful guide. They couldn't wait for their eyes to grow on Zhuang Jing. "Mr. Chong, may I make a comment?" Zhang Hao suddenly said from the side, with a sinister smile on his face that made people feel uncomfortable just looking at him. "Good," Zhuang Jing smiled. "Feel free to mention any comments. The previous class president was chosen too arbitrarily." Zhang Hao glanced at Fong Zong. "Having the ability to learn doesn't mean having the ability to manage. I propose we re-elect the class president again." Niu Lu was not happy to see him, and voiced, "We agreed before that we would choose again next semester. You won't live to see that time? What did you say? Tell me again." Zhang Hao stood up as soon as he slammed the table, pointing at Niu Lu with an angry face. Niu Lu rose undaunted. "You love it, don't you? You won't live to see it? You won't live? You won't live? I've said it 3 times. What do you want? Uing. Zhang Hao kicked his chair away and was about to come over. Zhuang Jing said with a dark face, "You guys aren't finished? Zhang Hao, go back and sit down." Cao Lu, shut up. The scene caused the atmosphere in the booth to drop to freezing point. Many people were watching from the sidelines, and the warm atmosphere of a moment ago was gone. "It's fine if you want to choose class president," Fong Zong said indifferently. "Since you want to be class president, you must have the temperament to tolerate others. Classmates say a few words to you, then you have to come over and hit your classmates. Can you be the class president like this? By the way you're going about it, shouldn't I get you killed for the repeated provocations you've made before?" His voice was small though, and his tone light, but this temperament was there, crossing his legs and relaxing his demeanor, saying such words that would get people killed, but no one thought he was bluffing. Instead, many people got involuntary goosebumps. Zhang Hao was also shocked by these words and stood still, then forced down a trace of fear in his heart and laughed coldly. "What kind of skill is it to shout and fight? Do you think I'm scared? Although I, Zhang Hao, am not as rich as you, I'm not some cat or dog to get killed." He then looked at Niu Lu. "Don't think that Fong Zong can protect you. I have plenty of ways to screw you. I'll wait." Niu Lu snorted. "Don't pretend if you don't have that ability." Zhuang Jing was a bit annoyed when she saw the two of them sword fighting. "Both of you shut up. This semester's class president will be Fong Zong, and the class president will be chosen next semester, once every school year. Let the first half of the semester be the time you get to know each other. Then he said to Zhang Hao, "You be friendly to all your classmates. If you get into a fight, the consequence will be expulsion. Is it easy for you guys to go to college once? Still think you're little kids in junior high and high school? All sit down and eat." Zhang Hao sat down again somewhat unwillingly, while Zhuang Jing also lost interest, and after sitting for a while longer, Fong Zong said, "You guys eat. I'll go back first. You're the squad leader today. Bring me back the men at night. Not a single one of them." "Okay." Fong Zong smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm the most measured person." Zhuang Jing also instructed, "Never fight with Zhang Hao, just started school. You are still a good student in the eyes of the school leaders. Don't get into trouble. When it comes to graduate school there will definitely be a place for you." "Okay." Fong Zong agreed with a smile. "Don't worry." Only then did Zhuang Jing leave from the table, going to warn Zhang Hao again before leaving. It was only after she left that the atmosphere in the booth became lively again. Many of the students couldn't let go with her there. After all, they were fresh out of high school and still naturally had a sense of awe for their teachers. "Let's change the field." Fong Zong got up and announced, "This place is a bit obscure. Go sing." The others naturally followed them out. Fong Zong had booked 3 large private rooms in advance in the high-end business K in Sherman City, which was enough for 40 people. The drinks and snacks, needless to say, are all available. "Ho, don't be mad, that's just a teacher's lapdog." Zhang Hao's roommate saw that Zhang Hao was still a bit upset, so he comforted him. "Fong Zong is a close second. Those dogs around him are too annoying." Zhang Hao held his breath. Fong Zong was stronger than him, and he didn't dare to confront him face to face, but a few of Fong Zong's housemates still dared to taunt him. There was also a Yuing, who gave her face no face, personally invited her to play and still excused herself from going, and then turned her face and went to play with Fong Zong. "Drink." Zhang Hao raised the bottle and drank the wine in his hand. "Brother Hao, when they've had too much to drink, watch them go out to use the restroom. Let's go up and beat them up in the dark." A dog-legger was beside Zhang Hao with an idea. Chapter 121, Who are you? Zhang Hao put down the bottle and said to one of them, "You go to their private room and tell me when they go out alone." Then he sneered, "There is no overnight revenge." It was avenged that night. This roommate came to the private room where Fong Zong was and found a corner to sit down and drink silently. 15, 20, 10. Yuing and Fong Zong were playing the game of 15 and 20, and after losing, she pouted and slapped Fong Zong. "So bad, you don't even let me." With that, he picked up his wine and took a drink. All the other girls, too, were playing with their male classmates. After the drinks, they all let go too, and were no longer as formal as before. Sincerely, once Yuing saw that Fong Zong had lost, she asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" "Not really there." Fong Zong thought for a moment. "It's not like there's a confirmed relationship with anyone else." Yuing sniffed happily. "Keep going on and on." It wasn't enough to drag the other girls over to play the game. The losers had a choice of dare or truth or dare. And when Fong Zong accidentally lost once more, the girl beside Yuing covered her mouth. "Fong de Banchen, hold Yuing and do a few squats." "Yeah." The other women were up in arms. Yuing had a red face and lightly patted the girl, but her eyes were dead set on Fong Zong's body, and her eyes were like water. "Okay." Fong Zong smiled and got up. "Fellow Yuing, I'm sorry for being rude." "How rude is Fong de Ban going to be?" The other girls heckled from the sidelines. Fong Zong smiled and waved his hand. "Don't talk nonsense." Saying that, he picked Yuing up by the waist, while Yuing shyly hugged Fong Zong's neck, feeling the muscles on Fong Zong's body. "Wow, and abs." Yuing lowered one hand and touched Fong Zong's stomach. "There are still abs." "Ha!" Fong de Banchen, light up and take a look. The other girls were all coaxing from the sidelines. Some bold girls also reached over and had to lift up the hem of Fong Zong's shirt to let Rio come out and take a look. All right, stop it." Fong Zong didn't expect that these girls were so bold after drinking. Still holding Yuing, he hurriedly said, "I'll do squats first. Don't drop anyone." Class President Fong is still so compassionate. The girls coaxed, making Yuing laugh in Fong Zong's arms. Her face flushed red. It caused the other boys to look on in jealousy. And Zhang Hao's roommate took out his cell phone and photographed the scene and sent it to Zhang Hao. A bunch of burnt goods. Zhang Hao could see Yuing laughing in Fong Zong's arms, and the anger in his heart couldn't hold back again. After doing squats and putting Yuing down, Yuing was still a bit reluctant to leave. Seeing this, the other girls asked Fong Zong to continue playing the game, and collectively make a move to make Fong Zong lose again and make him show off his abs. The girls got on and felt it, and Fong Zong felt like he was the one who sold his color. Well, there are other students, so let's all play together." Fong Zong naturally saw that a few of the other boys were a bit envious and jealous, and greeted a few of them to come over and play together. "I'll go to the restroom first. Come back and play together." Yen Ding jumped at the chance. "I have abs too." As he went out, Zhang Hao's little brother delivered the news. Zhang Hao was in another private room and was already angry, but now he saw that someone was left alone and it was someone who had dared to dislike him before. Immediately, he took 2 of his minions out of the private room, and the person who had tipped him off earlier also slipped out of Feng Zhong's private room. Later you go turn off the lights. You put this shirt over his head. Hit and run, Zhang Hao ordered with a grim smile. The 3 housemates nodded their heads in agreement with this solution. Tiptoeing around, he followed Yan Ding toward the restroom. Yan Ding felt a little bloated abdomen at this time. Came to the toilet. See, the toilet is crowded, and there are people vomiting. Cleaning is cleaning. Thinking the smell was a little strong, I went down the stairs to the downstairs restroom. Because of the corner, the 4 people behind them didn't see it and came inside the restroom on their own. Looking around, he realized that Yan Ding was not outside. Once the people were out, the cleaning sign was placed outside. One of the housemates went over to look around and found that only one person was inside the squat, so he thought it was Yan Ding. Come out later and you turn off the lights, Zhang Hao ordered in a low voice. Hit and run. Don't hit too hard. The other 3 had excited faces and waited quietly outside. Hearing voices coming from the squat, the door just opened a crack. The little brother immediately pressed the switch, and the toilet was immediately plunged into the middle of darkness. Crouching plants. After hearing only a gasp from the man, he felt something covering his head. Then came a sharp pain, only to feel several people kicking in a circle around him. It soon stopped, followed by footsteps that left so quickly that by the time he reacted and took his shirt off his head, there was no one left in the restroom. Crouching plants. Ko, why are you lying on the ground? At that moment a man came in at the door, the very man he knew. Ko got up from the ground and touched his head, a little dazed from the beating. I just got beat up by a couple of guys. You just came in. Did you see that? Saw it, hadn't seen it before. His friend picked himself up. I remember people though. Little Light was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Great. Someone else dares to come over and beat me up. Call someone and find me one room at a time. He had dragons and phoenixes depicted on his body, and he also shaved an inch of his head that showed his green skin, so it was clear at a glance that he was a person not to be messed with. This revenge must be avenged. Okay, I'll go call someone. His friend immediately ran out to call someone, and Ko took off the dirty clothes he was wearing, threw them on the ground, and went out to find someone. Ha 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 ha, that's awesome. Zhang Hao laughed in the hallway. That doesn't even know who hit it. As soon as the words fell, they only saw Yan Ding walk past them unharmed. Zhang Hao's somewhat sinister laughter instantly came to a screeching halt as he was filled with dismay. You're fine? Ing go to the toilet, what can be the matter? Yan Ding only think of female classmates touching abs. See him pulling himself to ask. Some impatient, you have a disease ah? Looking at the departing Yan Ding, Zhang Hao couldn't help but mutter. Then who was the person we just beat up? Just go inside. The minions advised him. Just pretend you don't know them. They haven't seen us anyway. Get in. Zhang Hao felt a bit puzzled, not realizing that he had just hit the wrong person. He went inside and sent his little brother over to let the wind out of his sails again, and this time he made sure to hit it right. Without wanting to, a dozen tattooed inchers appeared in the corridors of this floor, looking for people in room after room. Zhang Hao felt a little disturbed, but after a couple of sips of wine he stopped taking it to heart and began to sing to himself. Just as he sang, the sky is falling and the earth is falling with purple hammers. The door to the booth was pushed open. An inch-haired man looked around and locked his eyes on him. Ko, that's him. What? Zhang Hao felt a bit baffled. The door to the booth was then pushed open, only to see some people wearing tight white t-shirts with large tattoos showing on their arms and uniformly shaved inches walk in, and behind them, followed by a man with a swollen nose and a man in a suit with a greasy haircut walked in. You're the one who beat up my brother? This oil-headed man looked gloomy and stared at Zhang Hao. Chapter 122, If you don't stop, I'll help you stop. Zhang Hao looked at the room full of people, each depicting dragons and phoenixes, all of whom were scared silly at this point. Is he? Seeing that Zhang Hao didn't say anything, the greasy-headed man asked the man beside him again. Haven't you seen it? It's him, and there's 2 of them, and there's another guy who ran off somewhere. The person who brought them here had amazing eyesight and was able to memorize several people at once. Xiao Guang said angrily, what are you guys hitting me for? Do I know you guys? Who ordered you to come? We didn't do it on purpose. We recognized the wrong person. Zhang Hao stammered. He was just a male son with a rich family who hadn't been exposed to this kind of people yet, and was intimidated by the aura of these people. The oil-headed man laughed. Mistaken identity? Xiao Guang said you guys have been waiting in the restroom for a while. Is it a case of mistaken identity? Ko went up and slapped Zhang Hao across the face. Speak! What a case of mistaken identity! Zhang Hao cried out, not daring to fight back even after receiving a slap. I was going to hit one of my classmates, but I didn't realize he went to the downstairs toilet. At this point the other students in the booth tried to run, trying to get out through the doorway, but they were blocked. This big brother, we're just classmates. We didn't get involved in the beating. A male student was slightly more daring and said to the greasy-headed man, "It was a few of them who beat up the others. It has nothing to do with me." The greasy-headed man turned his head to look at him and said with somber eyes, "You can only leave when I say you can. And if you can't, you can stay here." The man guarding the doorway nudged him. "Sit there." "Okay." The male student didn't dare to be stubborn with these socialites and honestly sat in the corner. Xiaoguang grabbed Zhang Hao's clothes. "What do you say about this?" "Big brother, I'll cover all the medical expenses," Zhang Hao hurriedly said. "And another nutritional fee. 100,000. Ko said. "Plus an arm for each of you. And someone else? Call over." "Okay, 100,000. Zhang Hao took out his cell phone and transferred $100,000 to Xiaoguang. Wailing, he said, "Can I pay an extra $100,000 and not break my arm?" Xiaoguang glanced at the oil-headed man, who didn't say anything, and Xiaoguang said, "Pay out an extra $200,000, and this matter will be over." "Okay, I'll call for the money." Zhang Hao was so scared at this time that he was shaking all over, and called his dad over. "Dad, I got into trouble. I beat up a big brother I don't know, and they still want 200,000 as medical expenses, so hurry up and call over here, or else I'll get my arm broken." "Isn't this extortion?" Zhang Hao's father said in a neutral voice over the phone. "Did you call the police?" Xiaoguang heard everything, took the phone and said, "He hit me. Called the police. Your son to squat in." "Extortion. Ha, I don't want the money. I'll make your son pay his debt now," said, threw down his cell phone, yanked and grabbed Ko's arm, and a little brother beside him was about to come down with a stick. Zhang Hao screamed in terror, "Dad, stop it. Hurry up and call the money. Big brother, don't hit. I'll pay." Ko dropped his arm and sneered, "Hurry up." Zhang Hao picked up his cell phone and wailed, "Dad, hurry up and call the money." Fine, I'll transfer the money." Zhang Hao's father heard Zhang Hao's screams and immediately transferred the money in fear. "Just now, I wanted to bluff these people, but I didn't realize that these people couldn't bluff at all." After receiving the money, Zhang Hao hurriedly turned over, not realizing that Xiaoguang and others are still standing and not leaving. Zhang Hao shivered and asked, "Big brother, you guys, you received your money, where's theirs?" Ko sneered, "It's not like you're the only one who hit me." The roommate next to him hurriedly said, "Ho, our family doesn't have any money. You're the one who told us to fight. We don't have the money." Xiaoguang knew that these two didn't have any money and just stared at Zhang Hao. "Your family has money. You're the leader. What do you say?" Zhang Hao had just uttered one word when Xiaoguang kicked him up, directly knocking him down on the sofa. "You what?" At this time, outside the corridor, there are other rooms of people out. See this room door stood some social people. Immediately turned his head back to the room. "Squad leader, something seems to have happened in that booth." A girl was so scared that she ran over to talk to Fang Zong. It was surrounded by a group of people. At this point the students sniffed and immediately turned off the music and turned on the lights. Fang Zong frowned and stood up, coming to the door to take a look. After seeing the socialites, he said to the others, "Stay in the booth and don't come out. I'll go check it out." "Zong, I'll join you." Yan Ding, Niu Lu and Lin Guangjuan immediately stood up. "These people look like social mixers." Fang Zong went alone. "They are not assured." "We'll go too." Yuing also stood up. "There are more of us. Go over and take a look." At this moment, the people in the other private room also discovered the situation, and when they saw Fang Zong and the others come out, they followed them out to check the situation. "Who are you? Business is being done inside. Wait outside." The socialite at the door immediately raised his hand to stop Fang Zong when he saw him trying to enter. Fang Zong said in a deep voice, "The people inside are my classmates, and I'm the class president." "Yo, Big Ben?" The socialite at the door was happy. "Okay, you go in. We are also classmates." Niu Lu and Yan Ding directly pushed through the people blocking the door and squeezed right in. At this point a waiter saw that something was wrong and rushed to inform the foreman, who also went to inform the boss. "Stop." When Fang Zong entered, he was seeing several people surrounding and beating Zhang Hao with the other two, while the other students were cowering in the corner. Upon seeing Fang Zong, these students immediately stood up as if they had seen their backbone. "Who are you?" The greasy-headed man sneered. "Stop when you say stop." Seeing that they couldn't stop, Fang Zong pinched the oil-headed man with one hand and lifted him up with one hand. "Stop when I say stop. Don't you agree?" Big brother, beside the little brothers, saw the situation immediately anxious, raised his hand to hit. Cattle Lu and Yan Ding and Lin Guangju and three people. "Pick up the bottle. What do you want?" When Xiaoguang and the others heard the commotion behind them and saw the scene, they all stopped their hands as well and stared sorrowfully at Fang Zong. Whoop. The greasy-headed man was let down, his throat making a quick sucking motion. He took 2 steps backwards, covering his neck in some fear. To be able to pick himself up with one hand, that in itself showed the other party's terrifying strength. "What are you?" The oil-headed man looked at Fong Zong with intense scorn and fear in his eyes. I'm his class president. Fong Zong looked at Zhang Hao and his two roommates. At this time, the three of them had already been disfigured, and their heads were swollen like pigs' heads. Someone from your class beat up one of mine, and we're here to get a statement. At this time the person who was originally in the private room, whispered to the other side of the vertical said, extorted Zhang Hao $300,000. $300,000? Fong Zong laughed. You guys have enough for a judgment. Chapter 123, the Sun family needs to learn a lesson again. At that moment the boss outside the door came in with the waiter. A few big brothers. What's going on here? When he came in and saw the greasy-headed man, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Brother Ghost Hand? After taking a look at the situation, he knew what had happened. Brother Ghost Hand, these are some students. What did they do to mess with you? Boss Shui, my men were beaten up in your venue. Ghost Hand said in a cold voice. I came over to ask for a statement, and I was even threatened by this man. If our boss, Sun Yucheng, finds out about this, you won't fare well either. Will you, Sun Yucheng? Zhang Hao suddenly asked from the corner. You are Mr. Sun's people? Ghost Hand turned his head to look at Zhang Hao. You know Mr. Sun, my dad is the general manager of UB Group's Haidong branch. Zhang Hao covered his face and said, he has a good relationship with General Manager Sun. Ghost Hand frowned. Why didn't you say so? Seeing this, Boss Shui hurriedly said, the two of you are a family that doesn't recognize a family after the great water washed over the Dragon King temple. He smiled apologetically and said, why don't we leave this matter at that? Okay, Zhang Hao said dryly. This was the Sun family's base camp. He couldn't afford to mess with it. Ghost Hand, however, said in a cold voice, no. One hand pointed at Zhang Hao. I can forget about him, but not this man. He pointed at Fong Zong and said, you just made a move on me, didn't you? At this time, some of the students on the side who were local, hearing the identity of these people, could not help but whisper, trouble. What's wrong? Ewing asked anxiously from the side. Is the Sun family very strong? That classmate whispered. UB Group in Sherman City counts the top group of enterprises doing real estate, under which a lot of such people are raised. Fong Zong will be in trouble if he doesn't handle it well. When the other students heard this, they had a slight understanding of the strength of this company, and they couldn't help but look at Fong Zong with some sympathy in their eyes. Thank you, Brother Ghost Hand. Zhang Hao immediately breathed a sigh of relief once he heard that there was no more business for them. To Ghost Hand, he bowed repeatedly and thanked him. Brother Ghost Hand, why don't we go first? My bleeding wound needs to be treated. Get lost, Ghost Hand said in a cold voice. Be honest in Stone Gate City. Understood. Zhang Hao was about to leave with the two of them. Ewing stopped the three. Zhang Hao, Fong Zong helped you, and now you're just going to walk away? You don't care? It's his duty to help me. Who made him class president? Zhang Hao covered his head. I can't control this. The shameless look caused the other students to cast disgusted looks. You are not allowed to go. Ewing pulled him back. If you want to go, go together. The other students also blocked the way, not giving them a chance to leave. This little brother, you apologize to Brother Ghost Hand. Boss Shui said, Brother Ghost Hand is greatly famous in the city. It's not something a student like you can mess with. He advised Fong Zong from the side, wanting to put the matter to rest. Fong Zong sniffed and said faintly, the Sun family? You're local? Brother Ghost Hand said lightly, then you should know that the Sun family is powerful. Fong Zong snorted. It's not like I haven't experienced the power of the Sun family. The Sun family of the district is not enough for me to apologize to you. What did you say? Ghost Hand's face changed, and the other juniors beside him also became ferocious. Ewing was anxious and came to Fong Zong's side. The Sun family is so powerful, just be soft and apologize. The students understand. Her voice seemed nervous. This big brother, my squad leader said the wrong thing. I'll apologize to you on his behalf. You apologize for him? Ghost Hand sized up Ewing and sneered. Yes, come with me tonight and consider it your apology for him. Yu Ying's face changed, not expecting Ghost Hand to talk like that. Your mouth is even more indebted than your Duke Sun's. Fong Zong laughed coldly. It seems that you haven't learned the lesson of your Sun Gongzi. Ha, Mr. Sun, you know Duke Sun? Ghost Hand sniffed in disbelief. What kind of person are you? Fong Zong turned his head to Ewing and said, you lead the people out first. Nyo Lu, let the students go out. I'll talk to them. Can you? Nyo Lu blushed. These people, go away. Fong Zong waved his hand with a relaxed expression. There are some things that are better not to let the students know. Nyo Lu went over and pulled Ewing. Go out first. Brother Zong can handle it himself. Go on. Fong Zong patted Yu Ying's arm. The other students were all led by Nyo Lu and the three of them, and they all walked out of the private room. At this moment, only Boss Shui and a dozen or so hitmen from the Ghost Hand side were left in the private room. Boss Shui, why don't you go out as well? Fong Zong smiled. there are some things that you're better off not knowing. Boss Shwe looked at Ghost Hand, and after seeing that he didn't show anything, he stomped his foot. I'll leave first. Out the door. Knowing something was wrong, he took out his cell phone and dialed. And after going out, Zhang Hao, with the two of them, was about to leave. Being pulled by the anxious Yuing, you caused this, you are not allowed to leave. Wait for Fangzone to come out and leave together. Then you call the ambulance first. Zhang Hao sneered. He probably can't get out standing up. Yu Ying's face turned white as Lin Guangjuan took out his cell phone and went to call Han Yibing. Okay, irrelevant people are gone. Ghost Hand looked at Fangzone with a sullen face. Can you speak now? Yes. Fangzone faintly said. I am Fangzone. It's you. Upon hearing this name, Ghost Hand instantly changed color. Get him for me. The junior brother beside him immediately copied his dick and hit Fangzone's head. Fangzone did not panic and dodged. The internal energy in the Dantian swam along the meridians within the limbs the moment he entered the state of imperiousness. Fangzone threw out the fighter beside him with a range bird's tail. The other fighters came at him, but Fangzone dodged and moved around in the small area, and all of the fighters' attacks fell short. While Fangzone's fists and palms, they couldn't dodge them. One punch and one slap left a man lying on the ground, wailing. A dozen people in the room, just in a few breaths, fell to the floor wailing. You. Ghost Hand saw Fangzone walking towards him, as if he was walking towards an overwhelmingly ferocious beast. His aura alone made him not dare to move. Fangzone laughed coldly. It seems that the Sun family still needs to learn a lesson, so you'll be the one to learn that lesson. Nicknamed Ghost Hand. I'd like to see just how ghostly your hand is. After all, Ghost Hand was a person who had been in the Jianghu for many years, and when he was pushed to the brink of extinction, he threw a punch towards Fangzone. However, Fangzone could tell at a glance that the punch did not have much power, but as he dodged sideways, the punch was transformed into a swinging punch. Fangzone laughed. What a ghost. Reaching out, he grabbed Ghost Hand's hand while Ghost Hand pulled his hand out of the air and struck with his other hand. With such a slow movement, Fangzone naturally had his hands full. Ghost Hand, this is clearly a human hand. Fangzone laughed. I'll turn you into a ghost hand and make your nickname come true. With that, he reached out and pinched the ghost hand in its terrified eyes, and a miserable scream instantly resounded throughout the box. Even the people outside heard it. Fangzone is finished. Zhang Hao laughed coldly. The Sun family even dared to mess with it. Yuing was in a hurry and directly pushed open the door. There's something rushing at me. Come. She couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she saw the state of the house. The other students also sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight. Only Fangzone stood in the middle of it as he saw the Sun family's fighters lying down all over the place in the private room, all of them wailing. Chapter 124. You want an explanation? You choose one. All down? Yuing couldn't help but ask. Fangzone, are you alright? It's fine. Fangzone smiled. Boss Shwe, all these broken things are on my account. Boss Shwe, at this time people are going crazy. Originally beat a little brother of the Sun family. Nothing more than to say a few good words. Now well, one of the leaders of the Sun family's men is now kneeling on the ground and wailing. That hand twisted into a twist. This is not something that can be solved with a few kind words. Call the police? Some of the students discussed that the matter should be resolved by the police, but he was stopped by Boss Shwe. You can't call the police. If you call the police, this matter can't be settled. At this time in the corridor, the people in the other booths saw a group of students gathered around the door of a booth and wanted to come over to watch the fun, but they were stopped by the waiters. As Boss Shwe was trying to figure out what to do, he suddenly saw a group of people coming down the aisle. The man at the head wore glasses and looked svelte, but Boss Shwe's face changed drastically. The waiters didn't dare to stop them because the man was followed by some thugs who looked like socialites. Boss Shwe, the man in the lead, swept a glance at the students. His temperament was cold, and he opened his mouth with an air of nobility. You said that my people had an accident with you? Yes. Boss Shwe bowed slightly. Mr. Sun. Ha. The man let out a faint laugh. You didn't mention who I am? Mentioned. Boss Shwe whispered. The visitor's face turned icy cold when he heard the screams coming from inside the private room. Mentioning my son Yucheng's name and being beaten up like this. Then I'd like to get acquainted. Sun Yucheng? When some of the surrounding students heard the name, they couldn't help but exclaim. Grand Duke of the Sun family. Sun Yucheng coldly swept over the person who spoke, causing that classmate to shut his mouth tightly in fear. Only then did he lift his step to the door of the booth. The students at the entrance unconsciously made way, with only the three Niu Lu and Yuing still blocking the doorway. After seeing clearly what was happening inside, Sun Yucheng instead let out a laugh. Yes, good means. Zhang Hao, who was in the crowd at the moment, was trembling with fear. He didn't expect that his whim had brought the Sun family's Grand Duke here. In his heart, he already regretted it, but he knew that if this matter wasn't dealt with today, he wouldn't be able to keep his dad's position. Coming out from the crowd, he came in front of Sun Yucheng. Hello Mr. Sun, My father is Zhang Jianjun from the Haidong branch. Sun Yuqing glanced at him and saw that he was bruised and swollen before he opened his mouth and asked, "You were involved in this matter?" "I had a bit of a misunderstanding with Brother Ghost Hand, and I don't know what happened after that," Yu Ying said angrily. "Everything started because of you, and now you're saying it has nothing to do with you?" Sun Yuqing glanced at Yu Ying and said to Zhang Hao with a light laugh, "You're not honest." "Mr. Sun, I accidentally hit the wrong person. I hit one of Brother Ghost Hand's men. I've paid for it." Zhang Hao glared at Yu Ying and hurriedly explained. Sun Yuqing suddenly raised his hand and slapped him. "Continue." "Yes." Zhang Hao was slapped. His waist bent even lower instead. "Things are all said and done. It's considered a family. We've all cleared up our misunderstandings. That guy in there is still fighting with Brother Ghost Hand. It's none of my business." Sun Yuqing sniffed with a cold voice and said, "I've been in a bad mood for the past 2 days." "Yes." Zhang Hao was alarmed in his heart. "It is I who am ill-advised and have disturbed Mr. Sun's mood." When the surrounding students saw how spineless he was, there was some contempt in their eyes. Yan Ding sneered from the sidelines. "Why don't you kneel down and lick the shoes of your son Gongzi? Maybe he'll be in a better mood." Zhang Hao turned his head to angrily look at Yan Ding, but he didn't dare to curse anything due to the presence of Sun Yuqing. However, I did not expect Sun Yuqing to faintly say, "This is a good solution. Mr. Sun, Zhang Hao showed a difficult face and looked at Sun Yuqing with a pleading face, but Sun Yuqing just looked down at him. "Why don't you hurry up and lick?" Sun Yuqing was followed by a burly man with a face full of horizontal meat, looking at Zhang Hao with wide eyes as if he was a hungry tiger, scaring Zhang Hao so much that he immediately knelt on the ground. Under the struggle in his heart, he slowly stretched his head towards Sun Yuqing's shoes, with endless humiliation in his heart. The students looked at him with even more contempt in their eyes, and some even secretly picked up their cell phones and filmed the whole process. But as his mouth was about to touch Sun Yuqing's shoes, Sun Yuqing kicked him in the face. "You don't deserve to touch my shoes." A kick knocked Zhang Hao to the ground, and the nosebleed that had just stopped was now gurgling anew. Sun Yuqing didn't even look at it and came to the door of the private room. "Excuse me, please." Cao Lu glanced at him and sidestepped out of the way, but after he went in, Niu Lu twisted his body again and stopped the people who were going to follow behind Sun Yuqing. The person behind him immediately grabbed Niu Lu's clothes. Yan Ding angrily said, "What are you doing?" "It's fine," Sun Yuqing said in a flat tone. The person following behind him dropped the hand that was holding onto Cao Lu's clothes, and the two of them glared angrily at each other. "What are you?" Sun Yuqing turned his head to look at Feng Zong. "To be able to not give face to my son family in Sherman City, don't tell me that you're just a newborn calf who isn't afraid of tigers." "First, my family raises donkeys, not any calves," Feng Zong faintly said. "Second, so what if I don't give your son family face?" He laughed lightly in a flirtatious manner. "Having wasted one of your little male's legs, isn't it still nothing now? Now that you're in here, do you want your legs wasted too? I was just thinking that scrapping Ghost Hand alone doesn't seem to be enough to teach you guys a lesson." Sun Yuqing's face changed slightly. "It's you?" "It's me." Feng Zong let out a light laugh. "Now that you know my identity, what can you do?" Sun Yuqing swept a glance at Ghost Hand. Seeing that his face was pale and his hands had been pinched to the point where his bones were shattered, he gained some more insight into Feng Zong's strength. "Do you have to make an enemy of my son family?" Sun Yuqing asked in a deep voice. Feng Zong said indifferently, "I am just teaching them a lesson for your family. When and when a dog, both end up the same." "What? You're going to defend them?" The burly man at the door couldn't hold back any longer, and pushed Cao Lu straight in. His strength was so great that Niu Lu and the others couldn't block it at all. After entering the private room and seeing Ghost Hand's appearance, he knew that Feng Zong was a very difficult person to deal with. But at that moment a few more people came walking down the hallway outside. Yan Ding looked over and hurriedly said, "Make way, let them come in." The person at the head of the group was Han Yibing and Chu Qiu Lu's mother and daughter, with a woman and two men behind them. The two men, one fat and one thin, saw those social people beating up the hands, and the two faces were not afraid at all. "Feng Zong, are you alright?" Han Yibing came to the private room and saw people lying all over the place. His heart was just anxious and immediately ran to Feng Zong to check. Yu Ying's eyes dimmed when he saw her and then her face. Chapter 125, An Account for You. "Do you like it?" Chu Qiu Lu brought Xian Dajiang and Qin Jie with her, and they were the only two in the company with the strongest fighting strength. And after the two of them entered the private room, they silently stood in front of Feng Zong, blocking the middle between that strong man and Feng Zong. The eyes of the two men did not dodge in the slightest, while Qin Jie stood slightly sideways. If they fought, this position could instantly produce a leg. "Mr. Sun," after Chu Qiu Lu saw the people in the private room clearly, her face immediately became grave. Chu Qiu Lu is it?" Sun Yuqing had seen Chu Qiu Lu and thought for a moment to remember the name. "What do you want?" Chu Qiu Lu asked in a deep voice, some worry in her eyes. Instead, Fong Zong smiled and asked, "What brings you guys here? I heard you had an accident, so I called my mom to come." Han Yibing was concerned. "Are you okay?" Fong Zong spread his hands. "Do I look like I have something to do? You guys go on back. There's nothing for you here." Sun Yuqing said indifferently. "You have to give me an explanation for what happened today." "Give you an explanation?" Fong Zong was a bit amused. "You're going to stand up for your men? Just to be clear, what I did today was completely reasonable and legal and was self-defense. If you want to give an account, I can call the police and give you a detention notice from one of your men as an explanation. How about that?" Sun Yuchun laughed angrily. "You're still quite humorous." "It's okay." Fong Zong was a bit bored. "Are you still fighting? If not, I'm leaving." "Is it that easy?" Sun Yuqing said indifferently. "If you dare to leave, my men outside will go after your classmates. I'd like to see how many people you can save." When the students heard this, they couldn't help but let out a gasp and looked to the side. The thugs had already blocked the corridors on both sides by now, looking at them menacingly. Some of the female classmates were too scared to cower in the corners to make a sound. "Going after the students?" Fong Zong laughed. "At most you would only dare to injure, but if you did that, you wouldn't be able to explain yourself in front of the court, would you? Threaten me in a different way. This one doesn't work." Sun Yuqing did not expect Fong Zong to be so calm at this time. Just now he was just scaring Fong Zong. "My Sun family hasn't been in Shimen City for so many years for nothing," Sun Yuqing coldly said. "If you dare not leave an explanation, they, as well as your classmates, will never have peace. Is that so?" Fong Zong watched him point at Chu Cholu and Han Yibing, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Are you saying that you want me to get you killed today before you're done?" Sun Yuqing said in a cold voice. "You can try. If you can face the Sun family's undying retaliation and put your family and friends in danger, you can make a move to kill me. This threat is a bit more like it." Fong Zong laughed. "But it's best to grit your teeth a bit and sound a bit more impassioned. This would be a more decent threat if we could get the bruises to pop." Sun Yuqing's face turned red with anger at him. "Cut the crap. It's up to you how to choose. Look at me." Fong Zong craned his neck. "I want to try and see how your Sun family retaliates against me." As soon as the words fell, the burly man in front of Sun Yuqing immediately moved and punched Qian Dazheng, who was blocking him. Han Yibing let out a scream as Fong Zong pushed her toward Chu Chulu. "Get out!" Qin Jia also swept out a high whip leg at the first opportunity, aiming straight for the strong man's solar plexus. However, the strong man's punch was only a feint, and his body immediately shrunk after the punch was thrown. Regardless of the fact that he slammed towards Qian Dazheng, along with Qin Jia, who was lifting the air, he was pushed back by this strong man who looked like a bulldozer, and slammed into Fong Zong's body. And Sun Yuqing also ran towards the entrance of the private room at the first opportunity. Chu Cholu was already close to the door and subconsciously stretched out her leg, tripping Sun Yuqing to the ground. Fong Zong, on the other hand, raised his hand and pressed down on the strong man, hardening him with his brute strength. Qian Dazheng and Qin Jie immediately raised their hands towards the strong man. Fong Zong took 2 steps to catch up with Sun Yuqing, who had recrawled, and threw him back into the depths of the booth, slamming into the ghost hand, both of them letting out screams of misery at the same time. "Qin Yuqing is in my hands. If you don't want anything to happen to him, honestly stay where you are." Facing the eager fighters outside, Fong Zong closed the door of the private room after letting out a harsh word, turning his head to look inside the private room. In this short period of time, the strongman had already had his arm twisted off by Qian Dazheng and Qin Jie. "Yes, what kind of kung fu is this?" Fong Zong's eyes lit up. The way these two people folded their arms was very special. The power generation process was very light and fast, like a specialized joint technique. "Black Dragon 18 hands. Qin Jie said. "Boss, you go first, the two of us will break your back." "No need," Fong Zong said. "I haven't given him an explanation yet." Sun Yuqing's face had become horrified at this point. He didn't expect Fong Zong to face the threat of the Sun family and still dare to make a move against him. Fong Zong slowly came to Sun Yuqing, who climbed up. "Tell me, do you like the explanation given to you? You don't mess around." Sun Yuqing was no longer as calm as he was before, and said with some stuttering, "If you make a move, you'll have a feud. It's already a feud anyway." Fong Zong said indifferently, "To fight one is to fight two is also to fight, and your Sun family will not let me go anyway. One of your brother's legs didn't teach you a lesson before, and neither did 2 of Ghost Hand's hands. That man's 2 arms don't look like they're going to teach you guys any lessons. When it comes to you, you can only break your limbs. Let's see how far your Sun family goes to realize I can't be messed with." As he spoke, he held out his hand. "Don't worry, I'll try to do it as fast as I can to make it less painful for you." Don, T. Sun Yuqing was so scared that he backed up, but then he stepped on the ghost hand again, making him not be able to help but soften his feet. "Listen to me." Fong Zong moved his wrist. "I don't want to hear it. I've already heard your threats once. No, no, no. Sun Yucheng panicked. I want to tell you that Sun Yubi is an illegitimate child and is not considered a member of our Sun family. There's nothing wrong with hitting him, and the Sun family won't retaliate against you. But I'm different. I'm the Sun family's eldest grandson, and it's only if you injure me that you'll cause trouble. These are my men, and that's the end of the matter. The Sun family will definitely not retaliate against you in the future. He was on the verge of tears. Please, leave me alone. Spare you? Fong Zong thought for a moment. What if someone from the Sun family retaliates against me? Absolutely not. Sun Yucheng said with a crying face. I will say that today was a misunderstanding, and absolutely no one will retaliate against you. Fong Zong bristled. Then what if Sun Yubi retaliates against me? He dares. If he dares to retaliate against you, I will get him killed. Sun Yucheng said. He's a bastard. He won't be that bold. Fong Zong sighed. Alright then, if my family, friends, classmates, and employees are retaliated against in the next 3 years, it will be on your head. With my skill, your Sun family's bodyguards won't be able to stop me, and by then it won't be a matter of breaking 4 limbs, but 5. Understand? Understand. Sun Yucheng nodded like garlic. I understand everything. Only then did Fong Zong smack his lips in satisfaction. Alright, today's compensation as well as our spending is on your head. Of course, of course. Sun Yucheng hurriedly agreed. My pleasure. Fong Zong said to Qin Jie and Xian Dazhang only then. Alright, let's go. You, give us a ride. It's over. It's over. It's absolutely over after offending Grand Duke Sun. Zhang Hao was in a hurry outside. Why is Fong Zong meddling in his own business? If he messes with Mr. Sun, we're all finished. Chapter 126, Jarius? That has to be prevented. If Fong Zong hadn't minded his own business, you would have been killed already. Yuan coldly said from the side. If I had known that you were like this, Fong Zong shouldn't have cared about you and should have let you be beaten to death by those. You don't know Sun Yucheng's temper. Zhang Hao was incoherent at this point. If he casually fires someone, the Sun family won't say anything. He's used to being lawless in Sherman City. My dad has been beaten by him before. My father would kill me if he knew that I messed with Sun Yucheng. You go to hell now. Yuing said angrily. Shut up. At this time many students were waiting in the corridor. Those social man-beaters were eyeing them. All the students were a little afraid. Just as Han Yibing and Chu Qiulu were waiting a bit anxiously, the door opened, only to see Fong Zong walk out unharmed, followed by Qian Dazhang and Qin Jie. While Sun Yucheng followed the trio, the burly man had already collapsed on the ground with an ugly face. Are you okay? Han Yibing inquired anxiously. Fong Zong smiled. It's fine. Eunuch Sun. Zhang Hao hurriedly ran over. Are you alright? It's none of my business, so you'll be kind enough to let me off the hook. His groveling appearance drew contempt from his classmates, but Sun Yucheng ignored him in the slightest and said to Fong Zong, Mr. Fong please. Then he yelled at the thugs, drop your weapons now. Mr. Fong, then I won't see you off. I'll take care of all the damages here. Boss Shue's face turned ugly at the sight. Mr. Sun, this is all my mismanagement. I don't need to pay for it. What? You don't dare to take it? Fong Zong smiled. Then sell me the KTV. What? Boss Shue froze. Fong Zong said indifferently. How much? Name a number. This. Boss Shue looked at Fong Zong and then at Sun Yucheng. This KTV of mine is now worth at least $3 million. If you. Fong Zong handed him his cell phone. Enter the account number yourself. Then he said to his classmates. It's settled. You can go back. After transferring the money, Fong Zong said to Sun Yucheng. The KTV is now mine. You can talk to Boss Shue about the compensation. Boss Shue, just to be on the safe side, you'd better work here for 3 months before you leave, and bring me some people. No problem. It was only at this time that Boss Shue could see the height of the eyebrows, so this person Sun Yucheng could not afford to mess with. Instantly relieved. Since Fong Zong bailed him out, he was relieved. Take care, Mr. Fong. Sun Yucheng even bowed slightly as a sign of respect, and Fong Zong glanced at Zhang Hao, who was still bowing by Sun Yucheng's side, and said, why don't you go with them? I promised the guide I'd bring you back one by one. Zhang Hao was a little hesitant, wanting to apologize to Sun Yucheng, talking about himself and taking the blame off, but Sun Yucheng glared at him angrily. Why don't you hurry and follow Mr. Fong? Scram. Yes. Zhang Hao hurriedly and busily nodded his head and followed the crowd. When the students saw this, waves of shock were sent through their hearts. Just now, they all knew the power of the Sun family in Sherman City, and they didn't expect that this Grand Duke of the Sun family would have to grovel to the other side of Zong. How powerful should that Fong Zong be? And just pulled out $3 million without blinking an eye. How rich should the family be? Let's go. Fong Zong said to Han Yibing with a smile, then said to Chu Qiulu, trouble you to run. You guys send her back. Don't worry, the Sun family won't retaliate. Right Sun Yucheng? Sun Yucheng hurriedly bent down and nodded. No, no, absolutely not. Fong Zong smiled faintly. Go back. I didn't realize that this gathering today had caused such a big deal. Those students, on the other hand, seemed to be in a euphoric mood after leaving the KTV. Far more enjoyable than just singing. Call a car. Fong Zong said. The costs will send screenshots later. I'll send them to you privately one by one. No no no. What more money is needed for this? The classmates waved their hands. We'll go first, Fong de Ban Chang. At this point, they were already very convinced of Fong Zong. Before, I had thought that it was just a top student, and that it was only good grades that were liked by teachers. Now I finally realize how terrifying this first place winner is. They didn't have the slightest opinion about Fong Zong being the squad leader anymore. You guys go back first, Fong Zong said to the 3 Yending people. I won't go back. Tomorrow is the weekend and Fong Zong Sai is not staying at the dormitory. Good. Niu Lu instructed. Be safe. Han Bing came in a car. Chu Qiulu also drove a separate car, and Qian Dajiang and Qin Jie came in a driving school car. Boss Shui sent the crowd out, and when he saw how many people there were, he said, Mr. Fong, why don't I call a chauffeur for you? No need. Qian Dajiang said, I'll send the car back to the neighborhood, and Qin Jie will just pick me up outside. Mr. Fong nodded. Trouble. You are welcome. Qian Dajiang had great respect for Fong Zong at this time. I thought this was just a rich kid with good grades, but I didn't expect Fong Zong to be so good at fighting. Both of them were stunned as soon as they entered the private room. These people were all beaten down by Fong Zong alone, and the injuries on his body, at first glance, were the effect of being hit by a huge force. A punch that could make a person's tendons break and lay on the ground wailing was not something that an ordinary expert could do, and with the narrow location in the booth, surrounded by so many people, neither of them would necessarily be able to stand out with their stature. Fong Zong, however, was unharmed, which was far beyond their knowledge. The 3 of them came back in Han Yibing's car, and Qian Dajiang followed behind in Chu Qiulu's car. The Sun family is not to be messed with. Chu Qiulu's expression looked grave in her seat. Sun Yucheng is even worse to mess with. This person is notorious for being a vindictive person in sure men. If he can ambush you today, he will definitely try to get back at you behind your back. Fong Zong crossed his legs. Really? Then there's still a lesson to deepen for him. What are you going to do? Chu Qiulu frowned. People like him won't let themselves suffer. Fong Zong thought for a moment and said, there's not enough money in hand right now. It's enough to press them for 3 months. Not in real estate when it comes to messing up their family's business. Right now the Sun family is in transition. Chu Qiulu thought for a moment and said, real estate is not doing well right now, so I guess their family is burning out. They've invested in many other industries as well, so I'm afraid they'll have a big headache if they can cut off their backroads one by one. Fong Zong laughed after hearing this. Just right. Then we'll besiege the other industries their family has invested in. He didn't really know much about business matters, but with Chu Qiulu around, he could pinpoint the Sun family's weaknesses and then make the most of them. However, in order to prevent Sun Yucheng from retaliating and give himself time to accumulate enough funds, he still had to do a little something. Chapter 127, Have you seen your tits? Old Qin, I have to trouble you guys to make a trip. After arriving at the neighborhood, Fong Zong came to the 2 men and instructed, you guys help me to follow Sun Yucheng. Find out where he's staying tonight. Boss, you won't be putting him. Qin Jie looked embarrassed. If he dies, it will be very troublesome. Fong Zong smiled and shook his head. No, I'm going to warn him and let him know that I can find him at any time. That's fine. Qian Dajiang agreed in one gulp. Don't worry, we were scouts when we were in the army. Trouble, Fong Zong said. If the situation is critical, just leave and don't create a conflict with them. Qin Jie nodded with Qian Dajiang. Yes. After the 2 drove off, Fong Zong went upstairs with the 2 women. That scared the hell out of me today. Han Yibing entered the room and complained. As soon as I heard you were surrounded, I rushed to contact my mom to bring someone to rescue you. Don't go next time. I can handle it myself. Fong Zong smiled. Each shuffled off to rest. Instead, Fong Zong just sat on the bed and meditated and exhaled. After the battle today, he realized that this massive internal chi could be too useful. During the fight, not only did his speed and strength skyrocket, but the massive chi also increased his ability to see and hear with his eyes and ears. In the midst of a crowd of people, he was still able to stay awake and get himself through without injury. After 2 hours, at midnight, Qin Jie sent a locator. Mr. Fong, Sun Yucheng went back to stay at the Sun family's villa. He also made a video of a beautifully built house, lit up at night, with a view of the garden and pool. Can't get in there. Some bouncers are patrolling outside. Qin Jie sent a message. I don't know if there are any bodyguards in the house, but it's Sun Yucheng's room should be this one. He photoshopped out another picture and marked it with a red circle. Good, Fong Zong said. You guys withdraw. Qian Dajiang, however, sent a message. Mr. Fong, are you going in? Let's meet you outside. No need, Fong Zong said. You guys withdraw. I have my own way. Good. After Qin Jie sent one last word, the two of them dodged the security patrols and left from the villa area. Fong Zong glanced at the location, took Chu Qiulu's car key and went downstairs to go out. According to the navigation to the outside of the villa area, far from the car parked, by virtue of the internal power of the eyesight has been enhanced after hiding in the monitoring of the blind spot jumped the wall to come in. It was every inch of the place, but the different villas had large gardens, each one beautifully built and with gardens of different shapes and sizes. With the location, Fong Zong touched the outside of the Sun family's villa, comparing the photos and looking at the room on the second floor. Fong Zong patiently waited for the bodyguard's patrol to pass. After the bodyguard passed, Fong Zong made an assisted run and increased his jump, instantly climbing up to the edge of the second floor balcony, lightly pulling himself up. He then silently came outside the balcony. Once he pulled the balcony door, he went inside the room, carefully looking around. He did not find Qin Jie's figure and thought that he had made a mistake, but then he heard the sound of water coming from the restroom, so he knew that the other party was taking a bath. Reassured, he sat down on the couch and waited for the other man to come out. At that moment, however, a voice spoke from the restroom. Just a donkey breeder? Impossible. Check for me. His identity is definitely not simple. Uncle? Good. Tell him to meet me in my office tomorrow. Get some more experts over here. If he doesn't have another identity, I'll get him killed. Sun Yucheng's voice came out from the restroom, causing Fong Zong to laugh coldly. It seemed that Chu Qiulu was right. This person was indeed trying to find a way to get back at himself. Soon the water stopped and the restroom door was opened. Sun Yucheng wiped his hair and came out of the restroom, surprisingly not noticing Fong Zong's presence, and sat on the bed and started playing with his phone by himself. After a couple of plays, you voice someone. One isn't enough. Get me 20. Get me any special forces. Retired special forces. I'm gonna get him. Get me killed? Fong Zong's voice rang out. Frightened, Sun Yucheng dropped the cell phone in his hand with a shiver and sprung up from the bed like a spring. Looking over to the couch, Fong Zong lowered his legs and walked over. Looks like I won't be able to keep you alive. No no no. Sun Yucheng took a step back in fear, but tripped and sat on his butt on the bed. I wasn't talking about you. Is that so? Fong Zong walked slowly. Then who are you talking about? Sun Yucheng's eyes darted around. Not about you anyway. How did you get up here? You can try calling the bodyguards and see if you're faster at shouting or I'm faster at doing it. Fong Zong let out a light laugh and teasingly looked at Sun Yucheng. Sun Yucheng's face went white with fear. I didn't want to shout. I really know I'm wrong, so don't come any closer. He was on the verge of tears. I didn't want to find anyone to deal with you. Just talking about my uncle? Fong Zong doubted. Who mentioned him to you? Sun Yucheng shivered. Said your uncle found our company to lend some materials to do the project. Oh, Fong Zong laughed. Looks like it's still talking about me. Sun Yucheng's face stiffened. What exactly do you want? You are thinking that I can't find you, are you? Fong Zong said indifferently. Now that I'm right in front of you, you can ask someone to get me killed. Sun Yucheng cried out. I was wrong. I heard that you are vindictive. Fong Zong shrugged. I wouldn't have wanted to leave you alive. I didn't expect to hear that you wanted to get me killed just after I came here. All the more reason I can't let you live. As fast as lightning, he reached out his hand and pinched Sun Yucheng's neck, slowly exerting force. I don't beg. Sun Yucheng was able to breathe at first, but as he exerted himself, he could no longer inhale a trace of oxygen. Both hands were vigorously picking at Fong Zong's hands, and his legs were stomping about, trying to kick Fong Zong away. His face was red, the veins on his forehead were bursting out, and his eyes were becoming bloodshot from the congestion. Looking at Fong Zong with eyes full of fear and pleading. Just as Sun Yucheng was about to pass out, Fong Zong opened his fingers so that oxygen could travel down his throat straight to his lungs. Sun Yucheng greedily breathed in oxygen, but just after 2 breaths, Fong Zong slowly tightened his fingers again. How was it? Was it fun? Sun Yucheng only had endless fear in his eyes at this time. When he was about to pass out, Fong Zong slowly loosened his palm again, and so on for 5 or 6 times. Sun Yucheng had already started to roll his eyes before Fong Zong completely loosened his grip. Ho! Cough! Sun Yucheng lay on his back and inhaled and coughed, and struggled to crawl farther away from Fong Zong. He was terrified by now, having just teetered on the brink of death one after another, making him feel as if he had seen too much milk. Don't! Sun Yucheng was so scared that he was incontinent. I don't dare anymore. I'm wrong, please spare me. Fong Zong, however, felt a bit amused. Everyone says that when you are near death, you can see Tainan. Have you seen it? Chapter 128. You retaliate against Fong Zong, but I'm the one who gets beaten up. Sun Yucheng had already scared his liver and gall at this time. The person in front of him was too crazy. He hadn't even come to kill himself, but to torture him. Just felt suffocation repeatedly, teetering on the brink of death. It's because the person is trying to have fun with it. He had never felt before that the air smelled so sweet. Fang Zong watched him move to the back with his hands full and let out a light laugh. You haven't answered my question yet. Big brother, what exactly will you do to let me go? Sun Yuqing was scared to death. Please say it explicitly. Let you off? Fang Zong thought for a moment and said, I'll let you off if you tell me a joke and make me laugh. Laughing. Jokes? Sun Yuqing was almost dumbfounded. Telling jokes? Fang Zong shrugged. Yeah, I want to hear a joke now. I'll give you a chance. Sun Yuqing swallowed. At this moment, how he wished that the bodyguard heard something wrong in the room and rushed in. When the Monkey King realized he had lost his weapon, he summoned the landlord out. Ask him, where are my weapons? The landlord thought about it and said, Great sage, your golden hoop stick is just stick and especially suited to your hairstyle. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fang Zong stood in place with his face as normal. Not funny. I'd better kill you. Don't come over. Sun Yuqing was so scared that he shrunk toward the wall with all his might. How he wished that at this moment he knew the art of piercing through walls and could run out. Big brother, what exactly do you want? Fang Zong sighed. I didn't want to kill you either, but you wanted to get me killed. I had to make the first move. I was wrong. I will never do it again. Sun Yuqing raised his hand and swore, if I ever try to trouble you again, I'll let lightning strike me to death. Fang Zong was a bit amused. What about my family and friends? Absolutely no one will trouble them. Sun Yuqing was so frightened that he hurriedly promised, I swear with the lives of my entire family. Fang Zong beckoned, come over here, big brother. Sun Yuqing bit her face, sticking to the wall does not dare to move at all. Fang Zong faintly said, come here. Sun Yuqing was intimidated by his aura and honestly crawled over. Big brother, Fang Zong reached out and choked him again. It wasn't easy for me to find you once, was it? No. Sun Yuqing's eyes were filled with despair, but he didn't dare to resist, so he could only let Fang Zong choke him. Fang Zong's hand slowly exerted strength. It's not appropriate to leave just like that, is it? Sun Yuqing felt the suffocating sensation slowly coming on again. He could only open his mouth wide and breathe as hard as he could. Fang Zong's hand strength also gave him a little bit of space where he could breathe. Speak, Sun Yuqing said with a crying face. Big brother, are you asking for money? Do I look like I lack money? Fang Zong's eyes went cold, and his hand pinched a few more points tighter. Sun Yuqing was suddenly out of breath, but he still said word for word, Duh, brother, you say, how to do it, just how to do it. His face was red at this point, and his eyes were full of pleading. Give me your hand. Sun Yuqing's eyes were filled with despair, but he didn't dare disobey and put his hand out. Fang Zong grabbed one of his fingers. Let's use this finger as a warning to you, my family friend. If you suffer a little injury, no matter where you hide, I will crush all the bones in your body, one by one, and you won't be able to die by then. Do you believe that? As soon as the words fell, only to hear a click sound, Sun Yuqing's body suddenly twisted a few times. He tried to make a scream, but couldn't make any noise because he was choking. As he was about to pass out again, he finally felt his windpipe suddenly open up. He couldn't care less about the sharp pain and breathed heavily, lying on his back and coughing as he did so. When he looked up, the room was empty, but he didn't dare stay. He climbed out of bed on his hands and knees, opened the door to his room and rushed into the hallway. Somebody! Everyone in the other rooms came out to see. The first person to come out was a middle-aged woman in a silk nightgown. Chang, what's wrong with you? I want to say that Sun Yuqing wants to say that he will let people go to arrest Fang Zong, but for some reason, a wave of fear envelopes his entire body, and he does not dare to speak. All that could be said was, I just dislocated my finger. Take me to a doctor. Fingers? The middle-aged woman looked at the finger and then at Sun Yuqing. What's going on with your neck? Why is it red and red? Just scratched myself. Sun Yuqing cried out. Quickly find a doctor. The villa was in chaos. Fang Zong watched the commotion in the villa from the garden, and when he saw that the bodyguards did not come out after him, he knew that he had scared Sun Yuqing completely. That's when he was relieved to come out over the wall and drive away. Sun Yuqing was in the hospital, looking at his middle finger, which was wrapped in a plaster, and his heart grew more and more fearful. He realized one thing at this point, Fang Zong is a madman. Chang, is everything alright? The middle-aged woman came to the hospital room at this time, her face somewhat unhappy. That sinful bastard is also in this hospital. Sun Yuqing lay on the bed. It's okay, Mom, you go back first. There are caregivers here to take care of it. Okay, the middle-aged woman said. I'll see you in the morning. After Sun Yuqing waited for her to leave, he paced outside Sun Yubi's hospital room and heard the sound of talking inside. No, you go to my father. You must avenge me. I'm going to ask my grandfather for money and more men to break all his limbs. Sun Yuching was instantly infuriated when he heard it outside and kicked the door of the room open. What are you talking about? I only saw Sun Yubi lying on the bed, making a phone call. Upon seeing Sun Yucheng, he was a bit startled. Big brother, who the hell is your big brother? Sun Yucheng said with a cold face. Whose limbs are you going to break? Fong Zong. Sun Yubi said angrily. Big brother, you don't know. This person is too detestable. Not only did he ruin my reputation, he broke my leg. I must have my revenge. Sun Yucheng was anxious. You're not allowed to take revenge. If Sun Yucheng took revenge, wouldn't he settle the score on himself? Now Fong Zong can just stare at himself. What did you say? Sun Yubi said sharply. But he injured me. Isn't this looking down on the Sun family? I must take revenge. What the hell do you count as a member of the Sun family? Sun Yucheng said in a cold voice. You're an illegitimate child. How do you deserve to be a member of the Sun family? Tomorrow I'll cut off all your funds and honestly get me sick in the hospital. If you dare to go and take revenge on Fong Zong, I'll break your legs one more time. After saying that, he turned around and left. Sun Yubi lay on the hospital bed with a face full of resentment and watched him leave. Where are we going today? Han Yibing saw Fong Zong get up in the morning and asked with a smile. Do you want to go to the amusement park? I'm not going. Fong Zong shook his head. I'm going to open a store around the school. Go and see if anyone is transferring their store. Open a store? What kind of store? Han Yibing froze. Fong Zong shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's see how big the transferred store is. Chapter 129. I'm going to bankrupt the Fong family. I promised Miao Miao Shui earlier that I would find her a job. To fulfill that promise, he's opening a store. Shall I follow then? Han Yibing looked at him with some anticipation, but Fong Zong shook his head. No, I have other things. Okay. Han Yibing was a little disappointed. Then I'll go play with my classmates. After leaving the house, Fong Zong called Miao Miao Shui and told her to return to school. Instead, he took a taxi to the school to pick up his car, and after picking up Miao Miao Shui at the school gate, he began to wander around the streets near the school. What is it? Miao Miao Shui looked at the store on the side of the road. What are you looking for? I'm looking for a transfer store. Fong Zong looked at the street and said, planning to open a store? Aren't you looking for a job? Miao Miao Shui froze. What kind of store are you going to open? I don't know. Fong Zong looked around, and there was a store that had a pretty big location, but it was a bit out of the way, away from the school entrance. Call the landlord to come over and go into the store to check it out. This used to be a restaurant, the landlord described. If you rent it, you can simply paint the walls and be in business. No restaurant. Fong Zong didn't let Miao Miao Shui do such hard work. Looking around, I noticed that the decor was older and there was some grease in the back kitchen that hadn't been cleaned up. There's about a 200 square meters, which is a decent size. Are you selling this store? Fong Zong directly asked. Name a price. Selling? The landlord shook his head. Not for sale. As soon as Water Miao Miao heard that he wanted to buy it, she hurriedly said, if you open a store, don't come up and invest so much. Rent it first. Fong Zong, however, ignored her and said to the landlord, I'll pay 10% more of the market price. I'm sure this store of yours has been empty for a while. It's not easy to rent right now, and it's rather remote. With that kind of money, you might as well invest it elsewhere. The landlord was obviously a bit perturbed and hesitated but said, never mind. No, 15%. Fong Zong said indifferently. If you don't sell, I'll go look elsewhere. The landlord was immediately anxious. Okay, deal. He was afraid that Fong Zong would renege and immediately went to draw up a contract. And Miao Miao Shui asked with some apprehension, what kind of store do you want to open? I want to open a bookstore. Fong Zong laughed. How about you come and be the store manager for me? Bookstore? Miao Miao Shui knew it was unreliable as soon as she heard it. Bookstores don't make any money, and if you don't have a relationship, you'll lose your money. Fong Zong, however, waved his hand. You don't need to worry about business. I'll recruit a few waiters for you to clean and organize books and whatnot, and you'll be the store manager to manage them. I can't, can I? Miao Miao Shui was even more apprehensive. I'll be the waiter. Fong Zong laughed. The store manager should be given to someone you trust. If I let someone else be the store manager, I wouldn't even know if they stole my money. I'm most comfortable with you as store manager. Alright then, I'll try then. Hearing him say that, Miao Miao Shui was a bit timid about this next job. If I don't do a good job, you'll be grateful for a replacement. She felt a lot of pressure. Fong Zong had spent millions of dollars on a house directly for her job. When and how would she be able to earn that money back? Fong Zong agreed with a smile. Okay, but I think you can. The landlord hurriedly came back to sign the contract, joyfully collected the money, and asked Fong Zong to go to do the formalities on the next day. Fong Zong, on the other hand, contacted a decoration company to come and decorate. He had no intention of making money with this bookstore, leaving quite a few empty seats for people to come and read, and a place to rest. He just wanted Miao Miao Shui to stay in a safe place and not have to work much harder yet. Previously, Miao Miao Shui had suffered a lot, and he didn't want to let Miao Miao Shui continue to suffer. UB Group. Kong Guangjian sat outside the general manager's office with some apprehension. Soon, the office door was opened and a woman came out. Mr. Kong, Mr. Sun asked you to come in. Kong Guangjian hurriedly and carefully went inside and saw a young man sitting behind a desk with gauze tied to his hands, seemingly injured. Hello, Mr. Sun. Kong Guangjian bent down and extended his hand in greeting as soon as he went over. Sun Yucheng lifted his hand. It's inconvenient. You sit down. Kong Guangjian sat down carefully, his butt half next to the seat, looking respectful. Thank you, Mr. Sun. I heard that you have a project. Sun Yucheng smiled and said, it's for a government department, but you don't have enough funding? Yes. Kong Guangjian compensated with a smile. I am looking for you to cooperate. Sun Yucheng glanced at the information, tugging at the injury on his hand, causing him to resist clenching his teeth for a moment, suppressing the killing intent that welled up in his heart. He then smiled and said, let's put it this way. I see that your company has submitted a shortfall of $20 million. This part, our company can cooperate. We can lend this $20 million of boredom to your company first. You'll bill us when the work comes down. Interest, just follow the bank's loan interest. Kong Guangjian was overjoyed. Mr. Sun, this is great. Thanks for your generosity. Sun Yucheng waved his hand. No need to thank me. Thank your nephew. My nephew? Kong Guangjian froze. Fong Zong? Seeing that his face looked a bit odd, Sun Yucheng asked, what's wrong? Mr. Fong is not your nephew? Yes, it's my nephew. Kong Guangjian smiled. I didn't realize he knew you as well. Sun Yucheng smiled and said, yes, I know him too well. Then said, I have other things on my side. Then I won't bother Mr. Sun anymore. Kong Guangjian had the sense to get up. Goodbye, Mr. Sun. Watching Kong Guangjian go out, the smile on Sun Yucheng's face also disappeared and was replaced by a sinister expression. Fong Zong, it's too low to hit someone with your hands. I'm going to bankrupt everyone in your family. When the time comes, I'll make you kneel before me and beg. In this world, it's not about fists, it's about brains. Kong Guangjian came out of the UB group and smiled from ear to ear. As he started the car and prepared to go home, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head back to the supermarket and tobacco store to make a wave of purchases. When he came to the Fong family estate, he saw that the door of Fong Zong's house was wide open, so he went in again with his gifts. Brother-in-law, sis, today, Fong dad and Fong mom were both at home, and when they saw that Kong Guangjian was here again, they couldn't help but look at each other. Why are you here again? Papa Fong frowned. Our family really doesn't have any money. Kong Guangjian said smilingly, brother-in-law, the matter of the project, Xiaozong solved it for me. Solved? Mrs. Fong froze. How was it solved? Xiaozong is familiar with Sun Yucheng, the general manager of Jade Bic Group. Kong Guangjian said smilingly, UB Group has agreed to cooperate with me. I came all the way here to thank you for raising such a wonderful child as little Zong. Fong Zong came out from the toilet at this time, and when he heard Kong Guangjian's words, he froze. Sun Yucheng lent you the money? After beating him up, he starts being nice to Fong Zong's relatives. Is this guy a cheap bastard? Chapter 130, the world's cold warriors are all in good harmony. Yeah, he said he knew you well enough to lend me the money. Kong Guangjian smiled shyly and said, Xiaozong since I was a kid I've always seen that you have a future. I didn't expect to be so promising now that I know Mr. Sun, Mr. Fong's father. Mr. Fong's mother couldn't help but roll their eyes and wonder who grew up as if they couldn't see this nephew. Ha! Fong Zong's tone was light. You'd better not accept this money. Why? Kong Guangjian froze. He only gave me money at the bank's interest rate, which is already very benevolent. Fong Zong faintly said, that's all there is to say. You can take all these things back. Our family doesn't lack these things. I know you guys are still blaming me. It's because I didn't know any better in the past. Kong Guangjian slapped himself twice. I'll slowly compensate you guys in the future. It's all in the family. With that, he put down his things. Sister, brother-in-law, I'll leave first. Sideways, he ran, fearing that the stuff would be returned. What about these things? Papa Fong asked. Fong Ma shrugged. If you put it down anyway, just eat it, nothing is dirty. Then he turned his head and asked Fong Zong, how do you know the general manager of the UB group? I've seen one side. Fong Zong smiled. I went out to dinner with someone before. Someone I know. Mrs. Fong was skeptical. Just this? You borrowed that much money? Is your face worth that much? That's right. Fong Zong laughed. Don't think so much. I should go. Not staying longer? Fong's mom said sharply, "Why are you so busy in college?" Watching Fong Zong leave, he sighed. This kid, after the college entrance exam, seems like a different person. Men have changed a lot. Fong dad muttered. It's not as good as the donkey at home. He came back and made a video of fixing the donkey's hooves. Fong Zong went back to the company and looked at the statement of the recent video shooting and expressed his satisfaction. Since the last time the company's video numbers collectively uncovered the inside story of the charity, the new Up Numbers fan base has skyrocketed. The number of likes for the videos posted are very good. Basically each video has an average of 1 million likes, which means that each video number generates him $100 million at the very least. With the addition of the minis, there can be a total of 30 video numbers, each capable of posting up to 3 videos per week. Add it all up, and you're getting close to $10 billion a week. Previously, when Gu Chunming said that Fong Zong's weekly earnings were about $1.5 billion, it was because Fong Zong didn't put all his money in one bank. Instead, they are in different banks. A single video number makes enough in a month to feed his entire company as well as his charitable foundation. Fong Zong thought carefully during this period of time. If the system just singularly made him the richest man, then the system wouldn't have given him special rewards. The system presumably wanted him, using such a large sum of money, to change the world. That's what the system is for. Fong Zong, on the other hand, was going to use the money to fulfill his dream. The world is covered with a great number of people who are happy. Didn't you have something to do today? Are you done? What's up? Chu Chiu-lu glanced at the time. Will soon be off work. At this time Fong Zong just came over. Must be something. I'm going to start a real estate company. Chu Chiu-lu froze. Getting into real estate now? Don't you think the timing is wrong? Not true? Fong Zong smiled. Isn't the real estate industry in a slump right now? Right. You know there is a recession. Why do you still want to open? Chu Chiu-lu was a bit speechless. The industry is all in recession. To whom do you build and sell the house? Fong Zong laughed. Since we want to bring down the Sun family, we can't just stare at his backroads, but also at his biggest leverage. The real estate industry is where the family got their start. I'm about to beat them with real estate. Chu Chiu-lu said helplessly. Can you stop being so childish? It's too difficult to make money in the real estate industry now. It's not even good to take land, and it's not good to sell houses. Sell it at a reduced price. Fong Zong said indifferently. Sell it at cost. I don't believe it won't sell. Chu Chiu-lu rolled her white eyes to the sky. If you pull down the house price, not only the Sun family won't let you go, even the city government won't let you go. Not to mention the people who buy overpriced houses that can curse you to death. And the real estate industry is not as simple as you think. The price of acquiring land is now high, and the cost price will not be too low. After hearing her say so much, Fong Zong still insisted. I want to open a real estate company. No big homes, just small homes, sold to people who don't have that much money. Don't touch the base of those overpriced homes. As for the threats you mentioned, I don't care. Chu Chiu-lu frowned at him and said after a while, how about this? I'll first have someone do a report on the current real estate industry in Sherman City. You'll talk about opening a real estate company when you're done reading. Okay. Fong Zong smiled and nodded. I think that something like this, broadcasting it live with a number, will definitely have a high amount of attention. It's not like he's just spreading all that money around. It can be used to build houses to sell low-priced homes, but the gains on these houses, which are completely leveled out with the gains on the system, may not even lose money at all, but instead make a big profit. It's the equivalent of starting this company with the system's money and then making the system's money with that company. Forming a closed loop is no loss to him at all. He came out of the company and went straight back to Tian High Garden. While Yi Wanting was not yet off duty, he started searching for a sports car on his cell phone. After Yi Wanting got off work, she saw that the lights on Fong Zong's side were on, so she opened the door directly and came in. Why are you back today? Yi Wanting was a bit surprised. I thought you couldn't even find the door. It's not missing you. The nonsense was made up as he went along. Yi Wanting came to the sofa and saw that Fong Zong was looking at a sports car, so she smiled and asked, want to buy a sports car? Useful. Fong Zong laughed. What do you think of this car? It's expensive by the looks of it. Yi Wanting laughed. Koenigsegg? How come I haven't heard of it? One of the top sports car brands. Fong Zong showed her his cell phone. Does it look good? Good looking. Even if she didn't know anything about cars, she could see the beauty of the car's design, and she couldn't take her eyes off the streamlined body. Fong Zong laughed. $3 million, limited to 125 cars worldwide. So expensive? And limited? Yi Wanting couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock, then laughed. But it seems to be as expensive as your watch. Then the other party said longitudinally, haven't I been promoted to the manager of the credit department? The bank president asked me to attend the birthday dinner of a rich businesswoman. Many rich businessmen went to attend. Do you want to accompany me? When? Fong Zong laughed. It can't be today, right? Yi Wanting smiled and nodded. It's today. I customized an evening gown and came back to change. Chapter 131, Decency? Strength means decency. I'm embarrassed to call you if you don't come back. Yi Wanting laughed. You're usually so busy. I'm afraid of disturbing you. Alright, then I'll follow along. Fang Zong heard her say this and naturally felt some love and compassion in his heart. I'll change my clothes. The suit that Chu Chou Lu bought for him last time was still at home, so he could just make do with it. By the time he finished changing and came out, Yi Wanting had already changed into her evening gown. It was a long black and white gradient skirt, from top to bottom, with the black fading to white at the waist, embellished with crushed diamonds. It has a black tie at the waist to show off the voluminous waist. Beautiful. Fang Zong laughed, but it feels like some of them don't fit very well. It's not like it's customized. Yi Wanting laughed a little. It's already pretty good. Fang Zong nodded. Next time let's go together to customize a few. Downstairs he drove and took Yi Wanting to the hotel where the birthday dinner was held. How do rich people throw a dinner party when they have nothing to do? Fang Zong was a bit amused. Do you think I should organize a dinner party? Yi Wanting covered her mouth and smiled. They organize the dinner to socialize and expand their network. It's also a way to show your strength and tell the banks that they still have money and can lend them money. You don't need a loan and you don't like dealing with people. So what are you doing having a dinner party? Fang Zong laughed. Isn't this a display of strength? Is your governor going to this dinner? He's going too. Yi Wanting laughed. Our Governor Gu loves such occasions the most. A lot of people on these occasions would like to come and befriend him, and he could add some customers to the line. The two of them talked all the way to the front of the hotel, where all kinds of luxury cars were parked in front of the hotel, making people think it was like a car show. And Yi Wanting's Maybach was in there, all looking a lot more unusual. Let's go. Let the attendant go park the car while they got out in front of the hotel. Welcome. The waiter at the door took the invitation and let the two in with a smile. By now there were quite a few people who had come, each dressed up in glittering colors and looking human under the lights. The hall was filled with dining tables, which had been set up with lots of fruit drinks and various liquors. Many people had already taken their seats, and Yi Wanting was looking for Gu Chunming. After a while, he was able to find Gu Chunming, so he brought Fang Zong over. Mr. Fang, you're here too? Gu Chunming saw Fang Zong coming and hurriedly got up to shake hands. At this time there were already 6 people sitting at the table. Besides Gu Chunming, there were 3 men and 2 women. Governor Gu. Fang Zong shook his hand and settled down with Yi Wanting. Seeing that Fang Zong had no intention of recognizing the others, Gu Chunming also smiled and didn't introduce them to the others, instead sitting down and continuing to talk to the people next to him. How so? Fang Zong was a bit curious. Don't people have some kind of dance party or something on TV? Now it's all about eating and watching shows. Yi Wanting said with a smile. The socializing is all put in the back, and there's a ballroom reception or something upstairs. Fang Zong then nodded. So that's how it is. He hasn't attended and doesn't know the exact process. After a while, though, he realized how hard the tycoon had worked to put on this birthday dinner. As the music started, the host came on stage, and Fang Zong looked at him and thought something looked familiar. So he asked, isn't this that TV station? Right. Yi Wanting nodded. In the past, several people were invited, but this time, only one was invited, presumably for fear of bad publicity. As the song and dance show began, the waiters started serving the food. However, the few people at the table rarely moved their chopsticks, taking a bite at most and then not eating. Unlike Fang Zong, he didn't care about anything at all and took a big bite of his meal. The dishes of this banquet are also picking up the expensive ones. What abalone and sea cucumber are all available? Watching him eat so well, the others couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Yi Wanting was watching with a smile on the side, while others needed to look after their own decency. Fang Zong didn't need to. Strength itself was decency. Why don't you eat? Fang Zong doubted. Wouldn't it be a waste to serve the food and not eat it? I put on makeup. It's not convenient to touch up my makeup. Yi Wanting's stomach was also a bit hungry, but after all, there was a ball or something afterward, and she didn't want to eat her makeup. Fang Zong skimmed his lips and kept eating at the table by himself. It was over an hour before he burped and grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, and a few people at the table looked at him with faint contempt in their eyes. This starving look comes to a birthday dinner. Do you really think it's a banquet? Fang Zong didn't care about their opinions in the slightest and watched the performance on the stage. From time to time, a host would come and liven up the atmosphere, and then the feast would end and some people would begin to leave. Are you full? Yi Wanting asked Fang Zong with a smile. Fang Zong touched his stomach. I'm full. Let's go. Take you to spend some time. Yi Wanting took his arm and followed Gu Chunming to the second floor. There are desserts and snacks all around the hall here, and lots of alcohol. Most of the people who came here were standing on the sidelines talking to people they knew well, and on the big screen in front of them, various beautiful photos of the leading ladies of this birthday dinner were playing. This little princess is quite pretty. Fong Zong looked at her twice and laughed. Yi Wanting gave him a blank look. Looking good isn't yours either. I didn't say it was mine either. Fong Zong shrugged. As the number of people upstairs grew, the lights around them slowly dimmed, and with the spotlight, 2 people walked out. A man with a shaved head, fat and strong. At first glance this man is rich. Beside him, a little girl came out on his arm, looking like the heroine of the day. The eyes of the crowd converged. The bald man came to the microphone and said with a smile, "Welcome to my daughter's birthday dinner today." Listening to him speak on stage, Fong Zong was looking for her favorite dessert off stage. Come to a corner, where 7 or 8 young teenage girls were gathered. The dress appeared to be very different from the others in the hall and looked a little offbeat. Fong Zong didn't care. He caught a dessert on his plate and started to stuff it into his mouth. I'm so tired of the meal I just ate. I'll have some dessert to unwind. And man, are you a friend of tomboys too? Fong Zong turned around at the sound, only to see a man wearing a biker leather jacket with some rivets on it looking at him. He then shook his head. No, so it's following the family? Fong Zong thought for a moment. Sort of. Yes means yes, no means no. What do you mean sort of? The leather-clad man was a little offended. Fong Zong glanced at him and ignored him. Self-conscious of losing face, the leather-clad man frowned and asked loudly, "Talking to you? Talking to me?" Fong Zong faintly said, "Be polite when you talk to me. I'm not your father. I'm too lazy to spoil you." Chapter 132, You're kicking him out? Do you know who he is? How the do you talk? The leather-clothed man instantly exploded, pointing at Fong Zong and snapping, "What the hell is your status? How dare you talk to me like that? What is your status? Dare to talk to me like that?" Fong Zong said indifferently, "By the number of nails you wear?" Several people beside him laughed at this statement. The leather-clothed man, however, felt that his face had been knocked down even more and came up to grab Fong Zong's clothes. These clothes were bought for him by Chu Chiulu. How could Fong Zong let him grab them? Reaching out and pinching his wrist, "Be honest with me, you-ing." The leather-clad man's face twisted up instantly before his words left his mouth. "You let go of. Be honest, you hear me?" Fong Zong's fingers were slightly hard. "Let go, do you hear me?" Before the leather-clad man could say anything, several of his friends beside him immediately surrounded him when they saw that the situation was not right. The men and women pointed at Fong Zong and said, "Let go. What are you doing? Get the loose." A woman reached out to grab Fong Zong's clothes, which Fong Zong sidestepped and dodged. Her fingers even harder. "If you guys come again, I'll waste his hands." The leather-clad man's immediately screamed, "It hurts. Let go." Because it was in the corner. The few people just now didn't attract other people's attention even if they were arguing. But at that moment, the leather-clad man's screams instantly became louder, causing the rich men who were talking to stop their speech and look over. "What's going on? Get over there and find out." A few people on the side of the stage immediately came this way, and Fong Zong let go of the leather-clothed man's hand at this time. "What are you doing?" Rich had no interest in speaking at this point, and resentfully asked someone to turn on the lights. It was then that the crowd saw a few people in the corner, and someone from the crowd immediately came over, while the little princess on the stage, who by now also saw that it was her friends, came down from the stage. "What are you doing?" A man with a big belly came over and barked at the leather-clad man. "What are you screaming about? Dad, he's going to waste my hand. Look at my arm." The leather-clad man rolled up his sleeve to show the man, but all the man could see were a few handprints on his wrist. Immediately, "I was a bit unhappy. Just pinching your wrist? Can you lose your arm? Are you made of clay? What do you call this occasion?" At this time there were other people coming one after another. A middle-aged woman in a long skirt came over and pulled over her own children. "What are you doing here? This man is causing trouble." A girl wearing smoky makeup stretched out a finger covered in diamond nail art to point at Fong Zong. "He's going to beat up Juan Yuan." The big-bellied man frowned at Fong Zong. "Whose child are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" "I haven't met you yet." Fong Zong snorted. The man's face immediately chilled. Knowing that this place was not the time to make trouble, he barked at Juan Yuan. "Get out of the way. Wait until the dinner is over." Juan Yuan, forced by his dad's threat, covered his wrist and walked to the side with a grim face, and the others followed and dispersed. "You wait, this is not over." Before Juan Yuan left, he also left a harsh word. Fong Zong ate her dessert and didn't even look at him. At this moment, the little princess came from the stage and gave Fong Zong a curious look as she passed by, then walked over to her friend and whispered. In no time, he swept Fong Zong with a strange look and came to Fong Zong's side angrily. "Who are you? Why did you hit my friend?" "Your friend is full of. I'll treat him," Fong Zong said indifferently. "Isn't it impolite to not introduce yourself before asking someone their identity?" The little princess laughed back in anger. "You come to my birthday dinner and you ask me who I am? I came with a companion." Fong Zong shot her a look, not interested in recognizing who you are. Fine. You are not welcome here. Get lost." the little princess said angrily. Don't let me see you in the future. Fong Zong frowned and asked, are you kicking me out? I can't understand human language, can you? The little princess said angrily. This is my birthday dinner and I don't welcome you here. Fong Zong put down the dessert. Fine, since you don't welcome me, I'll just leave. He happened to be full at the moment and was too lazy to look at these people's eyes here. After leaving, Tang Bei and a few of her friends also let out a burst of taunting laughter. He did not bother to pay attention to. A group of just adult children just looked around and found Yi Wanting. At this moment, Yi Wanting and Gu Chunming were chatting with the little princess's bald dad, and when they saw Fong Zong come, they had to introduce him. Mr. Tang, this is Mr. Fong of Indulgent Media. Hello Mr. Fong, young and promising. Tang Rohai stretched out his hand to shake Fong Zong's hand, creating a media company at such a young age. And the volume is not small. Truly a hero comes out of a young man. Fong Zong laughingly shook his hand. Your love is the one who is young and talented. Tang Rohai froze, not knowing what Fong Zong meant. Just then I heard Fong Zong continue. Your love said that I am not welcome here, and that I should leave as soon as possible. Then he smiled at Yi Wanting and said, let's go. It just so happens that I'm full. Let's go together or should I go first? Yi Wanting's face also changed. She had just started to smile and laugh, but at this moment, she put away her smile. In that case, let's go together. Mr. Fong, Manager Yi, wait a moment. Tang Rohai's face immediately changed. There must be a misunderstanding. Gu Chunming also put away his smile at the side. Mr. Tang, what's going on? There's nothing to misunderstand. Fong Zong hung a faint smile. Your love chased me away for the sake of her friend. It's also Jianghu righteousness. I understand. Wait a moment. Tang Rohai compensated with a smile. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. I'll go find her and come over to make things clear. She's still young. Sometimes she doesn't speak without thinking. I'll have her come over to apologize to you. Mr. Fong. He then passed a look of help to Gu Chunming, who nodded and he quickly ran away. Mr. Fong. Gu Chunming laughed. Mr. Tang is still very much to be tutored. It's his daughter, right, who has learned from those rich second-generation people, so it's better to wait a little bit. When Fong Zong saw him say that, he also stopped in his tracks because he was Yi Wanting's superior. Alright, Yi Wanting was also a bit upset as she stood by the side, and Gu Chunming immediately felt his head was a bit big. After Tang Rohai turned around, his face became a bit displeased. Fong Zong's words made him feel even more embarrassed. What kind of girl is a righteous girl? Isn't it obvious that his daughter Tang Rohai is a punk? After asking the waiter, he quickly walked to the corner and saw that his daughter was drinking with those rich friends, and the anger on his face increased. Dad, why are you here? Tang Bei also froze when he saw Tang Rohai coming over angrily. What's wrong? What's wrong? Tang Rohai whispered angrily. What did you say happened? Did you tell the guests to leave the dinner? Did you say that? Tang Bei and her friends froze for a moment, then said, yeah, that guy just tried to beat up Juaning Yuan, so I let him go. Did he look for you to complain? Then he skimmed his lips. Telling off your parents when you're this old is so. Chapter 133, Are all rich people so cheap? Chapter 133, And you actually said that? When Tang Rohai saw Tang Bei's face, he immediately knew that Fong Zong's words were definitely spoken conservatively. Perhaps these people even gave Fong Zong some even more unpleasant words. This is where the riot just took place. There must have been a clash then. Follow me. Tang Rohai pulled on Tang Bei with a sullen face and left. Go over there and apologize to me. Dad, I'm not going to apologize. Soup Bei pulled his arm back. It's my birthday. I'm not going to apologize to anyone. Tang Rohai said grimly. You have to go even if you don't go today. Tang Bei was frightened by his face, didn't dare to make a scene and obediently followed. Several other people looked at Juaning Yuan, who also knew that something was wrong, but still braced his face and shrugged. Still suing? How unproductive. This person's identity is definitely not simple. The smoky makeup girl said. Otherwise Uncle Tang wouldn't be so vocal. It's nothing more than a child of any family. Juaning Yuan snorted. Those adults are the most boring. As long as people have a bit of power and a bit of money, they will kneel. When I find out who he is, I'm going to make him look good. A few others looked at each other and shrugged to change the subject. Tang Bei followed behind Tang Rohai and walked aggressively to Fong Zong. I'm sorry for what I said just now. It's me who said something wrong. Please forgive me. Just now the children do not know what to do. Did not ask anything to help friends out. Today's birthday is so happy that he lost his head. Tang Rohai laughed at the side and said, Mr. Fong, look. Fong Zong saw that the two of them were quite sincere, and the other party also said that they were children, so it would be a bit petty for them to be more calculating. Alright, then this matter is settled. Only then did Tang Rohai relax. You are generous. I'll drink a toast to make amends to you. Forget it. Fong Zong waved his hand. Today is a happy event for your family. Then he said to Yi Wanting, "You guys continue to be busy, call me if anything happens." "Good." Yi Wanting nodded. "I'll look for you later." Yi Wanting and Gu Chunming still have work to do, plus they just finished apologizing, so if they left again, it was a bit unattractive, so they wanted to find a place to play with their phones and wait for Yi Wanting to finish. "Dad, who's that guy next to him?" Tang Bei left with Tang Rohai, inquiring on the way. "Why are you so polite to them?" "That's the bank's people," Tang Rohai said lightly. "We'll have to rely on them for future loans." Tang Bei immediately got a little upset, found an excuse to separate from Tang Rohai, and prepared to go find his friends again, but he was called back by Tang Rohai. "Wait, the opening dance will start soon. You're going to dance the first one." "Okay." So Bei was a little helpless. "You'll be my date?" Tang Rohai, however, had a thought in his mind. "Go find Fong Zong and ask him to be your dance partner." "Who? That guy just now?" Soup Bei froze, then got a little upset. "I'm not dancing with him. The moment something goes wrong, I call my parents." Tang Rohai didn't hear her mutter, "Go." Having just almost caused trouble, Tang Bei didn't dare to disobey his father's order, and dawdled to Fong Zong, "Hey, when the dance starts later, can you dance with me?" "Can't." Fong Zong didn't even raise his head. After being taught a lesson, he still came to ask him to dance. "Are all rich people so cheap?" Tang Bei immediately got angry. "Why are you so petty? I've just apologized to you. What more do you want?" Fong Zong raised his head to look at her. Tang Bei is exactly 18 years old this year at the bar mitzvah, and she is quite good looking, but she is just full of a savage temperament, which makes Fong Zong somewhat dislike. "You apologized, I accepted, and it's over." Fong Zong said indifferently. "You asked me to dance, and I have the right to refuse." "You?" Tang Bei was furious. "Why are you like this? When something goes wrong, you go to your parents. You really have no talent. I'm a girl who apologized to you and asked you to dance, and you don't even know enough to agree. I don't care. You have to jump with me." Fong Zong was a bit distracted. "Is there any reason I have to jump with you?" "You." Tang Bei's eyes rolled. "Because you're the most handsome on the scene, and I'm dancing for the first time at my bar mitzvah, and I can only dance with handsome men." "That's true." Fong Zong stroked his chin. "Alright, but wait for me for a while." "What are you doing?" So Bei urged. "It's about to start." Fong Zong searched for social dance instruction on his phone. "I've never danced before, so I'll learn it first." "Never learned?" Tomboy was skeptical. "Your family didn't hire anyone to teach you?" Fong Zong rolled his eyes. "What's the point of teaching me this? Just hurry up and watch. Just don't step on my feet later. Jump after me. I'll lead you." So Bei urged. "We've got to get over there." Fong Zong quickly watched the tutorial with fast forward on. "Alright, just dance the most basic steps. I won't do the complicated ones." "Good." As soon as Tang Bei heard this, she immediately had an idea in her mind to temporarily change her steps when she danced later, to make a fool of this person. "Fong Zong, where are you going?" When Yi Wanting saw the two walking together, she immediately called out and asked, "We're going to dance later." "She chose me as her dance partner." Fong Zong pointed at Tang Bei, said she wanted the most handsome person in the hall. "There's no way around it. I'm the only one who has it." Yi Wanting covered her mouth and smiled. "Alright, accompany me in the next dance." "No problem." Fong Zong laughed. Tomboy whispered, "Your sister?" "You guess." Fong Zong didn't answer, but thought back to the dance steps in the tutorial. Soon the music appeared and the lights became softer. As the opening dance music started, a space automatically gave way in the center of the hall. The two, on the other hand, came to the center, and Tang Bei very naturally took Shang Zong's hand, while Fong Zong somewhat unnaturally rested on Tang Bei's arm. So Bei smiled wryly. "Keep up with my dance." Then he took the steps of the dance, while Fong Zong crossed his legs to follow. Only his movements were a bit stiff, but as the music played and followed the rhythm, it was a slow follow. How the body movements became too. The waltz, on the other hand, is about generating power without showing it, moving with great amplitude but without making it look like you're generating power, and displaying flashy steps in a very rounded way. This fit right in with the Yang's tycoon that Fong Zong had learned. The internal energy within the small abdomen also swam slowly within the body along with the dance steps, and the rhythm even alluded to the rhythm of the music. Quite a quick learner, Tang Bei whispered in Fong Zong's ear, thinking that Fong Zong would stiffen his limbs and keep stepping on his feet. However, he didn't want Fong Zong to learn it as if he had learned it countless times. At first he was a bit stiff, then he quickly blended in. Fong Zong faintly said, "This is nothing." "What about this?" So Bei smiled wryly. "I'm going to change my dance steps." She then put her foot down a bit and made an unexpected bend, but it fit the rhythm of the song, catching Fong Zong off guard. Crap, it's going to be embarrassing. Chapter 134. A son pretends to be a bully, and his father comes to make up for it. Tung's friends were also on the sidelines watching the two dance. As soon as they saw that Subi's dance steps had changed, they knew that So Bei was going to tease the others again. just like before. There used to be a lot of boys who saw how pretty Tongbei was and rushed to be Tongbei's dance partner, but Tomboy obliged each time and then changed his dance steps along the way, letting the other man dance around like a toddler, being walked around the dance floor like a dog by Tomboy. And there were also people who tripped over their own feet in the middle of the dance, causing the people around them to laugh and be very embarrassed. Coming, laugh out loud later. Zhuan Yuan watched the fun from the sidelines. Just don't like the way he's pretending to be on the end. It's so pretentious to wear a suit when you're obviously about our age. The others also laughed. As rebellious rich kids, they were most used to seeing such obedient and well-behaved students. But what they didn't expect was that Fang Zong in the center of the field, after an initial bout of helplessness, quickly followed suit on the second beat, and accurately predicting the opponent's next move based on the muscle firing of the Wyoming tum. And the hair was so extremely perfect that to an outsider, it looked like a professional dancer. No? Did he learn? Zhuan Yuan felt a bit bored. I can't believe I didn't trick him. Tang Bei in the center of the field also felt a bit strange and asked Fang Zong in a low voice, "Did you learn it? Didn't that just learn?" Fang Zong's face was expressionless. After the two danced, the crowd on the sidelines offered applause, and Fang Zong retreated on his way. Tomboy, on the other hand, stomped off to find his friends with some reluctance. Then the second dance song was played and some of the guests came to dance and danced with their side of the entrance. "Ms. Yi, may I ask you to dance?" Yi Wanting looked at the man in front of her and shook her head with a smile. "Sorry, then come dance with me." Fang Zong smiled at this moment and walked over, holding Yi Wanting's hand and heading towards the center of the hall. The man who had invited Yi Wanting, on the other hand, stood in place somewhat awkwardly, watching the two leave. "Who is that?" Fang Zong asked. "Do you recognize it?" Yi Wanting teased. "What? Jealous? Which is not?" Fang Zong smiled, just casually asking. Yi Wanting guffawed. "We just chatted together. It's a company owner, looking for our bank president to chat." After the two finished a dance, Yi Wanting glanced at the time. "There's still an hour to leave the stage. Why don't you sit down first?" "Alright, you don't have to mind me. I'll go out to get some air." The environment here was still uncomfortable for Fang Zong. At this time, the dance music sounded, making him feel a little noisy. So he separated from Yi Wanting and went downstairs to get some air outside the hotel by himself. After asking the security guard for a cigarette and lighting it, Fang Zong squatted on the steps and started playing with his cell phone. "I thought you belonged to someone's family, but I didn't realize it was just someone following a bank manager." Zhuan Yuan's voice sounded behind him, and Fang Zong turned around to look, only to see Zhuan Yuan bringing the smoky makeup girl and three others out, and Tang Bei didn't follow. Asterisk off and don't look for trouble. Fang Zong didn't want to mess with these few small children. It was a bit degrading. However, Zhuan Yuan sneered. "A family member of a small bank manager. What do you have to be bullish about? Being able to come to a dinner like this is the ceiling your sister has worked her way up to, and it's not even clear if she got to be a bank manager on her own merit. I see she has a nice looking body. She didn't sleep all the way up there, did she?" After saying that, he laughed out loud, and the four men and women beside him laughed in agreement. Fang Zong's face cooled down. "There are some words you can't just say. What does it mean for trouble to come out of the mouth, do you know? Woe comes from the mouth?" Zhuan Yuan's face also sank. "You know that woe comes out of the mouth and you still dare to scold me?" Fang Zong slowly walked towards him. "It seems that none of you rich kids have a long memory. It's annoying to see you guys and you're always asking me to help you remember, aren't you?" Seeing him coming, Zhuan Yuan was a bit scared, but still forced a cold smile. "There are so many people here. How dare you make a move on me? Do you know the consequences of making a move on me? If you dare to touch me, your sister will have to sleep with several people. I may even have to ask for my forgiveness when the time comes. And then, what do you think I'm going to do with her?" Fang Zong knew that he was talking about Yi Wanting, and that they treated him as someone who had followed Yi Wanting here, and was like a sibling in age. Daring to speak loudly in front of him at this moment caused Fang Zong's heart fire to instantly ignite. "You seek death. You are the one looking for death. You." Zhuan Yuan was talking when he heard a footstep behind him and looked back, only to see Tang Rohai and other people clustered around a person out of the hotel, the crowd and his father. He then shut up and stood aside to save to attract the attention of these people. Grand Duke Sun Yuching of the Sun family. The smoky makeup girl also saw the scene and muttered from the sidelines, "So handsome. I didn't realize he was even here. Tomboy's dad has enough face. Why is the hand bandaged?" A few people whispered from the side. To the Sun Yuching, who was surrounded by clusters. They still knew the good and the bad. This person should never be messed with. Sun Yuching was surrounded by people walking outside, and with a casual sweep of his eyes, he saw a familiar figure and instantly stopped in his tracks. After struggling for a moment in his heart, he walked this way. "Mr. Feng, I didn't expect you to even come." Zhuan Yuan and the others looked at Sun Yuching walking this way. A few people were in a panic. it wouldn't be in the way, right? After hearing Sun Yucheng's words, several people looked at each other. Mr. Fong? What Mr. Fong? Immediately afterward, he saw Sun Yucheng come before Fong Zong, with Tang Rohai and the others following behind. In the crowd, the man with the big belly was still a bit happy to see Zhuaning Yuan standing with Fong Zong. To be able to have Sun Yucheng specially come over to greet him, and Sun Yucheng also looked somewhat respectful. His identity was definitely not simple. His own son could stand with someone like that. Maybe he could climb into friendship. You're here too? Fong Zong was a bit surprised to see that he even came over specifically to greet him. Could it be that all these rich people's rich second generation are cheap? They beat them up themselves, sent money to their relatives, invited them to dance, and at this point, they even came over to say hello. Should I beat up these rich kids more often in the future? Yes. Sun Yucheng smiled and said, but I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Fong Zong nodded. Good. Kang Wangjian's matter. You helped him? Yes. Sun Yucheng wore a smile. Your relative. I naturally won't stand idly by. Good. Fong Zong nodded. I know. Sun Yucheng smiled and said, then I won't bother you. I'll leave first. Smiling, he turned around and left, his eyes covered with killing intent after getting into the car. The more respectful I am to you now, the more brutal I will be when I kill you. After Tang Rohai and the others sent Sun Yucheng back to the car, they even made a point of walking with Zhuaning Yuan's father. Mr. Fong, why have you come out? Tang Rohai asked carefully. Was the hospitality not good somewhere? Fong Zong waved his hand. I just came out to get some air. Just tell me if you need anything. Tang Rohai compensated carefully. There are other guests up there. Fong Zong nodded. You go ahead and get busy. Good. I'll personally entertain Mr. Fong some other day. Tang Rohai said a few words before walking away, and the man with the big belly smiled and said, Mr. Fong, I'm Zhuaning Yuan's father. My name is Zhuo Pingchang. He looked at Zhuaning Yuan with affirmation in his eyes that he should socialize more with such people. However, he saw that Zhuaning Yuan and the others had some ugly faces, as if they were still a bit scared. It's you, Fong Zong said in a light tone. You're the father of Zhuaning Yuan who said he wanted to sleep with my woman. Ha! Chapter 135, The Attitude of Admitting Mistakes. Change number and repeat the practice. What? Zhuo Pingchang's face changed drastically as he looked towards Zhuaning Yuan. Zhuaning Yuan was stupid at this time. His face was pale and he was trembling all over. He then realized that Fong Zong didn't even come in by relying on the woman who was the bank manager, the smoky makeup girl and the three people beside her. At this time, all quietly backed away from Zhuaning Yuan. This son of yours is very powerful, Fong Zong said indifferently. Said that he would send me to prison, and that he would make my woman sleep with him, so that he could let me go. Zhuo Pingchang's face became worse and worse. He did not expect that Zhuaning Yuan would dare to say such words to Fong Zong. He was the one who made even Sun Yucheng so respectful that he specifically came over to greet him. Mr. Fong, there must be a misunderstanding here. Zhuo Pingchang's voice was beginning to stutter. Fong Zong glanced at him coldly. What misunderstanding? What did you just say? Zhuo Pingchang barked at Zhuaning Yuan. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Fong? Zhuaning Yuan began to tremble all over, shivering and saying, Mr. Fong, he couldn't even speak well at this point, and the words to apologize were impossible to say. What are you doing when I asked you to apologize? Zhuo Pingchang was so angry that he kicked Zhuaning Yuan in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. When the surrounding security guards saw the scene, they wanted to come over and stop it, but they didn't dare to step forward. No hitting here. Zhuo Pingchang didn't even look at him and reached out to grab Zhuaning Yuan's ear. Get up! Zhuaning Yuan's face twisted in pain. Dad, let go. It hurts. Fong Zong sneered from the side. Alright, don't put on a show in front of me. The movements of the Zhuo family's father and son immediately froze, and Zhuo Pingchang straightened up. Mr. Fong, this son of mine has a brain problem. I'm not sure if there's a problem, but I don't like listening to him. Fong Zong glanced at Zhuaning Yuan. Then he raised his steps and walked towards the hotel. Also, he said that your family background is a degree that I can't catch up with even if I work hard for my whole life. I want to see how big your family's business really is. The icy words instantly caused Zhuo Pingchang to fall into an ice cave. Business? That's going to be a move against your own business. Once this kind of person sets his eyes on him, his family's business will definitely become a target. How much trouble will business be in when that happens? Maybe, in the end, it will become nothing. He's just a guy who, with his connections, has grown from a small company to something that is now relatively large in the city of Stoneman. Far from being a match for such a person. Just because of this stupid son's words, his own family's business is being targeted. He looked fiercely at Zhuaning Yuan, who was sitting on his knees at this time and was dumbfounded. Dad, Zhuo Pingchang kicked him in the face. Look what you did. Get in the car. Zhuaning Yuan life is most afraid of his father. Chua Pingchang has no culture. The most believe in a sentence is the stick under the filial son. As rebellious as he was, it was all within his dad's tolerance. At most, it's just a relationship, some biker fun, and more nightclubs. Playing with women like this, but also just with Fongzone blow awesome. Think it's cool to say it. Very cool. I didn't realize that just because of my own momentary high spirits, Fongzone had become furious. He also didn't expect that when he looked for someone to bully, he bullied such a bigot. The girl with the smoky makeup, along with the other three, were all standing around like quails at this point. At the same time, he was also secretly glad that he had just stood aside to make a strong statement and did not say anything that he should not have said. Seeing Chua Pingchang hurrying toward the hotel, they also hurriedly ran back to the hotel to find their parents. No longer daring to say anything nonsense, Zhuanning Yuan did not dare to resist, disheveled and got into his family's car, waiting for his father to come back to clean him up. The feeling of a big disaster, so that he was sitting in the car. Mr. Thompson, Chua Pingchang found Tang Rohai, his face a little anxious. What is Fong always about? Started a media company, Indulgence Media, and I hear it's heavily funded, billions a week. Tang Rohai said. Chu Qiu usually makes appearances for him, and the new charity foundation that was opened some time ago was made by his company. Chua Pingchang listened to more and more cold. A week into the billions. That kind of corporate volume was far beyond his ability to mess with. He worked hard for a year, and the amount of money the company dividends at the end of the year is just $100 or $200 million. People do it for a week, and they do it for decades. You can't afford to mess with people like that. What's wrong with you? Seeing his ugly face, Tang Rohai asked. Weren't you talking to Mr. Fong just now? Chua Pingchang gritted his teeth and whispered. My stupid son. He made Mr. Fong angry. He said he was going to target my family's business. Mr. Tang, this time you have to help me no matter what, or else I. Tang Rohai was shocked at the words. His heart immediately calculated, but his mouth said, I'm not familiar with Mr. Fong either. I just said a few words. Why don't you go find Governor Gu, or Manager Yi? They came together. His own daughter had just made Fongzong angry, and now he wouldn't dare to meddle in Chua Pingchang's affairs. It would be too ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Chua Pingchang hurriedly looked around for Gu Chunming. Governor Gu. Chua Pingchang found Gu Chunming, his face anxious. Governor Gu, I need your help with something. You must help me. Seeing him in such a hurry, Gu Chunming was curious. What is it? My son just offended Mr. Fong. Can you help me? Gu Chunming's brows immediately furrowed. Your son messed with Mr. Fong as well? He doesn't have a good temper. Last time, Ruan Jingguang offended him and was directly put in jail by him. Chua Pingchang even more panicked. Their business is so big. All kinds of gray means are also used a lot. If Fongzong also used his means to arrest himself, then the business would be completely over. He couldn't help but tremble and say, Governor Gu, please point out a clear path. What did your son do? Gu Chunming asked. How did he mess with Mr. Fong? Chua Pingchang asked in a low voice. This Yi manager, is it with Mr. Fong? Right. Gu Chunming nodded, then reacted. Your son wouldn't have said Manager Yi, right? Chua Pingchang iron green face. Yes, said to be with Manager Yi. That what? Then he hurriedly explained. He's just talking nonsense. He's still young, but he's never done anything like this before. Mr. Chua. Gu Chunming interrupted. I remember you don't just have this one son. Chua Pingchang's face changed drastically when he heard this. Governor Gu, what does this mean? The bell must be untied. Gu Chunming's tone was light. Admitting a mistake requires an attitude of admitting a mistake. People aren't short of money either. They're short of breath. He looked at his watch. Mr. Fong will be leaving in half an hour. If you can come up with an attitude of admitting your mistake within half an hour, Mr. Fong might be high on the list, he said and patted Chua Pingchang's shoulder. That's all there is to say. You take care of yourself. Chapter 136, Apology is still sincere enough. Gu Chunming originally didn't want to care about this crap. After all, Fongzong was just someone Yi Wanting had called in, but he couldn't just ignore it. Fongzong was now a big customer in his bank. This was someone with real deposits. If Fongzong got upset and took it out on himself, it would affect his performance. Nodding to Chiak Pyong Chang, the words have been said quite thoroughly. Anyway, it was Chua Pingchang who paid the price, and he himself only said it sideways, with no psychological burden at all. After Chua Pingchang heard these words, his entire body froze in place. He could discern Fongzong's strength from Gu Chunming's words, an existence he absolutely could not afford to mess with. And that stupid son of a is now causing people like this to target his business because of his high mouth. It's simply an unmitigated disaster. Going to Fongzong to beg for forgiveness? People are unlikely to forgive if they don't show enough sincerity. Chua Pingchang's heart is getting cooler and cooler, and finally, with a cruel heart and a clench of teeth, he went downstairs to the car. Dad, Zhuan Ningyuan was panicking at this time, seeing Zhuo Pingchang's face gloomy like water. He was a bit panicked. It should be fine, right? Zhuo Pingchang looked at him fixedly. Usually I wiped your ass for some of the things you messed up, and I beat you to educate you. I didn't realize that I still hadn't taught you well. You've messed with the unbeatable today, and it's going to cost our whole family. You have a brother, and I have parents and a wife to support, so I can't let you bring our whole family down on your own. Zhuo Ningyuan's voice trembled, so scared that snot and tears all flowed down. Dad, what are you talking about? Today's lesson, you must remember it well. Although Zhuo Pingchang had a stern face, his eyes began to redden. He reached out and touched Zhuo Ningyuan's head. Don't talk nonsense to offend people in the future. Understand? I know, Dad. I know I'm wrong. Zhuo Ningyuan sobbed. I will definitely not be like this again. Zhuo Pingchang nodded and took Zhuo Ningyuan's hand. Close your eyes. Dad, what are you doing? Zhuo Ningyuan felt that something was wrong and started to pull his hand back as hard as he could, but he was pulled back by Zhuo Pingchang's death grip. Zhuo Ningyuan was scared. He panicked and shouted, Dad, what are you doing? Close your eyes. Zhuo Pingchang gritted his teeth and squeezed his voice through them. I'm apologizing for you. In the other hand, a knife appeared at an unknown time and was placed on Zhuo Ningyuan's finger. Close your eyes. Don't look. Dad, I know I am wrong. Don. Zhuo Ningyuan snotty. At this time, the heart is scared, and regretted it. Why did you come to this dinner yourself? And why did he have to provoke Feng Zong with his mouth? Just because of a few words, we now have to pay such a terrible price. In the face of his son's plea, Zhuo Pingchang is also like a knife in the heart, but the thought of their own business, the thought of the family's current cushy life, all he could do was grit his teeth and cut down hard. With 10 fingers connected to one another, Zhuo Ningyuan instantly felt a sharp pain hit him. The screams attracted the attention of passers-by, and even the security guard at the entrance of the hotel heard them. Picking up the cut-off finger, Zhuo Pingchang threw down the knife. Wait for me. I'll be right down to take you to the hospital. Dad, why? Zhuo Ningyuan's face was covered in sweat and tears at this time, and his face was white with pain as he covered his hand and struggled in his seat. With eyes full of incredulity, he looked at Zhuo Pingchang. Why? Because you said the wrong thing and messed with the wrong person. Zhuo Pingchang dropped the sentence and slammed the car door heavily shut. When he saw the security guard coming, he said angrily, Don't go over there. The security guard was scared to a halt, and when he saw that Zhuo Pingchang was about to enter the hotel, he hurriedly notified the others with his walkie-talkie. When a group of security guards heard this, they followed Zhuo Pingchang and ran into the second-floor hall. Riot pitchforks and shields were also on hand. Zhuo Pingchang ran into the hall with his hands covered in blood, instantly attracting the attention of many guests. The women's families screamed shrilly in fear, and the male guests retreated to the side. Gu Chunming also saw Zhuo Pingchang coming up and retreated behind the crowd without moving. Tang Ruhai, on the other hand, was also a bit confused by this scene. Tang Bei, along with the smoky makeup girl and the others, came back to the corner, and when they saw Zhuo Pingchang's appearance, a few people's faces instantly became incredibly ugly. Zhuo Pingchang did not care at all about the other people's measuring eyes and looked around the hall to see where Feng Zong was located. After finding Feng Zong, he quickly walked to Feng Zong. Mr. Feng, what are you doing? Feng Zong wrapped his arms around Yuaning, who was so frightened that she burrowed into his arms, and frowned. What is it? Zhuo Pingchang unfolded his hand, and a finger was lying in his hand. This is Zhuo Ningyuan's. He apologizes to you. When the surrounding people saw this scene, some women directly fainted with a scream of fear, and Tong Bei and the smoky makeup girl happened to be around. After seeing this scene, Tong Bei was so scared that she immediately covered her mouth. The girl with the smoky makeup was so scared that she just hugged over an ice bucket and started vomiting. When she looked up at Feng Zong, her eyes were already completely taken over by fear. Feng Zong frowned at his fingers and sneered, quite sincere. I beg your pardon. Zhuo Pingchang clenched his teeth and bowed deeply to Feng Zong. Feng Zong nodded. All right, go ahead. Zhuo Pingchang squeezed out a smile. Thanks to Mr. Feng for being magnanimous. With that, he turned around and was about to take his finger and leave. Feng Zong said leisurely behind him, the lesson won't be profound if you take it back. Zhuo Pingchang's feet lurched, and an ugly smile appeared on his face again. No, please rest assured, Mr. Feng. He then walked away at a brisk pace. The security guard didn't dare to stop him and followed him all the way out of the hotel as well. At this moment, the people in the hall were all whispering, looking at Feng Zong from time to time. Feng Zong shook his head. It looks like this ball was ruined by me. He came to Tang Ruhai with Yi wanting. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang. I didn't expect to cause such a thing and disturb your dinner. No way. Tang Ruhai compensated with a smile. It's because I didn't entertain well, letting these little children disturb Mr. Feng's pleasure. Feng Zong shook his head helplessly. We'll leave first. I'll apologize at the door some other day. Tang Rohai hurriedly said, specializing in hosting. I also asked Mr. Fong to enjoy his face. Fong Zong nodded. Okay, no problem. With that, he brought Yi Wanting downstairs. It was only when he went downstairs that the people in the hall dared to speak loudly, and Gu Chunming came out from the corner. What kind of person is this, to be able to make old Zhuo apologize so harshly? Never mess with it in the future. Go, ask Mr. Tang who this person is. So young, should be from some big family, definitely can't afford to mess with them. Tang Bei was in the corner at this time, his face pale and incomparable, with endless fear in his heart. Luckily I just said a few words and didn't make him angry. It's okay. She patted her chest gently, her eyes full of gratitude. As for the girl with the smoky makeup, there was a hint of other emotions besides fear in her eyes when she looked at Fong Zong. When Fong Zong arrived outside the hotel, he was seeing the taillights of a car speeding out inside. I didn't want his fingers either, just trying to mess with their family's head. Chapter 137, How can you be a socialite with no money? Yi Wanting was a bit speechless. You're going to bankrupt people, and that's all. Who let him have a cheap mouth? Fong Zong shrugged. If I don't teach him a lesson, he's going to bully men and women in the future. Yi Wanting covered her mouth with a smile, holding Fong Zong's arm and laughing. Still a little chivalrous? Dare to call me small? Fong Zong heatedly smiled. Then I'm going to let you learn my kung fu tonight. Yi Wanting slightly blushed and patted Fong Zong's arm, sitting on the co-pilot. The attendant brought the car around and carefully handed over the keys. What just happened here? They all saw it, all related to this person in front of them. They don't dare to offend. Fong Zong smiled, took the keys and drove home. Looking at the departing car, the little security guard couldn't help but sigh. It's life that people live. Beautiful girlfriend and family with money and power. The other security guards beside him couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement, looking in the direction Fong Zong had left with some envy. Early the next morning, Fong Zong was woken up by a message alert. After a night of great battles, not only was he not tired, but he appeared to be in high spirits. After his strengthened body and the addition of his internal power, even if he didn't rest for a night, he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Glancing at Yi Wanting, who was sleeping on the side, Fong Zong smiled and picked up his cell phone. It was a message from Sang Yun. Can you do me a favor today? Fong Zong thought about it and agreed. Then Sang Yun asked him to meet him later. After getting up and washing up, he saw that Yi Wanting hadn't woken up yet, so he didn't care and went out after dressing up. Driving his own car to the entrance of the school, Sang Yun was already waiting at the entrance by now. What favor? Fong Zong drove and inquired while looking at the breakfast place on the street. His stomach was a bit hungry for a breakfast. Sang Yun looked a little anxious. My best friend was threatened by her ex-boyfriend, taking private videos that were previously taken and threatening my best friend to sleep with him in the future. Wouldn't it be better to call the police for this kind of thing? Fong Zong didn't take it seriously. Finding the police is more useful than finding me, right? Sang Yun, however, said, this BFF of mine is especially good at saving face, and she doesn't want to live if she finds the police in case it's too late and the video is leaked. She was going to go to her ex-boyfriend and negotiate, saying she'd buy the video for money. She was afraid to go without a boy present, and she didn't have many friends, so she asked for a boyfriend to go with her. Fong Zong couldn't help but sigh at his words. What kind of crap is all this? Please help me. Sang Yun begged. I'm really out of options. In the future, water Miao Miao, you keep an eye on her for me. Fong Zong thought for a moment and said, don't let her be fooled by someone like Song Yunwon again. Sang Yun hurriedly said, even if you don't say it, I'll keep an eye on her. Everyone in our dormitory is very protective of her. That's fine. Fong Zong agreed. Where's the address? Sang Yun opened the map. Let's go pick up my friend first. Following the navigation, Fong Zong came to the entrance of a neighborhood. Her best friend actually belonged to the same neighborhood as the Sun family. It seems that the family lineage is also very good. This BFF of yours has quite a rich family. Fong Zong laughed. Wouldn't she be able to solve it by looking for her parents? Sang Yin shook his head. No, her parents don't know about her. If they do, they definitely won't be able to spare her. Fong Zong raised his eyebrows and saw a girl come out of the small area, quiet-looking and conservative in her dress. If he hadn't known what happened before, he would have thought the girl was a good girl. Little Cloud. The girl's eyes reddened a bit as she got into the car. Thank you for helping me. This is Fong Zong. Sang Yun introduced. He's very powerful. Then the other party said longitudinally, this is my best friend, Yao Yao. Fong Zong student, please. Yao Yao thanked with a small sob. Fong Zong nodded helplessly. Where is the address? After Yao Yao gave the address, Fong Zong followed the navigation to come inside a neighborhood. This neighborhood is much older, all 6 floors without elevators, and the exterior surfaces looked dirty. There wasn't even a security guard at the door. Everyone could just come and go. After finding a parking space downstairs, Yao Yao opened the door and got out of the car. holding Sang Yun's arm with some fear. It's on the 3rd floor. After Yo-Yo said that, her feet didn't move, obviously afraid of wanting Fong Zong to go first. Fong Zong skimmed his lips and went up to the 3rd floor, and after glancing at Yao Yao, he tapped up the door of the room on his left at her gesture. Who the hell slammed the door? Soon, the sound of cursing came from inside the house. Opened the door inside, looked through the iron security door, and was happy. Little still found helpers. Hurry up and open the door. Fong Zong frowned. As soon as this door opened, he could smell the odor emanating from the house. It's a mix of cigarette smoke and foot odor with some food spoilage. The man who spoke had long yellow hair, and because he had just woken up from a nap, his hair looked like it had been blown up and was flailing on his yellow head. And the man was long and skinny, bare-chested, revealing a dragon head tattoo on his chest, and it felt like the dragon hadn't even gotten enough to eat. Long and skinny. Brother up. Yellow hair shouted toward the house. Someone's coming. Only a few shouts and curses were heard sparsely from inside the house, and then a few bare-chested young men came out, with dragons and phoenixes depicted on their bodies, and others tattooed with flowery arms. Come in. Yellow hair lit a cigarette and raked his hair a few times to greet the trio inside, sizing up Yao Yao and Sang Yun with naked eyes. Yo-Yo, come here. Yellow hair greeted Yao Yao. You weren't here last night, just in time. Let's have a morning shot first. Yao Yao was so scared that she hid behind Sang Yun, not daring to raise her head. Fong Zong, on the other hand, surveyed the surroundings of the house. The coffee table on the sofa was littered with leftover takeout boxes and cigarette butts, and beer bottles were scattered on the floor. There was a pile of clothes thrown on the couch and the floor was blackened. Calling you. Yellow hair saw Yao Yao not come over, immediately sneered and said, "Don't worry, my brothers and sisters know how tight you are. It's not fun to look at the cell phone. It's just right to let them observe it live today." Yo-Yo looked up instantly. You showed them? The 5 youngsters around the room giggled and laughed. Look at that. That little waist is twisting pretty fast. It's so white. Rich kids are white. Screamed so much. Let's hear it today too. Someone else looked at Sang Yun and laughed playfully. This woman is also quite white, so it's a good time to play together. Yellow hair looked at Fong Zong. Hear that, buddy? We're going to play. You go first. Fong Zong couldn't help but feel disgusted. How can you play in such a dirty place? Even a doghouse is cleaner than this place, right? What did you say? Yellow hair immediately became angry. Fong Zong smiled. It's cheaper to rent this place, right? Look at your takeout. You're all eating cheaply as well, and the wine you're drinking is also the cheapest wine. A bunch of people living together and not too crowded? All of them are full of. They don't all brush their teeth, do they? What kind of cigarettes? Let's see. The cheapest red Tashina. Fong Zong couldn't help but snort. Is the cost of being a socialite so low? No wonder the tattoos all look so bad. No money and still learn others to be hooligans. Living to your point, why do you still live? Chapter 138. A negotiating teammate is really important. You got a ing death wish, don't you? Hearing Fong Zong's words, Yellow hair instantly became infuriated and came up to grab Fong Zong's clothes. The other 5 people beside him followed and rushed up, their faces full of anger, as if by knocking Fong Zong down, Fong Zong's words just now would be unrealistic. Sang Yun and Yao Yao were at the back and lost their voice in fear. As for Fong Zong, he reached out and grabbed Yellow hair's arm and said with a smile, "Don't be angry yet. We're here to solve the problem today. Here's your money." Video deleted. Pay up? The 6 froze, and Yellow hair drew back his arm and exchanged glances with the other 5. Yellow hair then looked at Yao Yao with some dissatisfaction. Are you really going to break up with me? Right, Yao Yao said with some fear. It was a momentary confusion on my part before. How much did you say it would take for you to delete the video? How much? Yellow hair laughed. How much do you think these videos are worth? Then he looked at Fong Zong. Also, don't treat us like cuties. Charging money is extortion. The definition of extortion is more than just money. Fong Zong said indifferently. If I really wanted to arrest you guys, what you just said is already suspected of extortion, forced molestation, and attempted rape. It's not good for anyone to go to the police. Fong Zong said calmly. That's why we're here today, to solve the problem. What do you do? Yellow hair and the others saw how calm Fong Zong was, and their hearts drummed. They're punks, but not stupid. Fighting and brawling. As long as you don't get into trouble, you'll get half a month in jail at most. If those charges are finalized, it's not like they'll be out in half a month. Fong Zong smiled. I'm just a student. Go ahead. What are the terms? Yellow hair hesitated for a moment. Then the other party said longitudinally. It all depends on your sincerity. I took these videos and I showed up. It's up to me whether I delete them or not. I'm just staying for my own enjoyment. As for you guys wanting me to delete it, you just want to buy the video, and that's a negotiable price. Fong Zong couldn't help but smile. A prudent man. Yellow hair sneered. You think I didn't go to school? Looking at the others, he said to Yao Yao, your family is quite rich, you want to buy this video, how much can you get out? 30. Yao Yao just said 2 words before Fong Zong interrupted. 30,000. You treat us like cuties, right? Yellow hair looked at Fong Zong with bad eyes. She's talking about $300,000. Fong Zong faintly said, I said 30,000. Take the money you guys, and I'll watch and delete your cell phones. Yao Yao looked at Fong Zong with some urgency. Money is negotiable. Don't talk. Sang Yun pulled Yao Yao anxiously. Yellow hair and the others laughed even harder at Yao Yao's words. Looking at each other, they knew the opportunity to get rich had come. Good deal, huh? $800,000 then. Get the money and I'll give you the phone. Fong Zong raised his eyebrows. Are you guys unable to hear what I'm saying? $30,000 for you to keep, and I'll watch you delete the cell phone. This is the last time I'm going to make a deal. So think about it. Yellow hair and the others gathered around. Did I talk to you? Who are you? This is a video of me and her. It's between us. Dude, you get out now and don't say a word until we're done talking. You shut up. All 6 of these men were at this point overwhelmed by the huge amount of money. In their careers, they hadn't seen so much money, and at this point, they simply couldn't allow Fong Zong to ruin the opportunity to get rich. Then we won't talk about it. Fong Zong coldly said, I hope you won't regret it. He said to Sang Yun and Yao Yao. Go. Yellow hair sneered. Dare to take a step forward, and I'll send the video to a large local group labeled with your identity. A few years in jail is a few years in jail. Go ahead and sue yourselves. No. Yao Yao instantly screamed out. Please don't send the video out. Yellow hair completely dropped his heart when he saw her reaction. Coming to the couch, he threw the dirty clothes on the couch onto the floor, sat down and crossed his legs. You're the only one I'm going to talk to, little cloud. Yao Yao threw a look of help to Sang Yun, who in turn looked to Fong Zong. Fong Zong was a bit helpless. Just now he was just bluffing these few hooligans. He didn't expect that this Yao Yao would mess up on the side, disrupting the rhythm of the negotiation altogether. Now that people have gotten their chips, they know that Yo-Yo is willing to pay a large sum of money for the video. Can't bluff at all. You have 1 minute to think about it. Yellow hair lit a cigarette and said to Yao Yao, let the 2 of them go out, and the 2 of us will talk. You're my ex-girlfriend after all. Kind of one of us. Anything is negotiable. Yao Yao stood silent and bowed her head, her hand gripping Sang Yun in death. Go. Fong Zong said. He doesn't dare to send it. She doesn't dare to bet. Yellow hair threw down a sentence before starting to fiddle with his cell phone. Yao Yao's eyes panicked even more when she saw this scene in her afterglow. 10 seconds to go. Yellow hair laughed. It's about time. Yao Yao spoke up at this moment. Xiao Yun, you and your friend go out first. No way. Sang Yun absolutely did not allow this to happen. This kind of person doesn't necessarily do anything. You can't talk to him. Yellow hair laughed loudly. 3, 2, you guys get out. Yo-Yo suddenly exclaimed, her hand pushing the 2 men outside while closing the security door. The room was replaced by Yellow hair's arrogant laughter, and the taunts of others. Dude, you're not a dog licker, are you? You're a dog licker for my dog? Go back to school. People don't want you as a licking dog. You can listen and hear how she screams. He then said to Yao Yao, deleting the video is fine. 800,000 plus you play with us for a bit. I'll delete the video right away. A man came over and closed the wooden door in the security gate, and said with a smile to the other vertical, keep your ears open and listen carefully. And to Sangun, want to come along for the ride? Guaranteed to make you horny. Get lost. Sang Yun cursed lowly. The man wasn't annoyed and closed the wooden door after a lewd smile. Fong Zong, what should we do? Sang Yun looked at Fong Zong with some anxiety. Fong Zong shrugged. What do you care about her? She won't even let us interfere. Yao Yao's behavior just now made him very dissatisfied, and he was too lazy to care about this stupid thing. Fong Zong, please think of something. Sang Yun was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes. She's my best bestie. She just got scared. Please help us or her life will be ruined. Fong Zong was a bit distracted by her pestering. Why don't you call the police? These people will definitely be brought to justice. No, you can't call the police. Sang Yun pleaded. Her parents will kick her out of the house. Please, I'll take good care of Meow Meow from now on. You know, Meow Meow sometimes makes stupid mistakes. We used to help her avoid danger. She spoke earnestly, grabbing Fong Zong's arm and not letting go. Fong Zong was helpless. Fine. Then for the sake of Miumi Ishue. Chapter 139, the human body's own mute switch. Good to use. Come here. Yellow hair sat on the sofa, looked at Yao Yao standing in the doorway and said with a smile, come on, let's have a good talk. Seeing that Yao Yao didn't move, he immediately put on a stern face. Come here. Yo-Yo, in fear, could only obediently and slowly move her feet to walk over. The other 5 people, seeing this, all laughed out loud, recklessly sizing up Yao Yao, as if Yao Yao was already a fish on the chopping board, letting them fiddle with her at will. How much can you come up with? Yellow Hair pulled Yao Yao to sit beside himself. Seeing Yao Yao still struggling, he sneered. Have you forgotten what you did on this sofa before? Back then, you were begging me to let me play you. I can only come up with $300,000. Yao Yao was trembling in fear. Just let me go. I'll give you all the money and you delete the video. Yellow Hair smiled and touched Yao Yao's face. What I want is $800,000. I don't have that much money. Yao Yao was a little anxious. So much money. I'm going to ask my parents for it. Then you figure it out yourself. Yellow Hair looked like he couldn't care less, but paying a loan won't do it. I haven't had any fun with a woman for a week here. Now that you're here, help me with my physical problems first. Yao Yao was so scared that she immediately got up. Don't. Yellow Hair laughed out loud. You used to say I want before. The other 5 around them laughed out loud. What a rich girl just loves to have fun and begs for people to play with her. Come on, say I want it again. Yo-Yo was so scared that tears came out of her eyes and she stood there trembling. Hurry up and take it off. Yellow Hair said faintly, or else the video will get out. Yao Yao was forced by him to nearly break down emotionally. Don't you force me. Suddenly he was running towards the balcony. Crouching plants. Yellow Hair was so scared that he immediately got up. Stop her. The surrounding people had long seen that things were not good, and subconsciously jumped Yao Yao to the ground, holding her and not daring to spread their hands again. Yellow Hair was so angry that he went up and slapped Yao Yao's face. If you want to die, don't die here with me. What ing bad luck? You say no? I'll do you now. Reaching out, he was about to lift Yo-Yo's clothes. Suddenly a loud bang was heard from the doorway, followed by another loud bang, only to see a large hole kicked in the wooden door. A hand reached through the hole and unlocked the door. Yo-Yo! Sang-yun immediately ran in. You guys let go of her? You kicked down my door? Yellow Hair stood up, and the other man said with indulgent fury, you'll have to pay for the door. Fong Zong, however, turned around and closed the door behind him. Fine, I'll pay for it. He then slowly walked over and took a look at Yao Yao, who had been sent up by Sang-yun and was hiding in Sang-yun's arms. Fade said, you guys are really scum. Get thee out of here. Yellow Hair was so angry that he picked up a bottle and smashed it at Fong Zong's head. Fong Zong dodged sideways and laughed. Beer bottle smashing people? Watching too much TV, right? He snatched the beer bottle in Yellow Hair's hand with a split hand and smashed the bottle on Yellow Hair's head. Instantly the bottle exploded. The other 5 also rushed towards Fong Zong. Fong Zong threw down the remains of the beer bottle in his hand and kicked a square stomp into the stomach of the flower arm that was coming straight at him, instantly sending him flying out. Several punches were thrown in quick succession, sending several people to sleep one by one. Flower arm was lying on the ground with his stomach covered, his face pale, because he couldn't even let out a scream due to the fact that he had been kicked out of breath by Fong Zong. Seeing Fong Zong walking towards him, his eyes were filled with fear as he struggled to back away, but he was kicked so weakly that he could only struggle in place in vain. Fong Zong stomped down on his head, sending him into dreamland as well. Yellow Hair at this time people are scared silly. Did not expect this seemingly well-mannered student's fight to be so fierce. In one shot, the other 5 were lying on the ground. Yellow Hair's head had been hit with a gash, and blood flowed down the hand covering the wound. Talking to you guys properly, you don't understand. Fong Zong was a bit helpless. It's still a simpler world for you socialites. Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. Now, can you talk to me properly? Yellow Hair was scared and frightened. How could he dare to say anything else at this moment? Nodding hurriedly, can. You guys go down to the car first. Fong Zong said to Sang-yun. I'll take care of things. Sang-yun nodded and got out of the car with the frightened Yao Yao. Where's the video? Fong Zong looked coldly at Yellow Hair. You don't want $30,000. Now you can't get a single cent. Cell phone, said Yellow Hair, still somewhat hesitant. That video could be worth a lot of money, and he was a little reluctant to part with it. Fong Zong was all a bit helpless. You're really sacrificing your life and not your money. I guess I'm still too nice. Striking out like lightning, he grabbed one of Yellow Hair's arms, breaking Yellow Hair's hand with an iron clamp-like grip, and pinched his index finger in place. This is my chip. With those words, a force was applied to his hand, and instantly the sound of bones breaking rang out. Yellow Hair's miserable scream instantly rang out, trying to pull his hand out, but he couldn't pull it out at all, and involving the wound, an excruciating pain came from his heart. Shut up, Fong Zong said lightly. If you don't shut up, you'll break another finger. But Yellow Hair was already dizzy with pain at this point, and Fong Zong had no choice but to pinch his middle finger and pinch it down again. Can you shut up now? Yellow Hair let out another scream as Fong Zong grabbed his ring finger again. Yellow Hair was so scared that he covered his mouth with his other hand to gag the scream. Cell phone. Yellow Hair was so anxious that he pointed his finger at the couch, signaling that the phone was on the couch. Fong Zong got up and grabbed Yellow Hair's fingers and headed for the sofa. Yellow Hair hurriedly crawled after him on his knees in pain. This scene made Fong Zong laugh. Look, who's the dog now? Seeing Yellow Hair's face turn pale in pain, Fong Zong sighed. Looks like my jokes aren't funny. Saying that, he crushed Yellow Hair's ring finger. Yellow Hair stiffened in pain. His eyes were almost glaring out of their sockets, but he didn't dare to make the slightest sound, just clenched his teeth. Funny? Fong Zong asked with a smile. This kind smile, in Yellow Hair's eyes, was already a man-eating devil's smile. He regretted in his heart. Had he known that he had just taken $30,000 to settle the matter, he would not have to suffer such torture. Facing Fong Zong's question, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out an ugly smile. Only then did Fong Zong satisfactorily pick up the cell phone on the sofa. Here, unlock it. Yellow Hair unlocked his cell phone and obediently handed it to Fong Zong. Yo, your idol is Quan Chi? There are a lot of works. Opening the photo album, Fong Zong couldn't even help but flirt with the fact that in this album, it was either eating and drinking or various videos of women. Deleting everything, he asked, who did you send the video to? Chapter 140 A Pitiful Man Must Be Hated. I didn't. Fong Zong didn't wait for him to finish and directly grabbed Yellow Hair's tail finger. You're not being honest. I honestly, said Yellow Hair hurriedly, just showed them and sent him one. Fong Zong took a look at Flower Arm, who was lying on the ground, and then asked, has it been transmitted to the cloud disk? What's a cloud drive? Yellow Hair froze. Fong Zong looked at him with cold eyes. One more lie. One word in one finger. These wasted fingers can also be broken all over again, along with other knuckles. Yellow Hair immediately looked like he had seen Hades. There is no upload. I don't know if the phone has an automatic backup. I need to check. Fong Zong glanced at him coldly, looking at his cell phone with one hand and casually crushing his tail finger with the other. Yellow Hair let out a muffled grunt, not daring to let out a miserable scream, but he was already in pain at this point. His face was pale, and cold sweat couldn't stop pouring out on his body. He no longer dared to speak out of turn in the face of the student who was about to break his finger at the drop of a hat. After seeing that there was nothing in the cloud disk on his phone, Fong Zong then restored his phone to its factory settings and casually broke it. Yellow Hair looked at the shattered cell phone and didn't dare to say a word. Stay here and move one finger. Fong Zong left him behind and came to Flower Arm's side. Stepping on Flower Arm's hand, the pain of cracking bones woke Flower Arm from his stupor. He was just about to let out a miserable scream when Fong Zong stomped on his mouth, cutting his screams off. Shut up! Flower Arm was stepped on by Fong Zong's mouth, and it felt like it was being pressed down by a huge mountain, unable to move in the slightest. Both legs couldn't help but stomp around because of the severe pain, while the other hand tried to come and break Fong Zong's foot, trying to move the foot that was blocking his mouth away. Did I let you touch me? Fong Zong frowned with some disgust. His feet exerted a slight force, and Flower Arm could clearly feel the cackling sound of his head's bones being slightly deformed. His eyes horrified. Frightened, he hurriedly took his hand away, not daring to struggle any further. Where's the cell phone? Flower Arm immediately looked in one direction, his other hand raised to point. You go get it and bring over all their cell phones. Fong Zong pointed at Yellow Hair and said. Yellow Hair could only endure the excruciating pain and move his feet to bring the various cell phones over. When he walked, the bumps tugged at the wound, causing him excruciating pain with every step, but he didn't dare make a sound either, for fear that he wouldn't be able to keep his other fingers as well. Open. Flower Arm immediately took the cell phone to enter the password. See, the Yellow Hair is full of blood. One hand has been swollen into a pig's hoof, especially a few fingers with carrots. Do not dare to resist in the slightest. Fong Zong looked around on his cell phone, and the albums were filled with the same photos and videos of hanging out with some girls. In the chat records, to find a circle. Find the record will be deleted. Restore factory settings after breaking the phone. A set of processes in one fell swoop. Flower Arm looking at the latest model of the Apple phone full of heartache. Who was it sent to? Fong Zong finally asked, and his feet moved away. No, didn't send it. As Flower Arm spoke, he saw Fong Zong's foot move to his arm and immediately cried. Big brother, I really didn't send it. Only then did Fong Zong glance at him, and after waking up the other four, he asked about them one by one. After confirming that nothing remains, take all cell phones away. By the way, you guys can go to the police. Fong Zong faintly said. Let's see if the police believe you or me. Dare not dare not dare. Yellow Hair bowed his head and said, Big brother, I was wrong. Fong Zong then made his way downstairs. Yoon, I don't want to live. Yao Yao was in the car, burying her head into Sang Yun's arms. The video he will definitely not give me. Don't worry, with Fong Zong around, he'll definitely be able to delete it. Sang Yun comforted. Yo-Yo, however, shook her head and said, those people are bad, he can't do it at all. Looking up with a look of despair, my life has been ruined. Don't say that. Sang Yun also shed tears. You just got confused and took the wrong path for a while, so it's good. Yao Yao, however, lost her voice and cried. I've been infected with his disease. What? Sangyun's body stiffened. What disease do you have? Yo-Yo cried. HPV. Sangyun looked at her and wanted to slap her up. You contracted the disease? Why didn't you say so earlier? Did you know that bodily fluids can transmit diseases and poisons? She hurriedly moved away from Yo-Yo and started to take the paper to wipe what Yo-Yo had just stained from her tears and runny nose. Yo-Yo cried even more when she saw her like this. When Fong Zong came down, he saw Yao crying so sadly and Sangyun's face looked bad, so he frowned and said, "What's wrong?" Seeing him frown, Yao cried louder. I knew it. He won't delete the video. They're going to upload the video later. I'm not going to live. I'm going to die. Don't you touch her. Sangyun saw that Fong Zong was very close to Yao and hurriedly said, "She's infected with the HPV virus." Yao's face was full of devastation when she heard this. You also dislike me. You're my best BFF, you also dislike me. She reached up and wiped a handful of tears and snot from her nose, then wiped it towards Sangyun. Frightened, Sangyun immediately got off the car and ran. Yao saw her running away and even flung the things in her hand towards Sangyun. Shut up! Fong Zong slammed the 6 cell phones on Yao. The video was deleted. Nothing was left. What? Yo-Yo immediately quieted down after hearing that. Did you really delete it? Fong Zong looked at her coldly, some disgust in his eyes. Get out of my car. Stay away from us. Yao sobbed and held her cell phone as she got out of the car, and Fong Zong gestured for Sangyun to get in. Xiao Yun. Just now. Yao saw Sangyun looking at her in disgust and wanted to explain herself, but she didn't know how to do so. Sangyun immediately drank. You stay away from me. I don't care about you in the future. I've already settled things for you this time, and that's the end of the relationship between the two of us. Yo-Yo started crying again. Do you not want me to? Do you think I'm dirty too? It's not that I dislike you for being dirty. Sangyun frowned. You knew that you had a disease that could be transmitted through skin and body fluids, and you deliberately touched me. For that matter, there's no way the two of us can be friends. After getting into the car, Fong Zong said, "Let's go." Fong Zong left with a kick of the gas, looking at Yao who was getting farther and farther away in the rearview mirror. Sangyun couldn't help but shed tears as well. Fong Zong, on the other hand, found a car wash nearby and asked the owner to wash and sterilize the whole car from inside to outside before taking a taxi to the hospital with Sangyun. Only after the doctor confirmed that it was not necessarily infected did Sangyun apprehensively leave the hospital with Fong Zong. Yo-Yo, how did she become like this? Sangyun was a little sad in the car. She used to be good and nice, but now she has become. Don't talk about her. Fong Zong didn't really want to mention this woman. I'll take you back to school? Sangyun sighed. I'm in a bad mood. Can you accompany me somewhere? It's not going to be another problem to solve, is it? Fong Zong snickered. Sangyun forced a smile. I want to go back to my old school to visit. Chapter 141, Remembering the Past, Remembering a Fly. To your old school? Fong Zong was a bit puzzled. What's the point of going there? Yao and I were high school classmates. I want to go back and take a look. Sangyun forced a smile. If you still have things to do, I'll just go by myself. Anyway, it was fine, and since he wanted to go, Fong Zong agreed. Alright, I'll take you there. Drove to Sangwon's high school. It's not in the same district as Fong Zong's high school, and the school is notoriously bad in Sherman City. Discipline has always been a problem, and next to the vocational secondary school, the two schools are still interchangeable, and some school punks often fight in both schools. When I came, it was already close to noon. The school over here starts in the afternoon. The school door was already open, and when I went in, I wasn't stopped. Sangyun walked inside the school with some sadness. Looking at the familiar campus, she couldn't help but say, Yao used to be very good in high school. When she first heard I was coming to this school, she begged her parents to come to this high school too, just so she could stay with me. But it was only near graduation that she told me she had a crush on a job school punk. I don't know what she was thinking. Is it true that the good girl is a rebel at heart? Fong Zong was non-committal. Maybe. Sangyun sighed. I advised them to break up, but she was dead set against it. That punk also spends a lot of her money and beats her up from time to time, and I almost got into a fight with that punk over her, and yet she never wanted to break up. After high school, contact between the two of us slowly dwindled. This is the first time she's called me in 6 months, and I didn't realize what she'd become. As the two spoke, they came to the bottom of the school building. There wasn't a single student here, just the occasional student carrying a bag walking past in the distance to their dormitory. Suddenly there was a sound of an engine, and the two looked back to see a sports car coming in through the school gates and stopping in front of the building. The person who got out of the car was a man in his mid-20s who looked a bit arrogant. In the passenger seat, there was also a girl in a high school uniform, but the girl, although she was wearing a school uniform, was wearing heavy makeup, chewing gum, and looking very social. The two got out of the sports car, And the man inadvertently glanced toward the two and immediately smiled and shouted, "Is that Sang-yun?" Sang-yun turned his head to look at him, and with some disgust, he returned his head again. "Let's go. Don't pay any attention to him. This is the grandson of the principal of this high school, a small punk." Even though she didn't want to pay attention to this person, the man approached her with the high school girl. "Sang-yun, why are you pretending not to recognize?" The boy greeted with a smile, some disdain in his eyes after glancing at Fangzong. Sang-yun frowned. "Su Xiaofan, we're not familiar with each other either. It's equivalent to not knowing each other. Your words can be too sad for me." Su Xiaofan pretended to be hurt and covered his chest. "I chased you for so long in the first place, and you still said you didn't recognize me." Then to the girl beside him, he said, "This was my schoolgirl when I was in high school." The girl shot a glance at Sang-yun and said to Su Xiaofan in a somewhat petulant manner, "You're still thinking about it. Do not miss her miss you?" Waving his hand, he said, Okay, don't pester me when I've sent you to school. Hurry up and go." The high school girl stomped her foot a bit unhappily. "No, I'm not leaving." Su Xiaofan ignored her and said to Sang-yun, "Is this your boyfriend?" There was some hostility in the eyes that looked at Fangzong. "Yes." Sang-yun wrapped Fangzong's arm. "What's wrong?" Then he pulled Fangzong towards the school entrance. "Come on, let's go back." Watching the two walk towards Fangzong's tank 300, Su Xiaofan laughed behind his back. "Sang-yun, your standards for finding a boyfriend are too poor, aren't they? Driving such a poor car?" "Poor?" Fangzong stopped in his tracks and looked at Su Xiaofan with unkind eyes. "What do you mean?" Su Xiaofan snorted and said to the high school girl beside him, "Do you know how much that car costs? 20,000? When the high school girl finished, she exaggeratedly covered her mouth and laughed. "It doesn't look like it's worth much." Su Xiaofan laughed out loud and said to Sang-yun, "I'm a sports car. What's the point of being with such a poor boyfriend? Come on, I'll take you for a ride. I've got a real sports car here." Fangzong was upset when he saw him belittling his car so much. It was bought for him by his parents. It wasn't expensive, but it was the parents' intention, and this punk had the audacity to flirt with it at will. "Is your car expensive?" Fangzong sneered. "This car seems to be a 10-year-old model, right? And there seems to be something wrong with the sound of your engine. It's not like it's an accidentally used car that you've bought back to pretend to be something you're not, is it?" Sang-yun was stunned to hear this. "You know so much about cars?" Fangzong whispered into her ear and laughed. "No, I made it up." "So bad." Sang-yun laughed daintily and lightly slapped Fangzong's chest. Su Xiaofan put away his smile. "You're saying my car is fake?" He giggled inwardly. In fact, the car was really bought used. At first it was just a nice-looking car. I didn't know anything about the engine or anything like that. Anyway, it was nice and cheap, so I bought it and used it to get girls. "You fart," Su Xiaofan said angrily. "I bought this car with my pocket money. It's absolutely new. Do you poor people know what the engine sound of a sports car is? Don't try to fit reality with what you've read on your cell phone. That's all for you poor people." Fangzong shrugged. "As long as you're happy." Then it was time to turn around and leave. "Don't you go," Su Xiaofan called out to him. "You want to leave after defaming my car? What more do you want?" Fangzong could see that this person was really not smart and didn't really want to tangle with him. Su Xiaofan said angrily, "I just want a statement." "Okay." Fangzong laughed. "Your car is real. The engine sounds perfect. It's not used. It's new. Okay? Pretty comfortable. Ha!" This child-coaxing tone immediately caused Sang-yun to cover her mouth and laugh. Even the high school girl couldn't help but laugh at that. But Su Xiaofan, at this point, was going crazy with anger. "What do you mean?" Fangzong turned his head to look at Sang-yun. "Your high school even accepts this kind of person? Were there any incomprehensible words in what I just said?" "He's an exception." Sang-gun matched it with a smile. "The quality of education in our high school is still fine, but no one teaches elementary school vocabulary. Uing. Su Xiaofan opened his mouth to curse, but saw Fangzong raise his hand. "If you dare to curse, I'll whip you." "You dare to whip me?" Su Xiaofan laughed coldly. "Do you know who my big brother is?" Fangzong was a bit puzzled. "I don't know." "You didn't go back and ask your mom?" Uing. Su Xiaofan was pissed off again. "If you dare to say that there's a problem with the car my big brother sold me, I'll let him come over right now." Chapter 142, Hitting My Car? "You can't keep your car." Su Xiaofan was infuriated by Fangzong. A sports car as good looking as your own can be used to pick up girls and get them to come to you. Turns out the woman you love just found a boyfriend who drives a cheap tank 300, and treating himself with love. As a result, he was also taunted that his sports car was a used one, which was his favorite. What's the difference between that and mocking your own wife? Or mocked in front of his favorite woman? This breath is a man cannot swallow. Immediately, he had to call his big brother to testify for himself. Fangzong, however, waved his hand. "I'm too lazy to take care of you. I still have things to do. I don't have time to play with you here." After saying that, he took Sang Yun out of the school and got on the car. This kind of childish people, he didn't bother. As long as they didn't mess with his head, he didn't have the time to deal with these people. Just as I started the car, I heard a loud bang. Accompanying the loud noise was a violent shaking of the body, and Sang Yun let out a scream of fright. Fong Zong's face immediately became gloomy. From the rearview mirror, he could see that this Su Xiaofan actually drove his sports car and crashed into his own car. Oops, sorry. Su Xiaofan got out of the car, and although his mouth said he was embarrassed, his face was full of smugness. Accidentally backed into your car. Here's the money, take it up and fix the car. That should be enough, right? Your car isn't worth much. $200 is more than enough. As he said this, he also took $200 in cash out of his pocket and dropped it on the ground. Fong Zong looked at his arrogant appearance and smiled back in anger, his eyes filled with killing intent. Don't do it in front of the school. Sang Yun saw the veins on Fong Zong's arms rippling, knowing that Fong Zong had already moved to kill, and hurriedly advised, the consequences of doing something here are too great. I know. Fong Zong sniffed and took a deep breath, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. It was the car his parents had bought him, and although it was cheap, he treasured it. It didn't even last long before this dumbass ran right into it. This arrogance, it's impossible not to clean him up. From the car down, Su Xiaofan see his appearance also pretended to be scared. Oh yo, so angry you cannot hit me here are all the surveillance. Hit me. This $200 is not enough to compensate. Sang Yun ran down from the co-pilot and stopped Fong Zong. She was afraid that Fong Zong couldn't help but strike and cause trouble. Sang Yun, so heartbroken for me still stopping him. Su Xiaofan saw Sang Yun stop Fong Zong, teased, still can't let go of me in your heart. Fong Zong faintly said, you can't afford to pay for this car of mine. Can't afford to pay for it? Su Xiaofan snorted, one of my tires is worth more than your car. Yes? Fong Zong moved his feet and came to the side of the sports car. I feel like this car of yours is fake. As soon as the words left his mouth, he kicked in the door of the sports car. There was a thud that startled a few people. Su Xiaofan was instantly anxious and ran over to look at the door of the sports car, only to see that a deep pit had appeared on the door of the sports car, as if it had been smashed several times by someone using a sledgehammer with great force. You glass. Fong Zong punched up. It seems to be fake too. Instantly the window glass shattered, sending shards flying in all directions. You stop. Su Xiaofan's eyes widened in anger. However, Fong Zong kicked the wheel hub of the sports car again, and all of a sudden, the sports car shook violently for a moment. This was followed by a foot on the headlights of the sports car. You don't have bright enough headlights. They'd be brighter without this cheap shell. When Su Xiaofan heard the shattering sound, his eyes turned red and he reached out to pull Fong Zong. If you dare to come over, I'll hit on you. Fong Zong coldly said, I will definitely pay for the compensation. Let's see if you can afford it. Su Xiaofan immediately did not dare to move. Losing money is a small matter. This person's strength is very big. Wouldn't you be hospitalized if it hit you? Even if you lose money, that's a bit of a loss to get a girl. You smashed my car. I want to call the police. Su Xiaofan said angrily. Let the police arrest you. Fong Zong glanced at him. You hit my car first. Let's see if the police arrest you or me first, he said and stomped on the front hood of the car again, making a deep crater. The bumper was also starting to loosen, and was kicked off by Fong Zong with a light kick, then walked around the car. The sound of collision and cracking sound kept coming. Heard Su Xiaofan heartache. However, the more he listened to the sneer on his face, the more he smiled. Smash. You smash hard. Smashed, you have to compensate me a new one. How much money can your family afford to pay me? Sang Yun was watching from the sidelines with a somewhat helpless face, and when she heard this, she couldn't help but say, shut up, people have money. Rich enough to drive this piece of? Su Xiaofan snorted, only thinking that Sang Yun was defending her boyfriend and didn't believe it at all. Love to believe it or not. Sang Yun rolled her eyes. Deserves to be smashed. Seeing Fong Zong come to the back of the car and start smashing the engine compartment, Su Xiaofan sneered and said, even if he has money, can he still have money after compensating me for my car? This car of mine, the new one, is worth over $1 million. Can he afford to pay for it him? Fong Zong turned around and smashed this one to pieces, finally getting out of the way. Su Xiaofan, on the other hand, had already started calling, Big brother, how much is the car you sold me last time worth? It was smashed. I wonder if it's your enemy. It doesn't look like a rich man, driving a tank 300. Okay, I'll wait here. After hanging up the phone, the other party longitudinally sneered and said, you wait, my big brother will come right away, and then I'll make you lose all your money. You pay for my car first. Fong Zong coldly said, it's you who will dump your family first. Su Xiaofan laughed coldly, it's just a broken tank 300. Look at what kind of car I have here. Lutz Evora, worth $1 million. Can you afford to pay? Hurry up and call your parents and tell them to get ready to pay for it, or you're going to jail. Fong Zong nodded after hearing this. It's time to give my parents a word. After all, it's a good idea to talk to them after hitting the car they bought. Then got in the car and started calling. Mom, I got rear-ended driving out today. People are fine, just lightly rear-ended and lost some paint. It's been taken to a 4S store. It's okay, don't use it. The other guy's insurance pays for it. Okay, just talking to you guys. While he was on the phone in the car, Su Xiaofan was getting more and more pleased under the car. Look, you still need to ask your parents for money. Sang Yun, this boyfriend you found is so untalented, and his temper is still so violent, poor and grumpy. What's the point of falling in love with him? Come and be with me. Sang Yun rolled her eyes as she listened. You're worthy of comparing yourself to others? Don't you go too far. Su Xiaofan got a little angry. Before he finished speaking, he heard the roar of an engine whirring and blushed. My big brother is here. Then he said to Sang Yun, prepare to have your boyfriend dump his money. Chapter 143, I dare to give, but you dare to take? Fong Zong was on the phone in the car. While in the school parking lot, people were already coming one after another at this time. Two cars crashed together and one was a sports car that didn't look cheap at first glance. That sports car is so full of damage that it hurts to look at it. Teachers and parents of students saw it and watched from the sidelines. The head of the senior class recognized that the man standing by the car was the principal's grandson and immediately called the principal. The principal, on the other hand, came to the school early because he had to prepare for a meeting. When he heard that his grandson had crashed his car, he immediately came running. At that moment, a sports car also came to the school parking lot. Su Xiaofan, what's going on? Without waiting for Su Xiaofan to meet his big brother, the principal had already rushed here in a hurry. He was tall and thin, with a Mediterranean haircut and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and wore a suit that made him look moralistic and intellectual. Seeing his grandson standing beside the car, and the sports car, which by now was about to turn into scrap metal, he was immediately so angry that he was about to have a heart attack. Grandpa, I accidentally hit his car and he came down and smashed my car. When Su Xiaofan saw his grandfather, he immediately pretended to be a good boy. I told him to pay for the money, and he's still sitting in the car and won't come down. The principal took a look at some teachers and students' parents surrounding him and droned to Su Xiaofan. You go to my office first. Don't make eyes here. Then Su Xiaofan pointed to Fong Zong in the car. Ask him to pay for it. The principal whispered. I know. You go up first. Su Xiaofan eyed another sports car coming over and immediately greeted it. Big brother, you see the car is smashed. It's a bit eye-catching here. Let's go to my grandfather's office to talk in detail. A young man came down from the car, wearing sunglasses, and after hearing Su Xiaofan's words, he nodded. Alright, you lead the way. Principal Su. Seeing that the principal was about to knock on Fong Zong's car window, Sang Yun said from the side, he's on the phone. You shouldn't disturb him. You are. Principal Su saw that Sang Yun looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall. Sang Yun said faintly, Sang Yun, his girlfriend, it's you. Xiaofan even chased after you before, right? Principal Su thought about it. Sang Yun smiled and said, my boyfriend is talking to his parents about the crash, so let's wait for him to finish. Principal Su nodded, some reproach on his face. Even if Xiaofan crashed his car, he shouldn't have smashed Xiaofan's car, right? This temper is too bad. What can't we sit down and talk about? Sang Yun smiled faintly. First of all, it was Su Xiaofan who intentionally crashed his car up here. Secondly, Su Xiaofan humiliated my boyfriend with $200. Thirdly, he just simply disliked Su Xiaofan and smashed it. How did this child of yours become like this? Principal Su couldn't help but frown. Then, when he saw the parents of the students around him still watching, he said, let's go to the office and talk about what's going on. Yes, after my boyfriend finishes his call. Sang Yun nodded. The two waited for a minute before Fong Zong finally finished the call and got down from the car. Where is Su Xiaofan? Hello, I'm Su Xiaofan's grandfather. Principal Su said, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to the office and talk. After Fong Zong finished the phone call, his mood improved a bit. Okay, big brother, that man is too arrogant. This car is said to be new. Blackmail him for a new car. Su Xiaofan said to Shades in his office. Let him learn a lesson. Long lesson? Sunglasses was a little offended at the word. That car is worth $200,000 or $300,000 right now, and people aren't stupid. Su Xiaofan asked in a low voice. Big brother, has that car been in an accident? What do you mean? Sunglasses frowned. You suspect I sold you an accident car? No. Su Xiaofan hurriedly denied it. Sunglasses grunted. You think about talking to me. I'll give you a higher price for this car. It's about right to ask for $500,000. I've got a couple other sports cars that are worth almost that much. Trade you in for something else? Does it look good? Su Xiaofan's eyes lit up. What kind of car? He doesn't know anything about cars, just that they look good. They're a sports car, and they can pick up girls. Sunglasses sneered in his mind, but smiled on his face. It looks good. Better than this car right now. That's great. Su Xiaofan was a little happy. Just look good. Sunglasses cursed Su Xiaofan's stupidity in his heart, but was glad to have such a person so that he could sell his used accident sports car. That person has quite a lot of guts. Sunglasses laughed. Driving such a cheap car, he dares to smash your sports car? Su Xiaofan couldn't help but skim his mouth at the words. Poor and cross. Later on, big brother, you can pretend for me. His girlfriend I like. Pretend to succeed in prying his girlfriend. Okay. Facing his client, Shades didn't find it troublesome in the slightest. Su Xiaofan hemmed and hawed, just waiting for Sang Yun to come over with her boyfriend. There were footsteps in the hallway, and the two men looked at each other, knowing that $500,000 was coming. The three of them walked into the office, and Principal Su saw that there was no one around, and the whole person appeared to relax a bit. Sit down. Principal Su sat back behind his desk and said to Fangzong, Xiaofan hit your car first. I see only a little bruise. Repairing it won't take much money at all. But aren't you going a little overboard by smashing up Xiaofan's car? He deliberately crashed into it. Fangzong frowned. This is considered willfully damaging my property. Su Xiaofan said from the sidelines. What on purpose? I stepped on the gas the wrong way and accidentally hit it. Despite his words, he came across as arrogant and not at all apologetic. Fangzong gave him a cold look. My car was given to me by my parents. My car is still a gift from my grandfather. Su Xiaofan rolled his eyes. What? Fangzong sneered. So what do you guys mean? Compensate for the money. Su Xiaofan said. Fangzong looked at Principal Su. You mean the same thing? It's only natural to pay for damaging someone else's things. Principal Su said slowly. Just compensate each other. Fangzong sneered. Yes. How much is the sports car worth? I bought my car from my big brother. Su Xiaofan turned his head and asked Shades. Big brother, how much is this car worth? Sunglasses faintly said. This is a Roadster Evora sports car. The original car is worth 1,200,000. Sold to him when he bought 90 million. Calculate the depreciation cost. You pay 800,000. $900,000? Fangzong glanced at Principal Su. Is this the money? Principal Su glanced at Su Xiaofan and nodded. Yes. Fangzong said indifferently. Bank card. I'll transfer it to you now. But if I dare to give it, do you guys dare to receive it? Su Xiaofan glanced at Fangzong with some skepticism, and finally gave his bank card number, and soon received the arrival information, and immediately cheered up. But Principal Su's heart slowly sank. Sure enough, the bad premonition was immediately fulfilled, only to hear Fangzong faintly say, Principal Su, as the principal of a high school, although I don't know how much money you are paid, your salary alone is not enough to buy such an expensive sports car, right? And if this car wasn't worth all this money when you bought it, the three of you would be suspected of extortion. With those words, he stood up. Wait for my lawyer. Sang Yun followed suit and stood up with a bit of a smile on his face. The trio's faces immediately became bad-looking, and Sunglasses was a bit anxious. This brother, if you can take out so much money, your family must have quite a lot of money, right? Then you should know the friend between us. Sun Zichen? Guan Jinjun? Supi? He sensed something was wrong and tried to press it down by virtue of his connections. Fangzong raised his eyebrows. Tang Bei? You recognize it? Chapter 144, A Finger to Make Amends? This isn't even enough for him to make amends. Both the Sunglasses Man and Principal Su were not in a good mood at this time. It was thought that Fangzong was just a grumpy college student whose family had a little money, but not much. However, he didn't want Fangzong to be able to take out $800,000 with his hands, and the whole person is not humble. At a glance as the heart is extremely bottom of the person. Only Su Xiaofan, who was still giggling now, felt that he had made a fortune. Now you can get a new sports car and $300,000. When we get our hands on it, we can take the girls to the bar and play hard to get again. You know So Bei, don't you? The Sunglasses Man hurriedly said. Tang Bei and I are good friends. Some things don't have to be so stiff. It's all in the same circle. And this car, too, isn't even worth that much. Principal Su also stood up from behind his desk and came to Fangzong's side. These students, there is something to discuss. He's not afraid to look into it though, as his assets include shares in a number of companies as well as stock gains, in addition to his salary. This is all legitimate income, but if extortion is involved, then the investigation into yourself may have to go deeper. As a principal, there are many different ways to make money in a school, and if you make a big deal out of it, you won't be able to get away with it yourself. Xiaofan, quickly transfer the money back. Su Xiaofan was a bit reluctant. He smashed my car and just let it go? But seeing his grandfather glaring, he also had to ask, what's your bank card number? Taking money and wanting it back? Fong Zong said with some amusement. Is there such a cheap thing? Principal Su's face sank. What do you want? Sunglasses Man also felt things a little tricky. Brother, this is not about my business. We are all friends of Tangbei. May have to deal with often in the future. There is no need to get so stiff, right? Dealing? All friends? Fong Zong couldn't help but laugh. Is this circle full of idiots like him? If that's the case, I'm not getting into this. Su Xiaofan and Principal Su's faces sank. The sunglasses man sized up Fong Zong and suddenly noticed the watch on Fong Zong's hand and was a bit surprised. Brother, is this watch of yours real? He doesn't wear fake watches. Sang Yin said quietly from the sidelines. This watch seems to be the only one in Sherman City, right? What? The sunglasses man exclaimed. This watch is worth more than $20 million, right? SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Principal Su and Su Xiaofan's grandparents and grandson could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. So expensive? Su Xiaofan was a bit skeptical. Would someone so rich drive that kind of cheap car? It's not like he's pretending with a fake watch, is it? Fong Zong and Sang Yin both didn't say anything. They just looked at the little cutie's eyes at Su Xiaofan. Principal Su felt things were getting difficult, but he couldn't help but wonder if this Fong Zong was real or not. He gave a wink to the sunglasses man, who understood. This brother, haven't you asked your name yet? Fong Zong said indifferently. Hold on tight if you want to inquire about my identity. The sunglasses guy snapped. I'm going out for a bit. After he went out, Principal Su somewhat politely poured water for both Fong Zong and Sang Yun. Sang Yun. Principal Su smiled and said, you're also a student who went out from this school. There's no need to make such a bad scene with the school, right? Sang Yin glanced at Fong Zong and saw that he didn't show anything. So he said, this car of his, it really isn't worth much. But it was a car given to him by his parents and had special meaning. But it was hit by Su Xiaofan's car directly. It's a new car. Moreover, your good grandson just spoke out against me, asking me to follow him in front of Fong Zong. It's the kind of thing that no man can stand, right? Principal Su didn't expect his grandson to offend Fong Zong in this way, and felt the situation was even more difficult. If Fong Zong's identity was simple, he could still lose money. Now people don't lack money at all. And the fact that they can wear a $20 million watch on their hands and as if they don't care too much about it shows that their family lineage far exceeds their own. He, a tiny high school principal, was in no position to have a conversation. One can only hope that the sunglasses guy is out looking for connections to smooth this over. The sunglasses man came out of the office and after finding Tang Bei's phone, he immediately called. Sister Bei Bei. It's me, Xiao Zhua, Zhua Guangping ah. Tang Bei's lazy voice rang out. What is it? I don't have a car to sell you. Sister Bei Bei. Not looking for you to buy a car, Zhua Guangping hurriedly said. Ask you about someone. What man? Zhua Guangping whispered. Fong Zong, do you recognize this person? Fong Zong? Tang Bei's voice instantly became serious. How do you know about this person? Zhua Guangping heard that Tang Bei's voice had changed, and his heart tightened. I have a stupid client who crashed Fong Zong's car, and Fong Zong smashed his car. That customer told me to come over to quote. The price was misrepresented, and now this one called Fong Zong, who gave the money, wants us to give an account. Tang Bei took a deep breath after hearing this. Don't say you know me. I can't afford to mess with this person. A quick hang-up followed. Zhua Guangping immediately cooled his heart in half, holding the cell phone and not knowing what to do. He wanted to ask someone else about it, but of the rich kids he knew, Tang Bei was already one of the more powerful ones. But he didn't realize that Tang Bei couldn't even afford to mess with him. If you ask someone else, you'll probably find out even less. But at this point there was no other way but to dial out another phone. Brotherson. It's me, Xiao Zhua. I would like to ask you if you recognize Fong Zong? The person on the opposite side immediately said. Fong Zong? No, but don't recognize. Zhua Guangping's mouth was bitter. Brotherson. I just asked Sister Tang Bei. She said she couldn't afford to mess with Fong Zong. What is this Fong Zong? The person on the other side gloated a bit and said. Do you know Zhuaning Yuan? I know. Zhua seems to be injured. The man laughed even more. Zhuaning Yuan was the one who offended this Fong Zong at Tang Bei's birthday dinner. Chopped off a finger by his father to make amends to Fong Zong. What? Zhua Guangping's heart instantly cooled. So ruthless? He instantly felt that his was going to be finished. Zhuaning Yuan in the circle of rich second generation is not really a big brother, but it is also the main person who has money at home. Offended Fong Zong even ended up in such a situation. He cannot afford to provoke awe. Apprehensively, he returned to the office, took off his sunglasses, and respectfully sat his half-ass on the sofa. Brother Fong. Without waiting for Fong Zong to speak, Fong Zong's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Fong Zong frowned and turned on the speakerphone after connecting. Who is it? Mr. Fong, it's me, Tang Bei. Tang Bei's voice rang out. echoing in the office with some flattery mixed in his tone. Fong Zong was a bit surprised. Why are you calling me Mr. Fong? This Zhuguangping is either my friend or I have met him, and this matter has nothing to do with me, Tang Bei said directly on the phone, as if he was afraid that Fong Zong would get angry. Looking terrified. Chapter 145. This grandson not only screws his father, he screws his grandfather. No, Zhuguangping's face was ugly, but he didn't dare to interrupt, just gave a look to Principal Su, signaling that things were big for him. What does he do? Fong Zong smiled and inquired about Tang Bei. Tang Bei hurriedly said, the family is in the used car business. He's dumping used sports cars. Not much background. It was only at this time that Su Xiaofan realized that things were not right, and his eyes changed when he looked at Zhuguangping. I thought that Zhuguangping was a rich second-generation big brother, but I did not expect that my big brother in the eyes of the real rich second generation is just a car dealer who dumps used cars, and really rich kids have to fawn over each other so much. How could you have messed with such a person? Su Xiaofan's mind, which had been somewhat complacent, immediately became a little frightened. Zhuguangping's face was ugly. Waiting for Fong Zong to hang up the phone, he hurriedly said to Fong Zong, Mr. Fong, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was him who called me to come and asked me to quote the price higher, in order to make amends to Fong Zong for your offense. I have a car repair shop in my hand with first-class car repair skills. I'm willing to help you get your car fixed, absolutely exactly as it was, and you won't be able to tell the difference with the naked eye. He looked at Fong Zong with some fear and pleading in his eyes. Repairing the car? Fong Zong nodded. That's fine. You can take my car and bring it to school for me tomorrow. No problem. Zhuguangping smiled with great joy, and then took out his car keys. Mr. Fong, you don't have a car to get around. How troublesome. I have this car, you drive first. Don't worry, this is definitely a first-hand new car. A Porsche 911. I just drove it not 2 days ago. Seeing that Fong Zong didn't say anything, Mei smiled and put down the key, took Fong Zong's key away and immediately walked out without looking back, as if there was a ghost chasing behind her. Principal Su was really anxious at this time, chasing Zhuguangping out. Xiao Zhua, wait a minute, Principal Su, Zhuguangping said bitterly, I really can't afford to mess with this person. I won't get involved. Principal Su pulled on his arm and asked anxiously, what exactly is his identity? Do you know Zhuo Pingchang? Zhuguangping asked. Principal Su nodded. Recognize, had dinner with him. His son offended Fong Zong. He chopped off his son's fingers to make amends. Zhuguangping whispered, if you want to ask for specifics, go ask Zhuo Pingchang. Principal Su could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and Zhuguangping took advantage of his daze and ran down the stairs in a puff of smoke. What exactly is the identity? Principal Su pondered for a moment and called Zhuo Pingchang. Mr. Zhuo, it's me, old Su. Inside the office, Su Xiaofan had already put away his arrogance at this point, sitting on the sofa with his legs together and his hands on his lap, with the appearance of a good little student. I wanted to go and talk to Fong Zong, but I didn't know what to say, and I was a little scared in my heart. Principal Su pushed the door in after a while with an ugly face. Grandpa. Su Xiaofan immediately stood up as if he had seen a savior. Principal Su glared at him with anger, then came to Fong Zong. Mr. Fong, inquire clearly, right? Fong Zong put away his cell phone. His tone light, don't talk to me about losing money. I don't lack money. Yes. Principal Su naturally knows this. His mouth bitter, this grandson of mine doesn't know what he is doing. He is still a year older than me. Fong Zong said indifferently. Don't say he doesn't know anything. I think he knows a lot. Principal Su's words as he prepared to plead for mercy were instantly interrupted, and only then did he realize the age of the person in front of him. Mr. Fong. Fong Zong raised his hand. First, this grandson intentionally drove into my car, or the car my parents gave me. Second, molesting my girlfriend to get my girlfriend with him. Principal Su's face turned blue as he glared at Su Xiaofan. Just called Zhuo Pingchang. Offended Zhuaning Yuan offended Fong Zong's antecedents. Just because of molesting Fong Zong's girlfriend, had to chop off a finger. Fong Zong continued. Third, this grandson also drives a sports car to find a girlfriend in high school. Underage. Fong Zong said in a cold voice, do you know about these things? Principal Su was just about to speak. Again, Fong Zong interrupted. If you say you don't know, you're lying to me. I know. Principal Su could only admit, but Fong Zong sneered. As a high school principal, someone is picking up underage students in your school, and instead of knowing about it, you're ignoring it, and helping your grandson with his extortion. Not bad for a good principal of a school. Principal Su's face became even more ugly. He said in a trembling voice, Mr. Fong, it's me who is not strict in my discipline. How about you spare him this time and I'll be strict in the future. Discipline? Fong Zong laughed and stood up. I'm afraid you still don't know the other layer of my identity. Do you? What identity? Principal Su followed and stood up, and Su Xiaofan sheepishly followed suit. Fong Zong faintly said, "This year's top science student. The city's director of education left me contact information at first, allowing me to contact him at any time. My company, which also paid a lot of taxes to the city this year, is considered an entrepreneur. I have sent the above conversations to the city's superintendent of schools, and the mayor, respectively." Principal Su instantly felt his legs go weak. What? He felt like the sky was falling, that if this got out, his career would be completely ruined. A report from a science student as well as an entrepreneur will certainly be taken seriously by the Department of Education as well as the city government. Not to mention the illegal behavior. Not only is your career over, but you're probably going to jail yourself. Su Xiaofan was on the verge of tears at this point. He also realized the serious consequences caused by this matter. Why did you take such revenge on our family? Retaliation? Fong Zong faintly said, "It's only when you hit my car that you call it revenge." Turning to Sang Yun, he said, "Let's go." This pair of grandparents and grandchildren, both of them were not good things. They could be dealt with together through official means, and Fong Zong was too lazy to do anything about it. And there was still time, so Principal Su was perfectly capable of doing it himself. Sure enough, just as he came out of the office, he heard a furious shout from inside, as well as Su Xiaofan's miserable screams. "Let you cause trouble. Let's get you a sports car. How dare you hit someone with your car? I'll beat you to death." Listening to the screams coming from inside as well as the sounds of violent beatings, Sang Yun couldn't help but spit out his tongue. "That's quite a vicious beating. Let's go. Stroll around the campus again?" Fong Zong smiled. "There are already scenery in the school that can't be seen again, so grab another look. And there might be scenery that can never be seen again." Sang Yun was a bit surprised. "A landscape that can't be seen again? You're familiar with the principal law." Fong Zong smiled slightly. Sang Yun was instantly amused. That joke is too hellish. Driving a Porsche 911 and sending Sang Yun to the dormitory floor immediately caused many students to crowd around. Passing students stopped to watch. Sang Yun got down from the car and saw that everyone else was looking at him, and immediately felt a hint of vanity in his heart. But before she could wave goodbye, she heard someone call out to her, "Sang Yun? Song Yunwon?" Sang Yun immediately looked like he had eaten a fly. Song Yunwon came over as if she didn't see Sang Yun's face. "This is your boyfriend." When she saw that it was Fong Zong, she immediately remembered that she had met with Miao Miao Shui at the charity dinner that day. "It's you. Are you also Sang Yun's friend?" "Right." Fong Zong saw her and raised his eyebrows. "Add a WeChat?" "Yeah." Song Yunwon ignored Sang Yun's eyes that wanted to kill and added Fong Zong's WeChat with a smile. The other students around her looked at her a bit strangely. Add someone on WeChat in person? Sports cars are just tempting enough. Rich kids picking up schoolgirls. What a heartbreaking situation. What kind of world is this? Chapter 146, Entrepreneurial Society? Do I still need to start a business? WeChat will not be added. Fong Zong coldly refused Song Yunwon's request and drove off directly, leaving Song Yunwon standing in place with her cell phone held up somewhat awkwardly, while Sang Yun snorted, daydreaming. It made Song Yunwon, who was already embarrassed, feel even more embarrassed. She felt even more overwhelmed as she felt the stares and pointing of the people around her. After stomping his foot in anger, he ran upstairs. Sang Yun, on the other hand, was in a great mood, feeling that he was really lucky today, recognizing a friend for who he was and solving an annoying fly, and it grossed out Songrimer. Above all, the envious and jealous eyes of the people around her fascinated her the most. After humming up the stairs, he saw that there was no one else in the dormitory either. Miao Miao went to the sanatorium, while the other two were presumably off on a date. Fong Zong, on the other hand, went to the physical education teacher's dormitory and continued to teach him the fighting style of taijikun. After passing it around, there was nothing to do but hang out inside the school. It was still a little hot at the moment, so he thought he'd go to the library to read a book and cool off. But I didn't want to be stopped by a girl on the road. "Classmate, please wait, call me?" Fong Zong didn't recognize this girl and felt a bit puzzled. "What is it?" The girl came with some coyness. "Classmate, have you joined the club? Do you want to join our club?" "No need." Fong Zong waved his hand. Associations and whatnot were the most troublesome. The girl's expression, which had been somewhat expectant, was immediately disappointed. "Well, excuse me." Fong Zong didn't care. When the school year first started, there were many clubs recruiting new members, and he just refused them all. But just as he took 2 steps out, he heard a lecturing voice from behind him. "What's wrong with you? You can't even recruit someone, and you still want to start a business with your level of communication?" Fong Zong frowned and looked back, only to see a boy wearing glasses and a polo shirt educating the shy girl from earlier. The shy girl stood across from the boys a little overwhelmed, her head down as she was lectured. "Ugh." Fong Zong sighed and turned to walk back. "What society did you just say it was?" The shy girl looked up with some watery color in her eyes, and when she saw him come back over, she hurriedly said, "It's the Student Entrepreneurship Club. If you join a club, there is policy support for starting a business, including rent reductions and creative subsidies, which are supported by the school and the city." Entrepreneurship. Fong Zong couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "I don't really need it." Seeing him in some difficulty, the shy girl couldn't help but glance at the polo shirt boy next to her and pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. "This student entrepreneurship is a big trend in the future." The polo shirt boy smiled and said, "Nowadays there are too many college students. The so-called graduation is unemployment, and entrepreneurship is relatively free, and you don't have to take orders from your boss, and you earn a lot more than you would at work. Think about it. Your classmates are working as cowboys and horses in the company, while you're already your own boss, working for yourself. Isn't that a great level of income? Join our club to gain experience in entrepreneurship and to exercise your mindset of being a boss. If you want to start a business after you graduate, won't you have to learn it all over again? Life can be behind at the starting line. Life is short, so it's better to make the most of it. Starting a business is the first step to financial freedom, and the society often invites entrepreneurs and business tycoons to come and talk, so there's no harm in listening. Fong Zong feels that it is even more difficult. Financial freedom has long been realized. Seeing that Fong Zong was still hesitating, the polo shirt continued, "This student, I see that your family's condition is not very good, right? Look at the cell phone you're using. It's still a cheap low-end phone. I also came from a poor family, but look at me. After starting my own business, I don't need my mom and dad to pay for my living expenses anymore, and I earned my own money for college. My cell phones, they're all the latest models, and I'm about to pick up a new car of my own. Do you want to keep making your parents work that hard?" Fong Zong couldn't help but frown. "But I feel like I have enough money now. Just because it's enough now doesn't mean it'll be enough later." The polo shirt shook his head. "You're wrong to think that. It's better to stand on your own 2 feet and make it easier on your parents. Anyway, you can learn entrepreneurial skills by joining the club, and if it doesn't work out, you can back out, and you only have to pay $100 in dues each semester. What can I do with $100 now? Going out for a meal is casually $200 or $300, but it's well worth it to learn so much about entrepreneurship in the club." Fong Zong looked at the shy girl, thinking that he would just help her fulfill a task, and finally confirmed, "Can you quit the club at any time?" "Of course." The polo shirt laughed. "It's not like the club is some kind of triad, so I can't let you guys back out?" Fong Zong then nodded. "Alright, where to go to do the formalities? Come on, we'll take you there." The polo shirt saw him agree and the smile on his face grew even wider. The shy girl also grew to smile. The polo shirt extended his hand. "I'm the vice president of the Student Entrepreneurship Club. My name is Miao Jitsai, and this is Xia Yubing. I am Fong Zong." As the three of them walked, Miao Jitsai lectured Xia Yubing. Pulling in new people should learn how to introduce the club to them. Introduce the benefits package of the club and talk about the future so you can get new people interested. Like you. Who would want to listen to you when you ask dryly? Xia Yubing hung her head. "Vice President Miao. I know. There's also this title of yours," Miao Jitsai said with some irritation. "The vice president can't be called vice president. You should call me President Miao." "Yes, President Miao," Xia Yubing obediently called out. Only then did Miao Jitsai nod in satisfaction, and then put up a fight. "You're too honest. Use your brain more in the future. Why would I want to group with you? Just to bring you along. Don't think I've been lecturing you. I'm doing you a favor." Fong Zong listened to the side and frowned. This Miao Jitsai is not only dressed in a fatherly flavor, even the way he spoke smelled like dad, and he was tired of hearing it. After going to the club, paying the money and filling out the forms, "You are considered to have joined the club. I'll go first." It was hot and he couldn't wait to get to the library, but he was called by Miao Jitsai. "Little Fong. After entering the club, we are all family, and there's a meeting in half an hour, so attend it and get to know everyone." "Fong? Meeting?" Fong Zong couldn't help but feel a little amused when he heard this title. "But I have nothing to do, and the place is air-conditioned, so it's okay to sit around." So I sat down and played with my cell phone, and Miao Jitsai met a few more people in the club and pointed out the rivers and mountains. Then he also felt bored and sat down. "Thanks." Fong Zong looked up and saw that it was Xia Yubing who came to his side and whispered a thank you and handed over a bottle of water. "I know you don't really want to join. Thank you for helping me. It's fine anyway." Fong Zong took the water and took a sip. "I just saw people coming in the club one after another all the time, each one followed by 1 or 2 people, and some people with nothing at all. When they come back, they're all talking about how they've pulled in a few people and are climbing over each other." "Xia Yubing, did you bring back the newcomer? Don't make another trip for nothing, right?" A girl came to Xia Yubing's side with a smile and some flirtation in her words. Chapter 147, The temple is small. The demon wind is great. The pool is shallow. and there are many kings and eights. Xia Yubing's face was slightly unsightly, but without waiting for her to open her mouth to retort, the girl smiled and got up to run away. President Miao. This time I pulled in 3 newcomers. Oh, great or not? Great. Miao Jitsai smiled slightly. It's awesome. Then will you help me next time? Together, the 2 of us can definitely pull in more recruits. The girl said in a slightly petulant manner. Don't go with that woodhead. It's holding up the club. Xia Yubing couldn't help but hang her head, and her already shy self became even more coy at this time. Why did you join this entrepreneurial club? Fong Zong suddenly asked. Want to start a business so badly? Aha. Xia Yubing said softly. I want to make money in a hurry. You need to use money? Fong Zong raised his eyebrows. Then why don't you go look for a job? Xia Yubing shook her head and didn't say anything, but there was a sadness on her face that made people look at her. When a girl in a white shirt walked in and the crowd saw it, they all looked for a place to sit. Fong Zong also looked over with some curiosity. This girl was very tall, conservatively estimated at 175, with a serious face and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His full figure held his shirt up, and he looked worried that the buttons of his shirt wouldn't hold. President. Miao Jitsai smiled and came over to him. We've organized all the new polls for today. Here's the form. Not expecting this girl to be the president, Fong Zong was a bit surprised. The president took the form, gave it a quick glance, and said, very good. Then he looked around. Hello everyone, there are a lot of new students. Introduce yourself. My name is Wen Jianhong. I'm the president of the Student Entrepreneurship Club. Slap. Miao Jitsai immediately applauded, with a strong smile on his face, as if he was facing a very large leader. When Jianhong frowned slightly and pursed her lips, many people in our club have their own business ventures now. New people can look on the bulletin board over there later, and if they want to work together, they can contact the people who started the business. If you want to start your own business, I suggest you study and settle down for a while and follow these old people to learn and see, so you can take a lot less detours. One day when you are ready, you can submit a project plan for your own business. After our club approves it, we'll apply for grants as well as helping policies for the school. But I want people to be cautious. Starting a business is risky, and you need to be careful when investing. President Miao, is there anything you want to say? Miao Jitsai stood up after leading another round of applause and said with a smile, everyone joins the club and becomes a family. If there's anything you need to ask for advice, just ask in the group and the seniors will do their best to answer your questions. I would like to emphasize one thing, though, that underclassmen still need to have a basic respect for their seniors. Be polite when you ask for advice. The seniors are draining their energy by answering your questions for free. Above. That's what I'm saying. When he finished, a smile played at the corners of his mouth and he didn't sit down. After waiting a few seconds, his face changed slightly. The girls who were previously hostile to Xia Yubing reacted and raised their hands to applaud desperately. The others realized that they were waiting for the applause, and then the sparse applause sounded, and Miao Jitsai sat down contentedly. Is there anything else anyone would like to ask? When Jianhong looked around the room and prepared to adjourn the meeting, but when she saw a boy raise his hand, she said, what do you want to ask? This student? I want to know where the dues we pay go. Fong Zong asked. When Jianhong replied, into the Entrepreneurship Association's entrepreneurial program, the proceeds are used to prepare holiday gifts for individual members, or there are any activities that require venue costs and the like. It's not into our private pockets. Then he looked at Fong Zong. Anything else you want to ask? Are the accounts open? Fong Zong asked with a smile. Miao Jitsai chided from the side. Fong Zong, what kind of questions are you asking? When Jianhong raised her hand to stop him and said to Fong Zong, the accounts are open and can be viewed at the beginning of each month. The accounts are managed by President Miao, so everyone can go and check at any time. Good, I have no more questions. Fong Zong was also bored and wanted to see where the expenses had gone. After all, other clubs only pay $20 or $30 a year. More like 50. Charging 100 straight up for a club like this one is a bit much. Okay, if everyone has no questions, disperse. When Jianhong signaled that everyone was free to move around. What do you mean by the question you asked? Miao Jitsai came to Fong Zong with some unhappiness. Not a shred of trust in your senior? Fong Zong shrugged. Think what you will. Then he was about to turn around and leave, but was pulled back by Miao Jitsai. Only Miao Jitsai's face was serious as he said in a deep voice. Fong Zong, no matter if it's to the senior or to the president, shouldn't you be polite? Fong Zong glanced at Miao Jitsai's hand that was pulling on his arm and then looked at Miao Jitsai. The icy cold eyes made Miao Jitsai subconsciously let go of his hand. Only then did Fong Zong faintly say, I think that pulling someone to keep them from leaving at the drop of a hat is the only way to be unkind to them. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving Miao Jitsai standing in place with a gloomy face. President Miao, I've pulled in a newcomer. Is it okay to let me into the program? At this moment, Xia Yubing came and whispered to Miao Jitsai. Miao Jitsai said with a cold face. The person you pulled has no manners at all. Next time pay attention to identifying the quality of newcomers. Wasn't it you who pulled it? Xia Yubing thought in her heart, but didn't say it out loud. Only then did Miao Jitsai say, that program is full, so let me recommend another program for you. What project? Xia Yubing was a little apprehensive. Miao Jitsai smiled slightly and said, it's a wash and care product that you girls like. You get a 10% commission on each set you sell, and it's an easy sell at school. Would you like to join? This. Xia Yubing was a bit dumbfounded. Didn't you say that if I pull in new people, you can apply for the milk tea program for me? I'm also doing this for your own good. Miao Jitsai was a little upset. Don't you need money for equipment to make milk tea? Can you afford these investments? How great is this scrub product? It's not like you have to stock up on it. You just have to sell it. I'm also doing this to improve your communication skills. Look at you today. How bad are your communication skills? How can you still want to start a business like this? You go back and think about it. Miao Jitsai finished speaking and left, leaving Xia Yubing who was a bit overwhelmed. Xia Yubing froze for a while before walking out from the club, and after looking around somewhat blankly, she walked over in one direction. You're here too? A familiar voice woke her up from her delirious wanderings. Looking up, it was Fang Zong. She couldn't help but reveal a smile. You're here too. You have something on your mind? Fang Zong asked casually when he saw that she looked different. Chapter 148, the vice president with a lot of authority. Playing house. Xia Yubing saw that it was Fang Zong. Originally did not want to talk more. After all, it was a newcomer. If she wanted to quit the club because of the psychological pressure caused, it would not be good for her either. But at this moment, her mind was in turmoil, and when she saw Fang Zong striking up a conversation with herself, she nodded furtively. I don't know what to do. What is it? Fang Zong looked around and found a seat in the rest area. Sit down and talk. Xia Yubing sat down with a sad face. Before, President Miao promised me that he would let me join in the milk tea program if he pulled off a newcomer. All you need to do is buy some ingredients, a sealing machine, and you can set up a small stand in the school to sell milk tea. But Fang Zong asked, he's backtracked? He asked me to sell toiletries today. Xia Yubing was silent for a moment and said, those toiletries belong to 3 kinds of products, and none of the students want to use them. I won't get much for it if I go and sell it. I've also heard that when you sell toiletries, you have a set task every month, and if you don't complete the task, then you have to find a way to complete the task on your own, or else the previous commission won't be paid. Fang Zong couldn't help but laugh out loud at this. Isn't this forcing you to buy the product yourselves? They can't sell the goods in their hands, so they use this method to sell their goods to their downline. Xia Yubing was a bit surprised when she sniffed. Is that so? Of course. Fang Zong laughed. This kind of business model is very common. It's all used to scam money from downlines. Xia Yubing hung her head in silence for a moment before saying, then I'd better not join. I have a project you're willing to do? Fang Zong suddenly asked. Xia Yubing froze. Did you start a business too? Right. Fang Zong nodded. Opened a media company. And soon there will be a bookstore opening near the school. Now that there's a store manager, you can go to the bookstore and make videos if you want. I see that you're quite literary, so go ahead and share your insights from reading books, create a talented woman persona, and make videos to make money. With the store manager, it's kind of a team. Shoot a video with over 1 million likes and the team gets $100,000. There is also a salary on weekdays, $6,000 per month, $8,000 after 3 months of regularization, and all 5 insurance policies. The more Xia Yubing listened, the more bewildered she felt. Are you telling the truth? Then suspiciously, which media company? Indulgence Media. Fang Zong smiled. You can look it up. After Xia Yubing searched and saw the news, as well as Fang Zong's introduction on the internet, she had already believed 80% in her heart. Suddenly, he asked, so why did you join the entrepreneurship club? Seeing you being taught a lesson is somewhat pitiful. Fang Zong laughed, helping you put together a head. Xia Yubing was still a bit unsure. Can I shoot a video with 1 million likes? Yes. Fang Zong nodded. The company will pay for the promotion of your video, as well as specialized filming instructions. The bookstore will open at the end of the month, so you can just go then. But you can't tell the store manager who I am. Just tell him it's a collaboration between the media company and me. Xia Yubing was a bit overwhelmed by this good news, and only said after a while, I'll try it then. Take the time to go to the company and go through the onboarding procedures. Fang Zong showed her the address on the map. There will be a simple training for you, and you can watch other people's videos again. It shoots a little better that way. Xia Yubing asked in a small voice. There's no need to pay, right? Fang Zong couldn't help but be happy. What do you take my company for? Go at ease. Then he got up and went inside the library, finding a random book to read. Xia Yubing glanced at the time and felt that it was still early, so since she had this opportunity, She simply left the school directly and took a taxi straight to Fong Zong's company. But there was only a security guard on duty at the door, and when he saw her he asked, "What are you here for?" Xia Yubing was a bit shy and replied in a small voice, "I came over to prepare for my induction." "Entry?" the security guard said with a smile. "Come on in Monday through Friday. It's a holiday weekend here." Xia Yubing couldn't help but feel even more flushed, thinking how could she even forget this, embarrassingly bidding farewell to the security guard and getting on the elevator to leave, back to school and to the club. At this time, Miao Jitsai still had the girls who had flirted with Xia Yubing before. After seeing Xia Yubing, that girl skimmed her lips and turned her head to the side, pretending not to see it, and Miao Jitsai smiled and said, "Have you thought it over? Are you here for the program?" "I'm sorry, President Miao. I won't participate in the scrub program," Xia Yubing whispered. Whether or not she could join Fong Zong's company, she wouldn't be participating in this program. "Can't afford to buy that much stock myself." The smirk on Miao Jitsai's face immediately disappeared and he frowned. "Xia Yubing, entrepreneurial projects are all approved by the association. Not just anyone can join, and I'm recommending that you join the laundry products program now for your own good. Do you have any concerns?" The girl next to her laughed. "She's not trusting you, President Miao." "I'm not," Xia Yubing hurriedly said. "I don't think I'm up to it." Miao Jitsai was a bit upset. "Is being unable to perform considered a reason? I asked you to join this project team just to exercise your abilities. You're still distrustful of the club when you find ways to find reasons not to go." Xia Yubing was speechless for a moment. The girl next to her skimmed her lips. "President Miao, this kind of person who picks and chooses her entrepreneurial projects should be restricted from joining the program. I still won't join." Xia Yubing was forced to do nothing, and after slightly bending her waist, she turned around and left. Miao Jitsai said with a sullen face, "Wait, did someone say something to you?" "No." Xia Yubing was a bit flustered. "Nothing was told to me," Miao Jitsai said coldly. "Then someone is still talking to you. Who? Who told you about the program?" Xia Yubing shook her head repeatedly. "There's no one, President Miao. I'll leave first." Watching Xia Yubing flee, Miao Jitsai's face was unpleasant. Taking out his cell phone, he posted in the group, "If some people have opinions about the project, they can speak to the person in charge of the project, and don't deliberately denigrate it behind their backs. It's best for newcomers not to pick and choose when faced with investment projects that have been carefully selected by the association." Reply received. The girl next to her hurriedly replied back to the group, "Yes, President Miao. Resolutely obey the leadership arrangements." Hands together, thumbs up. Little barbarian, it's still you who knows things. Miao Jitsai had a look of emotion on his face. Not everyone knows gratitude and is worth cultivating. Replies from others kept coming on the cell phone. "Yes, President Miao. Roger that. Thank you to our leaders for leading us into the program." Miao Jitsai looked at the replies with a satisfied expression on his face. Suddenly a stinging reply came into view. "Is this a house call?" Chapter 149, The Power of the Vice President is fascinating. Please use your real name to enter the group. Miao Jitsai's expression, which had been slightly amused, immediately cooled down, and entered the account that had just spoken. Seeing that the account was soon named, Miao Jitsai looked at the words Fongzong and couldn't help but curse. The newcomer that Xia Yubing dragged in. "President Miao, these two are just the same thing all the way around," Barbara said from the sidelines. "The old man has no quality, and the newcomer brought in has no quality either." Miao Jitsai's face was ugly as he said in the group, "Student Fongzong, if you have any grievances, you can talk to me privately." However, Fongzong did not reply again, making Miao Jitsai feel offended. Directly added Fongzong's WeChat, and quickly passed. Miao Jitsai coldly typed, "Fongzong, there's something inappropriate about your words in the group. Explain it in the group. Just say that you sent it to the wrong group." "I don't." Miao Jitsai was instantly furious. He quickly typed, "Fongzong, if you join the club, you have to abide by the rules of the club. I'm the vice president of the society and manage the society's entrepreneurship program. President Moon will be graduating soon and won't have as much time to manage the club's affairs, so I'll be the next president. I'd like you to treat me with a little respect. What do you mean by going through the motions?" However, after a long time, he did not receive a message back from Fongzong, and such ignorance made him feel even more humiliated. A direct voice call was made and it took a moment before it was answered. Only Fongzong's lazy voice rang out. "Why are you calling? Can't you say anything directly on WeChat? I'm talking to you, so talk back," Miao Jitsai said, forcibly holding back his anger. Fongzong, however, snatched his temper. "The fact that I'm not replying to you means that I'm busy. Why are you calling me when I'm busy? Do you have quality you? What did you say?" Miao Jitsai was confused by the words. "I have no quality?" Fongzong snorted. "Go see a doctor if you have a bad ear. Don't call me." "Fongzong, I do have something to inform you," Miao Jitsai said in a cold voice. The society will meet tomorrow morning. You will be there then. No time. The veins on Miao Jitsai's forehead burst out. Can't be unavailable. There's something important to say. I'm on early 8. The words were so loud that Miao Jitsai couldn't tell for a moment whether Fang Zong was saying that he had to attend class tomorrow or scolding him. Then the meeting is at noon. Miao Jitsai hung up the phone directly after saying that, not giving Fang Zong a chance to refuse. Barbara heard the conversation from the sidelines, her face slightly embarrassed. Miao Jitsai coughed dryly. This person is too unqualified. Tomorrow during the meeting, I will teach him what respect is. President Miao. Such a person shouldn't stay in the club. Xiaoban whispered. Isn't this bringing down the others in the club? You must kill him in the meeting tomorrow. The freshman dared to disrespect the senior, and he'll be even more disrespectful when you become the president later on. Miao Jitsai sniffed and nodded deeply. That's right. Barb then picked up her cell phone and said, there are a lot of other people in the group saying that he should respect you. President Miao is still very respected in the club. Only then did Miao Jitsai reveal a smile. That's for sure. I'm a person who is dedicated to the society and has no self-interest, so I'm sure that I'll be respected. Xiaoban looked at Miao Jitsai with a face of adoration, then said, President Miao, look, I don't have any business ventures yet. Can you help me? Little barbarian you usually do things in a very measured manner. Miao Jitsai said with a smile, and you also know how to be grateful. I've long been searching for projects for you. Right now the president has a project in hand with a media company. Their company helps college students start their own businesses, and they're going to help students create short video accounts so that it's kind of entrepreneurial. I see you're in good shape. You're good looking. You could totally join. Little Barbara was immediately happy at the words. Really? Can I join too? Of course. Miao Jitsai said with a smile. I still have a recommendation in my hand. Xiaoban hurriedly pursued. President Miao, are you willing to recommend me? This well. Miao Jitsai said here, smiled and did not say anything, just looked at the small barbarians. Xiaoban reacted. President Miao, you've worked hard for the club these days. Why don't we go out for dinner together tonight? Hey. Miao Jitsai waved his hand repeatedly. It's not too good to eat. Right. It's all in the society. It's all official business. I invited you because I admire you. Not to thank you for recommending me, but just to admire you as a person. Little barbarian said with a fawning smile. Miao Jitsai glanced at the time. Then it's a good idea to have a casual dinner. Okay, I'll pick you up at dinner time. Barbara smiled and waved her hand away. After exiting the club, the smile on her face immediately disappeared, leaving only disgust. Miao Jitsai, on the other hand, was still aspiring to stay in the club, which he was liking more and more. Since becoming vice president, many people have come to flatter themselves just to get themselves into good programs. A well-built schoolgirl like Xiaoban also often finds herself chatting and eating, just like a winner in life. Power is good and Miao Jitsai couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Fang Zong exited the library and didn't go back in after making the call. When they returned to the dormitory after eating, not only were the other three back, but even Lu Dawei was here. Zong, a smile spread across Lu Dawei's face. I went on a date with someone today. Yes? That schoolgirl? Lu Dawei nodded excitedly. We all held hands and went for a walk by the lake. Only holding hands Fang Zong bristled. What did you eat today? David Lu said. She wanted to go to a buffet, so she went to the Big King buffet. The one that costs $300 a person? Yan Ding interjected from the sidelines. That expensive for a buffet? Lu Dawei waved his hand. It's fine if she loves it. It's not expensive. You're really willing to lay down some money. Fang Zong couldn't help but bristle. Asked you for a gift, didn't I? Lu Dawei glared. How do you know? Her birthday is today and she wants me to buy her a gold bracelet. A gold bracelet? Fang Zong couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. How much did it cost? Cheap. Lu Dawei whispered. She was afraid that I would spend too much money, and specifically chose a cheap gold bracelet. Lin Guangjuan and Niu Lu could not help but look at each other. The two obviously have a lot of grooves to spit, but in the way with Lu Dawei is not familiar. Cannot spit. Fang Zong, however, said directly, if she's afraid of you spending money, wouldn't it be better if she just didn't let you buy gifts? It's me who is going to send her. Lu Dawei hurriedly said. After all, it's a birthday. It can't be too shabby. Fang Zong looked at his foolish brother, not knowing what to do for a moment. It's a great misfortune in life to meet this kind of salvage girl in your first relationship. Chapter 150. The girl is not even pretending. She'll come back after being coaxed. When you're in a relationship, it's best not to involve so much money, right? Niu Lu advised from the side. Isn't this woman just eyeing your money? Lu Dawei frowned. A little unhappy. We are pure love. Fang Zong held a mouthful of old grooves in his mouth and couldn't spit them out. So he said, how about this? You can give it a try. You can't try human nature. Lu Dawei, however, perked up. But how to try? Fong Zong smiled and said, "For the next week, if you don't spend any money on her, just say that you've lent me all your living expenses. How about just leaving some money for meals? Lend it to you?" Lu Dawei was a bit speechless. People have to believe it too. Fong Zong, however, laughed. "Then when you say that you lend it to other friends, say that you are your own good brother. Wait until next month for living expenses. And you didn't try her in any way that would count as a test of humanity. It was just an excuse you made. This way." Lu Dawei was a bit hesitant. "I am reluctant. I'm sure she's not the kind of girl who only recognizes money. She's very considerate and gentle, and has a very positive outlook, so she shouldn't be the kind of person you're talking about." Fong Zong laughed. "If not, then I'll give you my blessing, and in the future, feel free to tell me anything you need." "Okay," Lu Dawei agreed, "but I can tell you that she is definitely not the kind of person you guys are talking about." Fong Zong smiled and nodded. "I also very much hope that she is. Go prove it to me." "Good." Lu Dawei's face was full of confidence. "I'll definitely show you." After returning to the dormitory, he thought for a moment and sent a message to Shang Yubi. "Bauer, my good brother is in a difficult situation and is looking for me to borrow money. I left the money for this month's meals and lent out the rest. Probably won't be able to hang out until next month." Soon after, Shang Yubi returned a message. "Lent it out? How can you just lend out money? That's my good brother. He must have encountered a difficult situation." Lu Dawei hurriedly replied back, "But I'll have living expenses next month. There are still 3 weeks to go." Shang Yubi called back. "Didn't you say before that you were going to the amusement park next week? It may have to be next month." Shang Yubi returned the message after a while. "Okay, I know. Pa, are you angry?" Shang Yubi came back with cold words. "No, you think brother is more important than what you promised me. That's your business. What am I angry for? If you really meant it, you would have left the money for the trip to the amusement park." Lu Dawei was a bit anxious. "People have urgent matters. There is not enough money. We can go out later and have fun for a long time." After sending it over, Shang Yubi didn't reply to the message again, leaving Lu Dawei anxious in the dormitory by himself. I wanted to tell Shang Yubi that it was a joke, but I was worried that sending it like that would make Shang Yubi even more angry. I just had to stop, thinking I'd just meet up tomorrow to explain. However, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Could it be that what Fong Zong and the others are saying is true? On the other side of the dormitory, Shang Yubi was a little annoyed as she started to put on her makeup while constantly sending messages on her cell phone. Talbot Moon laughed when she saw it. "Going on a date with your elementary school brother again?" "Ha, not him," Shang Yubi said with some unhappiness. "He said that he lent the money to his good brother, and he won't have the money until next month." Talbot Moon doubted. "What's that? People's families are rich, as long as you catch them. Aren't you a rich second generation?" "Catch?" Shang Yubi bristled. "Are you kidding me? Do you really think a relationship can go from college to marriage? How many relationships in college can come to fruition? And guys like that, when they get the hang of it in a couple of years and it starts to get annoying, they might just break up. Might as well ask for more things when you're in a relationship. The gift arrives when it really arrives." Her voice is flat, calculating and rational, and she is very distrustful of feelings. Talbot Moon, however, was a bit hesitant. "I don't think so, right? I see that elementary school brother of yours is still very honest and likes you very much. What's the point of liking it?" Shang Yubi bristled. "Money and gifts are the real thing. I'd advise you to be pragmatic and not have so many illusions about relationships." Talbot Moon sniffed but was silent for a while before saying, "But isn't it bad for you to go out with someone else like this and be known by your elementary school brother? He can't even afford to take me out." Shang Yubi sneered. "What's wrong with me going out with someone else? And he's also very cozy. I just coax him around." Talbot Moon sighed. "But won't they have the money next month? You can't even wait for such a short period of time? What if he lends it out again?" Shang Yubi perked up. "And time is so precious. Who has time to wait for him?" Shang Yubi quickly put on her makeup, and when she saw that Tan Bayu wanted to speak, she smiled. "I really envy you for still having some trust in your feelings." Then it was out the door. Talbot Moon shook her head helplessly. "Pragmatic woman." Over here, Fong Zong was looking at the report Tang Yinghua had sent over on his computer, and all the circumstances of the account were clear at a glance. It's now less and less expensive to invest in promotion, but accounts are producing more and more videos with millions of likes. While he was watching, Tang Yinghua sent a message. "Mr. Fong, tomorrow afternoon I'm going to bring someone to your school to train how to operate a short video account." Fong Zong froze when he saw the message. "Come to my school? Training for who?" Could it be that Xia Yubing had already gone to the company for induction? But an ordinary employee needs the company to come to school for training? Give training to college students who start their own businesses. Tang Yinghua returned the message. "This is a support policy of the municipal government with the school that requires our cooperation." Fong Zong didn't realize that there was this activity, so he said, "All right, I'll join this club too. A girl was introduced to the company to start, so give the HR department and the front desk a heads up and tell them to keep an eye out. Not a moment later, the decoration company sent a message. Mr. Fong, the bookstore is finished. Will you inspect it tomorrow morning? Fong Zong went to make an appointment with Shui Miao Miao again and asked her to follow along tomorrow for an acceptance check. This decoration company, Fong Zong let them add a lot of manpower and pay some extra money, so it was completed very quickly. He called the owner of the furniture company again and asked him to deliver all the bookshelves tomorrow as well as the table and sofa. This will bring in some more books and the bookstore will be officially open. Luckily, there was only one gym class tomorrow morning, so he could just talk to Mr. Young. After arranging all the affairs, he was going to take a shower and prepare to wait for the lights to go out and go to bed. But then he received another message from Han Yibing. Fong Zong, I'm eating out with my roommate. Come quickly. Someone is harassing us. Chapter 151, If it weren't for the crowd, you'd be dead. As soon as Fong Zong heard this, he immediately stood up and headed outside. Brother Zong, where are you going? Niu Lu subconsciously asked when she saw him huffing and puffing as he headed out. Fong Zong was a bit angry. Someone molested my friend. We'll go too. Niu Lu immediately stood up. It's good to have more people to press the battlefield. After Fong Zong thought for a moment, he said to Lin Guangjuan, take your car as well. My car won't fit. Okay. The three of them immediately put on their shoes and left. After seeing Fong Zong's parked car downstairs, the three of them couldn't help but be shocked for a moment. Brother Zong, is this your car? No, I sent my car in for repairs. It's a substitute car from the garage. Yan Ding could not help but be staggered. Whose substitute car is a sports car? But the matter was urgent, and there was no time to talk much, so he drove the car all the way towards his destination, came to a barbecue restaurant, only to see that this store is crowded. There are still many guests coming and going, and the decoration is also considered to be a middle to high-end level. Once inside, the waiter asked, how many, sir? Fong Zong waved his hand, and with a glance toward the store, he locked onto where Han Yibing was. Only Han Yibing's 4 men were sitting at a table, and there were 2 middle-aged men in front of their table. That way, Fong Zong immediately led the people forward, only to hear the 2 middle-aged men say with a somewhat drunken voice, little sister, more friends, more roads, why so nervous? This uncle, we don't want to make friends. Han Yibing said somewhat cautiously, go back and drink. Your friend is waiting. They're all waiting for you. The middle-aged man at the head of the group was wearing a polo shirt and glasses, and looked a little fat. A lewd smile hung on his face. Don't worry, I'll buy your meal today, and if there's anything else you want to eat, order more. Make friends, we're not bad people. Fong Zong walked over and patted the man's shoulder. People say they don't want to be friends with you. Don't you understand? Who are you? The middle-aged man slapped down Fong Zong's hand. Who are you slapping around with? Fong Zong, you're here. When Han Yibing saw Fong Zong, she immediately stood up and swept Fong Zong's arm. They never left. Fong Zong frowned. Doesn't the waiter care either? They went back when the waiter came. Han Yibing beamed. Nasty. Fong Zong looked over and saw that these middle-aged men were the ones at the table next to Han Yibing. Across the aisle, besides these 2 middle-aged men, there were 4 others at the table. Seeing Fong Zong's 4 men arrive, the 4 of them stood up as well. With so many people standing together, the waiter felt something was wrong and rushed to call the boss. Fong Zong, let's go. Han Yibing whispered, if you guys don't come, we don't even dare to leave. All right. Fong Zong also didn't want to cause trouble, thinking that it would be good to take the people away. Let's go. Han Yibing said to the other 3 girls, my boyfriend picked us up. Good. The 3 women also stood up to gather their things. Later, the middle-aged man felt a bit embarrassed about his face. Are you looking down on us? Is it that hard to make a friend? He said, sizing up Fong Zong. What kind of big head are you? A kid, playing here? You also have to hold out your fingers to point vertically at each other. Fong Zong slapped down his hand and said in a cold voice, don't drink a few cups of cat piss and think you're great. Go home and let your girlfriends drink with you. After saying that, he gestured to Han Yibing. Let's go. Later, on the other side, other middle-aged men also came over, blocking the way for the 2 women opposite Han Yibing to come out. And one of them, a middle-aged man with a rounded inch, pointed at Fong Zong. How do you talk? Tell you a couple of nice things and you think you're somebody, don't you? Are you hairy enough to talk to us like that? Believe it or not, 1 word from me and you won't be able to walk out of this store? Fong Zong couldn't help but be happy. I really don't believe this. Are you the security guard of this store or the guard dog has become a spirit? You're not going to let us go out, are you? UING. The round-inch middle-aged man was immediately offended, reaching out to copy the beer bottle on the table and rushing over. At this time, a person wearing a white short-sleeved shirt ran over from the back and stopped in the middle of the crowd. What's wrong with the brothers? What's going on? The other customers in the store noticed what was going on here and looked over. Customers at several tables around the room were on their feet, ready to leave this side of the battlefield where a little goes a long way. None of your business. That kid. Try one more ing word. The round-inch middle-aged man's face was full of horizontal meat, and his banditism was overgrown. I can't get you killed. Big brother, don't be angry. Let's sit down and talk about what we have to say. The white shirt stopped in the middle. I'm the boss here. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Then he looked at Fong Zong and the others. Dude, don't argue. They're drunk. Fong Zong, let's go. Han Yibing whispered. The boss pulled away the round-inch middle-aged man and let Han Yibing's two classmates out. Fong Zong saw that the people had come out and didn't want to get angry with this drunkard in public. Okay, let's go. Stop. Round-inch roared. You're not allowed to leave today until you give an explanation. Pushing his white shirt away, he was about to walk over, and a couple of the guys beside him copped a beer bottle. The three housemates of Han Yibing were so scared that they kept hiding at the back. Fong Zong frowned and said to the owner, check out. I'm talking to you and you think I'm farting, don't you? Round-inch couldn't hold back any longer and smashed the beer bottle directly at Fong Zong. Ah! A scream escaped from Han Yibing's housemate who was close by, but Fong Zong just reached out and took the beer bottle, looking coldly at the round-inch middle-aged man. You seek death. Turning to Han Yibing, he said, take the people and go out first. Don't do it. Han Yibing knew that Fong Zong had left and whispered, there are too many people here, and it's not a good influence. Fong Zong frowned and placed the beer bottle on the table. The white shirt boss was in a hurry at this time. Big brother, don't do it. Buddy, you guys go. No need to settle the bill. If there's a fight in the store, he'll be out of business. You spread out. Round-inch looked at the boss who stopped him and bellowed, I'm going to check out and leave. What are you stopping me for? Then he looked at Fong Zong. If you can do it, let's practice solo. Fong Zong gave him a cold look and didn't say anything as he led a few people outside. But unexpectedly, just out of the store door, I heard a wind in my ears, turned around and looked back. A plastic chair smashed. With a raised foot, he kicked the plastic chair away. Those middle-aged men had already chased them out, and Round-inch looked at Fong Zong with a mischievous face. What's the matter? Are you going to leave after scolding us? Did you drive? Fong Zong looked at Han Yibing. No. Han Yibing shook his head. Fong Zong looked at Lin Guanjuan. You drive them back to school first. I'm not leaving. Han Yibing stubbornly shook his head. You'll go back with us. Fong Zong frowned and looked at Round-inch and said, I don't want to fight with you guys today, so go away. Gutless thing. Round-inch sneered, then looked at Han Yibing. Little sister, following such a gutless boyfriend probably won't be much use in bed. Better follow me. I'm brave as hell. With that, a few middle-aged men beside him burst out laughing. The middle-aged man wearing glasses at the beginning said to one of Han Yibing's roommates, That's sister. Didn't you want to drink with us before? Come on, let's go to the next round. Chapter 152, this is the first time I've heard such a request. I'm not going. Only a girl whispered and hid behind Han Yibing. What's the point of being with these gutless people? Glasses middle-aged man laughed loudly, said and pressed the car key in his hand, only to see an Accord parked on the roadside flashing its lights. Go, uncle will take you for a ride. The round-inch middle-aged man still kept staring at Fong Zong, and there seemed to be quite a bit of anger on his face. Zong, are you going up? Yen Ding was already furious at the sight. Hit and run. You shouldn't get into trouble. Bing bing, you take your roommate and take a taxi first. I can't stand it anymore. Just lead them to some other place where no one is around to beat them up. Fong Zong was seething with anger at this moment, afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back and make a move here. Han Yibing instructed in a low voice, be gentle with your hands and don't make a scene, or it won't be easy to clean up. Don't worry. Fong Zong nodded and glanced at the girl who had spoken earlier. The woman was small and delicate, with a few pigtails on her head, and wearing rather edgy clothes, obviously a not-so-restful host. Han Yibing greeted a few people and took a taxi to leave, and the middle-aged men didn't pester them any further and prepared to drive away. Only that round-inch middle-aged man still held his finger in the air and pointed at Fong Zong. Kid, in the future, if you don't have the guts, don't make trouble, or you won't even know how you'll die. Fong Zong sneered, and after seeing Han Yibing and the others get on the car and leave, he said to Yen Ding's three, you guys get on the car and follow me later, he said, pressing the key of the sports car in front of those middle-aged men. Seeing Fong Zong driving a sports car, the eyes of a few middle-aged men flashed, not realizing that Fong Zong drove a pretty good car, but they didn't say anything else and got in and started the car to go. Fong Zong, however, laughed coldly, and after seeing the Accord come out with the other car, he crashed into it with a kick of the gas, directly knocking a big hole out of the Accord's door. You're looking for death. The spectacled middle-aged man driving the car cursed at Fong Zong. Little brat, don't you move. I'll kill you. Fong Zong laughed and drove the car ahead. After overtaking Lin Guanjuan's car, Lin Guangjuan also increased the throttle to follow, and a few middle-aged men, who had drunk too much wine, coupled with their anger, did not have the slightest scruple, and also stepped on the gas and chased towards Fang Zong. Looking at the two cars in the rearview mirror, Fang Zong sneered and drove the car towards the countryside. It was only when they got to a spot on the road where there wasn't much traffic that they slowly pulled over. As for Lin Guangjuan, he also followed behind and slowed to a stop. The Accord followed the other Peugeot very closely, and almost within 30 seconds of stopping, both cars arrived as well. You guys watch the back later, Fang Zong said to the three, after they fall to the ground, smash their cell phones. Okay. Yending's three faces showed excitement at the words. This was after all breaking the law, but there was a thrill of excitement. The people in the two cars couldn't wait to get out before they even stopped. The round-inch middle-aged man carried a machete in his hand, pointing at Fang Zong and rushed over. You seek death. Seeing this, Niu Lu immediately panicked. Brother Zong, they have knives in their hands. Let's retreat. No need. Fang Zong, however, was unperturbed, just the way they are. It's no good having a sword in their hands. Several people came down behind them, all carrying different things. Someone grabbed a baseball bat, someone picked up a brick, and the driver, spectacled and middle-aged, plopped down a thermos and rushed over. Don't you dare hit my car. The round-inch middle-aged man rushed the fastest. You guys run. As he spoke, he used the back of his blade to slash at Fang Zong. It seemed that this one was an old man, knowing that this method was the best way to bluff people, but without causing much damage. Brother Zong, be careful, Lin Guangjuan shouted. We'll help you. You guys just stay. Fang Zong sneered. Just a bunch of miscellaneous fish. With the internal power running in his body and his extraordinary eyesight, these middle-aged people were like slow motion in his eyes. As fast as lightning, he met round-inch's wrist and twisted it with vigor, and the sound of misaligned bones could be heard. Ah! The round-inch middle-aged man let out a scream, and the machete fell to the ground. Fang Zong next kicked at the round-inch middle-aged man's knee, and under the strong force, the round-inch middle-aged man's knee immediately reversed completely, and a pig-killing howl resounded through the 4 fields. His eyes, which had just been imposing and murderous, immediately became clear, but beside them at this time the other middle-aged people who had been drinking, had surrounded up, and heard the screams were too late to close their hands. A baseball bat to the head of Fang Zong from behind. Yan Ding watched anxiously from behind. Brother Zong, be careful. He rushed up and slammed into the middle-aged man with the baseball bat, sending the man stumbling and the baseball bat in his hand askew. Niu Lu and Lin Guangjuan also rushed up and kicked at the middle-aged man. Fang Zong had taken precautions, and when he saw that the 3 of them had relieved him of the siege, he focused on dealing with the others, though he didn't need 3 people to relieve him. The middle-aged man with glasses smashed the thermos in his hand at Fang Zong's forehead, and Fang Zong opened the thermos with a single punch while grabbing the glasses arm. With a twist of his dark strength, the glasses middle-aged man's arm was instantly misaligned. Ah! The middle-aged man with glasses screamed miserably and immediately sobered up. However, Fang Zong did not stop and broke the joints of the remaining 3 one by one before looking at the middle-aged man with a baseball bat who was surrounded by 3 people circle kicking on the ground. Fang Zong sneered as he picked up the baseball bat and said to the 3, "Alright, you guys stop fighting." Cao Lu kicked again before stepping aside with some reluctance. Without saying a word, Fang Zong swung his stick round and struck at this middle-aged man's knee. Bone cracks and screams rang out simultaneously. Looking at the person who kept rolling around and screaming on the ground while holding his legs, Fang Zong's face did not change at all. Smash their cell phones. Yes. Yending 3 people in the body of a few people touched the cell phone. Get next to one by one to break. The round-inch middle-aged man covered his calf that had already drooped down to his knee, and looked at Fang Zong as if he were looking at the devil. Say I'm looking for death. Fang Zong faintly said. You dare to say it. This big brother. It's my fault. Round-inch said in a trembling voice, his face covered in cold sweat. Please spare me. Fang Zong looked at the spectacled middle-aged man again. You're quite bold, even daring to harass my woman. Big brother, I didn't know it was your woman. The spectacled middle-aged man was sitting on the ground covering his arm at this time. Fang Zong slowly came to him with a baseball bat in his hand. You were the one who just scolded me at the barbecue, weren't you? Fang Zong didn't wait for him to finish. He swung the baseball bat and hit him in the knee. The screams rang out instantly. The others couldn't help but tremble at the sound. Round-inch was shaking like a sieve in fear, and looked towards as if he were looking at the devil. I'm ing. The glasses middle-aged man was tortured by the severe pain and cursed. You have the ability to kill me. Fang Zong couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've heard this kind of request. Since you brought it up, I'll fulfill it. With that, he reached out and choked the neck of this spectacled middle-aged man, lifting him slowly from the ground. Chapter 153. There's a difference between blowhard and real blowhard. When the middle-aged man with glasses was lifted up, he even let out a scream because of the wounds involved. but soon he couldn't scream. In the eyes of the crowd's fear, the slightly fat middle-aged man was actually lifted by Fongzong with one hand, and raised it upwards. This glasses middle-aged man used his good hand and kept picking and pulling Fongzong's hand that was choking his neck, but it was not useful in the slightest. The whole face was red and his eyes were full of fear of death. He could feel the very desperate urge for oxygen in his lungs, but he opened his mouth and couldn't inhale anything. It was as if his neck was wrapped around a python, leaving him no room to breathe. It seems that there is already a soul hooker watching, just waiting to hook the soul away after one's death. It was getting darker and darker in front of him, and he suddenly felt a sense of regret. When you drink too much yourself, you can't help yourself and harass those college girls. People's friends come over and they can walk away themselves. If only he hadn't cursed this bogeyman when he was about to leave. It would have been nice if the Furies had crashed their own car to take out their anger, if they hadn't caught up with them. Just now, even if he had his legs and arms broken by this devil, he could still live well once he conceded. Now it's good. About to be choked outright by someone else. Fongzong watched as the spectacled middle-aged man gradually rolled his eyes, when he suddenly heard the sound of water dripping. Looking down, the man was so scared that he went straight to incontinence. He felt sick to his stomach and threw him to the ground. The sharp pain coming from the pressure of the wound woke up the middle-aged man with glasses from his fainting spell. The long-lost air rushed into his lungs, making him feel like he was in heaven, and all this pain felt irrelevant. Big brother, stay back. Seeing that Fongzong was still coming, the middle-aged man with glasses panicked and shouted, I was wrong, please spare my life. I have a wife and children and old people at home, please let me go. He was really scared out of his wits, snotty, and didn't dare to say anything extra, fearful that this devil would just make a move to kill himself. Just now, he did feel that this devil in front of him had moved to kill. Fongzong frowned, looking at the field of wounded feeling a little tricky. Turning to Yending, he said, alright, you guys go back first, I'll let someone handle it. Good. Yending agreed decisively and called out to the two of them and left. Fongzong, on the other hand, was squatting on the side of the road, watching these middle-aged men lying on the ground and wailing. Shut up. Fongzong was a bit distracted by their calls. I'm on the phone. Do you have any quality? These middle-aged men were crying at this time. Each of them had their legs broken and their cell phones smashed, and they were screaming for help on this road where there weren't many people. Wail a little, all to be scolded by this devil for his lack of quality. Wanzhongi, it's me. Fongzong thought for a moment, but still called this person who wandered in the gray area and helped him spare the loan sharks before. Mr. Fong, what are your orders? Wanzhongi laughed. Is it to release money to others again? Fongzong said, I broke a few people's legs. Bring someone over to take care of it, and I'll give you $1 million so they don't bring me trouble. $1 million? Wanzhongi immediately said. Where is it? I'll bring someone right away. After hanging up the phone, Fongzong sat in the car and started playing with his cell phone waiting for someone to come. On the other hand, after Han Yibing returned to the dormitory with his 3 roommates, he called Fongzong a bit distraught. Is everything alright? It's fine. Someone took care of it for me. Fongzong smiled and said, it's just a broken leg. No one was killed. Han Yibing sighed in relief. That's good. When she hung up, she saw the other 3 housemates looking at her and said, my boyfriend says it's okay. How did he handle it? An honest-looking housemate asked. No loss, right? The girl who chatted before said, I guess he was too embarrassed to admit defeat when we were there, and when we left, he apologized to those people and drank a glass of wine. Han Yibing sniffed in displeasure and frowned. Qi Jieshan, if you hadn't caused trouble, would it have come to this? And my boyfriend isn't as much of a wimp as you make him out to be. Qi Jieshan bristled. How did I cause trouble? When people talk to me, isn't it good for me to say something back out of politeness? Your boyfriend is at the store and he doesn't even talk back when people yell at him. But that's good. Just stay out of trouble. Wipe your ass clean when you're done being polite. Han Yibing was a bit angry. If you get into trouble, you hide behind it. My boyfriend took care of it for us, and now you're saying things like that. Alright, don't argue. The honest-looking girl stopped the two. Bing bing, your boyfriend did a great job. Thank him for us. Han Yibing looked at Qi Jieshan with some displeasure and didn't say anything else. Qi Jieshan, however, said, I've already weighed in to my godbrother. If he goes, he'll definitely teach those old things a lesson. Then why didn't your godbrother come? Han Yibing snorted coldly. Qi Jieshan's cell phone rang at this time. She showed her phone. People just look at the phone. She then tapped on her voice and a younger voice came in. Holy, you guys messed with Dragon? One of the guys in the picture you took his lung. He's a famous big brother on the road. And you guys messed with him? If you're told to drink you go. What's the point of looking for me? Don't come to me with this kind of thing again. I just had one drink with you in relation to you. And you still want me to level the lung thing for you? After the voice playback, the dormitory fell into the middle of a silence. Qi Jieshan's face was instantly bashful. and she hurriedly explained, "This is not the godbrother I'm looking for." But Hanibing just gave her a blank look. "The person you found is really reliable." Her cell phone then rang a bit as well. A video from Fongzong. She clicked on the video, only to see a middle-aged man's face appear on the video. It was the middle-aged man with glasses who had been speaking out of turn before. At this point his face was bloodied and his eyes were filled with panic as he said into his cell phone, "I'm sorry girl, I'm the one who just said the wrong thing. I hope you'll forgive me and I'll never make that mistake again." The other three housemates were drawn over to see the video of the middle-aged men being dragged and shoved into the car by several people, and there were constant screams coming from them. Several people were horrified and their faces changed slightly. Shi Jieshan's face was a bit ugly. Among those middle-aged men who were screaming miserably, there was Long, who his brother said he couldn't afford to mess with before, and this dragon, who was currently being dragged on the ground by several people like a dead pig, let out a creepy smile. At this moment, the cell phone camera turned around, and Fongzong smiled and said to the cell phone, "Don't worry, right? None of the people are dead. Take them to get some treatment. I guess they'll be cripples for the rest of their lives." The video ends here. The three of them looked at Shi Jieshan, who couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and only after a while did she slowly open her mouth. Chapter 154, Magical Brain Circuit. Opening of a bookstore. How does he beat people up like that? It's too violent. After Shi Jieshan finished speaking, she walked away somewhat sullenly. "I wanted to pretend by myself, but I didn't realize that the big brother I was looking for didn't even dare to appear in front of those middle-aged people. The boyfriend of his classmate, on the other hand, just cleaned up those middle-aged men. Violence?" Hanibing was all pissed off. "Didn't you see those old hooligans hit my boyfriend?" Shi Jieshan, however, grunted softly, "People just want to make a friend, and your boyfriend is so rude when he goes. They must be angry. Alright, Bing Bing, don't talk to her." The honest-looking girl nudged Hanibing's arm and rolled her eyes at Shi Jieshan. Hanibing unhappily began to remove his makeup. Shi Jieshan thought she had won the argument and happily hummed a little song. The other two girls rolled their eyes in unison at Shi Jieshan, and if it wasn't for the fear of another fight, both of them would have helped Hanibing. Fongzong drove his car and took people back to school. After an hour or so, Wan Zhongyi called, "Mr. Fong, these people have all been dealt with. How was it handled?" Fongzong asked. Wan Zhongyi laughed. "These people are all gangsters on the road. Gave them $100,000 each and forget it. Threw it to their own home. It won't come after me, will it?" Fongzong said indifferently. "It's best to shut them up." "Looking for trouble?" Wan Zhongyi sneered. "If they aren't afraid that I'll send people to their house again, then feel free to look for trouble. Then Mr. Fong, I'll transfer the remaining money back to you." "Trouble you." Fongzong smiled. "Just take the rest of the money." After Wan Zhongyi thanked him twice, he looked at the extra 700,000 balance and smiled without saying a word. He actually only threw $50,000 at each of those 6 guys. "Tell them that if they make any trouble, they'll send someone to break the rest of their legs again, along with the legs of their family members." Those people were so scared that they no longer dared to raise the thought of making trouble. Although the Taoist rule is that woe is not as bad as family members, who speaks of Taoism nowadays? When you go out and hang out, you have that realization. And they didn't do this kind of thing themselves, so who let them mess with the wrong person and kick the bucket this time? "Okay, it's okay." Fongzong saw the other three looking at him and laughed. "Those people won't look for trouble." The 3 Yen Ding people were then relieved. "After all, I'm a student, and I'm still a little worried when faced with this kind of thing." Seeing that Fongzong was all set, they were relieved. Early the next morning, all 3 of them went to their gym class, while he, in his car, picked up Niamyo Shui and went to the bookstore together. Seeing the bookstore that changed drastically in just a few days, Niamyo Shui was also surprised. "Getting it done so quickly? How does it feel?" Fongzong looked at the decoration style and felt quite good. The style chosen is a warm color scheme that looks a little more comfortable as a bookstore. "Very good," Niamyo Shui said happily. "Then we have to hurry up and order the cabinet." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he saw a car stop outside the window, covered with a cloth. "The cabinets are ordered, as is the rest of the furniture." Fongzong pointed at the car and said, "The decoration company got it all." He looked over the renovations and all the requirements were the same as his own and he accepted them. The bookstore is filling up as the furniture comes in. Once the sofa and desk were set up, it immediately had the look of a store. Niamyo Shui happily looked around and even took a rag and broom to clean up, and Fongzong didn't stop it. "Mr. Tang heard that I opened a bookstore and sent someone to work with me in order to increase the bookstore's revenue." As soon as Niamyo Shui heard that it was Tang Yinghua's intention, she immediately put down the work in her hand and asked, "What kind of cooperation? Can I do any favors? It takes 2 of you to run an account to share reading tips and also recommend bookstores." Fongzong pointed to the area specifically set aside. "Shoot right there." You two need to cooperate fully to create that account. But I haven't done it before. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it well. Miao Miao Shu Wei was a little worried. Fong Zong, however, waved his hand. It's okay, you're a student of the media school. Just try to do it. I'll get you 2 more waitresses, and 2 librarians, and when the books come in, this store will be officially open. I'll be counting on you to help me run it when the time comes. Shopkeeper Mizu. Good. Miao Miao Shu Wei had now completely thrown off the rustiness of not having seen Fong Zong for many years, and said with a smile, then I'll give you a good job, Boss Fong. Fong Zong laughed and thought for a moment. Is it better to give you a car? That way it'll be easier for you to split your time between school, bookstore, and sanatorium. Don't ever. Miao Miao Shu Wei hurriedly refused. I'm already doing well now. I'll just buy myself a battery car. That won't work. Winter is too cold. Fong Zong naturally couldn't afford to let Shu Wei Miao Miao suffer from the cold. After thinking carefully for a while, he said, tell you what, my parents gave me the car. You drive it first. I'll drive the sports car. It's just idle. It's not good, is it? Miao Miao Shu Wei was a bit apprehensive. That's the car your parents gave you. Fong Zong laughed. It's easy to break the car when it's been sitting around all the time. So consider yourself driving for me. The car will be here for you later. Miao Miao Shu Wei could only nod. Alright then, but I don't have a driver's license yet. I'll take the time to take the test. You go to this driving school to learn how to drive. It's also my driving school. It doesn't charge you money. Fong Zong sent the address of the driving school to Miao Miao Shu Wei. You have to take the test as soon as possible. Good. Miao Miao Shu Wei nodded her head seriously in agreement. Fong Zong couldn't help the smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he watched her adorable appearance. Uncle, is it open today? Xia Yubing walked out of the elevator and asked the security guard who was at the door. When the security guard saw it was her coming, he immediately smiled and said, it's open. It's Mr. Fong who introduced you, isn't it? Fong Zong? Xia Yubing froze. Yes, it's him. That's right. The security guard smiled and said, it's already been explained to the company, so just go ahead and do your induction. Xia Yubing went in skeptically, and after talking to the receptionist immediately took her to the personnel department to go through the entry procedures. Seeing that the company was so big and there were quite a few people recording videos, she gradually put her heart down. It turned out that Fong Zong had really opened such a company, and at such a young age, he had such strength. It was really impressive. After the personnel department finished the formalities, they talked about some of the company's salary packages and listened to Xia Yubing's thumping heart. Then someone else came over to show her how to make a video, introducing her to the videographers and such in the group. It's still a bit of a world away when you walk out of the office with your equipment. It was only when I returned to school that I gradually reacted. The opportunity to get rich had come. The opportunity to make a lot of money has really arrived. Once I looked at the time, it was already 12 noon. I went to the cafeteria to buy a meal to find an e-squeeze, but then I saw a notification from the group. Vice President of the Student Entrepreneurship Club, Miao Jitsai, meeting at 1 p.m. All present, no absentees. Reply received. Chapter 155, Geneva Refund. Another meeting. Xia Yubing gave a helpless sigh of relief and continued to use the e-squash to down the meal, and after finishing the meal, he glanced at the time, rested for a while and then went to the club. President Miao. Just as she arrived at the club, she saw Miao Jitsai standing at the door, so she opened her mouth to greet him. You're here? Miao Jitsai said with a stern face. Are you sure you don't want to join the team of toiletries? I'm not joining. Xia Yubing shook her head helplessly. President Miao. The other programs. Miao Jitsai interrupted her with a direct remark. If you don't join, you won't be able to join the other programs either. Okay. Xia Yubing had meant to say that she wouldn't join the other programs. Since Miao Jitsai had already said so, she didn't mention it. When Miao Jitsai saw that she didn't say anymore, he thought that his attitude had subdued her, so his tone softened a bit. Xia, I'm also doing this for your own good. The WASH program is the one that will train you the most. You're just not the right personality for anything else. At this moment, little Barbara walked over from outside and greeted with a smile. President Miao. Little barbarian. Miao Jitsai said with a smile. The people from Indulgence Media are coming this afternoon. You must perform well and strive to join the program. Indulgence Media? Xia Yubing's expression was a bit odd. What kind of program? Xiaoban gave her a blank look. Does it matter to you what project? Someone who doesn't even want to take on other projects, still wants to pick the project? Xia Yubing wanted to say that she had already joined Indulgence Media Company, but Miao Jitsai didn't give her a chance to explain. Only Miao Jitsai said with a sullen face, Xia Yubing, Indulgence Media's project is the key project of the society. Only those who are competent and qualified can join. I asked you to join the scrub program originally to work you out a bit before recommending you into the program. Turns out you don't appreciate it at all. I can give you another chance to join the scrub program and do well. That way next time there's a good program, I can recommend you get into it too. Well, Xia Yubing wanted to laugh a little. Forget it, I'm not talented, so I won't join. Rotten mud can't help the wall. Xiaoban cursed in a low voice and said to Miao Jitsai, President Miao, in the future, don't cultivate such people who don't know what's good for them, both wasting your energy and refusing to understand your pain. Miao Jitsai was also a bit angry. Forget about not joining. You shouldn't join any other programs in the future. Good. Xia Yubing also got tempered by what the two said. I want to quit the club. You return this year's club fee to me. Withdraw from the society as much as you want. The fees are not refundable. Miao Jitsai said in a cold voice. The society recommended you the entrepreneurial program. It's you who didn't join. It's your own reason. Xia Yubing was a bit angry. This year's fee was paid only 3 days ago. You push me to a garbage program and you want to hack my money? What are you talking about? Miao Jitsai's face reddened at the remark. How is the scrub program a crap program? It's impossible for you to get a refund. At that moment a voice came out. Refund impossible? President Miao. Yesterday you said you could quit the club anytime. Miao Jitsai raised his eyes and the anger on his face became heavier. Fong Zhongzhong. It's me. Fong Zong said smilingly. Is President Miao trying to hack our students' money? Withdrawal from the club can be done at any time. Miao Jitsai said in a cold voice. Refund is impossible. Xia Yubing was furious. Aren't you pitting people? What do you mean by pitting people? Miao Jitsai perked up. You're the one who didn't join the program. And the club's entrepreneurship program doesn't cost money? At this time the other people in the club also arrived one after another. See more people. Miao Jitsai also know that you cannot make trouble in public. Then he said, you two go in first, and we'll talk about the withdrawal after the meeting. Fong Zong let out a cold laugh. Does Chairman Miao also know shame? Then he said to Xia Yubing, let's go. Let's have the meeting first. Hoof. Miao Jitsai waited for the two to go in and then grunted angrily. It's really bad luck to meet these two. President Miao, don't get angry with these two villains. Xiaoban smiled from the side and said, I'll go up first. Miao Jitsai nodded his head, and seeing Wen Jianhong appear in a white shirt, he hurriedly jogged to meet him. President Wen, you're here. Aha. Wen Jianhong had some helplessness in her eyes. You don't have to be like this. Miao Jitsai smiled and said, you're the head president. Let me help you with your bag. Wen Jianhong had no choice but to hand over her purse to him, or else he could have pestered her all the way upstairs. President Wen, the little barbarian I recommended to you yesterday should be able to be selected to participate in Indulgence Media's program, right? It's fine. Wen Jianhong said, this program is supposed to be experimental, as long as the Mandarin is qualified, absolutely qualified. Wen Jianhong nodded, that's good. Then he said, why are you arranging a meeting again? Aren't you just waiting for the people from Indulgence Media to come? Make the meeting more formal. Miao Jitsai laughed. This will also show the others that our club still has good programs and boost confidence. When Jianhong nodded and said, the society will be handed over to you from now on. I'll participate in this project as well, and after that the position of president will be yours. You must be more attentive. Our club still has a lot of resources. You need to help the members more. Don't worry, President Wen. Miao Jitsai smiled even more happily. I will definitely set a good example. After the two of them went upstairs, Miao Jitsai even fawned and jogged 2 steps, wiping the chair that Wen Jianhong was going to sit on. Arrogance in the front and respect in the back. It's funny to think about. Only to hear someone in the arena suddenly say such a sentence. Xia Yubing instantly snorted with joy, immediately covering her mouth and looking at Fong Zong next to her. The words that had just been spoken were exactly what Fong Zong had said. When Jianhong frowned, and Miao Jitsai's face changed even more. Who? Fong Zong? Is it you? It's me. Fong Zong laughed. That's what came to mind. Is President Miao angry? Miao Jitsai was mad with anger, and the members around him looked at themselves playfully, but he couldn't admit it, and admitting it would be the right thing to do, and he was that kind of person. It was all he could do to hold back his anger. I was trying to say, it's a meeting, don't talk. So it is. Fong Zong smiled. I'll shut up. President Miao, you continue. Miao Jitsai took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart, turning his head to look at Wen Jianhong. President Wen, you go first. Wen Jianhong glanced at Fong Zong, then said, in half an hour, the people from Indulgence Media will come to work with the society on a project. I'm sure you've heard of this company, a new media company in the city. It hasn't been open long, but it's put out a lot of explosive videos. This time, Indulgence Media is going to help clubs create short video startup accounts, and it's just an experiment. When this account is built successfully, the association will be able to build more short video accounts with experience. The arena was in an uproar. and excitement was on everyone's face. Chapter 156, Chairman Miao is really a talented man. He can really make money. Being a netizen? Netizens can make money nowadays. A month can earn an ordinary person a lifetime's worth of wealth. President Moon. Can we join? President, how do I join this program? Can I apply? Upon hearing about this program, members of the entrepreneurship club got excited and asked about Wen Jianhong. When Jianhong raised her hand, everyone calmed down for a moment. Initially only 3 people are needed for this project. One is running the account, one of the contributors, and the person who edits the video. Indulgence Media will train us on how we should train and write copy. It doesn't take that many people, but I'm certain that as long as this program is successful, anyone in the future in the entrepreneurial programs department can join in the program. Calm down everyone. There's still one spot left, and the people who can be identified right now are me and Barbara. Her voice was smooth and firm, like a competent leader, but the people underneath thought otherwise. Little barbarian? What makes her join? President, I want to join. Consider me. I can edit videos. I'm applying to join. Barb is just a newcomer. She hasn't even done any projects. Why was she able to join? When Jianhong stood up, this matter, the candidates involved in the project will be discussed after the meeting. And now the meeting, just to tell you a little, there is this project, and in the future all have the opportunity to participate. Then he said to Miao Zhitsai, you go on. Miao Zhitsai stood up and raised her hand to applaud. President Wen got us this program, everyone applaud her. Even though the others had thoughts in their hearts, they did not dare to offend Wen Jianhong and raised their hands to applaud. Only Fang Zong and Xia Yubing sat there without moving. Miao Zhitsai looked in his eyes and became even more unhappy in his heart, and opened his mouth to say, everyone who joined this entrepreneurship club must have the idea of starting their own business, and they are all aiming to make money. In the society, there are experiences summarized by various seniors and various projects developed. These are unconditionally shared out by former seniors and sisters, and after they graduate, the program comes under the ownership of the club. That's why I always emphasize, when treating former seniors, to remain respectful because that's what they've shared. And now, there are people who don't respect the dedication of the seniors, and as a junior, I'm already a senior to most people in the club, but there are still people who have disrespectful things to say about me when I put out notices. He looked towards Fang Zong, and the others also looked towards Fang Zong upon hearing this. Seeing so many people looking at him, Fang Zong held a cold smile at the corner of his mouth unperturbed. A lot of programs are saturated right now, and new people want to join the program, and I can try to arrange that. If you have the ability to go out and start your own business and make a new venture, the club can support that as well. But I'm afraid there are some people who are both incapable and choosy. When confronted with my recommendations, push and shove and fixate on projects that are already established and have substantial profits. If it's not assigned to her, she's going to hold it hostage by quitting the club. He looked at Xia Yubing as he spoke and said with a stern face, everyone should not learn from such a person. Xia Yubing was so angry that her face turned white. President Miao, if you want to criticize, just do it openly. Don't beat around the bush like that. Miao Zhitsai's face turned cold. Xia Yubing, I haven't finished yet. What do I care if you've finished? Xia Yubing was exasperated. You told me when you were pulling in new people that as long as I pulled in new people, you'd let me join the milk tea program. Now that you've pulled in new people, you've gone back on your word and asked me to join your toiletries program. You think I don't know what's fishy about your toiletries program? When Jianhong's face was a bit unsightly when she saw the two arguing. President Miao, Xia Yubing, sit down and talk. Xia Yubing still had some respect for Wen Jianhong and resumed her seat with a light hum. President 1. Fang Zong suddenly raised his hand. There's a question I want to ask. Fang Zong, we're in a meeting now. It's not the time for you to speak. Miao Zhitsai chided with a cold face. Fang Zong sneered. So when the society meets, no one is allowed to speak? President Miao is so official. Even if it's a big meeting and someone wants to express an opinion, you can't press the button to keep it from being expressed, can you? Miao Zhitsai was furious and stood up about to point at Fang Zong and speak. But when Jianhong chided, all be quiet. President Miao, sit down first. Only then did Miao Zhitsai sit down resentfully, but his eyes kept staring at Fang Zong. Fang Zong, right? When Jianhong asked with a stern face, what's your problem? Fang Zong let out a light laugh. President 1, I would like to ask, does our club have any audits when facing entrepreneurial projects? Of course there is. When Jianhong frowned, what do you mean? Fang Zong said lightly, if there was an audit, why did Miao Zhitsai's toiletries program pass the audit? Why can't my scrub program pass the audit? Miao Zhitsai asked with a cold face, what's the problem? When Jianhong glanced at him, I'm asking questions. Yes. Miao Zhitsai glared at Fang Zong. Fang Zong sneered. President Miao's toiletries program set tasks for everyone under his command who went to market toiletries. If you don't finish, you have to deduct some commission, and if you don't finish again, you have to stop paying as well as not being able to join the program again. Did you know about this? Deduction of commission? When Jianhong looked at Miao Jitsai, you only told me before that there were set tasks to increase motivation, and that there were bonuses for task completion. Miao Jitsai frowned. President 1, the bonus is the same as the commission. I'm not even making any money on this project, so I'll lose money if I give the bonus. Fong Zong said indifferently. This isn't even the most irritating. For some to get a commission, forcing the students under them to have to pay for some toiletries out of their own pockets. But this makes it even harder to complete the task for the next month. And many of the students who have done this program have a lot of unsold toiletries on hand when they can't complete the task and drop out of the program. The previous commission, also because to complete the task, rebuy toiletries back to the hands of Miao Jij. In this way, Miao Jitsai's toiletries program, a solid profit, but he is the only one who makes money. This matter, Chairman 1, do you know about it? He looked at Miao Jitsai and laughed coldly. President Miao, doing a good project, using the people in the society as a tool to make money for himself. It also uses joining the program as a means of coercion. If you don't join the program, you can't join any other program unless you have your own business venture. Doesn't Chairman Moon know about any of this? Chapter 157, you begged to join, and I already did. President Moon, is this the program reviewed within the club? Hearing Fong Zong's question, the other people within the club had different expressions on their faces, looking at Miao Jitsai with some indignation. When Jianhong also turned her head to look at Miao Jitsai, President Miao, is that so? Miao Jitsai was a bit flustered. No, Fong Zong, you're talking nonsense. I'm talking nonsense? Fong Zong said indifferently. Most of the people present have joined your program, right? Why don't you ask a random person? I'm doing this to increase their motivation. Miao Jitsai defended. They are all family in the association. How could I possibly deduct their commission? But everyone in the room sneered at him, clearly not believing him. As for Wen Jianhong, she also changed color with a burst of anger. Miao Jitsai, is what Fong Zong said true? This. Miao Jitsai sniffed and looked at Xiao Barbara. Xiao Barbara, you've also joined my program. Is that right? In his eyes, little barbarian was his own follower and was respectful to him. Dined last night and was very flattering at the table and said nice things about himself. Surely they will speak for themselves now. However, little barbarian was wearing a mocking sneer. Yes, I joined the program and worked back and forth for 3 months and put in $800 and didn't make a dime. Miao Jitsai instantly glared. What did you say? Fong Zong couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Miao Jitsai's somewhat flustered appearance. Some of this information he had heard from Xia Yubing, and some of it he had inquired with others. President Moon, Fong Zong added, I would like to ask one more question. What? When Jianhong looked at him, what else is wrong? Fong Zong looked at Miao Jitsai and smiled. I want to know, the dues we paid to join the club, can we get a refund if we quit the club? It can be refunded within a week. When Jianhong frowned, what happened to the dues? Fong Zong said indifferently. I asked President Miao to refund the money with Xia Yubing today, and President Miao said that he couldn't. I think there might have been a lot of dropouts before as well, and I've heard this club comes and goes quite a bit anyway. I wonder if he's returned any of that money? Miao Jitsai's face became even uglier. Fong Zong, don't spit blood. When did I say I wouldn't let you guys back in? You said no money back for withdrawing from the club. Fong Zong took out his cell phone. I have a recording. Do you want to hear it? When Jianhong's face became even more ugly, I said, why has the society had an unusually high number of people entering and exiting this year? The dues come and go account clearly states refunds. Check whenever you want. She raised a hand, but that'll have to be checked afterward. The indulgence media people will be here soon. Tell you what, it's too late to deal with it today. Wait for tomorrow. We'll go over the accounts together. How about contacting past members who quit the club to get to the bottom of this? She coldly glanced at Miao Jitsai, who at that moment had an unsightly face. Could be. Fong Zong agreed with a smile. But I haven't refunded the money for Xia Yubing and I, so let's wait until tomorrow to refund them together. Yes. When Jianhong nodded. At this moment, her cell phone rang, and she immediately stood up. Someone is coming. Xiaoban, you go with me to pick up the people. Everyone who is willing to listen. Wait here for a while. After saying that, he quickly ran out with little Barbara. Miao Jitsai felt that the people around him were looking at him with mocking eyes, and felt a little ashamed to be here. So he stomped his foot and went out as well. You're too good for that, aren't you? Xia Yubing whispered. More than I know. How do you know that Miao Jitsai hasn't refunded anyone else before? Guess. Fong Zong laughed. This arrogant attitude of his is not something that can be cultivated in a day or two. He must have done it many times. After saying that, he was ready to get up and leave. I'll go first. Are you going? I'm not going. Xia Yubing shook her head. I don't have any classes this afternoon. So let's hear what's different from the company training. Why don't you have a listen too, boss, and see how this partnership is doing? It's okay. Fong Zong nodded and sat down again. President, wait for me. Miao Zhizai caught up with Wen Jianhong and said after glancing at little Barbara, there are some things I want to say to you. There's no time to talk now. Wen Jianhong's feet did not stop. If you have anything to say, wait until the people who indulge the media have left. President, just a word or two. Miao Zhizai whispered to Wen Jianhong's side. I can return this money or withdraw from the society, but I can't deal with it publicly. Otherwise, if the others find out, the club's reputation will be ruined, and so will mine. That's the kind of thing that will get you written up by the school. It'll be on your record, and I'll be done for. When Jianhong was pestered by him and had no choice, wait first, wait until the people leave. Seeing a group of people getting out of the car, when Jianhong hurriedly went forward. Good day, Mr. Tang. President 1. Tang Yinghua was better maintained now, and in her professional attire, she looked both serious and sexy, looking at Miao Zhizai with straight eyes. Little Barbarian also went up at this time and extended her hand. Mr. Tang, I'm Little Barbarian, and I'm also one of the group members of this video cooperation group. Little Barbarian. Hello. Tang Yinghua smiled and shook Xiao Barbara's hand. When Jianhong took a deep look at Xiao Ban, this girl was quite scheming, originally recommended by Miao Zhizai into the project. Now Miao Zhizai eyes cannot. His recommendation does not necessarily work, but Barbara seizes the opportunity to make herself one of the panelists in Mr. Tang's eyes. If he said she wasn't again, he would leave a bad impression on Mr. Tang. Little Barbara smiled sweetly at Wen Jianhong, her eyes full of complacency. Under the leadership of Wen Jianhong, he entered the society. The crowd in the club was all there at this time, and not a single person had left. Mr. Tang, these are the people in our society. Wen Jianhong introduced with a smile, conscious that her position had been secured. Little Barbara rolled her eyes at Xia Yubing, her heart triumphant. Tang Yinghua looked around. When Xia Yubing walked up and reached out her hand. Mr. Tang, good to see you again. Xiaoxia, you're also in this club. Tang Yinghua was a bit surprised, and looking towards Fong Zong in the crowd, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mr. Fong, you're also here, she said. Mr. Fong, and others heard Fong Zong in their ears. When Jianhong and Miao Zhizai didn't think that Fong Zong actually knew Mr. Tang, Xia Yubing is the one I recommended to join. Well, I met her in this club, Fong Zong said with a smile. Entry? Barbara froze. What does Xia Yubing's entry mean? Xia Yubing glanced at her and faintly said, I have already gone to Indulgence Media this morning to go through the entry procedures under the recommendation of Mr. Fong. Becoming the leader of a video account group has been trained this morning. Little Barbara said with a face full of incredulity. It can't be? Chapter 158, Serious Treatment. Miao Zhizai's official dreams shattered. No way? Xia Yubing looked at Xiao Ban and smiled without saying anything, as if she was looking at a little cutie. Like, Tang Yinghua smiled and said, Mr. Fong is the general manager of our company. The people he recommends can't be wrong, and the inductions are all done the fastest. General manager? Mr. Fong? The crowd gasped in surprise, and it was only then that Barbara and Miao Zhizai noticed that Tang Yinghua had been saying Mr. Fong instead of Fong Zong. He's the managing director of Indulgence Media? Miao Zhizai did not dare to say incredulously. How is this possible? How is it impossible? Tang Yinghua frowned. Are you doubting what I said? When Jianhong also looked at Fong Zong with disbelief and hurriedly said, Miao Zhizai, it's alright to hurry out. Miao Zhizai glanced at Wen Jianhong and was just about to go out. Fong Zong spoke, wait, let this little barbarian go out as well. Mr. Fong. Barbara looked at Fong Zong with pleading eyes, but Fong Zong was not moved in the least. She has character problems. Also, President 1, the company's project cooperation with the society needs to wait until the results of Miao Zhizai's processing come out before making a decision. To be honest, I'm very disappointed in the college entrepreneurship community. When Jianhong was a bit anxious to say something, but after glancing at Miao Zhizai, she nodded and said, good, thanks to Mr. Fong for being willing to give us another chance. Miao Zhizai's face became very ugly. He knew that this time, even if Wen Jianhong wanted to let go of the water, it would be impossible. Mr. Fong, there was a misunderstanding before. At this time, Miao Zhizai was no longer as high and mighty as he was before, looking like an official with an accent. I didn't know who you were before and said something I shouldn't have. It certainly won't happen again. Fong Zong, however, sneered, you just won't be able to do such a thing to me anymore, and you'll still be able to do such a thing to other people when you have the chance. As vice president of the club, he embezzled money from the club and used the program to enrich himself. Things blow up, and the school will give you a big pass for the least of it. But that belongs to you. Xiaoban cried out from the side and came around to Xia Yubing's side from the back and whispered, Bing Bing, say something for me. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have taken it so personally. Speak for you? Xia Yubing said in a cold voice. Why didn't you speak for me before? You're still the first to fall on your sword when I can't finish the job. I don't remember any conflict between us. We didn't even know each other before entering the club. The conversation between the two was overheard by Feng Zong. Feng Zong looked at Xiao Barbara and said indifferently, It's useless for anyone to speak for you. The company program won't accept you. President Moon, I hope you'll consider the candidates for joining the program in many ways. Then he said, I'll go first. Tang Yinghua said to Wen Jianhong, President 1, Feng Zong has spoken. So let's suspend the cooperation. Let's talk about cooperation after you send the results of your processing. Xia Yubing glanced contemptuously at Xiaoban and followed out somewhat happily. When Jianhong watched Tang Yinghua and the girls go out somewhat feebly, not even bothering to see them off, the two of them, Miao Jicai and Xiaoban, stood in the club, being watched by everyone in the club, feeling groundless. Miao Jicai, when Jianhong took a deep breath and said, There's a big problem with your program audit, as well as the issue of privately swallowing the dues of those withdrawn members, so it's best to give a full account. I'm sure with your character, you'll leave the ledger. If you don't give it up, I'm going to contact all the exiting members to call the police, and then it won't be a problem that can be solved within the school. Miao Jicai's face turned white and he gritted his teeth. I'll explain everything. You'd better give an account. When Jianhong glanced at him indignantly, then said to Xiao Barbara, Mr. Feng said you have bad character, so you have bad character. I'll have the withdrawal paperwork done for you and the fees refunded. From now on, you're not in the club. Barb nodded in silence, knowing that this was already lenient on her. When Jianhong then looked at all the members, the matter of Miao Jicai was due to my laxity in vetting. As the president, I am willing to take the responsibility and resign. After the matter of Miao Jicai is dealt with, any of you who would like to run for the presidency can go ahead and vote for your choice. 5 people were chosen today to work with me on the matter of Miao Jicai. The others glanced at each other and quickly discussed, electing 5 representatives to enter the office with Wen Jianhong and Miao Jicai. The rest of the members, after discussing Feng Zong's matter for a while longer, all went out. As for Feng Zong, after coming out of the club and saying hello to Tang Yinghua and the girls, he drove his car and headed to Zhuo Guangping's garage. Mr. Feng, you're here? Zhuo Guangping has been waiting in the garage all morning, finally saw his car come, and rushed out to meet. I also wrecked your car a little bit. Feng Zong smiled and said, I'll compensate you for how much? Zhuo Guangping hurriedly said, What is the compensation for this? It's just a matter of repairing the paint. He was heartbroken, but he knew it was best not to advance in front of such a big shot. Bringing Pei Quan to the front of the tank 300, it's been repaired. There's not a single trace of it. It's all painted with the original paint. It's not visible to the naked eye. Not bad. Feng Zong took a closer look, and it had indeed been repaired to the point where it was not visible to the naked eye. Then he nodded and said, There are 2 things that I need your help with. You say, Zhuo Guangping hurriedly said with a smile, Let's go to the office and talk while drinking tea. It's okay. After Feng Zong came to the office, he said to Zhuo Guangping, I want to buy a sports car, the latest model of the Koenigsegg, the one that is limited to 125 units. That can be worth more than $20 million. Zhuo Guangping sucked in a breath of cool air. Such an expensive car? This car is already sold out. Feng Zong smiled and said, But I know that a lot of people buy this car just to collect it. I've got my eye on it, so go find me a buyer and buy one back. No problem. Zhuo Guangping nodded. The goings-on of these are recorded, and many of them are specialized in buying cars. Just the price Price is not a problem. Feng Zong said indifferently, Give you 10% of the transaction price for your hard work. Zhuo Guangping's eyes instantly glowed. This car will definitely be sold again to increase the price, maybe to $30 million. That is $3 million of hard work. Mr. Feng, no problem. I will find it in the fastest time possible, Zhuo Guangping hurriedly assured. Then asked, Is there anything else I can do for you? Feng Zong thought for a moment and said, There's a female college student who dares to pit my woman. You find a way to teach her some lessons, especially monetary ones, and I won't be able to step in. She's more of a gold digger, very accessible. Chapter 159, A Dangerous Attack. There's a dirt truck in the city. Good, plain and simple. Zhuo Guangping smiled and said, These female college students are the best to cheat. When he finished his words and saw Feng Zong's eyes looking at him in an unfavorable manner, he smiled sarcastically, But I didn't look for it. Feng Zong shook his head and drove away in his own car. Zhuo Guangping breathed a sigh of relief and looked at his Porsche's wound. A trace of heartache flashed across his face. This is a new car. After letting someone go to work on his car, he couldn't wait to go contact someone to buy a car. A multi-million-dollar business, and he's very much on board. Fong Zong returned to the school, and after finding someone to formulate the types of books to buy, he sent them to the supplier. It'll be shipped to the bookstore in 3 days and the bookstore will be officially open. When he arrived at the classroom, he felt an eye staring at him. He turned his head but saw Ewing lowering her head again. He was quite impressed with the girl. On the day of the clash with Sun Yucheng, Ewing had been by his side even though he had been afraid, and had even stopped in front of him. And before that, he would come to himself voluntarily, and after that time, when he saw it in class, he didn't even say hello to himself, but he didn't go looking for Ewing either. Instead he sat down next to his 3 housemates and started the lesson. Have all the materials been delivered? Sun Yucheng, with a cast on his hand and a bandage, asked with a gloomy face. Sent it over. The secretary said, it's all been accounted for, and none of it is up to par. Sun Yucheng nodded with a sneer. There are no mistakes in the contract, right? No. The secretary said, that Kong Guangjian doesn't know anything, and when he signed the contract, he didn't even read it carefully. Sun Yucheng nodded. Good. And in the other room, Sun Yubi was dialing a phone call. Have all the people come in? Coming in. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Sun, too many people came in this time. This route can't be used in the future. I'll let you know when there's a new route. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Sun Yubi's mouth. Good. I've sent you all the information on those people. Deal with Fong Zong first. While he's alone, it's best to just get him killed. Give me a reminder to those people that Fong Zong's stance is very powerful, so that they don't take it lightly. Don't worry, Mr. Sun. The person on the other end of the phone laughed sorrowfully. All of them have guns. If they can't beat them, they'll use their guns, and he won't even be able to die if he doesn't. Sun Yubi was then satisfied. Not bad. Let's do it. With that, after hanging up the phone, he removed the phone card and broke it off, and finally threw the phone inside the fish tank. Getting up, he looked at the night scene outside the window. Fong Zong, if I don't take this revenge, I will not be a human being. Coming out of the bookstore, he closed the store with Miao Miao Shui and sent her back to the dormitory. Well, the store officially opens tomorrow, so we'll have to work hard for you then. At the service of the boss. Miao Miao Shui mischievously held out 2 fingers in a salute and turned her head to quickly run upstairs. At this point, she had no worries, and after the problem of survival was solved, she was not as dull as before and became a bit more lively. Fong Zong was ready to go back to his dormitory by himself when he received a call from KTV's Shui boss. Mr. Fong, someone came to KTV to cause trouble. Wouldn't it be better to call the police for this kind of thing? Fong Zong was a bit helpless. This KTV is just something I bought temporarily to prevent Sun Yucheng from finding trouble with you. You really think I'm the boss? Boss Shui, however, said somewhat helplessly, it doesn't matter if you look for the police. These people don't make much trouble, and they say they want to find the boss. I went and they said I wasn't the owner and to get the real owner. The real boss? Pei Quan smelled intrigue when he heard this. He said in a hushed voice, I'm going over there now. After saying that, he drove his car out of the school, which was located in a somewhat remote place, and there were not many cars on the road. He had just turned a corner when he felt a car following him. With that in mind, it was a straight turnaround. It was confirmed that the 3 cars were following them. After a moment's thought, he drove straight back to school. Now that you know someone is targeting you, unless you're stupid, you keep going out and giving people a chance to target you. Might as well go back and send someone to check it out first. But the person behind him obviously didn't give him a chance, and was about to crash into him with full power. Crouching plants. Fong Zong couldn't help but let out a low curse. But his car had only just been repaired, and now these people were trying to ram it over again. As soon as he hit the wheel, he turned into a side street and pulled over. Getting out of the car, he picked up a brick and slammed it against the glass of the car behind him. Brakes snapped violently, and several of the opposing cars came to a quick stop, taking up the entire road. At this moment a loud horn sounded. Fong Zong looked and saw that in the other direction, a dump truck drove over. Because the road was occupied, the dump truck also slowed to a stop. Everyone in the car got down. 8 people in all. 6 men and 2 women and 8 people. The tallest person is nearly 2 meters tall, strong as a bear, beard straight to the chest, and not yellow, but a white man. Both women were very well proportioned, wearing pink flag dresses, and as they got out of the car, they each held a claw knife in each hand. The rest of them, either armed with long knives or daggers, had obviously come prepared and rushed at them. If he hadn't turned around just now, I'm afraid that the dump truck would be ambushing him at the next intersection, using the dump truck to dominate to crush him into pulp. By that time, even if he was protected by his own internal chi, he would be a dead soul under the car. Fong Zong, a man with a big back hair and wearing a leather jacket, came up ahead of him, holding an open knife. Honestly, suffer death. The others followed suit, all looking at Fong Zong with unfavorable eyes. Fang Zong could naturally sense that the 8 people in front of him were not comparable to the fighting strength of those punks, and couldn't help but start looking around to see if there was any room to run, but the road had been blocked off by cars, and the car couldn't run if it wanted to. Later, Fang Zong wanted to stall for a while. I want to know, who is trying to kill me? It doesn't matter who's trying to kill you, Leather Jacket said coldly. If you drive off, we'll go after your family and friends. What? Fang Zong's face sank violently. You guys still want to deal with my family's friends? The 2 women covered their mouths and said in broken Chinese, "Mud cooperation, please, Smith and Mason." With that, the 2 of them quickly ran and crossed over the Leather Jacket man, attacking towards Fang Zong. One was not the least bit concerned about revealing his spring light and jumped up to kick towards Fang Zong. The other, on the other hand, did a forward roll and slash towards Fang Zong's legs. These 2 worked extremely well together, one attacking the top and the other the bottom, and both would be in danger if they were not well defended. As for Fang Zong, his killing heart had already risen at this time, and he didn't hold back at all in the face of the 2 beauties. A backward jump dislodged the 2 men's attacks, but before he could return the favor, a violent gust of wind came to his ears, and he could only raise his arms to barely block it. The huge force kicked him to the side, and only then did he see that it was a short, lean, dark-skinned man kicking with a high sweeping leg. If he didn't block it, I'm afraid he'd have to beat the North in a single blow. Muay Thai? Chapter 160, What kind of monster is the boss? Fang Zong's mood sank one by one. These people knew that their battle power was extraordinary when they struck. These people struck viciously, their moves were straight to the vitals, and they were very decisive, without the slightest bit of nonsense. A man with blood on his hands at first glance. Facing such a person, Fang Zong could only operate his internal chi to the limit. The Muay Thai expert again kicked straight to the face, and the 2 sisters from the east also continued to attack with their swords, but without waiting for him to counterattack. A cold light came, and it was the man in the leather jacket slashing at him with an open knife in his hand. Fang Zong clenched his teeth and retreated instead of advancing, lifting his arm to hard block the high sweeping leg of the Muay Thai expert, and rushed towards the 2 Easterning sisters. The open mountain blade simply couldn't keep up with Fang Zong's movement speed, and the others only felt a residual shadow passing by. Fang Zong leaped up to deliver a body kick straight to the faces of the 2 sisters. With a move as fast as lightning, the 2 sisters were unable to react in time before Fang Zong kicked them in the face, and with a muffled grunt, the 2 of them were sent flying backwards. Good boy. Together, Leather Jacket shouted angrily. Fang Zong fell to the ground, and with his hands on the ground, he rose up in a fish-like leap, but before he could react, he was knocked out by a huge force. As soon as he landed on the ground, he saw a bit of cold on straight for his throat, and he couldn't think too much, and he popped up after a roll. All that was heard was a ding, and next to where he had fallen, an arrow had been inserted. Then he felt a tightness in his heart and leapt forward in a tumble. Looking up, where he had just stood, a short old man had appeared behind him at some point, holding an ice pick in his hand. If he hadn't dodged just now, I'm afraid his waist would have been stabbed through. The old man smiled eerily, and with a turn of his body, he hid himself. These people didn't give Fang Zong a chance, and a huge shadow enveloped Fang Zong. It was the big white man who had come up behind himself and was about to bear hug him with open arms. Fang Zong crouched in a short stance, and with the palm of his right hand, he slapped backward. The white man let out a miserable scream and collapsed. His hands covered downwards and his whole body curled up on the ground. It turned out that the life gate of his lower body had been shattered by Fang Zong's palm strike. With one smooth stomp of his foot, Fang Zong sent the white man to heaven, but without waiting for him to continue his attack, a bit of cold aura struck again. The alarm bells in Fang Zong's heart rang violently, and he moved himself out of the way with a cartwheel, looking to the roof of the dump truck, where a black man was holding an open bow and arrow, blocking his retreat and forcing himself towards the Muay Thai master. The Muay Thai master raises his elbow and then hits it towards his chest, and the open sword followed suit, slashing at his back. A sense of crisis also came from the left side, and the old man sorrowfully stabbed the ice pick straight to the heart. Fang Zong clenched his teeth and did not dodge, allowing the Muay Thai expert to hit his chest. At the same time, he stretched out his left arm to block the ice pick. A piercing pain came, but Fang Zong didn't wait for the old man to draw the ice pick back. He backhanded and grabbed the old man's wrist, and a huge force threw him behind himself. The Kaishan blade's momentum could no longer be defended, and amidst the old man's desperate screams, he slashed the Kaishan blade straight into the old man's neck. As for Fang Zong, he let go of the old man in passing and pulled out the ice pick stuck in his arm, sent the ice pick into the Muay Thai master's neck before his knee came crashing down. After pulling out the ice pick, the blood was like a water pistol from the breach in Muay Thai's neck, constantly squeezing it out and spraying it on Fang Zong's body. And just as Kaishan blade was about to raise his blade again, he saw Fang Zong looking like a demon out of hell, drenched in blood. Without waiting for him to slash the knife down, Fang Zong sent the ice pick down his neck and stabbed it straight into his brain. Liang, on the roof of the dump truck, the black archer, seeing what was happening, spoke out and called out, but it was clear that the opener was no longer able to answer him. The black archer gritted his teeth and directly released the bowstring in his hand, and the bow and arrow directly passed through the body of the Kaishan blade and penetrated his body. Obviously he was going to nail the open mountain sword along with Fang Zong with this arrow. One arrow later, he saw the Kaiser wobble twice and fall to the ground, and Fang Zong's figure was no longer visible. What? He rushed to look around, but a sharp pain suddenly hit him in the ankle and he couldn't help but fall to his knees. Immediately afterward, he saw Fang Zong's face, which was like a blood-soaked demon, appear in front of him. After a cold laugh, the ice pick entered the black archer's eye socket. Fang Zong looked around and didn't see an eighth person, and on the ground, there were faint cries of pain coming from the floor at that moment. Fang Zong got down from the mud truck with a cold face, and the twin sisters from Neon slowly regained their senses at that moment. They opened their eyes and sat up from the floor to see that bodies had been strewn all around them and that they themselves were dizzy. Fang Zong walked towards them covered in blood, and they couldn't help but start to get scared. Onizen, capture the demon. If you guys say Flax dull, you might still be able to live. Fang Zong sneered, and with a leap of his feet, he jumped towards the two sisters, but just before he landed, not before he went straight for the two men's throats. Suddenly, there was a bang and a sharp pain in his shoulder. No good. Fang Zong's heart thumped as he quickly jumped towards the side. When he landed, he didn't dare to stop at all and ran towards the side again. Hearing the thumping sound coming from his ears, Fang Zong took the time to look at it as he ran. From a muzzle fire you could see that the man was hiding in the passenger side of a car, is shooting at himself. No good. The gunman saw Fang Zong flickering and moving as fast as a ghost, and his own proud ideas could not keep up with Fang Zong's dodging speed at this time. After one magazine was finished, he quickly changed magazines, but just as he was waiting for him to change magazines, Fang Zong had already appeared outside the window with a cold face. It's over. It's over. A quick, lightning-fast slap, and all the gunman could do was cover his shattered throat and hunker down on the passenger side to vomit blood, along with fragments of his shattered throat bone. Fang Zong looked towards the two sisters, both of whom had collapsed on the ground by now, with a bloody hole in their chests. Apparently the shooter had just hit two people. It was only then that he relaxed a bit, feeling the sharp pain coming from his chest and left arm. After resting for a while, he then called Qin Jie and Qian Dajiang. When the two of them came over and saw Fang Zong sitting on the ground, covered in blood, the two of them were also shocked. Boss, are you alright? They looked at Fang Zong's left arm, only to see a cloth tied there, obviously injured, and there was blood hidden in the corners of his mouth, so he must have internal injuries. I'm okay. Fang Zong waved his hand. These people were hired by someone to assassinate me, and they even moved their guns. On the man. You go and find the gun with the bullets, and the casings, don't leave a trace. Qian Dajiang and Qin Jie's two faces changed greatly, looking around, seeing that there were blacks, whites, and Southeast Asian looking people. They knew that these people had come in from abroad. Someone who can come and do an assassination must be someone who is sure of their stature. However, so many people came, only to be killed one by one on the spot by Fang Zong. What kind of monster is his own boss? Chapter 161, I'll take the blame for your assassination. Help me carry the body to the dump truck and I'll go find the hired gun. Fang Zong waved his hand. You guys help take care of the car again. Drive it to the company's parking lot first, and someone will go to redeem the car tomorrow. Qin Jie hesitated. Boss, don't these people need to be dealt with by the police? If you go to the person who hired the murderer, they might plant evidence. Plant stolen goods? Fang Zong said in a cold voice. If he doesn't want to die, go ahead and plant the evidence. Don't worry, the police don't need to handle this matter. Take the gun back. Alright. Qin Jie nodded. Do you need our help to find someone? No need. Fang Zong waved his hand. He doesn't dare to hide. After the two of them carried all the people onto the dump truck and covered all the bodies with cloths, Fang Zong said, you guys go first. Someone will come to deal with the blood at the scene later, and pick me up outside the Sun family villa after delivering the car. Good. Qian Dajiang was silent for a moment, and one of them drove off in a car. After driving to the company parking lot, he took a taxi back to the site and drove the remaining two cars. As for Fang Zong's car, the two of them drove back to the school. Those 8 people, even if the two of us were armed, we wouldn't necessarily be able to deal with them, right? Qian Dajiang said in a muffled voice. Qin Jie shook his head. The two of us with weapons in hand can deal with up to 6 people and get injured. With 8 people, the two of us won't necessarily survive. Not to mention the fact that they have guns, so the two of us are bound to die. Qian Dajiang nodded. Boss's skill is really impressive. Single-handedly dealing with these 8 people and still only suffered some minor injuries. Qin Jie also nodded with admiration. To be able to invite these people is not something a simple tycoon can do. The two of them parked the car in silence and looked at each other. Qin Jia couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It's really old. After getting out of the army, I've wasted my skills, and following a boss like this, I don't think there will be any shortage of this kind of thing in the future. It's better to get your skills back up as soon as possible. Qian Dajian nodded. Start working out tomorrow. Fong Zong drove the dump truck, and didn't encounter any traffic police checking the car along the way, and drove to the outside of the Sun family villa's neighborhood. Stopping at the side of the road, taking out his cell phone, he dialed, Sun Yucheng, I'm outside your neighborhood. Fong Zong? Sun Yucheng was a bit puzzled. What are you looking for me for? Fong Zong said indifferently. You'll know when you come out. Could it be that you want to force me to go in and look for you? Don't. Sun Yucheng was silent for a moment. I'll come out to see you. After a while, Sun Yucheng came out on his own, with a bandage on his hand. Seeing Fong Zong get down from the mud truck, covered in blood, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What happened to you? What happened to me? Fong Zong said in a cold voice. Didn't you find someone to kill me? Sun Yucheng was shocked at his words. I didn't find anyone to kill you. I didn't do it. I said, as long as someone comes to kill me, consider yourself killed. Fong Zong faintly said, get in the car. Sun Yucheng took 2 steps backward. Fong Zong, I didn't do this. Don't put the on my head. Is that so? Fong Zong slowly advanced 2 steps. Otherwise? At this moment, in the shadows behind Sun Yucheng, 4 people walked out, still wearing suits, with headphones on their ears. Sun Yucheng glanced at them and then at Fong Zong and said with a stern face, I said I didn't do it. Fong Zong sneered. Fine, fine, you have a backer, right? Someone sent in 8 assassins, and they weren't even domestic. Fong Zong's tone was calm. Each one of them is an expert. I wouldn't mind killing 4 more. He was covered in blood and looked at the 4 bodyguards with eyes that wanted to kill. The 4 bodyguards weren't good people at first glance, and weren't intimidated by Fong Zong's aura, but they all raised their guard. Wait a minute. Sun Yucheng was silent for a moment and said, I came to find out who sent someone to kill you. I'll give you an account tomorrow. Fong Zong said indifferently, this dump truck is given to you. It belongs to your group. There are 8 men on the wagon, and they are all together at your disposal. There are 3 other cars that were taken by my men. Find the killer and make him ransom the cars. Finally, go to the place of the incident and take care of the scene. If this happens again, I'll kill your whole family. His tone was cold, making Sun Yucheng shudder. He could feel the killing intent in Fong Zong's words, obviously not joking. Fong Zong then turned around and left. Qin Jia and the others soon came to pick them up and found a private hospital to treat their wounds. Qin Jia let the 4 bodyguards check it out, and the 4 bodyguards shuddered at the sight of those people's deaths. They could tell that the 8 men were not weak at all, and 2 of them were even internationally recognized assassins, but no such person survived the 8-on-1. The 4 bodyguards instantly broke out in a cold sweat. If Fong Zong had just made a move, they might have had to lie with these corpses as well. Sun Yucheng couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in his heart as he listened to the 4 bodyguards talk back. Fortunately, Fong Zong was also injured, or else he might not be able to keep his remaining fingers. After calling to have the body disposed of, he had 4 bodyguards drive him to another villa. Open the door. Sun Yucheng's voice rang out, causing Sun Yubi inside the house to suddenly feel that things were not good. Big brother, what's wrong? Sun Yucheng walked into the villa, smelled the odor of alcohol coming from Sun Yubi, and said in a cold voice, you sent someone to kill Fong Zong? Big brother, I didn't. Sun Yubi did not finish his words before being interrupted by Sun Yucheng. Sun Yucheng said in a cold voice, dare to lie to me? Gulp. Sun Yubi was shocked and swallowed his saliva, hesitating for a moment before saying, yes, I found 8 assassins, all of them are very powerful. Fong Zong will definitely not survive. Guess how I know? Sun Yucheng asked indifferently. Sun Yucheng froze, then his face was a bit happy. Did you receive the news of Fong Zong's death? As soon as the words fell, he saw Sun Yucheng looking at him as if he was looking at a little cutie, looking at himself as if he was. Sun Yucheng's face, which had been somewhat happy, immediately became less pretty. Does it mean, I've never been able to figure out why our dad used the company's name for you as a name? Sun Yucheng paced slowly. Why would someone as stupid as you use that name? He slowly came to Sun Yucheng's side and slapped him to the ground. You're an illegitimate child, and you deserve to use this name? Saying that, he raised his foot and kicked towards Sun Yubi's face. You almost harmed me, do you know that? Big brother. Don't fight. Don't. Sun Yubi was being beaten to the point of wailing, and Sun Yucheng kept kicking at Sun Yubi's injured arm. You damn near got me killed by Fong Zong. I told you not to do it. You don't understand human language, do you? I'll kill you. A mere bastard. How dare you give me trouble? And stupid enough to use the company dump truck. And don't tell me in advance. And that's all we got. won't you get a couple dozen more? He had a maniacal expression as he cursed and kicked Sun Yubi. It seemed that he had just scared him. The more he thought about it, the more he was afraid. Just now Fong Zong's eyes were obviously moved to kill. Chapter 162. Both sides are ready to strike. The first to fall behind. Big brother, stop fighting. Sun Yubi was beaten to the point that he cried and begged for mercy. And the steel plate, which had previously been punched by the hospital, was kicked again by Sun Yucheng. His friends in the house heard the cries outside and were at the door to see what was happening. Seeing that it was Sun Yucheng, they didn't dare to intervene. But someone secretly made a phone call to report it. At this moment, Sun Yucheng only wanted to get this stupid bastard killed, having warned him himself before. Fong Zong's body is extraordinary. Do not find someone to take revenge. He will slowly lay out to rectify Fong Zong. And yet he dared to disobey his own words and privately hire someone to assassinate Fong Zong, simply taking his own words as fart. While this side was doing it, a car soon appeared at the door. From the car came down a charming middle-aged woman, got off the car and shouted, "Yu Cheng, don't fight. Say what you have to say. Your father will be here soon." Sun Yucheng sniffed and kicked again, looking at the middle-aged woman who entered the door. "I can't fight? You can educate your brother." The middle-aged woman anxiously squatted down beside Sun Yubi to check the situation. "But have a word." Sun Yubi wailed and said, "Mom, my wound is broken again. It hurts. Mom sends you to the hospital." The middle-aged woman wiped her tears upon hearing this and greeted the 4 bodyguards. "Why don't you help the people up?" But the 4 bodyguards didn't move a muscle and looked at Sun Yucheng. Sun Yucheng also just looked on with a cold face and didn't show anything. The headlights of another car flashed outside the door, and the middle-aged man with glasses got out and walked in with a dark face. "What's going on? Dad, big brother came up and hit me without saying a word." Sun Yubi cried and complained. The middle-aged man looked at Sun Yucheng. "Yu Cheng, what's going on?" "He sent someone to assassinate Fong Zong." Sun Yucheng gritted his teeth and said, "And using the company car. Fong Zong just went to find me." The middle-aged man snorted coldly at his words. "My son Qingchuan's son was scared like this by a Fong Zong? So what if you assassinate him? Is it a reason for you to come and fight Jade Bird?" Sun Yucheng gritted his teeth as he sniffed. 8 international lethal assassins were sent, and they were all killed by Fong Zong alone. "If you're not afraid that Fong Zong will come and kill our whole family next time, I don't care." Sun Qingchuan's brows furrowed. "So what if you can fight again? What's wrong with 8? Next time send 80. One Fong Zong, and you're scared like this? How can you manage the Sun family's business in the future?" Sun Yucheng sniffed and sneered. "That's because I'm useless. After saying that, I'm going to leave." Sun Qingchun snorted coldly. "If you want to leave, you don't even say so. Is this the tutelage of our Sun family? Tutoring?" Sun Yucheng felt somewhat amused. "Have you taught me? Haven't you been teaching this stupid pig? Instead, you teach him to stop being so insouciant and to stop his Oedipal fetishism from being so bad. Bastard thing." After saying that, he left with 4 bodyguards, leaving Sun Qingchun standing in place with an iron face, as well as Sun Yubi's mother and son who were shaking with anger. "Send it to the hospital first." Sun Qingchun waved his hand helplessly, and the 2 bodyguards behind him lifted Sun Yubi up and put him in the car. Sun Yucheng sat in the car going back, his face becoming even more ugly than before. After returning to the villa, he was about to go back to his room when he heard someone call him. "Yu Cheng, come here, Grandpa." Sun Yucheng came to the study. His grandfather was sitting behind the desk. "I heard something happened?" Sun Yucheng nodded. "Fong Zong just came to me again." "This Fong Zong," his grandfather said with a cold face, "too rampant." Sun Yucheng hurriedly said, "Grandpa, Fong Zong's identity is definitely not simple. He has unidentified funds coming in every month, and there are a lot of them, so capable of fighting again. Not an easy opponent." His grandfather laughed and stood up to look out the window. "What kind of opponents have I not seen in my life? To be able to fight again is nothing more than sending more people. I've had someone check and the amount of money he has is really growing fast, and because of that, it's even more important that he not be allowed time to build it up." Sun Yucheng sniffed. "Then Grandpa, where do we start?" The old man looked at Sun Yucheng and said in a warm voice, "What do you think? He has so much money, business can't be combated." Sun Yucheng analyzed. "It can only be solved by force?" The old man smiled and shook his head. "To deal with an opponent, you don't necessarily have to start with him personally." "You mean, start with the people around him?" Sun Yucheng was a bit hesitant. "Then wouldn't that make Fong Zong even angrier?" The old man laughed. "He doesn't have much in the way of funds right now, and with a single man's force, how angry can he be? Just arrange it so that he can only bind his hands. Family and friends, how many can he save?" Sun Yucheng sniffed thoughtfully. "That has to be set up. Need to paralyze him first so he can let his guard down." The old man smiled and waved his hand. "You go and make the arrangements. I believe that you are more thorough in your work than that Sun Yubi." "Yes." Sun Yuqing sniffed even more. When he returned to his room, he began to think about the next arrangements. Early the next morning, when Feng Zong came out of the hospital, he saw Sun Yuqing standing in front of the hospital. Find out? Feng Zong asked in a cold voice. Sun Yuqing pointed to the car behind him. The man looking for someone. Feng Zong looked towards the car, only to see a man lying in a bag that had been pulled apart, revealing a face that one could tell was dead at a glance. Sun Yubi's uncle, who works as an earthwork contractor in the company, heard that his nephew's hand was broken by you and wanted to take revenge on you. Sun Yuqing slowly said. Feng Zong let out a cold laugh at his words. This is your explanation? That's the truth. Sun Yuqing shook his head helplessly. This person wants to please my father and wants to make more money. Feng Zong sneered. You're not honest. After saying that, he got into a car and left. Sun Yuqing's words were not something he believed. A contractor doesn't have that much power to hire that many known assassins to come over. Since Sun Yuqing wanted to fool himself, he would personally teach their family some lessons. After getting into the car, he instructed Qin Jie to go to the company. At the hospital, a change of clothes had been made and the arm was just strapped with a layer of gauze. When he took the ice pick last night, he had taken great care that it was only a skin wound and not much of a problem, and the internal wounds were pretty much healed after last night's internal chi run. Arriving at the company, Chu Qiulu asked nervously when she saw him, how badly injured? Not much. Feng Zong waved his hand. It has been determined that it was the Sun family that moved. The plan that was previously set in motion is ready to go. His face was icy cold. The branch of the Sun family that he was going to deal with before had already been investigated after such a long time. Chu Qiulu nodded. From which investments do you start? He said, handing up a survey report. This is the Sun family's investment. Feng Zong read through it and then pulled out an investigation report. Let's do it from here. Chapter 163, Rules? It's too much trouble. Chu Qiulu looked, only to see that investigation report. Pasted a middle-aged man's photo, next to his information Ma Jie, the boss of Zhongping Insurance. Okay, that's a good one. Chu Qiulu laughed. He's been staying in Haojing lately, and I heard that he's already lost 300 million. Only $300 million? Feng Zong laughed. So little? Lose a little more and you'll be able to transfer the stake in your hand to me. That's going to lose billions of dollars. Chu Qiulu doubted. You're going? Feng Zong nodded. Yes, I'm going to make a trip to Haojing. You have someone check me in. I'll go to the school first and ask for a leave of absence. Good. Chu Qiulu nodded. After showing the guide Zhuang Jing the injury on her arm, Zhuang Jing immediately agreed to take a leave of absence to rest. Feng Zong also embarked on a plane to Haojing. After landing, you get on a bus to the casino where Margie is located, where people are picked up and dropped off for free. Arriving at the entrance of the casino, Feng Zong took a look at the brilliantly decorated casino. Looking around the casino again, he saw that on the small square opposite the casino, there were some people sitting or lying down. All of them looked a bit down and out, and it seemed that they were gamblers who came out from this casino. Having lost his entire fortune, he is reluctant to go home and wants to stay in Haojing to see what opportunities there are to get rich, or are trying to figure out how to scam their family to be able to get themselves into the casino for another shot. There were not a few people who held such thoughts, and Feng Zong only slightly glanced at them, thinking that these people were already crazy. Welcome, the welcome guest at the door said with a smiling face, looking at Feng Zong as if Feng Zong was the money-scattering boy who had come to deliver money. Enter the casino and come to the place where the chips are exchanged. Change some chips. Hello guest, do you have a membership card? Without waiting for the person exchanging chips to speak, a young man in a shirt vest came up next to him and asked in Mandarin. First time here, right? Feng Zong glanced at him. Not doing it. Do one. There is a free meal coupon given away. Oh. That young man still maintains a smile. Free to do. There are some other complimentary items, if consumption. Feng Zong frowned. Can't you understand when I say not to do it? The young man's smile stalled and he stiffened. Excuse me. Retreating to the side, he looked at the others, his eyes still glancing at Feng Zong from time to time, as if sizing up how much money Feng Zong had. How much exchange? Feng Zong said lightly. Let's exchange 200 million first. The little girl exchanging chips froze in her movements. How much? 200 million. Feng Zong frowned. Can't it be exchanged? Yes. The little girl hurriedly nodded once. May I ask if you are transferring money or a check? Feng Zong faintly said. Transferring money. Soon the little girl was carrying a tray onto the counter. There were very tall poker-sized chips stacked on top. Sir, the face value of these chips is 2 million. Do you need to prepare some smaller denomination chips? No need. Feng Zong laughed. It's no fun to play with one that small. And he didn't have to do anything. A waitress next to him directly picked up the plate and smiled at Feng Zong. The young man next to him, who was urging people to get membership cards, had his eyes glazed over. I didn't expect Fong Zong to be so rich. $2 million in chips was not something that could be seen very often in this casino, let alone the fact that this person had converted so much. The plate the waiter was carrying caught the attention of all who saw it in the casino. The way they looked at Fong Zong was as if they were looking at a humanoid bull that could walk. Sir, first time here? A woman in a wraparound skirt acted the fastest and came over to Fong Zong's side. I'm Fei Fei. This is my business card. As he spoke, he was about to take Fong Zong's arm. When you come to Haojing in the future, you can look for me. Many people in the casino received the news when Fong Zong entered the room. A luxury guest entering a venue, whether it's a casino or one of those VIP lounge owners, is taken very seriously. Soon there were a few people discussing it, and the result of the deliberation came out quickly, and a person was sent down. Sir, with so many chips, it's not convenient to be in the lobby. Do you want to go to the VIP lounge? The stakes are a little higher in the VIP lounge. Fifi laughed from the sidelines. It's also a bit more exciting. Fong Zong nodded without moving. Good. Sir, this way please. The man smiled and extended his hand. I'm Lin Xie. When you come to the casino in the future, come to me. I guarantee that you will come here happily and return happily. Then will I still be happy if I lose money? Fong Zong asked in amusement. Lin Xie laughed. Mister's face is obvious at a glance. A person who has made good luck. With a red face, he is sure to be able to make a killing at the gambling table. Even though he knew he was bull asterisk 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 ting, Fong Zong laughed out loud. Thank you Mr. Lin for your kind words. The VIP lounge is a lot less people. In the outside is a lot of people, but a lot of people seem to be tourists, holding small denomination chips around the neck. The emphasis on participation. I haven't yet asked for your name. Sir? Lin Xie asked with a smile. Fong Zong faintly said, surname Fong. As he spoke, he looked into the casino, and there was no majestic inside. Then he asked, I heard that my homeboy, Boss Ma Jiama, is also there. I wonder in which VIP hall. He usually plays in this VIP hall. Lin Xie laughed. It's just that he played all night last night, and it's not dark yet, so he'll come down to play when it's night. That's fine. Fong Zong smiled and said, then I'll play first. Mr. Fong doesn't know what he wants to play? Lin Xie asked. Baccarat? Texas? Or dice or something like that? I'll turn around first. I don't know any rules yet. Fei Fei laughed from the side. If there's anything Mr. Fong wants to know, I'll tell you. No. Fong Zong waved his hand. You go about your business. Fifi will just hold the chips for me. Fifi smiled gently and took the waiter's plate, and the waitress winked and prepared to leave. Slow down. Fong Zong didn't even look at him. His tone was light. Take a chip and go. You're spending. The waiter's eyes instantly went wide, and as fast as lightning, he took away a chip on the plate. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong's fortune is booming, and he always wins in every bet. Go on. Fong Zong laughed. Next to him, Fei Fei and Lin Xie's eyes went straight. Rich people often have them, but it's rare that they can take $2 million out to reward a waiter. This is not the kind of bravado that ordinary tycoons can have, and it is obvious that Fong Zong's 200 million chips are just his capital to have some fun. Fong Zong didn't care what they thought, paced to the baccarat table, didn't care what the rules were, and said to Fei Fei, what rules? It's just dealing cards over size. Forget it, it's too much trouble. Fong Zong waved his hand. Buy idle to win. Let's start by betting 5 chips. Fifi couldn't help but gulp. Don't even listen to the rules and just place your bets? Chapter 164, what class are you? Worthy of being at my table? Doesn't matter the rules. Lose and lose. Fong Zong was not the least bit impressed and threw out chips with a smile. This amount of money to pay for tuition is well worth it. Fifi, however, laughed bitterly. Mr. Fong, the limit for each game in the VIP lounge is 2 million. There's no way you can play with this 10 million going down. Only $2 million? Fong Zong bristled. So small, so meaningless. At this time the other people at the table looked at him a little bit wrong. An older middle-aged man said with dissatisfaction, you bet 2 million. How else can we bet? Fong Zong cast a sidelong glance at him. Go to the side. Poor man. What qualifications do you have to be at a table with me? You. That middle-aged man also wore relatively decent clothes. And when he heard Fong Zong's words, he immediately became a little angry. The publicist next to him immediately whispered and laughed. Mr. Li, we can go play at another table. Fong Zong looked at him with a cold smile, his face full of disdain. The middle-aged man glanced at Fong Zong's chips and gave a cold snort with some displeasure, turning to go elsewhere. The others at the table, on the contrary, did not go away, nor did they place any bets, but watched from the sidelines. Seeing this, Lin Xie laughed lightly before nodding to the bursar and going inside a room. The man doesn't know anything, Lin Xie said. I guess it's the son of some rich merchant who brings money to squander. but he said that he was from the same place as Boss Majima. So let's have someone check him out. There were a few other people in the room, and they all looked to be dressed in decent clothes and jaded. It looks like we can, this time, kill a pig again. A middle-aged or elderly man who was older and had some gray hair on his temples laughed. Lin Xia also smiled and said, if I had known that, I would have eaten it myself. Xia Zia, eating alone is going to rot your mouth. The middle-aged man's sentence made the 5 people present laugh. Fang Zong was placing bets in front of him, and when he saw Lin Xia walking away, he asked Fei Fei, who is Lin Xia? It's the owner of this VIP hall. Fei Fei explained. In all the casinos in Macau, there are various VIP halls that were chartered by bosses like Lin Xia. Fang Zong laughed, then if I win, I'm also winning his money? Right. Fei Fei smiled and said, Mr. Fang is so young and handsome, he must have a good hand to win all of Boss Lin. Fang Zong laughed at her comment, do I have a good hand? Look at me losing this hand. He didn't continue to place any more bets either, but said, come on, let's go elsewhere and see what's easier. Again, this visit wasn't about gambling, it was about rounding up majors. After wandering around like this for 2 hours and exporting a large portion of the money in his hand, he saw a middle-aged man walk into the VIP hall, followed by a beautiful young publicist. Lost $120 million. Fang Zong looked at the small number of chips in his hand and said to Fei Fei, go and change another 200 million chips for me. Mr. Feng, I suggest you don't change this cash code, but change it to a clay code. There will be a 1% rebate to maximize your money. Need to get a membership first, though, so it's good for calculations. Fang Zong raised his eyebrows. It's so troublesome, I'm too lazy to get it. Just go and change it to the chips I'm using now. Good. Fei Fei didn't dare to say more for fear of upsetting Fang Zong. The waiter was soon called in with the chips, while Fang Zong transferred the money painfully. This brash behavior immediately caught the attention of everyone in the VIP lounge, including Ma Jia. What kind of person is that? Maj asked, looking for a familiar gambler, quite rich. The person he had struck up a conversation with was none other than the middle-aged or elderly person who had been mocked by Fang Zong earlier. The man bristled. A green melon, who knows nothing, has lost more than $1 billion, and now he's exchanged another 200 million. What's up? I just won over 80 from him. You got a lot of capital. Around? Let's mess with it. Ma Jia also became interested. It's not easy to come across such a zucchini. It would be a waste if we don't mess with it. At this time, Fang Zong was at the table where the dice were being shaken, and there were quite a few people at the table at this time, with their eyes fixed on Fang Zong. And Lin Xia had also come out earlier and given the betting table where Fang Zong was. The limit was adjusted to 5 million so that other guests could also place their bets. A newcomer like Fang Zong, who had struck out in a remarkable way but knew nothing, naturally made all the other gamblers stare. Bet 3-5 leopards, Fang Zong said casually. As he said this, he looked over at Ma Jia. Lao Dang, you look quite familiar. Lao Dang? Ma Jia's face was a bit unsightly when he sniffed. Do you kid know how to be polite? Fang Zong snorted and took a $2 million chip and threw it to Ma Jia. Calling you Lao Dang doesn't make you happy, does it? This action caused the others at the table to look at the table with straight eyes, itching to rush to Fang Zong and say, call me Lao Dang, give me the chips. Margie glanced at the chips, picked them up and threw them back, sneering, a bit stingy, cheap. Fang Zong's eyes narrowed as he looked at the chips on the table and laughed. Fine, fine, I'd like to see how atmospheric you old den are. Ma Jia sneered and threw out $500,000 in chips. By small, $500,000? Fang Zong bristled. I thought you were so powerful, but I didn't expect this? Take this 2 million and walk away. What class? A table with me? Margie glanced at him and ignored him. The Dutchman's expression was neither gloomy nor sunny, and he lifted the dice cup with a cold face. 122 small. Congratulations, Boss Ma, you've won. Someone beside him immediately congratulated Ma Jia. You're so lucky with your first hand today. You're sure to make a fortune today. Seeing that Fang Zong had lost, Fei Fei whispered consolingly from the side. It's okay, he just got lucky. Fang Zong glanced at the dealer with a cold face. Hurry up, next hand. The dealer divided the chips without sadness, and after shaking the dice, he said, place your bets. $4 million, 555 leopard. Fang Zong still placed the same bet, and also increased the bet. Fei Fei advised from the side, Mr. Feng, the chances of the leopard opening up are not great, but the payout is much. Fang Zong laughed, if this one opens up, won't we win back all the money from the previous several hands? At this time, Lin Xia also came out to watch the fun and came to Ma Jia's side and laughed. Boss Ma is very lucky today. Maj throws out 800,000 in chips, keep buying small. Then he smiled at Lin Xia and said, today we might be able to get our money back overnight. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xia laughed out loud. Then I congratulate Boss Ma in advance. Then he looked at Fang Zong and laughed. this is still your hometown. When he came he asked me when you were coming. My hometown? Ma Jia looked at Fang Zong with some caution in his heart. Kid, are you from Sherman City? Fang Zong looked at Ma Jia. You're Ma Jia. Ha? Chapter 165, Scattering Money? Pull the target into the water. You what? Ma Jia looked at Fang Zong. Specially here to find me? Looking for you specifically? Fang Zong snorted. You're not a pretty girl. Why would I specifically look for you? My dad says you've already lost $200 million in housing and says you can't quit gambling. I'm not convinced. I'm going to come and see if I can quit. Incidentally, let's see which one of the shabbies is the one who can't even quit gambling. These words not only caused Ma Jia's face to be filled with displeasure, but also the faces of the other gamblers. Fang Zong appeared to be scolding Ma Jia, but he was linking them all up. Whoever can enter the VIP lounge is not a gambler who can't quit gambling? Whose family are you from? Ma Jia was a bit angry at being scolded. Any tutors? Fang Zong shrugged. What do you care who I belong to? Good. Ma Jia said angrily. I'd like to see if you'll lose red-eyed. Fang Zong's face was full of disdain. Just a few $100 million can still make me lose red eyes? Let me tell you, I've brought $2 billion with me this time. If you can make me lose it all, then you're considered good. Dare to bet against me? Bet against you? Ma Jia sneered and waved his hand. You're too young to bet against me. Seeing that he didn't fall for it, Fang Zong skimmed his lips and looked at Lin Xie. Boss Lin, can you arrange an opponent for me? This is just a few $1 million per game. When will we lose all the $2 billion? I can rest when I lose it all. The greed in Lin Xie's heart immediately erupted when he heard this, but on his face he smiled and said, I can't help you find this, but if you can find it, I can give you a toe 5. What's a drag 5? Fang Zong asked Fei Fei. Drag who? Fifi smiled and explained. It's $1 million on the table and another $5 million in cash bets off stage, but that's not in line with the casino's rules. 1 toe 5? Fang Zong spread his hands. I just came here by myself. Who's going to get the money under the table for me? Boss Lin. This method isn't very good. Lin Xie narrowed his eyes. For the time being, it can only be a cap of 5 million. Okay. Fang Zong unhappily threw out another $4 million. Continue with the 3-6 leopards. Fifi was on the verge of saying something. Fang Zong, however, was not flustered. He knew that just now, Ma Jia had refused because he was cautious and felt that he had come to look for him specifically. But this kind of gambler, once he sees that he keeps losing, he will definitely not be able to resist coming to hunt himself. That's the gambler's mentality. As expected, after Fang Zong had bet on the leopard a few more times and lost money, everyone else was a bit unable to sit still. In their opinion, Fang Zong was specifically here to give them money. And the middle-aged man who had been disliked by Fang Zong came over to Ma Jia. Brother Ma, why don't we bet with him? This kid is obviously a stickler. Ma Jia had been a bit tempted, but the caution of doing business for so many years had become his instinct. He didn't say a word in the face of the middle-aged and older people's agitation. After Fang Zong bet another 4 million on the leopard and lost, he said with some disinterest, go and change the chips for me. It's no fun. What's the fun in having each one so small? Might as well go to a hotel and have some fun. Fei Fei didn't dare to say much on the sidelines and picked up the chips to go with Fang Zong. In the room, Lin Xie, who had been watching the surveillance, was a little anxious when he saw Fang Zong leaving. This is a money-giving boy. Just a little over $200 million. According to him, there are still more than $1 billion in hand. If you could lose them all, your own profits would be unimaginable. He turned his head to a few of the others. Want a big one? And when Ma Jia saw that Fang Zong was leaving, the string that had been taut in his heart instantly loosened somewhat. Mr. Feng, not playing? Lin Xie first walked out and asked with a smile. Are you hungry? I'll take you to dine? Fang Zong bristled. $4 million per game. What's the point? What's the point of such a small amount of money? No more games. As he was talking, the other guests were also a bit anxious when they saw their money-giving boy leaving, but because they didn't have that much money in their hands, they could only watch Fang Zong leave. And Ma Jia was also a bit anxious and spoke out to Fang Zong. What $2 billion? Really know how to brag about it. Kid, are you anxious to lose? Fang Zong turned back to look at Ma Jia. Little master's money out can smash you to death. Old den like you, lose 200 million and have an addiction. Or is it the entrepreneur of Sherman City? Shame on you? Seeing that Fang Zong was fooled, Ma Jia slammed the table in fake anger. What are you talking about? Who wouldn't dare to bet with you? Come on, let's bet one-on-one. Fang Zong bristled. 5 million red limit per game. What's the fun in that? Said he was about to leave. Lin Xie laughed from the side. What's so difficult about that? Since you're betting with Mr. Ma, let's set a limit of 10 million. $50 million. Fang Zong said coldly. Only this figure is somewhat interesting. Lin Xie was in a bit of a bind and looked at Majestic. When Ma Jia saw that Fang Zong was willing to bet such a large amount, He was suddenly enraptured. $50 million is $50 million. The number instantly blew everyone else in the VIP lounge away. It's been many years since such a large amount of money has been wagered, and $50 million is the mental target figure for most gamblers. In their minds, winning so much money would allow them to enjoy themselves for the rest of their lives and never enter a casino again. As for the two of them, Fang Zong and Ma Jie, the limit for a single bet was $50 million. It simply drove them crazy with jealousy. As for Fei Fei, who was standing on the side, she couldn't help but blush, and more tenderness was added to her eyes as she looked at Fang Zong. If Fang Zong's hand leaked out just a little bit, it would be more than the money she had gained from years of hard work. Mr. Fang, what would you like to drink? Fei Fei was on the sidelines and couldn't wait to press her body against Fang Zong's body. Fang Zong let out a light laugh. Ice cola, I'll get it. Fifi got up and left the waitress to explain. With such a big bet, Lin Xia didn't dare to stay in the house, but stood right next to the betting table and watched. Just play dice. Fang Zong took a sip of Coke through a straw. Fifi, go change another billion chips for me. Lin Xia personally brought someone to do it, and when a large pile of chips was brought over, he could clearly feel the naked greed in the eyes of the other gamblers. $50 million. Fang Zong faintly said, bet 333. Ma Jie glanced at Fang Zong and looked to the dealer. Bet big. The Dutchman was getting a little nervous, although he had seen countless amounts of money flowing every day. This was the first time he had encountered such a large bet. After shaking the dice cup, open it. 445 big. Kid, let me teach you a lesson. Ma Jie laughed when he saw the stack of chips brought over. Lose your ass. Seeing how happy he was, Fang Zong felt a little more certain and said with a defiant face, keep betting 333. $50 million. Chapter 166, Falling into a Trap. The huge difference between winning and losing. Are you here for charity? Seeing Fang Zong bet 3 threes again, Ma Jie couldn't help but laugh. You might as well just give me the money and save the casino from taking a draw. Right, boss Lin? Lin Xia stood aside and smiled without saying anything. The dealer opened the dice cup, and as expected, it was still a big 445, and Ma Jie won again. Boss Ma has a great hand. Middle-aged and elderly people shouted beside Ma Jie. Another bet. The two of them bet on this table. As long as the numbers opened are not the numbers Fang Zong bet on, it is considered Ma Jie's win. The LAMC is just pumping in the winnings and losses of it. For Lin Xie, serving Fang Zong well was the hard way. It didn't matter if he won or lost. If he lost he might come back next time, and if he won he would of course come back, which gave him a steady stream of opportunities to pump water. Mr. Fang, there's not much chance of this leopard opening up. Lin Xie smiled and said, how about betting on something else? Fang Zong, however, looked like he was on top of the game and gritted his teeth with a cold face. I'm going to bet on the leopard. He stared viciously at Majestic. Again. Next, each hand sent $50 million to Majestic. Hard to send out $1 billion. Ma Jie laughed his ass off. What a green melon egg. Come on. I'll take whatever you dare to give me. Mr. Fang, sit down and have a drink. Fei Fei watched from the sidelines, fearing that Fang Zong would lose sharply, and Fang Zong turned his head to look at Lin Xie. How come I can't bet on it? 150 times the odds on a winning bet. Does he have the money to pay me? The usual leopard odds are just 1 to 24. However, Fang Zong bet on specific numbers. The odds were naturally higher. And of course, the probability of opening was also lower. Lin Xia looked at Ma Jie. Boss Ma still has some assets. Ma Jie laughed loudly. $50 million per hand. Even if you have $2 billion, you've already lost more than $1 billion now, and you can still open just a dozen more hands. You've got a dozen of these, and I don't believe that you'll be able to hit one out of the dozen. Fang Zong glared at him. Cut the crap. I'll ask you, what are you going to pay for if I get hit? If you win, I'll pay you out of my assets. Ma Jie scornfully said. You think I don't have money? Lin Xie smiled and said, Boss Ma has high authority in our VIP lounge and can take out $3 billion at any time, as well as his shares and whatnot, adding up to almost $7.5 billion. Fang Zong looked at Ma Jie. It's good that you have money. I don't believe that I can't open it in this dozen or so handfuls. Go again and change the remaining 600 million into chips for me. The little master has broken the boat. He was at this point in the show flare on his body, his eyes red and bloodshot. This top looks like a deranged gambler. It was as if he was going crazy for the sake of hitting net zero. 46% probability. Ma Jie also laughed coldly. The remaining 700 million. I'll win it over for you altogether. Fang Zong bet 3 more 4s, and the results came out. Or else it was still a normal number, and another $50 million was thrown out. The gamblers around the room gathered around to check it out from the sidelines. The other guests in the hall outside heard that there was a big multi-billion-dollar bet here, and they all entered the VIP hall to watch. Looking at the 2 million chips piled up on the table, everyone's eyes were red with anger, wishing that those chips were theirs. Grass. Feng Zong looked at the open 445 and couldn't help but slap the table. Just one more. Change the Horcruxes. You're not wanting me. For this kind of request, Lin Xia would naturally fulfill it and said with a smile, Mr. Feng, you designate a lotter. You go. Feng Zong looked at Lin Xia. You're the boss. You'll be the lotter. Lin Xia smiled and said, no problem. He took off his suit, rolled up his sleeves, and showed his hands to the two men, signaling that there was nothing in his hands. Boss Lin. Of course I trust you. Ma Jie's sanity at this point had already been swallowed up by the huge benefits. He only wanted to win all of Feng Zong's remaining money. He had worked so hard to start his own company and had only earned a few billion over the years. And this one night, he could win 2 billion. What business could be as exciting as this one? Feng Zong was so angry that his face turned red and he looked at Ma Jie. You wait. I won't lose. I will win this hand. With that, he bet 3 sixes. And Fifi watched carefully from the sidelines, already a little scared in her mind. Ma Jie laughed out loud. You're going to lose. Lin Xia then pressed the switch to shake the dice cup, and after opening the dice cup, what came to his eyes was 124. Exasperated, Feng Zong slapped the table again. After losing a few hands in a row, there were only 200 million chips left in front of him, which was only enough to play 4 hands. Feng Zong's betting movements also began to become cautious. Are you going to bet or not? Ma Jie impatiently threw his chips onto the big. Seeing that Feng Zong didn't bet for half a day, he couldn't be happier in his heart. It seems that Feng Zong really doesn't have much money left. He prodded. How many of the 3? Feng Zong, however, didn't bet on 3 or so this time, but instead bet on the number 4. I'll bet on this. Seeing his change of tactics, Maj raised an eyebrow. Isn't it too late to bet on something else? Feng Zong gritted his teeth and said, you old thing, where do you get off talking so much? Looking to Lin Xia. Open. Lin Xia smiled at his words and opened the dice cup. Instantly there was a gasp of surprise in the arena. Bingo. He bet on it. That's quite a 4. Ma Jie's eyes instantly widened. How can that be? Mr. Feng, you bet on it. 1 to 50. Fei Fei jumped up happily beside her. Feng Zong looked at the dice cup as if he had not reacted, only to see that the 3 dice were 112. It adds up to exactly 4 points. He muttered, did I bet on it? Bet on it. Fifi cheered from the sidelines. 1 to 50. This one. 1 to $5 billion. Feng Zong instantly reacted and laughed out loud. I've won. I got it. I finally got it tonight. Lao dang. Give me the money quickly. What you ate from me before? Spit it all out. Ha 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 ha. I still have some luck. Little master. Serves or not? Ma Jie pushed out all the chips in front of him with a face full of resentment, and Lin Xia was surprised that such a niche number could be bet on. It really wasn't simple, because 4 and 17 are uncommon numbers in dice games. They are less likely to appear than a leopard. But Feng Zong had gotten lucky this time and won the bet. Not only did Ma Jie spit out all the billions of dollars that he had previously won away from Feng Zong, but he also had to take out nearly $900 million to compensate Feng Zong. Didn't you bet on the leopard number? Ma Jie was full of resentment. You're cheating. Feng Zong snorted. Did I say I'm not betting on anything else? Che. He was full of disdain. Took out a stack of chips and handed it to Fifi. Reward you. Go. Change money back to the hotel, little master, take you to have a good time. This pile, at least a dozen of them, is at least $30 million. The surrounding gamblers looked at it with straight eyes. Winning so much money, the reward was just generous. Mr. Feng's fortune is prosperous. Mr. Feng's fortune is sky high. Mr. Feng top. The surrounding gamblers all congratulated Feng Zong, their eyes looking straight at the chips behind Feng Zong. Feng Zong laughed out loud, taking the small chips and spreading them out in handfuls. All rewarded, like the sky was falling. All the gamblers got down on the ground and started picking up the money. Seeing this chaotic scene, Lin Xia signaled the security guards to maintain order and save a fight. You're not allowed to leave. Feng Zong stopped and looked back, only to see Ma Jie's eyes red as he looked at Feng Zong and huffed and puffed. Let's keep betting. ______.